a one-night stand with a campus beauty. 2 months later, my life was completely changed. I am Lin Xian. When I woke up in the hotel bed, I found a pure and beautiful school beauty lying on top of me. The consequences of a night of drinking made me realize instantly that I might be going to be a father. I got drunk at a dorm party the night before last, and my memory is hazy. My heart suddenly clenched. In a panic, she grabbed a pillow and yelled at me not to look at her. I stammered that I would take responsibility, but then I saw the glaring bloodstains on the sheets, and the memories flooded back. 2 months later, I ran into her at the hospital. She was holding a pregnancy test report, showing she was 8 weeks pregnant. She was pale and panicked. I was so shocked I could barely speak. The strange looks from those around us made the situation even more awkward, as if they were treating me like an irresponsible man. Just then, a system notification sounded. God-level dad system activated. The babies in my womb are twins, a boy and a girl. 100,000 yuan in childcare funds have been deposited directly into my account. From an ordinary student to an expectant father, my life has been completely turned upside down at this moment. I'm still just a student. How should I shoulder the responsibility? And how should I protect her and the children? Seeing her face full of grievance, I solemnly promised I would never shirk my responsibility and would wholeheartedly protect her and the child. Her tears slowly stopped. The paternity test results were completely confirmed, and I finally faced reality. I was going to be a father. System rewards are being triggered one after another. Luxury cars, mansions, education opportunities, and childcare resources are all within my grasp. As long as I spend quality time with her and the child, my life will be completely transformed. In just a few minutes, I went from an ordinary student to a stay-at-home dad, and I still couldn't accept this new identity. The doctor looked at us and sighed softly. The two of them were so young, and the pregnancy had happened. His gaze was complicated, and I clutched the paternity test results, cold sweat instantly breaking out. I had truly become a father-to-be. I turned and saw the tears welling up in Li Mingyao's eyes, and felt a pang of guilt. After thanking her softly, we left the hospital. It was almost noon. Her mouth was growling with hunger, so I suggested we eat something before discussing the rest, and she nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the ride-hailing car arrived. I thoughtfully opened the door for her, and after she settled in, I got in from the other side. The driver casually advised me to be mindful of the atmosphere, to which I responded nonchalantly, while stealing a glance at her, my cheeks slightly flushed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I led her to a quiet spot by the window, handed her the menu, and reminded her to pay attention to her diet during pregnancy. She picked out a few light dishes, which I then ordered from the waiter, all nourishing and suitable for pregnancy. During the meal, I asked her if she was willing to keep the baby. She was worried that we hadn't graduated yet, and our income was unstable. I frankly told her that I had excellent grades in school, sufficient savings, and would do everything I could to ensure her and the baby's livelihood. She smiled and nodded, agreeing to keep the child. Actually, she had secretly liked me since I enrolled in school, and her drunken approach was also out of genuine affection. The food was served one after another, and I carefully served her food, making sure she took every bite. After lunch, I took her back to her dormitory and told her to get some rest. We arranged to go to the hospital the next day for a full prenatal checkup, and she happily agreed, filling me with warmth. Back in the dorm, I hummed a little tune as I pushed open the door, only to be surrounded by my roommates, all curious about where I'd been. I gave them a casual answer, and the dorm instantly became lively. In the afternoon, I focused on the project and successfully completed the delivery, earning another 10,000 yuan. Including the 100,000 yuan in startup capital from the system, my savings now exceeded 200,000 yuan, giving me confidence. I secretly considered that living in the dormitory during my pregnancy was inconvenient, and I needed to find a new place to live as soon as possible. That evening, I played games with my roommates to relax, but lost several rounds in a row, leaving me feeling frustrated. Just as I was about to rest, a system notification sounded due to my frequent accompaniment to prenatal checkups. I was being gifted a top-of-the-line luxury car, already parked in a campus parking space, ready for immediate use. The system thoughtfully sent me the popular Xiaomi SU7, and I couldn't wait to head to the parking lot to check it out. In a corner, A car in a shimmering purple hue sat quietly, its streamlined design and high-tech aesthetic stunning. I was excited. I got into the car and dialed Li Mingyao's number. Her voice was soft and sleepy. I gently asked if she was awake and offered to accompany her to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup, which she readily agreed to. I drove to the girls' dormitory, attracting countless stares along the way. Li Mingyao walked down slowly, wearing a light blue dress with an elegant belt, looking graceful and charming. I carefully reminded her to watch her step, and we chatted and laughed softly, the atmosphere sweet. I casually called her wife, and she blushed, obediently getting into the passenger seat. She was curious about the car's origin, and I casually mentioned it was for everyday use and offered to teach her how to drive. In reality, my spare car was just an old electric scooter. The drive to the hospital was smooth, and I accompanied her throughout her prenatal checkup. The embryo was developing well. Outside the hospital, my roommate Zhou Quan appeared. He immediately saw through my act and jokingly teased me about being with the school beauty. I calmly responded and promised to treat him to dinner that evening. He happily agreed and even made a point of greeting Li Mingyao, who blushed shyly. The system notified me again, first time accompanying someone to a prenatal checkup, rewarding me with a high-end luxury apartment in the city center. And the car giveaway triggered a hidden bonus, granting me a $1 million Maybach. With these system rewards in hand, my assets instantly skyrocketed. If Li Mingyao hadn't kept the child, I would never have had the chance to unlock this incredible opportunity. Back in the car, she felt sleepy and fell asleep in her seat. I deliberately avoided the campus route and drove smoothly towards the bustling area. The beeping sound at the entrance of the residential complex woke her up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked around in surprise. I gently explained that this was our future new home, a place to make arrangements in advance for our pregnancy. She wondered about the source of the funds for the house, and I calmly brushed it off, making her blush with embarrassment. We parked our car, and she was amazed by the luxury cars parked in the complex. I took her hand, jokingly calling her wife, which made her blush and act coquettishly. We took the elevator upstairs, walking together, and soon arrived at our Riverview penthouse. The interior was spacious and simply furnished, with a balcony offering a panoramic view of the sunset. As the evening breeze ruffled her hair, I couldn't resist gently pulling her into my arms. She nestled gently in my arms, her voice tinged with shyness as she asked, "How much did this big house cost?" I told her frankly, $8 million. The total price made her eyes flash with inferiority, as if she hadn't contributed anything to me. I gently turned her body and earnestly comforted her. "You and the child are the most precious treasures of my life." We gazed deeply into each other's eyes, the atmosphere instantly becoming intimate. I slowly lowered my head, wanting to press my lips to hers, a sweet sensation filling the air. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Mingyao hurriedly pulled away to answer her mother's call, her flustered tone betraying everything. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her mother noticed I was in a relationship and told her to bring me home next week so she could personally check me out. After hanging up, she scolded me slightly, and I nodded frankly, ready to face the elder's questioning. She cautiously asked if I would accompany her home, and I agreed without hesitation, promising to move into the new house as soon as possible. The two of us went out to eat. I stopped her as she was about to drive away, pointing to the Maybach next to us, its headlights gleaming and eye-catching. She looked at me in shock, a mixture of curiosity and doubt welling up inside her. I casually concealed the secret of the system. She urged me to be honest with her from now on, and I solemnly promised that we were of one mind. Afterwards, we went to a grilled fish restaurant to enjoy a delicious meal. After dinner, she was tired and sleepy, so I drove her back to her dorm safely. She rested peacefully, and I went back to the boys' dorm alone. As soon as I entered, my 3 roommates surrounded me, teasing and questioning me. I told them the whole story honestly, but I still didn't reveal the system's secret. My roommates were shocked by how quickly things had progressed, remarking that it was far beyond the pace of normal relationships. I told them to keep it a secret for now and offered to treat them to a meal. At night, the 4 of us went out together. I drove a luxury car to pick them up and drop them off, leaving my roommates dumbfounded. I casually mentioned that a family car would be more convenient for taking care of the children. At a casual restaurant, We chatted about our future plans. I mentioned that I would spend time with my partner, and my roommates teased me about my leisurely life. The next morning, I drove to the girls' dormitory to pick her up and her best friend, Lu Yusin. We held hands and exchanged pleasantries. She introduced her friend, and I stated my identity directly. Lu Yusin was very wary, worried that her friend would be wronged. I reluctantly agreed to let her come along. The two chatted in the car, and the atmosphere was relaxed. The car drove into the riverside residential area. The new home was grand and luxurious, and Lu Yusin was increasingly surprised. After moving in, the system notified me that I had been given a 5-star top-tier cooking skill. I secretly rejoiced that I could cook for her during her pregnancy. I arranged for them to rest and went to the market to buy ingredients to prepare lunch. Lu Yusin looked puzzled, while Li Mengyao was full of anticipation. Just before leaving, Li Mengyao suddenly hugged me tightly. Her cheeks flushed and turned to go inside, the air thick with sweet affection. Lu Yusin teased the romantic atmosphere in the room, but Li Mengyao shyly stopped her, whispering that she had already fallen for me and was willing to follow me wholeheartedly. My best friend sighed helplessly, but thoughtfully advised me to be mindful of boundaries during our cohabitation. The door opened, and I walked in carrying a full load of groceries. I noticed both of them had slightly flushed cheeks. I smiled and pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, but she turned her head away haughtily. Without asking any questions, I went straight into the kitchen, my mind automatically reciting the steps for each dish, and my movements were swift and practiced. The kitchen was fully equipped with high-end appliances, and I busied myself with ease, the aroma quickly filling the air. The two girls couldn't resist peeking in from the doorway. Dishes were served one after another, their colors, aromas, and flavors irresistible, whetting the appetite. A table laden with food was a sight to behold, bringing joy to the heart. After tasting the food, Lu Yusin praised it repeatedly, saying it was comparable to a 5-star chef. Li Mengyao was overjoyed, secretly relieved that she would have heartwarming meals for every meal from now on. As I tasted the food I had prepared, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside me. Then, a system notification sounded, announcing a generous reward of 3 million in cash. After lunch, I drove Lu Yusin back to campus. She frankly told me that she knew about Li Mengyao's pregnancy and inquired about wedding preparations. I told her frankly that I planned to visit the elders next week to get their consent before officially getting engaged. She slowly recounted Li Mengyao's life story, which filled me with heartache. Back in the new house, Li Mengyao, dressed in a white nightgown, was fast asleep on the sofa, curled up quietly, looking utterly pitiful. I gently walked over and gazed at her, vowing in my heart to protect her and the child in her womb, ensuring their safety and well-being. She murmured softly in her sleep, the scene warm and comforting. I gently picked her up and placed her on the bed in the master bedroom, covering her with a blanket so she could continue to rest. She slowly woke up in the evening, blushing as she walked out of the room. I was engrossed in my work when she softly asked me something. I stopped to respond, smiling as I explained that I was doing a part-time job to earn extra income, my eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She nestled sweetly in my arms, her breath soft and gentle. I suggested we go to the mall in the evening, which puzzled her. I simply said we needed to pick out some important items, piquing her curiosity. She smiled brightly, nodded happily, and looked forward to our trip. In the evening, I prepared a chicken and mushroom soup, simmering it over low heat until it smelled wonderful. I served it to Li Mengyao, who had little appetite during her pregnancy, but the sight of the rich soup immediately whetted her appetite. She took small sips, curious about my skillful cooking. I jokingly said it was a funny story I learned from my mother, teasing her. She chuckled and reminded me not to make fun of elders so casually. As night fell, we drove to Jinwan Plaza, where the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. Li Mengyao took my arm and pressed me for our shopping purpose. I remained mysterious and went straight into a maternity supplies store, focusing on high-end skincare products, just to pamper her skin and make her pregnancy comfortable and worry-free. The salesperson first recommended the affordable option, but I shook my head in acknowledgement. Then the high-end, top-of-the-line model was brought out. I carefully examined the ingredients and effects, confirming it was safe, gentle, and top-tier in the industry. Seeing the high price, Li Mingyao tugged at my sleeve, urging me to choose the cheaper option. I gently dispelled her concerns and readily bought 5 bottles at once, ensuring she could have peace of mind during her pregnancy. After purchasing skincare products, I took her to a maternity clothing store. I carefully explained the physical changes during pregnancy and suggested preparing loose-fitting clothes for everyday wear. Li Mingyao's eyes softened, and she shyly leaned close to my ear, gently tiptoeing to place a tender kiss on my cheek. Then, she shyly went into the store to choose clothes, creating a warm and sweet scene. She happily picked out clothes, and while she was trying them on, I quietly slipped across the street to the jewelry store. I casually mentioned a budget of 500,000 yuan, which surprised the salesperson. I chose a top-quality 2-carat diamond ring, finalized the size, paid promptly, had it carefully packaged, and waited for Li Mingyao's return. Back at the clothing store, she changed her clothes, her figure graceful and elegant. Even the simple maternity wear accentuated her charm. I sincerely complimented her, but she shyly teased me, saying my words were perfunctory. After selecting the clothes, we packed our purchases and drove home together, smoothly heading towards our warm new home in the night. I arrived home at 10 p.m., and Li Mingyao yawned wearily, preparing to go back to her room to rest. I gently asked for a goodnight kiss, but she shyly refused, saying she had already expressed her feelings during the day, and hurriedly went back to her room. I chuckled and teased her, promising to meet again another day. Watching her close her door, my heart was filled with sweetness and peace. The system notification sounded, and I realized that accompanying her to buy maternity supplies had led me to a luxury shop in Jinwan Plaza. I casually agreed to postpone the task, marveling at how busy someone was so late at night. In the following days, I took care of her daily meals and needs. On nights when the weather forecast warned of thunderstorms, the atmosphere inside the house grew increasingly somber, yet a warm feeling still lingered in my heart. After dinner, I handed her some juicy cherries, which Li Mingyao leisurely enjoyed. She suggested watching a horror movie to relax, which surprised me, and I gently advised against it during her pregnancy. She complied and chose a heartwarming film, and we snuggled up in front of the big screen. The room was cozy, and the atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable, bringing us even closer together. The film's plot was heartwarming and touching. Li Mingyao was in tears, and I quietly handed her tissues to comfort her. As the night deepened, she slept soundly, gave me a good-night kiss, and shyly ran back to her bedroom. I tidied the room, turned off the equipment, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a thunderstorm broke out outside the window, and a violent storm instantly engulfed the night sky. The thunder startled Li Mingyao awake. Pregnant women are already sensitive and vulnerable, and she trembled slightly. I quickly got up, pushed open the bedroom door, and she nestled into my arms for security. I gently comforted her, then tenderly agreed to sleep in the same bed, holding her tightly in my arms, shielding her from the outside fright. Nestled in my arms, she gradually calmed down, only shyness remaining. I teased her, and she playfully pinched my waist. I gently stopped joking and softly comforted her, making sure she had completely let go of her fear. In the reassuring atmosphere, she quickly drifted into a sweet sleep, nestled peacefully in my arms. I couldn't sleep all night, her delicate figure nestled beside me, their close proximity stirring my emotions. The phone rang in the early morning. She lazily answered her mother's call, saying I was sleeping soundly beside her. Her mother hung up, puzzled. I woke slightly, gazing at her sleeping peacefully in my arms, feeling utterly helpless. I lowered my voice and ended the call, then went outside alone to listen to the recording again, hearing Li Mengyao's soft, sweet voice. The misunderstanding was completely cleared up, and I decided to tell my family the truth, call back to apologize, patiently soothe my mother's emotions, and explain everything clearly. My mother was taken aback at first, then scolded me for being too impulsive. I explained that I was determined to take responsibility to the end, and that the wedding would definitely be a grand affair. My mother calmed down a bit and immediately finalized the itinerary. She and my father would come to Jinghai that afternoon to visit. I paced anxiously in the living room, bracing myself for a lecture from my elders. Just then, Li Mingyao woke up, noticed my troubled expression, and softly asked what was wrong. My panic vanished, and I decided to cook her a comforting breakfast myself to make her feel safe and happy. A steaming bowl of lean pork porridge was served, and Li Mingyao ate peacefully, filling my heart with happiness. I slowly brought up the phone call I received that morning, telling her it was my mother calling. Her eyes widened instantly, and she was so surprised she didn't know what to do, fidgeting uncomfortably. She panicked, unsure how to start eating, so I reached out and pulled her into my arms, gently comforting her. I told her that she would meet her family sooner or later, and there was no need to be anxious. I reassured her softly, promising that her parents would only be happy to accept her and that I would take care of all her worries. She gradually relaxed, and I told her some funny stories about my parents' unique parenting style, which made her laugh out loud. During our conversation, she slowly revealed the bitterness and grievances she felt after losing her father at a young age. I listened quietly, wiped away my tears, and solemnly promised to protect her from now on. After breakfast, feeling drowsy, she playfully asked me to carry her back to the bedroom. I gently carried her in my arms, and during our playful roughhousing, she lightly bit my arm, leaving a faint tooth mark. A sweet feeling filled my heart. Upon hearing the news, the elders in the family sped up and arrived at the entrance of the community half an hour ahead of schedule. When I first met Li Mingyao in the neighborhood, she blushed and tried to avoid me. Her mother quickly comforted her, while her father looked serious. I explained the whole story to her, and my mother was reassured. She then personally prepared nourishing chicken soup to help Li Mingyao recover during her pregnancy. I took the initiative to cook chicken soup, and its rich aroma filled the house. Li Mingyao came out of the living room attracted by the smell, blushed when she saw her elders, and went back to her room. My mother scolded my father for being so serious, and he silently vented his anger on me. I quickly went into the bedroom and gently comforted Li Mingyao. She wore a light purple dress with ruffled edges, looking as gentle and elegant as a forest sprite. I took her hand and told her that she was beautiful and that the elders would surely like her. I gently invited her to meet me formally, and she nestled against me. Our fingers intertwined and slowly walked out of the room, her expression reserved and shy. Introducing herself and her unborn child to her parents, Li Mingyao greeted them with humility and propriety, much to the delight of her parents. Her mother warmly invited her to sit down and chat, while her father stood by with a serious expression. She seemed a little reserved, so her mother made an excuse to send my father and me outside to be alone. My mother, feeling apologetic, took all the blame upon me and offered me an exquisite gemstone bracelet as a gift. Li Mingyao declined, but my mother insisted, and she finally accepted it with a clear conscience. A commotion outside drew her attention to my father grabbing a belt. I held her protectively in my arms, and she bravely defended me, revealing her deep love for me. Father sighed and put down his belt, silently acquiescing to our staying together. Mother eased the tension, inviting us inside for a meal and reminding her to take care of herself during pregnancy. I cooked some home-style dishes, and the whole family sat around the table. My parents were amazed by my culinary skills after tasting them, and my mother took meticulous care of Li Mingyao. The atmosphere was warm and happy. After dinner, I accompanied Li Mingyao for a walk. The night was gentle, and we chatted as we walked. She put aside her concerns, and I honestly told her my parents my thoughts. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. When the two elders were alone, they also discussed our future plans, secretly marveling at my casual spending habits, but how everything I did was for our stable establishment of a small family. As night deepened, Li Mingyao went to her room to rest early, and I settled my parents in. My mother gave me private instructions regarding the wedding preparations and offered to help with my million-yuan savings, which I politely declined. She told me that the mansion was already in my name and that she trusted my investment and abilities. The night was quiet. I pushed open the bedroom door and saw Li Mingyao sleeping peacefully on the bed. The gentle night light made the scene exceptionally warm and touching, filling my heart with tenderness and protectiveness. I made sure I was in the right room and quietly lay down beside her. Watching her sleep, I secretly planned her meals for tomorrow, preparing nourishing dishes to help her recover. She gently turned over and softly hugged me, her eyes full of innocent charm, clearly playing a little trick on me. I saw right through her little trick and gently pinched her cheek with a soft laugh. She pretended not to notice, but couldn't help but let out a soft, shy gasp. Turning her back to me, I took the opportunity to pull her into my arms and teased her about why she had come to my room on her own initiative. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly insisted that it was her room. I went along with her wishes, taking all the blame upon myself. Sweet words made her face flush, and she couldn't help but turn and gently punch my chest in a coquettish manner. I stopped joking, gently comforted her, and then casually brought up the plan to visit her mother in Jingshui City the day after tomorrow. Li Mingyao nodded gently, her heart filled with longing for her mother. I inquired about the elder's preferences, intending to prepare a thoughtful gift, but she advised me against it, though I insisted on preparing carefully. After finalizing the travel plans, she took advantage of my inattention and planted a kiss on my cheek before closing her eyes and falling into a deep sleep, looking utterly adorable. The following afternoon, my parents packed up and prepared to return home. My mother and Li Mingyao chatted quietly, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. I was full of curiosity and wanted to eavesdrop, but the two of them tacitly stopped me, and I didn't get to hear a single interesting thing. My parents repeatedly told me to take good care of my wife and children and to visit Li Mengyao's family as soon as possible to apologize and express my gratitude. After watching the two elders leave, I pressed them for details of their conversation. Li Mingyao smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge a single word. I feigned seriousness and pressured her, but she remained tight-lipped. I smiled and carried her in my arms, slowly walking towards the bedroom. She panicked and whined, clinging tightly to my neck. I gently settled her on the bed, tenderly kissed her forehead, and told her to take a nap. She nodded shyly in agreement, a warm feeling welling up inside me. After she woke up and got ready, we drove our Maybach to Jinwan Plaza to buy gifts. I carefully selected high-end health supplements and exquisite jewelry, preparing a heartfelt present for our meeting. Li Mingyao quickly stopped me, advising me not to spend so lavishly. I pretended to continue shopping, making her puff out her cheeks and feign anger, which was incredibly cute. I then took the opportunity to sweetly ask for a kiss, which she shyly declined with a blush. Afterwards, we took each other's hands and went up to the 5th floor, where I prepared to reveal another surprise to shock her. I called the market manager to schedule the handover of the shop. She was shocked to learn that I owned a 150-square-meter luxury street front shop. The mall manager led me through the property. The location was excellent and the layout was spacious. I checked the documents, signed my name, and officially took possession of the property. I asked her about her business ideas, and she suggested opening a specialty restaurant. I immediately decided to create a fish restaurant so she could enjoy her favorite dishes anytime. She was so moved that she was speechless. She gently wrapped her arms around my waist, rested her head against my chest, and quietly felt a sense of security and comfort. When we got home, I went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She wanted to help, but I gently advised her against it because of the cooking fumes during pregnancy. So she stayed on the sofa watching TV. When she received a message from her best friend, she jokingly teased me about how busy I was in the kitchen. The atmosphere was warm and fun. Several dishes were served: clay pot rice with mushrooms and chicken, steamed mandarin fish, and tomato and egg soup, a balanced meal. Li Mingyao nestled into my arms and whispered her thanks, filling the room with warmth. During the meal, she asked if I would allow her best friend to stay for a while, and I replied with a smile that she was the lady of the house and everything was up to her. After dinner, I took a walk with her. The night was gentle, and we talked about our feelings as we walked. I reassured her of her worries and told her my parents' true thoughts. The atmosphere was relaxed and warm. When we got home late at night, I brought her some warm milk, helped her wash up, and then we lay down to rest together. She gently told me that I didn't need to buy any more supplements, as her kindness was enough. I was filled with trepidation, but she chuckled reassuringly and promised to help my mother as much as possible. No sooner had she finished speaking than she planted a warm, soft kiss on my cheek, gently biting it, making me both laugh and cry. A sweet atmosphere filled the entire night. She blushed and immediately turned away, pretending to fall asleep. I smiled helplessly and gently embraced her from behind. We slept together, waiting for dawn. I secretly planned her meals for the next day, intending to prepare nourishing dishes to help her recover. The next day, after breakfast, the two packed up and prepared to travel to Jingshui City to visit her. The journey took 4 hours, and I carefully reminded her, who was pregnant, to sit in the back and take precautions to ensure her safety. She nodded silently and leaned back comfortably in her seat. Before she left, she suggested switching to a Xiaomi SU7, but I patiently advised her that the Maybach was more reliable. Charging on a long trip would be troublesome, and a presentable trip would show sincerity. She readily agreed, but I could tell she still cared about her beloved car, so I promised to give it to her on the return trip and accompany my best friend for a drive to relax, my heart overflowing with tenderness. In the car, I glanced at her through the rearview mirror, gazing contentedly out the window with a happy smile on her lips. The 4-hour journey became warm and comforting with her company. She recounted the everyday life of her hometown and childhood anecdotes: the small park, the tabby cat, the gentle street corner, and I listened attentively, silently noting down everything she loved. As we chatted, she grew tired and fell into a deep sleep, leaning back in her seat. I drove out of the toll booth and gently woke her. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking adorably dazed. Familiar scenery of my hometown greeted me, and a warm feeling welled up inside me. I worried that my sudden visit would be rushed, but I found that my mother had already prepared her favorite braised fish. Upon arriving at the residential building in the old town, I carried the heavy gifts and accompanied her up to the 8th floor. Mother and daughter, reunited after a long separation, embraced tightly, their joy overflowing. Her mother, with her gentle demeanor, warmly greeted me. We exchanged pleasantries easily, and I respectfully presented her with the gift. Although the aunt politely declined, her eyes were full of kindness. The room was simply and neatly furnished, with the dining table laden with home-style dishes, each one a favorite of hers. The aunt invited me to help myself to the food, and I thoughtfully peeled shrimp for Li Mingyao. Savoring the home-cooked flavors, I felt a warm and comforting sense of home. We interacted intimately, sharing food, which the aunt quietly observed, creating a gentle and harmonious atmosphere. When Annie asked how we met, Mingyao and I froze, hastily making up a story about meeting at a school reunion. She looked nervous, and my heart was pounding, but Auntie just smiled calmly and remained composed. After lunch, Annie was clearing the dishes, and when I offered to help, she politely declined. I could only sit with her in the living room, gently holding her hand to soothe her nerves. The aunt glanced at the expensive gifts on the table, noticing her daughter's troubled expression, and gently pressed her for details. Li Mingyao took a deep breath, determined to confess. "Mom, actually, I'm pregnant." She immediately took full responsibility, admitting fault and showing her determination to protect her. The aunt frowned, and the atmosphere became tense and awkward. The mother and daughter had a private talk. Li Mingyao recounted what had happened, and I comforted her with a calm gaze. The aunt gradually composed herself, ceasing her scolding, and seemed certain of her inner happiness. She frankly admitted that I had been attentive and responsible throughout, and that she planned to propose and marry immediately with the elders' consent, which improved the aunt's impression of me somewhat. The aunt inquired about future living arrangements, and I showed her the property certificate, explaining that the wedding home was already prepared and there was no need to worry. After seeing both names on the property certificate, the aunt was completely convinced of my sincerity, and her goodwill towards me increased even more. She asked about my plans after graduation, wanting to confirm whether I could support a small family. I solemnly promised that my priority would be to accompany Mingyao during her pregnancy and to invest in maintaining daily expenses, earnestly asking her to entrust her daughter to me with peace of mind. Mingyao quickly walked to my side and clung tightly to me. The two looked earnestly at the elder, their expressions incredibly sincere. I mistakenly thought my aunt was firmly against it, and my heart sank. Mingyao's eyes were slightly red, worried that their relationship wouldn't be accepted, but my aunt smiled and revealed her true feelings. Although the matter was urgent, she couldn't bear to separate the two. Mingyao was moved, her eyes reddening. I quickly thanked her and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. The aunt reminded me to remember my promise, understanding the hardships the mother and daughter had endured, and not wanting her daughter to suffer anymore. She emphasized that if Mingyao ever felt unhappy in the future, she would definitely confront me. I offered to invite the two elders to live with me in the big city, but she politely declined, preferring to stay in her hometown. As evening approached, my aunt urged me to put aside my worries and get some rest. Mingyao wondered why a separate guest room hadn't been prepared beforehand. My aunt smiled gently and explained that I should stay in Mingyao's room that night. She was stunned, completely unprepared for her mother's open-minded arrangement. I stepped into Mingyao's room. The room was warm and elegant, with pink walls and a soft bed, exuding a youthful charm. The bookshelves were neatly arranged, and the gentle atmosphere instantly dispelled my fatigue. Mingyao smiled shyly and suggested we rest. I changed into my pajamas and lay down, while she blushed and turned her face away. Taking advantage of the elder's permission, I jokingly urged her to use our special, affectionate nickname. She blushed and whispered, "Husband," her voice tinged with playful annoyance. My wish fulfilled, I obediently turned away, giving her space. After changing her clothes, she gently lay down and tenderly embraced me from behind, the atmosphere sweet and peaceful. A system notification sounded in my mind, announcing that I had successfully passed my mother-in-law's test. I was rewarded with a luxury apartment in Jingshui City and also unlocked a brand new lottery opportunity with a full range of benefits. With the help of my friend's guaranteed luck, I successfully won a free shop renovation voucher, solving a major problem for my shop. Looking at Mingyao sleeping soundly beside me, my emotions calmed down. I listened to her peaceful breathing and then drifted off into a sweet sleep myself. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan, far away in his dormitory at Jinghai University, was devastated by a series of failed attempts at obtaining rare items. His roommate's 10-pull gotcha pulls, yielding a rare item, left him both amused and exasperated, creating a lively scene. I woke up first in the morning, carefully getting up so as not to disturb Mingyao. A call came from an unfamiliar number. It was the sales manager of the new apartment complex confirming the handover. I decided to handle the handover procedures the next day, marveling at the system's efficiency. Huang Shifang was already waiting in the living room. I sat down and chatted with her in a warm and friendly atmosphere. My aunt asked me for my honest opinion of Mingyao. I sincerely praised her outstanding character, gentle yet resilient personality, and how she always gave me a sense of belonging. She told me about Mingyao's childhood, how she lacked a father's love from a young age, which shaped her independent, sensitive, and strong-willed personality. She repeatedly urged me to be tolerant and understanding and to take good care of her. I solemnly promised never to let her suffer any injustice. After chatting, the aunt asked about my dinner preferences and said she planned to cook some home-style dishes herself. I offered to learn cooking with her, hoping to recreate the flavors of my hometown and preserve the warm, comforting atmosphere that belonged to her. The aunt readily agreed and personally gave me guidance. I diligently learned to cook, just so she could enjoy familiar and delicious food anytime. After dinner, I accompanied Mingyao for a walk to cheer her up, taking her to the small park she used to frequent as a child. The night was soft, the lights warm, and she recounted her childhood memories and fond scenes to me. I deliberately teased her by bringing up the topic of how she should address me, and she lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. I gently lifted her chin and tenderly guided her. Finally, she softly called out, "Husband," her sweet voice echoing in the night. I looked at Li Mingyao. Her eyes were captivating, her expression alluring, and my heart couldn't help but flutter. The park was crowded, so I had to restrain myself and avoid being overly intimate. Suddenly, a soft meow broke the silence, instantly bringing me back to reality. Li Mingyao got up from my arms, knelt down, and gently stroked the tabby cat in front of her. The little guy was round and cute, with smooth and delicate fur, completely unlike a stray cat. She laughed as she recounted childhood memories, saying this was her usual pet cat. The cat seemed to recognize her, nestling obediently beside her hand. I leaned down to reach out, but it shyly scurried away. Li Mingyao teased me, saying it's natural to be unfriendly if you're not familiar with each other, then offered me some treats as a suggestion. I spread the snacks in my palm, and the cat slowly came over to eat them, even licking my palm. The tingling sensation made me laugh out loud. We played with the cat for a while, leisurely strolled around the surrounding scenery, and then went home together. At night, We naturally lay in bed together, playing on our phones, a routine we'd grown accustomed to. I invited her out, planning to take her somewhere nice to relax the next day. Li Mingyao, curious and suspicious, guessed I was hiding something and nestled sweetly in my arms, constantly asking me questions. Looking at her adorable and innocent face, I casually suggested giving her a kiss first. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. She thought it would just be a light touch, but my passionate kiss caught her off guard and left her both surprised and shy. After we parted, she was upset that I had deliberately misinterpreted her words and threw a tantrum. I apologized and let her vent. Once her anger subsided, I gently pulled her into my arms, and we drifted off to sleep peacefully. The next day, we slept until 9 o'clock, and the nanny had already prepared breakfast. While eating, Li Mingyao recalled the previous night, and a faint blush rose on her fair cheeks. She suddenly remembered that I had never mentioned the destination and was wondering why I acted so knowingly. I noticed Li Mingyao was upset and gently asked her what was wrong, but she turned her face away, unwilling to speak directly. After thinking it over, she couldn't help but ask, full of curiosity about why I was so skilled. I gave her a few casual words, which only made her more suspicious and uneasy. She then bluntly asked if it was her first kiss. The atmosphere instantly tensed, and I quickly pulled her into my arms, gently comforting her and assuring her that last night was my first time with her. She blushed, covering her face with her hands, her heart filled with warmth. After breakfast, we went downstairs to the Maybach. I helped her into the passenger seat, and she was still curious about our destination. I smiled and told her that I was taking her to the Times Garden in Jingshui City. We started the car and drove smoothly towards the new house that had been prepared in advance. The Maybach stood out on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Upon arriving at Times Garden, I took her hand and led her towards the community gate. The high-end, fully furnished residences were magnificent and imposing, with an average price of 10,000 yuan per square meter, and their comfort level far exceeded that of ordinary buildings in the surrounding area. Li Mingyao called me husband softly, a little reserved. I gently held her hand and patiently comforted her, telling her that the new house was just a plan for the future to make it easier for the elders to travel and commute. She was touched and felt completely dependent on me. I leaned down and gently kissed her cheek, playfully telling her to reciprocate my feelings with actions. Upon entering the residential complex, I called the sales manager, Mr. Huang, who greeted me respectfully and explained the complex's advantages in detail. The path was lined with lush greenery, the roads within the complex were tranquil, and the overall atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable. Upon arriving at the penthouse building, we took the elevator directly to the 12th floor. Inside, we found a 200-square-meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, exquisitely decorated, though still needing furniture arrangement. I led her to the spacious balcony, where the view was expansive. She exclaimed in admiration at the unique style of the new apartment, completely different from the Jinghai mansion. The handover procedures were completed smoothly, and the manager politely took his leave. After carefully inspecting the apartment, we went downstairs, intending to pick up our elders at the mall on our way. As soon as I stepped out of the building, a familiar, clear voice called out it was Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting. The two embraced warmly, both surprised and touched, exchanging pleasantries. Chen Tingting quickly noticed me and curiously gestured for an introduction. Li Mingyao and I faced each other naturally, and she generously took my arm, introducing me to everyone as her husband. My friend was shocked. We hadn't seen each other for only a few months, and she hadn't expected my friend to have already made up her mind about who she wanted to spend her life with. Li Mingyao introduced Chen Tingting to me, and I responded politely. My friend pulled her aside, still in disbelief at what was happening. She pressed her for details, and Li Mingyao, with a calm expression, slowly confirmed the fact. Chen Tingting looked surprised and asked Mingyao why she was getting married so soon. Mingyao blushed slightly and explained softly that the two hadn't officially registered their marriage yet, but the wedding was just around the corner. She glanced at me furtively, and seeing my tender gaze, she quickly turned away shyly. Watching our sweet interaction, our friend teased Mingyao, asking if she was completely committed to me. Mengyao's eyes were resolute as she stated that I was always considerate and devoted. Chen Tingting, relieved, smiled, and offered her blessings, jokingly adding that if her suitors knew, they would surely be heartbroken. Meng Yao quickly retorted, insisting she had never had any extra entanglements with anyone else. During our casual chat, my friend became curious about why we were in the neighborhood. She had recently bought a small apartment. Meng Yao casually mentioned that she was just passing by and looking at apartments. My friend didn't press further, but instead invited me to visit sometime. Meng Yao gently agreed, quickly walked to my side, took my arm, and whispered that she wanted to keep me waiting. I lightly pinched her cheek and jokingly asked what we had been talking about. She laughed and said we were just catching up. Just as I was about to leave, the sales manager, Manager Huang, quickly caught up with me, apologetically handing me the key to the community's exclusive access control, repeatedly apologizing. After accepting his thanks, I took Ming Yao to the car and drove away. Chen Tingting witnessed this scene, filled with doubt. She recognized the manager, and after confirmation, learned that we had purchased the penthouse apartment in full. Chen Tingting was shocked and secretly felt embarrassed, but she sincerely congratulated us and even told her friends in the group chat, causing quite a stir. We drove to the supermarket to buy groceries first, then rushed to the Hepping shopping mall to wait for our elders to get off work. A black Maybach parked on the side of the road attracted frequent glances from passers-by. Huang Shifeng and her colleagues were preparing to take the bus home, insisting on matchmaking with Meng Yao, but the aunt politely refused, stating frankly that her daughter already had someone she liked. The other party was surprised to learn I hadn't graduated, and their words were full of superiority, but the aunt knew the other party's son was of poor character and resolutely refused. We parked our car smoothly in front of them, and Meng Yao leaned out to greet us. The auntie was surprised to see the luxury car and couldn't believe it. I invited the elder to get in, jokingly saying I planned to cook a home-style meal. Meng Yao warmly invited Auntie Chen to get in, but she declined. After the auntie felt reassured and learned who we were, she sat down, and we set off. My previously arrogant colleague could only awkwardly wait for the bus. During the drive, my aunt hesitated and asked about the ownership of the luxury car. I truthfully replied that I bought the car for daily travel so that it would be convenient to take Meng Yao to travel around. The aunt was worried about the difference in their family backgrounds, but Meng Yao quietly pointed out that the other party's son had never personally picked up or dropped off his elders, which put the aunt at ease. I jokingly teased my girlfriend about her popularity and said I should protect her, and Meng Yao blushed and reminded me that the elders were nearby. Huang Shifeng secretly smiled with satisfaction. After returning home, I went straight to the kitchen to prepare the meal. My aunt tried several times to help, but I politely declined, and instead sat in the living room chatting with Meng Yao. The steaming dishes were served, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, perfectly suited to Meng Yao's taste. Once the food was laid out, I called them to eat, the aroma filling the air. My aunt tasted it and praised it repeatedly, asking how I had learned to cook. I casually replied that I practiced regularly. During the meal, I thoughtfully served Meng Yao food and also took care of the elders, my every action showing consideration. My aunt was pleased, and her worries dissipated. During the meal, I took the opportunity to mention our plans for a new house. Once the renovations are complete, we'll move Meng Yao and her elders to the new home for easier daily life. Her aunt was shocked, worried about the high cost, and urged me to cancel the lease. I patiently explained that we should keep the old house for now, and the new house would be for the convenience of the whole family. The elders wouldn't have to climb high stairs, it would be closer to work, and the children could play in a safe neighborhood. After several explanations, her aunt nodded in agreement, and the whole family moved into the new house. After lunch, I was about to clear the dishes when the housekeeper took over, so I accompanied Meng Yao back to her bedroom to rest. In my spare time, I gently stroked her long hair and asked about the new house's decorating style. She chose a modern Chinese style and even took out her phone to look at pictures and discuss the details with me. After finalizing the plan, I planned to visit a decorating company in the afternoon. She nestled in my arms and quickly fell asleep. I got up at 2 o'clock, not wanting to disturb her, and quietly went out. I happened to run into the auntie getting ready for work, and I offered to give her a ride, which she eventually agreed to. After dropping her off, I went to the renovation shop alone. When Meng Yao woke up and found I wasn't there, she was a little disappointed. She took out her phone to send a message, and I replied quickly. Concerned that I was driving, she video called me and complained that I hadn't woken her up. I gently reassured her, explaining that I had visited several stores and brought back renderings for her to choose from. She calmed down and told me to come home as soon as I finished. Meng Yao then had the idea to cook herself, but a severe bout of morning sickness struck, and she turned pale and drank water to recover. Just then, I returned home after accompanying my aunt on some errands. She rushed into my arms and told me in a hoarse whisper about her morning sickness. I gently wiped away her tears and told her to rest and take care of everything in the kitchen and other chores. She nestled in my arms, finally relaxing and at ease. After dinner, I accompanied her for a walk along the Jing River. The river shimmered under the night sky, the lights along the banks reflected in the water, and the small town was peaceful and serene. She smiled and said she loved the tranquility here. I gently comforted her, saying that once the new house was renovated, she could come here often to relax. She talked about playing by the river as a child and the old man selling candied hawthorns on the street. I quietly accompanied her as she reminisced about her childhood. Passing by a popular ice cream shop, her eyes lit up, her stomach growling. I helped her sit down and volunteered to queue. She ordered strawberry, sweetly telling me not to bother. I gently kissed the back of her hand, and she blushed and withdrew her hand shyly. While I waited in line, she chatted with her best friend, sharing their happiness, a sweet, everyday scene that made me curious and ask her something. She quickly covered her face with a smile. She ate half of it, then lost her appetite and handed the rest to me. I finished it with a smile, and only then did she realize that I had been planning this all along, and she gave me a reproachful look. After a long walk, she felt tired due to her pregnancy and suggested going home. I agreed and took her hand, leading her slowly towards the parking lot. On the way, we encountered an elderly man selling candied hawthorns, a familiar sight from her childhood. She was instantly delighted, pointing at his stall and reminiscing. I bought the last skewer of candied hawthorns, telling the old man to pack up early. She eagerly asked him if he recognized her. After a careful look, the old man finally recognized her. When Meng Yao heard the old man selling candied hawthorns recognize her, her eyes crinkled with joy. The old man reminisced about his childhood, mentioning that he would always save a string of candied hawthorns for the little girl with a sweet tooth, and Meng Yao blushed slightly. I scanned the QR code to pay, leaving the old man with my kindness, my heart filled with warmth. After saying goodbye to our elders, we walked home. Meng Yao ate candied hawthorns as we went, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood. She praised that the taste had never changed, and even thoughtfully asked if I would like to share. I smiled and declined, but my gaze lingered on her lips. As she finished the last candied hawthorn, she lowered her head, blushing. I took the opportunity to hug her and leaned down for a light kiss. Meng Yao was both embarrassed and annoyed, scolding me for fooling around in public. I quickly apologized in a low voice, and she pretended to be angry but couldn't help laughing out loud. Back in the car, I carefully helped her sit up. Along the way, she gently stroked her belly, trying to guess the gender of the baby. I jokingly expressed my hope for twins, a boy and a girl, while she expressed her wish for the baby to grow up safely. As the car entered the residential area, Li Jie, the high school class monitor, appeared in the distance, holding aloft flowers, determined to confess his love. Meng Yao coldly rejected him, but he persisted. I stepped forward, firmly grasped his arm, gave him a stern warning, and then pushed him down, completely extinguishing his hopes. Li Jie left in a disheveled state, his obsession still unresolved. As evening fell, we went home to wash up and lay in bed. Meng Yao was engrossed in her phone, and I turned to look at her. Sensing my intense gaze, she hugged me and softly asked how I felt. Having spent so much time together, calling me husband had become natural. I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, realizing how many people were after her. Meng Yao chuckled and said that fate couldn't be forced. I lowered my head, our foreheads touching, and silently resolved to protect her at all times. In the days that followed, we finalized the renovation and furniture arrangement for our new house in Jingshui City and prepared to return home. Before leaving, the whole family gathered downstairs. Seeing how attentively I cared for my daughter, my aunt silently handed over her household registration book acknowledging the marriage and reminding me to visit often. Mingyao understood her mother's heart, and her eyes reddened. I held her hand tightly and promised her that we would stay safe. The mother and daughter wished each other well, the atmosphere warm yet sorrowful. On the way back, the Maybach smoothly entered the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Mingyao was fast asleep due to exhaustion from the drive, so I gently picked her up and slowly walked towards the elevator. Along the way, a neighbor teased her, and she shyly buried her face in my arms. Upon reaching the floor, she landed with a playful grumble, and I gently comforted her. The two of us then went home to tidy up the house. Although I was worried about her stamina, I compromised and arranged some light housework, which was done with great efficiency, leaving the room looking brand new. Back on campus, Mingyao was busy with her graduation defense, while I spent my free time at home. One night, she snuggled against my shoulder, asking why I wasn't in a hurry to prepare for my defense. I leaned down and kissed her cheek, frankly telling her I'd already graduated without taking the exam. She pouted enviously, and I confidently showed off my abilities, earning her admiration. She playfully left a light tooth mark on my cheek, then turned and ran back to her room. I gently touched the mark, a warm feeling welling up inside me, and a smile I couldn't stop spreading across my face. The day of her graduation defense arrived, and the sun shone brightly. Li Mingyao got up after her afternoon nap and dressed carefully. Her white shirt was slightly open, her long black skirt swayed with her steps, and her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She turned to me and asked, "Honey, do I look good?" I couldn't help but hug her and whisper, "Yes, you look good. My wife looks good in anything." She playfully scolded me for being glib, and I gave her my signature smile. "All right, let's go." Then I asked, "Can I go in and watch the defense?" She hurriedly shook her head. "No, I'll be nervous." I smiled and urged, "We're going to be late." We walked to the parking lot, and I drove my little black Maybach, holding her hand as we headed towards the School of Humanities. Entering the classroom, she appeared slightly nervous, facing 5 instructors and flustered students. I whispered, "Go ahead, don't be nervous, I'll wait for you at the door." Li Mingyao blushed. "A kiss will make me less nervous." I paused for a moment, then gently kissed her forehead. "Go ahead." She smiled and walked onto the podium, confidently and fluently presenting her ideas clearly, earning high praise from the instructors. I sneaked into the classroom through the back door, sat in the last row, and started snapping photos with my phone. The boys next to me whispered, "It seems the school beauty has a boyfriend." "Who stole our school beauty?" I smiled faintly. I just remembered something happy. After the defense, I quietly left the classroom and waited for her at the door. A sweet-looking girl approached me and asked, "Can I get your contact information?" Li Mingyao took my arm, her eyes cold. "He already has a girlfriend." The girl awkwardly stepped back. I smiled and asked her, "How did your defense go?" She pouted, "Not good. I saw you with another girl as soon as I came out." I quickly protested, "I'm innocent. I just got to the door a short while ago." I took out my phone and showed her the photos from her thesis defense. She blushed and said, "You're peeking again." I gently explained, "I wanted to see what you looked like in class. I won't have the chance anymore." She poked my waist with her little hand, and I hugged her, saying, "Go ahead and pinch me. I'm thick-skinned anyway." She whispered, "Okay, send me the photos." I casually sent them to the group chat, and the whole family was amazed at how beautiful and outstanding she was. Several boys came out from the side, and, seeing the school beauty being hugged by a handsome guy, gritted their teeth, realizing that the school beauty already had a boyfriend. Li Mingyao smiled sweetly and asked me, "Want to experience what it's like to take a class with me?" I nodded. She suggested having dinner at the... We arrived at the highly rated Meiyuan canteen, where classmates began to arrive for dinner. Li Mingyao happily ordered like a child, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, broccoli and shrimp stir-fry, and 2 fried chicken legs. The auntie gave us extra portions, and I casually ordered a few things. The two of us found a corner and started eating. Li Mingyao picked up half of the braised fish and fried chicken leg for me, and I picked up some food for her in return. She whispered that she had seen me before, but we rarely saw each other because our dorms and classes were in different locations. The scene of the two feeding each other was secretly watched by classmates, who whispered among themselves, Is that her boyfriend next to the school beauty? Handsome my foot. He's not good enough for her. The photo was posted on the campus news network with the headline, "Shocking. Jinghai University's campus belle and her boyfriend are eating in the cafeteria." Lin Xian instantly became the enemy of all the male students on campus. Looking at the flood of messages on my phone, Li Mingyao scolded me. "What are you looking at? You're ignoring me," I said helplessly. "It's all because my wife is too beautiful." After dinner, the two strolled hand in hand on campus. Lin Xian was still worried that someone might overstimulate them, but Li Mingyao secretly smiled and asked, "Want me to help you?" I was eager to see what she would do, and she coaxed, "Call me sister and I'll help you." I blushed and refused, but she pressed on, "Call me once, and I'll give you a reward." Li Mingyao hugged me, kissed my lips, and quickly pulled away, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Hee hee, little brother is so good." I touched my lips, feeling the sweetness. "A reward?" Her eyes sparkled. "Yes," I said gently. "I like it, but it's too short." She whispered playfully, "It's still at school." The two continued strolling around campus, and I still received hostile stares from the boys. Li Mingyao smiled and said, "I helped you. Check the school's information network." I opened my phone and saw the pinned comment. "That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband." While I was looking at my phone, Li Mingyao secretly ran ahead, turning back to look at me every 10 steps. I quickly caught up with her and hugged her, saying, "Don't run around. Be careful." She tidied her disheveled hair and strolled along the campus in the night, smiling. The flowers, trees, and grass reflected the moonlight, and every step was filled with sweetness. After her graduation defense and a few days of driving practice, Li Mingyao was already a skilled driver. Today was the dorm's farewell dinner, and she drove herself there, looking elegant and charming in a white dress. Before leaving, she kissed me on the lips. I playfully pulled her back, hugged her, and kissed her back. She protested shyly, "You naughty husband." Li Mingyao arrived at the dormitory and picked up her 3 roommates whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They were surprised that she could drive and teased her about her high-profile confession. She blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Let's decide where to eat. I'm hungry." The 4 of them argued in the car for more than 10 minutes because of their indecisiveness, and finally voted to decide on a restaurant. Lin Xian was idle at home, and, remembering that the system's deluxe shop hadn't opened yet, decided to recruit a store manager at Jinwan Plaza. The store manager would be responsible for restaurant operations, recruiting chefs and waiters, and interior design. I first posted the job ad, then advertised a position with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan on the app to attract talent, and then drove home. Li Mingyao and her friends were having dinner at a restaurant. She recounted the funny things that had happened over the past few months, but didn't reveal her pregnancy. Her roommates envied Lin Xian's attentiveness and devotion, while Lu Yusin knew the truth but didn't say much. They jokingly called Li Mingyao husband, to which she blushed and replied, "We're not married yet. It's just a habit." The 4 of them raised their glasses to wish each other a successful graduation, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Li Mingyao drove her friends back to their dorms and then drove to a jewelry store, intending to buy a men's ring to prove to Lin Xian that he was taken. The sales assistant enthusiastically led her to the display case, where the men's rings on display shone brightly, each unique and exquisite. She chose a ring that was understated yet luxurious, with a simple and elegant design, and gestured for the sales assistant to bring it out. The price was 18,888. Li Mingyao hesitated for a moment, then paid. The shop assistant smiled and packed the ring, thinking to herself, "Which man is so lucky to have such a beautiful woman pick out a ring for him? He must have saved the galaxy in his past life." Li Mingyao held the ring in her hand, completely satisfied. Li Mingyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion, unlocked the door with her fingerprint, quickly ran back to her room to hide the ring, and then came out with a long sigh. "Honey, I'm back." Lin Xian grabbed her in confusion and hugged her. "Really nothing?" She blinked. "A girl's secret you're not allowed to know." Lin Xian had no choice but to carry her to the living room to watch a movie. It was already 11 p.m. when they finished, and the two went back to their room to rest. The next morning, the phone rang. It was Zhou Quan calling. "Brother Xian, are you awake yet?" Hee hee. Lin Xian went out of his room to answer the phone. The laughter told him that nothing serious had happened. Zhou Quan asked Lin Xian about the preparations for the Jinwan Plaza restaurant, expressing his interest in applying for the manager position. Lin Xian was surprised. Weren't you taking the civil service exam? Zhou Quan explained that he hadn't passed, but his family came from a restaurant background, and he wanted to apply for the job to gain experience. Lin Xian thought to himself, okay, I'll go see an old friend. Maybe it'll be suitable. Lin Xian arrived at the coffee shop, where Zhou Quan was sitting and waving. Brother Xian, interview me. Lin Xian asked him a few serious questions about restaurant operations and found that Zhou Quan was indeed experienced, skilled in his work, and even competent in cooking. In the end, he decided to make him the store manager. After the renovation was completed, they would start trial operations, with profits split 30-70, and losses would be handled at a base salary of 20,000. Zhou Quan exclaimed excitedly, Brother Xian, you're amazing. I'll definitely make the restaurant a success. The two chatted casually and complained about the game. Lin Xian choked on his coffee when he heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Quaner, let's change the game. Zhou Quan agreed and went back to his dorm to prepare the project plan, while Lin Xian leisurely drank his coffee and organized his thoughts. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the coffee shop, his ex-girlfriend Yi Zixuan appeared, wearing a white shirt and black skirt, her eyes arrogant. She exchanged pleasantries and probed, even boasting about her boyfriend's salary and benefits, clearly trying to put Lin Xian down. Lin Xian calmly replied, Congratulations, and turned to leave without looking back. Lin Xian drove home, and as he passed the coffee shop, Yi Zixuan happened to see him driving a luxury car. She was shocked, thinking to herself that she hadn't noticed at all back in freshman year. She guessed that he had rented the car and looked down on him, muttering to herself, What a show-off. Lin Xian bought the groceries and went home. As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao rushed into his arms. Honey, welcome home, he patted her head. Have you had breakfast? She said coquettishly. Yes, I think your cooking skills are getting better and better. You even made my mom's cooking taste like this. Lin Xian busied himself in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Li Mengyao obediently went to the living room to watch TV. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served, their aroma filling the air. The two sat side by side, eating and chatting. Zhou Quan applied for the position of restaurant manager, Li Mengyao recalled. Is he the cute guy I saw at the hospital last time? Lin Xian explained Zhou Quan's family background and experience, which warmed Li Mengyao's heart, knowing that Lin Xian cared about her opinion. After lunch, the two watched a show and rested in the lobby. Lin Xian turned to look at the sleeping Li Mengyao, feeling tenderness in his heart, and decided to tell her about meeting his ex-girlfriend that morning. Li Mengyao lowered her head, a slight nervousness in her heart. Her emotions were clearly fluctuating during pregnancy. Lin Xian hugged her tightly, their foreheads touching, and patiently explained, We dated for less than 6 months during our freshman year. She was vain, and nothing happened when we broke up. Li Mengyao pursed her lips, her unease gradually subsiding. She asked softly, Have you ever kissed her? Lin Xian answered firmly, No, my first kiss was with you. Li Mengyao finally hugged him back, burying her forehead in his chest, and whispered, Thank you for being honest. She went on to admit that she had liked Lin Xian since freshman year and had secretly followed him for 4 years. When Lin Xian held up 3 fingers to swear, Li Mengyao looked up and sealed his vow with her lips. You're not allowed to swear. I believe you. The two drifted off into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao began studying how to compile teaching materials to prepare for her future, while Lin Xian quietly watched her, lost in thought. Lin Xian received the renovation plan from Zhou Quan and was surprised by the efficiency. After washing up, he kissed Li Mengyao's forehead and said, Wife, I'm going out to look at the restaurant renovation with Zhou Quan. Li Mengyao blushed and agreed. He smiled at her and set off in his Maybach towards the school dormitory. As soon as Zhou Quan got into the passenger seat, he exclaimed, The seats in this luxury car are so comfortable. Lin Xian handed him a restaurant renovation voucher. Zhou Quan asked skeptically, Really? Lin Xian started the car. You'll see when we get there. A system notification sounded. This voucher can be used at the most upscale renovation company. Lin Xian drove his Maybach to a top-tier restaurant design company in Jinghai City. The reception area was spacious and bright, with elegant and luxurious decor. A young female salesperson greeted them and led them on a tour of the showroom, introducing various design cases and styles. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan carefully observed and discussed the unique personality and comfortable atmosphere of the restaurants. Lin Xian explained that the restaurant was 150 square meters and located in the prime Jinwan Plaza area. The salesperson was briefly surprised but quickly recovered and recommended several design styles. Lin Xian wasn't very knowledgeable about details, so he left the selection to Zhou Quan, who carefully analyzed the options and chose a suitable style. When it came time to pay, Zhou Quan pulled out the renovation voucher, somewhat suspicious. Lin Xian encouraged him. "When have I ever lied to you?" The salesperson was stunned when they saw the voucher. There were only 5 in the entire country, and they were treated with the highest level of hospitality. The two were led to a lavish reception area, where coffee and French pastries were served. The general manager appeared, and Lin Xian politely confirmed the validity of the voucher. The manager's sharp eyes showed surprise at the young entrepreneur's generosity. Lin Xian handed Zhou Quan the general manager's business card. "If there are any problems with the renovation, just go directly to him." Zhou Quan was pleasantly surprised and excited, and couldn't help but ask, "Where to next?" Lin Xian calmly replied, "To buy fish and cook at home." The two returned to Jinwan Mansion, where Li Mingyao, now dressed in blue loungewear, greeted them with a smile. Zhou Quan greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Xian's roommate." Li Mingyao poured drinks, and Zhou Quan was filled with envy at the luxurious apartment. Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan to help him cook. The shock he felt during the day's renovation was nothing compared to the awe he felt at this moment. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup. Lin Xian fed Li Mingyao fish cakes, and she smiled and fed him food in return. Zhou Quan tasted the fish and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xian, this is a real chef." Lin Xian calmly replied, "I'm not going. I need to be with my wife and kids." Zhou Quan silently complained in his heart, but he also enjoyed the atmosphere of being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to their room. They locked the door and chatted playfully. Li Mingyao hugged him and said coquettishly, "You're so glib. Okay, I'm going to sleep now." Lin Xian left a kiss on her forehead, and the two fell asleep sweetly, their fragrance filling the entire room. A week later, at Jinghai University's graduation ceremony, the sun shone brightly, and the campus was shaded by lush trees. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, hand in hand, changed into their graduation gowns, adjusting each other's caps and bow ties, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The two, elegant and graceful, became a beautiful sight in the center of the campus. Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xian embraced Li Mingyao tightly, their foreheads touching, feeling her warm breath. Zhou Quan reluctantly raised his camera to capture the sweet moment. Lin Xian directed the photographer, "A few more." Li Mingyao closed her eyes happily, and Lin Xian gently kissed her forehead, recording this beautiful moment. As the sun sets, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stroll hand in hand across the campus, their steps light and leisurely. The buildings are bathed in the warm glow of the golden afterglow, symbolizing the end of their university life and recording their sweet moments. Back at Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian led Li Mingyao into the living room, snapped his fingers, and the lights came on. The room was filled with colorful balloons and heart-shaped flowers, and romantic candlelight flickered. Li Mingyao's eyes widened in surprise, completely stunned by the scene before her. Lin Xian pulled a delicate little box from his pocket, revealing a 2-carat diamond ring that shone with luxurious light. He knelt on one knee and confessed his love. "Mingyao, will you marry me? Let's spend the rest of our lives together and create happiness." Li Mingyao, tears streaming down her face, nodded firmly. "I do." Lin Xian stood up and hugged Li Mingyao tightly, gently putting the diamond ring on her finger. She kept swinging her left hand to admire the brilliance, then suddenly remembered that she had also prepared a ring. She rushed back to her room to get it and put it on Lin Xian's finger. She whispered, "I'll give you the cheaper ring first. I'll buy a better one later." Lin Xian looked at the unique ring on his hand and smiled brightly. Wife, I love it. The two embraced tightly and kissed tenderly, their love overflowing from forehead to lips. Li Mingyao pouted. I haven't seen enough yet. Lin Xian replied indulgently. Okay. Afterwards, the two snuggled on the sofa watching a show, while simultaneously posting photos on their WeChat moments. Graduation photos from their school days, the proposal scene, and a picture of them holding hands and sparkling rings. The comment section instantly became lively, with friends offering their congratulations, including relatives and friends, as well as humorous interactions between Zhou Quan and his classmates. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage proposal. You are rewarded with 100% of the shares of Jinghai Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, effective tomorrow. Immediately afterwards, the lottery mechanism was activated, and Lin Xian won the exclusive fish cooking recipe book, which was already placed on his desk in Jinwan Mansion. The reward was directly credited to his account. The system explained the lottery rules. The prize pool decreases with each item and refreshes if only "Thank you for your patronage" remains. Lin Xian marveled at the system's power, recalling the free renovation voucher from last time. This lottery seemed even more secure, and Zhou Quan no longer needed to be surprised. That night, Li Mingyao lay in Lin Xian's arms, constantly playing with the diamond ring in her hand, her eyes sparkling. Honey, how much is this ring? Lin Xian said calmly. 500,000. She was surprised and gently pressed against his chest. So expensive. What I gave you seems so cheap. Lin Xian laughed. I like everything my wife gives me. Seeing her playfully reach out, he quickly grabbed her little hand. All you do is kiss me all day. Don't you get tired of it? Li Mingyao pouted. No, I'll never get tired of it. The two rubbed their faces against each other, their sweetness overflowing the screen. Li Mingyao said she was sleepy and wanted to go to sleep, so Lin Xian let go of her. But she suddenly launched a surprise attack, giving him a quick kiss. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and could only fall asleep with her. The two embraced tightly, the sweetness of the night like a warm blanket, gentle and reassuring. Early morning sunlight streamed into the room. Lin Xian got up early to make breakfast, while simultaneously reviewing the exclusive fish recipes provided by the system, preparing for a tasting at noon. He was focused on the food, pondering how to enhance the tenderness of the fish. The phone rang. It was his mother, Zhang Shulan, calling to congratulate him. Son, well done. You'll soon have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. Lin Xian suggested choosing a wedding date, and his mother excitedly selected July 7th, symbolizing a match made in heaven and a blissful life together. Lin Xian ate a simple breakfast, leaving Li Mingyao a warm meal, and gently shook her awake. Wife, I'm going out for a bit later. She nodded groggily and told him, be careful on the road. A sweet atmosphere filled the entire morning. Lin Xian drove to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. The building was simple and elegant, and the courtyard was lush with greenery. Waiting for him downstairs was Chairman Yi Tianqing, dressed in a tailored suit. His extraordinary aura made Lin Xian realize at a glance that this man was no ordinary person. Yi Tianqing greeted Lin Xian politely, amazed by his youth and talent in acquiring the company at such a high price. He personally led him on a tour of the R&D, marketing, finance, and administration departments, each one well organized and demonstrating the company's professionalism and efficiency. Finally, Yi Tianqing handed over the documents in the chairman's office. Mr. Lin, sign your name, and you will be the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Lin Xian successfully completed the handover, took control of the company, and became a true young tycoon. Chapter 33, Should we sell the company again? Lin Xian looked at the chairman's office in front of him. The spacious and bright office space and a series of luxurious furnishings showcased the company's high-end image. Unexpectedly, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited overnight. Lin Xian sat in the large black leather chair, turned the chair around, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Chairman Lin, is it convenient for you to come in now? Please come in. A soft footstep sounded, and a young woman who looked like a secretary walked towards him with a smile. She was dressed in professional attire, with a graceful figure, light steps, and a faint smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your secretary, Zhou Siyue." Zhou Siyue was quite surprised when she walked in. She hadn't expected the new chairman to be so young and exceptionally handsome. Zhou Siyue also graduated from Jinghai University a year earlier than Lin Xian, so she should be Lin Xian Sr. "Hello, Secretary Zhou. I'm new here, so I'll need to ask you for advice if there's anything I need in the future," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Not at all, Mr. Lin. Please just give me any instructions." Zhou Siyue was surprised by Lin Xian's modesty. "All right then, could you please show me a list of all the company's employees? I'd like to get a quick overview first." "Okay, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment." After speaking, Zhou Siyue first made tea for Lin Xian, and then went back to her desk to organize her documents. Lin Xian sipped his tea while pondering how to manage this company. He couldn't leave his wife's side either. It was a real headache. A short while later, Zhou Siyue placed the company personnel list in front of Lin Xian. "Chairman Lin, this is the current list of all the company's personnel. Please take a look." "Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and do your work. I can take care of it myself." Lin Xian looked at the list of personnel in his hand and said to Zhou Siyue, "Okay." Zhou Siyue left the room and gently closed the door. Lin Xian first looked at Zhou Siyue's personnel file. So she also graduated from Jinghai University only a year earlier than him. That means he'll have to call her senior after get off work from now on. Lin Xian then continued to check. Jinwan Technology Company Limited has a general manager who is responsible for the company's daily operation and management and coordinates the work of various departments. There are also several department managers who are responsible for the daily management of their departments and completing the tasks assigned by their superiors. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xian plays an important leadership and decision-making role. This is putting a lot of pressure on me. How can Lin Xian spend every day with his wife and children and happily be a stay-at-home dad? Should we sell the company again? Just as Lin Xian was frowning, there was another light knock on the door, accompanied by a few panting sounds. "Please come in." A mature and composed-looking middle-aged man hurriedly walked forward. He was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. "I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I just want to meet an important client, so I didn't make it in time for your inauguration." Lu Wendy was equally shocked. The chairman in front of him didn't look like a chairman at all. He looked like a recent college graduate. If Yi Tianqing hadn't sent a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought someone was playing a prank. "It's all right, Secretary Zhou. Please make Manager Lu a cup of tea." After saying that, Zhou Siyue placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Wendy. "President Lu, I have just taken over the company, and there are many things I need to ask you for advice on." Lin Xian picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Wendy quickly picked up his glass, took a sip, and said, "Not at all, not at all. I will follow Chairman Lin's arrangements." Lin Xian then inquired about various aspects of the company, including its main business, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Lu Wendy answered all the questions fluently and also offered his own opinions, demonstrating his extensive knowledge of the company's affairs. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the company's current general manager, Lu Wendy, and decided to use him for a while to see how it went. "All right, I'll go check on the various departments later. Mr. Lu, you can go ahead and get back to work." Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Chairman Lin, let me take you there. I can give you a detailed introduction," Lu Wendy said. "No need. I just want to see what the company is really like." Lin Xian stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. "President Lu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger." "Yes, Chairman Lin, I will do my best," Lu Wendy said firmly. Afterwards, Lu Wendy returned to his general manager's office to start working, while Lin Xian continued to look at the company's personnel list. Finding it too long, he simply looked at the information of middle-level leaders and above and ignored the rest. Lin Xian walked out of the chairman's office. The company's leadership offices were on the 6th floor, so Lin Xian took the elevator down to the finance department office on the 2nd floor. I took a walk around the finance department and saw that everyone in the finance department office was working diligently, although there were a very few people slacking off and looking at their phones. Lin Xian didn't think much of it. It's okay to relax by playing on your phone when you're tired from work, as long as you don't neglect your work. The people in the finance department also saw a handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and assumed he was a new intern. Could you please give this document to General Manager Liu when you have time? It was requested by the finance manager. I'm really too busy to handle this myself. Thank you. A slightly older woman handed Lin Xian a document, clearly mistaking him for a new intern. Okay. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Currently, only General Manager Liu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue in the company know Lin Xian's identity, so they agreed to help with this small favor. Lin Xian then took the elevator to the administrative office on the third floor of the company. The administrative staff are also working diligently and harmoniously, and the entire department is full of positive energy. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again, then smiled and left, continuing to take the elevator to the fourth floor marketing department, which was also a vibrant and passionate atmosphere. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the RD department on the fifth floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he encountered a familiar figure. Yi Zixuan. Chapter 34. What if I don't? Lin Xian didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Zixuan, but he was still slightly surprised to see her. What a twist of fate. She ended up at this company, and now, by some strange twist of fate, she's my subordinate. If his wife finds out, won't she leave home? No. Yi Zixuan was also taken aback when she saw Lin Xian. How did he get in? Could it be that she still has feelings for me? How did she find out that I work at this company and then follow me here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Zixuan with a blank expression. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zixuan with an expression as if she were an idiot. It's been so many years, why haven't you given up yet? I've already told you I have a boyfriend, why are you still following me? Or do you want to work in the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company? To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. Yi Zixuan saw that Lin Xian still acted arrogantly and wanted him to bow down to her. You also work in the RD department? Lin Xian remained expressionless. Yes, Yi Zixuan said proudly, arms crossed. I remember you can't write code or program. Lin Xian smiled, already guessing what was going on. Yi Zixuan majored in finance, but because her boyfriend was the leader of the RD department, she was able to slack off in the RD department. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. In other words, whether or not you can join the company's RD department is also up to me. Yi Zixuan said with a smug look on her face. Haha, you're still the same as before, so vain. Lin Xian flashed his signature smile, then turned and left, walking into the RD department office. Stop pretending, you're so high and mighty. Yi Zixuan was very angry, so she picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. Honey, a new guy in the RD department just bullied me. Yi Zixuan pretended to cry. Damn, how dare anyone bully my girlfriend? And this newbie is so arrogant? Xianer, don't be angry. I'll deal with him when I get back. Zheng Haoran, who was still outside the company, was furious and drove back without stopping. When Lin Xian arrived at the RD department office, he immediately sensed the difference from other departments. The members of the RD department were all listless, with huge dark circles under their eyes, and exhausted. The entire department was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Even Zhong Zexing, who was full of energy at school, looked like he was about to collapse. It's obvious that this is caused by working overtime and staying up late too much. Lin Xian felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. After all, these were now his employees. Lin Xian quietly approached Zhong Zexing from behind, gently patted his shoulder, and called out, Zexing. Holy crap! Zhong Zexing shuddered and almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he saw that it was his college roommate, Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was looking at him with a smile. Brother Xian, what are you doing here? I came to see you. Zhong Zexing was completely baffled. So he came to see me? Did you also join the RD department of Jinwan Technology Company? Lin Xian smiled, but didn't say anything. Zhong Zexing suddenly got up and dragged Lin Xian to the nearby lounge, finding a secluded spot. Brother Xian, you'd better get out of here. This isn't a place for humans, Zhong Zexing whispered. What happened? Lin Xian asked. The company is pretty good overall. The other departments are very comfortable and the work atmosphere is harmonious. It's just that the RD department is the most disgusting. The leader of this department is simply insane. He doesn't know any technology himself, but all he knows is to make us work overtime every day and deduct our overtime pay. Zhang Zixing continued to complain. Is it that serious? Lin Xian never expected that Yi Zixuan's boyfriend would treat his employees so poorly. Even pearls aren't this real. Trust me, run. Zhang Zixing urged Lin Xian. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Xian asked. I've only been working here for a short time. If I quit right away, it will be very detrimental to my job search, so I've decided to wait 3 months and see. Zhang Zixing glanced at his phone and hurriedly continued. That idiot boss is coming back around now. I'm going back to my workstation first. Brother Xian, you hurry up and go. Don't look back. After saying that, Zhang Zixing ran back to his workstation to continue working. Thinking of his good brother being exploited like this, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he would have to start reforming the RD department on his first day in office. Lin Xian was about to leave the RD department office when he was stopped by a man wearing glasses, with a thick waist and balding hair. This person was Zheng Haoran, the RD manager, who rushed back. You're the new guy? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, looking completely indifferent. That's me. Zheng Haoran was so angry that his hair was practically steaming. He had never seen a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on his very first day. You're the one who just bullied Yi Zixuan from our department? A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Lin Xian remained unmoved. You used to be so arrogant. What if I didn't? After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy. Mr. Lu, could you please come to the RD department office? When Zheng Haoran heard Lin Xian mention President Lu on the phone, he looked at Lin Xian more closely. He didn't seem like someone who knew President Lu at all. He just looked like a kid from an ordinary family. Stop pretending. What kind of behavior is this? President Lu? Get out of here right now, or I'll call security. Zheng Haoran continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just smiled slightly, completely unconcerned, as if a heavy punch had hit cotton. Zheng Haoran was furious and picked up his phone to yell. Security, come up to the 5th floor, RD department. Someone is causing trouble and won't leave. Someone come and kick him out. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian. You brat, just wait until you get kicked out. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Xian found a seat and sat down leisurely. The RD staff were all talking about it. Who is this guy so bold? Looks like someone new here, quite courageous indeed. This is the first time I've seen someone so disrespectful to Zheng Haoran, huh? Only Zhang Zixing remained worried. He walked over to Lin Xian and whispered, Brother Xian, you'd better leave now, or the security guards will really kick you out. Lin Xian glanced at it and smiled. It's nothing. Zheng Haoran became even more furious when he saw Zhang Zixing whispering to Lin Xian. Zhang Zixing, do you know him? He's not working properly, so he'll be fined a month's salary. He's my roommate. What's wrong with me talking to him? Zhang Zixing could no longer tolerate such a leader. Looks like you're all the same type, huh? That's even better. Get out of here, all of you. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was Zhang Zixing's college roommate, Zheng Haoran became even more certain that this person could not possibly have any other identity. Fine, let's go. Who cares about a good-for-nothing leader like you? Lin Xian, let's go. After saying that, Zhang Zixing tried to pull Lin Xian away with him. Suddenly, General Manager Lu rushed into the RD department office. Mr. Lu, you've come at the right time. These 2-inch. Before Zheng Haoran could finish speaking, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xian and respectfully said, Chairman Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you? Lin Xian calmly stood up, took out a document, and handed it to Lu Wendy. This is a document that the finance department prepared for you. I happen to be free, so I'm handing it to you for you. How could I trouble you, Chairman Lin, with such a small matter? Lu Wendy hurriedly took the documents. Also, please inform everyone, Mr. Lu, that there will be a company-wide meeting in the large conference room on the 7th floor in 1 hour. I have something important to announce. After saying that, Lin Xian left the RD department office with his head held high and chest out. Chapter 35, I have other uses. Zixing, come with me. Lin Xian glanced back at Zhang Zixing, then gave Zheng Haoran, who was standing there dumbfounded, a disdainful look. Coming. Zhang Zixing hadn't fully recovered from the shock and paused for a moment before responding. The two then took the elevator together to the chairman's office on the 6th floor. Zhang Haoran's face was deathly pale, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Mr. Liu, is he really the chairman? Where is Chairman Yi? Liu Wendy's expression turned serious. He could clearly sense that Chairman Lin was very angry. At the same time, he said to Zhang Haoran without changing his expression, Manager Zhang, don't think you can act arrogantly just because Chairman Yi is with you. Now that Chairman Yi is gone, you'd better watch yourself. Liu Wendy then left the RD department office, leaving Zhang Haoran standing there in a daze. Lin Xian and Zhong Zixing returned to the chairman's office. Brother Xian, what just happened? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zixing couldn't help but ask. Yes, I just acquired it yesterday and came to take over the company today, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Lin Xian poured Zhong Zixing a cup of tea. The brothers were very casual with each other, so Lin Xian didn't put on any airs of leadership. Brother Xian, you've kept this a secret for a long time, Zhong Zixing said with a smile. Keep it low-key. Zixing, don't worry, I'll deal with these bad apples properly later. Lin Xian took a sip of tea, looking every bit like a seasoned cadre. Brother Xian, what are you planning to do? Zhong Zixing was very curious, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had long wanted to see Zhang Haoran get a lesson. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Xian said with his signature smile. When Zhong Zixing saw Lin Xian smile, he knew that Zhang Haoran was going to be in big trouble. A soft knock sounded on the door. Mr. Lin, hello, may I come in? Please come in. The person who walked in was General Manager Liu Wendy. Chairman Lin, the meeting room is ready. Zixing, you go back first. I need to discuss something with President Liu, Lin Xian said to Zhong Zixing. After Zhong Zixing left the chairman's office, Lin Xian also poured Liu Wendy a cup of tea. Chairman Lin, I'll take care of it. Liu Wendy was somewhat surprised. President Liu, there's no need to be so nervous. Logically speaking, you are still my elder, so it's only right that I pour you a cup of tea, Lin Xian said with a smile. However, I have some questions. How did Zhang Haoran, who doesn't know how to be considerate of his subordinates and doesn't understand RD technology, become the RD manager? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This was promoted by the former chairman. I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do about it, Liu Wendy explained, almost choking. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask. I personally interviewed and recruited this young man. He has excellent skills, is hardworking and capable. If he is properly trained, he can be able to work independently in the future. Liu Wendy had a very good impression of Zhong Zixing. Okay, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor for the meeting. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian and Liu Wendy arrived at the large conference room on the 7th floor and sat on the front podium. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to take up your valuable time. Due to special circumstances, Chairman Yi Tianxing has stepped down and Lin Xian will assume the position of chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited effective today. Please give him a warm welcome. The more than 200 employees in the audience applauded, saying that a leader who holds meetings even after get-off-work hours is a good leader. Only 2 people were still in shock, Zhang Haoran, the RD manager, and Yi Zixuan. Their expressions were worse than crying. Good morning, colleagues. It is a great honor to serve as the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As I am new here, please point out any mistakes I may make. I welcome your supervision at any time. I believe that as long as we work together and strive hard, everyone's income will reach new heights. As a company leader, you still need to paint a rosy picture. In addition, I have something else to announce. Lin Xian smiled and glanced at Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan. This morning, during my inspection of the various departments, I discovered that Zhang Haoran, the manager of the RD department, was abusing his position to exploit employees. He even brought his girlfriend in to work for free. I will reassign such people to different positions. Nonsense, what evidence do you have? Zhang Haoran knew Lin Xian wouldn't let him off the hook, so he simply brought it up. You want evidence? I can take you down without evidence. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show it to you. Lin Xian took out his phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou next to him. Then the entire conference room was filled with the sounds of Lin Xian and Yi Zixuan's conversation, as well as the confrontation between Lin Xian and Zheng Haoran in the RD department. My boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xian recorded the conversation from the very beginning. Now that all the company's employees know, Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan have extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces. That's just how I am. If you're so capable, then fire me. Zheng Haoran suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're dreaming. Why would I fire you? I have other uses for both of your talents. Our company just happens to need a security guard and a cleaner, and the two of you are perfect for the job. Lin Xian didn't look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners. Rather, he wanted to use this opportunity to force them to resign voluntarily. If the company dismissed them directly, they would have to pay a sum of money in compensation. Of course, if it's a normal employee downsizing, the company should still pay the compensation. Lin Xian guarantees that he won't shortchange them by a single penny. However, these two people don't deserve this money because of their actions. As for the new RD manager, Mr. Liu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xian asked Lu Wendy. I think Zhong Zixing is very good. He has top-notch skills and is also hard-working, Lu Wendy replied. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again. Then it's decided. Effective immediately, Zhong Zhe will serve as the RD department manager. All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy were the first to leave, and everyone else followed suit, discussing the matter. Wow, the new chairman is so young. And quite handsome too. That's quite bold of you, getting rid of the company's cancer right from the start. Yes, Zheng Haoran always acts so arrogant. I've disliked him for a long time. Tu just asked the chairman to pass me some documents. In the end, only Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan were left standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, preparing to pack up and go home to cook for his wife. A soft knock sounded on the door again. Please come in. Brother Xian, are you really going to make me the RD manager? Zhong Zixing asked incredulously as he walked into the office. Is there a problem? Lin Xian trusted Zhong Zixing's technical skills, and since Jinwan Technology Company Limited was primarily a technology company, he felt at ease letting his good friend manage key departments. I'm worried I won't do a good job, Zhong Zixing said with some concern. I believe in you. Go for it. I'll support you through anything. Also, what do you mean by Brother Xian? I've said it so many times. When you're working, you should use your job title. Lin Xian joked, mimicking the tone of a certain TV drama. Okay, Lin's position. Zhong Zixing was amused as well. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Lin Xian missed his wife. Doesn't Lin eat in the cafeteria with us? Zhong Zixing put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, just like in college. No, I need to go home and cook for my wife, Lin Xian refused. Damn, it's Versailles again. Let's get together in our dorm sometime. Can. Zhong Zixing was unaware that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xian. Lin Xian drove his Maybach out of the company gate, went to the market to buy some groceries, and then returned home. I'm back. A petite figure darted into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Li Mingyao looked up and smiled at Lin Xian. Be careful. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her delicate lips. Have you had breakfast? I ate it. What time did you eat? You're just like my mom. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's nose with his hand. Your husband needs to take good care of you too. I'm going to cook now. Okay. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa to continue watching the show. For lunch today, Lin Xian tried using the exclusive fish recipe provided by the system. Wow. Honey, your cooking skills have improved again. Li Mingyao exclaimed. Lin Xian's 5-star culinary skills, combined with his secret seasonings, make it even more delicious. Then eat more. Lin Xian continued to serve food to Li Mingyao. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Li Mingyao pouted slightly and put the meat back in the bowl. You should eat more when you're pregnant, and besides, you're not fat at all. Lin Xian continued to pass the meat to Li Mingyao, who happily continued eating. Honey, let's get our marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mingyao's face flushed slightly. I never imagined I'd be getting married and registering my marriage so soon after graduation. After having a full lunch, the two went back to their room for a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Li Mingyao was already more than 3 months pregnant and needed to go to the hospital for another prenatal checkup. I checked the time. It was a little past 3. Wife, wake up. Lin Xian gently shook her. What are you doing? Don't disturb my sleep. Li Mingyao rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small hands and mumbled, Honey, we're going to get a prenatal checkup. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mingyao up with both hands. Oh, Li Mingyao's body went limp again. There's nothing I can do but indulge my wife who loves to sleep in. Half an hour has passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mingyao dressed up simply and smiled slightly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and led her to the parking lot. After they were settled, they started the car and headed to Jinghai People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao out of the car. Inside the hospital lobby, Lin Xian busied himself with registering and paying, while Li Mingyao sat quietly to the side, waiting. Li Mingyao was 13 weeks pregnant at this time. This prenatal checkup mainly checked whether the embryo was developing healthily, whether the mother was healthy, and whether the embryo had any congenital defects. When it was Li Mingyao's turn to be examined, Lin Xian nervously stayed by her side. A kind-looking middle-aged female doctor was carefully examining Li Mingyao, but Lin Xian's gaze never left her. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mingyao said softly. The female doctor thought to herself, he's so young and already has a child, and he's so beautiful. This young man is really lucky. The inspection was completed quickly. The fetuses are all healthy, and the 2 little ones are very well behaved. 2. Li Mingyao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yes, the ultrasound confirms it's 2 embryos. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian brought Li Mingyao for a physical examination before, but no ultrasound examination was done, so she didn't know she was pregnant with twins. But you should still maintain a balanced diet, exercise appropriately, and get plenty of rest. The female doctor smiled and gave her instructions. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xian smiled and thanked her as he took Li Mingyao's hand and left. At this moment, Li Mingyao thought about how she was pregnant with twins and how the babies were growing healthily every day, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Actually, fraternal twins are a type of twin, specifically dizygotic twins. However, because Chinese law prohibits sex determination of fetuses for non-medical purposes, many women who are pregnant with twins only find out whether they are fraternal twins after the babies are born. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xian helped Li Mingyao into the car and then drove the Maybach back to Jinwan Mansion. Honey, wait a minute. I'm going to pick up a package. Li Mingyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted. Send me the pickup code. I'll go get it. Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to pick up the package. Li Mingyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, honey. That's it. Li Mingyao touched him lightly, and Lin Xian didn't feel anything. What else do you want, Lin Xian raised his hand and grabbed her forehead, pulling her close and continuing to seal her alluring lips with a kiss. After a while, Lin Xian finally released Li Mingyao. Go quickly. A blush rose on Li Mingyao's delicate face, and she glared at him reproachfully. Lin Xian then got out of the car, satisfied, to pick up the package. Soon, Lin Xian returned to his car with 2 packages. Honey, what did you buy? I'm not telling you. Once the 2 returned home, Li Mingyao couldn't wait to open the package. Lin Xian stepped forward and saw that they were 2 sets of matching outfits. How is it? Does it look good? Li Mingyao picked up the clothes and held them up against herself, then smiled slightly. Honey, try putting it on. Li Mingyao picked up her clothes and went back to her room. Lin Xian picked up his clothes, looked at them, and decided there was no need to try them on. They would definitely fit. That's how casual guys are, especially one with such a great physique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 1 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, for for a total reward of 5 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash prize of 3x multiplier. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3x cash critical hit card. It has been successfully used for you. Please check your account. Chapter 37. The day we got our marriage certificate. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind once again. What does this 3x cash critical hit card mean? Lin Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The 3x cash strike card means that your current amount of money is multiplied by 3. Can I keep it for now and not use it? No. It takes effect as soon as it's drawn. Lin Xian wanted to save up more cash before using it all at once, so he could exchange it for even more cash. Jinwan Technology Company Limited has 50 million yuan in its accounts. If it takes out and uses 3 times that amount, that would be 150 million yuan. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw that his bank account had more than 20 million yuan, instantly making him a multi-millionaire. Just as Lin Xian was feeling smug, Li Mingyao came out after changing her clothes. Honey, isn't it beautiful? Li Mingyao wore a snow-white shirt paired with a simple gray miniskirt. What was even more eye-catching was the cute little bear pattern on her clothes, which made her look fresh, refined, playful, and adorable. She walked gracefully to Lin Xian, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Her long, straight legs swayed slightly. Then, she twirled lightly like a butterfly in flight, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a captivating charm. Lin Xian stared intently at Li Mingyao, swallowing hard. Li Mingyao sensed something was wrong and was about to run away when Lin Xian beat her to it, gently pulling her into his arms. My wife is so beautiful. Lin Xian left a kiss on her soft pink lips and smiled. Why don't you change it? Li Mingyao gently pressed her small hand against Lin Xian's firm chest, her face slightly flushed. I'll change it right away. Lin Xian released Li Mingyao and then immediately started taking off his clothes. Why did you take off your clothes like that? Li Mingyao covered her eyes with her small hands, feigning anger. How can you change without taking off your clothes? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then go back to your room and change. Li Mingyao continued to cover her eyes, but secretly left a gap between her fingers, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Wife, you've seen it all before. Why are you so shy? Lin Xian continued to tease. Then a sofa pillow was thrown over, soft and harmless. I've changed. Boys change clothes very quickly, as long as they're securely fastened. Lin Xian wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt paired with long black trousers, the shirt also adorned with an adorable little bear pattern. His tall stature of 180 centimeters was even more eye-catching. His fair skin glowed faintly under the light. His jet black hair was slightly curled. His sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes revealed a deep light, and his lips were slightly upturned under his high nose bridge as he smiled at Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao stared blankly at Lin Xian. Her husband was practically a male model. Are you stunned? You're the one who's staring blankly. Li Mingyao snapped out of her daze and scolded her playfully. The two then went to the mirror. Li Mingyao straightened Lin Xian's collar, then took his hand and stood in front of the mirror to examine him closely. As Lin Xian was going to sleep that night, he suddenly asked, why did you suddenly buy clothes? And there's a cartoon pattern on the chest. It makes me look so childish. It's so cute. We'll wear this when we get our marriage certificate. No arguments allowed. Li Mingyao extended her index finger and gently touched Lin Xian's lips. Whatever my wife says goes. Lin Xian took a small bite and smiled. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes, then hugged Lin Xian and fell asleep together. A few days later, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 a.m., Li Mingyao, still asleep, felt something wriggling on her face, as if something was kissing her cheek. Then she stretched out her delicate hand and gave a gentle pat, speaking softly. Stop fooling around. Honey, have you forgotten what day it is today? Lin Xian continued to breathe into Li Mingyao's ear. Who cares what day it is? Li Mingyao was still drowsy and unwilling to open her eyes. Today is July 7th, the day we got our marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao immediately opened her eyes and blinked in a daze. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you call me sooner? I called you a long time ago, but you wouldn't wake up even with kisses. Lin Xian looked speechless. Li Mingyao quickly got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, the two changed into matching outfits they had bought the day before, left their home, went to the parking lot, and Lin Xian started the Maybach and drove straight to the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao by the hand into the hall, where the marriage registration office was already packed with people who were all getting married that day. The two waited quietly behind them. An hour later, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly as they walked out of the hall. They carefully examined the bright red marriage certificate, which bore their names and photos. Both of them wore happy smiles. Li Mingyao also gazed at the marriage certificate, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. A sweet smile played on her lips. Wife, I've finally married you. Lin Xian looked at her tenderly. I've been home for a while now. Li Mingyao gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek and smiled slightly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's stunning good looks drew envious glances from passers-by. They truly are a match made in heaven. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao each shared their marriage certificates on their WeChat moments. Zhang Shulan. My son has made something of himself. Lin Zhenghua. It looks good. Huang Shifeng. When will you bring it back to show mom? Smiling emoji. Zhou Quan. Congratulations. I knew I'd be subjected to this dog food scene today. Dog emoji. Zhong Zixing. Happy wedding, brother Xian. Chun Jingming. When are you going to hold the banquet? Hurry up. Lu Yusin. Congratulations. Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, crying emoji. Lin Cece did not make any comments at this time because her phone had been confiscated. Chapter 38. Your husband's money is your money. A phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom. Lin Xian picked up his phone and answered the call. Son, have you gotten your marriage certificate yet? Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came from the other end of the phone. I just received it and am about to go back. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. Oh, and quickly add her to our loving family group chat. Is he still my own son? He changes people after just one word, Lin Xian complained. Hurry up. Honey, it's my mom on the phone. Lin Xian reluctantly handed the phone to Li Mingyao. Hello, Auntie. Li Mingyao was so nervous that she forgot to change her address. Why are you still calling me Auntie? You should change your address now, my good daughter-in-law, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Mom, Li Mingyao was still a little unaccustomed to it. Why? Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mingyao's lips slowly curving upwards, and she would occasionally look up at him. Okay, Mom. Li Mingyao then smiled slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xian. Wife, what did Mom say to you? Lin Xian asked curiously. You want to know? Li Mingyao blinked her beautiful eyes gently. Lin Xian nodded. My mom told me that after I get married, my husband should hand over his bank card. Ugh, Mom's really messing with her son. Honey, do you think I'm right? Li Mingyao leaned forward and asked with a smile. It was a familiar scene, a familiar distance, and familiar lips. Lin Xian took the opportunity to cup Li Mengyao's forehead and kissed her again. After kissing for a while, Lin Xian released her, satisfied. An angry Li Mingyao punched Lin Xian hard. Li Mingyao was obviously joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card. She just wanted to tease him, but she ended up getting the short end of the stick. However, during the phone call just now, Zhang Shulan also shared her tips on how to control her husband's lifeline, the most important of which was to make him hand over his bank cards. At this moment, Li Mingyao turned her face to the side, ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, silently started the car, and drove out of the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mingyao finally realized something was wrong. This wasn't the way home. Honey, aren't we going home? Li Mingyao turned around and couldn't help but ask. Let's go somewhere first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon, a long, black Maybach drove into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. What are you doing at the bank? Honey, didn't you want my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his own seatbelt and then leaned over to help Li Mingyao unbuckle hers as well. I was just kidding. I don't want your bank card. Li Mingyao shook her head cutely. Your husband's money is your money. Let's go. Lin Xian pinched Li Mingyao's cheek. Then, I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you need money, Li Mingyao whispered. The two then got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the lobby of Manhwa Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked to the counter. Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and told her that he wanted to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mingyao. The bank teller picked up Lin Xian's card and swiped it, and was instantly shocked to find that he had 20 million yuan in it, and the person was still so young. May I ask who this lady is to you? Because of the large sum of money involved, the bank teller still needed to ask questions carefully to prevent Lin Xian from being scammed. She is my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is there any proof? I'm sorry, because the transfer amount is so large, we need to verify it clearly. Lin Xian handed the newly received marriage certificate to the bank teller. After processing the transaction for a while, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer had been successful. A few minutes later, Li Mingyao received a message on her phone. 20 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Honey, so many? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mingyao's cheek again. Yes, now you hold my lifeline in your hands, so you'll have to take good care of me from now on. Li Mingyao gave Lin Xian a playful glare. I'll keep it safe for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were about to leave the bank, a figure appeared in front of them without warning. He was a middle-aged man, with a tall and straight posture, dressed smartly and appropriately, and exuding composure and confidence in every gesture. Distinguished guests, please wait a moment. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Manhwa Bank in Jinghai City. It is a great honor to meet you both here today. Hello, President Lu. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian shook hands with Lu Yong politely. Here's the thing. Our bank just saw that you two have 20 million yuan in your bank accounts, but it's in a current account, so the interest rate is relatively low. I wonder if you two would be interested in learning about our bank's newly launched fixed-term product? Turns out he was a salesperson and the branch manager personally received him. Okay, what exactly is it like? Please follow me, both of you. Afterwards, Lu Yong, with a smile, led the two into the luxuriously decorated and tranquil VIP room of Manhwa Bank. Upon entering, they were immediately served several cups of fragrant, high-end coffee and delicate, delicious snacks. Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xian. The two of you just deposited 20 million yuan into a current account, which means the interest rate is a paltry 0.5%, amounting to only 100,000 yuan in interest per year. Earning 100,000 yuan a year without doing anything is equivalent to the annual income of many people. But if the two of them deposit 20 million yuan in a one-year fixed deposit, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3%, which would amount to 460,000 yuan a year, more than 4 times the interest rate of a current account. At the same time, Manhwa Bank will also give 2 VIP black cards as gifts. Cardholders can enjoy high-quality services such as exclusive customer manager services, high-end benefits, and consumption discounts. If you're not in a hurry to use it, you two can seriously consider whether to deposit it for a year. Lin Xian hesitated slightly. He didn't really have any use for the 20 million yuan given by the system at the moment, so it would be best to keep it in the bank. However, if he deposited it all, it would be very troublesome to withdraw it in case he needed it urgently. Honey, you can put 10 million in a fixed deposit and the rest in a savings account, Li Mingyao said softly, seemingly noticing Lin Xian's troubles. Lin Xian suddenly realized something, quickly kissed Li Mingyao on the cheek, and smiled. My wife is so smart. Li Mingyao glared at Lin Xian, her pretty face flushed red. There were other people around. Then can we deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the remaining 10 million in a current account? Lin Xian asked. Of course, no problem. Please follow me, both of you. Lu Yong beamed with joy. His sales target for the month was secured. He then led the two to the VIP counter. 10 minutes later, the two finally settled the 20 million. The VIP counter is so fast. At the regular counter, you have to wait at least an hour. Lu Yong bowed slightly and solemnly handed 2 luxurious VIP black cards to Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, smiling as he said, Congratulations on becoming VIPs of Manhwa Bank. From this moment on, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment from the bank. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao took the black card and felt its heavy weight and the exquisite patterns on it. After saying goodbye to President Liu Yong, the two left the Manhwa Bank lobby and returned to their Maybach. Honey, are you hungry? I'm hungry. Li Mingyao smiled happily. Then let's go home for dinner. Chapter 39, Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian started the car and drove home. After the two returned to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, and Li Mingyao was eating rice in small bites. Lin Xian took out his phone, pulled Li Mingyao into the group chat of the loving family, and casually took a picture of his wife eating a small meal, then posted it to the group chat. Zhang Shulan. My daughter-in-law is eating so heartily. Lin Zhenghua. It looks better than what your mother makes. Lin Cece is taking her final exams. After finishing her meal, Li Mingyao picked up her phone and saw that her photo had been posted in the group chat. Lin Xian. You took pictures of me without my permission again. Li Mingyao glared at him. When she was angry, she would call Lin Xian by his name. After Lin Xian put the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher, he heard his wife calling him. I think it looks pretty good, Lin Xian said with a smile as he sat down next to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao was still angry and pinched his waist. Hello, Mom and Dad. I'm Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao greeted in the group chat. All right, take the money. Congratulations on your marriage. Subsequently, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 100,001 yuan. Li Mingyao hesitated after seeing the money, unsure whether she should accept it. Although she and Lin Xian were not short of money, it was still a lot for an ordinary family. At the same time, it was a token of her parents' goodwill, and refusing it would be disrespectful to her elders. Honey, keep it. We'll buy some more gifts when we go back to Yunhai City to visit them. Lin Xian noticed his wife's concerns and smiled gently. Okay. Li Mingyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mingyao. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Xian. Mom, where's mine? Zhang Shulan. Go play somewhere else. It is undoubtedly confirmed that he is her biological child. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, who had just woken up, received a message from Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, the restaurant is all renovated. When do you have time to come and take a look? Lin Xian was taken aback. This was troublesome. It would be so much better to stay home with his wife. Now he had a restaurant to manage. He then kissed Li Mingyao, who was still fast asleep, sent her a message to let her know, and left the room. After washing his face to clear his head, Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. Quaner, where are you now? Now everyone has graduated and no longer lives in the dorms. Brother Xian, I'm at my rented apartment. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up, and we'll go check out the restaurant together later. Okay. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to Zhou Quan's rented apartment. Zhou Quan ran down the car without stopping, opened the door, and got in. Brother Xian, I'm here. Happy wedding, he said, taking out a red envelope and handing it to Lin Xian. Thank you, Quaner. Let's go. After accepting the money, Lin Xian started the car and drove to Jinwan Plaza. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and were immediately attracted by the luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them. The entire restaurant uses high-end materials and exquisite design, with gorgeous wallpaper on the walls and polished marble on the floor. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light that illuminates the entire space. The dining table and chairs are neatly arranged, and a clean white tablecloth is laid on the table. Paired with exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, it creates an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected the decoration to be so luxurious. Hee, Brother Xian, isn't this renovation pretty good? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and looked around carefully. It was practically a 5-star restaurant. It's very good. Next, we can start preparing for business. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Brother Xian, you're right, but haven't you forgotten something? Zhou Quan chuckled. Forgot what? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Money, Brother Xian. I have no money. How can I recruit soldiers and buy horses without money? Zhou Quan complained bitterly. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've been too busy lately. Send me your bank account number. Yes, I've been busy with my wedding lately. Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes, I've sent you the bank card account number, Zhou Quan replied hurriedly. Lin Xian then transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his mobile phone. I'll give you 1 million yuan as startup capital. If it's not enough, just let me know. You'll be responsible for everything in the restaurant from now on, and we'll split the profits 30-70. All right, as expected of Brother Xian, he's given away 1 million right off the bat, Zhou Quan said happily. Stop flattering me, or I'll fire you if you don't do a good job, Lin Xian joked. Yes, boss. By the way, shouldn't we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianming Restaurant. Its specialty is fish dishes, but of course you can add some other cuisines. Lin Xian stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, combining the names of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, it feels pretty good. Anyway, you're the store manager now, so don't let me down. Lin Xian patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. He trusted Zhou Quan quite a bit. Although Zhou Quan was sometimes a bit silly, he was very capable when it came to getting things done. Mission accomplished. Zhou Quan even saluted, considering he's a grown man. Okay, Lin Xian took back his previous thought. After explaining the restaurant's arrangements, Lin Xian took Zhou Quan back to her rented apartment and then went to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As Lin Xian entered the company, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Hello, Chairman Lin. Hello, Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. After that, every employee Lin Xian met greeted him warmly, and Lin Xian responded to each one. Is this what it feels like to be the chairman of a company? It's so awesome. When Lin Xian arrived at the chairman's office, he saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the table. Lin Xian opened the red envelope first. Inside were several hundred yuan bills and a small note. Lin, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This kid. Then he picked up 2 resignation letters, which were indeed from Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan. Lin Xian then waved his hand and immediately agreed. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xian left the company and drove home. Actually, the company's main affairs are handled by General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters were given to the chairman for personal processing due to special circumstances. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xian changed his shoes, walked into the hall, and hugged Li Mingyao, who was running towards him. Honey, why have you been going out so often lately? Have you been secretly doing something? Li Mingyao pouted cutely. My husband went to check on the restaurant's renovation. Lin Xian took out his phone and handed the photos he had taken at the restaurant that afternoon to Li Mingyao. Wow, this is too extravagant, Li Mingyao's beautiful eyes widened. Honey, have you named the restaurant yet? Li Mingyao asked. I'll take it, Lin Xian said, getting up to go into the kitchen to cook. What's your name? Li Mingyao hugged Lin Xian tightly and continued to ask. What do you think of Xianming Restaurant? Lin Xian casually pinched Li Mingyao's cheek and smiled. Chapter 40. You're a complete idiot. Xianming Restaurant. This poetic name seems to be the crystallization of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao's love, representing Lin Xian's affection for Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao gazed at Lin Xian with her clear, autumn water-like eyes, and gradually, ripples of emotion spread across her face. Lin Xian saw tears welling up in Li Mingyao's eyes and instantly panicked. What's wrong, honey? Did I pinch you too hard just now? I'm sorry, it was my fault. Li Mingyao gently shook her head, buried her face in Lin Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, and parted her lips slightly, her voice dreamlike. Husband, why are you so good to me? Lin Xian took a deep breath, gently lifted Li Mingyao's forehead, and said with tender eyes, because you are the only one in my life, the person I love most in this lifetime. You are my wife, the mother of my baby, and I am willing to use all my strength to protect you, cherish you, and make you happy forever. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and ardent, as if burning with an inextinguishable flame. Li Mingyao tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. My husband went to cook, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen to start making dinner. Li Mingyao nodded shyly. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao watched a show on the big screen in the living room. Li Mingyao rested her long legs on Lin Xian's legs, nestled in his arms, and was watching the drama with great interest. Lin Xian picked up his tablet and started reading the company's daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. When he's not at the company, he always takes some time in the evening to read the company's daily report, to see what important things the company did that day and how much profit the company made, instead of completely ignoring it. Honey, what are you looking at? Li Mingyao leaned forward and saw a series of data reports. I'm looking at the company's daily operations report, Lin Xian said with a smile. Company? What company? Li Mingyao blinked in confusion. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, have you gone to work? Li Mingyao thought to herself that Lin Xian had been taking care of her for the past few months, so she hadn't looked for a job, and it was normal for her to go to work now. Honey, you go to work. I can take care of myself. Li Mingyao pursed her lips. What are you thinking? Your husband has tens of millions in assets. There's no way he'd be working a regular job. Lin Xian pinched Li Mingyao's pretty nose. So what is your company? Li Mingyao asked, puzzled. This is my company. I am the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, and you are the chairman's wife. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mingyao was slightly taken aback, her face full of disbelief. Then take me to visit next time. Okay, silly boy. You're a complete idiot. After watching the TV series in the living room, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went back to their room to rest. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up naturally and got up to make breakfast. Lin Xian was still eating breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, have you had breakfast yet? Hee, I have something I want to discuss with you. Eat, and you can say what you want. I already have someone in mind for the chef position at the restaurant. It's my cousin and his wife. They run a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but they're planning to move recently because the rent is too high. They happen to be good at fish dishes and have a great reputation in Jinghai City, which can directly bring customers to Xianming Restaurant. So I want to invite them to be chefs. Zhou Quan rattled off a whole bunch of things in one breath. Have they agreed to let them work as chefs at Xianming Restaurant? Lin Xian asked. Of course. With such a prime location and such luxurious decor, anyone would want to come. All right, have them come to the restaurant later. I want to take a look myself. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xian must personally oversee the process. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian put Li Mingyao's breakfast into the warmer as usual, went to the room, kissed her, and left. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the Xianming restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. Upon entering, you'll see Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xian, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and the other is my cousin's wife Wang Li, Zhou Quan said. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhou Yong, and this is my wife, Wang Li. Lin Xian and Zhou Yong shook hands politely. Zhou Yong is a tall, slightly overweight man with an honest and simple appearance. Wang Li was slightly petite, but had a beautiful and mature appearance. Both of them were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xian. Hello, I am Lin Xian, Zhou Quan's college roommate. I have heard Zhou Quan praise your cooking skills for a long time. Not at all, Zhou Yong said with a simple smile. Could you make me a steamed turbot to try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhou Yong knew very well that Lin Xian was testing his cooking skills. Without hesitation, he stepped into the back kitchen area and began making the food. Lin Xian followed, carefully observing Zhou Yong's every subtle movement and technique. He skillfully selected a fresh, plump turbot and quickly cleaned it. Then, Zhou Yong lit the stove and expertly controlled the heat and time, causing the water in the steamer to gradually boil. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen as a delicious steamed turbot was served. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. It was tender, juicy, and melted in his mouth. The special delicious sauce was the icing on the cake and made his mouth water. As expected of a master chef, the food is absolutely delicious. I warmly welcome you to join Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Lin. However, I can take your cooking skills to the next level. What? Zhou Yong was quite confident in his culinary skills. Could this person, who was several years younger than him, really be a master chef? After Lin Xian finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone else followed closely behind. He skillfully selected a fresh and plump turbot, cleaned it quickly, lit the stove, and precisely controlled the heat and time while personally preparing his unique sauce. In a short while, the kitchen emitted an even more enticing aroma than before, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Chapter 41 Baby, remember to eat breakfast. A fragrant and tempting steamed turbot is served, presented on an exquisite plate, resembling a work of art. Everyone, please have a taste. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, grabbed a piece of tender fish, and stuffed it into their mouths. Before they could even chew, the delicate and delicious flavor flowed through their mouths like a clear spring, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so surprised that he could not speak normally. Brother Xian, it has to be you. This is so delicious. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li ate quietly to the side, not saying much, but you could tell from her expression that she was amazed by the delicious food. Soon, the entire plate of turbot was devoured. Zhou Quan even licked the plate clean. Boss Lin, can I become your apprentice? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Ahem, there's no need for apprenticeship. As long as you become the head chef at my restaurant, I'll teach you for free. Lin Xian felt somewhat awkward being asked to become someone's apprentice by someone several years his senior. Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up with joy. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked gently. Sure. What about me, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan shamelessly stepped forward as well. Go play somewhere else and manage the restaurant properly. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan and Wang Li again, and suddenly said seriously. However, I have one condition. What are the conditions? Zhou Yong asked hurriedly. I'll add a confidentiality agreement to your employment contracts, and I'll teach you all my exclusive fish recipes, which will definitely improve your cooking skills, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. What confidentiality agreement? The exclusive fish recipe must not be disclosed to outsiders in any form. Otherwise, a fine of 5 million renminbi will be imposed, Lin Xian said firmly, changing the subject. 5 million is no small sum for an ordinary family. Many people work hard their whole lives and still can't earn that much. I promise you. I, Zhou Yong, am definitely not that kind of treacherous person, Zhou Yong said firmly. I promise you, what my husband can do, I can do too, Wang Li said firmly. Okay, Zhou Quan, go prepare the employment contract. We'll sign it right away. Okay. Zhou Quan happily ran out to prepare the employment contract. While Zhou Quan was preparing the labor contract, Lin Xian chatted with the couple. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife. Hey baby. When Li Mingyao heard Lin Xian call her baby, she was slightly taken aback. Why did he suddenly change his taste today? Honey, where are you right now? I'm still in the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for dinner later, is that okay? Just now in Li Mengyao's roommate group chat, Chun Manman and Yang Lin kept clamoring to come and see her, and Lu Yusin was also fanning the flames. Having no other option, Li Mingyao had to call Lin Xian for his opinion. Of course, I'll buy more groceries when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, baby, remember to eat breakfast, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao hung up the phone shyly. She'd just called him baby, and now he was calling her treasure again. What was wrong with her husband today? Li Mingyao gently patted her cheeks, picked up her phone, opened her roommate's group chat, and wrote in the rich girl's chat, come over here. Chen Man, hee hee yao yao, I'm here. Yang Lin, where's the address? How can we get there without the address? Li Mingyao shared an address. Chen Man. Yang Lin. Chen Man and Yang Lin obviously did not expect that Li Mingyao lived in Jinwan Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan finally arrived at the restaurant with 2 employment contracts. Brother Xian, I'm ready, take a look. Lin Xian carefully examined the 2 employment contracts, found no problems, signed his name, and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there are no problems, let's sign this employment contract. I have a question. Is Zhou Quan considered an outsider? Zhou Yong asked with a smile, looking at his cousin. Yes, Lin Xian said with a smile, looking at Zhou Quan as well. Brother Xian, this isn't fair. We've been roommates for 4 years. Alright, I was just kidding. I've already handed the restaurant over to you to manage. Don't I trust you enough? Lin Xian laughed loudly. Hee hee, Brother Xian, I will definitely make the restaurant bigger and stronger, Zhou Quan said with a grin. The rest is up to you. I'm going home now. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some groceries before heading home. Let's go back to Li Mingyao. Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply. Li Mingyao put down what she was doing and went to the front door. She checked the smart lock screen to make sure it was her roommates before opening the door with peace of mind. "My Yao Yao, happy wedding." Yang Lin stepped forward, hugged her, and presented her with her gift. "And mine too, Yao Yao, happy wedding." Chen Man followed in and handed the gift to Li Mingyao. "Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding," Lu Yusin said with a smile. "Thank you." Li Mingyao smiled happily. Chen Man plopped down on the sofa, looking completely relaxed. Yang Lin followed closely behind, while only Lu Yusin was helping Li Mingyao prepare drinks and fruit. "Yao Yao, you're so comfortable. You're practically a little rich girl," Chen Man exclaimed. "Yes, such a big house with a river view. It's the life I've always dreamed of," Yang Lin exclaimed. "Here, have some drinks, and there's fruit too." Li Mingyao picked up a plate of fruit and several drinks and placed them in front of them. Chen Man, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mingyao lay on a beanbag chair, all gossiping and complaining about recent events. "Yao Yao, you have no idea how tough my internship is right now. I have to work overtime every day, you know?" Chen Man complained. "Who isn't? I have to work overtime every night to grade assignments. It's really a headache," Yang Lin complained. "Yao Yao, why don't you have to go to work?" Chen Man asked. "We'll find time to go back to work later," Li Mingyao stammered, her head down. "Yao Yao, you're lying. Ha ha, tell the truth, you can't fool our best friends." Yang Lin saw through it at a glance. She's under special protection now. How could Lin Xian possibly let Yao Yao go to work? Lu Yusin said. Lu Yusin felt there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore, since Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were already married and had registered their marriage. "What do you mean? A key protected person? Something's fishy." Chen Man stared at Li Mingyao with a smile. "Actually, it's because I'm pregnant," Li Mingyao said softly, her face flushed. Chapter 42, I want to hear the baby's voice. "What? Yao Yao, you're pregnant?" Yang Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "My God, when did this happen? So fast." Chen Man couldn't believe it either. "It's been more than 3 months. A blush rose on Li Mingyao's delicate face. Only Lu Yusin remained silent. She already knew. "Yang Lin, 3 months ago, that is, before you even graduated." Chen Man. "And it's premarital pregnancy, Yusin. Aren't you surprised?" "I'm so surprised. Didn't you notice?" Lu Yusin deliberately put on a surprised expression. Yang Lin. "Oh, so you knew all along. Why didn't you tell us?" Chen Man. "Exactly. Are we still best friends? Lin, let's go together." "I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or I'll scream," Lu Yusin said fearfully, clutching a pillow. Yang Lin and Chen Man ganged up on Lu Yusin, tickling her with their hands. Chen Man. "Go ahead and yell. Yell all you want. No one will listen to you even if you yell until you're hoarse, ha ha. Yao Yao, save me, ha ha." Lu Yusin begged for mercy as she was being tickled, tears streaming down her face from laughing. "All right, stop it, you two. I told Xian not to say it." Li Mingyao quickly stopped them. Chen Man. "All right then, considering that a pregnant woman is pleading for you, I won't hold it against you." Yang Lin. "By the way, Yao Yao, is Lin Xian good to you?" Chen Man. Yes, is he good to you?" "Lin Xian is very good to me, and I love him very much," Li Mingyao said, blushing. "Is this still the pure and aloof campus belle of Jinghai University that we usually remember?" Yang Lin. "You're married and have a child now, Yao Yao. You really are a winner in life. Hey, do you guys think Deng Junyi should give up now?" Chen Man suddenly remembered that there was another senior in school who was infatuated with Li Mingyao and had been pursuing her. Yang Lin. "Yes, I heard he's preparing to return to China. Let him give up on that idea. Yao Yao is already taken." Lu Yusin didn't have a good impression of Deng Junyi. "I've rejected him so many times, he probably won't come looking for me again this time." Li Mingyao pursed her lips. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the door unlocking. "Honey, I'm home." Lin Xian walked in carrying a large bag of things. Chen Man and the others only saw Li Mingyao quickly get off the beanbag chair, put on her shoes, run over, and jump into Lin Xian's arms. "Welcome home." Every time Lin Xian returned home, he could feel a warm atmosphere, and the source of this warmth was Li Mingyao's embrace, which made him deeply feel the warmth and happiness of home. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair and asked softly, "Wife, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mingyao gently shook her head. "I'm fine." Cough, cough. Li Mingyao turned around and saw Chun Man and the others looking at the two of them with excited expressions. She then let go of Lin Xian, her face as red as a cherry tomato. "Hello, I am Li Mingyao's husband, Lin Xian." "Hello, I'm Chun Man." Chun Man smiled brightly. Chun Man is tall and slender with a neat short haircut, giving her a free and unrestrained feel. "Hello, I'm Yang Lin." Yang Lin smiled slightly. Yang Lin is the complete opposite. She has a petite and delicate figure and long, shiny black hair that flows over her shoulders, giving her a quiet and elegant feel. Lu Yusin needs no introduction. She exudes a powerful and domineering aura. "You guys continue chatting. I'll go to the kitchen to cook." Lin Xian smiled slightly, then went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. The four returned to their original positions and continued their discussion. "Yao Yao, your husband is really handsome. My God, how did you manage to control him so well? Please teach me." At this moment, Li Mingyao's pretty face was flushed red. A short while later, Lin Xian brought out the last dish. "Dinner's ready." The crowd came over following the scent. "It smells so good. Today we have stir-fried lamb with scallions, human ribs, braised beef short ribs, spicy diced chicken, and a big plate of grilled fish. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life," Chun Man said, her face beaming with happiness after taking a bite. "Yes, even chefs at big hotels can't make something this delicious," Yang Lin remarked. "Yes, it really is delicious." Lu Yusin pretended to be nonchalant, so as not to be discovered by her two roommates that she had arrived earlier and then be besieged again. Soon, after Chun Man and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to go back. "Chun Man, Lin Xian, I'm entrusting Yao Yao to you. Please take good care of her." Yang Lin: "Yes, otherwise we sisters wouldn't have let you off the hook." "Okay, I will protect Meng Yao as the most precious person in my life," Lin Xian said firmly, holding Li Mingyao's hand. After Chun Man and the others went back, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and, because he had sweated a lot, went back to the bathroom for a quick shower before returning to his room. At this moment, Li Mingyao was leaning against the headboard, quietly reading a book. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Li Mingyao. "Baby, what are you looking at? Why are you suddenly calling me baby?" Li Mingyao blushed, feeling quite uncomfortable. "Because you are my darling." Lin Xian smiled. "Aren't you ashamed?" Li Mingyao's face instantly turned bright red, and she silently continued reading her book, seemingly trying to use the book to cover up her embarrassment and shyness. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Mingyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out and quietly lifted Li Mingyao's clothes, gently pressing his ear against her soft belly. Accompanied by a fragrance, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Mingyao was startled by Lin Xian's sudden action and tried to stop him, but it was too late, and her face turned even redder. Li Mingyao stretched out her small hand and tried hard to push him away, but he didn't budge. Seeing that she couldn't push him away, Li Mingyao started to vigorously knead Lin Xian's handsome face. "Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice," Lin Xian said gently. Even though Li Mingyao was 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear the baby move even when he pressed his face against her belly. Li Mingyao was amused by his innocent and adorable appearance, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "Did you hear that?" "I heard it," the baby said. "Daddy is so handsome." Shameless. Li Mingyao just quietly watched Lin Xian, who looked like a baby at that moment. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Chapter 43. Bro, you just wait. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his phone and saw that it was his mother calling, so he quickly answered the call. "Hey Mom, what's up?" "Sons, have you eaten yet?" "Have eaten." "It's good that you've eaten. When are you going to bring my daughter-in-law home to meet us?" Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. Lin Xian put down his phone and turned to look at Li Mingyao. "Honey, is it okay if we go back to Yinhai City tomorrow morning?" Li Mingyao nodded obediently. "Mom, We're going back tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao planned to go to Jinwan shopping mall to buy some gifts to take back to Yunhai City. Honey, let's go. Li Mingyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finished the look with a pair of white canvas shoes, showcasing a youthful freshness and vitality. My wife looks beautiful today. Lin Xian stepped forward, put his arms around her, and savored Li Mingyao's fragrance. Okay, stop hugging, let's go. Li Mingyao gently pushed her away. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and led her to the parking lot, starting the Maybach and heading to Jinwan Plaza. The two arrived at the second floor of Jinwan shopping mall, found a jewelry store, and went inside. Hello. Both of you, welcome. Hello. Do you have any bracelets you could recommend? I'd like to give one to an elder. Yes, please wait a moment. The shop assistant smiled and took out several bracelets, showing them to Lin Xian and Li Mingyao and explaining their features. Honey, how about this? Will Mom like it? Li Mingyao took a fancy to a jade bracelet, which was crystal clear and had a warm and smooth texture, like emerald green lake water. She should like anything her daughter-in-law gives her, Lin Xian said with a smile. His biological son is losing his status more and more. Hello, how much is this? Li Mingyao asked politely. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This is the one most favored by elders. It's made entirely of icy jadeite, so the price is a bit higher, 100,000 yuan. Li Mingyao turned to look at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Honey, you control all the money in the house. You decide. Lin Xian saw through her thoughts and smiled slightly. Hello, this is the one I want. Li Mingyao smiled. Okay, I'll pack it right away. Please pay here. The shop assistants were overjoyed. They made a huge sale as soon as they started work in the afternoon. These two young people are really rich. Beautiful lady, please keep this safe. Welcome back next time. After receiving the bracelet, Li Mingyao returned to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and walked out of the jewelry store. Let's go see if there's a gift Dad would like. Lin Xian gently snatched the packaging bag away. My dad doesn't have many other hobbies, just one. He really loves fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night, so I'll buy him a fishing rod. Do all middle-aged men enjoy fishing? But there don't seem to be any fishing gear stores around here. Li Mingyao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Look, there seems to be one there. Following Lin Xian's gaze, Li Mingyao found a shop in a corner of Jinwan shopping mall. Let's go then. Li Mingyao happily pulled Lin Xian towards the boutique. The two went into the store, and since Li Mingyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she left it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a fishing rod used in fishing competitions, examining it closely. The fishing rod is entirely black, with a faint glow shimmering on its shaft, as if it contains boundless power. Lin Xian gently gripped the handle, feeling the texture of the fishing rod, and tried swinging it a few times. It felt pretty good. This is really good. Dad will probably like it a lot. Lin Xian smiled. Then this one will do. Li Mingyao smiled. The two went to the front desk to pay the bill. The owner was a middle-aged man who was preparing the bait for the evening. He was clearly a seasoned fishing enthusiast. Hello, boss. How much is this? Li Mingyao smiled slightly. This 60,000 yuan fishing rod is for competitions. All the materials used are top of the line. The fishing shop owner was surprised that two such young people came to buy fishing rods. A fishing rod costs 60,000 yuan? Boss, can you give me a discount? Li Mingyao looked at the chubby middle-aged man with pitiful eyes. You like fishing? The shopkeeper asked, looking at the two of them. Yes, we love fishing the most, Li Mingyao blurted out. Lin Xian stared in shock at his wife. Was this how his wife bargained? All right, considering you're both young and love fishing, I'll sell it to you cheaply, 50,000 yuan. Really, I can't go any lower. Thank you, boss. Li Mingyao was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. After leaving the shop, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Honey, what are you laughing at? Li Mingyao pouted. I'm laughing. Honey, you're so virtuous. Do you really know how to fish? Ha ha. Li Mingyao's pretty face turned bright red. She raised her delicate hand and twisted it in a familiar spot. Okay, honey, I was wrong. By the way, honey, what is your sister like? Li Mingyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had a younger sister. Cici, you don't need to buy her anything. If you really want to buy something, I think you can buy her the 5 years of college entrance examination simulation series. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. Lin Cece, bro, you just wait. Be serious. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then suddenly noticed an Apple mobile phone store upstairs. I know what to buy, let's go. Li Mingyao took Lin Xian's hand and headed upstairs. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the mobile phone store. Honey, do you want to buy a cell phone for Cece? Lin Xian asked. Yes, Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Her phone was just confiscated at school, huh? Lin Xian laughed heartily. It's okay, just let her play at home. Li Mingyao felt that the child shouldn't be disciplined so strictly. Things should be relaxed when necessary. Lin Cece, sister-in-law? My dear sister-in-law, I love you. The two then went inside. Hello, how can we help you? A shop assistant greeted them. Hello, do you have the latest Apple phone? Li Mingyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It not only features the most advanced chip technology, but also comes equipped with an ultra-high-definition camera, allowing you to easily capture high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. It has a stylish and simple appearance, and is available in a variety of colors to showcase your personal charm, the salesperson explained in detail. How much does this top-of-the-line model cost? The top-of-the-line model costs 18,999 yuan. Li Mingyao hesitated slightly. She bought 50,000 or 100,000 yuan items for her parents, but only 10,000 yuan for Lin Xian's younger sister. Would that make her seem like a bad sister-in-law? Chapter 44 is somewhat like an insurance sales pitch. The shop assistant noticed that Li Mingyao was frowning and suddenly realized that the two of them were still students and probably couldn't afford something so expensive. If you think the top-of-the-line model is too expensive, you can take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have any new laptops? Li Mingyao had a sudden inspiration. Yes, do you still want the top-of-the-line model? The salesperson asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, the top-of-the-line version. Li Mingyao nodded slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the shop assistant placed a notebook in front of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. This is our latest top-of-the-line Apple laptop. It boasts amazing performance, massive memory, and is incredibly lightweight. It's also a bit pricey at 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian. I think Cece is laughing her head off right now. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. We'll take these two. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant left and then immediately returned. Hello, beautiful lady. If you'd like these two items, why not try our latest complete gift set? It includes a mobile phone, iPad, laptop, and wireless headphones all top of the line. The original price is 77,888 yuan, but now it's on sale for 67,888 yuan. Why not just buy the whole set? It's more cost-effective, the salesperson explained. Li Mingyao pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly again. Buy it. Honey, you're not short of money. Consider it a big gift for Cece. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, we'll buy the whole set. Li Mingyao smiled again. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant excitedly packed up, having completed another big order. Sigh. Even Lin Cece's gift is more valuable than her father's. It seems that family status really does determine value. Lin Xian glanced at Li Mingyao, who was playing on her phone, and suddenly realized that his wife was still using an old phone. However, Li Mingyao is very clean and always wipes her phone clean, making it look brand new. In fact, she bought it during her freshman year of college. Hello, could you please add another top-of-the-line, brand new Apple 15 phone? Lin Xian said to the clerk who was still packing the items. Okay, it'll be ready soon. The shop assistant smiled even more broadly. Honey, why do we need to buy another phone? Li Mingyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. Honey, how many years have you been using this phone? Lin Xian asked her tenderly. No, it won't be long. It'll still work. Li Mingyao said softly, her face slightly flushed. It's my fault for only realizing this now. Honey, you don't need to think about saving money anymore. Just spend it freely. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao. No, we have to be thrifty and manage the household well, Li Mingyao murmured. This girl is really incredibly lovable. Be good, Lin Xian said gently. Oh. Soon, Lin Xian came out of the store carrying large and small bags. Li Mingyao took his arm and continued to look around. checking if there was anything else she needed to buy. Honey, stop buying. I can't carry any more. It's okay. I can still carry it. Li Mingyao remained unmoved, and then she discovered a men's clothing store. Let's go take a look there. Li Mingyao happily pointed with her little finger. Clothes? I don't need any more clothes, Lin Xian said. You always wear the same few clothes. I'm tired of seeing them. Be a good girl. Li Mingyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and led him into the store. Don't guys usually only have a few outfits to change into? Lin Xian didn't quite understand, but he still listened to his wife and went inside. The two entered the store. Li Mingyao looked around, then picked up a few pieces of clothing and held them up against Lin Xian. This style isn't nice, Li Mingyao said, shaking her head slightly. This color is too eye-catching, Li Mingyao continued to choose. This polo shirt and that short-sleeve t-shirt are both pretty good. Honey, why don't you try them on? Li Mingyao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of clothing and went to the dressing room to change. After Lin Xian tried on 2 outfits, Li Mingyao smiled and nodded. These are the 2 I'll take. She turned her head and glanced at the suit next to her. She had never seen Lin Xian in a suit before, so how could she let this opportunity pass by? He then picked out another item and handed it to Lin Xian. Honey, let's try again. Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly. Huh? Again? Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his clothes and went back to the dressing room, while Li Mingyao waited quietly outside. Not long after, Lin Xian emerged from the dressing room dressed in a pristine white suit, with a classic black blazer over it, paired with an elegant black belt and long black trousers. He looked exceptionally energetic and dignified. Honey, how are you? Haha, it looks great. It really looks great. It's kind of like selling insurance. Ha ha ha. Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with laughter. Wife, you're playing me. Lin Xian looked embarrassed and hurriedly returned to the changing room to change back. Li Mingyao is really happy because her husband can be a bit dazed sometimes. Excuse me, could you please pack these 2 items and the suit he was just wearing? Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked out of the store, finally ending their shopping trip. Honey, let's go home and have dinner. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and prepared to leave, but the latter remained motionless, her eyes fixed on a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want to eat barbecue. No, the smell of cooking oil there is too strong. I'm afraid you'll get morning sickness again, Lin Xian refused. This barbecue restaurant has a smoke extraction machine at every table, so there's not much oily smoke. That won't work either. Who knows if the meat here is fresh or not? Lin Xian refused again. This barbecue restaurant is the #1 rated restaurant in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh, isn't it? Li Mingyao pouted slightly and said coquettishly. The two had spent the afternoon shopping, and Li Mingyao didn't want Lin Xian to go home and cook a tiring meal. Besides, the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mingyao's persistent pleading and coaxing, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. But there's a condition. Lin Xian first tastes the meat to see if it's fresh. If he finds the meat isn't fresh, he immediately takes his wife home for dinner. The two then happily entered the barbecue restaurant. Soon after, the waiter brought out all the ingredients that needed to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, placed it on the grill to roast slowly, and then put it in his mouth to savor it. How is it? Not bad, right? Li Mingyao almost drooled just looking at it. After all, she was really hungry. The meat quality is pretty good, and it's quite fresh. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and placed it on the grill. After it was fully cooked, he gently blew away the heat from the surface and then brought it to Li Mingyao's lips. Honey, be careful, it's hot. Li Mingyao slightly opened her mouth and took a small bite of the beef. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At that moment, in a corner, a figure was looking towards Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Isn't that Li, our school's most beautiful girl? Chapter 45. What are you? A tagalong. Zhang Hua was Deng Junyi's friend, and he happened to be eating at the same barbecue restaurant at that moment. He then slowly took out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. When Lin Xian gently brought the food to Li Mingyao's lips, he pressed the shutter button and sent the photo to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mingyao, arm in arm with Lin Xian, left the barbecue restaurant, completely satisfied. Honey, let's bake at home next time. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an uninvited guest suddenly blocked their way. This person was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, about the same height as Lin Xian. He has a handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a face like jade, but he is still a bit inferior to Lin Xian. At this moment, he is looking at Lin Xian with an arrogant expression. Long time no see, junior sister Mengyao. Deng Junyi looked at Li Mengyao gently. Long time no see, senior Deng, Li Mengyao replied politely. This is a gift I brought back for you from abroad. Do you like it? Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed the exquisite high-end perfume in his hand to Li Mengyao. I'm sorry, I don't like this perfume. You should keep it for yourself, senior Deng, Li Mengyao said calmly. It's okay if you don't like this. I'll buy you whatever you like, Deng Junyi continued. No need, senior Deng. You don't need to give me anything, Li Mengyao said in a cold tone. Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who's this person next to you? Deng Junyi clenched his fist and saw a dazzling diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand, and said angrily, I know, but I've said it before, we're not a good match. This man next to me is my husband. Li Mengyao gripped Lin Xian's hand tightly. Why? Why did you get married after only a year of me being gone? He's just a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him, Deng Junyi said angrily. Those who make malicious comments about others often have dark hearts. It's none of your business to comment on my husband. Please don't bother me anymore. Honey, let's go, Li Mengyao said angrily, her eyes turning icy cold. Li Mengyao didn't like Deng Junyi, but she addressed him as Senior Deng, out of politeness. But he slandered Lin Xian, which Li Mengyao could not tolerate. If I'm a gigolo, then what are you? A tagalong? Lin Xian looked at Deng Junyi and laughed disdainfully. Then, Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly, bypassed Deng Junyi without hesitation, and strode forward. At this moment, Deng Junyi's face turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Suddenly turning around, Deng Junyi seemed to have lost his mind, swinging his fist like a madman and lunging straight at Lin Xian. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained unusually calm. He seemed to have already sensed the disturbance behind him, quickly released Li Mengyao's hand, and turned around with lightning speed. Lin Xian caught Deng Junyi's punch accurately, then pushed him away with force, followed by a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Deng Junyi to the ground. Ah! Deng Junyi screamed and lay on the ground, unable to move for a moment. Attacking from behind, what a sycophant. There are surveillance cameras here. I'm warning you, if you do anything wrong again, we'll call the police immediately, Lin Xian said coldly. Honey, are you alright? Li Mengyao was terrified and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side, carefully examining him to see if he was injured anywhere. It's alright, he's just desperate and he can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Let's go quickly. Seeing the strange looks from those around her, Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home that evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began packing their luggage. After packing her luggage, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa reading the company's daily report from Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, go get me a nightgown. Li Mengyao opened the bathroom door a crack, peeking out her head shyly. Okay, where did you put your pajamas? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I forgot, could you help me look for it? Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xian first went to the wardrobe but couldn't find it. Then he went to the huge balcony and immediately saw a cute pajama set hanging there. Soon, Lin Xian accepted Li Mengyao's cute pajamas and went to the bathroom door. At this moment, Li Mengyao quickly shrunk her cute little head into the bathroom, leaving only one fair and delicate arm exposed, radiating a charming glow. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Is it all done? Li Mengyao asked softly. Here you go. Coming to his senses, Lin Xian handed the pajamas to Li Mengyao. Thank you, honey. Li Mengyao tried to pull her pajamas back, but found that she couldn't budge them no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xian, let go, Li Mengyao said angrily. Honey, how about we shower together? Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. No, you pervert. Okay, honey, I was just kidding. Lin Xian released his hand easily. You big bad guy. After Li Mingyao withdrew her hand, she quickly closed the door, not forgetting to scold Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian returned to the living room with a smile. Half an hour later, Li Mingyao finally came out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xian, who was still grinning on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest. My wife looks so cute when she's angry. Then, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower, but halfway through, he suddenly realized. Where's my towel? Where did it go? After searching the bathroom for a long time, Lin Xian had no choice but to slightly open the bathroom door. Honey, I can't find my towel. Can you help me look for it? I can't hear you. Wife, I was wrong. What's wrong? The mistake was flirting with his wife. Will you dare to do it again? I wouldn't dare. There was no response from Li Mingyao. Just as Lin Xian was continuing to apologize, he suddenly heard light footsteps slowly walking towards the bathroom. A blue light suddenly flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Li Mingyao standing at the bathroom door, holding a blue towel. Her movements were incredibly swift, as if she'd done something wrong. She slung the towel over the bathroom doorknob, then turned and ran back to her room, seemingly letting out a soft laugh. Chapter 46. This is my home now. After Lin Xian finished showering, he returned to his room and saw Li Mingyao pretending to read a book seriously, with an undisguised smile on her face, and her eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Xian standing by the window. Lin Xian had already roughly guessed what was going on. Wife, where did you find this towel? Lin Xian lay on the bed, close to Li Mingyao. I'm in the balcony, Li Mingyao said calmly. That's strange. I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there at the time, Lin Xian said with a smile. You must have misread it, Li Mingyao continued, feigning calmness. Is it possible that my wife secretly took my towel and then pretended not to know? Lin Xian once again flashed his signature smile. That's impossible, honey. I'm sleepy, good night. Li Mingyao placed the book on the bedside table almost as quickly as possible, then climbed onto the bed as lightly as a cat. She lay quietly with her eyes closed and her breathing became even, as if she had truly fallen asleep. However, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate when he saw it, and leaned down to kiss those alluring lips. I'm ignoring you. Li Mingyao turned around, leaving Lin Xian with only a beautiful view of the back of her head. In the end, she was the one who suffered the loss. Li Mingyao couldn't understand it. Suddenly, she thought of something. Li Mingyao turned around again, looking at Lin Xian with a worried expression. Honey, will Cece dislike me as her sister-in-law? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful. She's like an angel. Everyone would love her. Lin Xian casually stroked Li Mingyao's hair with one hand, releasing a captivating fragrance. Stop joking, I'm serious, Li Mingyao said, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Cece is such a lively person. The more lively it is, the happier she is, so don't worry, honey. All right, it's getting late. Babies need to sleep. Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly and comforted her. The two then fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao didn't get ready to get up until the sun was high in the sky. After the two finished washing up, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Li Mingyao checked their luggage to see if they had forgotten anything. Soon, after finishing breakfast, the two arrived at the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Just as Lin Xian was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mingyao suddenly grabbed him. Honey, let's drive the Xiaomi SU7 this time. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Why? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Because you spoil Xiaohei too much. Don't you think it's too serious? This Xiaomi has barely been driven. Li Mingyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Lin Xian thought about it again and realized that he really hadn't driven it much. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao to the Xiaomi SU7, and after she was settled in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding! The system has detected that the host needs to drive a Xiaomi smart car on a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will upgrade the intelligent driving system and battery of the Xiaomi SU7 for free. 1 minute later. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system has been upgraded to the future's top level, and the host no longer needs to drive manually. The battery has also been successfully upgraded, and the host only needs to charge it once to run for a year. Such a good thing. Lin Xian originally planned to drive manually, but the system gave him a free upgrade. Xiao AI, activate intelligent driving mode, Lin Xian said with some anticipation. Immediately afterwards, a gentle response rang out. Yes, may I ask where you wish to go, master? To Yunhai City, Lin Xian replied. Okay, destination set as Yunhai City, about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax. After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligent system issued the prompt, the vehicle slowly started and drove smoothly towards Yunhai City. Lin Xian sat quietly in the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the steering wheel. At first, he was still a little uneasy, afraid of an accident, so he was ready to take over the vehicle at any time. Soon, Lin Xian witnessed the power of the system and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The system is incredibly powerful. The upgraded intelligent driving system is already very advanced, and its reaction speed is even much faster than that of humans. Along the way, Lin Xian admired the scenery while talking to Li Mingyao about his hometown, Yunhai City. It is a beautiful seaside city with a stunning coastline and unique charm. Can I go see the sea then? Li Mingyao asked expectantly. Li Mingyao has never seen the sea since she was a child. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. As they chatted, Li Mingyao fell asleep again. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian drove out of the Yunhai City toll station and arrived at a place he was familiar with. Wife, wake up, we've arrived in Yunhai City. Lin Xian gently patted Li Mingyao. Have we arrived? Li Mingyao rubbed her eyes with her small hands, then looked out the window with a surprised expression. This city sits on the shore of the Azure Sea, its edge connecting with the ocean, where the blue waters and sky merge into one, creating a breathtaking panorama. Wow, it's so beautiful. We can take a walk on the beach tonight, but let's go home now, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. Okay, a hint of happiness flashed across Li Mingyao's face. The Xiaomi SU7 started up again and slowly drove towards Lin Xian's hometown. Soon, the two arrived at a cozy-looking residential area with lush greenery and a beautiful environment. Although this neighborhood has been inhabited for several years, it still maintains a brand-new appearance. Lin Xian parked the car in the parking lot, then took Li Mingyao's hand and walked towards the elevator. As they stepped into the elevator, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Li Mingyao's small hands were slightly sweaty, which made him smile. Are you still nervous? It's okay. Didn't we already see each other at home? Relax. At this time, only my mother should be home, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. I'm still nervous, Li Mingyao said softly. At this moment, the two had arrived at Lin Xian's house. He took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. Mom, I'm back, Lin Xian said happily. Oh, my daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a long journey. Zhang Shulan greeted him warmly, bypassing Lin Xian. Come on in. This is your home now, don't be shy. Okay, Mom, Li Mingyao said nervously. After Li Mingyao sat down, Zhang Shulan turned to look at her son and said, What are you standing there for? Bring all your luggage in. Okay, Lin Xian said helplessly. After Lin Xian brought the luggage in, Li Mingyao took out the jade bracelet from inside, handed it to Zhang Shulan, and smiled slightly. Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan smiled happily. What gift do I need? You are the best gift. Zhang Shulan picked up the crystal-clear jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. Mom really likes it, but you can't buy it for me next time, okay? Lin Xian and Li Mingyao simply continued to smile, pretending not to hear, and of course they would continue to buy. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? How is the baby? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. The baby is developing very healthily, the doctor also said. Li Mingyao lowered her eyes nervously. What else did he say? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. The doctor said it's twins. Zhang Shulan was instantly stunned. Chapter 47 Lin Xian is very good to me. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan sprang up from the sofa as if she had springs in her bottom, then quickly walked over to Li Mingyao and sat down next to her, holding her little hand tightly, her face full of joy, her mouth almost reaching her ears. Mingyao, are they really twins? Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. It's true. Li Mingyao was quite frightened by her mother-in-law's series of unusual actions. Here, this is the pregnancy test report. Lin Xian quickly handed his mother Li Mengyao's most recent pregnancy test report. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the words twins clearly written on it. She was so excited that her hands began to tremble. That's great, oh, son, you're really something. Lin Xian smiled slightly, and Li Mingyao blushed slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Shulan looked at her pregnancy test report again and again, muttering to herself, twins are great, twins are great. Suddenly, Zhang Shulan thought of something else. Son, did you bring your marriage certificate with Yao Yao? Let mom see it. Here it is. Lin Xian continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan looked at it from left to right, a happy smile spreading across her face. My dim-witted son finally got married, and his wife is absolutely gorgeous. She's like a fairy, a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Even more exciting is that my daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins, maybe even a boy and a girl. Li Mingyao blinked in a daze, completely unprepared for her mother-in-law's agitation. How could I not be excited? I've brought 2 kids with me, and I'll be a grandparent soon. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized she had been a bit out of line, so she sat back down next to Li Mingyao and smiled. Mom's just too happy, please don't mind. Li Mingyao was still a little nervous and said, Mom, I understand. She was also very shocked when she found out she was a twin. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mingyao's belly. She was 14 weeks pregnant, and with twins no less, so why wasn't she showing yet? You brat, have you not been giving my daughter-in-law enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian. Mom, some pregnant women just show later, Lin Xian explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xian is very good to me, Li Mingyao said softly. Mom was too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed to a gentle expression and smiled at Li Mingyao. Son, hurry up and go to the kitchen to make lunch. Also, remember to stew some old hen soup for Mingyao to nourish her. Zhang Shulan had a different expression when she looked at Lin Xian. Huh? Why do I have to cook when I get home? Lin Xian complained. It's all because you brat, have always disliked my cooking since you were little. Go now. Lin Xian reluctantly went into the kitchen and started getting busy. Li Mingyao clenched her hands tightly together. She became even more nervous after Lin Xian left. Zhang Shulan immediately noticed the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she had given her daughter-in-law for the first time, and she was overjoyed. Mingyao, don't be so nervous. Just treat this place like your own home. Li Mingyao nodded slightly. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and Comrade Lin Zhenghua returned. Honey, I'm home. He walked in with a gloomy face because of the high pressure of working in a state-owned enterprise. He was immediately glared at by Zhang Shulan, a glare that made him feel uneasy and tremble. He then noticed that his daughter-in-law, Li Mingyao, was sitting quietly and gracefully on the sofa, looking somewhat restrained and nervous. Dad, Li Mingyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. Mingyao, you're here, huh? Lin Zhenghua snapped out of his daze, immediately put on a friendly smile, and responded warmly. Tell Dad if Lin Xian bullied you, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Zhenghua plopped down on the sofa opposite him and smiled. No, Lin Xian is really good to me. Li Mingyao's pretty face turned bright red. A kiss shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Dad, this is a gift I brought you from Jinghai City. Li Mingyao handed Lin Zhenghua the competition-specific fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhenghua could tell at a glance that the fishing rod was worth a lot of money. He held it in his hand and kept stroking it. What a good rod. He had wanted to buy a fishing rod like this for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhang Shulan controlled the finances and felt that it was not worth spending tens of thousands of yuan on a broken fishing rod. Thank you, Mingyao, I really like it. Lin Zhenghua said happily. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the little red book and a pregnancy test report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, a slight, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his lips. He then picked up the pregnancy test report and froze for a second. A few seconds later, His face broke into a wide smile. Where is Lin Xian? Lin Zhenghua asked impatiently. I'm cooking in the kitchen, Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help. You guys continue chatting. After saying that, he walked happily into the kitchen like a child. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Old Lin usually gave people a calm and reserved impression, but this time he completely disregarded his image. We arrived at the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua slapped his son Lin Xian hard. You little rascal, you're something else. You've made me a grandfather of 2 kids all at once, Lin Zhenghua said happily. Dad, be gentle, Lin Xian glanced at his father speechlessly. Is there anything else you want to cook? Dad will help you. Dad, aren't you tired after get off work? In Lin Xian's memory, Lin Zhenghua was always very tired after get off work. What's there to be tired about? I'm full of energy right now. I'll help you and make a few more dishes for the babies. Then Lin Zhenghua picked up a kitchen knife and started working. Before long, the father and son had prepared a table full of dishes. Dinner's ready. At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept putting food on Li Mingyao's plate, so her rice bowl was never empty. But Li Mingyao really couldn't eat that much, so she looked up at Lin Xian and raised an eyebrow. Lin Xian understood perfectly and finished off all the food that Li Mingyao couldn't eat. Mingyao, shall we go back to Lin Xian's hometown together in a few days? His grandparents have been wanting to see you, Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, Li Mingyao nodded slightly. After lunch, it was Zhang Shulan's turn to clear the dishes. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and led her back to his room. After entering, Li Mingyao looked around carefully. It was a spacious and clean room with a bed inside. Opposite the bed is a wardrobe, simple in style and practical in design. There was a desk next to the bed, with a laptop on it, and the bookshelves were filled with all sorts of books, as well as some Gundam mecha models. Honey, you still play with this? Li Mingyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. Those were all things I played with when I was a kid. Okay, time for a nap. The two then embraced and drifted off to sleep together. Chapter 48, The Top Scholar. It's 3:30 p.m. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was still fast asleep. He carefully tried to get up quietly. Just as Lin Xian was changing his clothes, Li Mingyao's sensitive little hand sensed Lin Xian's departure, and she groggily opened her eyes. Honey, where are you going? Li Mingyao propped herself up with one hand, gently rubbed her eyes with the other, and asked in a sweet voice. I'm going to pick Cece up from school. She'll be on summer vacation soon. Honey, you can go back to sleep, Lin Xian replied gently. I want to go too. Li Mingyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Li Mingyao wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. Okay, let's go together then. Lin Xian ruffled Li Mingyao's hair. Another half hour passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mingyao changed into a simple white shirt paired with an elegant black skirt and light makeup, giving her a fresh and natural look that highlighted her purity and charm. Lin Xian stared intently at her again. Don't kiss me. It wasn't easy to get it done. Li Mingyao gently pushed Lin Xian away with her small hand, preventing him from succeeding. But Li Mingyao, being a young girl, was no match for Lin Xian's strength. With lightning speed, Lin Xian lightly touched Li Mingyao's alluring lips. Just a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go. Li Mingyao blushed, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and pulled him by the hand to walk outside. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Xiao AI, please proceed to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Lin Xian said. Yes, master. The Xiaomi SU7 started slowly and headed towards Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It was already 4:30 p.m., and Lin Cece had half an hour left before she finished her last final exam. Lin Xian originally intended to stay in the car and wait for his younger sister to finish her exam. Honey, can we go for a walk around the school? Li Mingyao tugged at Lin Xian's hand and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the security room at the school gate. Grandpa, do you remember me? Lin Xian greeted the gatekeeper with a smile. Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? What brings you back? The gatekeeper greeted with a smile. I brought my wife back to visit our alma mater and also to pick up my sister who's on vacation. Can we go inside for a look? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Xiao Xian is a celebrity at school. Of course you can come in. The gatekeeper pressed the button in his hand, and the school gates slowly opened. What a perfect couple. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon. The gatekeeper looked at the two of them with kind eyes. Grandpa, are you also planning to retire? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I'll retire after this year. Okay, you can go in now, the gatekeeper said with a smile. Thank you, sir, Li Mingyao replied politely. No need, no need, haha. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao arrived at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, the premier school in Yunhai City, which gathers the city's best students. The campus is shaded by green trees and full of flowers. The modern teaching buildings are neatly arranged, and the environment is clean and tidy. Every corner exudes rigor and order. The two walked side by side on the greenway, their steps slow and gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the tranquility. Li Mingyao tilted her head slightly, quietly absorbing the unique atmosphere of the campus. A gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing a faint scent of grass. She imagined Lin Xian spending every day at his high school, his focused expression in class, and his playful antics with his classmates after class, and a feeling of joy welled up in her heart. Along both sides of the greenway, every 10 meters or so, there are display boards showcasing the glorious achievements of students who have taken the college entrance examination over the years. Li Mingyao strolled through the exhibition, her gaze casually sweeping over the display boards. Suddenly, her eyes lingered on one of them. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her current husband, Lin Xian. The honor board clearly states, Lin Xian achieved an astonishing score of 687 in 2020, winning the top science score in Yunhai City and successfully gaining admission to Jinghai University. Li Mingyao was stunned. She knew Lin Xian was very smart and had a strong learning ability, but she didn't expect him to be the top science student. No wonder the security guard said Lin Xian was a celebrity at school. Honey, why didn't you tell me about these things? Li Mingyao gently raised her head and asked with a smile. Your husband is very low-key, and besides, you didn't ask him. Lin Xian smiled smugly. Lin Xian tried to reach out and pinch Li Mingyao's cheek, but she easily dodged him. You should behave yourself in high school. Lin Xian then gave up. Isn't this Lin Xian? What brings you back? A middle-aged woman walked slowly towards them, wearing a light blue dress and white high heels, her steps light and elegant. This woman was none other than Ms. Chiu, Lin Xian's senior year homeroom teacher. Teacher Chiu, it's been a long time. You're still so beautiful, and you seem to be getting younger and younger. Lin Xian said with a delighted smile. You're different now that you're in college. You even know how to joke around with your teachers. Chiu Ruishue couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian chuckled, and then introduced the woman beside him to Teacher Chiu. This is my wife, Li Mingyao. Then he turned to Li Mingyao and said, Wife, this is my senior year homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu. Hello, Teacher Chiu, Li Mingyao greeted politely. Hello, young lady, you're very pretty. You two are a perfect match. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon. Chiu Ruishue said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Chiu Ruishue's praise. You may not know this, but because Lin Xian is handsome, many girls pursued him in high school, including some who were very beautiful. But Lin Xian was unmoved and only knew how to study, so in the end, everyone called him a bookworm. But none of those girls are as pretty as you. Our Xiao Xian really has good taste, Chiu Ruishue said with a smile, recalling Lin Xian's high school days. Li Mingyao was a little confused after hearing this. A bookworm? Would a bookworm hug and kiss her every night? Chapter 49 Sister-in-Law. You're simply my savior. Ring ring, exam time is up. Please stop answering questions. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Teacher, you still have things to attend to. Please come back to visit your alma mater when you have time. Chiu Ruishue said with a smile as she took her leave. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao then waited downstairs at Lin Cc's teaching building. Not long after, a girl with fair skin, delicate features, a high-nose bridge, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xian's were the first to run out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bounced up and down as she ran, further highlighting her innocence and cuteness. The intelligence and wit revealed in their brows immediately catch the eye. Elder brother. Lin Cece spotted Lin Xian, who had come to pick her up, at a glance. She waved excitedly and shouted loudly, and at the same time, she saw the elegant and beautiful woman next to Lin Xian. That must be my sister-in-law. Lin Cece excitedly ran over, grabbed Lin Xian's hand, and said happily, "Brother, you've come to pick me up?" Lin Xian reached out and patted Lin Cece's head, smiling as he said, "Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mingyao." Lin Cece then happily said to Li Mingyao, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lin Xian's younger sister, Lin Cece." Li Mingyao smiled slightly. "Hello, Cece. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. I knew she was a great beauty from the photos I saw in the group chat, but she's even more beautiful in person. She's like a fairy descended from heaven." Then Lin Cece looked at Lin Xian with a questioning gaze. Lin Cece couldn't understand how her dim-witted older brother had managed to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Xian immediately saw through his younger sister's thoughts and gave her a light tap on the head. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go back to the dorm and move your luggage out." "Brother, aren't you going to help me move this?" Lin Cece complained, rubbing her forehead and frowning. "It's inconvenient for me to go into your girls' dormitory. I'll drive the car to your dormitory building later, and you can just carry it down," Lin Xian explained. Oh, Lin Xian had only just graduated from university, not much older than these high school students. It would be very inappropriate for him to enter the girls' dormitory under the guise of being a parent. "Cece, let me help you with your luggage," Li Mingyao said gently to Lin Cece. "Oh, sister-in-law? You absolutely can't do that. You're pregnant, and if my mom finds out, she'll beat me to death." Lin Cece hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. "It's all right. I'll help you carry some light things." Li Mingyao smiled slightly. "No, the school is about to let out for the holidays, and there are people everywhere in the dormitory hallways. What if we bump into each other?" Lin Xian quickly spoke up to stop Li Mingyao. "All right then," Li Mingyao said softly. "Cece, go back and pack your things. We'll wait for you downstairs in the dorm," Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Cece replied, and then, like a little rabbit, she took off running towards her dormitory building. "Cece is so cute," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "She's just a little girl, with a very lively and cheerful personality. Okay, let's get back to the car." Not long after, the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove to Lin Cece's dormitory building. Half an hour later, Lin Cece was carrying a small, delicate backpack, struggling to drag a large suitcase with one hand, while leisurely sipping an iced drink with the other. Lin Cece stood by the roadside, looking left and right, but still couldn't see her dad's car. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Why is this old man so slow?" Beep! Lin Xian honked the horn. Lin Cece looked in the direction of the sound and found her brother sitting in a brand new Xiaomi SU7. Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged her suitcase and ran over. At the same time, Lin Xian also pushed open the car door and got out, quickly walked towards Lin Cece, and took the large suitcase from her hands. "Wow, bro, when did you buy a new car? That's so cool," Lin Cece exclaimed with delight. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xian said, as he deftly stuffed Lin Cece's luggage into the trunk. "Then could you stop? You don't even have a driver's license. Don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit properly." Lin Cece was interrupted by Lin Xian before she could finish speaking. Lin Cece had no choice but to shut her mouth and get into the car in a huff. After putting away his luggage and closing the trunk, Lin Xian got into the car and turned around to see his younger sister sitting in the back seat with a pitiful look in her eyes. "After you graduate from high school and get your driver's license, I'll buy you a new car, okay?" Lin Xian said gently. "Really?" Lin Cece's face lit up with a bright smile. "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Isn't all the lucky money I receive every Chinese New Year stolen by you?" Lin Cece pouted mischievously. "Ahem, how can you call it deception between siblings like us? It's just a temporary loan," Lin Xian retorted without changing his expression, his shamelessness astonishing. Li Mingyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. "I don't care. They're going to start charging interest now. Once I get my driver's license, you have to buy me a brand new car." Lin Cece said coquettishly. Okay, I'll buy it for you as a high school graduation gift, Lin Xian said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mingyao suddenly remembered something, then took out a complete Apple gift set she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. Cece, this is a gift from your sister-in-law. Wow, sister-in-law, you're my savior. Thank you so much. Lin Cece pulled out the complete Apple gift set, filled with all the things she had been longing for: a cell phone, a computer, an iPad, headphones. Don't get too excited yet. You can only play with these during holidays. You can't bring them to school. Lin Xian reminded him with a smile as he started the car, activated the advanced intelligent driving mode, and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove home. Ugh, why? I haven't let playing on my phone affect my grades. I've always been in the top 10 of my grade. Lin Cece pouted in dissatisfaction and protested. It must be admitted that Lin Cece's grades at Yunhai No. 1 High School have always been among the best. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll definitely get into Jinghai University. With a little more effort, she might even become the top scorer in the city, just like her brother. Being in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll be in the top 10 in the future. Looks like I'll have to add another condition. If I find out you're secretly bringing your phone to school, I won't buy you the car. Although Lin Xian's tone was gentle, the determination it contained was undeniable. Chapter 50, Taking a Walk on the Beach. I understand, Lin Cece could only agree. Dude, don't you need to grip the steering wheel tightly? No need, it's intelligent driving now, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Wow, that's amazing, Lin Cece exclaimed with anticipation, hoping that she could drive a smart car someday. Not long after, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them went home together. Home is so comfortable. Lin Cece plopped down heavily on the soft sofa, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. Li Mingyao also looked a little tired, and she gently sat down next to Lin Cece. Bro, tonight I want braised beef, boiled sliced pork, sauerkraut fish, and roasted lamb chops. Lin Cece loves her older brother's cooking the most. She hasn't had it in a long time. You're such a glutton. Lin Xian vigorously rubbed Lin Cece's head, then turned and walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner for the evening. A man who can cook can't escape the fate of cooking, no matter where he is. After seeing her older brother go into the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to look at her sister-in-law, Li Mingyao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother meet? And how did he win you over? Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. Well, we met in the library, and then it was love at first sight. That's how it happened. Li Mingyao smiled slightly, a blush spreading across her delicate face. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, I knew my brother was a bookworm, but sister-in-law, although my brother sometimes seems a bit dull, he's a really good person. Then, she stretched out a cute little hand and began to count. He can not only cook, but also do housework well. He has excellent grades and is very caring towards his family. With each item she counted, Lin Cece's face was filled with pride. You must have some misunderstanding about your brother. Where did you get that? He's practically a kissing maniac. This was Li Mingyao's true thought at that moment. Mingyao? Cece? You're back. Just then, the door opened, and Zhang Shulan returned home to find her daughter and daughter-in-law chatting on the sofa. Mom, you're back. Lin Cece quickly stepped forward and took the large bag of things from her mother's hands. Well, how did you do on your final exams? Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Don't you know your daughter's level? Don't worry, there's no problem, Lin Cece said with a confident expression. Mom, welcome back. Li Mingyao, who looked a little tired, hurriedly stepped forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mingyao, are you feeling unwell? Did that brat bully you? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously when she saw Li Mingyao's tired expression. No, I'm just a little sleepy, Li Mingyao replied softly. Li Mingyao is a bit light sleeper, so she didn't sleep much in Lin Xian's room that afternoon. Otherwise she wouldn't have noticed that her husband had gotten up. Then you should go back to your room and rest for a while. We'll call you when dinner is ready. After saying that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mingyao's hand and went back to the room. Li Mingyao nodded obediently and lay down quietly before Zhang Shulan left the room with peace of mind. Li Mingyao was indeed too tired and soon fell asleep. What time is it? Li Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes groggily, sat on the bed, and gently stretched. Honey, it's already 8 o'clock, a gentle voice came. Honey, you scared me to death. Li Mingyao was startled and suddenly realized that Lin Xian was lying next to her. She had been half asleep and hadn't noticed him. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean to scare you. Lin Xian quickly got up, hugged Li Mingyao, and gently comforted her. I know. Li Mingyao also reached out and hugged Lin Xian, feeling his body temperature and the sense of security that came from the embrace. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her mood became cheerful. Have you had dinner? Li Mingyao looked up and asked Lin Xian, looking into his eyes. We've already eaten, but we specially saved a portion for you, Lin Xian said gently. Why didn't you wake me up? Li Mingyao complained, feeling it was very impolite. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. Let's go eat now, the babies are starving. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, his eyes full of affection. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's little hand and led her to the dining table. After Li Mingyao sat down steadily, Lin Xian took out a dinner from the warming cabinet and gently placed it in front of her. It was all her favorite dishes. Li Mingyao was starving and started eating small bites of rice, while Lin Xian watched quietly from the side. Where are Mom, Dad, and Cece? Li Mingyao looked up and found that only she and Lin Xian were left at home. Mom and Dad went for a walk after they finished eating, and Cece went out to play with her classmates, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, Li Mingyao continued to eat, head down. Soon, Li Mingyao finished eating and let out a satisfied burp. Honey, let's rest for a bit and then go for a walk. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled happily. After eating, Li Mingyao rested for about 10 minutes before the two of them left the house. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao by the hand to a small electric scooter. Honey, aren't we going for a walk? Li Mingyao asked, looking at the cute electric scooter with a puzzled expression. Yes, we're going for a walk on the beach. It's quite a distance from here, so we're riding electric scooters, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with joy when she heard that she could go to the beach to play. Wife, get on. Lin Xian got on the electric scooter, handed a pink helmet to Li Mingyao, and smiled. This is Lin Cece's little helmet. Lin Xian used to take her out for drives all the time. Li Mingyao put on her helmet, held Lin Xian's shoulder, and with a graceful and nimble step, sat steadily behind him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and smiled happily. Honey, I'm ready. Then let's go. Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards the seaside. As the electric scooter moved forward, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got closer and closer to the sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty scent, blew over them, making them feel refreshed and relaxed. Li Mingyao closed her eyes, feeling the embrace of the breeze, and felt exceptionally relaxed. Finally, they reached the seaside. The seaside at night is tranquil and mysterious, with moonlight shining like water on the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering effect. After Lin Xian parked his electric scooter, Li Mingyao couldn't wait to get off. She opened her arms to welcome the sea breeze, fully enjoying the tranquility and freedom that the sea brought. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, admiring Li Mingyao's beautiful figure, his heart filled with love. Chapter 51. The more you kiss, the more skilled you become. This place is so beautiful, Li Mingyao exclaimed in amazement and took out her phone. With a slight smile, she snapped a picture, successfully capturing the breathtaking scenery before her. Just then, Lin Xian quietly walked up behind her, gently stretched out his arm, and softly hugged Li Mingyao, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the seaside at night with his wife. Lin Xian had lived here since childhood and often came to the beach, so he was extremely familiar with it. How come he had never noticed how beautiful it was before? After Li Mingyao finished filming the spectacular scene of the ocean waves crashing against the shore, she gently touched the screen with her small finger, and the phone instantly switched to selfie mode. Two faces beaming with happiness immediately appeared in front of the camera, and the beautiful moment was captured. Honey, let's take a walk along the beach, Lin Xian asked softly, his tone full of tenderness. Li Mingyao nodded gently. So they strolled hand in hand on the beach, their steps slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally crashed onto the beach, gently brushing against Li Mengyao's small feet, bringing a cool sensation. Li Mengyao recalled how her father used to carry her around, and whenever they met an acquaintance, he would happily introduce them. "Look, this is my daughter, Ha." At that time, Li Mengyao was still young and only knew how to play on her father's back, feeling that her father's shoulders were particularly strong. Since her father's sudden death, Li Mengyao has never been carried by anyone again. The two continued walking leisurely forward, when suddenly Li Mengyao stood still, as if frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian turned around and asked gently. "Honey, I can't walk anymore." Li Mengyao blinked her bright eyes and stared straight at Lin Xian. "Oh, what should we do then? Maybe we should go back." Lin Xian was well aware of his wife's little scheme, but he pretended not to know it. "Humph, I won't be able to walk back then." Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks, somewhat angrily. "Then shall I carry you on my back?" Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, then turned around and squatted down. "Hee hee, honey, I'm going upstairs." Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She took a small step back and then quickly quickened her pace to run. Finally, she leaped up lightly and landed steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, tightly hugging his neck. "Be careful." Lin Xian quickly grabbed Li Mengyao's long legs tightly with both hands. "Honey, let's go," Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, my dear wife." Lin Xian turned around and headed back. "Honey, why are you turning back? I haven't seen enough yet." Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's clothes, anxiously. "Huh? Didn't my wife say she couldn't walk anymore? So I'll carry you back now." Lin Xian laughed heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized that Lin Xian had done it on purpose, then lowered her head and gave Lin Xian a light kiss on the shoulder. "Ouch! Honey, I was wrong. I'll switch back right away." Lin Xian quickly turned around again. After Li Mengyao's kiss, Lin Xian became a little more obedient. Li Mengyao smiled happily when she saw the little teeth mark she had left on Lin Xian's shoulder. "Honey, am I heavy?" "Not heavy." Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. "But I weighed myself yesterday, and I've gained 2 pounds. Li Mengyao pouted. "It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy, especially since you're carrying twins," Lin Xian explained patiently. "What if I can't lose weight after giving birth?" Li Mengyao asked, resting her face on Lin Xian's shoulder. "No, my wife will definitely lose weight again," Lin Xian said firmly. "I mean, what if?" Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xian. "Then I'll eat my fill too, and we'll both get fat together," Lin Xian said gently. After he finished speaking, Li Mengyao kissed Lin Xian's right cheek hard. "Wife, why are you stealing a kiss?" Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. When Lin Xian turned to the other side, Li Mengyao hid back to the other side, just to prevent Lin Xian from seeing her. "How dare you say that? Who was it that used to steal kisses from me all the time, leaving me breathless every time?" Li Mengyao said, her face slightly flushed. "I'm just doing this to train you. The more you kiss, the more skilled you'll become," Lin Xian said shamelessly. Still talking, Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently punched him. Lin Xian continued carrying Li Mengyao forward, the two enjoying the refreshing sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves crashing. "Honey, you can put me down now," Li Mengyao said softly, patting Lin Xian's back. "Good." Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully placed Li Mengyao back on the ground. After landing, Li Mengyao stretched her body a little and was about to turn around and walk back when a gentle hand gently pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes, and she instantly understood his intention. "My wife just stole a kiss from me. Should I kiss her back?" Lin Xian said in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian gave Li Mengyao no chance to resist, gently lifted her chin, and then, without hesitation, took her tempting lips into his mouth. At this moment, their world consisted only of each other, and everything around them became blurred. From afar, the two figures are closely embracing, like a beautiful painting, forming a charming scene together with the sea and the moon. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took showers and went to bed. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, Li Mengyao's mind was still replaying the scene of their passionate kiss on the beach, and her face flushed again. "Wife, why do you like the sea?" Lin Xian asked gently, looking at his wife in his arms. Lin Xian could tell that Li Mingyao longed for the sea. Because my father promised me before he died that he would take me to see the sea, Li Mingyao said, looking down. Wife, I'm sorry I misspoke. Lin Xian quickly hugged Li Mingyao tightly, stroked her hair, and comforted her. It's okay, I'm already very satisfied. Li Mingyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and smiled. How about we take our wedding photos by the sea? Lin Xian smiled at her. Okay. Chapter 52, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up first, tiptoed out of the room, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. For some reason, ever since he obtained the system's 5-star chef skill, Lin Xian has actually developed a liking for cooking. I love it when my family eats the delicious food he cooks. I love it when they praise his culinary skills, and I love the happy smiles on their faces. Soon, a large pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was served, along with steaming pumpkin pancakes and tender, smooth steamed egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Lin Xian first went to the door of his younger sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed it open, and immediately saw the little one sleeping soundly on the bed. She was sleeping in a large V shape, with the blanket kicked to one side, her mouth slightly open, and she was occasionally snoring softly. Little sister, get up and have breakfast. Lin Xian shook Lin Cici and called softly. Ugh, I finally got a day off. What's wrong with letting me sleep in? While complaining, Lin Cici tucked her head under the covers and continued to indulge in her sweet dream. Lin Xian had no choice but to turn around and leave the room, as his younger sister was so sleepy. As for his wife Li Mingyao, Lin Xian has always doted on her and usually waits for her to wake up naturally. Lin Cici. Lin Xian returned to the dining table and could only have breakfast with his parents first, putting the rest in the warmer. An hour later, Li Mingyao felt that the baby in her belly was hungry. She gently rubbed her captivating eyes, then struggled to sit up in bed. Due to her pregnancy, her movements were somewhat clumsy and labored, but she still tried her best to get out of bed and slowly walked to the bathroom to start washing up. When she finished washing up and came to the lobby, Mingyao, you're awake. Are you hungry? Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law get up and hurried over, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table. Good morning, Mom, Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took a breakfast out of the warmer and placed it in front of Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao began to eat her breakfast in small bites, when she suddenly realized that her husband was not home. Mom, where's Lin Xian? Li Mingyao asked. I sent him to the rooftop to hang the clothes to dry. He hasn't come back yet. Okay. Li Mingyao nodded gently after hearing this, and continued eating her breakfast. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xian returned. Wife, you're awake. Lin Xian asked softly as he sat down next to Li Mingyao after returning home. Li Mingyao smiled and nodded. Looking at the two of them and Lin Zhenghua watching TV in the living room, Zhang Shulan suddenly realized that someone was missing. Lin Cici. The little lazybones was still sleeping. Mingyao, take your time eating. I'm going to wake Cici up, Zhang Shulan said, then got up and headed towards Lin Cici's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cici was forced to go to the restaurant for breakfast with a resentful look on her face. Fortunately, her older brother's cooking skills were up to par, and the delicious food made her feel a little better. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. Honey, shall we go visit the aquarium later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Great. I've never been before. Li Mingyao's eyes lit up, and a happy smile appeared on her face. So Cici, are you going? Lin Xian turned to his sister and asked with a smile. I'm not going. I don't know how much dog food I'll have to eat if I go. I want to go back to sleep. Lin Cici muttered, still a little sleepy and a bit grumpy. After having a full breakfast, Li Mingyao went back to her room, dressed up carefully, and then went out with Lin Xian. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar shout from behind. Brother, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Lin Cici called out anxiously from behind. Lin Cici sat in the back row, panting heavily. Cici, didn't you say you weren't going? Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him. I'm not going. Mom just wants me to read and do my homework. I might as well just eat your dog food. Lin Cece pouted and complained reluctantly. Let's go together then. You can do whatever you want when we get there. Lin Xian then started the car and had Xiaomi locate the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove towards its destination. A short while later, the Xiaomi SU-7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The three of them then got out of the car. Li Mingyao stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before her. The Yunhai City Maritime Museum boasts a magnificent architectural style. The museum cleverly uses advanced high-tech methods to create a three-dimensional whale on the building's surface. The huge whale appears lifelike on the building's surface, as if it is swimming freely. This whale is so lifelike, it seems as if it might leap out of the building's surface at any moment, giving people an unparalleled sense of awe. Stepping into the aquarium is like entering a dreamlike underwater palace, with magnificent decorations and many marine animals swimming around, making you feel as if you are in an underwater world. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao first visited the Marine Life Museum, which contained a variety of marine creatures, including a dazzling array of fish, colorful corals, ancient and dignified sea turtles, and more, vividly demonstrating the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece was also watching from the side. Wow, how spectacular! And that turtle is so cute. As Li Mingyao spoke, she excitedly pointed with her little hand to a small turtle that was slowly swimming past her, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian quietly used his phone to record his wife's surprised moment. The three then went to the jellyfish exhibit. The jellyfish here, illuminated by special lights, resemble fairies, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. Their graceful and agile movements fill the entire jellyfish aquarium with a poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are so beautiful. Li Mingyao couldn't stop smiling. Honey, let's take a picture together here to remember this moment, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Cece, come take a picture of your big brother. Lin Xian called out to his sister, who was not far away, with a smile. I knew it. Lin Cece pouted. Lin Cece reluctantly took out her phone and still carefully took a few photos of Lin Xian and her sister-in-law Li Mingyao. At this moment, Li Mingyao noticed Lin Cece's little mood and gently asked, Cece, would you like to take a picture together? Okay. Lin Cece immediately smiled brightly. She hadn't taken a photo with her older brother in a long time, and then ran to stand between Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Lin Xian randomly asked a passerby to take a picture for him. He stepped forward and politely said, Hello, could you please take a picture for us? Sure. Thanks. Then, a passerby took the phone from Lin Xian and pointed the camera at the three of them. Ready? 1, 2, 3 inch. Click. The three people in the photo are all smiles, overflowing with happiness. Chapter 53. Mom cooked lunch today. After visiting the jellyfish exhibit, Lin Xian and his two companions arrived at the underwater tunnel, as if they were in a magical underwater world. The soft blue light bathed me, and all around me was the shimmering seawater where fish darted freely. The massive glass curtain wall connects people closely with marine life. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand and walked slowly along the tunnel, with Lin Cece following behind. Li Mingyao was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of her. Suddenly, a shark swooped overhead, startling Li Mingyao so much that she clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm. Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine life? Li Mingyao blinked her eyes in confusion and asked curiously. Because the sharks here have adapted to artificial breeding, they have no shortage of food, so they naturally don't prey on other marine life, Lin Xian patiently explained. Oh, let's go check out the shark tank then, Li Mingyao said with a happy smile. Aren't you scared? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What's so scary about that? Li Mingyao said proudly. The three then walked out of the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark tank. Stepping into the shark aquarium is like entering the realm of sharks. Beneath the enormous glass screen, sharks swim among them. Ferocious great white sharks, petite lemon sharks, gentle nurse sharks, and incredibly fast mako sharks. This was the first time Li Mingyao had seen these giant marine creatures up close. She clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm, and although she said she wasn't afraid, Her body language betrayed her inner fear. Lin Xian quickly noticed and smiled. All right, we've seen enough. We should head back. Li Mingyao nodded slightly. It definitely gives me a feeling of deep-sea fear. The three of them left the Yunhai City Oceanarium together and returned to the Xiaomi SU-7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On her way home, Li Mingyao suddenly saw a BMW 4S store, and something occurred to her. Honey, wait a minute. Li Mingyao called out hurriedly. What's wrong? Lin Xian quickly took over the Xiaomi SU-7 and pulled over to the side of the road. Let's go to the BMW 4S store and take a look, Li Mingyao said, pointing with her little finger. Honey, do you want to buy a new car? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No, I wanted to buy one for Dad. Didn't you say he likes BMWs the most? Li Mingyao shook her head gently and smiled. When Li Mingyao went out in the morning, she saw Lin Jinghua's old BMW, which had been driven for almost 10 years. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Lin Xian's heart stirred upon hearing this. He knew his father had always loved BMWs, but for various reasons, he had never changed his car. Lin Xian is not short of money now, so it's time to upgrade the family car. Brother, can you buy me one? Lin Cici asked expectantly. If you want something beautiful, you can look at it now, and I'll buy it for you after you graduate and get your driver's license, Lin Xian said to his younger sister. Lin Xian then drove the car into the BMW 4S store parking lot. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the BMW 4S store together. Welcome, gentlemen. Are you here to buy a car? A young female salesperson with a graceful figure, dressed in a smart business suit with sexy black stockings, greeted them lightly. Just as people say, the more expensive the product, the younger and more beautiful the salesperson tends to be. Yes, we're here to buy a car. Do you have any BMW models you'd recommend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Sir, what is your approximate budget? The saleswoman asked. Honey, how much do you think is appropriate to buy? Lin Xian turned to Li Mingyao and asked gently. You decide this. I don't understand these things. Li Mingyao lowered her eyes slightly and said softly. Around 1 million to 1.5 million. Having received his wife's approval, Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Li Mingyao was only slightly stunned when she heard this, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, they now had tens of millions of assets. The saleswoman and Lin Cici were both stunned. The saleswoman thought the three people who came in were young, one of whom looked like a high school student, and that they would choose the cheapest BMW series. She didn't expect them to suddenly reach the million level. Lin Cici was equally shocked. When did her brother become so rich? If it's in this price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 Series. It has a stylish and dynamic exterior, an exquisite interior, and an ultimate driving experience. It's a perfect blend of luxury and sportiness, the saleswoman said, leading Lin Xian and his companions to a BMW 8 Series. Lin Xian walked forward, carefully examined the cool sedan in front of him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it firsthand. He was very satisfied. His father should really like this car. Is this the top-of-the-line version of the BMW 8 Series? Lin Xian looked up and continued to ask. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head, replying, No, sir. If you'd like the top-of-the-line model, you can come with me to see the cars over there. With that, she led the group to another BMW parked not far away. This is the BMW 8 Series i840, the top-of-the-line model in the BMW 8 Series lineup. As she spoke, the saleswoman opened the car door and invited Lin Xian to get in and experience the car. Lin Xian sat inside the car and felt the comfort and quality of the top-of-the-line luxury sedan, feeling very satisfied. The female saleswoman then gave a detailed introduction to the BMW 8 Series i840, from its cool exterior design to its exquisite and luxurious interior details, and its high-end and advanced features. I'll take this one. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Thank you very much for your choice, sir. However, since we only have this one BMW 8 Series top-of-the-line model in stock, your order may not be delivered to you for another 3 days. The saleswoman handed Lin Xian a contract. Okay, thanks. Lin Xian glanced at the contract, and seeing no problems, paid the deposit. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xian and his two companions left the BMW 4S store and returned to their Xiaomi SU7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 drove towards home. Cici, which car have you chosen? Li Mingyao turned around and looked at Lin Cici, asking gently. Not yet, sister-in-law. Lin Cici revealed a sly smile. Lin Cici initially thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it wouldn't be too expensive, at most a few 100,000 yuan. I never imagined my brother was so rich. He bought a car worth $1 million so easily. Now she'll have to think about it carefully. How can I really rip off my brother? Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to their doorstep. We're back. Lin Xian called out as he opened the door. Hearing the noise, Zhang Shulan came out of the kitchen with a beaming smile. Oh, you're back. Did you enjoy the aquarium? Fun. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. That's good. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat, Zhang Shulan said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Lin Xian and Lin Cici exchanged a glance. Mom cooked lunch today? Chapter 54, maybe they're twins? Lin Xian and Lin Cici, the siblings, had always been skeptical of their mother's cooking skills, so they secretly went to the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that it was her father, Lin Zhenghua, inside instructing Zhang Shulan on how to cook. Zhang Shulan's cooking wasn't too bad, but in order to let her daughter-in-law Li Mingyao taste even more delicious food, she asked Lin Zhenghua to give her some guidance. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Cici finally felt relieved. Before long, four exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly placed on the table. Dinner's ready, Zhang Shulan called out loudly. The family sat around the dining table. Lin Xian first picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his mouth to taste. Although it wasn't as delicious as his own cooking, it was still pretty good. How about that? Don't think your mom can't cook, Zhang Shulan said, seeing the shocked look in her son's eyes. Mingyao, try this piece of pork rib. Zhang Shulan picked up a fragrant piece of pork rib and gently placed it in Li Mingyao's bowl. As Mingyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law herself. Delicious, Li Mingyao said with a satisfied and happy smile after taking a bite. Mom, just do it this way from now on. I really like it, Lin Cici said contentedly, taking bites of beef one after another. Okay, I'll make it for you from now on. Zhang Shulan was overjoyed. The family enjoyed a warm and happy lunch together. After lunch, the family returned to their rooms to pack their luggage, preparing to visit Lin Xian's grandparents in his hometown that afternoon. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao finished tidying up, they lay down on the bed together to take a nap. At this moment, Li Mingyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Lin Xian noticed something was wrong and gently hugged Li Mingyao. Wife, are you nervous? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mingyao nestled her head into Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft and sweet. Don't be nervous. My grandparents are very easy to talk to. Besides, you're about to give them a great-granddaughter. They're overjoyed and are asking to see you. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, lowered his head slightly, and gently kissed her forehead. Then will your grandparents favor boys over girls? What if I give birth to 2 girls? Li Mingyao raised her head slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. My grandfather might be a little bit like that, but my grandmother isn't. She especially loves children. Look at Cici, my grandmother dotes on Cici more than her, Lin Xian said with a smile. After all, they are from the older generation, and it's impossible for them not to have some preference for sons over daughters. But in Lin Xian's opinion, having a son or a daughter is the same. Besides, maybe they're twins, Lin Xian continued with a smile. What a coincidence! Li Mingyao chuckled softly, and after hearing Lin Xian's words, she wasn't so nervous anymore. In any case, whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on the husband, and has nothing to do with her. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, Li Mingyao quickly fell asleep. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. After their lunch break, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to head to their hometown, Yinshan Town. Honey, let's go. Li Mingyao wore light makeup and a snow-white dress. The dress was well-tailored and featured a cute bow-tie neckline, perfectly showcasing a gentle and refreshing feel unique to summer. She looked graceful and lively. Lin Xian stared intently, and it took him a while to come back to his senses before he murmured 2 words, "Beautiful." "Then let's go quickly." Li Mingyao chuckled, reached out, and pulled Lin Xian, who was still in a daze, out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, while Lin Sisi followed closely behind her parents. The group arrived at the community parking lot. "Sisi, whose car are you going in?" Lin Zhenghua asked, opening the door of his slightly worn BMW. "Of course I'll ride in my brother's car." Lin Sisi plopped down in the back seat of the Xiaomi SU7. The new car was so comfortable. Lin Zhenghua looked at his old BMW and sighed. "It's time to buy a new one. My daughter is already complaining about it." Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan then got into the car together and started driving towards Yinshan town. At the same time, Lin Xian carefully settled Li Mingyao in the back seat, and then quickly started the car, with the Xiaomi SU7 following closely behind. At first, in Yunhai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 followed closely behind his father, but once they got on the highway, Lin Xian accelerated without hesitation, instantly leaving his father's car far behind. "Why is that brat driving so fast?" Zhang Shulan said angrily. "Wife, it's not that our son is driving too fast. It's that our car is too slow," Lin Zhenghua explained. "Oh, I see, then find some time to buy a new one." Looking at the old BMW, Zhang Shulan realized it was indeed time to replace it. "I used to always think about saving money for Lin Xian to get married, afraid that this blockhead would never be able to find a wife. I never expected that I wouldn't have to spend any money at all, and I already have a wife and children." Thinking about this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was quite capable. "Okay," Lin Zhenghua chuckled. He had finally gotten his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian arrived at the Yunshan Town Highway exit first and parked the car on the side of the road to wait for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed back towards his hometown. Lin Xian followed closely behind, just as he had in the city. Soon, the 2 cars slowly drove into a detached small villa. Lin Xian's grandparents were already waiting at the door. Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Sisi opened the car door first and ran forward happily. "Oh, Sisi, how have you been at school lately?" Grandma asked with a kind smile. "Great." Lin Sisi smiled happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and came to their grandparents. "Mom and Dad, we're back," Lin Zhenghua greeted them. "It's good that you're back. By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma asked impatiently. At this moment, she could vaguely see a petite figure inside Xiaomi's car. It turned out that Li Mingyao had already fallen asleep in the car. "Wife, we've arrived," Lin Xian called softly to Li Mingyao. Have we arrived yet?" Li Mingyao rubbed her eyes and replied sleepily. Chapter 55, She's So Pretty. What came into Li Mingyao's view was a mountain villa, towering into the clouds and 5 stories high. The villa occupies a vast area with deep courtyards, lush green grass, and swirling mist, making it feel like a fairyland, exuding luxury and grandeur. Li Mingyao never expected that Lin Xian's hometown had such a luxurious villa. Lin Xian led the still dazed Li Mingyao out of the car. As soon as they got out, her grandparents greeted them warmly. "Xianer, you've gained weight recently." "Ha!" Grandpa said with a hearty laugh. "Xianer, is this our granddaughter-in-law?" Grandma asked with a big smile. Lin Xian's grandfather had his white hair neatly combed, and he looked like an upright and honest old man, much like Lin Zhenghua. Although he was slightly hunched over, his upright posture and firm gaze revealed his composure and fortitude. Lin Xian's grandmother had a kind and peaceful face, always radiating a warm smile, and a soft and gentle voice that was as comforting as a spring breeze. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My name is Li Mingyao, and I am Lin Xian's wife." Li Mingyao introduced herself politely. Good. "Oh my granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful." Grandma smiled from ear to ear. Grandpa also smiled with satisfaction. "Grandpa and Grandma, please wait a moment." After exchanging greetings, Li Mingyao turned around and went back to the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7, where she and Lin Xian picked up 2 beautifully packaged boxes of health supplements together. "Grandpa and Grandma, this is a small token of our appreciation for our first meeting." Li Mingyao handed the health supplements to her grandparents. "Child, you're already here, why bring any gifts?" Let's go inside and sit down, Grandma said gently. Then, she carefully took Li Mingyao's hand and slowly walked into the villa. Upon entering the villa, Li Mingyao was immediately struck by the luxurious scene before her. The villa is exquisitely decorated, with every detail showcasing the owner's taste and wealth. Various precious rosewood furniture pieces were arranged in an orderly manner. Everyone sat down in the spacious and bright hall. Child, from now on, this is your home too. Don't be shy, Grandma said with a kind smile. Yes, thank you, Grandma. Li Mingyao nodded slightly and answered softly, but she was still a little nervous. Baby, how many weeks pregnant are you now? Grandma asked impatiently, staring at Li Mingyao's belly. The two elderly people were overjoyed when they heard that their granddaughter-in-law was pregnant. I'm already 14 weeks along, Li Mingyao said in a slightly shy voice. How is the baby developing? Have you taken him to the hospital for a checkup? The grandmother continued to inquire. Grandma, the babies are developing very well, and the doctor even said they're twins. At this moment, Lin Xian walked to Li Mingyao's side, gently took her hand, and tried to ease her tension. Then he smiled and said to his grandmother, Xianer, you didn't please us old folks, did you? Are they really twins? Grandma was so surprised she couldn't stop smiling. It's true. Look, I've brought you the pregnancy test report. After saying that, Lin Xian handed a pregnancy test report to his grandmother. Old man, hurry up and get my reading glasses, Grandma said hurriedly to Grandpa beside her. Grandpa was clearly shocked by the news. He hurriedly stood up and rushed back to his room to get 2 pairs of glasses. After putting on their glasses, the two elderly people stared intently at the pregnancy test report, which clearly stated the words twins. Grandma's eyes welled up with tears, sparkling with joy. Even the usually composed and steady grandfather couldn't help but show his joy at this moment. The corners of his mouth turned up, and his face was filled with a happy smile. That's wonderful, wonderful, old man, Grandma said excitedly, grabbing Grandpa's arm. Yes, old woman. Hurry up and make dinner. Everyone's hungry, Grandpa replied excitedly. Oh right, now is the time to replenish nutrition. The babies must be hungry. I'm so happy that I forgot. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll go prepare dinner now. It'll be ready soon, Grandma said to Li Mingyao with a smile, then quickly went into the kitchen. Honey, I'm going to the kitchen to help Grandma cook, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, go ahead. Li Mingyao nodded. With Lin Xian's help, the dining table was soon filled with delicious dishes. Grandma kept putting food on Li Mingyao's plate, as if afraid she would go hungry. This scene reminded Li Mingyao of when she first arrived at Lin Xian's house, when Zhang Shulan had also been so enthusiastic in serving her food. Lin Xian then finished off all the food that Li Mingyao couldn't finish. Of course, Grandma would also serve food to Lin Xian and Lin Sisi, and the family enjoyed a harmonious time together at the dinner table. After dinner, everyone sat together in the spacious and bright hall to watch TV. Li Mingyao leaned gently against Lin Xian. Lin Xian's family treated her very well, and she felt incredibly happy. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay together on the soft, comfortable bed. Honey, I never imagined you had such a luxurious villa in your hometown. Li Mingyao couldn't help but ask curiously. My grandfather used to be a businessman, so he saved up a lot of money, Lin Xian explained with a slight smile. Did Grandma only give birth to one child? Li Mingyao hadn't met Lin Xian's other relatives yet. Of course not. Grandma had 2 sons and 2 daughters. My dad was the youngest, Lin Xian said. In the 1970s and 80s, many families had several children. Then none of them came back. Li Mingyao continued to ask. They're all in other cities, and one of my aunts is in another province. She usually only comes back for the Chinese New Year, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you to explore the town. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao and comforted her to sleep. Feeling Lin Xian's warmth, Li Mingyao quickly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, turning the earth a golden hue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand and strolled around Yinshan town. They strolled hand in hand through the streets and alleys of Yinshan town. Yinshan town is surrounded by mountains, which are lush and green, like a secluded paradise. The streets of the town were filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Residents greeted each other with bright smiles on their faces, creating a warm and welcoming ambience. Xiao Xian, you're back. Suddenly, a voice came. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman walking up to him. Yes, Aunt Wu, we just arrived last night, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, who is this? Aunt Wu's gaze fell on Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's tightly clasped hands, and a kind Annie smile appeared on her face. She's my wife, Lin Xian introduced with a smile. Hello, Auntie, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, little girl. You're so pretty, so delicate and beautiful, Aunt Wu praised. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. Chapter 56 Little Crying Pavilion. Little girl, you don't know, when Xiao Xian was little, Aunt Wu noticed that Li Mengyao was a little shy and was about to talk about the embarrassing things Lin Xian did when he was a child, when Lin Xian hurriedly interrupted her. Hey, Aunt Wu, could you please stop bringing up my childhood in front of my wife? Let Aunt Wu continue, Li Mengyao said, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Look, even your wife wants to hear it. Aunt Wu chuckled softly, then continued. Don't let Xiao Xian's current tall, handsome appearance fool you. When he was little, he was such a crybaby. If anything went wrong, or he was even touched lightly, he would burst into tears. He was so arrogant back then, so we all called him Little Crybaby Xian Ha? Li Mengyao chuckled. Her husband turned out to be a crybaby. Aunt Wu, aren't you going to buy something on the street? Go ahead and do it. We'll just wander around a bit more. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Haha, then I won't disturb you two young couples any longer, Aunt Wu said with a smile as she left. Watching Aunt Wu's departing figure, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, and she stared at Lin Xian with a half-smile. Honey, I never knew you were such a crybaby when you were little. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Lin Xian blushed slightly. Li Mengyao scoffed. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then went to a shop that sold local specialties from Yinshan town. Uncle Yi, Lin Xian called out. Hey, isn't this Xiao Xian? When did you get back? A slightly overweight, smiling middle-aged man turned around and said in a friendly tone. He was wearing a white chef's uniform, which was covered in flour, and he was holding a spoon in his hand, clearly having just been busy making pastries. I just got back last night, and that's why I came to see you first thing this morning. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're such a sweet talker. You want some Yinshan pastries again, don't you? Ha ha. Uncle Yi laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling into a deep knot. Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Hee hee, Uncle Yi understands me best, but this time I'm not the only one. As he spoke, he stepped aside, and a beautiful and charming woman appeared in front of Uncle Yi. This is my wife. I brought her here to try your Yinshan pastries, Lin Xian said, taking Li Mengyao's hand and introducing her to Uncle Yi. Hello, Uncle Yi, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello. Your wife is so beautiful. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so young. Wait, Uncle Yi will personally make 2 portions of Yinshan pastries for you. I also wish you a happy marriage. After saying that, Uncle Yi turned around and went back to his workbench, where he began to work skillfully. He first kneaded the prepared dough into a ball, then gently rolled it out with a rolling pin, added various fillings, and finally shaped it into an exquisite form. Every movement was so skillful and confident, as if she were creating a work of art. Soon, the sweet aroma of pastries filled the air. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao couldn't help but move closer, sniffing the tempting smell and waiting expectantly. A moment later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 carefully prepared Yinshan pastries. These pastries are brightly colored and tempting, small and exquisite, and adorned with a few crystal-clear candied fruits, resembling exquisite works of art. Wow, it's so beautiful, Li Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Try it and see how it tastes. Uncle Yi looked at his creation with a proud expression. Li Mengyao carefully picked up a piece of pastry, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. Instantly, a rich sweetness melts in your mouth. The outer layer is crispy and the inner layer is soft, leaving you with an unforgettable aftertaste. Delicious, Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. Seeing his wife enjoying her food so much, Lin Xian also picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite. Uncle Yi, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. How many days are you planning to stay? I'll make some more for you to take back with you when you leave, Uncle Yi said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Lin Xian said. Haha, when did Xiao Xian become so polite? You used to come here all the time when you were a kid and freeload off me, and you never thanked me. Uncle Yi laughed heartily. I've grown up now, haven't I? Lin Xian scratched his head sheepishly. Let's continue exploring. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Okay, come again next time. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand and continued walking through the town. Soon, the two arrived at an old bridge with a river flowing beneath it, where small boats occasionally passed by. The two continued walking and came to a stream. There were a few houses around the stream, giving it a feeling of a small bridge, flowing water, and traditional houses. The stream here is crystal clear, and you can clearly see small shrimp swimming in it. Li Mengyao walked to the stream and reached her little hand into it to feel it. The water here is so cool and refreshing. I used to take a bath here when it was really hot in the summer, Lin Xian said with a smile. How shameless. Li Mengyao responded coquettishly with a smile on her face. Honey, it's about time we headed back, Lin Xian said, glancing at the time. Li Mengyao nodded gently. The two quickly returned home. We're back, Lin Xian shouted. Mengyao, you must be tired from walking. Come and rest here for a while. Grandma pulled Li Mengyao and made her sit down next to her. Brother, did you bring me any pastries? At this moment, Lin Cece rushed out of the house and asked eagerly. Here, your sister-in-law knows you like this, so she bought it especially for you. Lin Xian pulled out a Yunshan pastry from behind his back and handed it to his sister. The pastry emitted an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. When Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were returning home, Lin Xian casually mentioned that his younger sister also liked Yunshan pastries. Without saying a word, Li Mengyao immediately turned around and went back to the pastry shop to buy another one. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cece sat down next to Li Mengyao, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began preparing lunch. After a hearty lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Lin Xian received a message from his father, Lin Zhenghua. Son, want to go fishing? Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, leaned down slightly, and whispered in her ear, Wife, can I go fishing with Dad? Okay, go ahead, Li Mengyao mumbled unconsciously, then fell asleep again. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went fishing with Lin Zhenghua and his grandfather. After waking up, Li Mengyao felt a little bored, so she sat quietly in the living room playing on her phone to pass the time. Just then, Grandma came over with faltering steps, holding a thick photo album in her hands. She came to Li Mengyao's side. Grandma, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously. This is Lin Xian's childhood photo album, Grandma replied with a smile. Chapter 57, They must have a very good relationship. Li Mengyao opened the picture album and saw a series of photos of Lin Xian as a child. There are adorable full moon photos, with round eyes gazing curiously at the world, and a slightly open mouth revealing an innocent smile. There are also photos of a toddler who was a little over 1 year old, holding a colorful ball and grinning foolishly. There are also photos of him walking independently at the age of 2, wobbling unsteadily. There were even some running around the house naked. She carefully examined each photo, feeling the happy times Lin Xian had in his childhood. Grandma, was Lin Xian very naughty when he was little? Li Mengyao asked. Yes, he was very naughty when he was little, and he often wet the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao turned to another page, which showed Lin Xian holding hands with a little girl, smiling happily. This is Lin Xian and his childhood playmate, Grandma said, pointing to the little girl in the painting. Oh, it's a girl, Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. She continued flipping through the photos and found many more pictures featuring the same little girl. They must have a very good relationship, Li Mengyao muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, along with his father Lin Zhenghua and grandfather, went to a reservoir near Yunshan town to start their fishing trip. The three prepared their fishing gear, adjusted their fishing rods, baited their hooks with the bait they had prepared, and cast their lines with a strong pull, waiting for the fish to bite. Same as always, the competition is about who catches the most, and the prize will be weighed by the kilogram, Lin Zhenghua said confidently. Dad, have you forgotten how badly we lost last time? Lin Xian said with a smile. I was unlucky last time, so it doesn't count, Lin Zhenghua explained. Lin Zhenghua now has a new fishing rod given to him by his daughter-in-law, which should be enough to change his fate. Okay, let's have another competition, with sunset as the deadline. Grandpa laughed along. About half an hour later, Lin Xian's bell rang first, and at the same time, the fishing rod shook violently. It's on the hook. It's on the hook. Looks like a big fish. Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the fishing rod, quickly tightened the line, and began to fight the big fish. Soon, the big fish gradually ran out of strength. Lin Xian slowly retracted the fishing line and then pulled hard, successfully pulling a huge bass ashore. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the fish, weighed it carefully, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, it weighs more than 3 pounds. TCH, I'll definitely catch a bigger one than yours later. Lin Zhenghua watched from the side with envy, but still put on a disdainful attitude. Time passed by, and 10 minutes later, Grandpa's bell rang, and the fishing rod began to shake, though not as violently as Lin Xian's earlier movements. Grandpa, a seasoned fishing enthusiast, calmly and skillfully reeled in the fishing line. Not long after, a grass carp leaped out of the water, and it looked to be over a pound in size. Zhenghua, you're the only one who hasn't opened a business yet, the grandfather said to his son with a smile. The big fish are all behind us, just you wait. Lin Zhenghua continued to stare intently at his fishing rod, not daring to relax for a moment, as if afraid of missing any opportunity to bite. At this very moment, beside him, Lin Xian and his grandfather were leisurely enjoying top-quality Tiguanyin tea, their moods exceptionally pleasant. Hey, another one! Lin Xian shouted excitedly. His bell rang again, and the fishing rod began to shake incessantly. I've got a situation here too. Almost at the same moment, Grandpa's bell also rang melodiously. The sun was nearing its end, and Lin Xian already had 4 fish in his bucket. Apart from the 3-pound fish he caught the first time, the rest were all around 1 pound each, making a total of 6 pounds. Meanwhile, Grandpa, who was standing nearby, also caught 3 fish, each weighing a little over a pound, totaling about 4 pounds. Looking into Lin Zhenghua's fish bucket, one finds nothing but water, not even a single small fish. Lin Zhenghua looked incredulous. How come he couldn't catch a single fish? Dad, the sun is about to set. Maybe we should just call it a day, Lin Xian said, walking up to his father to comfort him. It's still a little short, isn't it? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Zhenghua still held onto a sliver of hope. How about I give you one? You can choose whichever you like. I need to go back and cook for my wife, Lin Xian continued. Yes, Lin Xian misses his wife. No need. Lin Zhenghua sighed softly, then said, Never mind, let's go. Just as Lin Zhenghua was about to pack up his fishing rod and head back, suddenly, the bell started ringing, and the fishing rod began to shake violently, just as intensely as what Lin Xian had encountered earlier. Clearly, something big was up. It's here. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed with delight. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward with lightning speed and firmly gripped the fishing rod, but unfortunately the big fish was incredibly strong. Even though he used all his strength, he could only barely maintain the situation and was unable to reel in the fishing line. Son, come help me. Lin Zhenghua hurriedly called out to his son for assistance. They're here. Lin Xian then joined the fight. As the father and son worked together, the big fish gradually lost its strength to struggle and was slowly pulled closer to the shore. Just as it was about to surface, the big fish suddenly darted back down into the water with all its might. In the end, the experienced grandfather took out a long net and successfully caught the big fish and brought it ashore. This fish was significantly larger than the 3-pound grass carp that Lin Xian had caught before. It was actually a large carp weighing over 8 pounds. What a big one. Ha ha. I knew I could catch a big fish. How about that? I won this time. Lin Zhenghua said smugly. Yes, Dad, you win. Lin Xian smiled. My dad rarely gets this happy. Lin Zhenghua stretched out his hand with difficulty, trying to pick up the carp, but because the fish was so big and slippery, it took a lot of effort to finally lift it up. With a smile, he said to his son Lin Xian, "Son, come and take a picture of Dad with this big fish to remember the occasion." "Okay." Lin Xian quickly took out his phone and was about to take a picture of Lin Zhenghua's joyful smile when something unexpected happened. The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hand suddenly began to shake violently. Completely absorbed in his joy, Lin Zhenghua lost his focus and, without warning, the large carp slipped from his grasp and fell into the water with a splash. Lin Zhenghua felt very aggrieved as the big carp escaped from his hands. Lin Xian, standing to the side holding his phone, was also quite embarrassed. Should he take the picture or not? Let's still take the picture. A snap. Lin Xian took a picture of Lin Zhenghua looking aggrieved. Chapter 58. My wife is jealous. Did you get a picture of the big fish? Without. Lin Zhenghua was on the verge of tears. 7 p.m. We're back. Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and their grandfather returned home together. You're back? How was it? Did you get anything? Grandma asked with a smile. Yes, Xianer caught a 3-pound bass, Grandpa said happily. Really? Xianer is so amazing, Grandma praised. However, when Grandma saw the 3 fish buckets, she noticed that Lin Zhenghua's bucket had the fewest fish, with only 1. On the way back, Lin Xian saw his father in the passenger seat looking worried and couldn't bear it, so he shared one of his fish with him. Zhenghua, why is there only 1 fish in your bucket? Grandma asked curiously. Yeah, Dad. How come you only caught so little? Lin Cece ran over to take a look. Sigh, I caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds, but who knew my hand would slip and I couldn't hold it properly, so it got away. Lin Zhenghua became more and more frustrated as he spoke. Stop bragging. If you didn't catch anything, you didn't catch anything. Zhang Shulan happened to walk over and heard this, so she curled her lip in disdain. Lin Zhenghua had no way to express his bitterness. What could he do? He hadn't held it properly, and he hadn't taken any photos. He could only silently endure his wife's ridicule. Where's Mingyao? Lin Xian looked around, but didn't see his wife come out to greet him. She looked through your childhood photo album this afternoon, and then went back to her room to rest. I guess she's sleeping, so I didn't disturb her, Grandma replied. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian arrived at the door of the room, quietly pushed it open, and went inside. The room was completely dark, with no lights on, and a petite figure lay on the bed. Li Mingyao was sleeping. Lin Xian carefully walked to the bedside, slowly sat down, and then leaned down to carefully examine Li Mengyao's sleeping appearance. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that a few tears were streaming from the corners of Li Mengyao's eyes. At this moment, Li Mengyao dreamt of a terrifying scene. The girl in the photo came back and found Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian chose to leave her without hesitation, turning around and departing with his childhood sweetheart. Husband, don't leave me. Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Her eyes were slightly red, and tears were streaming down her face. She looked incredibly pitiful and helpless. Lin Xian was extremely anxious and quickly reached out to gently hug Li Mengyao, tenderly stroking her silky smooth hair. Honey, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your husband is here. Your husband will never leave you. Lin Xian comforted her softly. At this moment, Li Mengyao realized that she had just had a nightmare. Seeing Lin Xian return, the weight in her heart finally lifted. Honey, you're back? I'm sorry I scared you. I just had a nightmare. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and gazed quietly at the man who brought her peace of mind. What nightmare did you have that scared you to tears? Lin Xian looked distressed and reached for a tissue from the table, gently and delicately wiping Li Mengyao's fair and tender cheeks. No, it's nothing. I just had a terrible nightmare. Honey, don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Li Mengyao felt much more at ease after Lin Xian returned. Are you really all right? Lin Xian vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Although Li Mengyao said she was fine, he could sense the unease deep in her heart, but he didn't know how to ask her. Just then, Li Mengyao took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hug Lin Xian's neck, then gently left a kiss on his face. Really? Honey, let's go eat. At this moment, Li Mengyao's eyes were still slightly red, and the tear stains on her face were still obvious. If Lin Xian were to take Li Mingyao out to dinner right now and everyone saw them, he'd definitely get a beating. No, absolutely not. Honey, you're not in the right state to go out right now. I caught a 3-pound bass today. I'll make you a bass stew later. You should rest here, Lin Xian said quickly. Li Mingyao nodded slightly. Then Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mingyao's forehead before leaving the room. After leaving the room, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to start preparing a meal. At this moment, Zhang Shulan also walked in and asked Lin Xian, "Son, where's my daughter-in-law? Is she still asleep?" "No. I'll cook the food and bring it up to her later. You guys eat at the table first," Lin Xian replied while chopping fish with a swift, decisive stroke. "All right then. Keep an eye on things," Zhang Shulan instructed. A short while later, Lin Xian made 2 fragrant sea-based burgers. One was placed on the table for everyone to enjoy, while the other was taken upstairs separately. "Wife, dinner is ready." Lin Xian placed the food on the table, including a sea-based stew, braised pork ribs, and a plate of green vegetables. Among them, the sea-based stew is made by cutting sea bass into pieces and stewing it with vegetables, tofu, and other ingredients, plus the secret seasoning provided by the system, which makes it very fragrant. "Wow, it smells so good." Li Mingyao glanced at it. It was all her favorite food. "Come on, let your husband feed you." Lin Xian picked up a piece of tender and juicy fish and stuffed it into Li Mingyao's little mouth. So delicious. Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with joy. After a pleasant dinner, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and returned to the kitchen. "Let Grandma wash the dishes," Grandma said gently, taking the bowl from Lin Xian's hands with a smile. "Grandma, what photo album did you show Mingyao this afternoon?" Lin Xian handed over the bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously. "It's from when you were little, right? It's still on the table in the living room." Grandma smiled and pointed. After hearing this, Lin Xian went into the living room, and sure enough, a photo album lay quietly on the table. He opened the album. It was full of photos of him as a child, and they didn't seem particularly special. Lin Xian continued flipping through the pages, and suddenly his gaze fell upon a photograph. It was a picture of him and a little girl, holding hands and looking very close. "I see. My wife is jealous." Lin Xian returned to the room door, pushed it open, and immediately saw Li Mingyao sitting in front of the dressing table, gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with a cotton pad. "Honey, it's not so obvious now, is it?" Li Mingyao turned her head and gave Lin Xian a charming smile. You can't tell anymore." Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, stepped forward and gently stroked her cheek, speaking tenderly. "Honey, let's go to the rooftop to look at the moon. The starry sky in this town is so beautiful," Lin Xian continued. "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled brightly. Chapter 59. So, wife, don't be jealous. The two walked hand in hand to the rooftop, where the night breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. The starry sky overhead was dazzling, and a bright moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery glow. Lin Xian brought over a double beanbag chair, which he bought when he was in college. Every night when he returned to his hometown, he would lie comfortably on it, playing on his phone while admiring the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao lie down comfortably on the beanbag chair, then gently lay down next to her and tenderly pulled her into his arms. "The moon is so beautiful tonight," Li Mingyao said softly to Lin Xian as she looked up at the starry sky. "Yes, but my wife is even more beautiful," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You're always talking nonsense." Li Mingyao rolled her eyes playfully. "Honey, are you having nightmares because of this photo?" Lin Xian took out the photo he had just found in the album. How did you know?" Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered in response. "Can you see that villa across the street from here?" Lin Xian pointed across the street. Li Mingyao looked in the direction he was pointing and indeed found a villa similar to Lin Xian's house. "She was my best friend when I was a child. You could say we were childhood sweethearts." Oh, Li Mingyao's mood instantly plummeted upon hearing the words, childhood sweethearts. "I haven't finished speaking yet." Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mingyao's face, looked into her eyes, and said with a smile, "We've been friends since we were little. She treats me like her own younger brother, and I treat her like my own older sister. It's not like what you're thinking. To understand." Li Mingyao now realizes that she was overthinking things, but she has always lacked a sense of security since childhood, and the pregnancy has made her unconsciously start to have all sorts of wild thoughts. So don't be jealous, wife. Lin Xian lowered his head slightly, his forehead gently touching Li Mingyao's. I'm not jealous at all. Li Mingyao wanted to defend herself, but Lin Xian sealed her lips with his. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a passionate kiss. If that doesn't work, then let's have another kiss. I'm still at home. What if someone sees me? Li Mingyao angrily pinched Lin Xian's waist hard. It's okay. I just locked the door on the roof. They can't come up. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the pain and let his wife pinch him. Li Mingyao was completely at her wits' end with her shameless husband. From now on, you can't keep any thoughts to yourself. You must discuss them with your husband, okay? Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly and said softly. Li Mingyao nodded slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Their eyes met, and at the same time, they had another idea. Their faces drew closer and closer, and they were just about to kiss. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Brother, sister-in-law, are you upstairs? Lin Xian, you brat, you ruined my plans. We're here. Li Mingyao seemed to wake from a dream, and in a panic, she pushed Lin Xian away and then stood up. Lin Xian reluctantly walked to the door and opened the rooftop door. Lin Cece stood outside the door, her gaze fixed on her sister-in-law Li Mingyao's flushed face, and asked curiously, Brother, sister-in-law, Grandma asked me to call you down to have some fruit. Then, she winked mischievously and gave a sly smile. She wasn't a 3-year-old child, but a high school student, so of course she knew something about matters between men and women. Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece asked playfully. It's a bit hot, Li Mingyao stammered as she explained. No, it's quite cool on the rooftop, and there's a gentle breeze, Lin Cece said after taking a moment to feel it. All right, kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Go downstairs, we'll be there in a bit. Lin Xian quickly sent his younger sister away. Lin Cece then skipped and hopped downstairs. It's all your fault. Li Mingyao glared at him reproachfully. Yes, it's all my fault. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's soft little hand and carefully helped her downstairs. As soon as Grandma saw her granddaughter-in-law arrive, she greeted her with a big smile. Mingyao's here. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Grandma asked with concern. No, I was just feeling a little sleepy, Li Mingyao explained gently. That's good. Come and have some fruit. Grandma gently placed the colorful and beautifully arranged fruit platter in front of Li Mingyao and smiled. Li Mingyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and quickly stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth before continuing to eat small bites of fruit. Everyone who saw this smiled like an ant. Afterwards, everyone happily stayed in the warm, spacious, and bright living room to watch TV. After watching TV, they all went back to their rooms to rest and sleep. Time quickly passed to the next day, morning. After breakfast, the group was greeted by a visit from their neighbors, the Lin Yaowen family. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen grew up in Yunhai town and were best friends since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business abroad, but when he heard that his good brother Lin Zhenghua was about to become a grandfather, he insisted on coming back to congratulate him. Accompanying Lin Yaowen were his wife Li Yinxia and their daughter Lin Wanqing. It's worth mentioning that this Lin Wanqing is the lovely girl holding hands with Lin Xian in the photo. Comrade Zhenghua, I didn't expect you to beat me to it, ha. Lin Yaowen walked into Lin Zhenghua's villa carrying an exquisite gift. Of course, I've always been a step ahead of you since I was little. Ha ha. Lin Zhenghua replied happily, and the two smiled at each other and began to chat freely. Don't stand at the door, everyone. Come in and sit down. It's more lively with more people, so please stay for a meal today. Grandma greeted everyone with a big smile. Hey, little rascal, how have you been lately? A tall, beautiful woman rushed forward and gave Lin Xian a heavy pat on the shoulder. This person is Lin Wanqing, a typical domineering and mature woman. Sister Qing, be gentle, it doesn't hurt. Lin Xian touched his shoulder, where there was already a red mark. Li Mingyao, standing to the side, was completely stunned. Chapter 60, He's Afraid of Ghosts. Haha, I accidentally used too much force. Wow, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to be married after just a few months. Where's my sister-in-law? Lin Wanqing laughed heartily. Here she is. Lin Xian pulled Li Mingyao into his arms, a happy smile on his face. This is my wife, Li Mingyao, Lin Xian introduced to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked Li Mingyao up and down. The woman before him was tall and slender, with an exquisitely beautiful face, especially her captivating eyes, which seemed to be able to steal one's soul. How did that blockhead little brother manage to win over such a beautiful girl? It's unbelievable. Hello, Sister Qing. Li Mingyao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she took the initiative to greet her. Oh, hello, Mingyao, our sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Wanqing finally came to her senses and quickly reached out to hold Li Mingyao's hand, praising her with a smile. Qing Jia, you're beautiful too, Li Mingyao replied softly, blushing. You two are such a perfect match. Here, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Wanqing took out a thick red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Li Mingyao's hand. Sister Qing, what about mine? Lin Xian asked shamelessly upon seeing this. Now women are in charge of the finances, so your share went to Mingyao too. Lin Wanqing replied with a playful wink and a smile. Lin Xian. Afterwards, everyone chatted and laughed in the spacious and bright living room. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon. Little brother, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Lin Wanqing called out to Lin Xian. Lin Wanqing is a true foodie and has always loved Lin Xian's cooking. Okay, Lin Xian walked into the kitchen helplessly. Who can blame them when it comes to cooking the best food in the whole family? Soon, 40 minutes had passed, and Lin Xian had filled the dining table with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xian shouted to everyone. Everyone sat down at the table and began to enjoy the delicious food. Wow, this tastes absolutely amazing. Little brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Wanqing chewed the beef in her mouth with gusto, praising it indistinctly. She seemed completely immersed in the world of food, unable to stop eating. Haha, this is even more delicious than what I eat in a 5-star hotel. Xianer, you are amazing. Lin Yaowen praised without reservation. Yes, Xianer, could you teach Annie how to do it another day? Li Yinxia chimed in. Of course, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone concluded the sumptuous and enjoyable lunch with great satisfaction. After lunch, Lin Yaowen and his family went home. Before leaving, Lin Wanqing invited Li Mingyao to come to her house to play after she woke up from her afternoon nap, and Li Mingyao agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and his father, Lin Zhenghua, went to the reservoir for another round of fighting, and Lin Yaowen also joined them. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7, taking his father and Uncle Lin Yaowen to the reservoir from the day before. After getting off the bus at the destination, Lin Zhenghua went to the familiar spot from yesterday and started fishing. Dad, why did you choose the same place as yesterday? Lin Xian asked. If you can catch fish here once, you can catch fish again. Just wait, son, I'll definitely win today. Lin Zhenghua replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed intently on the water. You're kidding me, I think you're just bragging. An 8-pound carp, you know. While in the car, Lin Yaowen heard Lin Zhenghua say that he had caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds the day before, and he immediately questioned it. Lin Zhenghua didn't take a picture of the large carp as evidence, so he ignored Lin Yaowen's questions and just kept describing to himself just how big the carp was. Time ticked by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Haha, another one. Lin Yaowen happily showed off to Lin Zhenghua that he now had 5 fish in his bucket, although none of them were very big. At the same time, Lin Xian also successfully caught a fish. He was having a bit of bad luck today, but he still managed to catch 3 small fish. On the other hand, Lin Zhenghua's side has yet to achieve anything. Just as Lin Zhenghua was feeling that he wasn't suited for fishing, his bell began to ring crisply, and his fishing rod began to shake violently. They're here. Lin Zhenghua excitedly gripped the fishing rod and fought fiercely with the big fish with all his might. Lin Xian immediately joined in, helping his father slowly tighten the fishing line. This is definitely a big one. Lin Yaowen was equally excited. He picked up the long net, ready to finish at any moment. Before long, with the father and son working together, the big fish gradually lost its strength and slowly rose to the surface. Lin Yaowen reacted quickly and scooped it up, successfully ending this thrilling battle. The three of them eagerly went forward to check and discovered that it was a large carp, and it was the very one that had escaped yesterday. Quickly, put it in the bucket, Lin Zhenghua urged anxiously, afraid that it would run away again. After the large carp was thrown into the fish bucket, Lin Zhenghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, this is the fish I caught yesterday. I accidentally let it get away, but I didn't expect to catch it again today, he said with delight. Wow, you really do weigh 8 pounds, Lin Yaowen exclaimed. Meanwhile, Li Mingyao, after waking up from her afternoon nap, went to Lin Wanqing's house. Lin Wanqing's home has a similar decorating style to Lin Xian's. Both are detached villas. Sister-in-law is here, come in quickly. Lin Wanqing was wearing pajamas and looked sleepy, obviously having just woken up. She warmly invited Li Mingyao to sit down on the soft sofa. Then she took out drinks and fruit from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. Mingyao, I heard you're pregnant? Lin Wanqing asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. You've only been out of school for a short time. Lin Xian really doesn't know how to cherish women. Lin Wanqing's tone was tinged with reproach. Don't worry, Mingyao. If Lin Xian bullies you, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Wanqing continued. No need. Lin Xian is very good to me. Li Mingyao took a sip of her drink and replied gently. Lin Wanqing grew to like her sister-in-law more and more the more she looked at her. Mingyao, let me tell you, although Lin Xian is a bit thick-skinned, he has one weakness. He's afraid of ghosts. Lin Wanqing smiled mysteriously. Huh? Afraid of ghosts? Li Mingyao asked in confusion. She figured guys shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, especially since her husband was so handsome. Chapter 61 Wife, you've gone bad. Yes. When he was little, I would show him movies like Happy Ghost, and he would cry from the fright. He was such a crybaby, Lin Wanqing continued with a smile. No wonder Lin Xian was so vehemently opposed when Li Mingyao mentioned wanting to watch a horror movie last time. She chuckled to herself. She had caught her husband red-handed again. Li Mingyao and Lin Wanqing continued chatting enthusiastically about all sorts of gossip about Lin Xian until the sun was almost setting before they went back. Li Mingyao had just sat down at home when Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua followed her back. We're back. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door. What are you so happy about? Did you eat bee poop? What's making you so happy? Zhang Shulan said, looking at her husband's grinning face. Ha ha ha. Honey, I'm telling you, I caught the big fish I lost yesterday. It weighs 8 pounds. Lin Zhenghua couldn't hide his excitement and hugged Zhang Shulan tightly. Let go. The child is still here, Zhang Shulan said, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly broke free. Lin Zhenghua then chuckled and let go of his hand. Zhang Shulan stepped forward and examined it closely, and sure enough, she saw a huge fish. You didn't buy this from somewhere, did you? It's such a big fish, she asked, half believing. Mom, Dad really caught it himself, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wow, I never expected you to have some skills. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This is all thanks to the fishing rod my daughter-in-law bought me. Lin Zhenghua said happily. Son, come with Dad to prepare this big carp. We'll have a good meal tonight. While it's still fresh, we'll put it on the table right away. Lin Zhenghua rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, Lin Xian readily agreed. The father and son worked together seamlessly and soon cleaned the fish thoroughly. Mission accomplished. The rest is up to you. Lin Zhenghua patted his behind and left, leaving Lin Xian in the kitchen to prepare the meal. Looking at this plump carp in front of me, I could make several dishes with it. The braised carp is incredibly fragrant. The steamed carp retains its original flavor. The sweet and sour carp is delicious, and the fish head soup is exceptionally flavorful. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes, showcasing his superb 5-star culinary skills. The family sat together happily and began to enjoy the delicious meal. Honey, try this. Lin Xian thoughtfully picked up a piece of tender and juicy sweet and sour carp and placed it in Li Mingyao's bowl. It's delicious. Li Mingyao smiled broadly, very happy. The fish that were just caught tasted exceptionally delicious. After dinner, the family, as usual, stayed in the spacious living room chatting and watching TV. Just then, a telephone rang. Li Mingyao picked up her phone and saw that it was her mother, Huang Shifeng, calling. She and her mother, Huang Shifeng, video chat almost every night. But today she unexpectedly received a call from the other party. Hello, Mom, Li Mingyao said softly after pressing the answer button. Yao Yao, have you had dinner yet? Huang Shifeng's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing her mother's question, Li Mingyao smiled and replied, I've already eaten. I'm watching TV in the living room now. At this moment, Zhang Shulan, who was sitting next to her, quickly turned the TV volume down to the minimum so as not to disturb their call. Everyone else tacitly remained silent, and the only sound in the room was the soft breathing. Mom, have you had dinner? Li Mingyao asked with concern. Yes, Mom has already eaten. Is your mother-in-law here? Huang Shifeng then asked. Huang Shifeng felt that her daughter was already married, but hadn't even spoken to her in-laws yet. Yes, Li Mingyao replied. Could you let Mom talk to her on the phone? Huang Shifeng's tone revealed a hint of expectation. Li Mingyao put down her phone, turned to look at Zhang Shulan, and asked softly, Mom, my mom wants to talk to you on the phone. Is that all right? Zhang Shulan smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. Then, she reached out and took the phone. Hello, is this your in-law? Zhang Shulan asked softly. Hello, in-laws, I am Li Mingyao's mother, Huang Shifeng. Huang Shifeng replied gently. Hello, I am Lin Xian's mother, Zhang Shulan. Zhang Shulan introduced herself politely. In-laws, we're planning to visit Jingshui City in a few days. Which day would be convenient for you? Zhang Shulan asked directly. Huang Shifeng thought for a moment and replied, Then let's do it this Saturday. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng happily agreed on a date to meet, and then chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Li Mingyao also learned that she would be returning to Jingshui City in a few days, and would finally be able to see her dear mother again. She was very happy. As night fell, the moonlight shone like water onto the window. After washing up, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay on the soft bed, ready to drift off into a sweet dream. Honey, are you afraid of ghosts? Li Mingyao looked up slightly and smiled. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but she still tried to remain calm and replied, How could that be? Your husband is fearless. Why would he be afraid of ghosts? Are you really not afraid? Li Mingyao continued to ask with a smile. I'm not afraid. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, forcing himself to speak. Then I'll show you something good. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mingyao picked up her phone, which was placed aside, and skillfully opened a video. She then held the screen up to Lin Xian's face. Holy crap! Lin Xian was so frightened that he trembled all over. Ha ha! Honey, you still say you're not afraid? I don't even feel anything looking at this. Ha ha ha! Li Mingyao laughed so hard, she almost fell over, her eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xian then realized that he had been tricked by his wife, and the only person who knew he was afraid of ghosts was Lin Wanqing. She must have told Li Mingyao about her fear of ghosts. Wife, stop laughing, Lin Xian said helplessly. No way. Didn't you say you were fearless? Why are you chickening out now? Li Mingyao said, wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Seeing his boastful expression followed by his embarrassment made her want to laugh. Wife, you've gone astray. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mingyao, revealing his signature smile. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, Li Mingyao quickly realized something was wrong. Honey, I was wrong. I won't laugh anymore. Li Mingyao tried to break free from Lin Xian's embrace, but no matter what she did, she couldn't escape. Too late. Lin Xian's kiss landed quickly. Chapter 62, Who just said the parking space was taken? After staying in their hometown for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao embarked on their journey back to Yunhai City at 10 a.m. this morning. Mom, that's enough. That's enough. I still have. Zhang Shulan tried to dissuade her. However, Grandma wouldn't listen and continued stuffing things into the trunk of the car, mostly local agricultural products, along with a few domestic chickens and geese, until she couldn't fit any more in, and then she stopped. All right, go back and make sure your granddaughter-in-law gets plenty of nutrition, okay? Grandma instructed. Have a safe journey, Grandpa said with a smile. Grandpa and Grandma, we'll head back now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Li Mingyao said politely. Okay, Remember to come back and visit when you have time. Grandma's face was filled with a warm smile. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their cars and slowly drove out of Yinshan town. Once on the highway, Lin Xian still showed no mercy to his father, ruthlessly shaking him off. After an hour-and-a-half drive, the family finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. Lin Xian went into the kitchen and started working, while Lin Zhenghua and Lin Sisi were in charge of cleaning, and Zhang Shulan was preparing gifts for their visit to Jingshui City the next day. Li Mingyao wanted to help, but was refused each time, so she could only sit quietly on the sofa. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Zhenghua went to work as usual. Lin Xian was awakened from his sleep by a series of urgent phone rings. He picked up the phone groggily and asked, "Hello, who is this?" A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" The other party continued, "I'm a salesperson from the BMW 4S dealership. The BMW 8 Series i840 top-of-the-line model you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to pick it up?" Lin Xian then remembered the luxury car he had ordered earlier, and his spirits immediately lifted. "I'll be free this afternoon. Then I'll wait for you at the store." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian yawned, then looked at his wife who was still fast asleep beside him, gently kissed her on the cheek, got up, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared to go out. After leaving home, Lin Xian hailed a ride-hailing car and arrived at the BMW 4S store shortly afterward. Enter the store. Soon, the graceful saleswoman from before came forward. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Hello, where's my new car? Here, please follow me." Soon, Lin Xian, led by the female saleswoman, arrived at the brand-new silver-white BMW. This car has sleek lines, a cool appearance, and exudes a noble and elegant aura. Lin Xian walked around the car, reached out and stroked the body, feeling the texture and smoothness of the metal, and nodded in satisfaction. Dad should like it very much. Lin Xian got into the driver's seat and felt the roaring sound like a wild beast. He carefully checked all the equipment and instruments in the car and drove away after confirming that everything was normal. Just as Lin Xian left the BMW 4S store, he was spotted by a passing high school classmate. "Isn't that Lin Xian? Holy crap, when did he get so rich? Driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million each." Not long after, Lin Xian parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. He locked the car door and then took the elevator back home. The moment Lin Xian pushed open the door, a delicate figure rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Honey, where did you go?" Li Mingyao asked with a smile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Xian smiled gently and replied, "I've gone to pick up the car. The car I ordered has finally arrived." Li Mingyao blinked, then complained somewhat reproachfully. "Why didn't you wake me up to go with you? You're sound asleep. If you want to see the new car, you can go now," Lin Xian said gently. "Ahem. I'm still at home." Lin Sisi coughed deliberately. Li Mingyao instantly released Lin Xian. Subconsciously, she assumed he was back at home in Jinghai City when she saw him return. "Hey bro, the new car's here? I want to go see it." Lin Sisi exclaimed excitedly. "Let's go, it's in the community parking lot," Lin Xian said with a smile. The three then went to the community parking lot together. As they approached the new car, they heard a familiar voice. "Is this the property management office? My parking space has been taken by someone. Could you come and notify the owner?" This person was Lin Zhenghua, who had just returned home from get-off work. It turned out that after Lin Xian bought his father a new car, he casually parked it in his father's parking space. Lin Zhenghua hung up the phone. Although he recognized it as his beloved BMW at a glance, he was still very angry. Damn it! Who's so inconsiderate to take someone else's parking space? There are so many empty spaces around. Why take mine? Lin Zhenghua muttered. Lin Xian felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing his father's words. When Li Mingyao and Lin Sisi saw this, they immediately understood what had happened, and they covered their mouths and chuckled. "What brings you here?" Lin Zhenghua turned around and noticed the three people standing to the side. Dad, I know who parked this car," Lin Xian said helplessly. "Who is it? Call him here and move the car right now." Lin Zhenghua was still very angry. "It's me," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Dad, this car was bought especially for you. A BMW 8 Series i840. After saying that, Lin Xian gently handed a beautiful car key to Lin Zhenghua. Lin Zhenghua looked on in astonishment and pressed the button in disbelief. The next moment, the cool BMW 8 Series next to him seemed to be awakened, unlocking instantly, and the headlights flashed with dazzling light. "Son, why didn't you say so sooner?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Zhenghua was thrilled and couldn't wait to open the luxury car door, plop down in the driver's seat, and enjoy the comfort and luxurious atmosphere brought by the top-of-the-line vehicle. Actually, he had wanted to buy a new BMW for a long time. "Dad, do you like it?" Lin Xian asked as he approached the BMW 8 Series, placing his hands naturally on the car door. "I love it. It's so beautiful," Lin Zhenghua exclaimed repeatedly as he stroked the interior decorations of the car. However, amidst his joy, he suddenly realized an important problem. "Son, where did you get so much money to buy a BMW 8 Series?" Lin Zhenghua had secretly gone to the BMW dealership before. This BMW 8 Series costs around 1 million yuan, and what he just saw seemed to be the top-of-the-line version. "Don't worry, it's all money I earned from previous investments," Lin Xian said with a smile. "That's good," Lin Zhenghua said happily. He secretly rejoiced that his son's intelligence and talent were indeed inherited from him. "Dad, how about we go for a test drive?" Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Lin Zhenghua couldn't wait to start the car, but just as he was about to drive away, the community property management arrived. "Excuse me, who just said the parking space was taken?" "It's me," Lin Zhenghua said with a smile, sitting in the car. The property management staff looked at the person as if they were an idiot. Chapter 63 In-Laws, We've finally met. As night falls and the city lights come on, the family gathers around the dining table to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Shulan noticed that Lin Zhenghua's lips had been turned up ever since he entered the house, and they hadn't come down. "Hey Lao Lin, are you out of your mind? Why are you laughing like that?" Zhang Shulan couldn't help but ask. "My son bought me a BMW 8 Series sedan. Of course I'm happy," Lin Zhenghua said happily. "How much does that car cost?" Zhang Shulan asked in surprise. "More than 1 million. Son, I know you've made a lot of money from your investments, but you still need to save where you can. There's no need to buy something so expensive," Zhang Shulan said earnestly, frowning. "It's all right, as long as you're happy. Besides, it was Meng Yao who suggested buying a new car for the family," Lin Xian said with a smile. At that moment, Li Meng Yao, who was engrossed in eating, was slightly taken aback when she heard these words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan smiled with relief. "My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Here, eat more." With that, Zhang Shulan picked up another piece of tender fish and put it in Li Mengyao's bowl. After dinner, Lin Xian received calls from his good friends Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who invited him to get together. "Honey, a friend asked me to go out with him," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Boyfriend or girlfriend?" Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. "It's a man," Lin Xian said. "Go ahead, but remember to come back soon." Li Mengyao chuckled. "Okay." After receiving Li Mengyao's permission, Lin Xian went out to meet up with his friends. Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7 and quickly arrived at a barbecue stall, a place they used to frequent. "Brother Xian, we're here." Qiu Wei's waved his arms and shouted loudly. Lin Xian's gaze quickly locked onto Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who were sitting in the corner. They seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Lin Xian walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, asking with concern, "How has everyone been lately?" "Sai, don't even mention it. We haven't made a single sale this month. Nobody has the money to buy a house." Huang Xinkai complained with a worried look on his face. Huang Xinkai is a slightly chubby boy, about the same height as Lin Xian, and looks very strong. After graduating from university, he returned to Yinhai City to work as a sales manager at a real estate company. "Yeah, we can't even afford to eat this month. Nobody's buying your house, so nobody's hiring me to renovate. It's so miserable," Qiu Wei's chimed in with his complaints. Qiu Wei's was small in stature but had a clever and quick-witted air about him, and his mind was full of all sorts of whimsical ideas. After graduating from university, he returned to work for a decoration company in Yinhai City. The two often referred a homebuyer to Qiu Wei's for renovations as soon as Huang Xinkai closed a deal with them. "And you, Brother Xian?" Qiu Wei's asked. Me? I don't have a job. I'm going to stay home with my child full time, Lin Xian said with a smile. The two looked at Lin Xian with envy. Just then, the proprietress came up and asked warmly, "Hello, three handsome young men. What would you like to eat?" Qiu Wei's couldn't wait to order food. First, 3 skewers of grilled chicken legs, then 10 skewers of lamb and 10 skewers of beef, plus a serving of stir-fried snails, and finally 10 skewers of pork kidneys. Okay, please wait a moment. After writing down the order, the proprietress went back to grilling skewers. Wei Zhe, I'm not trying to be mean, but why did you order so many kidneys? Huang Xinkai couldn't help but laugh. Brother Kai, you don't understand. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. My back is in great shape. Qiu Wei smiled smugly. Come on, what good is a good back if you don't have a girlfriend? Huang Xinkai teased. I don't have any, but Brother Xian does. Shouldn't we give Brother Xian a good boost? Qiu Wei said with a sly grin. That's true, haha. But Xianji, you're amazing too. You got married so quickly, and your baby is about to be born. Huang Xinkai added. You guys can't skimp on the red envelopes then, Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, we're brothers, aren't we? Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. By the way, what about Zhang Huiyan? She was pursuing you all the time in high school. I heard she's planning to come back from abroad soon. Qiu Wei suddenly remembered something and asked. He recalled Zhang Huiyan from high school. The girl was warm and outgoing, beautiful and charming, and came from a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a well-known local boss in Yunhai City, and she had liked him since high school. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was focused on her studies at the time and didn't have much time to think about relationships. Zhang Huiyan's grades were not very good, and after graduating from high school, her family sent her abroad to study. There's nothing between her and me, Lin Xian shrugged and replied. The three then continued chatting and catching up. Soon after, they finished their late-night snack and went home. Lin Xian got home at almost 11 o'clock. After taking a shower, he carefully opened the door and went inside. However, when he entered the bedroom, he found that Li Mengyao was too sleepy to open her eyes, but she still forced herself to stay awake and wait for her husband to come home. Upon hearing the noise, Li Mengyao opened her eyes with difficulty and smiled slightly. Honey, you're back. Lin Xian quickly climbed onto the bed, stretched out his arms and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, Wife, if you're sleepy, go to sleep first. No, I want to sleep in your arms, Li Mengyao said coquettishly. Okay, now go to sleep. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead. The two quickly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Xian opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao who was still fast asleep beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He got up quietly, washed up, and then went back to the bedside to wake Li Mengyao. Today, the family will set off for Li Mengyao's hometown Jingshui City. Mom, that's enough. You don't need to bring so many gifts, Li Mengyao advised. It's nothing, just a small token of my appreciation, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. After everything was ready, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove the Xiaomi SU7 sedan, while Lin Zhenghua, Zhang Shulan, and Lin Sisi drove the BMW 8 Series sedan, and the group set off in a grand procession. Yunhai City and Jingshui City are not far apart, only about an hour and a half apart. This time on the highway, Lin Zhenghua was not left behind by Lin Xian. The two vehicles drove smoothly along the way and soon arrived in Jingshui City. Upon arriving in Jingshui City, they went directly to a high-end restaurant. This restaurant was booked in advance by Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang, to welcome Lin Xian and his family. The group rode the elevator slowly upwards, eventually stopping in front of a luxurious private room. Before they even stepped out of the elevator, they saw an elegant middle-aged woman standing there with a friendly smile on her face. At this moment, Huang Shifang had been waiting for a long time, with Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle standing beside her. As she saw the group exiting the elevator, she immediately went up to them and said warmly, My dear in-laws, we've finally met. Chapter 64 Your husband brought another woman home. We're so happy to finally meet you. Zhang Shulan walked up with a smile, grasped Huang Shifang's hand tightly, and said enthusiastically. When Huang Shifang saw Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua carrying large bags of gifts behind her, Her eyes revealed genuine emotion. My dear-in-law, why did you bring so many things? This is too formal. We'll be family from now on. No need to be so polite. Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, Not at all. It's nothing. It's our first meeting, so we should prepare a small gift for the occasion. It's a small gift, but carries great meaning. Please accept it, my dear-in-law. Well, all right. Thank you. In-laws, I'll accept it. Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, but still gladly accepted the generous gift. When she opened the gift box, she was surprised to find that the items inside were incredibly precious and valuable. After the gifts were properly placed, Huang Shifang continued with the introduction. These two are Meng Yao's aunt and uncle. They have always taken good care of Meng Yao. Li Meng Yao's aunt, Huang Shizhen, is a gentle and generous middle-aged woman who has a similar appearance to Huang Shifang. Li Meng Yao's uncle, Luo Qingchuan, gives off a kind and amiable impression. After Li Meng Yao's father passed away unexpectedly, her aunt and uncle often helped her and showed her care. Hello. Thank you for taking care of Meng Yao. Hello. I've heard that Yao Yao found a handsome husband, and now it seems they really are a perfect match. After exchanging polite greetings, the group entered the luxurious private room together. The private room was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and soft music played like silk, as if offering the best wishes to the newlyweds. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Zhenghua, Luo Qingchuan, Zhang Shulan, and Huang Shifang chatted amongst themselves. Huang Shizhen sat alone to one side. Yao Yao, come sit with your auntie. Huang Shizhen smiled and beckoned to Li Meng Yao. Honey, I'm coming over for a bit. Li Meng Yao smiled slightly. Okay, go ahead, Lin Xian said with a smile. So Li Meng Yao walked lightly to her aunt and sat down next to her, smiling as she said, Auntie. Yao Yao, why did you have to report to your husband before coming to your aunt's place? Ha ha. Huang Shizhen teased jokingly. No way. Li Meng Yao's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush. How have you been lately? Has Lin Xian been taking good care of you? Aunt Huang Shizhen asked with concern, knowing that Li Meng Yao was pregnant. Lin Xian is very good to me, really very good. Li Meng Yao's face was filled with happiness. That's good. Don't forget that you have your aunt to back you up. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to your aunt anytime. Huang Shizhen was always worried that her niece would be wronged, but when she saw Li Meng Yao's happy and satisfied smile, she was relieved. Soon, the restaurant began serving the dishes. As usual, Lin Xian kept putting Li Meng Yao's favorite dishes on her plate. Seeing how Lin Xian took such good care of Li Meng Yao, Luo Qingchuan, and Huang Shizhen smiled with satisfaction. Everyone enjoyed a warm and cozy lunch together. In the afternoon, Li Meng Yao's aunt and uncle went back first, and Lin Xian's family followed Huang Shifang to Li Meng Yao's house, where they all drank tea and chatted together. Li Meng Yao felt a little sleepy, so she went back to her room to sleep. Lin Xian was watching Lin Sisi, who was idly playing with her phone. He smiled slightly, revealing his signature grin. Little sister, I'll take you somewhere. Where are you going? You're not planning to sell me off, are you? Lin Sisi looked up at Lin Xian and saw that familiar smile on her older brother's face. She knew it couldn't be anything good. You'll know once you go. Are you too scared to go? Lin Xian seemed to see through his sister's thoughts and deliberately provoked her. Fine, I'll go. Lin Sisi was stubborn by nature and couldn't stand being provoked. Since staying here is boring anyway, I might as well go out and see some things with my brother. So the two quickly went downstairs, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and soon arrived at the courier shop downstairs in Times Garden. It turned out that Lin Xian had purchased some small pieces of furniture beforehand, intending to place them in his house in Times Garden. Coincidentally, these packages had all been delivered yesterday. At this moment, Lin Xian and Lin Sisi were busy moving these packages into the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7. Brother, you call me all this way just to help you move your packages? Lin Sisi asked angrily. Lin Sisi really couldn't understand why they had to come all the way to pick up the package. Not entirely. Lin Xian laughed heartily after hearing this, and said mysteriously, I'll buy you ice cream later, bro. I want the most expensive one. After unloading the packages, Lin Xian took Lin Sisi to the underground parking lot of Times Garden. Brother, aren't we going back? I'm exhausted. Lin Cece said wearily while eating the ice cream her brother had just bought for her. Let me show you my new house first, Lin Xian said with a smile. A new house? Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of apartment 1201, Building A, Times Garden. The gate has now been replaced with a smart gate, which is intricately carved with special textures, giving it a solemn and grand feel. After entering the password, Lin Xian pushed open the door, picked up the package, and went inside. Hey bro, when did you buy this? Lin Cece couldn't wait to run into the house and began to carefully examine the new home. She excitedly wandered through the rooms, not wanting to miss a single corner. After settling the package, Lin Xian began to carefully inspect the house's renovation. Unlike the minimalist style of Jinwan Mansion, this time Sherdai Gun features a Chinese style, emphasizing symmetry and the beauty of square and round shapes. The entire space is dominated by dark red, creating a solemn and elegant atmosphere. Upon entering the spacious and bright hall, the first thing that catches the eye is a magnificent landscape mural. This mural is like a window to nature, taking in the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers. Secondly, each room adopts traditional Chinese layout and decoration techniques, with a Chinese round mural hanging on the wall, open-work wooden lattice windows, and smooth, delicate marble floors. It appears that the renovation is basically complete. Lin Xian was fairly satisfied with the quality and style of the renovation. The only thing left was that the furniture hadn't been installed yet, and he estimated that he would be able to move in about half a month. Brother, I want this room, Lin Cece said, pointing to a room that was sunny and had a wide view. Okay, I'll save it for you, Lin Xian said with a smile. After everything was settled, Lin Xian and Lin Cece returned to the community parking lot, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove back the way they came. Just then, Chun Tingting quietly watched all of this from a short distance away and secretly took out her phone to take a picture. She never expected that a chance encounter would lead her to discover such a shocking secret. Lin Xian betrayed Yao Yao so quickly and got together with other women. He's a complete scumbag. Chun Tingting quickly sent the photos she had just taken to Li Mengyao. Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home. Chapter 65 You've misunderstood. At this time, Li Mengyao was still fast asleep at home. Lin Xian and Lin Cece arrived at Li Mengyao's house not long after, and Huang Shifeng had already prepared the guest room. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian also entered Li Mengyao's boudoir. He moved lightly, afraid of waking her, carefully climbed into bed, gently stretched out his arms, and pulled Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. Then, they drifted off to sleep together. Because Li Mengyao went to bed early at noon, she was the first to wake up. When she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian sleeping soundly beside her, she suddenly felt that her husband was especially cute when he was sleeping. So she picked up her phone, intending to secretly take a few photos. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw a message from Chun Tingting. Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home. Upon seeing this message, Li Mengyao was filled with a huge question mark. My husband is sleeping right next to me. Immediately afterwards, she clicked to view the photo and chuckled. At this moment, Lin Xian's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, but Li Mengyao did not notice. Li Mengyao. Tingting, you've misunderstood. She's Lin Xian's younger sister. Chun Tingting, huh? After explaining everything, Li Mengyao picked up her phone again and started taking pictures of the sleeping Lin Xian. After taking several photos, Li Mengyao felt it wasn't enough. So she brought her delicate face closer, slightly touching Lin Xian's face, and raised her phone to take a picture of the two of them together. However, seeing that her foolish husband still didn't make a move, Li Mengyao became bolder and bolder. She first lightly kissed Lin Xian's cheek, then quickly picked up her phone and took another picture. Then, looking at Lin Xian's lips, she gently kissed them and quickly took a picture with her phone. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her. You stinky husband, you're pretending to be asleep. Li Mengyao angrily nudged Lin Xian's chin with her head. Ha ha ha, who told you to steal your husband's kiss, huh? Lin Xian grinned mischievously. Li Mengyao, however, sullenly lowered her head, pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest, and ignored him. After a while, Lin Xian broke the silence and said, "Send me the photos you just took." "No," Li Mingyao replied decisively. After another moment of silence, Li Mingyao suddenly looked up and questioned Lin Xian, "Where did you take Cece just now?" "Wife, how did you know?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. "Because I'm a fairy, I know everything," Li Mingyao said proudly. "I did just take Cece to Times Garden to pick up a package and also to check on the house renovation." Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You really are Cece's biological brother. How's the renovation going? Why didn't you take me to see it?" Li Mingyao continued to ask. "There's still a slight amount of formaldehyde residue in the new house. You're pregnant, so you can't go there," Lin Xian explained gently. "Okay." Li Mingyao was a little disappointed. "But I took a video, you can take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the phone to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao was very satisfied with the decoration of Times Garden. After everyone woke up from their afternoon nap, Lin Xian told his parents about the new house. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan expressed their support and went to see it together. They were very satisfied. As night fell, Huang Shifeng and Zhang Shulan prepared dinner together, which made Lin Xian feel very fortunate that he wouldn't be cooking. After dinner, Lin Xian and his family began preparing to return to Yunhai City. "In-laws, won't you stay a few more days?" Huang Shifeng earnestly advised. "I'm so sorry, in-laws. Old Lin's annual leave is almost over, and he has to go back to work tomorrow," Zhang Shulan said tactfully. "All right then, come again when you have the chance. Here are some local specialties from Jingshui City. Please take them back and try them," Huang Shifeng said gently. "All right, in-laws, you are welcome to visit Yunhai City when you have time. We'll head home now." "Mom, I'm going now." Li Mingyao stepped forward and hugged Huang Shifeng tightly. "Remember to come back and visit often when you have time. Go now." Huang Shifeng gently stroked Li Mingyao's pretty head, full of affection. Seeing how well her in-laws took care of Li Mingyao, she felt at ease in trusting her daughter to them. "We'll come back when Times Garden is finished being renovated," Lin Xian nodded gently. "Okay, I'll wait for you," Huang Shifeng said gently. Next, the group embarked on their journey home. After an hour-and-a-half drive, they finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. It was already late, and night had enveloped the entire city. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Lin Xian lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, the long-lost voice came from his mind again. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for facilitating a meeting between the two families. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, totaling 20 million yuan. The money has been transferred to your bank account through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize. Since the last lottery pool has been exhausted, we are now updating the lottery pool. The new prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. A Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. 3. Ocean Heart Necklace. 4. A futuristic couples technology watch. 5. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? System, you finally appeared? I thought you disappeared, Lin Xian complained. So, are you going to try or not? The system urged again. Smoke. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ocean Heart Necklace worth 5 million. Please check. Chapter 66. I bought this sea view villa. The system was indeed generous, giving Lin Xian 20 million yuan right away. What surprised Lin Xian the most was that the prize pool also included luxury items such as the Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition and the large luxury Riva 88 yacht. Their value can be as high as tens of millions. As the system continues to draw prizes, these prizes will eventually be yours. However, Lin Xian had no idea what that futuristic couple's tech watch was. This time, I won a Heart of the Ocean necklace, which is perfect for my wife to use in our wedding photos. Ouch! Honey, why did you suddenly bite me? Lin Xian suddenly felt a light bite on his face, and then he looked down at his wife in his arms. Honey, what are you thinking about? You're not even talking to me. Li Mingyao pouted her cute little lips slightly. I'm thinking about when we should take our wedding photos, Lin Xian replied gently. How about the day after tomorrow? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mingyao's face. Okay, Let's try on wedding dresses tomorrow, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. The two then fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Lin Xian was awakened by a crisp telephone ring. Still half asleep, he picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Haiqing, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Hello, Lin Xian replied in a slightly weary voice. Zhang Haiqing said respectfully. The ocean heart necklace you ordered yesterday has arrived at our store. When would you be free to come and pick it up? After all, someone who can buy a necklace worth 5 million yuan in cash in one go is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm free all morning, Lin Xian replied casually. Then I'll wait for you at the store. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian gently woke Li Mingyao, and the two went to the restaurant together to have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the parking lot, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and slowly drove out of the community. Before long, the car stopped in front of a high-end residential complex by the sea. This was the sales office of Yunhai Jijia. Honey, didn't we agree to go pick out a wedding dress? How did we end up here? Li Mingyao asked, her face full of confusion. Let's buy a small thing first, Lin Xian said with a smile as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Buying another house? Is a house a small thing? After Lin Xian's previous experiences of secretly buying houses, Li Mingyao had already guessed it. Lin Xian didn't continue explaining to his wife. He leaned forward to unbuckle her seatbelt and then gave her a quick kiss on her slightly parted cherry lips. Ugh, Li Mingyao was suddenly attacked by Lin Xian, and she reached out her small hand and squeezed his chest hard. Doesn't my wife like looking at the sea? Let's buy another sea view house. Lin Xian rubbed the spot where he had just been pinched and smiled. How much will that cost? Li Mingyao asked softly. It's all right. Your husband is rich, and besides, it's time to move to a new apartment in our neighborhood, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right then, Li Mingyao really wanted to see what a sea view room was like. Inside the car, Lin Xian's face was very close to Li Mingyao's, close enough that he could feel her breath. Li Mingyao felt Lin Xian's malicious gaze, and a blush rose on her face. Get out of my way. Li Mingyao gently pushed Lin Xian away, quickly opened the car door, and escaped. Lin Xian, all she does is kiss all day long. Doesn't she get tired of it? Lin Xian got out of the car with a smile. The two walked hand in hand into the sales office of Yunhai Home. Hello, are you two here to buy a house? Another graceful and beautiful saleswoman came up to greet us. Yes, do you still have any sea view rooms available? Lin Xian asked. Yes, please follow me. The female saleswoman led the two to the model of the Yunhai Jijia residential complex, pointed to the top floor of a building, and introduced it as follows. Unit 3201 in Building C of Yunhai Home is still for sale, and it has a very open view. Only the top floor. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yes, currently only the top floor is left. Never mind then, I don't like the top floor. After saying that, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a familiar voice came. Brother Xian, what are you doing here? Huang Xingkai had just seen off a client when he returned and saw Li Xian and Li Mingyao preparing to leave. Xingkai, so you work here? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, this must be your sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Huang Xingkai greeted her with a smile. Hello, Li Mingyao replied politely. Hey, Xinji, come to me if you want to buy a house. Let's keep the profits in the family, ha ha ha. Huang Xingkai patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said generously. If I had known you worked here, I definitely would have looked for you. By the way, do you really not have any other ocean view rooms left? Lin Xian asked. Regular houses are definitely out of the question. However, we do have a sea view villa, but it's too expensive, so forget it. I'll check if anyone has unsubscribed and then contact you again, Huang Xingkai said. No need. Take us to see the seaside villa. Lin Xian replied with a slight smile and a firm tone. What? Brother Xian, do you know that seaside villa is worth 20 million? That's no small sum. Huang Xingkai stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes, completely astonished. Li Mingyao was also surprised. 20 million. That's too expensive. However, Lin Xian appeared unusually calm. He said casually, It's all right. Take us to see it. If we're satisfied, we can just buy it. 20 million is nothing to the system. So the three of them quickly set off for the villa area of Yunhai House. This sea view villa has a building area of 300 square meters and an interior area of 900 square meters. It is a luxury villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. In addition, it features a large garden of over 400 square meters and a full set of home appliances and furniture. The villa is gently embraced by the boundless blue sea. Its unique design is eye-catching, with a geometric architectural outline that is very modern. Large glass screens are like mirrors, reflecting the shimmering waves of the sea. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stepped onto the villa's balcony together, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, both of them showing expressions of great satisfaction. "Wife, what do you think?" Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mingyao stood there quietly, her eyes slightly closed, trying to feel the sea breeze gently brushing her cheeks. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips as she murmured, "It's so beautiful." "Xinkai, I'm buying this sea view villa," Lin Xian said, turning to Huang Xinkai. "Really? You're not kidding," Huang Xinkai said in shock. "I'm not kidding." Chapter 67 Heart of the Ocean. "Brother Xian, do you really have that much money?" Huang Xinkai still couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Lin Xian. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank account balance," Lin Xian said as he took out his phone, opened the banking app, and turned the screen towards Huang Xinkai. Huang Xinkai looked closely and saw an astonishing number displayed on the screen. It started with 2 and was followed by a full 7 zeros. He couldn't help but gasp. "Holy crap, Brother Xian really has that much money." "Brother Xian, wait a moment. I'll go prepare the sales contract right away." After saying that, Huang Xinkai immediately went back to prepare. Although Li Mingyao was also shocked, she no longer doubted Lin Xian's ability to make money. While Huang Xinkai was preparing the contract, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand and continued to leisurely admire the beautiful seaside villa. They strolled in the courtyard, enjoying the fresh sea breeze and warm sunshine. When they reached the edge of the swimming pool in the villa's garden, Lin Xian stopped and pointed to the shimmering water, asking Li Mingyao, "Wife, can you swim?" "No," Li Mingyao gently shook her head. "After we move here, your husband will teach you. Moreover, swimming during the second trimester is beneficial for both you and your baby. It can reduce the burden on your joints and alleviate discomfort during pregnancy," Lin Xian said gently, squeezing her hand tenderly. A happy smile appeared on her face. Soon, Huang Xinkai returned with a sales contract. "Brother Xian, do you see there are no problems? We can swipe our card to pay now," Huang Xinkai said excitedly. The real estate industry has been sluggish lately, and in order to boost business, the company has increased the commission rate from 1% to 2%. So, he can get a commission of 400,000 yuan for this 20 million yuan house. "Okay, no problem." Lin Xian glanced at the contract, and after confirming that everything was correct, he handed the bank card to Huang Xinkai. Thank you so much, Brother Xian. I'll treat you and Chiu Wei Eyes to a big meal in a few days, huh?" Huang Xinkai said with a big smile. "Sure, it's just a pity that this villa is already fully furnished, otherwise I could have asked him to design it for me," Lin Xian said with a smile. "He's not so lucky, but it's okay, we'll just treat him to a few more meals. Doesn't he like eating kidneys? Let's order him 20 skewers tonight." Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. "Chiu Wei Eyes, you too." After the transaction was successfully completed, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao drove their Xiaomi SU7 to the Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City is the most famous jewelry store in Yunhai City, and it has many precious and rare jewelry pieces. "Honey, why are we at the jewelry store again?" Li Mingyao asked again, full of suspicion. "I've come to pick up something." Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to help Li Mingyao unbuckle hers, he saw her quickly unbuckle her own seatbelt and get out of the car in a flustered manner, as if afraid that Lin Xian would hug her and kiss her again in the car. The two entered the store together, and a young and pretty saleswoman immediately greeted them with a professional smile, asking, "Hello, are you here to buy jewelry?" "No, I'm looking for your store manager, Zhang Haiqing. Could you please contact him?" Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. "Okay, may I ask your name?" The female shop assistant continued. "My surname is Lin. Lin Xian replied simply. Okay, please wait a moment. After saying that, the female shop assistant turned and walked into a luxuriously decorated office. Mr. Zhang, there's a young man outside who wants to see you. He says his surname is Lin. The female shop assistant reported to the middle-aged man who was leisurely sipping tea, standing in front of the desk. Young man, what does a brat want with me? Tell him I'm not here. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, without even looking up. He was sitting at the tea table, leisurely savoring the aroma of the tea. This person is Zhang Haiqing, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Okay, I'll go and inform him right away. The female shop assistant turned and left. Zhang Tianqing picked up a cup of fine Longjing tea and took a sip. What did she just say? Her surname is Lin? Mr. Lin? Zhang Haiqing instantly sprang to his feet, as if sitting on pins and needles, and ran wildly toward the door. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. Our manager is out right now. Why don't you come again another time? The female clerk explained politely. All right then. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Perhaps Zhang Haiqing really had something urgent to deal with. Just as Lin Xian was leading Li Mengyao away, a hurried shout came from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Zhang Haiqing ran over, panting. This beautiful lady just said you weren't here, so I thought you were out running errands. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Zhang Haiqing. Lin Xian reached out and shook hands with Zhang Haiqing. I just got back, haha. Please come in. Zhang Haiqing warmly led Lin Xian and Li Mengyao into his luxurious office and personally brewed them a cup of fragrant Longjing tea on the tea table. Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Haiqing's teacup, which was still steaming, and realized that Zhang Haiqing definitely hadn't gone out. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He just wanted to get back the ocean heart necklace that the system had given him. Zhang Haiqing was also completely taken aback. The person who snapped up the 5 million yuan ocean heart necklace was so young, looking like a recent college graduate. Mr. Zhang, the ocean heart necklace I ordered yesterday, can it be delivered to me now? Lin Xian took a sip of tea and then asked directly. Of course, please wait a moment. Before long, an exquisitely crafted gift box appeared before Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. The gift box was emblazoned with the 4 large characters, Heart of the Ocean, making it particularly eye-catching. Wife, open it and take a look. Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao carefully opened the exquisite gift box, and a dazzling and mesmerizing light instantly burst forth. It turned out that the box contained a sapphire necklace. This necklace uses an extremely rare cornflower blue sapphire, whose deep blue color is as mesmerizing as the center of the vast ocean. Moreover, this sapphire has been carefully carved into a heart shape, which represents endless love, hence the romantic name, Heart of the Ocean, Zhang Haiqing explained in detail. Moreover, a ring of dazzling diamonds is set around the heart-shaped gemstone, sparkling like stars on a wave, he continued. Wife, do you like it? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Yes, I like it. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Chapter 68, The Allure of the Ocean. After Li Mengyao happily put away the Heart of the Ocean, Lin Xian and she said goodbye to Zhang Haiqing and prepared to leave. However, just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to step out of Zhang Haiqing's office, they inadvertently caught a glimpse of an extremely exquisite pair of earrings displayed in the showcase, and Lin Xian involuntarily stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, these earrings are very beautiful. May I ask what they are called? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have excellent taste. This is our Yunhai Royal Jewelry Store's latest masterpiece, Ocean Charm. Zhang Haiqing sensed the potential business opportunity. He explained in detail, this ocean charm also uses extremely rare cornflower blue sapphires, which are carefully carved to present a beautiful teardrop shape. Just like the dew that condenses on the tip of the grass in the early morning, crystal clear and pure. Diamonds, set with exceptional artistry, surround the sapphire, creating a dazzling halo that further enhances the earring's captivating charm. How much does this ocean charm cost? Lin Xian continued to ask. After a moment's thought, Zhang Haiqing replied, the preliminary price is 3 million, but it hasn't been officially released for sale yet. Lin Xian replied without hesitation, I'm willing to increase the price by 500,000. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? His tone was firm, and his eyes revealed a determination to win. Honey, there's really no need to buy these things. Li Mingyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand and said coquettishly, I'll listen to my husband. Lin Xian turned to Li Mingyao with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Haiqing anxiously shouted, Deal. In no time, the pair of earrings named Ocean Charm were beautifully packaged by the staff and handed to Li Mingyao. It was nearly 11 o'clock, so Lin Xian and Li Mingyao decided to go home for lunch first and then head to the wedding photography company in the afternoon. On her way home, Li Mingyao carefully protected her bag, which contained 8.5 million yuan. Even selling herself wouldn't yield that much. After a hearty lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay comfortably on the bed. Honey, do you know how much money we have left? Li Mingyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a kitten and asked softly. How much is left? Lin Xian affectionately stroked Li Mingyao's hair. I only have 5 million left in my current account, Li Mingyao said softly. Huh? Only 5 million left. Lin Xian was a little surprised, but thinking about it, it made sense. He instantly spent the 20 million the system had just given him, and then immediately bought a 3.5 million earring chain. Thinking about it, it really was quite extravagant. So I don't think it's necessary to buy these. One earring costs 3 million, and you even raised the price. Li Mingyao felt that she should be thrifty, even though the ocean enchantment earrings were indeed very beautiful. Wife, do you know when I'm going to raise the price? Lin Xian continued to gently stroke Li Mingyao's hair and smiled. Why? Li Mingyao looked up and asked curiously. Since this piece of jewelry hasn't been officially sold to the public yet, if my wife wears it now, wouldn't it be one of a kind? I'm thinking that when my wife wears it to take our wedding photos, she'll definitely be the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Xian replied with deep affection in his eyes. Honey, you're going to spoil me. Li Mingyao reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, pressing her cute little face tightly against his neck as she whispered. What can I do if she's spoiled? Her husband can only keep spoiling her. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mingyao's smooth forehead. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao raised her head again, gazing at Lin Xian with tender affection. She slightly opened her cherry-like lips and then unhesitatingly offered him a sweet kiss. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went together to a famous wedding photography studio in Yunhai City. After careful selection and discussion, they finally finalized a perfect shooting plan, which cost as much as 30,000 yuan. We were planning to start taking wedding photos tomorrow, but the weather forecast says the weather won't be good, so we have to postpone the shoot to the day after tomorrow. So, Li Mingyao went to the wedding dress shop and carefully selected a wedding dress that suited her. After careful selection, she finally chose her favorite styles and went into the dressing room to try them on one by one. Not long after, Li Mingyao came out of the dressing room. She was wearing a snow-white wedding dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. The skirt of her wedding dress swayed gently with her steps, like a sacred flower blooming in the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. Honey, does this look good? Li Mingyao asked shyly. Beautiful? Lin Xian was already dumbfounded. That's what they said about the other one too. Li Mingyao said irritably. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. My wife looks good in everything. How about we wear them the day after tomorrow? Lin Xian said with a smile. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mingyao's face. Honey, why haven't you changed yet? Li Mingyao asked curiously. I'm waiting for my wife to choose for me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Come here, you silly husband. Li Mingyao went to the suit section and began to choose. Her eyes swept over the exquisite suits, and she already had some ideas in mind. Soon, she picked out several suits that were very suitable for Lin Xian in terms of style and color, and then handed them to Lin Xian with a smile, gesturing for him to try them on. Lin Xian took the suit and went into the fitting room to change. A short while later, Lin Xian changed his clothes and came out. He was dressed in a wedding suit, his handsome figure and dashing face complementing each other perfectly, exuding charm and elegance. Seeing Lin Xian's appearance, Li Mingyao smiled with satisfaction. She gently took Lin Xian's hand and led him to the mirror to take several beautiful photos. In the evening, the family sat around the dinner table, enjoying their meal. Mom and Dad, let's move tomorrow, Lin Xian suddenly said with a smile. These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Apart from Li Mengyao, everyone present was stunned, and the others all had puzzled expressions on their faces. Moving? What kind of moving? Zhang Shulan frowned and asked, puzzled. Could it be that his son's investments failed, and he mortgaged the family home? Chapter 69. What can't your husband do? It's just moving. We're moving to a different place, Lin Xian said with a slight smile and a relaxed tone. Son, have you had some bad investments lately? If you're short of money, just tell Mom. I have some left. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Shulan hurriedly returned to her room, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw this. His mother's thought process was truly unique. Mom, you've misunderstood. We're moving to a new house, Li Mingyao said with a smile as she watched the scene unfold. Moving to a new house? Where are you moving to? Zhang Shulan asked with a puzzled look. The Cloud Sea family, Lin Xian said with a smile. Why did you suddenly buy a new house out of the blue? Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but ask. We've lived in this neighborhood for several years now, so it's time for a change of scenery. Brother, what does the new house look like? Lin Sisi asked eagerly, unable to hide her excitement. You'll find out tomorrow, Lin Xian said, still smiling. The next day arrived quickly, and Lin Xian and his family packed their luggage into the trunk of the car. Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their vehicles and slowly drove towards the Cloud Sea house. This time, Lin Xian drove ahead, while his father, Lin Zhenghua, followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the ordinary residential area of Yunhai House. However, Lin Xian did not stop there, but continued straight to the more luxurious Yunhai home villa area. Shouldn't we be at Yunhai House? Why are we driving forward? Zhang Shulan asked, puzzled. Looks like we're heading to the villa area, Lin Zhenghua said, while driving attentively. A villa district? Zhang Shulan was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the Xiaomi SU7 and BMW 8 series came to a smooth stop in front of a large sea-view villa in the Yunhai Zijia villa area. When everyone stepped out of the car, Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were stunned, but Lin Sisi rushed straight ahead, without any hesitation. Dude, you actually bought such a huge villa. As the family steps onto the ground floor, they are greeted by a 7-meter-high atrium living room, where they can easily enjoy a stunning sea view from any corner. Next to the living room is a spacious kitchen, which is divided into two distinct areas, a Western-style dining area on the left and a Chinese-style dining area on the right. On the other side of the living room, there is an exquisitely decorated tea room, which displays all kinds of precious and rare tea sets and teas. There are 5 rooms on the second floor, 4 of which are spacious and bright master bedrooms. Each room has an unbeatable sea view, allowing you to fully enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the ocean. The other room was transformed into an exquisite and elegant study, filled with all kinds of books. Ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and beautifully decorated master bedroom. Here you'll find not only a comfortable and soft king-size bed and luxurious furniture, but also a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the vast and boundless sea of clouds. In addition, this floor also has a spacious and beautiful viewing terrace. Standing on the terrace, feeling the breeze on your face, and gazing at the distant clouds and the horizon where the sea meets the sky, you will feel extremely comfortable. This must cost so much money. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 20 million, Lin Xian replied casually as he unloaded his luggage from the car. Just then, Lin Zhenghua suddenly pulled Lin Xian aside. Son, tell your dad the truth. Is all this money earned from investments? Lin Zhenghua found this unbelievable. Buying a BMW 8 series worth over $1 million yuan was one thing, but now they had actually bought a seaside villa worth over 20 million yuan. It was simply unbelievable. Not entirely, Dad. Actually, I also own a company in Jinghai City, and I get 1 million yuan in dividends every month. What company? Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. At this very moment, Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, was busily working in his office. He hadn't seen his boss for so many days. I knew you could do it, son, ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua patted Lin Xian's shoulder hard and said with a smile. Dad, you were just questioning me, Lin Xian said helplessly, rubbing his shoulder that had been slapped. Come on, let's continue moving the luggage. Lin Zhenghua quickly changed the subject. After spending the whole morning, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua finally put away all their luggage. Because the seaside villa had not prepared any food, Lin Xian's family had to return to their original home to have lunch. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the mall to buy groceries. When they arrived at the mall, Lin Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered that his new home had a dedicated Western-style dining area. Honey, would you like some Western food tonight? Lin Xian asked Li Mingyao with a smile. Oh, honey, you can cook Western food. Li Mingyao couldn't help but show a surprised expression. What can't your husband do? What kind of Western food would you like to eat tonight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I want to eat spaghetti and steak. Li Mingyao smiled broadly, very happy. Okay, Lin Xian readily agreed. He thought it would be nice to change things up once in a while. Before long, Lin Xian had purchased all the necessary ingredients and then drove back to the seaside villa. We're back. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao shouted loudly as they stood at the door, carrying shopping bags of all sizes. However, the room was quiet, and no one responded. The two then went inside the house, searching for their family members. They discovered that Lin Zhenghua, the father, was engrossed in playing with various tea sets in the exquisite tea room, completely captivated by them. What about Mom? They went to the kitchen again and saw Zhang Shulan tinkering with something there. At that moment, Zhang Shulan thought that with such a spacious and fully equipped kitchen, she would definitely be able to develop many new products. Having a villa that's too big also has its problems. It can be a bit hard to find people. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat side by side on the spacious and comfortable sofa in the living room, silently gazing at the magnificent and boundless sea view outside the window. Where's Cece? Lin Xian suddenly realized that he hadn't seen her all afternoon. So he stood up and began searching for his sister in every corner of the villa. He started searching from the third floor, but every room was empty, and he didn't see a trace of Lin Cece. Could it be on the basement level? Lin Xian then took the elevator in the villa to the basement. The basement level is mainly for people's entertainment and leisure. It features a luxurious home theater, a state-of-the-art game room, and a fully equipped gym, among other things. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xian immediately spotted a familiar figure in the game room. At this moment, Lin Cece was staring intently at the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controller tightly with both hands, and constantly shouting, "Sisters, let's go together." Chapter 70, I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife. Lin Xian watched Lin Cece quietly from behind, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. He gently reached out and unplugged the network cable. Suddenly, the screen froze, and the once bustling game world fell silent. Ugh, why isn't it moving? Frustrated, Lin Cece took off her headphones and turned around angrily, only to be surprised to find her older brother, Lin Xian, standing behind her. An awkward smile appeared on her face as she tried to hide her inner panic. "Brother, what brings you here?" "Ha ha." Lin Cece chuckled awkwardly, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian frowned and asked seriously, "Little sister, have you finished your homework?" Lin Cece lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and whispered, "Hee hee, almost there, bro, I was wrong." The mistake was playing games secretly. Lin Cece's voice trailed off. Lin Xian shook his head and said firmly, "No. Do you know where you really went wrong?" Lin Cece raised her head and stared blankly at Lin Xian. An hour passed, and Li Mingyao was still sitting on the spacious and comfortable sofa playing on her phone. "Why hasn't my husband come back yet after an hour?" Li Mingyao muttered to herself. So she put down her phone, got up, and began searching for Lin Xian. Soon, she spotted two familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. Lin Xian and Lin Cece were completely focused on the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controllers tightly, and constantly shouting, "Sis, there's an enemy on the left, take him out quickly." "Where? How stupid. Bro, you solved it." Seeing the deep affection between the siblings, Li Mingyao's face showed a satisfied and gratified smile. "Honey, Cece, don't forget to stay hydrated while you're playing games." She gently picked up two delicate and adorable little cups and placed them in front of Lin Xian and Lin Cece. "Ah, wife." Lin Xian turned around and saw Li Mingyao. He felt a sudden panic and hurriedly put down the game controller in his hand. "Brother, why aren't you moving?" Lin Cece turned around, and her eyes met those of her sister-in-law, Li Mingyao. Without hesitation, she put down the game controller. "Why did you stop playing?" Li Mingyao asked gently, and sat down close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly shifted the blame. "It's all Cece's fault. She insisted on dragging me to play games with her." "Huh? You're talking nonsense, you old bastard. You were the one who insisted on joining," Lin Cece retorted, not to be outdone. "I didn't say you guys can't play games. On the contrary, I think it's very heartwarming," Li Mingyao chuckled. "You guys keep playing, I'll just watch quietly from the side." Her eyes were full of love and tolerance. "Honey, want to play together?" Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao with a smile. "Can I? But I'm not very good at playing," Li Mingyao answered hesitantly. At this moment, Lin Cece chimed in with a smile. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Just let my brother rush ahead and draw fire, and we'll stay in the back." "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled happily. "Time flies, and it's almost dinner time." Zhang Shulan looked at the Western food ingredients Lin Xian had bought in the refrigerator and was puzzled. "What should I do?" "Son, the groceries you bought this afternoon, where are they?" Zhang Shulan walked out of the kitchen and found that Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were not in the living room. So Zhang Shulan began searching for their whereabouts in every corner of the villa. The problem with having a big house is that it's especially difficult to find people to live there. Finally, Zhang Shulan saw 3 familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. The 3 of them were happily playing games, and Li Mingyao was also laughing happily. She hadn't had much of this kind of childhood joy when she was a child. However, at that moment, Zhang Shulan walked towards Lin Xian. "Son, stop playing and hurry up and prepare dinner. We can't let Mingyao and the babies go hungry," Zhang Shulan said softly. "Okay, I'll go right away." Lin Xian quickly put down the game controller in his hand, then took the elevator to the kitchen and began to busily prepare dinner. At the same time, Li Mingyao and Lin Cece also stopped playing the game. The 2 of them looked at Zhang Shulan with faces full of grievance, like 2 children who had done something wrong. "Mingyao, it's all right, you can continue playing. Lin Xian will call you when he's finished cooking dinner," Zhang Shulan said with a smile, then turned and left the room. Lin Cece was stunned. Was this really her mother? She used to get caught by her mom and get a spanking all the time. Soon, an hour had passed, and with his 5-star culinary skills, Lin Xian had prepared a sumptuous Western meal. Italian spaghetti bolognese, pan-fried foie gras, pan-fried cod, fish and chips, and steak Wellington. Each dish looks mouth-watering. The family sat in front of the spacious dining room, ready to enjoy dinner. "Brother, you can cook Western food too," Lin Cece exclaimed in surprise. "It's nice to change things up sometimes. Give it a try," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Wow, this is so delicious." Lin Cece cut a piece of Wellington steak and stuffed it into her mouth, her face full of happiness. Zhang Shulan also took a bite and had to admit that her son's cooking skills were truly exceptional. Lin Zhenghua also enjoyed his meal. "Is it good?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao gently. "It's delicious," Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with joy. After dinner, Lin Cece was urged by her mother, Zhang Shulan, to go to the study to finish her homework. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the viewing terrace on the 3rd floor and looked out at the vast sea, with the gentle sound of waves in their ears. "Honey, we're taking our wedding photos tomorrow," Li Mingyao said sweetly, nestled in Lin Xian's broad embrace like a little bird. How about a preview tonight?" Lin Xian smiled indulgently. "How's the rehearsal going tonight?" Li Mingyao asked curiously, tilting her head up and blinking her bright eyes. "I bought all the wedding dresses you tried on, and they're in our closet now," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You're wasting money again," Li Mingyao scolded, but she was actually very happy inside. "I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife," Lin Xian said, gently kissing Li Mingyao's delicate cheek. "Thank you, my love." Li Mingyao was deeply moved. She reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, then quickly planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Immediately afterwards, she ran back to the master bedroom to change her clothes. Since the process of putting on the wedding dress was quite complicated, Lin Xian sat and waited while playing on her phone. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Xian heard light footsteps, slowly looked up, and the scene before him left him speechless. Dressed in a pure white wedding gown, she stood there gracefully, like a dazzling pearl in the night. The heart of the ocean necklace around her neck and the enchantress of the ocean earrings shimmered with a dazzling blue light in the darkness, like a beautiful fairy suddenly descending from the night sky, stunning the entire world. Chapter 71. I feel like it's all a dream. Is it pretty? A gentle sea breeze caressed Li Mingyao's silky black hair. She deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a serene smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian's gaze was deeply immersed in his wife's stunning beauty, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Honey, say something. Li Mingyao reached out her small hand and gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian then snapped out of his daze and pulled Li Mingyao into a tight embrace. Honey, you are so incredibly beautiful. I feel like it's all a dream, Li Mingyao said softly, nestled in Lin Xian's warm embrace. Dreaming? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Yes, wearing a beautiful wedding dress and becoming your wife. It all feels like a dream to me. Li Mingyao gazed at Lin Xian with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Do you know why I've liked you since freshman year? Li Mingyao suddenly asked. Isn't it because of my handsome appearance? Lin Xian smiled mischievously, a hint of pride on his face. Stop being so vain. Although my husband is indeed very handsome, he's not enough to make me fall completely in love with you, Li Mingyao said coquettishly. Why is that? Lin Xian asked curiously. Do you remember when you were a freshman, in that narrow alley, there was a girl being harassed by two thugs? Li Mingyao recalled the past, a hint of emotion in her eyes. One night during my freshman year, I think I casually saved a girl. Could it be? Lin Xian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. That girl is me. Li Mingyao lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. How could this be? Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. I was wearing a mask at the time, and it was late at night with dim lighting, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me, honey, Li Mingyao explained gently. I was really scared at the time, but thankfully you saved me. Li Mingyao pressed her small face against Lin Xian's strong and broad chest. I started watching you silently from that time until graduation. Li Mingyao continued to murmur. Lin Xian never expected that the girl he casually saved 4 years ago was actually Li Mingyao in front of him. If he had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, to meet you so late. Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his own body. Don't say sorry, I'm really happy right now. Li Mingyao gently reached out and pressed her index finger to Lin Xian's lips, stopping him from continuing. Wife, from now on we'll walk hand in hand. Lin Xian gazed deeply into Li Mingyao's eyes and solemnly made his promise. Yes. Li Mingyao nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Lin Xian slowly lowered his head and gently but firmly kissed those alluring lips. The figures of the two intertwined with the vast ocean and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, creating a magnificent picture. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At dawn, as the sun rose, golden sunlight shone on the sea, making it sparkle and look incredibly beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got up early to prepare for the wedding photos they had always dreamed of taking. Since the villa is located right by the sea, they invited the photography team to their home for convenience. First, professional makeup artists meticulously designed suitable makeup looks for Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, making them even more beautiful and charming. Once everything was ready, filming officially began. The photographers cleverly used the natural seaside scenery to capture many beautiful moments for the newlyweds. They strolled hand in hand on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Or, against the backdrop of surging waves, Li Mingyao sits gracefully on a reef while Lin Xian kneels on one knee and proposes to her with deep affection. There was also Lin Xian holding Li Mingyao tightly as they twirled on the beach, her skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Li Mingyao stood quietly by the sea. Lin Xian gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and the two of them admired the picturesque sunset together. After a long day of shooting, the wedding photos were finally completed. Despite the hard work, Lin Xian, and Li Mingyao both felt it was all worthwhile. All that's left is to wait and choose their favorite photos later. As night fell, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed a simple yet heartwarming dinner. After dinner, Li Mingyao dragged her tired body to her soft and comfortable bed, gazing at the stunning sea view outside the window, and sighed with emotion. So tired, but it's finally over. At this moment, Lin Xian walked to the bedside and gently asked, "Would you like to go to the home theater on the basement floor to watch a movie and relax?" "Okay, I want a horror movie." Lin Xian. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the home theater on the basement floor. The interior design here is exquisite and luxurious, with top-of-the-line high-definition projectors and large projection screens complementing each other, along with a first-class sound system, making you feel as if you are in a movie world. Li Mingyao wants to watch a horror movie, but Lin Xian doesn't. After some discussion, the two compromised and chose a disaster movie, Armageddon. 3 hours passed quietly, and the movie finally ended, but Lin Xian was still immersed in the exciting plot. This disaster movie seems to be telling us to cherish everything we have now. "Honey, this movie is really..." He turned his head and found that Li Mingyao had already fallen asleep. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mingyao, left the home theater, and then took the elevator back to the master bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed, then held her tightly in his arms, preparing to fall asleep together. The system's voice sounded again. "Ding dong, congratulations host on completing the wedding photo shoot. A cash reward of 3 million yuan has been given, but there was no chance of a critical hit. The money has been transferred to the host's bank card through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with 1 chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. A Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. 3. A futuristic couple's technology watch. 4. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations host for obtaining a pair of futuristic couple's smartwatches. They will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning. Please check." Chapter 72. Who is Zhang Huiyan? The system was indeed very understanding. It knew that Lin Xian had just spent almost all his money and was sending him more. But what exactly is this futuristic couple smartwatch? System, could you give a brief introduction? Yes, this futuristic couple smartwatch is like an upgraded version of the Xiaomi SU7, using cutting-edge technology from the future. The system's answer made Lin Xian even more curious. According to the system introduction, after wearing this couple's watch, it can not only detect various physical indicators, but also provide timely warnings of various potential diseases. It can also detect external risks in advance and send danger signals, accurate location information, and communication functions to both parties. Even more remarkably, in critical situations, it will automatically trigger a protection mechanism based on the surrounding terrain and other actual conditions. However, this protection mechanism can only be used once a day. The system can be used like this? Lin Xian was filled with anticipation for the futuristic couple's smartwatch that he would receive tomorrow. With this, Lin Xian would know immediately if his wife encountered any danger while wearing it. Filled with joy, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao tightly as they drifted off to a sweet dream. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room, while the sea outside remained as calm as a mirror. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mingyao quietly leaning against him, her clear and innocent eyes, like those of a fawn, gazing at him. "Honey, you're awake." Li Mingyao smiled slightly. "Why did you get up so early today?" Lin Xian reached out and gently stroked her lovely face. "I went to bed early last night," Li Mingyao replied. "What's that gift box on the bedside table?" Li Mingyao asked. She spotted the exquisite gift box early on. Its unique design and special metal material gave it a mysterious and technological feel. "Wife, why don't you open it and take a look yourself?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "I know this is yours, and it looks very valuable. I'm afraid I might accidentally break it," Li Mingyao murmured softly. Looking at his wife's adorable face, Lin Xian couldn't help but step forward and kiss her. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet, Li Mingyao hurriedly pushed him away and said coquettishly, "It's all right, my husband doesn't mind," Lin Xian said with a smile. "I find it disgusting." Then Lin Xian reached out and took the exquisite gift box from the bedside table, then gently opened it, and a dazzling light instantly shone out. Upon closer inspection, two exquisitely crafted watches were displayed inside. The first watch features an ingenious design with a cool metallic texture. It is inlaid with mysterious and deep black diamonds, which sparkle with dazzling light, as if it has gathered endless power, inspiring awe. The other watch is small and exquisite, set with charming pink diamonds that sparkle like stars, exuding a sweet aura and showcasing elegance and nobility. "Honey, these are couple watches that I specially customized for us," Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. Li Mingyao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She couldn't wait to put on the small, exquisite pink diamond watch. Lin Xian then put on the mysterious and cool black diamond watch. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, honey." Li Mingyao was as happy as a child. She gently swayed her wrist, admiring the beautiful jewelry on her hand. "Honey, let's hurry up and wash up. We still need to prepare breakfast later," Lin Xian gently reminded her. Li Mingyao nodded obediently, and then went into the bathroom with Lin Xian to wash up. A moment later, the two finished washing up and went hand in hand to the living room on the ground floor. Li Mingyao sat quietly on the sofa, gazing leisurely out the window, waiting patiently. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began busily preparing breakfast. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was served, and the family sat together, enjoying the delicious meal with laughter and joy. After breakfast, everyone got busy with their own things. Zhang Shulan went shopping nearby. Lin Zhengguo went to work as usual. Lin Cixi did her homework in the study, and Li Mingyao sat quietly on the third-floor viewing terrace, basking in the warm sunlight and flipping through the book in her hands. Lin Xian was in the room attending a high-level meeting of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Although Lin Xian has always prioritized his family and doesn't care much about the trivial and complicated affairs of the company, he still needs to be personally involved in some crucial matters. During the video conference, Lin Xian saw his good roommate, Zhong Zhixing, enthusiastically introducing the latest products developed by their department. Seeing Zhong Zhixing's confident and professional performance, Lin Xian felt extremely gratified. Clearly, Zhong Zhixing has fully adapted to his new role as department head and has begun to actively promote the company's development and develop products that are more competitive in the market. After a long 2 hours, the boring meeting finally came to an end. Even as the company's boss, Lin Xian dislikes meetings. Around noon, Lin Xian also prepared a sumptuous lunch. After the family finished eating, they went back to their rooms to rest. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. Lin Xian, who had just woken up, was called by Zhang Shulan to work in the garden outside the villa. Then, a series of rapid phone rings suddenly rang, continuing for several times. The ringing phone startled Li Mingyao from her deep sleep. Still half asleep, she picked up her phone and answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" Li Mingyao's voice still carried a hint of weariness. "I'm Lin Xian's high school classmate. My name is Zhang Huiyan. You must be Lin Xian's new wife, right?" A woman's voice came from the phone. "Yes, that's me. What do you want with my husband?" Li Mingyao instantly snapped out of her daze, a strange feeling welling up inside her, an indescribable sense of vigilance rising within her. "There's a high school reunion tonight, and we'd like to invite Lin Xian. Could you please pass on the message to him?" Zhang Huiyan said. "Okay, I'll ask him later." After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyao clearly sensed that something was wrong with the other person. Why didn't she just send a notification in the group chat for a high school reunion? Why did she personally call Lin Xian to inform him? Moreover, Li Mingyao also sensed a faint, almost imperceptible hostility emanating from the other party. Just then, Lin Xian returned. He saw his wife sitting blankly on the bed, her eyes vacant, as if she was thinking about something. "Honey, you're awake? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xian stepped forward and asked with concern. "Honey, there's something I want to ask you." "What is it? Who is Zhang Huiyan?" Chapter 73, When Did My Wife Learn to Give Hickeys? Zhang Huiyan. "She's my high school classmate. What's wrong?" Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao and asked tenderly. She just called your cell phone and invited you to a class reunion, Li Mingyao said softly, her head down. Then, wife, you Lin Xian hadn't finished speaking. Li Mingyao then asked, does she like you? She slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. Yes, he pursued me a lot back in high school, but I didn't agree to date him, Lin Xian answered truthfully. So that means you still can't forget me? Li Mingyao bit her lip in frustration and muttered. Lin Xian quickly comforted her. Honey, I wasn't planning on going to any class reunion. I'll just stay home and keep you company. His tone was very gentle, which warmed Li Mingyao's heart. Honey, you should go. I trust you. Li Mingyao wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms and looked up at him. I'm not going. Lin Xian said firmly. Go ahead and go. This time, you'll put an end to her idea and prevent her from ever trying to get close to my husband again. Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. Lin Xian smiled and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. It turned out that his wife wanted him to personally put an end to Zhang Huiyan's hopes. Night quietly falls, the city lights come on, and the moonlight shines like water on the sea. In the master bedroom, Li Mingyao gently and gracefully helped Lin Xian tidy up his clothes. Okay, honey, look how it is, isn't it handsome? Li Mingyao smiled, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and sweetness. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and replied with a smile. Handsome people look good in anything. Then you can wear my dress, Li Mingyao suddenly blurted out. Lin Xian. With everything ready, Lin Xian headed towards the garage of his villa. Just as he sat in the driver's seat of the Xiaomi SU7, Li Mingyao suddenly approached him. Wife, aren't you going back? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Li Mingyao looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. She quickly opened the car door, and with a graceful stride, she sat down on Lin Xian's lap. Immediately afterwards, she closed the car door with her other hand. The whole action was done in one smooth motion. Wife, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. However, Li Mingyao did not give him a chance to explain. She reached out her delicate hands and wrapped them around Lin Xian's neck, pressing her alluring lips tightly against his neck. A minute passed, and Li Mingyao hurriedly got out of the car, but before getting out, she didn't forget to tell Lin Xian, Honey, come home early. Lin Xian turned on the car's interior light and looked at his neck in the rearview mirror. A small, strawberry-shaped hickey appeared on his neck, quite noticeable. When did my wife learn to plant hickeys? Lin Xian smiled slightly and gently pressed the start button on his Xiaomi SU7. The vehicle drove smoothly and slowly out of the villa. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at Juda restaurant. He parked the car skillfully, then stepped into the restaurant and entered a private room. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice came from inside. Brother Xian, you've finally arrived. Huang Xingkai greeted him with a big smile. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm a little late, Lin Xian said with a smile. Before the words were even finished, another discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this our great Lin? Why are you late? What kind of car did you drive to be late? It was Chen Feiyu who spoke, and he walked up to Lin Xian with a disdainful look on his face. Lin Xian ignored his provocation and simply replied, The Xiaomi car I was just driving. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu's contempt deepened. Haha, so it's that beat-up Xiaomi car. No wonder you get stuck in traffic. Look at my new Mercedes SL. It never gets stuck in traffic. As he spoke, he deliberately showed off the car keys in his hand. Chen Feiyu is a rich second-generation heir in Yunhai City. He got into Yunhai No. 1 middle school with his family's money and is in the same class as Lin Xian. He had always liked Zhang Huiyan, but unfortunately, Zhang Huiyan only had Lin Xian in her heart. Therefore, Chen Feiyu was jealous of Lin Xian and always tried to find ways to make trouble for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had excellent grades and was a key student the school was focusing on developing, so Chen Feiyu's little tricks always ended in failure. At this moment, the students in the private room were all ready to watch the drama unfold, knowing that Lin Xian and Chen Feiyu didn't get along. Hey Chen Feiyu, what are you pretending for? My brother Xian just bought a 20 million yuan sea view villa in Yunhai Jijiao with cash. What's that compared to that? What's there to brag about? Huang Xingkai stood up for Lin Xian and spoke out in defense of him. A sea view villa in Yunhai home? And paid in full. You're kidding me, stop bragging. Chen Feiyu replied with a disdainful look. Although he is a second-generation rich kid with some money, it is still unlikely that he could come up with tens of millions to buy a house all at once. Shinkai, it's not worth arguing with this kind of person. It's like casting pearls before swine, Lin Xian said casually, placing his right hand on Huang Xinkai's shoulder. Just then, Chun Feiyu's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Xian's wrist, where he saw that Lin Xian was wearing a mysterious and cool black diamond watch. Black diamonds are more expensive than regular diamonds and are an extremely rare variety. Chun Feiyu was taken aback. Could it be that what Huang Xinkai said earlier was true, and that Lin Xian was really that rich? Huang Xinkai felt that Chun Feiyu couldn't be allowed to be so arrogant, so he quickly took out his phone, pulled out the transaction screenshot of Lin Xian's purchase of the Yunhai Jijia Sea View Villa, and showed it to everyone. Then he sneered at Chun Feiyu. Open your eyes and take a good look. You're a disgrace. Wow, I didn't know Brother Xian was so rich. Lin Xian, you're being way too modest. Yeah, Lin the Great God, please help me out, okay? Please take me with you. I saw Lin Xian driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1,000,000 just a few days ago. Lin Xian's high school classmates gathered around him and began to flatter and fawn over him. Only Chun Feiyu was left, stunned and speechless, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai then went to a corner and sat down close to each other. Just then, a pair of eyes had been fixed on Lin Xian ever since he stepped into the room, never leaving his sight. And this person was none other than Zhang Huiyan. At this moment, Zhang Huiyan was wearing a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, and her delicate face made her impossible to look away from. Zhang Huiyan walked lightly to Lin Xian and sat down beside him, saying softly, Lin Xian, you finally arrived. Yeah, long time no see, Lin Xian replied calmly. It really has been a long time. Zhang Huiyan nodded gently and continued, how have you been lately? Not bad. Lin Xian remained as indifferent as ever. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to serve the food. Just as the two fell into silence, squad leader Chen Dong broke the deadlock by speaking up at the right moment. Then, the waiters began to bring the delicious dishes to the table one after another. Chapter 74, I love my wife very much. During the meal, Zhang Huiyan would always try to start a conversation with Lin Xian about various topics, but Lin Xian would only give a perfunctory response. However, at that moment, Zhang Huiyan suddenly noticed the faint hickey on Lin Xian's neck. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the once very noticeable strawberry mark has now become slightly faded, but it can still be discerned if you look closely. Zhang Huiyan clenched her fists tightly. Just then, someone suggested that a high school reunion wouldn't be complete without alcohol. Immediately afterwards, everyone started toasting each other. Many people here wanted to drink with Lin Xian. Come on, Brother Xian, let me toast you. Brother Xian, I also want to toast you. Excuse me, I'm driving later and can't drink. Why not just call a designated driver? It's rare for classmates to get together. Let's have some fun. After saying that, the two of them downed a full glass of wine in one gulp. Actually, Lin Xian isn't incapable of drinking. It's just that he's drunk and has returned home in a staggering state, and the smell of alcohol might make Li Mengyao uncomfortable. So he said softly, you guys enjoy your drinks, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stepped out of the private room. As Lin Xian was taking a deep breath of fresh air outdoors, she suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground behind her. Lin Xian, are you really married? Zhang Huiyan stepped forward quickly and asked. Lin Xian slowly turned around and replied calmly. That's right. Why? Zhang Huiyan pressed. Why what? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Why is it that after liking you for so many years, just when I was preparing to go back to China to find you, you suddenly got married? Zhang Huiyan finally lost control of her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes like a flood. Her voice was filled with despair and resentment. Because I met the right person, Lin Xian said firmly. These words struck Zhang Huiyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you really love her? Zhang Huiyan asked. Lin Xian began to recall the moments he had spent with his wife. That figure who always lacked a sense of security but would rush to protect Lin Xian without hesitation in times of danger. That gentle face that would always rush into her arms the moment Lin Xian came home. And there's also the adorable way he always needs to hug Lin Xian tightly to fall asleep every night. These wonderful memories made Lin Xian's lips unconsciously curl into a smile. Yes, I love my wife very much, Lin Xian said firmly. What about me? Am I inferior to her? Where exactly am I worse than her? Zhang Huiyin stared wide-eyed and asked loudly, unwilling to accept the situation. Lin Xian looked at her and said softly, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone. You have your own unique charm, and you are no less than anyone else. It's just that we lack that special connection. Zhang Huiyin stared into Lin Xian's firm and unwavering gaze, understanding in her heart that no matter what, this fact could not be changed. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, all right then. Lin Xian, I wish you happiness and joy. From now on, I will never bother you again. Thank you. And I hope you can find a suitable partner as well, Lin Xian said. Then, Zhang Huiyin turned and left. At this moment, Lin Xian thought that this way they would stop bothering him. I don't want to make my wife angry about this. Lin Xian stayed outside for a while longer, then, estimating the time, decided it was about time to go home and return to the private room. As soon as the door was opened, Huang Xinkai was seen to be completely drunk. As soon as Huang Xinkai saw Brother Xin walk in, he immediately stood up unsteadily, staggered towards Lin Xian, and clung tightly to his leg. 2M telling you, Brother Xian is super rich. He bought a sea view villa outright. He's just too low-key. Lin Xian was utterly speechless at this moment. Lin Xian, could you please take Huang Xinkai back? Class monitor Chen Dong asked Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai have been good friends since high school, Chen Dong asked Lin Xian to take Huang Xinkai home. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Xian then pulled Huang Xinkai into the car with difficulty, and then started the car and drove towards Huang Xinkai's rented house. Huang Xinkai's home is in a small county town in Yunhai City, so he can only rent a house here. Lin Xian went to great lengths to get Huang Xinkai to the downstairs of the rented apartment. Xinkai, which floor do you live on? Lin Xian asked. 7. Huang Xinkai answered groggily. Lin Xian looked up and couldn't help but lament. There's no elevator here. I should have just found a hotel room nearby. With things having come to this, Lin Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth, steel himself, and carry Huang Xinkai upstairs step by step. Finally, Lin Xian carried Huang Xinkai up to the 7th floor. If the system hadn't initially given him a 100% boost to his physical attributes, Lin Xian would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. After all, Huang Xinkai weighs 180 pounds. Where's the key? Lin Xian asked anxiously. However, Huang Xinkai was already fast asleep and did not respond to Lin Xian's question at all. So he could only search Huang Xinkai's body, hoping to find the key. However, after a thorough search, Lin Xian still found nothing. Lin Xian was speechless. He should never have attended this high school reunion. Lin Xian certainly wouldn't leave Huang Xinkai outside for the night, so he had no choice but to carry Huang Xinkai on his back again and head towards a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mingyao lay alone in bed, her eyes revealing obvious worry. It's almost 11 p.m., and my husband still hasn't come home. Calling the phone results and it's saying it's switched off. Could something have happened? Just then, she suddenly remembered that the pink diamond watch Lin Xian had given her and the black diamond watch he was wearing had a tracking function between them. Thinking of this, Li Mingyao hurriedly sat up and quickly rummaged through the bedside table drawer to find the small, exquisite pink diamond watch that shone with a charming light. Immediately afterwards, she turned on the watch's location function and stared intently at the information displayed on the screen. However, when she saw the location results, Li Mingyao's face turned as pale as paper. The results clearly showed that Lin Xian was actually in a hotel. Chapter 75 Calling for a baby won't help. Why is my husband in a hotel? Was he seduced by Zhang Huiyin? No, Lin Xian isn't that kind of person. Or did her husband get drunk by his high school classmate, and then Zhang Huiyin took advantage of the situation? The more Li Mingyao thought about it, the more frightened she became. Her anxiety grew stronger, and she kept her eyes glued to the phone's location screen, not daring to relax for a moment. 10 minutes later, Li Mingyao noticed that Lin Xian's location was moving towards home, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After another long 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally returned to the villa and went into the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, the scene before him caught him off guard. Li Mingyao pounced on him like a hungry tiger. "Honey, where have you been? You're home so late. You didn't even answer my phone." Li Mingyao angrily waved her little pink fists, raining them down on Lin Xian. "Phone." Lin Xian struggled to pull his phone out of his pocket while being punched by a little pink fist. He checked the battery. The phone was dead. It turned out that after Lin Xian settled Huang Xinkai in, he drove home without stopping, without even checking his phone, and didn't know that the phone had run out of battery and shut down automatically. "Honey, my phone's dead," Lin Xian quickly explained. At this moment, Li Mingyao simply hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face pressed against his chest, refusing to let go. "Honey, can I explain this to you after I take a shower?" Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mingyao and then softly placed her back on the bed. Li Mingyao nodded slightly and lay quietly. Since Lin Xian returned, the unease in her heart has gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xian came out just 10 minutes later. Having lived together for so long, Li Mingyao had become accustomed to her husband's quick showers. Are all guys this fast? At this moment, Lin Xian climbed onto the bed and gently embraced Li Mingyao from behind. "Baby, are you still angry? Calling for the baby won't help. Then what's the point of my name? Call me whatever you want." Li Mingyao kept her back to Lin Xian, ignoring him. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian could only continue to hold her. "Get away from me." Li Mingyao turned around, stretched out her small hand and pressed against Lin Xian's chest, trying to push him away forcefully. However, this was exactly the moment Lin Xian had been waiting for. He took the opportunity to stretch out his arms and pull Li Mingyao into a tight embrace. "Wife, I was wrong," Lin Xian said softly with a gentle smile on his face. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Li Mingyao pouted and asked angrily. "I went to a class reunion," Lin Xian explained. "And then what?" "Nothing else." Li Mingyao continued to press. "Then, when I was about to leave, I saw Huang Xinkai was completely drunk, so I took him home," Lin Xian replied. "Where did you go back to?" Li Mingyao asked immediately. "I took him home first, but I couldn't find his keys no matter what I did, so I had no choice but to find a hotel nearby to settle him in." Lin Xian recounted the whole incident in detail. "Oh," Li Mingyao lowered her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. "What? Honey, what did you think I went to do?" Lin Xian lifted her face and asked with a smile. In nothing, Li Mingyao's eyes darted away, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze. "I was just worried because I saw that your watch location was at a hotel and you weren't answering your phone," Li Mingyao muttered, her eyes lowered. "What are you worried about?" Lin Xian asked softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I'm worried you'll be seduced by a vixen." Li Mingyao was immediately a little annoyed. Knowing that she was easily embarrassed, she still insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Then she raised her small hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't dodge. He even offered his waist flesh to his wife, letting her pinch it. "After all, this time I really made my wife worry." "Have you explained things clearly to Zhang Huiyan?" Li Mingyao suddenly asked. "I've made myself clear. I said I love my wife very much. She won't bother me anymore," Lin Xian said gently. Oh, Li Mingyao lowered her head slightly again. "Wife, are you still angry?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao tenderly and asked again. "There's still a little, Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed those delicate red lips. The next morning arrived quickly, and sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Xian was awakened from his sleep by his biological clock. He stretched, then quickly got up to prepare a hearty breakfast for his family. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian received a phone call. "Hello, your package has been delivered. I have placed it in the parcel locker at the entrance of your villa. Please pick it up when it is convenient for you." A young deliverman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xian replied politely. "Honey, whose phone was that?" Li Mingyao asked curiously as she leaned over. "The package has arrived. Honey, go get it." Lin Xian kissed Li Mingyao and smiled. "I also have a few packages, honey. Why don't you pick them up together?" Li Mingyao said with a smile. "Good." Lin Xian got up, walked to the door, changed into a pair of comfortable flip-flops, and went outside. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the parcel locker at the villa entrance. He entered the pickup code as instructed and successfully retrieved his package. However, after waiting for a while, my wife still hadn't sent the pickup code. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a call to inquire, a series of pickup codes suddenly popped up on his phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xian counted and found there were more than a dozen packages. Lin Xian's eyes widened. What exactly did his wife buy? Chapter 76. Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly. Helpless, Lin Xian went to the villa's warehouse, found a small cart, and transported all the packages back home. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Li Mingyao greeted him with a happy smile on her face. She tiptoed and left a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's cheek. Then, she couldn't wait to start opening the packages one by one. Honey, what did you buy? How come there's so much? Lin Xian asked curiously. I bought new clothes for everyone in my family, exactly 2 sets for each person. Li Mingyao answered gently, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She first picked out clothes for herself and Lin Xian, and after trying them on, the two of them looked even more refreshed. Then, she bought 2 beautiful dresses for Lin Sisi, 2 exquisite cheongsams for Zhang Shulan, and 2 high-end suits for Lin Zhenghua. Honey, what about you? What did you buy? Li Mingyao turned to ask Lin Xian. I bought you clothes too. Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing his signature charming smile. You bought me clothes? Li Mingyao was a little surprised. Were the clothes her husband bought really appropriate? Well, didn't I say I'd teach you how to swim? So I bought you a swimsuit. Lin Xian's tone carried a hint of mystery. What kind of swimsuit did you buy? Li Mingyao asked curiously. You'll see when you put it on. Afterwards, Lin Xian left the master bedroom and went to the swimming pool in the garden in front of the villa. He took out his tools, opened the drain valve, watched the clear water slowly flow out, and then began to carefully clean the pool walls and bottom with a brush. The scene shifts back to the master bedroom, where Li Mingyao sits on the edge of the bed, holding the package that Lin Xian had just delivered. Li Mingyao opened the package Lin Xian had bought and saw a swimsuit. A blush spread across her delicate face. Lin Xian spent half an hour working by the swimming pool before finally completing all the preparations. Considering that Li Mingyao was pregnant, he specially raised the water temperature of the swimming pool to 30 degrees Celsius. However, after waiting for a while, why didn't my wife come down? Is it so hard to change into a swimsuit? Just as Lin Xian was about to go upstairs to check, Li Mingyao finally slowly came downstairs. Stop looking. Li Mingyao's face flushed red with embarrassment and puffed up with anger. Lin Xian then came to his senses and took her hand, leading her towards the swimming pool. Lin Xian jumped into the swimming pool first, then opened her arms, a gentle smile on her face, and softly called out, Honey, come down. Li Mingyao stood by the swimming pool, hesitated slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, 2M still a little scared. She carefully stretched out one of her long, beautiful legs and gently touched the surface of the swimming pool, finding it to be quite gentle. It's all right. Your husband is here, Lin Xian quickly reassured her. Then you have to catch me, Li Mingyao said sweetly. I guarantee I'll catch it, Lin Xian replied confidently. Then, Li Mingyao mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and jumped into the swimming pool. Lin Xian reacted quickly and hugged Li Mingyao tightly. To Li Mingyao's surprise, she didn't sink. She curiously opened her beautiful eyes, and what came into view was Lin Xian's handsome and charming face. The two floated silently above the swimming pool. At that moment, Li Mingyao could only cling tightly to Lin Xian, afraid to let go for even a moment, lest she accidentally sink to the bottom. Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly, Lin Xian said softly with a smile. No, Li Mingyao persisted, shaking her cute little head and answering firmly. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and continued to comfort her. Wife, holding me like this isn't a solution. I'll go get you a swimming ring. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up Li Mingyao and swam towards the shore. Why didn't you give the swimming ring to yourself in the first place? That jerk of a husband did it on purpose again. Lost in thought, Li Mingyao lowered her head and took another bite. Ouch! Why is my wife biting me again? Lin Xian winced in pain. I'll bite you. Li Mingyao pouted. After gently placing Li Mingyao back on the shore, Lin Xian took out a cute swimming ring from the side, handed it to her, and said tenderly, "Honey, try wearing these and swimming." Li Mingyao took the swimming ring, carefully put it on, and then jumped into the swimming pool. She floated nervously on the surface of the water, afraid to make any big movements. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took her hand and encouraged her, "Don't be afraid, wife. Try kicking the water backward with your calves and feel the power of the water flow." Li Mingyao nodded and, following Lin Xian's instructions, vigorously swung her legs, slowly moving forward. Since Li Mingyao is currently pregnant, practicing breathing requires frequent breath holding, which may affect oxygen supply and cause hypoxia in both the pregnant woman and the fetus. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian did not recommend that she practice breathing. So he continued to patiently guide Li Mingyao, first letting her get used to the water. Gradually, Li Mingyao's movements became more and more skilled, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, in the game room on the basement floor of the villa, Lin Cece was sitting at her computer desk, her hands gripping the mouse tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen, her face full of tension and focus. However, despite her best efforts, she lost several games in a row, which made her very angry. "I'm not playing anymore." Lin Cece slammed her hand on the table in anger, stood up, and went upstairs to find something to eat to soothe her wounded heart. She stepped into the villa's elevator, pressed the button, and quickly arrived at the ground floor. After stepping out of the elevator, she went straight to the kitchen and took out a large bag of snacks. Just as she tore open the packaging to start eating, she suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. Lin Cece turned around and saw her older brother and sister-in-law happily swimming in the villa's garden. "That jerk didn't even call me. No wonder he said this morning I could play as much as I wanted in the game room." Lin Cece has loved swimming since she was a child. So she put down her snacks, hurriedly went back to her room to change into a tight-fitting swimsuit, and then quickly ran to the garden swimming pool and jumped in. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm making dumplings too." Chapter 77. Just once. "Honey, please." Before they knew it, it was afternoon. After a good nap, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao received the carefully selected beach wedding photo album from the photography company. In the spacious and bright hall, there was a set of soft and comfortable sofas. Zhang Shulan sat in it, with her daughter-in-law Li Mingyao on her left and her son Lin Xian on her right. Above the sofa, a small and cute head popped out. It was Lin Cece. So beautiful. Zhang Shulan softly flipped through the photo album in her hands, her admiration evident in her words. "Every page is a classic," she continued. "Mom, which one do you like the most?" Li Mingyao asked with a smile. "This one is absolutely stunning." Zhang Shulan pointed to a photograph in which Li Mingyao sat gracefully on a rock like a fairy, while Lin Xian knelt on one knee, proposing to her with deep affection. Just then, Lin Zhenghua paced back and forth behind them, wanting to join in as well. However, the four little heads were pressed tightly together, completely obscuring the photo album, making them impossible to see. Lin Zhenghua had no choice but to silently return to the sofa opposite him and sit down. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang with a crisp ringtone. Lin Zhenghua. "Son, I want to see too." Lin Xian. "Dad, wait a minute. I have an online version here." Lin Zhenghua. "Send it quickly." Afterwards, Lin Xian sent the online version of the album photos to the "We Are a Loving Family" group chat. Then, Lin Zhenghua began to carefully examine the beautiful wedding photos his son and daughter-in-law had taken at the beach, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Lin Xian selected 9 photos from these pictures, which could be pieced together to form a 9-square grid, and posted it on her WeChat Moments. Lin Xian wrote in the caption, "Memories of the sea, traces of love." Soon, a series of comments appeared below. Zhou Quan. "Wow, Brother Xian, you're so romantic." Zhong Zixing. "Brother Xian, you really know how to flaunt your love." Chun Jingming. "What about the wedding?" Lin Wanqing. "My sister-in-law is so beautiful." At the same time, Li Mingyao also posted the same content on her WeChat Moments. Her caption read, "With you by my side, my heart finds a haven." Chen Man. "Ah, Yao Yao is absolutely stunning." Yang Lin. "OMG, this is so sweet." Lu Yusin. "My Yao Yao, I wish you happiness. Kisses." After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao for a walk in the park near Yunhai House. The park has a beautiful environment, with the sea as a backdrop and lush greenery all around, making it a very pleasant place. There were middle-aged women dancing in the square, children playing on the slide, and some young people jogging to exercise. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked hand in hand in the park, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Li Mingyao stopped in her tracks and stood there, staring intently at the food street not far ahead. Lin Xian reacted instantly and quickly used his tall frame to block her view. He said gently, "Wife, we've almost finished walking. Shall we head back?" However, Li Mingyao didn't respond to him. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Honey, I want to eat that." She stretched out her slender little hand and pointed to the food street ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly, "Wife, I can cook whatever you want to eat at home. I'm just worried that food outside isn't very hygienic." After hearing this, Li Mingyao pouted and looked at Lin Xian pitifully, saying coquettishly, "Honey, I really want to eat it. Just this once, okay?" As he spoke, he held up one finger and made a one gesture to indicate that he would only eat a little bit. "No way," Lin Xian said sternly. "Oh, just once. Please, honey." Li Mingyao immediately became anxious upon hearing this, and quickly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and shook it. "Although my husband cooks very well, I still need to enjoy the simple pleasures of home cooking sometimes," Li Mingyao said, her round eyes wide and her lips pouting, looking very cute. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and charming tactics, Lin Xian finally agreed reluctantly. Afterwards, they walked hand in hand to a bustling food street. The place is bustling with people, and the aroma of various delicious dishes wafts through the air, making one's mouth water. Li Mingyao excitedly pulled Lin Xian to a small stall. "Boss, 2 orders of grilled lamb skewers, please," she called out excitedly. "Okay, 10 yuan a skewer, 20 yuan in total," the owner replied enthusiastically. Before long, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao each had a steaming hot mutton skewer in their hands. Lin Xian took a bite first. Although the quality of the lamb skewers wasn't very good, at least they were fresh. "Honey, here you go." Li Mingyao handed the half-eaten lamb skewer to Lin Xian. "What? Can't you eat anymore? If you can't eat, let's go back," he said, seizing the opportunity. "No, I want to try a little bit of each one, and then you can take care of the rest, honey." Li Mingyao playfully stuck out her cute little tongue and blinked her bright, lively eyes. "This girl is really clever." Lin Xian smiled helplessly, and then Li Mingyao took his hand, and they continued to explore the bustling food street. "Boss, please give us 2 orders of pan-fried buns." "Boss, could you please bring us 2 servings of grilled squid?" "Wow, this looks delicious." "Boss, give us 2 orders of takoyaki." Just then, Li Mingyao suddenly smelled a familiar stench, and her face instantly lit up with an excited smile. "Boss, 2 servings of the stinky stuff, please." Lin Xian reacted quickly, grabbing Li Mingyao and covering the words she was about to blurt out. He said to the shop owner with an embarrassed look, "No need for the stinky tofu. Honey, it's best if you don't eat fermented foods like stinky tofu now that you're pregnant, okay?" Lin Xian advised softly. "Okay." Although Li Mingyao was a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently. Soon, the two were almost full. After Li Mingyao fed the last takoyaki to Lin Xian, she patted her stomach contentedly and prepared to go home. Just then, Lin Xian glanced over and suddenly noticed a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far ahead. His eyes lit up, a slight smile played on his lips, and he turned to look at his wife beside him, asking gently, "Honey, do you want some candied hawthorns?" Lin Xian asked, a signature charming smile spreading across his face. "Don't want." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Huiyin was quietly watching all of this. When she saw how close and happy Lin Xian and his wife were, and how beautiful and charming Lin Xian's wife was, she finally understood why Lin Xian loved his wife so much. Chapter 78 Wife, I'm back. After staying in Yunhai City for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao are preparing to return to Jinghai City today. That noon, the family gathered together for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhang Shulan carried a large amount of luggage to the Xiaomi SU7 and began stuffing it into the trunk. "Mom, that's enough, there's no more room," Lin Xian said helplessly, watching his mother's busy figure. Yes, I trust Mom's abilities, Zhang Shulan replied without looking up, her hands still moving. She stuffed bag after bag into the trunk until the entire space was filled. After the back was full, there was still room to put more in the front. Finally, all the luggage was loaded into the car, and Zhang Shulan clapped her hands in satisfaction. Okay, that's about right, she said. With everything ready, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao said goodbye to their parents. Son, Mingyao, come back and visit often when you have time, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Be careful on the road, Lin Zhenghua added. Brother, sister-in-law, remember to come back often, Lin Sisi said reluctantly, holding Li Mingyao's hand. Okay, Mom and Dad, Lin Xian said with a smile. Sisi, you can come to Jinghai City to visit when you have time, Li Mingyao said to Lin Sisi with a smile. Okay, I will definitely go. Lin Sisi nodded happily. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got into the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system automatically located the vehicle to Jinwan Mansion in Jinghai City, and then the car slowly started and drove away from the villa of Yunhai home. Lin Xian looked back through the car window and saw his parents and sister standing at the door, waving goodbye. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude, knowing that no matter where he went, his family would always be his strongest support. Just as the car was about to reach Jinghai City, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao's futuristic smartwatches suddenly issued a warning voice. Warning! Master's destination, Jinghai City, will be hit by a strong typhoon in the next 4 days. Please take precautions. A powerful typhoon. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were both slightly taken aback. After exchanging a glance, the two looked out the window and found the sun shining brightly and harmoniously outside. It didn't look like a strong typhoon at all. Really? Li Mingyao asked, frowning. It should be true, Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian still had great faith in the system. Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao finally returned to Jinghai City. After Lin Xian moved all his luggage back to Jinwan Mansion, he prepared to leave. Honey, where are you going? Li Mingyao asked. I'm going to buy some food for the next 4 days and some emergency supplies. I'm worried that I won't be able to go out after the strong typhoon hits, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, okay, then you should come back soon. Li Mingyao looked at the sky outside the window, which was still clear and sunny. She said with some concern, but we're facing a strong typhoon right after we got here. Isn't that a bit too unlucky? It's okay. We can have a good time at home for a few days anyway, Lin Xian comforted him. Okay, then be careful on the road. Li Mingyao nodded gently. Okay. Lin Xian cupped Li Mingyao's face, gently kissed her delicate lips, and then turned to leave. Li Mingyao, on the other hand, did some simple cleaning at home. As she was quietly cleaning, she inadvertently looked up and her heart skipped a beat. To her surprise, the left side of the sky was still sunny, while the right side was covered by a huge dark cloud, accompanied by lightning, approaching at an alarming speed. The clear blue sky and white clouds vanished instantly before long. The entire Jinwan Mansion was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled through the air. Li Mingyao looked out the window with worry. Although she was terrified of thunder, she was even more worried about her husband, who was still out there. On the other side, after buying some food, Lin Xian was preparing to purchase other items. Suddenly, the black diamond smartwatch on his wrist sounded an alarm again. Alarm! Please note, this super typhoon will intensify further within 10 minutes and become a super typhoon. The eye of the typhoon is expected to make landfall in Jinghai City in 20 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took off running, put the things he bought in the trunk of the car, quickly got to the driver's seat, and personally drove the Xiaomi SU7, speeding home with a burst of speed. Back in Jinwan Prefecture, Li Mingyao also received an alert from the pink diamond technology watch. At that moment, she was extremely anxious, her hands clasped tightly together, constantly praying that her husband would return safely within 20 minutes. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, a strong wind was blowing, and there was lightning and thunder. Li Mingyao was terrified. She hid behind the door, trembling, her eyes fixed on the window, hoping that the familiar figure would appear soon. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside the door. 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Lin Xian. 15 minutes passed, and the super typhoon was about to sweep through Jinghai City. The glass outside the window was rattling loudly, as if it would shatter at any moment. The fierce winds raged, mercilessly tearing apart the entire city, leaving everyone terrified. Li Mingyao was pale and covered her ears with her hands, trying to alleviate her fear. With trembling hands, she turned on the GPS tracking system of her smartwatch to check Lin Xian's location. The location system showed that Lin Xian was speeding towards home, getting closer and closer to Jinwan Mansion. Upon seeing this message, Li Mingyao felt slightly relieved. She stood anxiously at the door, peering through the security camera outside. Finally, 20 minutes had passed, and the super typhoon had officially made landfall in Jinghai City. Gale-force winds howled, torrential rain poured down, and the entire world plunged into darkness. The entire city of Jinghai seemed to be instantly engulfed in a terrifying vortex, with the city's skyscrapers swaying precariously in the howling wind. However, Li Mingyao stared intently at the watch's positioning system. Lin Xian's location shows he's already in Jinwan Mansion, but he's not answering his calls. Why hasn't he come up yet? Did they encounter some danger downstairs at Jinwan Mansion? Thinking of this, Li Mingyao was terrified, and her eyes gradually reddened. She stood anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth. Just as Li Mingyao decided to go downstairs to find Lin Xian and was about to open the door suddenly opened. Lin Xian walked in, soaking wet and carrying a large bag. His hair was soaked by the rain, and his clothes were completely drenched, making him look utterly disheveled. But when he saw Li Mingyao, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Honey, I'm home." This call brought tears to Li Mingyao's eyes instantly. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear again. "Wah!" Li Mingyao cried very sadly, her tears flowing like a burst dam, unstoppable. "Honey, I'm sorry for making you worry," Lin Xian said, gently patting her back. Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian through teary eyes, choking back tears as she said, "No, don't apologize, husband. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." She gripped Lin Xian's clothes tightly with both hands, as if only in this way could she confirm that he had truly returned to her side. Outside, the super typhoon was still raging fiercely across Jinghai City, with howling winds and torrential rain. Inside the house, the two embraced tightly, enjoying each other's warmth and love. In their world, there are no storms, only the existence of each other. Chapter 79. He's guaranteed to win even if his teammates go AFK. Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mingyao's face, lightly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, and whispered, "Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine." Li Mingyao couldn't stop her tears, looking at Lin Xian through her teary eyes. The baby won't look pretty if he keeps crying. Lin Xian looked at the girl in front of him with a pained expression and gently comforted her. "It's okay if it doesn't look good, as long as my husband is here," Li Mingyao said, choking back tears. "Honey, go change your clothes, or we'll both catch a cold, okay?" Lin Xian coaxed Li Mingyao with tender eyes. "I'll go with you." Li Mingyao sniffed and held on to Lin Xian's hand tightly. "Good." Lin Xian smiled slightly, letting Li Mingyao hold his hand tightly, and the two of them went into the bedroom together. "Honey, I need to change my clothes. Can you let go of one of my hands for a moment?" Lin Xian asked with a smile, looking at Li Mingyao with a face full of affection. "Okay." Li Mingyao nodded a little shyly, quickly let go of his hand, and then turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took off all his soaked clothes and threw them aside. Soon, Lin Xian changed into a set of dry and comfortable pajamas, looking refreshed and energetic. "Honey, your clothes are wet too. Hurry up and change them, or you'll catch a cold," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Then you turn around first, honey," Li Mingyao said shyly. "Good." Lin Xian obediently turned around. If it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't have been so well behaved and would have been tempted to tease Li Mingyao. However, since my wife has just been so frightened, it's best to try not to tease her too much. As Lin Xian was thinking, A pair of small hands suddenly wrapped gently around his waist. He smiled slightly, then turned to face Li Mingyao, who looked aggrieved and had tears in her eyes. Your husband will always be here and will never abandon you and the baby. Don't think too much. Let's go to sleep together, okay? Lin Xian comforted him gently. Li Mingyao nodded slightly, responding with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mingyao and gently placed her on the bed, then lay down close to her. Honey, sleep well. Everything will be all right when you wake up. Lin Xian coaxed her gently to sleep. Perhaps because she felt the warmth emanating from Lin Xian, or perhaps because she was exhausted from crying. Li Mingyao quickly fell into a deep sleep in Lin Xian's arms. After Li Mingyao had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Xian carefully got up, left the room, and properly put away the food he had bought earlier. Then, he went into the kitchen and began preparing dinner for Li Mingyao. He knew that Li Mingyao would definitely be hungry when she woke up. After preparing dinner, Lin Xian put the food into the warmer and then glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He went back into the room, returned to Li Mingyao's side, lay down quietly, and felt her breathing, his heart filled with peace and contentment. Perhaps sensing the movement around her, Li Mingyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Wife, are you hungry? Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao with a gentle expression and asked softly. I'm hungry. Honey, carry me. Li Mingyao nodded slightly, stretched out her hands, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Okay. Lin Xian smiled indulgently, then gently lifted Li Mingyao up in his arms. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Xian gently placed Li Mingyao on a chair, then turned around, opened the warming cabinet, and took out a steaming hot dinner. Honey, when did you make dinner? Li Mingyao asked curiously. While you were asleep just now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao felt a warmth in her heart, as if she were surrounded by happiness. She couldn't help but lean forward and gently leave a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's lips. Thank you, honey, Li Mingyao said, blushing, and then began to eat rice in small bites. Lin Xian sat to the side, quietly watching his wife eat, his eyes filled with doting affection and happiness. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao snuggled together on the spacious, soft sofa, enjoying this cozy moment. At this moment, the wind was still howling outside, but the room was filled with a warm atmosphere. Wife, are you still scared? Lin Xian asked gently, stroking Li Mingyao's hair. It's still a little. Li Mingyao still clung tightly to Lin Xian, refusing to let go. Honey, let's play a game, Lin Xian suddenly suggested, hoping that playing games would distract his wife and make her less afraid. Okay, what should we play? Li Mingyao immediately became interested and smiled happily. King of Glory Pesticides. Lin Xian thought of a game that Li Mingyao could quickly pick up and play. After all, Summoner's Rift is quite challenging for most girls. Honey, I've played this game before, Li Mingyao whispered. After playing ranked matches with Yusin a few times, I stopped playing. Lu Yusin, I played 5 ranked games with Yao Yao, and she fed 100 kills, averaging 20 kills per game. I can't do that. Why? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Because I die shortly after I respawn, Li Mingyao pouted, looking aggrieved and innocent. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't laugh. Li Mingyao pouted angrily and gently punched Lin Xian's chest with her little fist. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Lin Xian quickly comforted her, then looked at her seriously. It's okay. I think it's definitely Yusin's problem, not my wife's. Lu Yusin, my husband will take you on a trip. I guarantee it will take you to new heights, Lin Xian said confidently, patting his chest. Just kidding. Lin Xian is a top-tier player in the game. How could he possibly lose to a mere King of Glory? Even if his teammates are AFK, he's guaranteed to win. Really? Honey, Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with expectant eyes. Of course, wife, log on. Lin Xian confidently opened his phone. Li Mingyao also turned on her phone. Timmy. With a game sound effect playing, the two entered the world of Honor of Kings. They were both platinum. Lin Xian dropped to this rank because he hadn't played the game for too long, while Li Mingyao reached the highest rank she could. Platinum rank? Isn't that enough to win with one hand? TCH. Lin Xian said with a disdainful expression. Chapter 80. It's all the fault of the other three teammates. Defeat. 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 Lin Xian stared at his phone screen with a look of resentment. Lost again. My wife really isn't cut out for video games. Honey, I'm sorry, I lost again. Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian pitifully, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian quickly pulled Li Mingyao into a tight embrace and gently comforted her. Honey, there's nothing to apologize for. It's all the fault of the other three teammates. As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Mingyao's chin and kissed her tenderly. It's getting late, we should go to sleep, Lin Xian said softly, his eyes full of affection. Li Mingyao nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian carry her slowly towards the bedroom. Lin Xian thought to himself, if he continued to lose, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Back on the soft, comfortable bed, the two embraced tightly and soon drifted off to sleep. In the past few days, the super typhoon has brought tremendous impact to Jinghai City, with many areas experiencing water and power outages. However, the Jinwan mansion where Lin Xian lived was not greatly affected and continued to have normal water and electricity supply. This is entirely due to the high quality of the community and the comprehensive security measures. During this special period, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao spent their days watching movies and TV series and playing games together. After another losing streak, Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Honey, have you considered playing a different hero? Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao with a smile. Li Mingyao really enjoys playing the Bull Demon King character. She'll charge at anyone she sees and headbutt them. Huh? I think the Bull Demon King is pretty fun, Li Mingyao blinked her big eyes and replied. Who taught you how to play the Bull Demon King? Lin Xian asked curiously. Yusin said that having a big guy in front of her makes her little egg feel safer, Li Mingyao replied. That's just nonsense, honey. Let me recommend a hero that's more suitable for you, Yao. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this, then said seriously. Yao Mei? I don't think I've ever played this hero before, Li Mingyao asked in confusion. It's very simple. Just tap wherever it lights up, and make sure to choose your husband for your ultimate skill, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Mingyao nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. So they started another game. Lin Xian finally won this round. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the super typhoon gradually left the city. That very night, Li Mingyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading a book, while Lin Xian lay on the bed, staring blankly at his wife. Lin Xian silently counted the days in his mind and suddenly realized that Li Mingyao was already 16 weeks pregnant and would soon be 17 weeks along. At this stage, the baby's hearing begins to develop and they can already perceive some sound stimuli from the outside world, so prenatal education can begin. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but quietly move a little closer to Li Mingyao, and then gently lifted her clothes. Honey, what are you doing now? Li Mingyao was startled and quickly threw the book in her hand aside, reaching out to grab Lin Xian's hand to stop him. But it was too late. Lin Xian had already seen her fair and tender little belly. Honey, look, our baby is already 16 weeks along. We can start prenatal education for the baby now, Lin Xian said with a happy smile. Oh, so how are you planning to do prenatal education? Li Mingyao blinked, looking confused, and asked curiously. Prepare it like this. After saying that, Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mingyao's soft belly, which still exuded a fragrance. You stinky husband. Li Mingyao was so ticklish that she reached out and pushed Lin Xian's head hard with both hands. Okay, I was wrong. Let's start the music prenatal education now. Lin Xian quickly begged for forgiveness. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and started playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star Variations. Li Mingyao lay on the bed, quietly listening to the beautiful melody, a happy smile on her face, feeling completely relaxed and happy. Lin Xian gently pressed his ear against Li Mingyao's lower abdomen, listening carefully to the sounds inside. Although he knew he couldn't hear fetal movement through his belly at this time, he still wanted to try and feel the baby's presence. After listening to one piece of music, Lin Xian opened his phone again and found Brahms' Lullaby to play. This piece has a beautiful melody and a soothing rhythm, making the listener feel as if they are in a tranquil forest. As Li Mingyao listened, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile, and then carefully covered her with the blanket. Ding dong. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations, host, on completing the prenatal music education for your baby. Reward, top-tier music master skills, please check. Instantly, a surge of amazing knowledge flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This knowledge encompasses a wide variety of musical techniques, theories, and performance methods. Lin Xian closed his eyes, feeling the impact of this knowledge. When he opened his eyes again, they shone with confidence and light. At this time, he possessed unparalleled musical talent. After secretly praising the system's power, Lin Xian turned off the music, lay back on the bed, hugged Li Mengyao tightly, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window, and Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. The typhoon from last night has long since passed, and the sky is a clear, deep blue, peaceful and serene. Lin Xian tiptoed out of bed, afraid of waking Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep. He went into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he put Li Mengyao's portion into the warming cabinet. Then, he returned to the room, sat gently on the edge of the bed, looked at Li Mengyao's sweet sleeping posture, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly, "Little sleepyhead, I'm going to the company. Remember to eat breakfast." After saying that, he left a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned and left the room. Lin Xian arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and found his Maybach S680, which he hadn't driven for a long time. This luxury car has been parked here for some time, but it still retains its dazzling appearance. Lin Xian opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the familiar atmosphere inside the car. He started the engine, and the Maybach emitted a deep, powerful roar. He then drove out of the parking lot and headed towards Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. He hasn't been to the company in so long. Even the security guards probably don't recognize him. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the gate of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. However, just as he expected, his Maybach was stopped by a security guard as soon as he was about to enter. "Young man, who are you?" the security guard asked with a serious expression. Chapter 81. Why are you all staring at each other like that? I am the chairman of this company. Could you please open the door? Lin Xian said with a smile. Chairman? I've never seen you before. Whose chairman is so young? The security guard didn't believe Lin Xian's nonsense at all. Just as the two were locked in an awkward stalemate, a man in a security guard uniform strode over. Captain, you've come at the right time. This young man says he's the company's chairman, and I was just about to tell him to leave. As he spoke, the security guard pointed at Lin Xian. Really? Let me see. The security captain looked in the direction the security guard was pointing and gasped instantly. He then turned to the security guard and reprimanded him. This is our company's chairman. Open the door. Then, he quickly put on a fawning smile and cautiously looked at Lin Xian. Good morning, Chairman Lin. I'm very sorry. This person is new and doesn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It's all right. He's quite dedicated and deserves praise. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand gently, indicating to the security guard not to be nervous, and then started the car and drove in. He soon arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. Upon entering the office, Lin Xian made himself a cup of hot tea, then leisurely sat down in the spacious and comfortable office chair and began to carefully read the mountain of documents and reports piled up on the desk. These are reports on the company's recent operations. Although Lu Wenyi has managed it very well, he still gave them a brief overview. Lin Xian arrived very early, and there was still some time before the official start of work. As time went on, other employees also began to arrive at the company and start their busy day. Chairman Lin. As Zhou Siyue approached the office door, she saw that the chairman's office door was open. Her heart tightened, and she quickly walked over, only to find that it was Chairman Lin Xian, who had been missing for half a month. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I'm late, Zhou Siyue said, bowing her head. She was 10 minutes late today because she missed the first subway train. It's okay. I'm not too strict about my work hours. You can eat your breakfast first. Lin Xian smiled slightly and said in a gentle tone. He always believed that as long as the work could be completed on time, it didn't matter if he was a little late for work. Huh? Okay. Zhou Siyue was a little surprised, but she still hurriedly ran back to her office and then wolfed down her breakfast. Chairman Lin rarely comes, and yet I'm late. Thinking of this, Zhou Siyue couldn't help but speed up her chewing, hoping to finish eating as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhou Siyue quickly finished her breakfast and returned to the door of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin, what can I do for you? Zhou Siyue took a deep breath, trying to make her tone sound calm. I wonder how our company's employees are doing now after the super typhoon a few days ago. Have any of them encountered any difficulties? Lin Xian asked Zhou Siyue with a frown and some concern. Zhou Siyue nodded and replied, Yes, Chairman Lin. This super typhoon has had some impact on the company's employees, but fortunately everyone has been safely evacuated from the danger zone. Only some employees' residences and vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage. Some employees are also unable to work normally because they need to be relocated to a safe location. But overall, everyone was very resilient, and no major problems arose. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, Were any employees injured? I'd like to know the details. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Siyue replied, Well, actually, a few employees did suffer minor injuries. They were injured by objects blown over by the wind and are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctor said their injuries were not serious and they were expected to recover and be discharged from the hospital soon. Then you should issue a notice that the company has decided to provide each affected employee with a consolation payment of 10,000 yuan, and the company will cover the medical expenses for the injured employees, Lin Xian said. Okay, Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue returned to her office and began to get busy. Lin Xian then continued to focus on the documents at hand. Just then, General Manager Lu Wendy arrived in front of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Lin Xian looked up, a warm smile on his face, and stood up to greet her at the door, saying kindly, President Lu, please come in. After Lu Wendy walked into the office with a smile, Lin Xian handed him a cup of hot tea, and the two sat down to talk. The company has been running very well lately, President Lu. It's all thanks to your strategic planning, Lin Xian praised. Not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Chairman Lin. I was just doing my duty, Lu Wendy replied with a smile. Lin Xian thought to himself, I don't think I did anything. By the way, Chairman Lin, the company recently signed a major project that will bring in an additional 30% of revenue. What do you think we should do with this money? I see. Here's what we'll do. Give every employee a 10% raise, allocate another 5% as bonuses to middle and senior management, and continue to invest the rest in the company's daily operations, Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Yes, Chairman Lin, Lu Wendy said excitedly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise and emotion flashed in Lu Wendy's eyes. You know, if it were the previous chairman, he might have pocketed most of the profits, but Lin Xian was able to think of raising the employees' salaries right away, which he really admired. Next, Lu Wendy reported to Lin Xian on the company's recent operations and raised some suggestions and questions. Finally, Lu Wendy said gratefully, Chairman Lin, I'll go back and get back to work now. Lin Xian nodded and replied with a smile, Go ahead. Lu Wendy then left the chairman's office. Lin Xian saw that the work here was almost finished, and thinking of his good brother Zhong Zixing, who was still working as a department manager in the RD department, he decided to go down and see him. Soon, Lin Xian took the elevator to the 5th floor RD department. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he felt a tense and busy atmosphere. Lin Xian walked into the RD department's conference room and found that a meeting was being held inside. He immediately recognized Zhong Zixing sitting in the chairman's seat, who was intently discussing something with other employees. He carefully analyzed the various technical problems, proposed solutions, and then broke down the tasks. Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, quietly observing. Finally, Zhong Zixing said one last thing at the end. We guarantee no rest on Saturdays, but we cannot guarantee rest on Sundays. That's the situation. Please bear with us during this time. Because Lin Xian had his back to Zhong Zixing, he didn't notice, but the employees below all looked at Chairman Lin with surprise. This is only temporary. Why are you all staring at each other like that? Zhong Zixing turned his head in confusion. Chapter 82. Your father is Lu Wendy? Zhong Zixing turned around and saw Lin Xian smiling at him. Hey, Chairman Lin, when did you get back? Zhong Zixing quickly stood up, his face showing surprise and delight, and hurriedly went to greet him. You've all worked hard. Let's adjourn the meeting now, Lin Xian said with a smile to the employees below. As he finished speaking, the RD staff stood up and left the meeting room one after another. After everyone had left, Lin Xian looked at Zhong Zixing and teased him with a smile. You little rascal, you've learned to exploit your employees now, and you can't even guarantee rest? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Zixing immediately felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained. Brother Xian, we recently signed a big project, so we need to hurry up and catch up. And I've already paid all the overtime. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, but still said seriously, we can't let employees not get rest. Normally, we should guarantee them weekends off. In special circumstances, we must have one day off on Saturday and Sunday to maintain the team's fighting spirit and efficiency. Okay, Brother Xian, I understand. Zhong Zixing nodded quickly in response. But Zixing, you've really done a good job lately, Lin Xian said with a smile. That's all thanks to Lin's promotion. I'm so eager for advancement. Zhong Zixing joked. All right, stop with the nonsense. I'm going home to be with my wife. Let's get together sometime, my roommates and I. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Zhong Zixing replied with a smile. He then saw Lin Xian out of the RD department office before turning back to his own work and continuing his busy schedule. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, tidied up briefly, and prepared to take the elevator downstairs. As the elevator slowly ascended from the first floor, the doors gradually opened, and a familiar figure appeared before Lin Xian. Lu Yusin? Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Lin Xian? Lu Yusin was equally astonished. The two gasped almost simultaneously, their faces showing disbelief. Lin Xian, how did you get here? Lu Yusin asked in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled and said, I work here. But what about you? What brings you here? I'm here to get something from my dad. He's the general manager of this company. So if you need any help, you can come to me. Lu Yusin smiled slightly. Seeing how well Lin Xian had taken care of Li Mengyao during this time, Lu Yusin put aside her doubts about him. Now that she sees Lin Xian is her father's subordinate, she'll definitely help him however she can. Your father is Lu Wendy? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, so if you have any questions, just tell me, and I'll have Dad help you. Lu Yusin nodded gently, her face beaming with pride. Just then, Lu Wendy walked out of the general manager's office and immediately saw his daughter chatting with Chairman Lin. His eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that there was a chance. Chairman Lin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Lu Yusin. She graduated from Jinghai University, just like you. Lu Wendy walked up to Lin Xian and introduced her with a smile. What? Dad, you're saying he's Chairman Lin? Lu Yusin stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian in disbelief. Yes, he is the chairman of our company, Lu Wendy said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was completely stunned. She never imagined that Lin Xian, at such a young age, would be the chairman of the company, and also her father's boss. What made her even more ashamed was that she had just told Lin Xian that if he needed any help, he could come to her anytime. President Lu, actually Xin and I have known each other for a long time. She is my wife's best friend, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect Chairman Lin to get married so young, ha ha. Lu Wendy smiled awkwardly. Lu Wendy cursed his good-for-nothing daughter in his heart for not making a move on such a good man sooner. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Lin Xian said, bidding farewell to the two. Wait, Lin Xian, is Yao Yao home now? Lu Yusin suddenly asked. Yes, she's at home, Lin Xian nodded in reply. Can I go play with Yao Yao later? I haven't seen her in a long time, Lu Yusin asked somewhat shyly. Of course, but I need to go buy some groceries first to cook. You can go ahead, Lin Xian said after thinking for a moment. Okay, Lu Yusin said with a delighted expression. Actually, she had wanted to visit Yao Yao for a long time, so this was a good opportunity to have a good chat with her and also get a free meal from Lin Xian. It was a win-win situation. Next, Lin Xian arrived at the company parking lot, got into his Maybach, started the engine, and sped off towards the vegetable market. At the same time, Lu Yusin also came out of her father's office and drove straight to Jinwan Mansion. Ding dong. At this moment, Li Mingyao is sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in reading a book. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell ring broke the silence, making her instantly tense. Since the house has a smart lock that can be opened without a key, the person ringing the doorbell is definitely not her husband. So who is it? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Li Mingyao cautiously walked to the door and peered out through the security camera. There's nobody here. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice reached her ears. Hey, I'm here. Li Mingyao looked closely and realized it was her best friend, Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin peeked out from the corridor next door and winked at her mischievously. Li Mingyao was stunned for a moment. After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Yusin, she finally felt relieved and opened the door with a smile. Hey, Yao Yao, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Lu Yusin's face was beaming with joy as she skipped over to Li Mingyao and hugged her tightly. Li Mingyao was startled by Lu Yusin's sudden action, but quickly recovered and rolled her eyes helplessly. Xian, how childish are you? You're such a grown-up, yet you still play these childish games. It's been so long since I've seen Yao Yao. Come on, let's have a good chat. The two then went to the sofa in the living room and began to chat. Li Mingyao was also very happy. After all, she hadn't seen her best friend Lu Yusin for a long time. After a while, just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Li Mingyao heard the sound of the door unlocking. She immediately jumped up from the sofa and quickly walked to the door. She knew it must be her husband coming home. Wife, I'm home. Lin Xian pushed open the door, a happy smile on his face. Welcome home. As always, Li Mingyao threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Chapter 83, Then You'll Have to Ask My Husband. Lu Yusin was also watching from the side, and unlike before, she had a relieved smile on her face. She was genuinely happy that her best friend Li Mingyao had found happiness. After spending some time together, Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Li Mingyao, on the other hand, went back to the soft sofa and sat down next to Lu Yusin. Have you been intimate enough? Lu Yusin asked jokingly. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Then it's my turn. I want to sleep with you at noon today, or I'm not leaving. Lu Yusin said smugly. Then you'll have to ask my husband, Li Mingyao said shyly in a low voice. Lu Yusin was speechless. On the other side, Lin Xian was making lunch. Today he was going to make a stir-fried fish dish. However, considering that Li Mingyao was pregnant and couldn't eat too much spicy food, he only added a tiny bit of chili, just the mild spiciness typical of Southerners. After a while, Lin Xian finished preparing 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried fish, garlic oysters, oyster sauce lettuce, and kelp and pork rib soup. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xian called out as he carried the food out of the kitchen. Li Mingyao and Lu Yusin couldn't wait to arrive at the restaurant. Lin Xian, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. I want to come here for meals every day. Lu Yusin was so touched to be able to eat Lin Xian's cooking again after so long. Especially the stir-fried fish. When it was served, the fish pieces were golden and tempting, garnished with red chili peppers and bright green scallions. The moment the stir-fried fish enters your mouth, its spicy and savory flavor instantly spreads, making it irresistible. Sure, it'll be good to keep Mingyao company, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hey, Yao Yao, let me tell you, Lin Xian is actually the chairman of my dad's company. Lu Yusin suddenly said to Li Mingyao. Huh? What a coincidence. Li Mingyao, who was eating her rice in small bites, was also slightly taken aback. Yes, the world really is such a small place, Lu Yusin said with a smile. Lin Xian, how come you are the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company? Lu Yusin asked curiously. She vaguely remembered that the former chairman was not Lin Xian. It was acquired not long ago, Lin Xian replied casually. Lin Xian, you're so rich that's a huge company. Lu Yusin exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them chatted happily while eating. After finishing her meal, Lu Yusin took the initiative to grab the bowl and chopsticks. She said that since she came here to freeload, she had to do something. Lin Xian had no choice but to let her have her way. Around noon, Lu Yusin wanted to take a nap with Li Mingyao. Lin Xian watched them leave helplessly shook his head, and turned to walk into his bedroom. He lay on the soft bed, his eyes closed, but the two women in the next room were still chattering away, their voices reaching his ears through the walls. The two continued chatting while lying in bed. Yao Yao, let me ask you something. Since you got drunk last time, have you had any more? Lu Yusin asked curiously. What? Li Mingyao looked blank, blinking her big eyes, seemingly not understanding what the other person was talking about. Oh dear, it's the time when you were drunk and jumped into Lin Xian's arms. Lu Yusin explained anxiously. Huh? No, Li Mingyao's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Really not? Lu Yusin pressed. Really no. Li Mingyao nodded shyly, but in her heart she was thinking, I was just kissed a lot. Hee hee, so are you two only at the kissing stage now? Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile, continuing to pry into her best friend's privacy. Li Mingyao nodded gently, not daring to look the other person in the eye. Ha ha. Yao Yao, let me tell you, Lu Yusin suddenly lowered her voice, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Yusin stopped talking. Li Mingyao's face turned bright red, and she quickly covered her face with her hands. Haha, are you shy? Lu Yusin couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Mingyao's reaction. You stinky xin. Li Mingyao glared angrily at Lu Yusin, then reached out and tickled her waist. Ha ha ha, it itches so much, stop scratching. Lu Yusin laughed and begged for mercy, and the two of them wrestled and played on the bed. She didn't dare to fight back against Li Mingyao, who was pregnant. All she could do was get scratched. Lin Xian heard the cheerful laughter coming from next door, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lin Xian thought to himself that it would be a good idea to have Lu Yusin come over to keep his wife company occasionally. But without his wife to hold him while he slept, Lin Xian tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Time ticked by, and Lin Xian endured the torment until after 2 p.m., finally unable to resist picking up his phone to send Zhou Quan a text message. Quan, are you there? Zhou Quan was engrossed in the game Collapse Iron when he suddenly received a text message from Lin Xian. He immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly replied. I'm here, Brother Xian. Lin Xian continued. Is the restaurant about to open? I'm planning to go check it out. Okay, Brother Xian, I'm coming right now. After saying that, Zhou Quan happily turned off the game, a smile spreading across his face. Lately, his luck seemed exceptionally good. He hadn't had a single bad day since switching games. Lin Xian quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and went out. Not long after, he arrived at Xianming Restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. When they arrived, Lin Xian found that Zhou Quan had not yet arrived, so he waited there for a while. Brother Xian, I'm here. Zhou Quan ran over. Zhou Quan had already bought his own new car, so he no longer needed Lin Xian to pick him up. How are the restaurant preparations going lately? When will it open? Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, everything is basically ready, and all the personnel have been found. We plan to open for business in a few days, on August 1st, Zhou Quan replied with a smile, leading Lin Xian into Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian glanced at Xianming Restaurant and was very satisfied, just as Zhou Quan had said, that everything was ready. Unexpectedly, Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable. Quaner, is the money enough? Lin Xian asked. It's enough. There's even more, Zhou Quan replied. All right then, I'm relieved to have you managing things here. By the way, are you free later? Lin Xian asked. Nothing's wrong, Zhou Quan replied. That's perfect. Come with me to take a look at the piano later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian remembered that the system had given him the skill of a top-level music master, so he decided to buy a piano so he could use it for prenatal music education for his babies. Chapter 84 The Wind Rises. Brother Xian, there's a Steinway piano dealership downstairs. Zhou Quan is quite familiar with Jinwan Square because he comes here often. Let's go then. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to a Steinway piano dealership on the 2nd floor. The store is located on the 2nd floor at a corner. The store's decoration style is simple and elegant, giving people a sense of sophistication. As soon as the two entered, a young, handsome, and charismatic male shop assistant came to greet them. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his smile was friendly and warm. Hello. Are you here to look at Steinway pianos? The male sales clerk asked with a smile, his voice gentle and magnetic. Yes, May I ask which Steinway pianos you currently have in the store? Lin Xian asked with a smile, his gaze falling on the pianos displayed in the store. Are you buying this Steinway piano mainly for performances? The male sales clerk continued. No, it's mainly for home use, Lin Xian replied. Okay, please follow me. The male shop assistant smiled and nodded, then led the two to a piano. The piano sat there quietly, like a work of art. Its body has smooth and elegant lines, as if it were a work of art that had been carefully sculpted. The black lacquer is as smooth as silk, shimmering in the light and exuding a mysterious and noble aura. The curve of the lid is natural and graceful, like a slightly upturned corner of a mouth, while the legs are sturdy and upright, supporting the entire body of the instrument. The ivory white keys contrast sharply and harmoniously with the black body of the piano, like twinkling stars in the night sky. This is a Steinway Piano S155 piano, one of our Steinway piano line piano series. It's a good size, has excellent sound quality, is exquisitely crafted, and has an elegant and sophisticated design, making it perfect for home use, the male salesperson explained. Lin Xian looked at the beautifully designed Steinway Piano S155 piano in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned to the male sales clerk and said, "Can I try out the sound?" The male shop assistant gave a polite smile and replied, "Of course." Zhou Quan, who was standing to the side, was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words. He asked in surprise, "Brother Xian, you know about music?" He originally thought Lin Xian just wanted to buy a piano for Li Mengyao, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to know how to test the sound. "I know a little bit," Lin Xian said with a smile. He then sat down at the Steinway Piano S155 piano, adjusted his posture, and kept a proper distance between his body and the piano to ensure that he could play comfortably and freely. Then, he stretched out his hands and gently placed them on the keys, starting with the notes near middle C, playing each note one by one, feeling the touch and timbre of each key. Zhou Quan, standing to the side, smiled as he watched Lin Xian play the piano keys one by one. "If I could just play one key at a time, I could do that too." However, at that moment, a beautiful melody suddenly rang out, interrupting Zhou Quan's thoughts. Zhou Quan stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat gracefully at the piano, his hands moving lightly across the keys as if he were dancing. His fingers deftly and accurately struck each note, creating beautiful melodies. The climax of The Wind Rises. Lin Xian hummed softly, his singing voice accompanying the piano music, like a clear spring flowing through the air. The male shop assistant and Zhou Quan were both stunned. This was an effect that only a top pianist could produce. Lin Xian's singing voice is equally captivating, as melodious and beautiful as heavenly music. After the song ended, Lin Xian slowly stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. He gently stroked the piano keys, then turned to the male sales clerk and asked, "Hello, how much is this piano? I'd like to buy it." The male shop assistant was clearly still immersed in the beautiful music from before, and only snapped out of his reverie when Lin Xian's voice rang out again. His eyes widened, and he stammered, "This Steinway Piano S155 costs 500,000. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, looking very refined, like a gentleman. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Xian, smiled, and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm He Ziyuan, the manager of this store. May I ask your name?" Lin Xian turned to look at He Ziyuan and smiled. "Hello, my name is Lin Xian." A hint of surprise flashed in He Ziyuan's eyes. He quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xian and exclaimed in admiration, "Lin Xian, hello? I just heard you play a piece on a Steinway piano. It was absolutely wonderful. Your piano playing was flawless. I greatly admire it. Would you like to be friends with me?" Lin Xian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "As for the price just now, I can give you a certain discount." He Ziyuan was delighted to see Lin Xian agree. Specifically, the original price of 500,000 yuan can be reduced by 100,000 yuan. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought the discount was quite good, so he readily accepted He Ziyuan's suggestion. Therefore, He Ziyuan immediately instructed his employees to prepare the relevant procedures and invited Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the VIP room to rest for a while. In the VIP room, Lin Xian and He Ziyuan continued their pleasant conversation. The two started talking about music, and He Ziyuan was surprised to discover Lin Xian's amazing knowledge and talent in the field. Before we knew it, time flew by, and it was soon evening. Lin Xian stood up to say goodbye, thanked He Ziyuan for his hospitality, and expressed her hope to meet again in the future. He Ziyuan personally saw Lin Xian and Zhou Quan off, and the two exchanged contact information and agreed to stay in touch. He Ziyuan believes that a young person who can play such a beautiful melody will definitely achieve great things in the music industry in the future. After the two left the Steinway store, Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xian, when did you learn music?" "I learned this recently, to provide music education for my baby during pregnancy," Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhou Quan was inexplicably bombarded with another wave of PDA. "Quaner, what are you going to do for dinner?" Lin Xian checked the time. It was almost time to go back and cook for his wife. "Hee, can I go to Brother Xian's for a free meal? I haven't had any in ages." Zhou Quan almost drooled just thinking about it. "Sure, but my wife's best friend is also there." "Are you going too?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhou Quan laughed heartily. "What's there to be afraid of? The thing about me, Zhou Quan, is my thickest skin." Chapter 85. My stinky husband lied to me again. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan soon arrived at Jinwan Mansion in their respective cars. As soon as Lin Xian opened the door, Li Mingyao was already standing at the doorway, smiling broadly, to greet him. "I'm back," Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. "You've worked hard, honey," Li Mingyao replied with a slight smile. Just then, Zhou Quan jumped out from the side, grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm here to freeload again." "Hello. Please come in," Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Then, as Zhou Quan entered the house, he saw Lu Yusin sitting gracefully on the sofa. He was instantly captivated by her beauty and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So beautiful. Let me introduce you. This is my college roommate, Lu Yusin." Li Mingyao then introduced Lu Yusin to Zhou Quan. Li Mingyao then introduced Zhou Quan. "This is Lin Xian's college roommate, Zhou Quan." "Hello," Lu Yusin said softly. "Why you hello?" Zhou Quan suddenly started to stutter for some reason, and seemed a little nervous as he spoke. "All right, Zhou Quan, since you're here to freeload, come and help me out," Lin Xian said with a smile, glancing at Zhou Quan. This was the first time he had ever seen Zhou Quan, a normally lively and cheerful person, show such a nervous expression. Coming. Zhou Quan finally came to his senses and replied. The two then went into the kitchen together and began to get busy. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Lin Xian, Li Mingyao, and Lu Yusin were chatting happily, while Zhou Quan ate quietly and rarely spoke. This surprised Lin Xian, but when he noticed Zhou Quan glancing at Lu Yusin from time to time, he instantly understood. Not long after everyone had finished their dinner and chatted for a while, Lu Yusin and Zhou Quan left one after the other. After Lin Xian finished showering, he came to the room and saw Li Mingyao preparing to blow-dry her hair. "Honey, let me help you," he said with a gentle smile. "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled sweetly, full of happiness. Lin Xian held a hairdryer in one hand and gently lifted her long hair with the other, blowing it softly, filling the air with a fresh fragrance. After their hair dried, the two lay down together on the soft bed. Li Mingyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms like a little bird, her little hands playfully drawing circles on his chest. "Wife, I have a question for you," Lin Xian asked softly with a smile on his lips. "What's wrong?" Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian and asked in confusion. "Does Lu Yusin have a boyfriend now?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. Hearing this, Li Mingyao blinked, then raised an eyebrow and teased, "Honey, why are you asking this? Could it be that you've fallen for my best friend?" Lin Xian smiled helplessly, reached out and gently pinched Li Mingyao's nose, explaining, "What are you thinking about all day long with that little head of yours?" "I'm asking for Zhou Quan." Li Mingyao smiled and said, "Well, Yusin is currently single. She did have a boyfriend in college, but they broke up a long time ago." Lin Xian nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. I reckon Zhou Quan must have fallen in love with Lu Yusin at first sight." Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with some surprise and asked in confusion, "Honey, how did you know?" Lin Xian smiled and said, haha, because I know Zhou Quan. I know what he's up to the moment he sticks his butt out. I've never seen Lu Yusin so nervous and shy before when I saw her today. Li Mingyao nodded slightly, and then said, then I'll ask Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is another day. Lin Xian smiled and said, all right, let's stop talking about this and start doing prenatal music education for the baby. As he spoke, he skillfully lifted Li Mingyao's clothes, revealing her alluring little belly. Honey, I heard that you don't need to lift your clothes for prenatal music education. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, am I about to be discovered? Actually, he just wanted to press his face against Li Mingyao's stomach. Lin Xian feigned composure and, forcing himself to lie, said, it would be even better if you lifted it up. Oh, Li Mingyao nodded blankly, but she felt that something was off. Afterwards, Lin Xian found another piece of music suitable for prenatal education and played it. Li Mingyao was still a little skeptical of what Lin Xian had just said, so she secretly took out her phone and started searching for related information. The results showed that there is absolutely no need to expose your belly during prenatal education. My stinky husband lied to me again, Li Mingyao muttered angrily in a low voice. After listening to a song, Li Mingyao couldn't hold back any longer. She quickly pushed Lin Xian away and covered her belly tightly. Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xian asked innocently. You stinky husband. Prenatal education doesn't require opening your belly, Li Mingyao said angrily. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Oh no, he'd been found out. Wife, let me explain. Lin Xian hurriedly tried to defend himself. You big liar. I won't listen to your explanation. Li Mingyao turned around, her back to Lin Xian. Helpless, Lin Xian turned off the light and hugged Li Mingyao from behind, preparing to fall asleep. Honey, I didn't sleep much at noon, Lin Xian suddenly said. Why? Li Mingyao shifted slightly, turned her head to look at Lin Xian, and asked curiously. I can't sleep because my wife isn't with me, Lin Xian replied with a slight smile. After saying that, he followed Li Mingyao's movements and turned her around to hug her. I didn't sleep much either, Li Mingyao said softly. Let's go to sleep now. With that, he gently kissed Li Mingyao's forehead. Li Mingyao closed her eyes, a happy smile on her lips, and replied, With that soft murmur, the two drifted into a sweet dream. Time flies, and August 1st, 2024 is fast approaching. Tonight, Xianming Restaurant in Jinwan Plaza will officially open. Li Mingyao dressed up carefully, wearing an elegant dress and exquisite makeup, exuding a charming allure. She and Lin Xian arrived at Jinwan Square hand in hand. The two arrived on the 5th floor and saw a long queue forming in front of the Xianming restaurant from afar. Lin Xian had originally planned to personally taste the food at his restaurant, but faced with such a lively scene, he could only shake his head helplessly. Honey, let's go see a movie first. We can come back after the movie. Maybe there will be fewer people then. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Li Mingyao was thinking that she hadn't seen a movie in the cinema with her husband yet. Okay, Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting affection. So the two of them walked hand in hand to the Jinwan cinema. Chapter 86. Do you like Lu Yusin? Lin Xian and Li Mingyao arrived at Jinwan cinema hand in hand. Looking at the big screen in front of them, they looked around but couldn't find a movie that satisfied them. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon an anime movie that was playing, Natsume's Book of Friends, the movie. His eyes lit up immediately, and an excited smile spread across his face. Honey, let's go see this. As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Mingyao looked in the direction Lin Xian was pointing and was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Honey, I didn't know you watched anime. Her voice held a hint of curiosity and doubt. After all, since she had been with Lin Xian, she had never seen him so enthusiastic about watching anime. I watched it back in high school. Natsume's Book of Friends is a very heartwarming and healing work. I'm sure you'll like it, my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, let's go. Li Mingyao smiled charmingly after hearing Lin Xian's words. So Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the front desk, and Lin Xian smiled and said to the ticket seller, Please give us 2 tickets to the Natsume's Book of Friends the movie, a bucket of popcorn, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. Thank you. The ticket seller smiled and replied, Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, Lin Xian, carrying a bucket of popcorn, and Li Mingyao, holding 2 tickets, walked into screening room number 3 together. When they entered the screening room, they found it empty. Honey, it looks like we've booked the whole place. Li Mingyao said in surprise. This film isn't very popular in China, so it was expected that we would book the entire theater, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao chose a comfortable seat and sat down, ready to enjoy this unique movie-watching experience. As the lights dimmed and the movie began, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were immersed in the story, feeling its warmth and emotion. The entire screening room was filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere, as if time had stopped flowing. Natsam's Book of Friends the movie is a highly charming and valuable work. The visuals are fresh and natural, and the music is soothing and melodious, making the audience feel as if they are in a fantastic and beautiful world. It mainly tells various touching stories about Natsam and the yokai. He treats the yokai with his kindness and sincerity, illuminating people's deep-seated longing for kindness, gentleness, and love. P.S. I highly recommend Natsam's Book of Friends. It's a very heartwarming and healing anime. The two sat there quietly, enjoying this warm moment. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked out of the movie theater hand in hand. Honey, that cat teacher is so cute. So round and chubby. Li Mingyao smiled as she looked at Lin Xian. Honey, do you like cats? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I like it. Li Mingyao smiled and nodded. Then let's go to the pet store when we have time. We can keep a cat at home, Lin Xian said. Really? Can I keep a cat while pregnant? Li Mingyao asked with a happy expression but also with a hint of doubt. It's okay to keep a cat while pregnant, but the cat must be clean, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. It was already 10 p.m. when the two left the movie theater. They went back to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and found that Xianming restaurant was still packed with people. However, just as a customer left, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao took the opportunity to go inside. Unexpectedly, a waitress stopped them. Excuse me, gentlemen, but we've had so many customers today that we've sold out of ingredients, and we're about to close. It's all right, let's go in and take a look. With that, Lin Xian led Li Mingyao into Xianming restaurant. You didn't even get in, the waitress was about to continue when she was interrupted by a voice. Brother Xian. Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and his sister-in-law Li Mingyao as he came out of the kitchen. Zhou Quan, how did the opening of Xianming restaurant go today? Lin Xian asked. It's incredibly popular. We're completely overwhelmed. I thought you, the boss, weren't coming anymore, Zhou Quan said with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. The waitress standing nearby widened her eyes upon hearing this. It turned out this handsome young man was the restaurant owner. Brother Xian, do you know what? I just did a quick calculation, and our store's turnover today has exceeded 500,000. Zhou Quan's face was beaming with excitement. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. By the way, Zhou Quan, do you still have any ingredients in your shop? Zhou Quan quickly replied. Yes, a customer just canceled an order, so we have an extra fresh turbot. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. That's good. How about this? I'll be a customer today, and you cook this dish for me. Okay, Brother Xian, please wait a moment. Zhou Quan said, and went back to the kitchen to make arrangements. Lin Xian then took Li Mengyao's hand and found a quiet corner to sit down. Before long, a plate of fragrant steamed turbot was placed in front of them. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and said softly, Wife, come and taste how it is. As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of tender and juicy fish and put it into Li Mengyao's bowl. Although they had eaten something before coming here, their stomachs started growling again after watching a movie. It's pretty good, but it's still not as good as my husband's cooking, Li Mengyao said with a smile as she ate the fish in small bites. Lin Xian also picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and tasted it. Although it wasn't as good as what he made himself, it was still far superior to what his peers made, and it was quite delicious. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished eating, Zhou Quan gathered all the employees of Xianming restaurant in front of Lin Xian. Brother Xian, these are all the staff at our Xianming restaurant. Zhou Quan introduced. Lin Xian looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. Apart from Zhou Yong and Wang Li, whom he had met before, the rest were all unfamiliar faces. I just tried it, and it's delicious. Everyone has worked hard, Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you, boss, everyone said in unison. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao left Xianming restaurant to go home. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Zhou Quan, come here for a second, I have something to ask you. Lin Xian called out to Zhou Quan. What's wrong, brother Xian? Zhou Quan also came out and asked in confusion. Lin Xian grinned mischievously. Do you like Liu Yusin? I feel there's still hope for chapter 87. How could that be? I didn't, nothing like that. Zhou Quan's face flushed red, his eyes darted around, and he began to stammer. Really? That's a pity. Lin Xian's lips curled up, deliberately showing a regretful expression. What's a pity? Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. My wife said Xian has a bit of a thing for you, but unfortunately you're not interested. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan, a sly glint in his eyes. Really? Zhou Quan's eyes widened, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Why are you so agitated? Didn't you say you didn't like it? Lin Xian suppressed a laugh and continued to echo Zhou Quan's words. I do have a bit of a crush on her. Zhou Quan scratched his head shyly, a blush creeping onto his face. Ha ha, I knew it. Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. So what you just said was true? Zhou Quan then realized that he might have been tricked by Lin Xian, and he looked at Lin Xian with some embarrassment and anger. It's fake, Lin Xian shrugged and said casually. Zhou Quan, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao arrived at the parking lot and got into the Maybach. After hearing that Lin Xian had successfully extracted information from Zhou Quan, Li Mingyao couldn't stop smiling. Honey, you're so naughty, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Honey, when you have time, ask Liu Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is, Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao as he started the car. Okay, Li Mingyao replied, then took out her phone and found Liu Yusin. Xian, are you there? Li Mingyao sent a message. Soon, the other party replied. Xian is already dead. You chose her idol. Liu Yusin had just returned from working overtime and was exhausted. She lay on the bed, not wanting to move. When Li Mingyao saw this message, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Xian, the fact that you can still joke around means you're still alive, Li Mingyao replied with a laugh. Get to the point. Otherwise, I'm going to sleep, Liu Yusin said irritably. Okay, I have a question for you. Li Mingyao quickly said. Xian, do you remember Zhou Quan, the boy who ate at my house a few days ago? Liu Yusin closed her eyes and tried hard to recall. I remember, what's wrong? Liu Yusin asked. I just wanted to ask what your impression of him is. Li Mingyao asked. He's a pretty cute boy, Liu Yusin replied. Li Mingyao felt there was a chance after seeing it, but the next second she felt it was all over. He looks like a little brother, Liu Yusin added immediately afterward. There was nothing that could be done. Zhou Quan was quite short, even shorter than Liu Yusin, but she was very pretty with delicate features and good, smooth skin. Honey, I feel like it's hopeless, Li Mingyao said to Lin Xian, looking up at him. Huh? What? Lin Xian asked while driving attentively. Xian said he's like a cute little brother, Li Mingyao said. Then there's no chance. I'll give Zhou Quan a big blow when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile. No, I still think there's a chance. Besides, aren't you a younger brother too? Li Mingyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm not, Lin Xian quickly retorted. You are? You brat. Li Mingyao pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. After returning to Jinwan Mansion, the two went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after showering, they lay on the bed playing on their phones. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned around and hugged Li Mingyao, revealing his signature smile. You naughty husband, what are you trying to do now? Li Mingyao turned around with difficulty, pressed her hands against Lin Xian's chest, and said coquettishly, Who just called me a bratty little brother? Lin Xian smiled. You're such a brat, and you still won't admit it. Li Mingyao said angrily. Lin Xian didn't give in, and took the opportunity to hug Li Mingyao tightly, lowering his head slightly to kiss her delicate lips. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got up early and had a hearty breakfast. They decided to go to a nearby cat shop together to pick out a kitten of their own. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked hand in hand into a cat-themed pet shop. The shop was exquisitely decorated, with the walls covered with photos of various cats, making it dazzling. "Welcome, you two." A sweet-looking, petite and cute girl greeted them. "I'm the manager of this cat shop. Are you here to buy a cat?" The female manager asked warmly. "Yes, we want to get a cat." "What breeds of cats do you have here?" Li Mingyao asked curiously. "Please look this way." The female shop manager pointed to one side. "These are American short-hair cats, also known as M-country short-hair cats. They are lively and gentle, with round heads and soft, fluffy bodies that feel wonderful to the touch, making them very popular. They are also easy to care for and highly adaptable to different environments," the female shop manager explained. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went over to take a look. The American short-hair cat was lying there quietly, a fluffy ball of fur, like a moving ball of fluff. Its eyes are round and sparkling with a bright light, while also having a playful look, making it extremely cute. "Anything else?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Yes, please look over there," the saleswoman replied enthusiastically, leading them to another display area. She pointed to the cats inside and said, "This is a silver-shaded cat, a very popular breed." She continued, "This cat has a very unique coat color. The undercoat is white, while the tips of the fur are a light silver, giving it a soft and elegant silver-gray gradient effect. Their eyes are big and round, like bright gems, their heads are rounded, and their ears are small and cute. In terms of personality, they are gentle, lively, and active, enjoy interacting with people, and are very affectionate towards their owners." Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went forward to check again. There was a silver-shaded cat with a pair of large, emerald-green eyes, a delicate face, small ears, and fur as fine as silver frost. Its round and cute body made it irresistibly lovable. Perhaps the kitten saw someone coming. It took graceful little steps, wagging its silver tail, and walked to the glass, staring with its big, round eyes. Meow? Chapter 88 Leisurely. A clear meow reached their ears. "Wow, so cute." Li Mingyao's heart melted. Seeing how much his wife loved the kitten, Lin Xian smiled gently. He turned to the female shop manager and asked softly, "Boss, what size is this silver-shaded leather?" The female shop manager smiled and replied, "She's exactly 6 months old, and she's a little female kitten." Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Has it received all the required vaccines?" "My wife is pregnant, so I'm worried about the cat getting toxoplasmosis." The female shop manager quickly explained, "This silver-shaded dog has completed all its vaccinations. Here is its vaccination record. Sir, you can take a look." Lin Xian checked carefully and confirmed that the information on the vaccination record was complete. It is okay to keep a cat during pregnancy, as long as the cat is regularly dewormed and fully vaccinated. However, it's important to note that pregnant women should not come into contact with cat feces, the female shop manager continued. Lin Xian nodded in relief after hearing this. He looked at the silver-shaded dog again, his heart filled with affection. Then he turned to me and asked gently, "How much is this silver-shaded silver?" The female shop manager smiled slightly and replied, "This is a purebred silver-shaded tilapia, so the price is a bit higher, 8,000 yuan. "All right then, this one will do." Lin Xian looked at the cute kitten, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Okay, thank you. I'll prepare the cat cage for you right away." Lin Xian then bought some cat food and cat litter, as well as 2 cat toys. Soon, Lin Xian walked out of the Meow Meow pet shop, holding Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carrying a cat cage in the other. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the Maybach. Lin Xian placed the cat carrier containing the cat on the back seat, then started the car and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. A short while later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the cat cage, eager to see how the kitten was doing. The little guy was hiding inside, looking around curiously, too scared to come out. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly put the cat food she had just bought in her hand to lure the kitten. Sure enough, the kitten smelled the aroma of cat food, slowly came closer, looked at Li Mengyao with its big, round eyes, and then lowered its head to lick Li Mingyao's palm with its little tongue. Li Mingyao was amused by the kitten's actions. She thought the kitten was adorable. "Honey, let's name it," Li Mingyao said happily. "Sure. Honey, what name do you want to give this little guy?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Let's call her Yu. Meow. The kitten seemed to know something, looking at the two of them with its cute big eyes. "Honey, look, it likes this name." Li Mingyao smiled brightly. "From now on, I'll call you Yu. And so, the kitten got its own name Yu. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. He took out fresh ingredients from the refrigerator and skillfully chopped and stir-fried the vegetables. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Mingyao was happily playing with Yu, holding a cat toy. Yu excitedly chased after the cat toy, occasionally letting out joyful meows. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, which looked and smelled delicious. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Seeing that no one was playing with it, Yu obediently returned to the soft cat bed that Li Mingyao had just made for it, curled up into a ball, and quietly fell asleep. The afternoon sun shone through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mingyao sleeping soundly beside him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He reached out and gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead, his fingers lightly tracing her cheek, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Suddenly, a telephone rang. "Hello? Jingming." Lin Xian picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Brother Xian, are you still in Jinghai City?" Chen Jingming asked. "Yeah, what's up?" Lin Xian said, rubbing his eyes. "I have 2 tickets to a piano recital at 4 p.m. at the Jinghai Grand Theater. I originally wanted to go with my girlfriend, but her tutor suddenly had something to do and she has to go help him, so she can't come. It wouldn't be very interesting for me to go alone, so I'm asking if you and your sister-in-law want to go?" Chen Jingming said. Chen Jingming's girlfriend is a music student, and this concert was recommended to her by her teacher. Lin Xian thought to himself, "A piano recital? Perfect opportunity to give my wife prenatal music education." So he said, "Okay, I'll ask." Then Lin Xian leaned down, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Honey, there's a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater this afternoon. Do you want to come along?" His voice was gentle and deep, as if it possessed a touch of magic. Li Mingyao seemed to hear Lin Xian's call. She moved slightly and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were still a little confused, but when she saw Lin Xian, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Then she sat up in bed and smiled. "A piano recital? Great. I've never been to one before." "Jingming, where are you now?" "I'll come find you later," Lin Xian said, taking back the phone. "I'm on the graduate campus of Jinghai University," Chen Jingming replied. "Okay, you wait for me." Lin Xian hung up the phone. The two then got up, dressed up carefully, and prepared to go out. Just as the two were about to leave, Yu came running over, seemingly wanting to go out as well. "Yu, you have to be a good girl at home, okay?" Then Li Mingyao gently closed the door, leaving only a soft meow. A dozen minutes later, a Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of a dormitory building in the graduate student community of Jinghai University. Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Chen Jingming. "Jingming, we've arrived." "They're here." Chen Jingming then jogged down the hill and immediately spotted the long, black Maybach. "Brother Xian, long time no see. Here are 2 tickets." Chen Jingming smiled and stuffed 2 elegant tickets into the car, along with a red envelope. "My supervisor has something to attend to, so I'll have to go now. Please accept this wedding gift." Chen Jingming then left without looking back. Lin Xian hadn't seen Chen Jingming in a long time. Every time the 4 of them in the dorm planned to get together, he was always too busy to come. Lin Xian smiled, then started the car and drove towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. When they arrived at the theater entrance, Lin Xian stopped the car and turned to Li Mingyao, saying, "Wife, we've arrived." Li Mingyao opened the car door and got out. She wore a light blue dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Lin Xian looked at her, his eyes filled with love. They went into the theater and found their seats. The stage was brightly lit, and a black grand piano sat in the center, its body gleaming with dazzling light. The audience members gradually took their seats, eagerly anticipating the wonderful performance. As the concert began, melodious piano music resonated throughout the theater. Li Mingyao was immersed in the world of music, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian sat quietly beside her, admiring her beautiful profile, his heart filled with satisfaction. Chapter 89, Playing Only for My Wife and Babies. Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Xian whispered in Li Mingyao's ear. Okay, go ahead. Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. Then, Lin Xian quietly got up from his seat and walked out of the concert hall, quickly arriving at the nearby restroom. However, just as he stepped out of the restroom, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. He Yuan. Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. He Yuan greeted him warmly with a smile. Mr. He, it seems like we just met a few days ago, Lin Xian said with some doubt. Haha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. He Yuan laughed heartily. Is Mr. He also here to watch the concert? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian and He Yuan walked together to the concert venue. Instead of returning to their seats, they chose to stand a little further away so as not to disturb other audience members. Yes, what do you think of the people who play the piano nowadays? He Yuan asked. Lin Xian and He Yuan gazed at the musician playing the piano in the center of the stage, listening intently to the music. Despite the distance, they could still feel the powerful impact of the beautiful melody. His piano playing is excellent overall, with precise rhythm, but there are occasionally some subtle dissonant notes, Lin Xian said after listening attentively for a while. Thanks to the top-tier music master provided by the system, Lin Xian's hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, allowing him to accurately judge a person's playing level. Haha, as expected of the person I chose, he really has the ability. He Yuan said to Lin Xian with an admiring look. Lin Xian shook his head modestly. I only know a little bit. I can't compare to professional musicians. In fact, Lin Xian didn't want to show off. He just hoped that his wife and baby could hear the music he played. He Yuan patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, Haha, you're too modest. Lin Xian suddenly remembered his Steinway piano and asked, Mr. He, when will my piano arrive? He Yuan smiled slightly. It should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Then, He Yuan suddenly became serious and asked earnestly, Would you be interested in holding your own piano recital up there? Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and replied firmly, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. He, but I don't want to perform for others, so I'll pass. All right then, if you change your mind, you can let me know anytime. He Yuan sighed, speaking with regret. Mr. He, can I hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater anytime? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, I am actually the president of the Jinghai City Piano Association. If Mr. Lin wishes, I can arrange it at any time, He Yuan said with a smile. Let's forget about it. I should head back now. Goodbye, Mr. He, Lin Xian said politely. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he left and quickly returned to Li Mingyao's side. After Lin Xian left, He Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He felt it was a great pity. If Lin Xian had agreed to hold a piano recital at his hotel, it would have caused quite a stir. However, he felt that Lin Xian might change his mind in the future. Thinking of this, He Yuan revealed a hopeful smile, then turned and left. After listening to the piano recital, Li Mingyao was still somewhat reluctant to leave. She squinted slightly, seemingly still immersed in that wonderful world of music. After a while, she came to her senses, gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve, and whispered, Honey, let's go to a music restaurant. As she spoke, she pointed with her little finger to a music restaurant not far away, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian smiled at her, affectionately patted her head, and said gently. After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's small hand and led her toward the music restaurant. The two soon arrived at the music restaurant. Upon entering, they were immediately drawn to the warm and tranquil atmosphere inside. Soft background music played in the restaurant, the beautiful music like flowing water, as if taking people into another world. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao chose a quiet corner to sit down. At that moment, a waiter came over with a menu and asked warmly, Hello, gentlemen, what would you like to eat? Lin Xian took the menu, glanced at it, and then turned to hand it to Li Mingyao. Wife, let's order. Li Mingyao thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, I'd like 2 filet mignons, 1 spaghetti bolognese, and 1 margarita pizza. Oh, and 2 fruit salads too. Lin Xian nodded, then handed the menu to the waiter and said, "That's all. Thank you." The waiter smiled politely and turned to leave. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao enjoyed the warm atmosphere in the restaurant, listening to soothing music while savoring their delicious dinner. It was a very pleasant experience. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao drove home. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a clear meow sound. It turned out that Yu Yu was squatting in front of the door, making continuous noises. "Oh dear, honey, we were so focused on eating that we completely forgot about Yu Yu." Li Mingyao quickly went inside, took out cat food from the cabinet, and began feeding Yu Yu. "I forgot. I'll buy an automatic feeder on Taobao later," Lin Xian said with a smile. Yu Yu seemed to be starving. It wolfed down its cat food, but kept meowing. It's as if it's saying, "How could you forget about me?" After Yu Yu had filled its belly, it climbed contentedly to Li Mengyao's side and rubbed its round head against her, looking all cute and affectionate. That round, chubby little head is so cute. Li Mengyao gently stroked Yu Yu's fur, a happy smile spreading across her face. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom, embraced tightly, exchanged a good-night kiss, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 90 Confession Balloon. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and Lin Xian was woken up early by meowing sounds coming from outside the door. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, stretched, and slowly got out of bed. After feeding the gluttonous Yu Yu breakfast, I gave her a good pat on the round little head. He then turned around and went back to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, Lin Xian went into the kitchen, skillfully kneaded the flour into dough, cut it into small pieces, rolled it into thin wrappers, filled them with the 3-ingredient filling, and shaped them into small and exquisite buns. Next, he cooked a pot of fig porridge and boiled a few eggs. Before long, the table was filled with fragrant food that made one's mouth water. Just then, Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes in a daze, slowly got out of bed, and groggily went to the smart body fat scale, stood on it, and weighed herself. She discovered she had gained weight again. This made her a little upset, so after washing up, she came to the living room pouting, looking unhappy. Seeing Li Mingyao's expression, Lin Xian's heart tightened. He quickly went to her side, gently hugged her, and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" Li Mingyao turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lin Xian, and pouted, saying, "It's nothing. It's all Lin Xian's fault. All men are such bastards." Pregnant women are often sentimental, and Lin Xian had already figured that out. "Did you weigh yourself again?" Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly. Li Mingyao listened quietly without saying a word. "The baby's weight gain means they're developing normally," Lin Xian said with a smile, trying to comfort them. "But I'll become ugly," Li Mingyao said with some worry. "No, after the baby is born, you'll still be just as beautiful as before," Lin Xian said gently, stroking her cheek. "Really?" Li Mingyao turned around and asked expectantly. "Of course it's true. My wife will always be the most beautiful," Lin Xian replied firmly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mingyao smiled happily. "Thank you, husband." "I'm sorry, honey. I just lost my temper again," Li Mingyao said with some remorse. "It's all right. My wife is very cute when she gets angry," Lin Xian said gently. "Humph," Li Mingyao raised her little face arrogantly and said coquettishly, "My little cutie is out of power and needs to be recharged. Okay, honey, I'll get you breakfast." Lin Xian thought Li Mingyao was hungry and was about to turn around and go to the kitchen when Li Mingyao pulled him back. "We can't charge our phones for breakfast," Li Mingyao said. "Then what can charge it?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "I want a kiss." Li Mingyao leaned forward, waiting for Lin Xian's kiss. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then pulled the beauty into his arms and leaned down to give Li Mingyao a good morning kiss. After the kiss, Li Mingyao began to enjoy the breakfast that Lin Xian had prepared with love. After finishing breakfast, Li Mingyao lay lazily on the soft sofa in the living room, holding a delicate cat toy in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yu Yu lying on the floor. She gently waved the cat toy in her hand, and Yu was immediately attracted, excitedly jumping left and right, trying to grab the cat toy. Just then, Li Mingyao's phone screen lit up, indicating that a new message had arrived. She put down the cat toy and picked up her phone to check. It turns out that it was the group name of Li Mingyao's university dormitory, for rich women's group. Chen Man. Sisters, let's get together for lunch and shopping. Yang Lin, great. The weekend is finally here. Lu Yusin, working overtime, please do not disturb. At this very moment, Lu Yusin is working overtime at the company, enduring the harsh realities of society. Chen Man. Poor Xian. At Yoyeo, do you want to come? After seeing this, Li Mingyao turned to ask Lin Xian, who was leaning against the side. Li Mingyao looked at her phone screen, then turned to Lin Xian leaning against her, and asked softly, Honey, my roommates asked me to go out for lunch and shopping together. Lin Xian looked at her with affection, smiled gently, and said, Go if you want to. It's good to go out and relax once in a while. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao smiled happily and replied, Time flies, and before we knew it, it was almost noon. At this moment, Li Mingyao was in her room, carefully dressing up. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Mingyao walked out of the room. At this moment, Li Mingyao is wearing a white V-neck top and a light brown skirt, making her look fresh, refined, and elegant. Honey, I'm going out. Her beautiful and charming appearance left Lin Xian speechless. He stared at her intently, feeling as if he would rush over and hug her tightly at any moment. Li Mingyao had clearly anticipated this situation, so she didn't give Lin Xian any chance. She rushed to the door as fast as she could, changed her shoes, and then dashed out like a gust of wind. Before leaving, she turned back and shouted to Lin Xian, Goodbye, husband. Then she ran away without looking back. Li Mingyao drove her Xiaomi SU7 to a barbecue restaurant with her roommates. The three of them enjoyed a delicious and happy meal. After having lunch, the three of them went shopping at a mall. During the shopping trip, Li Mingyao specifically selected several outfits suitable for Lin Xian. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, My husband is really something else. If I don't buy him clothes, he'll never buy them. The scene shifts back to Jinwan Mansion. Since his wife isn't home, Lin Xian is too lazy to cook and just orders takeout. The afternoon sun streamed into the room through the window, and the Steinway piano S155 that Lin Xian had ordered finally arrived at his home. Lin Xian warmly invited the movers to place the piano in the center of the spacious and bright living room. The living room was large enough to fully accommodate this elegant instrument. After 2 hours of meticulous installation, a stunning Steinway piano S155 was unveiled to the public. Its black lacquer shines brightly, the keys are as white as pearls, and the whole piano exudes an air of nobility and elegance. Lin Xian sat in the chair in front of the piano, gently stroking the keys and feeling their texture. Just as he was about to play, the door was suddenly pushed open. Honey, I'm back. I brought you some delicious food. Li Mingyao's cheerful voice rang out. She carried several bags full of items into the house and went straight to the living room. Upon entering the living room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite Steinway piano S155 piano. Honey, you bought a piano? Li Mingyao asked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She put down her shopping bag, quickly walked to Lin Xian's side, and sat down close to him. Yes, we'll use this piano for prenatal music education for the baby, Lin Xian replied gently, a happy smile on her face. Honey, can you play the piano? Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian curiously, her eyes full of doubt. She had never seen Lin Xian display any talent related to musical performance. I just learned it recently, and I'll play it for you right now, honey, Lin Xian said gently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he gently pressed the piano keys with his fingers, and melodious notes flowed out slowly. The song Castle in the Sky flows like a clear spring, full of warmth and tranquility. The beautiful piano music filled the air, as if transporting people to a dreamlike world, making them feel incredibly relaxed and joyful. Li Mingyao sat quietly to the side, gently resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, closing her eyes, and immersing herself in the beautiful music. As the song ended, Li Mingyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, raised her head, and looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. She never expected that her husband could play the piano, and so skillfully at that. He even played better than the musicians at yesterday's piano recital. Lin Xian, who was already handsome and charming, was now even more irresistible in her eyes. The little baby has finished listening, but what about the big baby? Li Mingyao playfully pointed to herself with her little finger, indicating that she was also a big baby who needed to be taken care of. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up Li Mingyao, and let her sit on his lap. What song would the big baby like to hear? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mingyao stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Honey, I love whatever you play. Li Mingyao replied sweetly. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. He first kissed Li Mengyao's delicate, luscious red lips tenderly. Then his fingers danced across the piano again, accompanied by his gentle singing voice, like a clear spring flowing through the air. Coffee shops on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to savor your beauty. A mouth that left a lip print. My dear, I've fallen in love with you. From that day on, sweetness comes so easily. Darling, don't be willful. Your eyes. Saying I do. Chapter 91 My Wife's Cravings Again. The performance of Jay Chou's confession balloon has ended. Lin Xian slowly turned his head, looked at Li Mingyao with affection, and smiled. Wife, do you like this song? Tears welled in Li Mengyao's eyes, her heart filled with emotion and happiness. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Lin Xian and kissed him deeply on the lips. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Lin Xian smiled and said, Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Mingyao smiled and replied, Either is fine. Lin Xian then went to the kitchen and started getting busy. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous meal. When he brought the dishes to the table, he found Li Mingyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, quietly lost in thought. Let's go eat quickly, the babies must be starving, Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao with a smile. Li Mingyao smiled and nodded. Lin Xian then led Li Mingyao to the restaurant, where they began to enjoy a delicious dinner. Honey, let's go back to Jinghai University tonight, Li Mingyao said to Lin Xian while happily eating. Huh? Why do we suddenly have to go back to school? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Because this afternoon I heard Yang Lin say that a really delicious dessert shop opened inside Jinghai University. A hint of anticipation and happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay, my wife's got a sweet tooth again, Lin Xian joked with a smile. You're the one who's greedy. It's the babies who want to eat, not me, Li Mingyao said, feigning anger. Okay, it's the babies who want to eat, not my dear wife, Lin Xian quickly coaxed. After dinner, the two rested for a while before getting ready to head to Jinghai University. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got into the Maybach, Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards Jinghai University. Before long, they arrived at Jinghai University. After parking the car, the two walked into the campus hand in hand. The campus of Jinghai University is quiet and beautiful at night. The moonlight shines on the ground, as if draping the entire campus in a layer of silver. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao on a stroll along the campus path, enjoying the familiar atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the legendary dessert shop. The store was packed with people, and business was booming. Lin Xian carefully led Li Mingyao into the store and looked around for seats. Finally, they found an empty seat and quickly walked over to sit down. Lin Xian took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order food. Wife, what would you like to eat? Lin Xian asked softly. I want this starry sky mirror cake. Li Mingyao stretched out her slender index finger, pointing to the exquisite starry sky mirror cake on the menu, a sweet smile on her lips. Seeing this cake, she couldn't help but recall the beautiful starry sky she had seen in Lin Xian's hometown, Yinshan Town. She was captivated by the vast and boundless starry sky. Okay, Lin Xian nodded with a smile. He then ordered a potted plant dessert with great interest, finding the design quite novel and interesting. A short while later, a young waiter brought over 2 exquisite desserts. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen, the waiter said politely, and gently placed the tray down before leaving. Li Mingyao couldn't wait to pick up her phone and take pictures of these mouth-watering dishes. Then, She eagerly picked up the small spoon and began to savor it, bite by bite. Each bite brought her immense satisfaction and pleasure. Honey, it's really delicious. You should try some too. Li Mingyao happily scooped up a spoonful of cake and held it to Lin Xian's lips. Lin Xian cooperated by opening his mouth and taking the delicious cake into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, it's really delicious. Not to be outdone, Lin Xian pushed his oddly shaped potted plant dessert in front of Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao looked at the unique dessert with curiosity, then gently scooped out a small piece with a spoon and put it in her mouth. The sweet cream and delicate chocolate blend together to create a wonderful taste experience. At this moment, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile, as bright and dazzling as a flower blooming in spring. After finishing their dessert, the two continued their stroll hand in hand through the campus of Jinghai University. Before they knew it, they had reached the school sports field. The moonlight shone on the lush green grass. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. At this time, some students were still exercising and running on the playground, and some even started a small concert in the middle of the playground. Although it is August now and most students have already gone home for the holidays, some students will choose to stay at school to continue their studies. Honey, look, there's someone playing guitar and singing over there, Li Mingyao said, pointing to the crowd not far away, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian looked in the direction Li Mingyao was pointing and saw a group of young people sitting together. One of the boys was playing the guitar, and the others were humming along to the rhythm. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. It looks quite lively. Your husband can do it too? Want to hear it? Lin Xian suddenly turned to look at Li Mingyao, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Yes. Her face was filled with anticipation, as if Lin Xian was the most dazzling star in her heart. Chapter 92. I can't fit into many of my old clothes anymore. Looking at Li Mingyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll go buy a guitar tomorrow and play it for you. He gently patted Li Mingyao's hand, wanting to pull her along to continue walking forward. But I want to hear it now, Li Mingyao said coquettishly, standing still. Ever since she learned that her husband was a music maestro, she had longed to hear him sing in person. All right then. Lin Xian reached out and gently pinched Li Mingyao's cheek, a tender smile on his face. Although he had previously said he would only play for his wife and children, he had no choice but to agree when his wife asked to hear it. So, the two of them held hands and slowly walked to the small concert hall on the playground, listening quietly. The boy was playing and singing passionately on his guitar. The guitar music and his singing were both very beautiful, and Lin Xian guessed that the boy must be a music major. Finally, after the boy finished playing, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and slowly walked forward. Hi, could I borrow your guitar? I'd like to play a tune here, Lin Xian said with a smile to the boy. When everyone saw a handsome young man walking over, they applauded to welcome him, and several girls stared at Lin Xian in a daze. Wow, he's so handsome. Then don't break my guitar, okay? This guitar is very expensive, the boy said to Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'll make sure to compensate you if I break it. Lin Xian took the guitar and then pulled Li Mingyao to sit down on the soft grass. Honey, what kind of music would you like to hear? Lin Xian asked Li Mingyao gently as he tuned the strings. Anything is fine, Li Mingyao said softly, resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then his fingers moved continuously on the guitar, producing a series of beautiful notes. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and began to sing and play the guitar with deep emotion. I can accept everything about you. All the little temper tantrums. I can take you to eat lots of food. Lots of good things. I can bring you some occasionally. Bringing a little sweetness. I can heal your heartbreak. Only you can give me happiness. Let's never be separated again. Can I be with you? We have so many memories together. There's no reason why I fell in love with you. It just so happened that I met you when I was just beginning to experience love. Lin Xian dedicated his song, Can We Do It?, to Li Mingyao. His singing voice flows through the heart like clear spring water, carrying a lot of warmth. Each note seemed to be given life, leaping in the air and weaving into a beautiful picture. At this moment, Li Mingyao also revealed a sweet smile. She felt as if she were in a magnificent starry sky, and Lin Xian's singing voice was like those brilliant stars, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, their eyes met, and they saw only each other. Their love, like this beautiful melody, was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't some performance he intended to give here. It was clearly a piece specifically for his wife. The boy was even more shocked. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He never expected to encounter a music master like him here. At the same time, he was filled with admiration and amazement, and he admired Lin Xian's talent to the point of prostration. After Lin Xian finished playing, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. People stood up and applauded Lin Xian in response. They expressed their love and appreciation for Lin Xian's music in the most enthusiastic way. Lin Xian's face beamed with confidence and satisfaction. He felt everyone's enthusiasm and support. "Hello, are you also studying music? My name is Su Muyang." The boy quickly ran up and asked excitedly. "Hello, my name is Lin Xian. I studied computer science and just graduated from Jinghai University this year," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It seems we're from the same year. I also just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year and am now pursuing a master's degree in the music department at Jinghai University," Su Muyang said with a smile. He then added, "I have never seen such an outstanding guitarist as you. I wonder if I could become your student." Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, I only play occasionally, and I have no intention of taking on any apprentices." "Then if you have time, could you teach me?" Su Muyang continued to ask. Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Of course, if time permits." They exchanged contact information. Then Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and turned to leave. Just then, the small concert held on the playground of Jinghai University was recorded and uploaded to the internet. In particular, the video of Lin Xian singing and playing guitar for Li Mingyao attracted widespread attention and quickly became a hit on Douyin, TikTok. Netizens left comments. "Wow, this couple is so enviable. That guy is so handsome. This guitar playing and singing is absolutely top-notch in China. It's amazing." Some even praised Li Mingyao, saying, "That girl is simply a fairy descended from heaven." Lin Xian and Li Mingyao drove home, took a shower, and then lay in bed scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Suddenly, Li Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, "Honey, look, you seem to be famous." She excitedly handed her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the phone and saw that his video had indeed attracted widespread attention online. "Well, it's because your husband is so outstanding." Lin Xian smiled. Li Mingyao raised an eyebrow playfully and asked with a half-smile, "How outstanding are you?" Lin Xian answered confidently, standing out from the crowd. After saying that, he and Li Mingyao burst into laughter. "All right, time for bed." Then, Lin Xian got up and turned off the light, then hugged Li Mingyao and kissed her before the two drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, Lin Xian would go to the company whenever he had free time in the mornings, and as time went on, Li Mingyao's belly began to show. That day, Lin Xian had just returned home when he saw Li Mingyao sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. He hurried over to Li Mingyao's side and asked with concern, "What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mingyao pouted, looked at Lin Xian pitifully, and said aggrievedly, "Honey, I feel so ugly now. I can't fit into so many of my old clothes anymore." Chapter 93. The baby moved. Looking at Li Mingyao's slightly protruding belly, Lin Xian calculated the time in his mind and realized that his wife was already 18 weeks pregnant, which is more than 4 months. Now she's finally starting to show her pregnancy. "Honey, what are you saying? You'll always be the most beautiful," Lin Xian quickly comforted her. "A man's words are deceitful." Li Mingyao raised her head, looking at Lin Xian with a slightly aggrieved expression. "It's okay if you can't wear your old clothes anymore. We'll go shopping this afternoon and buy some new clothes to cover up your tummy, okay?" Lin Xian said softly, gently stroking Li Mingyao's hair. Li Mingyao nodded slightly in agreement. "Okay, honey, go cook. I bought all your favorite dishes today." Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao and kissed her before returning to the kitchen to start cooking. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was ready. The aroma of the food instantly lifted Li Mingyao's spirits. She temporarily forgot the worries brought on by her pregnancy and began to enjoy the delicious food. "Honey, let's go for the prenatal checkup tomorrow morning," Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao with a smile. "Okay," Li Mingyao replied happily while eating. After having a full lunch, the two leisurely returned to their bedroom, ready to enjoy a relaxing afternoon nap. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a soft cry. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mingyao in his arms with concern, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" With a shy yet happy expression, Li Mingyao gently stroked her tummy and said softly, "The baby moved." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Really?" He eagerly sat up, then skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, revealing her slightly protruding belly, and gently pressed his ear against it, trying to listen to the baby's voice. However, even though the pregnancy has reached 18 weeks, the fetal movements are still very slight and almost imperceptible to outsiders. Lin Xian tried hard for a long time, but still came up empty-handed. But he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he happily lay back down on the bed, continued to hold his wife, and said gently, "It's okay, you'll definitely feel it in the future." Li Mingyao smiled slightly and gently comforted him. "Okay, don't worry, let's get some sleep first." Afterwards, the two embraced and fell asleep, enjoying a wonderful afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xian brought Li Mingyao to the entrance of a clothing store that specializes in selling maternity wear. He took her hand and led her into the store, where they began to pick out some clothes that would suit Li Mingyao. Although Lin Xian had bought some maternity clothes before, she always felt that the quantity might not be enough, so she planned to buy more this time. After careful selection, Li Mingyao chose several beautiful maternity dresses, comfortable maternity pajamas, and practical maternity support pants. Afterwards, they went to other fashion stores and bought some loose-fitting clothes. Li Mingyao has a slender figure, and her belly isn't too big yet, so when she wears these loose clothes, it's almost impossible to tell that she has a small pregnant belly. While Li Mingyao was still trying on clothes in the fitting room, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. "Is it Boss He?" Lin Xian asked. "Haha, it's me," He Ziyuan laughed. "What can I do for you, Mr. He?" Lin Xian continued to ask. "Mr. Lin, I just wanted to ask you again, would you be willing to give a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater?" He Ziyuan looked at Lin Xian expectantly. "I saw you playing guitar in front of a group of people on Douyin," He Ziyuan added. Lin Xian previously said he would only perform for his wife and children, but that reason is no longer valid. "I'm sorry," Lin Xian was about to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that today was August 7th, 2024, and the day after tomorrow, August 9th, was his wife Li Mingyao's birthday. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Mr. Lin. If you have any conditions, I'll try my best to meet them," He Ziyuan said hastily when he heard Lin Xian preparing to refuse him again. He Ziyuan really wanted Lin Xian to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater. With Lin Xian's talent, he will surely cause a sensation across the country, and I will be able to recommend him to the National Piano Association, thus discovering a musical talent for our country. When the time comes, it will be a source of pride to say that I discovered a musical master like Lin Xian. "All right then, Mr. He, but I have two conditions," Lin Xian said. "What conditions? Just name them," He Ziyuan asked impatiently. "First, I want to be able to improvise freely and play whatever I want," Lin Xian stated his first condition. "Of course, there are no restrictions on a music master like Mr. Lin," He Ziyuan quickly agreed. "Secondly, I want to book all the seats in the first row." Lin Xian then made his second request. "No problem. It's decided then. Mr. Lin, when would be a convenient time for you to come and perform?" He Ziyuan asked with great interest. "Let's set the time for the evening after tomorrow," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow night." He Ziyuan was overjoyed. After ending the call, Lin Xian turned to look in the direction of the fitting room, only to find that Li Mingyao had already finished trying on clothes and come out. She looked exceptionally beautiful and charming in her new clothes. "Honey, Do you think that one looks better or this one? Li Mingyao asked with a smile. Both are beautiful. Let's buy them both, Lin Xian said with a smile. So, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand with one hand and carried a bag full of new clothes with the other, happily taking her home. Chapter 94. Both little ones are developing very well. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao arrived at Jinghai City People's Hospital early. They are having their 4th month of pregnancy checkup today. After entering the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao. They first went to the obstetrics and gynecology department, completed the formalities, and then began to wait in line for their examination. When it was Li Mingyao's turn to have her examination, Lin Xian accompanied her into the examination room. After asking a series of questions, the doctor began a series of examinations. First came the ultrasound examination. Through the screen, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao saw 2 adorable little lives moving inside their mother's belly, filling them with joy. Next comes Down syndrome screening, basic physical examination, and routine blood and urine tests. After the examination, Li Mingyao received a thick report containing various indicators of her and her babies. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao took the test results and went to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing the report, the doctor smiled and said, "Yes, both little ones are developing very well." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with happiness. The doctor then advised, "You should continue to pay attention to a balanced diet and eat more foods rich in protein and vitamins. At the same time, appropriate exercise, such as taking a walk, is beneficial for childbirth. Maintaining a positive mood is also very important." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Lin Xian smiled slightly after hearing this, and then took Li Mingyao's hand and left the hospital. The two drove back to Jinwan Mansion. After Lin Xian parked the car, he and Li Mingyao went into the house together. As soon as the door opened, Yu, as usual, obediently squatted at the doorway, meowing incessantly. It always greets its owner in this way. "You, were you a good girl at home today?" Li Mingyao squatted down and gently stroked Yu's soft fur. Yu seemed to really enjoy being petted. It squinted its eyes and let out a satisfied meow. Now that an automatic feeder has been installed at home, Yu no longer has to worry about going hungry. Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare lunch for the day. Li Mingyao continued to play with Yu. Come, let me show you another chubby little kitten." Li Mingyao picked up the kitten and then played Natsam's Book of Friends on the TV in the living room. When Yu saw Teacher Meow Me, its bright green eyes widened, and it kept meowing. Seeing this, Li Mingyao couldn't help but smile happily. Indeed, having a cute kitten by your side can really brighten a pregnant woman's mood. Just then, Lin Xian carried a sumptuous lunch into the living room and said gently to Li Mingyao, "Wife, lunch is ready." "Here I am." Li Mingyao immediately turned off the TV, and at the same time, the automatic feeder emitted a cheerful sound. "Yu, dinner's ready." Thump, thump, thump. As a pile of cat food rolled down, Yu quickly ran to her little bowl and started eating. Li Mingyao first took out a bag of dried fish from the cabinet above and gently placed it in Yu's bowl as a snack for her. Next, Li Mingyao happily went to the living room to enjoy a delicious lunch with Lin Xian. After having a full lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to their bedroom to rest. Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mingyao and preparing to fall asleep, a voice rang in his mind again. "Ding dong, congratulations host for accompanying your baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 5 million yuan has been awarded, with a double bonus, for a total reward of 10 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. We have detected that the host has been accompanying the baby's healthy development for more than 4 months. Top-tier massage technique as a reward, please check." Immediately afterwards, a massive amount of information flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This information contained various advanced massage techniques, which he mastered instantly. Nowadays, if someone were to select the best technician in the country, probably no one would dare to compete with Lin Xian. Li Mingyao is now 4 months pregnant, and proper massage can be beneficial for the fetus. Just as Lin Xian was about to give his wife a massage, Li Mingyao was already fast asleep in his arms. Lin Xian didn't want to wake his wife, so he decided to wait until evening to come back. Soon it was afternoon. Lin Xian opened his eyes and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was thinking that besides giving his wife a special piano recital tomorrow, he also needed to prepare a gift. But we already have rings, diamonds, necklaces, and so on, so what should we give as a gift? Just then, Lin Xian suddenly remembered the 10 million that had just arrived in his account at noon. A brilliant idea struck him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he had thought of something good. Then, he carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking his sleeping wife. After getting dressed, Lin Xian quietly left the room and sent a text message to his wife on his phone, telling her that he had to go out for a while. Lin Xian arrived at the parking lot downstairs, got into the Maybach, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking space, heading towards the entrance of the community. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a Bentley 4S store located in the center of Jinghai. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to buy a car?" A young female salesperson in professional attire with a good figure greeted him warmly. "Yes, I want to buy a convertible sports car that's suitable for girls to drive," Lin Xian replied. "No problem, sir. Please follow me." The young saleswoman smiled and led Lin Xian to the store's display area. She saw that Lin Xian had arrived in a Maybach S680, so she figured the car he was going to buy must be quite expensive. When they walked up to a brand new Bentley, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then a Bentley Continental Roadster in brewery blue came into his view. This car's exterior design combines elegance and sportiness, with smooth body lines and a dynamic silhouette, showcasing Bentley's unique design style. That shade of blue, as deep and mysterious as the ocean, shimmers with a unique charm under the sunlight, exuding a regal air. This is our 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car. Its appearance is simply a work of art on wheels, with classic and elegant body lines, and this brewer blue color is also very suitable for women to drive. The young female salesperson explained in detail. Lin Xian first sat in the car, feeling the softness and comfort of the seats, and then looked at the various configurations and functions inside the car. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-of-the-line luxury car." "How much is this car?" Lin Xian asked the young female saleswoman next to him with a smile. "This 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car costs a total of 4.2 million yuan. The young female saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "Okay, I'll buy it," Lin Xian said casually. Lin Xian imagined that wonderful scene. He and his wife drove their Bentley Continental convertible slowly along the winding, picturesque coastline. Sunlight fell on her, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing with it the fresh scent of the ocean. She smiled, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. Chapter 95. Is this kid going to stand us up again? "Sir, would you like to pay in installments or in full?" the young saleswoman asked with a bright smile and a joyful voice. She successfully closed a big deal and felt a great sense of accomplishment. The young man standing before her was not only handsome but also very generous. She wondered if he already had a girlfriend. "I just heard him say that the car was given to a girl, maybe his sister or older sister. We absolutely must find a way to get his contact information." "Full payment," Lin Xian replied calmly and in a neutral tone. The young female saleswoman was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "I never expected them to be so generous, choosing to pay the entire amount up front without hesitation. They're incredibly wealthy. Can this car be delivered tomorrow morning?" Lin Xian asked immediately. "Of course. For VIP customers like you, we will prioritize your order and ensure you can pick up your car as soon as possible," the young saleswoman replied with a smile, her attitude very enthusiastic. "Okay, thank you." Lin Xian gave a faint smile. "You're welcome. I'll prepare the relevant contracts and procedures for you right away. Please wait a moment." After saying that, the young saleswoman turned around and went back to her office to prepare the relevant documents. Not long after, Lin Xian successfully completed the payment process and signed the car purchase contract. So he bought the expensive 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible in full. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, he was stopped by the young female saleswoman. "Sir, would it be convenient for me to add your contact information?" the young saleswoman asked somewhat nervously. Lin Xian glanced back at her, a hint of doubt creeping into his heart, but he still replied, "Oh, sure." Lin Xian thought it wouldn't hurt to add each other's contact information, since it would be easier to find him when he came to pick up the car tomorrow, so he didn't think much of it. After exchanging contact information, Lin Xian drove his Maybach away from the Oli 4S store. The young female saleswoman stood there, watching Lin Xian's departing figure, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. The young female saleswoman is named Lin Ruashi. She is 23 years old and came to work at this 4S store after graduating from university. She is beautiful, tall, and has a gentle and kind personality, making her well liked by her colleagues. When Lin Ruashi returned to the store, a female receptionist of similar age suddenly called out to her, "Ruashi, that customer of yours was quite handsome. Chi-Chi, why did you suddenly scare me?" Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at her. "Haha, are you tempted? Hurry up and make your move. If I weren't already married, I would have pounced on her already." Wei Chi looked at Lin Ruashi with a sly grin. Lin Ruashi shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, "It's not that easy. We don't even know if he has a girlfriend yet. How will we know if we don't ask? Just dress up nicely and attract his attention," Wei Chi encouraged. "Then I'll give it a try." Lin Ruashi felt a surge of courage after hearing Wei Chi's words. Soon, Lin Xian drove home. As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao eagerly threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. "Honey, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back?" Li Mengyao looked up, her face beaming with a happy smile. "Hey, honey, be careful. You're showing now. You can't rush like this. What if you hurt the baby?" Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose, his eyes full of doting and tenderness. "Okay, I'll be more careful next time." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her face flushed. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly led Li Mengyao into the living room and had her sit on the soft sofa. "You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon." Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a spoiled child, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously. In the past, Lin Xian would always tell everyone where he was going and what he was doing whenever he went out. But this time, Lin Xian simply said that he had something to do and needed to go out for a while. This made Li Mengyao suspicious. She felt that Lin Xian must be hiding something from her. Upon closer reflection, Li Mengyao realized that tomorrow was her birthday. "I went to the company this afternoon to handle some urgent matters," Lin Xian said with a slight smile, his tone relaxed and natural. Lin Xian wanted to surprise his wife, so he told a white lie. "Really?" Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. "Is my wife hungry? I'm going to prepare dinner." Lin Xian felt a little flustered under Li Mengyao's gaze, so he quickly made his escape. Seeing her husband flee in panic, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. The beautiful curve like a crescent moon was truly lovely. Soon, Lin Xian had prepared dinner. The two sat down at the table and enjoyed the meal. After dinner, the two lay on the comfortable sofa together and watched a show. Just then, Lin Xian's phone, which was placed to the side, began to vibrate incessantly. 622 Rice Bucket Group. Chen Jingming. "Kids, Dad finally has some free time tonight. Let's grab some late-night snacks?" Zhong Zixing. "You son of a bitch, trying to rebel? How many times have you stood me up?" Zhou Quan. "That's right, you're treating tonight." Chen Jingming. "Where is Lin Xian?" The other side threw a bomb. Lin Xian then picked up his phone and took a look. "Honey, we're planning to have a get-together at our university dorm tonight for a late-night snack. Is that all right?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Of course I can. I can take care of myself at home, but I can't come back too late." Li Mengyao pressed her face against Lin Xian's neck, nuzzling him affectionately, and whispered, "Okay, I'll be back soon." Lin Xian lowered his head and gave those alluring lips a deep kiss. Then, he picked up his phone, which was lying to the side, and sent a message to his roommates. "Lin Xian, where is it?" He received a reply very quickly. "Chen Jingming. The usual place, the barbecue stall next to the university." So Lin Xian went into the bedroom, changed into casual clothes, and then went out. He arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, started a Maybach, and slowly drove out of the community. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a barbecue stall near Jinghai University. This place is full of life and is a place they often visited during their university years. As soon as Lin Xian got out of the car, he saw Zhong Zixing and Zhou Quan sitting at a table chatting. The two smiled with delight upon seeing Lin Xian. "Brother Xian, you're here." Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and immediately stood up to greet him warmly, quickly pouring him a glass of cola. He knew his sister-in-law, Li Mingyao, was pregnant, so he didn't give Lin Xian any beer. "Where's Jingming? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "I don't know. Is this kid going to stand us up again?" Zhong Zixing picked up his phone, ready to call Chen Jingming. Chapter 96. My husband can also give massages. I'm here. Chen Jingming jogged over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. Finally, he reached the stool, plopped down, and said, slightly out of breath, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." "Jingming, what's wrong with you? You're late. Punish yourself with 3 drinks." Zhou Quan teased with a smile, and quickly picked up the bottle and poured Chen Jingming a full glass of beer. Without saying a word, Chen Jingming took the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction and exclaimed, "I was so thirsty." It turned out that Chen Jingming had been running all the way here and was already sweating profusely. When he took a sip of ice-cold beer, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness. "I was just about to leave when my supervisor suddenly messaged me asking me to revise a file, which is why I'm late," Chen Jingming explained, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Zhong Zixing asked curiously, "Jingming, is it fun to do graduate school?" Zhong Zixing originally had the opportunity to be directly recommended for postgraduate studies, but he ultimately chose to give it up, wanting to first venture out into the workforce and see what the corporate environment was really like. Unexpectedly, he ended up working at Lin Xian's company. "Yeah, Jingming, it must be pretty fun staying in school. I already miss my university days," Zhou Quan said. "What a load of rubbish. I envy your carefree life. I'm being exploited by my supervisor in the lab every day. The school's already on break, but my advisor kept me behind to continue doing experiments and collecting data. I feel like I'm just cheap labor. Even having a late-night snack with you guys is a struggle. I'm even thinking of dropping out of school," Chen Jingming said with a miserable expression. "Is it that serious?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. "The barbecue is here." At this moment, the barbecue stall owner brought out a large basin of fragrant skewers. "Yeah, sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it," Chen Jingming said helplessly as he picked up a skewer of grilled meat and started eating. "And what about your girlfriend?" Zhou Quan asked. "She's quite busy too, but her mentor is more benevolent, while mine is quite extreme," Chen Jingming said with a sigh. "I feel like you've chosen a bad mentor," Zhong Zixing chimed in. "Yeah, I must have been blind to choose him. Now I can't change my advisor, and I don't dare offend him, or I won't be able to graduate." Chen Jingming sighed helplessly, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Zhou Quan comforted him. "Jingming, just bear with it a little longer, it will pass soon." Chen Jingming nodded and smiled helplessly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to them and asked, "By the way, how have you guys been lately?" Chen Jingming knew that Zhou Quan had started a business and was managing a restaurant, while Zhong Zixing went directly to work for a technology company. Upon hearing this question, a smug smile immediately appeared on Zhou Quan's face. He replied excitedly, "Brother Jingming, I'm so happy. I'm managing a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza now, and business is booming. My boss is really great too. He lets me split the profits 30-70 with him, and I also get a guaranteed base salary of 20,000 yuan." Zhou Quan glanced at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian sat to the side, focused on eating his barbecue, while also chatting with his wife on his phone. "Li Mingyao, honey, when are you coming back?" Lin Xian, "Wait a little longer, baby, be good. Is your boss any better than mine? My boss at Jinwan Technology Company Limited promoted me directly to our D manager and paid me a yearly salary." Zhong Zixing glanced at Lin Xian smugly and said defiantly. He secretly rejoiced that he had found the right job. Working under such a capable and insightful boss, his future was bright. "Then mine is definitely better." Zhou Quan naturally wouldn't back down and immediately responded. He firmly believed that he had made the right choice. Lin Xian had not only given him an opportunity, but also helped him grow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xian with gratitude. "Hello, my boss," Zhong Zixing retorted without hesitation. He knew that his current position was hard-won, and Lin Xian was the benefactor who gave him the opportunity. "Who is your boss?" Chen Jingming asked with a puzzled look. "My boss is Brother Xian," the two answered in unison. Their eyes revealed their admiration and respect for Lin Xian. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Jingming was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Zhou Quan and Zhong Zixing exchanged a glance and blinked. "Which Brother Xian are you referring to?" Zhong Zixing asked first, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. "It's Lin Xian. Could it be that you are also—" Zhou Quan opened his mouth wide in surprise, looking at Zhong Zixing in disbelief. "What are you two arguing about?" Just then, Lin Xian put down his phone and looked at them with a smile. "Good heavens, so your boss is the same person, Lin Xian." Chen Jingming suddenly realized, finally understanding. "Huh? Brother Xian, why didn't you tell me?" Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked. "You didn't ask either," Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Haha, so Zhou Quan is working for you too." Zhong Zixing couldn't help but laugh, his laughter revealing a hint of surprise and delight. "Brother Xian, when will you take me under your wing?" "Don't be biased," Chen Jingming said enviously from the side, his eyes shining with longing. "Let's talk about it after you graduate with your master's degree," Lin Xian teased with a smile. "It'll take a long time," Chen Jingming said helplessly. On the other side, Li Mingyao was quietly watching a drama at home, munching on some snacks. She checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Why hadn't her husband come home yet? Just as Li Mingyao was about to call Lin Xian, she suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. "My husband is back." Overjoyed, she immediately put down her snacks, stood up, and hurried toward the door. Yu also quickly got up and hurried to the door. "Honey, I'm home." "Welcome home." Li Mingyao's face lit up with a bright smile. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Xian tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from him. "Why aren't you asleep so late?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "Waiting for you to sleep together," Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. "Then honey, you go back to bed and lie down. I'll give you a massage after I take a shower." After saying that, he gently took Li Mingyao's hand, and they walked together towards the bedroom. As Li Mingyao walked, she couldn't help but think to herself, "My husband can give massages?" Chapter 97. What day is it today? After carefully placing Li Mingyao on the bed, Lin Xian immediately turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Li Mingyao was still wondering, is my husband's massage legitimate? Thinking of this, a shy blush immediately spread across her delicate face. While Li Mingyao was still lost in thought, Lin Xian had already finished showering and came out of the bathroom. He gently climbed into bed, embraced Li Mingyao, and asked with a tender smile, "Wife, what's wrong? Your cheeks are so rosy, like a ripe apple." "And nothing," Li Mingyao replied softly, her head slightly lowered. Lin Xian looked at his wife's shy expression, but he didn't know what she was shy about. "Come on, let your husband give you a massage." Lin Xian sat up and gently stroked Li Mingyao's shoulders, his voice full of tenderness and care. Proper massage for pregnant women does indeed have many benefits, such as relieving physical fatigue, improving sleep quality, and reducing anxiety and tension. Of course, for pregnant women who are less than 3 months pregnant, massage should be avoided as the fetus is not yet stable, so as not to cause unnecessary harm to the fetus. My wife is now more than 4 months pregnant, and it's okay to get a massage during the second trimester. How do you plan to give the massage? Li Mingyao asked. Wife, lie down first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian possessed top-tier massage skills granted by the system. He skillfully used the index, middle, and ring fingers of both hands to gently slide and press along Li Mingyao's forehead, starting from the center of her eyebrows. Then I gently pressed her temples with the pad of my thumb. The movement was gentle and just right. Wife, is this pressure appropriate? Lin Xian asked softly. So comfortable, Li Mingyao closed her eyes, immersed in this comfort, her face beaming with a happy smile. After finishing the head massage, Lin Xian then prepared to massage his wife's back. Honey, lie down on your side now. I'm going to start massaging your back, Lin Xian said gently. Okay, Li Mingyao obediently lay down on her side. Lin Xian gently pressed and kneaded Li Mingyao's back muscles, massaging from her waist upwards to her shoulders. while carefully avoiding the middle of her waist. He knew that stimulating this area could have adverse effects on the baby in his womb. Throughout the massage, Lin Xian remained highly focused and attentive, ensuring that every movement made his wife feel comfortable and relaxed. After the massage, Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms, preparing to drift off to sleep together. However, Li Mengyao looked up, a mischievous smile on her lips, and asked softly, "Honey, where did you learn your massage skills?" Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, "I've been learning it outside recently." Li Mengyao blinked and continued to press. "Outside? Where is outside? Is it those places you often go to?" As she spoke, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a sly glint in them, as if she were deliberately teasing Lin Xian. In truth, Li Mengyao knew perfectly well that her husband would never go to such disreputable places. She was just using this opportunity to tease him a little. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately became nervous and quickly explained, "No way. I learned from reputable professional massage institutions outside." Seeing Lin Xian's flustered appearance, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I'm just asking. Honey, what's the panic?" "Ha ha." Lin Xian then realized that he had been teased by his wife. Lin Xian's eyes were full of tenderness and consideration. "It's already very late. Let's go to sleep. Okay?" Considering it was late, he didn't want his wife to stay up late, as it might affect the baby's health. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. She understood her husband's worries and concerns, and her heart was filled with gratitude. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the morning of the next day. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Li Mengyao in his arms, blinking her beautiful eyes, gazing at him quietly. "Honey, you're awake?" Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile. Lin Xian smiled slightly and asked with concern, "Wife, why did you wake up so early today?" Li Mengyao smiled slightly and replied, "Honey, do you know what day it is today?" Lin Xian deliberately feigned ignorance and asked in confusion, "Huh? What day is it today?" "You stinky husband." Li Mengyao frowned, raised her little pink fist, and unleashed a flurry of punches at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her with doting eyes and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, of course I know. Today is a special day. It's my darling's birthday." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and pouted coquettishly, saying, "Humph, you actually know that." Lin Xian reached out and held Li Mengyao's small hand, then pulled her tightly into his arms, smiling gently. "How could I not know? Happy birthday, my darling." Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy, and the corners of her mouth turned up. "Then is there a gift?" Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Of course, your husband has already prepared it." "Really? Where is it?" Li Mengyao asked excitedly, eager to see her birthday present. Lin Xian smiled slightly. "It's right outside." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, happily got out of bed, left the bedroom, and went to the living room to look for the gift. However, after looking around, she found no trace of any gifts in the living room. Only Yu Yu raised her head, looking at her with a blank and innocent expression. "There's nothing there." She pouted in disappointment, sullenly walked back to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Lin Xian, and didn't say a word. Lin Xian burst into laughter upon seeing this. "Honey, I wasn't talking about outside the room. I was talking about outside the house." Li Mengyao blinked, her face full of confusion. "Outside the house." Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, "Okay, after we finish breakfast, I'll take you to see your birthday present." Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. Okay. Chapter 98, The Mysterious Musician. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up and started washing up. After finishing breakfast, the two left home together. They walked hand in hand to the ground floor of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, "Honey, aren't we going to drive there?" Normally, they would go directly to the underground parking lot to drive out, but this time Lin Xian did not take her to the parking lot. Instead, he took her hand and led her to the main gate of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian smiled slightly and explained, "We'll take a taxi today." After saying that, he opened his phone and called a ride-hailing car. Soon, a white ride-hailing car drove up and stopped in front of them. Lin Xian opened the car door and let Li Mingyao get in first. Then he got in himself. The ride-hailing car then slowly drove towards its destination. Along the way, Li Mingyao kept asking Lin Xian where he was taking her, but Lin Xian just smiled and shook his head, refusing to reveal a single word. After a while, the car finally arrived at its destination, a luxury car dealership. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao out of the car, arrived at the Bentley 4S store, and went inside. Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed the number of Lin Ruoshi, the saleswoman who had served him yesterday. "Hello, this is Mr. Lin, who bought a Bentley Continental yesterday. We've arrived now." "Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Ruoshi said. Lin Ruoshi looked in the mirror in her office. She had dressed up specially today, put on exquisite makeup, and chosen a beautiful outfit, hoping to leave a good impression on Lin Xian. After all, there are very few young, handsome, and generous guys like Lin Xian anymore, so I have to seize the opportunity. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Xian standing in the store with a girl in his hand. The girl was very pure and sweet-looking, wearing a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, fair skin like snow, and a pair of clear and bright eyes that seemed to speak. Lin Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. Did he already have a girlfriend? "Mr. Lin, hello?" "And this is..." Lin Ruoshi greeted Lin Xian with a smile and asked politely. "Oh, this is my wife," Lin Xian introduced with a smile. His eyes were full of tenderness and love as he held hands tightly with the woman beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's heart sank to the bottom. She had still held on to a sliver of hope, but now it seemed she had absolutely no chance. "Hello? Could you please take us to pick up our car?" Lin Xian asked, looking at Lin Ruoshi, who was standing there blankly. He was a little confused. "Okay, please follow me." Lin Ruoshi snapped out of her daze, forced a smile, and turned to lead the way. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly and walked behind her. "Honey, why did you buy another car?" Li Mingyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she asked curiously. "I'll get you a new car. I'm sure you'll love it, honey." Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing a doting smile. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao arrived at the car delivery site. Li Mingyao's gaze was immediately drawn to the blue Bentley Continental, and her eyes brightened. The car's body lines were smooth and elegant, and its unique brewer blue color was like a dazzling sapphire, radiating a captivating luster. Under the sunlight, it looked exceptionally dazzling. Its front design is exquisite and imposing, with the iconic Bentley grille and sharp headlights making it instantly recognizable. The wheel hub design is simple and elegant, yet still retains its individuality. The rear design is equally exquisite, with rounded lines that complement the overall style. The exhaust pipe has a unique design and exudes a luxurious feel. The entire car was as perfect as a work of art. Surrounded by flowers and balloons, it was like a dazzling pearl, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Xian took a delicate blue Bentley key from Lin Shira and gently placed it in Li Mingyao's palm. "Honey, this blue Bentley Continental GT is your birthday present," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Thank you, husband." Li Mingyao reached out her small hands and hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Li Mingyao carefully opened the car door, and a faint leather scent wafted from inside. She carefully examined every detail inside the car, her heart filled with joy. Then Lin Xian, holding a bouquet of blue tulips, walked towards Li Mingyao with a smile and handed her the flowers. Li Mingyao accepted the flowers and gave a sweet smile. Just then, a staff member gently pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Finally, Li Mingyao and Lin Xian boarded the Bentley Continental together, and Li Mingyao drove the car slowly out of the 4S store. Along the way, sunlight streamed through the car windows, creating streaks of golden light. A gentle breeze blows, bringing fresh air. Li Mingyao happily hummed a song, while Lin Xian sat quietly in the passenger seat, admiring her beautiful profile. Soon, the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mingyao parked her car steadily next to the Xiaomi SU7. She glanced at the two cars, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Which of these two cars should I drive?" she murmured to herself. Lin Xian seemed to see through Li Mingyao's thoughts and smiled. "You can drive whichever car you want," as long as you're happy. Hmm. Li Mingyao took Lin Xian's hand and left the parking lot with him. Upon returning home, Lin Xian immediately busied himself preparing a sumptuous lunch for Li Mingyao. After lunch, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Because Li Mingyao got up early in the morning, she fell asleep quickly after lying in bed. Time quickly came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xian gently woke Li Mingyao. "Wife, wake up, you can't sleep for too long." "What time is it now?" Li Mingyao asked sleepily. "It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "I slept for so long." Li Mingyao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly sat up in bed. "Honey, let's go to another concert tonight," Lin Xian suggested gently. "Okay," Li Mingyao readily agreed, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. As night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Then, they drove their brand-new Bentley Continental towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xian first led Li Mingyao to a seat in the center of the front row and carefully adjusted the seat angle for her. Then he told Li Mingyao that he was going to the restroom and would be back soon. Li Mingyao sat there quietly, looking forward to the start of the performance. "Have you heard? The piano performance this time is by a mysterious musician." "Yes, the publicity says he's a music master." "I can't wait." The audience behind started whispering among themselves. Just then, the spotlights on the stage suddenly turned on, shining brightly. To her surprise, Lin Xian, dressed in a black suit, sat elegantly in front of a magnificent piano, gazing at her with deep affection, a warm smile playing on his lips. Chapter 99 Happy Birthday. Li Mingyao's heart raced, and a shy blush rose on her face. Her gaze was drawn to Lin Xian as if by a magnet, unable to look away. His handsome appearance and charming demeanor deeply attracted her, making her heart race. She never imagined that Lin Xian would appear before her in such a unique way, which surprised and delighted her. However, the audience didn't see it that way. They were disappointed and angry when the mysterious musician they had been waiting for turned out to be a young man. Why is there a young man on stage? Wasn't there supposed to be a mystery musician? Can he play the piano? I feel like I've been scammed. Isn't he just a gigolo? Refund. These questions and condemnations rose one after another, and the scene was once out of control. However, there was one exception in the audience, who was looking at Lin Xian on the stage with anticipation. This person is Su Muyang, who used to play guitar at Jinghai University. He just happened to be here to listen to the concert today. Faced with the dissatisfaction and doubts of the audience, Lin Xian did not get angry or flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile. Just then, Lin Xian's fingers lightly touched the piano keys, and the crisp notes, like nimble little elves, danced in the air. Immediately afterwards, a series of smooth and beautiful melodies began to play, like heavenly music, lingering throughout the entire theater. The audience, who had been making a ruckus just moments before, fell silent instantly, captivated by the beautiful music. As Lin Xian's fingers gently touched the piano keys, melodious music began to play, flowing like a clear spring and lingering throughout the entire theater. Lin Xian played classic pieces such as Wedding in a Dream, Starry Night, and Romance d'Amour. Each song was captivating, and Li Mingyao felt Lin Xian's deep affection for her. She sat quietly in the audience, her eyes moist, tears welling up in them. At the same time, she was immersed in the beautiful melody and felt Lin Xian's love for her. As the last note faded, the entire theater fell silent. A thunderous applause erupted. The audience stood up and gave Lin Xian a warm round of applause and cheers. Their faces beamed with admiration and respect, and their initial dissatisfaction vanished. After the applause subsided, Lin Xian stood up and bowed to everyone in respect. "Thank you all so much for coming to my concert. The main purpose of this concert is to give my wife a special performance." His voice was deep and magnetic, and his eyes were fixed firmly on the audience below the stage. After saying this, he slowly pointed to his wife Li Mingyao, who was sitting in the front row. At this moment, Li Mingyao was already moved to tears. She stood up excitedly, covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes were full of happiness and surprise. She then ran up to the stage and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, softly stroking her hair and gently wiping away the tears on her face. "Today is my wife's birthday, so I have one last song to dedicate to her," Lin Xian said affectionately. He took Li Mengyao's small hand and slowly walked to the piano seat, letting her sit down first, and then he sat down next to her. The two clung to each other, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he gently touched the piano keys, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Then, he began to play a cheerful and beautiful song, "Happy Birthday." Accompanied by beautiful musical notes, he softly sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The audience was touched by the warm atmosphere and joined in the singing. Their singing voices converged into a warm torrent, permeating the entire space. "Happy birthday to you." This lyric conveys best wishes to everyone. Li Mengyao leaned quietly against Lin Xian, feeling the joy and emotion brought by the music. She closed her eyes and listened to the melodious tune, as if she were in a dreamlike world. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. As the concert came to an end, the audience members rose from their seats, their faces beaming with satisfaction and joy. "Wow, this concert is amazing," someone exclaimed. "Yeah, I think the tickets were totally worth it. The music was amazing," another person chimed in. "That performer is so young, but his piano skills are so high. It's truly amazing," someone exclaimed. "He's simply a musical genius," someone exclaimed excitedly. And that final, heartfelt confession, his wife must be so happy. Everyone was talking about it with envy. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the concert hall hand in hand, both wearing happy smiles. They arrived at the parking lot of the Jinghai Grand Theater. Lin Xian gentlemanly opened the door of the Bentley and invited Li Mengyao to sit in the passenger seat. Then, he went around to the driver's side, got in the car, and prepared to start the engine. "Wife, why haven't you said a word the whole way?" Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's silence and asked with concern. "Husband, you're so good to me." Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she choked out. "I'm your husband. Of course I'll treat you well," Lin Xian said gently, then gently hugged Li Mengyao. He smiled, his eyes filled with love and doting. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, as if they contained endless emotions. She leaned forward and offered her soft, pink lips. "Happy birthday, Yao Yao." It's unclear how long the kiss lasted, but Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and then pressed her head against his chest. "Go home," Li Mengyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. "Okay." Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the passenger seat and then helped her fasten her seatbelt. He then started the car, left the Jinghai Grand Theater, and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at their front door. The moment Li Mengyao opened the door, a surprise occurred. Slap, slap. "Happy birthday." Two loud bangs were heard, followed by a shower of colorful ribbons, and Li Mengyao's eyes were instantly filled with dazzling light. It turned out that Chun Man and Yang Lin were setting off birthday firecrackers on both sides. Behind the two, Lu Yusin held a large birthday cake and smiled at Li Mengyao. "Happy birthday, Yao Yao," Lu Yusin said with a smile. "You guys," Li Mengyao covered her mouth, too surprised to speak. "This was all your husband's idea. Don't just stand there, come in." Chin Man pulled Li Mengyao into the house. The room was filled with colorful balloons, like a group of cheerful elves dancing in the air, and the dazzling lights, like twinkling stars, illuminated every happy corner. Everyone sat around the dining table. Lin Xian lit the candles on the cake and then turned off the lights. Li Mengyao clenched her hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and prepared to make a wish on her birthday cake. In the candlelight, her beautiful face looked especially captivating. Lin Xian gazed at her quietly, his heart filled with happiness. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you," Lu Yusin sang first. Then everyone joined in singing along. The singing echoed in the room, warm and touching. Li Mengyao opened her eyes, which were glistening with tears. "Thank you, everyone. I'm really happy." Then she blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness. However, a warm and happy atmosphere permeated the darkness. Lin Xian then turned on the lights in the room, took out a cake knife, and prepared to work on the poor birthday cake. Before long, a large birthday cake was cut into pieces and distributed to everyone. Li Mingyao and her sisters also came to the living room, where they watched TV and enjoyed the delicious cake. Lin Xian then returned to the kitchen and prepared some snacks for them. Yao Yao, here you go. This is your birthday present. Yang Lin handed a beautifully packaged gift box to Li Mingyao. And here's mine, Yao Yao's birthday present. Chen Man also handed over the gift she had prepared. This is mine. Lu Yusin smiled slightly and presented the gift to Li Mingyao. Thank you. Li Mingyao accepted the 3 gifts, carefully placed them aside, and then continued chatting happily with her sisters. That evening, after seeing off her 3 best friends, Li Mingyao returned to the living room and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Honey, I'm so happy today. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had, Li Mingyao said with a beaming smile. Yes, as long as you're happy. Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly. By the way, honey, what did you wish for just now? Lin Xian asked curiously. Hee, I won't tell you, it won't work if I do. Li Mingyao replied playfully, her face beaming with a happy smile. I'm going to take a shower now, Li Mingyao said softly. Then she gently broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, kissed him on the cheek, and floated towards the bathroom like a light butterfly. Lin Xian watched her departing figure, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. In fact, Lin Xian could roughly guess it. Li Mingyao's wish is to be happy with Lin Xian forever. After taking a shower, Li Mingyao exuded a faint fragrance, like a blooming flower. Lin Xian then went into the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, Li Mingyao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, unpacking the gifts her sisters had given her one by one. Li Mingyao first opened Yang Lin and Chen Man's gifts, which contained 2 exquisite and adorable little gifts. She happily took them out to admire them and placed them in the living room as decorations. Then, when her gaze fell on the gift Lu Yusin had given her, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. From the outside, it looks like a piece of clothing. So, she carefully tore open the packaging, and upon opening it, her face instantly turned bright red. She quickly took out her phone, opened the chat window with Lu Yusin, and wrote, "You stinky Yusin, what is this?" Lu Yusin replied, "Haha, I just sent you an ordinary piece of clothing." Li Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "Ordinary clothes?" Lu Yusin laughed mischievously. "Yao Yao, that's all I can do for you. I have to go to work tomorrow, bye-bye." Li Mingyao looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes filled with a firm determination as if she had made a decision, and then she quickly walked back to the bedroom. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked into the living room while drying her hair. However, he did not see his wife, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. So he went to the bedroom, gently pushed open the door, and found it was pitch black inside. "Wife, why aren't the lights on?" Lin Xian asked softly. Just as he was about to reach for the light switch, Li Mingyao suddenly spoke up from the darkness, stopping him. "Honey, don't turn on the light." "Huh? What?" Lin Xian asked, looking completely confused. "There's no reason. Honey, just come up here." Li Mingyao's voice was shy and nervous, making people feel affection for her. Lin Xian slowly walked into the bedroom, her steps light and careful. In the dim light of the night, he saw that Li Mingyao was wrapped tightly in the quilt, with only her cute little face showing, like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Xian gently climbed onto the bed and slowly lifted the covers. When he finally saw the scene before him clearly, he was completely stunned. "Wife, what are you doing?" Lin Xian was about to continue speaking when Li Mingyao reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, pressing her cherry lips against his. Chapter 101 Husband Hugs. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains and onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mingyao's beautiful face. She was nestled in his arms, a happy smile on her lips. At this moment, Li Mingyao used Lin Xian's arm as a pillow and hugged it tightly. Time passed by, and after about an hour, Li Mingyao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her charming eyes slowly opened. "Wife, are you awake?" Lin Xian gazed at Li Mingyao affectionately and asked softly. Li Mingyao raised her small hand and gently rubbed her eyes. After a while, once Li Mingyao had recovered, she blinked her big eyes and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I'm hungry. Lin Xian said gently, I'll go prepare breakfast now. After saying that, he quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed, and left the bedroom. Just as Lin Xian was making a delicious breakfast for Li Mengyao, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for giving the baby's mother an unforgettable birthday. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, plus a 3x bonus, for a total reward of 12 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. We have detected that you have purchased a new car for the baby's mother. For the safety of the babies, the system will once again load a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with futuristic technology for you free of charge. Congratulations, host, on successfully loading the Bentley Continental with a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system based on future technology. Just like the previous Xiaomi SU7, the host will not need to drive manually. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Not only did they send another sum of money, but they also perfectly integrated a gasoline car with intelligent driving. It was simply amazing. With that, he felt more at ease knowing his wife was driving. Lin Xian became happier and happier as he thought about it, so he sped up the preparation of breakfast. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared delicious sweet potato and millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and fragrant vegetable buns. After setting breakfast on the dining table, Lin Xian went into the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and found Li Mengyao lying back on the bed, smiling as she played on her phone. Honey, get up and wash up. It's time for breakfast. Lin Xian said softly as he walked to Li Mengyao's side. I've already washed up, but I still feel so tired. Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes and pouted. Then what should we do? Lin Xian asked with eyes full of affection. Hug me. Honey, Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and said in a coquettish tone. Okay. Lin Xian smiled happily, gently holding Li Mengyao in his arms like a little princess, and slowly walked towards the restaurant. Then, the two of them happily enjoyed a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian was in charge of clearing away the dishes, while Li Mengyao started playing with the kittens using a cat toy. So Yu ran left and right, panting heavily, then lay down on the ground with its little tongue sticking out. No matter how you teased it, it wouldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Li Mengyao smiled and shook her head, then took out a can of cat food and placed it in front of Yu as a reward. Then, she took a book from the study, lay down leisurely on the comfortable sofa, and quietly enjoyed her reading time. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen and sat down next to Li Mengyao. Just then, his cell phone rang again in his pocket. Is this Mr. Lin? A deep and steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, that's me. And who are you? Lin Xian replied calmly. Oh, I'm the chief engineer in charge of the renovation of apartment A1201 in Times Garden. Your apartment is now fully renovated, and you can come over for inspection at any time. If you are not satisfied with anything, please feel free to contact me. The voice on the other end of the phone replied. Okay, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Lin Xian hung up the phone. Honey, who called? Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned closer. It's from the renovation company. They said our renovation at Times Garden in Jingshui City is finished, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Really? Can we go back and take a look? Li Mengyao's face was full of anticipation. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently hugged her, and then kissed her luscious lips. Wife, not yet. Li Mengyao was somewhat confused and infatuated by the kiss, but she still let out a soft moan and asked indignantly, Why? Lin Xian patiently explained. Because the house has just been renovated, there is still a lot of formaldehyde inside that hasn't completely dissipated. If we move in now, it will be harmful to our health, especially since you are pregnant. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. Then how long will it take before we can check in? Lin Xian smiled and said, Generally, it takes 3 to 6 months, but I can have them hire a professional formaldehyde removal company to help with it. That should speed things up, and it should be done in a month. Or how about we wait until September to go back to Jingshui City? Okay, Li Mengyao immediately cheered up again, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 102 Preparing Qixi Festival Gifts. Around noon, Lin Xian brought the chicken soup he had carefully prepared to the table, and its aroma filled the air. Wife, try it. He looked tenderly at Li Mingyao sitting at the dining table. Li Mingyao took the bowl, gently blew away the steam from the soup, and then carefully took a bite. Instantly, a rich aroma filled her mouth, making her smile with satisfaction. Delicious. After lunch, the two returned to their bedroom. That's when technician Lin comes online. With his top-notch massage skills, Lin Xian gave Li Mingyao another comfortable massage. Li Mingyao lay quietly on the bed, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed the moment. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. As afternoon approached, Lin Xian, as usual, sat in front of the Steinway piano with Li Mingyao in his arms and played beautiful music with both hands. The musical notes leaped and danced in the air like sprites, captivating the listener. Meanwhile, the Jinghai Piano Association is holding an important meeting. In a spacious and bright conference room, a group of well-dressed and focused people sat together. A large-screen TV was placed on the stage, playing a video of Lin Xian playing the piano at the Jinghai Grand Theater. The entire conference room was filled with a rich artistic atmosphere, and everyone was immersed in the beautiful and moving melody, completely captivated and unable to extricate themselves. When the video ended, the conference room fell silent. Deep shock and admiration were evident on everyone's face. After a moment, He Ziyuan broke the silence, smiling as he asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone came to their senses and began to express their opinions all at once. "This is simply heavenly music. I have never heard such beautiful piano music. This young man's playing skills have reached a master level. His piano skills are among the best in the country. Such a musical genius is truly one in a million." Everyone spoke highly of Lin Xian, praising him highly. Hearing these words of praise, He Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, Lin Xian was a talent he had discovered. "It was by chance that I met such a musical genius," he said with a smile. "Since we have such a gifted talent, we must not miss out on him," someone suggested. "We should recruit him into our piano association as soon as possible." "Yes, if we don't hurry, associations from other regions might beat us to it," another person chimed in. However, He Ziyuan frowned and sighed. "I really want to recruit him, but I'm afraid he himself won't want to join," he said worriedly. He had to use a lot of persuasion to convince Lin Xian to hold a piano recital. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay together on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the shimmering waves on the river and the pleasant breeze. Li Mingyao curled up in Lin Xian's arms like a docile kitten, sometimes playing with her phone, sometimes quietly reading a book. This was her favorite way to spend time. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was immersed in his wife's alluring fragrance, gazing at the distant river, pondering to himself. The day after tomorrow is the Qixi festival in the lunar calendar. What kind of gift should I give my wife? Suddenly, he remembered that his wife really liked to take pictures of beautiful scenery with her phone, so Lin Xian had an idea. Li Mingyao was also pondering what kind of gift she should prepare for her husband for the Qixi festival, Chinese Valentine's Day, the day after tomorrow. Should I give myself to him? It seems like I already did yesterday. Thinking of this, Li Mingyao's delicate face instantly turned crimson. So she shook her head, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Xian's love for Jay Chou's songs when he played the piano, and an idea immediately came to her mind. "Husband," Li Mingyao called softly, raising her head and blinking her elegant eyes gently. What's wrong?" Lin Xian lowered his head and smiled at Li Mingyao. "It's nothing, I just wanted to call you." Li Mingyao playfully stuck out her tongue, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Lin Xian continued to hold Li Mingyao, his thoughts drifting far away as he pondered which camera would be most suitable for his wife. The Leica Q2 or the Sony A7R4 and the Nikon Z7 II seems pretty good too. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a sweet voice calling out again, "Husband." The voice carried a hint of playfulness and slyness, making Lin Xian unable to help but laugh. He lowered his head, revealing his signature gentle smile, and asked softly, "What is it now?" Li Mingyao blinked and said with a grin, "It's nothing, However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Xian captured her lips with his. Seeing his wife being so mischievous and adorable, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't indulge her. Chapter 103 Happy Qixi Festival. The day after tomorrow is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which is also the Qixi festival. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao registered their marriage on July 7th of the Gregorian calendar, which meant they had 2 special holidays. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking at Li Mingyao sleeping peacefully in his arms, a happy smile spreading across his face. He carefully climbed out of bed, careful not to wake her. Then he took out a beautiful gift from the cabinet beside him. This gift was a special Qixi festival present he prepared for Li Mingyao, a Nikon Z7 II camera. This camera features a high-resolution, full-frame mirrorless design, delivering excellent image quality and autofocus performance. At the same time, its lightweight and portable design makes it very suitable for girls. The price isn't expensive, around 30,000. Lin Xian gently placed the Nikon Z7 II on the bedside table and left a handwritten note. He then quietly left the room and began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for his wife. Lin Xian walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he immediately saw a record on the piano shelf. Curious, he walked closer and discovered that it was Jay Chou's latest album, The Greatest Work, with Jay Chou's autograph on it. He picked up the record and examined it closely, only to find a note underneath. Happy Qixi Festival, you naughty husband. Li Mingyao also attached a heart drawn by herself. Lin Xian smiled slightly upon seeing this, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. On the other side, Li Mingyao also vaguely opened her beautiful eyes. After staring blankly on the bed for a while, she immediately noticed an exquisite camera on the bedside table. This surprised and delighted her, because Li Mingyao had always loved photography, but since a good camera was expensive, she could only use her mobile phone to record the beautiful moments in her life. Now, with this Nikon camera, she can better capture those beautiful landscapes and precious moments. Li Mingyao blinked happily and picked up the Nikon camera, fiddling with it in her hands. She carefully opened the lens cap, adjusted the focus and aperture, and felt the tacit understanding between her fingers and the shutter. Every time I press the shutter, it's like creating a new world. She was so engrossed in this world of creativity and art that she lost track of time. After fiddling with it for a while, Li Mingyao noticed another note on the bedside table. Curious, she reached out her little hand to take a look and discovered that it was left behind by her wicked husband. Happy Qixi Festival, my darling. Love, your husband. A kissing emoji followed. Li Mingyao looked at the note and smiled sweetly. Why does my husband always want to kiss me? Just then, Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mingyao sitting upright on the bed, looking at him with a smile. Lin Xian walked over happily, sat down next to Li Mingyao, and asked softly, Wife, you're awake. Li Mingyao nodded and smiled, replying, Yes, thank you for the gift, husband. I love it. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Xian tightly and gently placed a sweet kiss on his left cheek. Feeling the warmth, Lin Xian smiled slightly and teased, I also really like my wife's gift. Is that all? Li Mingyao smiled shyly, then planted another kiss on Lin Xian's right cheek and said gently, And another one, so it's symmetrical. A touch of playfulness and cuteness appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, Since that's the case, my wife has kissed me enough. Shouldn't it be my turn now? Before he could finish speaking, he eagerly moved closer to Li Mingyao's delicate lips, attempting to kiss her. No, I'm going to wash up. Li Mingyao nimbly dodged away, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with his mischievous wife. He could only obediently return to the kitchen and place the carefully prepared breakfast on the table. Not long after, Li Mingyao finished washing up and slowly walked to the dining room, where the two began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Honey, let's go to Jinghai Disneyland later, Lin Xian said softly with a smile on his lips. Hearing this, Li Mingyao's face lit up with a bright smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Okay. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they went back to the bedroom to change their clothes. Li Mingyao turned around and began changing her clothes with her back to Lin Xian. Although she was still a little shy, she thought that he had already seen everything he needed to see, so she stopped worrying about it. After all, she simply couldn't stop her husband who always acted like a scoundrel. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly changed into a handsome outfit, then sat quietly on the edge of the bed, admiring his wife's carefully dressed appearance. Before long, Li Mingyao had finished her makeup. Her makeup was very light and elegant, yet exquisite. This made her, who was already naturally beautiful, even more graceful and pure. Afterwards, Li Mingyao changed into an apricot-colored floral maternity dress. The dress was both stylish and comfortable, making it very suitable for pregnant women. Next, she put on a sun-protective shirt, which not only served as sun protection but also added a sense of layering to her overall look. Finally, Li Mingyao put on a cute little hat, which added a touch of playfulness to the whole outfit. She turned around in front of the mirror, looked at herself, and smiled with satisfaction. Li Mingyao now looks fresh, charming, and beautiful as a painting. Honey, let's go. Once everything was ready, Li Mingyao took Lin Xian's arm, and they walked out of the house together. The two arrived at the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao into the passenger seat, and then walked to the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental and sat down. Honey, this Bentley Continental can now be driven autonomously, Lin Xian said with a smile. Huh? Isn't it an oil tanker? Li Mingyao tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. It was just upgraded recently, honey. Now you can drive just like you did with your old Xiaomi SU7. No need for manual driving, Lin Xian said. Okay. Li Mingyao thought it was very convenient and stopped thinking about why a gasoline car could be driven intelligently. So Lin Xian started the car, activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving mode, and the Bentley Continental began to automatically drive towards Jinghai Disneyland. Chapter 104 I Feel Like a Princess. Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Disneyland. Lin Xian got out of the car first, and as he was about to help his wife from the passenger seat, Li Mingyao's cute little head popped out first. She blinked happily, a hint of joy flashing across her face. A giant Mickey Mouse sculpture greeted each visitor with a beaming smile. Surrounded by ornate archways and fluttering ribbons, the dreamlike castle's spires shimmered with a mysterious light under the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling crowd was filled with happy smiles, and adorable cartoon characters danced joyfully at the entrance, warmly inviting people into this world full of wonders. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand, and together they followed the crowd into the world of Jinghai Disneyland. Because Li Mingyao had never been here before, she kept looking around and took pictures of anything she liked with the Nikon Z7 II camera that Lin Xian had given her. Following the Disney travel guide he found online, Lin Xian began to explore step by step. Li Mingyao is currently pregnant, so she cannot experience many of the more stimulating activities. So Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to the Disney Carousel attraction. This carousel has a relatively gentle motion, making it safer for pregnant women to ride without worry. The carousel at Jinghai Disneyland is a dazzling visual feast. The tall and ornate carousel shimmered with colorful lights. The carvings on the wooden horse are exquisite, with every detail showcasing ingenious craftsmanship. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao waited quietly in line at the back. Soon, it was their turn. Li Mingyao chose a pink rocking horse. Lin Xian helped Li Mingyao onto the rocking horse, carefully fastened her seatbelt, and then she grabbed the handrail and waited for it to start. Then Lin Xian sat on a white wooden horse next to Li Mingyao, like a prince on a white horse, smiling as he looked at Li Mingyao. As the music begins, the carousel slowly begins to turn, creating an atmosphere as if you've stepped into a dreamlike fairy tale world, captivating all who behold it. Wow, Li Mingyao exclaimed excitedly. It's so beautiful. I feel like a princess. She was as excited as a child, her face beaming with a happy smile. Honey, give me the Nikon camera. I'll take a picture of you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao replied with a smile, taking out a camera from her bag and handing it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the camera and adjusted the focus. As the rocking horse slowly turned, Li Mingyao's face lit up with a bright smile, an expression of pure happiness. Lin Xian pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment in his camera. After experiencing the carousel, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to Crystal Voyage. This is a place full of fantasy, making you feel as if you have entered a fairy tale world. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao boarded the Crystal Voyage cruise ship, embarking on a magical and dreamlike journey. The boats glided leisurely along the shimmering waterways, and the scenery on both banks unfolded like a series of magnificent paintings. The colorful lights and wonderful sound effects intertwined to create a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. As the ship slowly passed through the mysterious cave, colorful lights illuminated the entire space, making one feel as if they were in a magical world. Flowers blooming along the waterway emit a captivating fragrance, and a gentle breeze brings a touch of freshness and tranquility. Li Mingyao held Lin Xian in her arms, quietly appreciating the beautiful scenery before her. At noon, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to a restaurant in Disneyland Mickey's Good Friends Market for lunch. Lin Xian ordered their signature dishes: braised lamb shank, seafood laksa noodles, German sausage, and pineapple shrimp fried rice. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Li Mingyao was overjoyed and then happily enjoyed her meal. After lunch, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and strolled to the wonderful memory house. Upon entering the store, Li Mingyao was immediately drawn to the wide variety of merchandise. She excitedly pointed to the exquisite crystal ornament in front of her and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Then, she turned her head and saw the uniquely designed badges, her eyes lighting up. "This badge is so cute." Lin Xian smiled slightly as he looked at Li Mingyao's happy expression. He smiled and said, "Which one do you like? Your husband will buy it for you." In the end, the two chose a cute badge and pinned it on each other's clothes. After leaving the wonderful memory house, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao each had a cute badge on their clothes. They smiled at each other and continued strolling around Disneyland. As they walked, Lin Xian noticed that Li Mingyao's forehead was starting to sweat, and she looked tired. He asked gently, "Honey, are you tired?" Li Mingyao nodded gently and said, "It's a little hot." Lin Xian knew that the sun was strongest and the temperature was highest at noon, so he had booked a hotel in advance for his midday rest. So the two went to the hotel. "I'm so tired." Li Mingyao sighed contentedly as she lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian lay down beside her, hugged her tightly, and said with a smile, "Wife, it will be very hot this afternoon. Let's go out later." Li Mingyao nodded in agreement. So the two snuggled together and soon fell asleep. After the afternoon heat subsided, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao left the hotel to continue exploring Jinghai Disneyland. The two first visited the Alice in Wonderland maze, traversing a maze composed of fantastical sculptures such as hedges, stone walls, and giant flowers, and also encountered the magic cat and the little white rabbit. Afterwards, Lin Xian continued to take Li Mingyao to see Frozen, as if they had stepped into an ethereal, pure, and magical ice and snow world. After the visit, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went to the Old Vine Tree restaurant at Disneyland for dinner. They sat by the window, admiring the night view outside. Then, Li Mingyao looked at the siblings eating at the next table, and a warm smile appeared on her face. The younger brother said pitifully, "Sis, I want to eat some of yours too." The older sister firmly replied, "No, you didn't order it yourself just now." The younger brother said, looking aggrieved, "I'll only eat a little." The older sister replied somewhat helplessly, "Then you can't eat too much." Suddenly, my younger brother grabbed a hamburger and took a big bite, finishing more than half of it. My hamburger," the sister screamed. Seeing this, Li Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle. Then she touched her slightly protruding belly and wondered if her two future babies would be just as cute and mischievous. At 8 p.m., as night fell, a breathtaking fireworks show began at Jinghai Disneyland. Brilliant fireworks burst in the night sky, like dazzling flowers blooming in an instant, or like countless stars falling to earth, their colorful light illuminating the entire park. People looked up, their faces beaming with happiness and joy. "Husband," Li Mingyao called out, her voice drowned out by the noisy surroundings. But Lin Xian keenly caught her call. He lowered his head, looking at his beautiful and charming wife, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "What's wrong?" Just then, a huge firework shot into the sky, like a dazzling dragon soaring straight into the heavens. Li Mingyao reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, stood on tiptoe, and offered him a sweet kiss. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, but then responded to her enthusiasm, and the two were immersed in a sweet atmosphere. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge firework exploded in the air, like a fairy waving her colorful sleeves and scattering countless gorgeous petals. It also illuminated the figures of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao embracing and kissing. Chapter 105 Honorary President. Time flies like an arrow, and soon the annual Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival or July 15th Festival, will arrive. According to folk tradition, the gates of hell will be opened wide on this day, releasing all the ghosts so that the deceased ancestors can return home and reunite with their families. I remember back then, whenever the Ghost Festival approached, Lin Xian would always be too playful to go home. His mother, Zhang Shulan, would scare him by saying, "There will be many ghosts tonight." Furthermore, Lin Wanqing's instigation made young Lin Xian so afraid that he dared not step out of the house. Now that he's older, Lin Xian no longer believes it. Ghosts and such don't exist. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle breathing of his wife, Li Mingyao, in his arms. At this moment, she nestled tightly in Lin Xian's arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian gently placed a deep kiss on Li Mingyao's forehead, then carefully got out of bed. After washing up, Lin Xian went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian put his wife's portion in the warmer. Then, he left home and went to Jinwan Technology Company. An hour later, Li Mingyao also woke up from her sweet dream. She blinked her beautiful eyes in a daze, looking around with a hazy gaze. Seeing that her husband was no longer in bed, she felt a slight sense of loss, but she knew he had gone to the company. So she lay quietly on the bed for a while, enjoying the moment of peace and languor. Then, she slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Next, she went to the kitchen, opened the warming cabinet, and found a familiar loving breakfast inside. A happy smile spread across Li Mengyao's face as she sat down at the table, slowly savoring the delicious breakfast. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Lu Yusin making a video call. Li Mingyao was slightly taken aback, then clicked the answer button, and Lu Yusin's smiling face immediately appeared on the screen. "Yao, let's go out and play later," Lu Yusin said excitedly. Xian, don't you have to go to work?" Li Mingyao asked curiously. "What kind of work? I never want to work again in my life." Upon hearing the word work, Lu Yusin's face instantly fell, and she looked extremely unhappy. "Ha ha ha, Zun do fake do." Li Mingyao burst into laughter at Lu Yusin's expression. "Zun do, I'm on vacation today and don't want to discuss work. It's settled then. I'm going to take a nap and leave as soon as I wake up," Lu Yusin said, and then hung up the video call. After finishing breakfast, Li Mingyao sat down on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hand, and also picked up a cat toy to tease the cat. Time passed by, and about an hour later, she suddenly received a cute emoji from Lu Yusin, indicating that she had woken up and was ready to leave. Half an hour later, Li Mingyao finally finished dressing up. She looked at herself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the room. Before leaving, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian to let him know. Then, she opened the door and went out. Because Lu Yusin's car had recently broken down, Li Mingyao was responsible for driving her to pick her up this time. Li Mingyao walked up to the Bentley Continental, gently opened the car door, and climbed into the spacious and comfortable driver's seat. She then pressed the start button and activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system. With a slight rumble, the car slowly drove out of Jinwan Mansion and headed towards its destination. Not long after, Li Mingyao drove to the entrance of the residential area where Lu Yusin lived. Just then, Lu Yusin walked out of the entrance of the residential area. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yusin's eyes when she saw Li Mengyao's brand new convertible sports car. She excitedly walked quickly to the car, opened the passenger door, and plopped inside. "Wow, Yao, when did you buy such a beautiful convertible sports car?" Lu Yusin asked curiously. "This is a gift Lin Xian gave me for my birthday," Li Mingyao said with a smile. TSK, not bad. You've completely become a little rich woman now, huh? Lu Yusin teased. Don't talk nonsense. You're the rich woman. You're making me sound old. Where are we going now? Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lu Yusin and asked with a slight upturn of her lips. Let's go eat first. I haven't had breakfast yet. Lu Yusin stretched out her little hand and pointed ahead. Li Mingyao glanced at Lu Yusin speechlessly, then started the car and slowly drove forward. Yao Yao, don't you hold the steering wheel when you drive? Lu Yusin asked nervously, looking at Li Mingyao with her hands on her lap. No need. My car has intelligent driving capabilities, Li Mingyao said with a relaxed smile. How can a gasoline-powered car have intelligent driving capabilities? Meanwhile, Lin Xian happily returned home after handling some matters at the company. He had just opened the door when he was met not with a hug or a welcome from his wife. Hey, where's my wife? Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked into the living room, then went into the bedroom to look around, but no one was there. Strange, where did my wife go? Lin Xian scratched his head, then took out his phone and saw a message from Li Mingyao. Honey, Uxian and I went shopping. We'll be back this afternoon. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Well, my wife has been lured away by my best friend again. Looks like I'll have to deal with lunch by myself. With that, Lin Xian headed to the kitchen, intending to make something quick and easy to get by. Just as Lin Xian was having lunch, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Xian picked it up and saw that it showed a call from He Ziyuan. So he pressed the answer button. Brother Lin Xian, are you having lunch? He Ziyuan asked kindly on the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm eating right now. What's up, Mr. He? Lin Xian replied with a smile. That's really unfortunate. I was planning to invite you out for dinner. Do you have time tonight? He Ziyuan then asked. I have to have dinner with my wife tonight. But Mr. He, please just say what you need, Lin Xian replied. Ha ha. Actually, it's like this, He Ziyuan laughed heartily, then said. I would like to sincerely invite you to serve as the honorary president of our Jinghai City Piano Association. What do you think? Chapter 106 is not bad, Chairman Lin. Honorary president. Lin Xian never expected that He Ziyuan would so directly appoint him as the honorary president of Jinghai City. Yes, the honorary president does not need to be directly involved in the association's daily management. It's just a nominal position, and he only needs to show up occasionally. He Ziyuan smiled and explained, Of course, if you have some spare time, you can also give some guidance to the newlyweds. Why me? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. As a top-level pianist like yourself, you should naturally serve as the most honorary president. He Ziyuan replied with a smile. Moreover, it will provide more convenience in the music field after your child is born, won't it? After careful consideration, Lin Xian realized that He Ziyuan's words were indeed not without merit. After all, it's always beneficial to build a wider network of connections. It can be said that his relationship with Ho Chi Yuan was mutually beneficial. All right, I'm willing to accept the position of honorary president. Lin Xian finally nodded in agreement, but also emphasized. However, my focus is still on my family. If there is a conflict in my schedule, I will definitely prioritize family matters. Of course, He Ziyuan quickly expressed his understanding. Would it be convenient for you to come over this afternoon? Our piano association will be holding a grand appointment ceremony. I'm free this afternoon, Lin Xian replied. Okay, see you this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, He Ziyuan was overjoyed. He had finally managed to bring Lin Xian into his piano association. On the other side, Li Mingyao and Lu Yusin arrived at a restaurant, which was the legendary Xianming restaurant. Yao Yao, let me tell you, this Xianming restaurant is super popular in Jinghai City. I had to book several days in advance to successfully reserve a table. Lu Yusin excitedly grabbed Li Mingyao's hand and walked into Xianming restaurant with a look of anticipation on her face. The two found a comfortable seat, and after sitting down, Lu Yusin ordered her food. After the waiter left, Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile and stared at Li Mingyao, asking, Yao Yao, what do you think of the dress I gave you? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she said with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, How dare you ask? Ha. That night, you guys, Lu Yusin wanted to continue, but Li Mingyao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from speaking. Stop talking. Just then, a waiter came over and brought out all the dishes, which smelled enticing. The food is served. Please enjoy your meal. The two immediately put aside their previous topic and began to enjoy the delicious food while chatting happily. Wow, this is so delicious. It was totally worth the wait. Lu Yusin picked up a piece of tender and juicy meat, put it in her mouth, and savored it, nodding in satisfaction. This tastes a bit like your husband's cooking, but it's not as good as his. Lu Yusin had gained experience from frequently eating at her best friend's house. Upon hearing Lu Yusin's evaluation, Li Mingyao simply smiled slightly. This Xianming restaurant was opened by her husband. Just as the two were finishing their meal, Zhou Quan came out from backstage. He looked around, and his gaze landed on Li Mingyao. Sister-in-law? Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, then quickly walked to the front desk. He said to the receptionist, "Xiaoli, waive the fee for this table." The receptionist smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood. After giving his instructions, Zhou Quan walked happily to Li Mingyao's table and greeted her warmly. "Sister-in-law, what brings you to the restaurant today? Where's Brother Xian?" Zhou Quan asked curiously. Li Mingyao smiled and replied, "He should be eating at home. I'm having dinner with Yusin today. You've met her before." Zhou Quan was puzzled after hearing this. He turned to look at Lu Yusin and found her smiling at him. "Hello. I'm sorry I didn't see you just now." Zhou Quan blushed instantly and said shyly, "It's all right, are you eating here too?" Lu Yusin asked with a smile. "No, I'm the manager of this Xianming restaurant. Would you like anything else?" Zhou Quan asked with a smile. "Huh? You're the manager of this restaurant?" Lu Yusin asked, somewhat surprised. "Actually, this restaurant belongs to Lin Xian. I'm just managing it for him," Zhou Quan explained. Just then, a shout came from backstage. "Manager Zhou, I need to take care of that first. You guys continue enjoying your meal." With that, Zhou Quan turned and left. Watching Zhou Quan's departing figure, Lu Yusin said with some emotion, "Yao Yao, this restaurant is also Lin Xian's?" "Yes, but my husband doesn't manage it much. Zhou Quan does most of the work," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "So, what's your impression of him?" Li Mingyao suddenly asked. I don't really feel anything, but Zhou Quan is quite impressive for managing Xianming restaurants so well," Lu Yusin replied thoughtfully. After they finished eating, the two continued shopping in the mall. "Yao Yao, how's this dress?" "Ha ha. What kind of clothes are you looking for?" In the afternoon, after receiving his employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xian couldn't wait to return home. He pushed open the door, and before he could even put down the employment certificate in his hand, he was drawn in by a familiar fragrance. He knew it was Li Mingyao's unique fragrance, and a feeling of warmth and sweetness welled up in his heart. "Welcome home." Li Mingyao hugged Lin Xian and said softly, her voice full of warmth and love. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek and asked with concern, "Wife, you're back so soon? How was shopping today?" Li Mingyao squinted her eyes, enjoying her husband's kiss, and replied with a smile, "I'll be back after shopping this afternoon." Lin Xian nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room with his wife. "Honey, what's this?" Li Mingyao suddenly noticed that Lin Xian was holding a small red notebook and asked curiously, pointing at it. "This is an employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association," Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao took it and carefully opened it, immediately noticing a line of text on it. Effective immediately, the Jinghai Piano Association officially appoints Lin Xian as its honorary president. She couldn't help but show a surprised expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Not bad, Chairman Lin." After saying that, she stretched out her little hand and playfully lifted Lin Xian's chin, a smile on her lips. Lin Xian saw his wife so boldly teasing him. So he took the opportunity to put his arm around Li Mingyao's waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. Chapter 107, The Little Devil is Here. "Honey, the baby's hungry." Li Mingyao touched her slightly protruding belly and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I'll go prepare dinner now." Lin Xian smiled, stood up, and went into the kitchen to get busy. Evening arrived quickly. After dinner, the two sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony as usual, leisurely enjoying the night view of the river. Li Mingyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, playing on her phone while chatting with him. "Honey, I have a package that has arrived." Li Mingyao suddenly looked up and said to Lin Xian with a look of anticipation, "I have one too, honey. I'll go get it now. Lin Xian took the opportunity to kiss Li Mingyao again, then smiled and left the balcony. After Lin Xian left, Li Mingyao quickly returned to her room and took out the clothes she had bought with Lu Yusin that afternoon while shopping. She thought nervously, will this really scare my husband? He's so afraid of ghosts, and today is the ghost festival. He'll probably be frightened. Thinking of this, Li Mingyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind to change into that black short dress. On the other side, Lin Xian went downstairs to the express delivery locker at the front door, skillfully entered the pickup code, and hurried home after receiving the package. When he opened the door, he found it was pitch black inside. What's going on? Where did my wife go? Lin Xian wondered, and his steps slowed down. He cautiously entered the house and tried to turn on the lights, but to no avail. The room was eerily quiet. Wife, where are you? Lin Xian shouted in a panic. Lin Xian's heart began to race, and a nameless fear welled up inside him. He couldn't help but remember that today was the Ghost Festival, also known as the Hungry Ghost Festival. Is my house really haunted? Lin Xian grew increasingly frightened, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. But he mustered his courage and told himself he had to find his wife first. So, Lin Xian shakily turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. He took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the room, preparing to search one by one. At each room door, he would gently push it open, nervously looking around as if afraid of seeing something terrifying. Just as Lin Xian slowly entered a room, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. Who's there? Lin Xian turned around abruptly, only to find no one there. Judging from the voice, it seemed like someone had run out of the living room. Just as Lin Xian walked out of the room and into the living room with a trembling heart, suddenly the lights in the room came on. Lin Xian was startled and froze, afraid to move. Ha ha ha, the little devil is here. Lin Xian heard a familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Li Mingyao peeking out from the side. Li Mingyao was wearing a black mini dress and an adorable devil hair clip, which, combined with her delicate face and small ears, made her look playful and cute. At that moment, she was showing Lin Xian her cute teeth. Lin Xian stared blankly at Li Mingyao, his mind completely blank, the fear he had just felt vanishing in an instant. More than fear, what surprised him at this moment was Li Mengyao's contrasting outfit. Honey, did I scare you? Li Mingyao saw Lin Xian still in a daze, so she quickly went up and hugged him, feeling a little guilty. She had actually intended to turn off the lights to scare her husband, but she was afraid of frightening him, so she turned the lights back on. Wife, you're getting more and more mischievous. You're even scaring your husband now. Lin Xian finally realized and smiled. He looked at Li Mingyao's outfit with surprise. I was originally planning to turn off the lights to scare you, but then I thought about how my husband is a coward, and what if he got scared? So I turned the lights on for you. Li Mingyao proudly raised her head, her eyes full of smugness. Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed those alluring lips. A blush crept onto Li Mengyao's face as she softly murmured, "Turn off the lights." What followed was a scene that defies description. In the days that followed, Lin Xian would go to the company every morning to handle business, but he would also take some time to visit the restaurant and the Jinghai Piano Association. He spent most of his time with Li Mingyao. Time flies, and it's already early September morning. That day, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao packed their luggage together. Li Mingyao said with a smile, "That's about it. Honey, let's go." Okay. Lin Xian nodded in response, picked up a suitcase, and took Li Mingyao's hand as they walked to the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao into the passenger seat, then stuffed the suitcase into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. Once everything was ready, he got into the driver's seat. "Xiaobin, locate me to Jingshui City," Lin Xian instructed the car's top-of-the-line intelligent driving system. Okay. As the voice prompt ended, the Bentley Continental started smoothly and headed towards Stillwater. Chapter 108, I gained weight because of the baby. Throughout the journey, Li Mingyao was in a very pleasant mood. She admired the scenery outside the car window and hummed a few beautiful songs from time to time. This is understandable, given that she hasn't seen her mother for a long time. Looking at his wife's jubilant expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After a 4-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination, downstairs from Li Mengyao's apartment building. After Lin Xian brought the car to a smooth stop, he got out, opened the car door for Li Mengyao, and took her hand as they went upstairs together. Before long, the two arrived at their doorstep. Li Mengyao took out her keys, opened the door, and eagerly stepped inside, shouting, "Mom, I'm home." Meanwhile, Huang Shifang was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she immediately put down what she was doing and hurried out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao walked quickly to her mother and gently hugged her. "Mom, I missed you so much." Huang Shifang gently stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with joy and relief. "Yao Yao, it's good that you're back." Then, she noticed Lin Xian standing to the side, carrying a large bag full of gifts, and couldn't help but smile and say, "Lin Xian, you're here, but why did you bring so much stuff? Don't do this again next time, or Mom will really be unhappy." "It's not much, Mom. You and Mengyao sit down and talk for a while. I'll go cook," Lin Xian said to Huang Shifang with a smile. Because Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were already married, Lin Xian now calls Huang Shifang Mom instead of Auntie. "I can do it." Before Huang Shifang could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already gone into the kitchen and started working. So Huang Shifang pulled Li Mengyao to sit on the sofa, and looking at Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a relieved smile appeared on his face. She never imagined that her daughter would become a mother, and a mother of two at that. "Yao Yao, how many months pregnant are you now?" Huang Shifang asked with concern. "I'm 5 months pregnant." Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly, her face radiating maternal love. "Time flies. My granddaughter is about to be born," Huang Shifang said with emotion. "I really want to see what the little one looks like." "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" Huang Shifang continued to ask. "No, Lin Xian took very good care of me," Li Mengyao replied gently. "I can see that finding a son-in-law like Lin Xian is a blessing for our family," Huang Shifang said with emotion. "Your father would be comforted in heaven." Huang Shifang's eyes were slightly red, her voice trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but choke up. "Mom, don't cry. It makes me want to cry too." Seeing her mother's tears, Li Mengyao felt a pang of sadness and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe away Huang Shifang's tears. Huang Shifang sniffed, forcing back the tears in her eyes, and smiled through her tears, saying, "Mom, these are tears of joy. Don't cry anymore. Come on, tell Mom how you've been doing lately." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled and recounted the most important recent events to her mother. Just then, Lin Xian brought out the last dish from the kitchen and placed it on the table, calling out to the two of them, "Dinner's ready." So the mother and daughter stood up and sat down at the dining table. Lin Xian prepared a very lavish meal, including braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised beef, and winter melon meatball soup, among other delicious dishes. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Huang Shifang couldn't help but praise. "Lin Xian, your cooking skills are getting better and better." "Haha, thank you for the compliment, Mom." Lin Xian smiled slightly, then picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Li Mengyao. Delicious," Li Mengyao said indistinctly while chewing on the fish. "Mom, Lin Xian's cooking is even better than that of a 5-star chef." Huang Shifang chuckled, her gaze falling on her daughter, and then said, "No wonder Yao Yao has gained so much weight." "Mom," hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed and said coquettishly, "I've gained weight because of the baby, not because I'm greedy." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. Lin Xian and Huang Shifang exchanged a glance, and both smiled happily. "By the way, Mom, we're planning to move to Times Garden this afternoon," Lin Xian said. "Great. The environment there is nice and comfortable." Huang Shifang nodded, then turned to Lin Xian and said gratefully, "Lin Xian, thank you. Thanks to you, Mengyao and I are living better and better." "Mom, please don't be so polite. We're all family. Please don't say things like that to me again," Lin Xian said earnestly. Huang Shifang nodded slightly, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Okay, Mom understands." After lunch, Huang Shifang took the bowl and chopsticks from Lin Xian's hands and said with a smile, "You two should go and rest for a while. I'll clean up here." Lin Xian smiled helplessly and led Li Mengyao back to their room. Li Mengyao changed into a pink nightgown, eagerly lay back on her familiar bed, then made room for Lin Xian, beckoned, and called out, "Honey, come to sleep." Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly, immediately changed into his pajamas, lay down next to Li Mengyao, and gently hugged her. "We're moving soon. Are you feeling a little sad?" Lin Xian asked gently. A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Mengyao's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "Of course I'll be a little reluctant to leave. After all, this is where I've lived since I was a child. But the thought that I can come back and visit any time in the future makes it all worthwhile. Go to sleep, baby." Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek. Li Mengyao nodded happily and closed her eyes. The two then fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, after Lin Xian woke up, he first packed up all of Li Mengyao's things, then dragged the luggage downstairs again and stuffed it into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. When Lin Xian went upstairs for the last time, he found Huang Shifang coming downstairs with a huge suitcase. "Since I mainly brought clothes and small daily necessities, I was able to fit them all in the car." "Lin Xian, you changed your car again?" Huang Shifang looked at the brand new Bentley Continental convertible in front of her with surprise, her eyes full of shock and doubt. "Yes, it was just changed recently. This car is for Mengyao to drive." Lin Xian smiled slightly, took the luggage from Huang Shifang's hands, and easily stuffed it into the Bentley's trunk. Just right, the Bentley's trunk was packed full. At this moment, Huang Shifang secretly sighed. Lin Xian is just too rich. "All right, Mom, get in the car now," Lin Xian said gently, looking at Huang Shifang, who was still in a daze. Huang Shifang seemed to snap out of a daze and quickly nodded in response. "Ah, okay." She hurriedly climbed into the back seat of the Bentley Continental, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere inside the car. Then, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao and settled her in the passenger seat. Finally, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat and prepared to set off. Lin Xian gently pressed the button, and the roof of the Bentley Continental slowly opened, like a blooming flower. With the roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the parking space and headed towards Times Garden. Throughout the journey, Huang Shifang was filled with emotion. She never imagined that one day she would be able to sit in such a luxurious convertible and enjoy the feeling of a gentle breeze on her face. The Bentley Continental cruised through the streets of Stillwater, becoming a striking sight. Pedestrians on the street cast envious glances, praising the expensive sports car. Chapter 109, I love eating whatever my husband makes. Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden residential complex. After getting out of the car, Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifang headed towards Building A of Times Garden. Before long, they arrived at the door of apartment 1201 in Building A. Lin Xian extended his finger and gently pressed the fingerprint lock. With a soft click, the solemn and grand smart door slowly opened. When Huang Shifang went inside, she was stunned. Her eyes widened, and she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. The new Chinese-style interior design is full of artistic flair, and the luxurious decor and brand-new furniture are truly eye-catching. The renovation costs are almost equivalent to a decent apartment in the city. "Honey, did you buy a piano here too?" Li Mengyao walked in, her eyes scanning the surroundings, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She walked briskly to the piano in the living room, her face beaming with excitement. "Yes, my wife loves listening to me play the piano, so we have one in every house," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Li Mengyao and Huang Shifang began to explore every corner of the house with great interest, carefully appreciating every detail. Lin Xian followed behind them, checking the house's renovation for any flaws. Finally, after they had walked all over the house, all three of them smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, they sat together on the soft, comfortable solid wood sofa, leisurely watching the 200-inch TV and enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. "Mom, can we invite Mingyao's aunt and her family over for dinner tonight?" Lin Xian asked his mother, Huang Shifang, with a smile. "Okay, I'll ask right away." Huang Shifang happily agreed, then picked up her phone to call her sister Huang Shizhen and invite her family over for dinner. Huang Shifang dialed Huang Shizhen's number. "Sister, are you and brother-in-law free tonight?" "Yes, what's wrong, sister?" Huang Shizhen replied on the other end of the phone. "Well, Lin Xian and Ming Yao are back. They've moved to a new place and wanted to invite you all to dinner tonight, Huang Shifeng said happily. What? You've moved to a new house? Huang Shizhen asked in surprise. Yes, we've moved to Times Garden now, Huang Shifeng replied with a smile. Oh dear, that's terrible. Qingchuan and I will definitely come, but Jiayi is still out of town, so she can't come, Huang Shizhen said regretfully. It's okay, see you tonight. Huang Shifeng then hung up the phone. Mom, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tonight's meal, Lin Xian said, standing up. No need, Mom can go buy it. Huang Shifeng quickly stopped her. Mom, you and Ming Yao should rest at home. After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards the door. Just as he changed his shoes and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. It turned out that Li Mingyao had tightly held his big hand with her soft little hand. Honey, I want to go too. Li Mingyao blinked her bright eyes, a radiant smile on her lips, her tone slightly coquettish. Lin Xian turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, and asked with concern, Wife, aren't you tired? Not tired. Li Mingyao shook her head and answered happily. Seeing his wife's energetic appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile and nodded, saying, All right then, let's go together. Hearing her husband's words, Li Mingyao's face beamed with a happy smile. She nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian take her hand, and they walked out of the house together. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Walmart. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked into the supermarket hand in hand. After entering the supermarket, Lin Xian pushed a shopping cart and began to carefully select the ingredients he needed. Honey, what are you planning to cook tonight? Li Mingyao asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xian smiled and replied, Let me think first. We need a braised carp, which symbolizes abundance year after year, and I hope that our future life will be prosperous and happy. Prepare some 4 happiness meatballs. This dish represents the 4 great joys in life: fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. I wish my whole family happiness and good health. Of course, lobster is indispensable, as it symbolizes continuous advancement and prosperity. Honey, I didn't know you knew all this. Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. Of course. Is there a reward for my husband? Lin Xian asked with a mischievous smile. Aren't you ashamed, being out in public? Li Mingyao blushed and glared at Lin Xian. Honey, is there anything you particularly want to eat? Lin Xian asked with a doting expression. There's nothing in particular I want to eat, Li Mingyao said, shaking her head. Because I love eating whatever my husband makes. Li Mingyao then said with a smile, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze, as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Lin Xian couldn't resist and hugged Li Mingyao, kissing her on her beautiful face. Li Mingyao hurriedly broke free, glanced around, and saw several aunties looking at her with doting smiles. Li Mingyao blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. You stinky husband, can't you be a little more discreet when you're out? Li Mingyao said angrily. My wife is so beautiful, I just couldn't resist, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's hurry up and buy the ingredients, then head home. Li Mingyao shook her head helplessly and pulled Lin Xian to continue walking forward. After buying the groceries, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao drove away from Walmart. Mom, we're back. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao home. Hearing the sound, Huang Shifeng came out of the living room and said with a smile, Lin Xian, you've worked hard. Please put your things down and I'll cook. As she spoke, she reached out to take the bag from Lin Xian's hand. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, No need. You and Ming Yao can rest in the living room. It's a good opportunity for your aunt and uncle to try my cooking. After saying that, he picked up the bag and went into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. Around 5 p.m., a crisp doorbell rang. Huang Shifeng stood up, walked to the door, and looked out through the security camera. She saw 2 people standing outside the door, her sister Huang Shizhen and her brother-in-law Luo Qingchuan. They carried a beautiful fruit basket and a small, exquisite money tree, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Huang Shifeng quickly opened the door and greeted them with a smile. Sister, brother-in-law, you've arrived. Huang Shizhen smiled and said, Sister, congratulations on your housewarming. Huang Shifeng gratefully accepted the gift and said, "Thank you, please come in." Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan entered the house, looked around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, the decoration here is so exquisite. It must have cost a lot of money." Huang Shifeng smiled and replied, "Lin Xian handled everything." Then she led the two into the living room and warmly poured them a cup of hot tea. Just then, Li Mingyao came out of the room and saw Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. She greeted them happily, "Auntie, uncle." When Huang Shizhen saw Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a kind smile appeared on his face. "Yao Yao, come over to your auntie." Chapter 110. It's all for Mengyao's good. Li Mingyao sat obediently next to Huang Shizhen, her face beaming with a happy smile. Looking at her, Huang Shizhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "I never thought our Yao Yao would be preparing to become a mother." Her tone was full of relief and joy. The Huang family had a deep bond with Li Mingyao. They practically watched her grow up. Now that she sees Li Mingyao about to become a mother, she is genuinely happy for her. Li Mingyao nodded shyly upon hearing Huang Shizhen's words. She knew that all of this was thanks to Lin Xian's care and love, so she said with emotion, "It seems that Lin Xian is taking good care of you." "By the way, where is Lin Xian?" Huang Shizhen asked curiously. Li Mingyao smiled and replied, "He's cooking in the kitchen." It's really rare to see a man who can cook for his wife's family. Qingchuan, don't you think? Huang Shizhen praised, then glanced at Luo Qingchuan. Yes. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingchuan quickly shifted his gaze and pretended to be watching TV intently. Luo Qingchuan is the kind of man who never goes into the kitchen, so he felt rather embarrassed when his wife asked him that question. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Luo Qingchuan's reaction. Just then, Lin Xian had already prepared all the delicious dishes and brought them to the table one after another. He greeted everyone warmly. "Dinner's ready." Lin Xian walked into the living room and politely greeted Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. "Auntie, uncle, you're here." "Lin Xian, you've really worked hard," Huang Shizhen said with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It's what I should do. Everyone, get ready to eat." Lin Xian replied with a smile. Afterwards, everyone sat down around the dining table. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes, emitting an enticing aroma. There is fragrant braised carp, 2 servings of large 4 happiness meatballs, delicious baked lobster with cheese, garlic-flavored spare ribs, fragrant stir-fried beef with scallions, tender and juicy chicken stew with mushrooms, and delicious bamboo shoot and crushing carp soup. There were exactly 7 dishes. Because Li Mingyao is pregnant and more sensitive to the taste of alcohol, everyone chose to drink fruit juice instead of alcohol. New home, new happiness, new fortune. Wishing you a happy move to your new home. May you always be smiling. May happiness stay with you forever, and may your life become better and better. Huang Shizhen raised his glass and sincerely wished you well. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Then, they began to savor the delicious food on the table. "Lin Xian, your cooking skills are simply divine," Huang Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim. "Yes, this is the first time I've ever had such delicious food," Luo Qingchuan echoed. "Yes, I was also very surprised at first," Huang Shifeng said with a smile. "If it's delicious, everyone should eat more." Lin Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, but his heart was filled with joy. "No wonder Yao Yao has gained a lot of weight," Huang Shizhen said, glancing at Li Mingyao as he ate. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao froze, and the meat she was about to eat instantly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Huang Shizhen in disbelief. "Oh, why does Annie say that too?" Li Mingyao pouted, looking a little upset. "Ha ha!" Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Li Mengyao's adorable expression. Laughter echoed in the room, making everyone feel incredibly warm. After dinner, Huang Shifeng was clearing the dishes to wash them, but Huang Shizhen insisted on going into the kitchen to help. So, only Lin Xian, Li Mingyao, and Luo Qingchuan remained in the living room. At this moment, Luo Qingchuan sat on the sofa, looking at the luxurious decorations in the room, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. He was quite surprised that Lin Xian, at such a young age, possessed such wealth and status. So he couldn't help but ask, "Lin Xian, what are you doing in Jinghai City now?" He hoped that by asking this question, he could gain a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's background and professional situation. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied in a gentle tone, "I own a technology company in Jinghai." Upon hearing Lin Xian's answer, Luo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation. He exclaimed, "I never imagined you'd start a company at such a young age. You're truly remarkable." Then, Luo Qingchuan continued, "It seems that Meng Yao has chosen the right person. Judging from all the details, you are really good to Meng Yao. I watched Meng Yao grow up since she was a child. After her father passed away, I treated her as my second daughter." Luo Qingchuan's voice carried a deep emotion, allowing listeners to feel his deep affection for Meng Yao. Although it may be inappropriate to say these things on this housewarming day, I am a pragmatic person, so I still want to tell you that if you treat her badly in the future, I will hold you accountable immediately. His tone was firm and serious, making his warning impossible to ignore. Lin Xian was deeply moved by Luo Qingchuan's words. He knew that Luo Qingchuan said those words entirely out of concern and care for Meng Yao. Lin Xian quickly replied, "I am very grateful to your family for taking care of Meng Yao. I will definitely treat Meng Yao well." A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he expressed his determination to Luo Qingchuan. "Okay." Luo Qingchuan nodded with satisfaction, a pleased smile on his face. Come, try some of the fresh fruit I just washed." Just then, Huang Shizhen came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of abundant fruit. However, when she stepped into the living room, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. "Old Luo, are you asking Lin Xian all sorts of questions again?" Huang Shizhen frowned and glared at Luo Qingchuan, scolding him. "I only asked a little bit." Luo Qingchuan lowered his head guiltily and said in a low voice, "You're about to retire, and I'm telling you, you should really get rid of this occupational habit." Huang Shizhen sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. "Lin Xian, please don't mind him. He's been working at the procuratorate for a long time, and it's just an old problem he's developed." Huang Shizhen turned around and explained to Lin Xian with a face full of apology. "It's all right, it's all for Meng Yao's sake." Lin Xian smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and gentle. At this moment, Li Mingyao nestled close to Lin Xian, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then, everyone chatted happily in the living room, discussing everything from work to life, from the past to the future, freely and joyfully. After a while, Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan got up to say goodbye. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian looked at his wife in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and then said tenderly, "Good night, baby." Then, he slowly moved closer to her cheek, preparing to give her a sweet goodnight kiss. However, at that moment, Li Mingyao suddenly reached out her small hand and gently covered Lin Xian's lips. It's all your fault. You made me so fat, and now you won't let me kiss you." Li Mingyao pouted. Chapter 111. Quit your job at the supermarket. "Wife, how can you blame me?" Lin Xian said with a smile, gently removing Li Mengyao's small hand from her hand. "Who else is to blame but you?" Li Mingyao said coquettishly, then stretched out her other small hand to continue covering Lin Xian's lips. "Baby, they're the ones who made you fat." Lin Xian removed Li Mengyao's small hand again and held it tightly in both of his hands. Li Mingyao glared at Lin Xian reproachfully, trying to reach out to cover herself again, but found that both of her small hands were firmly locked by Lin Xian, and she couldn't pull them out. Lin Xian's face drew closer and closer, their breaths mingling. Finally, Lin Xian's lips gently touched Li Mengyao's lips. After a long while, Lin Xian reluctantly released the beauty in his arms, looking at her with doting eyes. "It means the babies are developing well. They'll gradually lose weight after my wife gives birth," Lin Xian said softly, his tone full of tenderness and care. Li Mengyao's mind went blank from the kiss, and her little temper disappeared. She leaned against Lin Xian's chest, quietly feeling his warmth, and soon fell asleep. Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mengyao and preparing to fall asleep, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for helping the baby's mother celebrate her housewarming. A boutique shop located downstairs in the Times Garden residential complex will be awarded as a reward. Please check. The system is giving away another shop?" The shop gave it to me, but it's not really of any use yet. Well, something is better than nothing. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Lin Xian gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xian got up early to make breakfast for his family. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Xian, why are you up so early? Huang Shifang asked as she came out of the room. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Mom, come and have breakfast. Lin Xian smiled and brought 2 bowls of shrimp and tomato noodles to the table. Each bowl had a golden poached egg on top, making it look incredibly appetizing. Okay. Huang Shifang sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Huang Shifang went to work. Just as Huang Shifang left, Lin Xian's phone rang suddenly. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, may I ask who you are? Lin Xian asked curiously. I am the manager in charge of sales of shops in Times Garden. You ordered a boutique shop yesterday. When would you be free to come and check it? The other party asked politely. I live in Times Garden. I'll go there when I have time, Lin Xian replied. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come over. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Suddenly, he realized that the shop was perfect for Huang Shifang to manage, and it was right downstairs in the residential complex, which was very convenient. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. As time went by, sunlight streamed through the windows and fell on the floor, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow. Lin Xian was leaning back in a comfortable chair on the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Times Garden community. Suddenly, he heard a clear, crisp voice calling out, Husband. Lin Xian's gaze immediately turned towards the bedroom. He walked into the room with light steps, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. When he entered the room, he found Li Mengyao sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, staring at him with her bright, innocent eyes like a doe's. Honey, you're awake? Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, Lin Xian said gently, sitting down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao responded softly, her gaze still fixed on Lin Xian, as if she were looking at something. Lin Xian felt his wife's gaze and felt a little puzzled. He couldn't help but touch his cheek and asked curiously, Honey, is there something on my face? Yes, it's here. Li Mengyao suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xian, her lips gently touching Lin Xian's right cheek, leaving a deep kiss. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and a sweet feeling welled up in his heart. Li Mengyao then quickly left the bedside and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian scratched his right cheek, then smiled happily. After Li Mengyao finished washing up, the two went to the restaurant together, where Lin Xian watched his wife slurp up noodles in small bites. Honey, let's go check out the shops downstairs later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Shops? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Well, I wanted Mom to quit her job at the supermarket, but I was worried she'd be too bored, so I bought her a shop, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Really? Then Mom will be so happy. Li Mengyao's face beamed with a smile. After all, Huang Shifang's job at the supermarket was both hard and low-paying. Look how happy you are. You've even got soup on your lips, Lin Xian teased. Where is it? Li Mengyao tried to reach for a tissue to wipe it. Don't move, let your husband do it, Lin Xian said, taking a tissue and gently wiping his mouth clean. It's gone now. After having breakfast, the two of them set off together to the downstairs of the Times Garden residential complex. I found the premium shop that the system had gifted me. The sales manager left after helping Lin Xian complete the signing process. The two then began to carefully examine the 70 square meter shop. It's just the right size, not too big or too small, and it's centered in the middle. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both satisfied. Time quickly came to noon. Huang Shifang finished her morning work and returned home. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the enticing aroma of food. Lin Xian had already prepared a sumptuous lunch and said to her with a smile, Mom, you've worked hard. Come and eat. Huang Shifang felt a warmth in her heart, and a happy smile spread across her face. She couldn't help but exclaim, It's so wonderful to have such a thoughtful son-in-law. Then, the three of them sat down happily around the table and enjoyed the delicious lunch. During the meal, Lin Xian suddenly asked, Mom, how long until you retire? Huang Shifang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, There are still more than 2 years left. What's wrong? Lin Xian smiled and said, Mom, why don't you quit your job at the supermarket? Hearing this, Huang Shifeng was stunned with surprise. No more wild thoughts after chapter 112. But soon, Huang Shifeng came to her senses. She looked at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, a smile appearing on her face, and said, Lin Xian, I know you're doing well now, but if I suddenly had to retire early and have nothing to do, I would find it very difficult to adjust. Huang Shifeng has been busy for Li Mengyao for more than 10 years. Suddenly asking her to stay at home and do nothing would indeed make her feel bored and uncomfortable. Mom, we knew you wouldn't be comfortable with it. So Lin Xian bought you a shop downstairs in Times Garden, Li Mengyao explained with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Shifeng frowned and said, A shop? Lin Xian, you've been wasting money again. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, It's all right. I'll take care of this shop for you in the future. You can open it whenever you want and rest whenever you want. Besides, it's very close to home. After much persuasion from Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, Huang Shifeng finally reluctantly agreed. Although she still felt it was a waste of money, Huang Shifeng was very gratified to see how filial her two children were. So in the afternoon, after finishing her last day of work, Huang Shifeng submitted her resignation to the company. Despite her superior's repeated attempts to persuade her to stay, she had already made up her mind to enjoy a more leisurely life. Ultimately, she successfully resigned from her job. Shifeng, why did you suddenly resign? Huang Shifeng's colleague Chun Li asked in surprise. My children don't want me to continue. They say I've worked so hard for so many years and deserve a good rest. Huang Shifeng explained with a smile. Sigh, I really envy you for having such a filial child. What do you plan to do in the future? Chun-Li asked curiously. Yes, my child bought me a shop downstairs in Times Garden, so I can open my own little shop, Huang Shifeng replied happily. Wow, this is really great. You can make money and have free time at the same time, Chun-Li exclaimed. Then Chun-Li thought about how her son had gradually become distant and unresponsive after getting married. My brat's son, never mind. Congratulations. As night falls, the entire city is immersed in tranquility. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of their home hand in hand and strolled along the tree-lined path in the residential area. The Times Garden residential area is very spacious, with shady trees, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze carrying the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Soft light filters through the lush foliage, creating a play of light and shadow that is both dreamlike and enchanting. Everything was so harmonious on this peaceful and beautiful night. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked slowly along the path and saw many people enjoying this wonderful time. Some elderly people sat in the rest area playing chess and chatting. Some middle-aged women danced in the open space, their laughter echoing in the air, and a group of innocent and adorable little kids played and frolicked in the entertainment area, chasing and laughing non-stop. The two continued walking until they reached a flower bush. Li Mengyao reached out and gently touched the petals, feeling their softness and delicacy. Lin Xian stood to the side, quietly admiring Li Mengyao's beauty, his eyes filled with love. Honey, do you think Yu might not be used to being in the pet store? Li Mengyao suddenly thought of her own kitten and felt a little worried. Of course not. Yu was originally bought from that pet store, and the staff there will definitely take good care of her, Lin Xian reassured her. Since Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had to return to Jingshui City, they had to leave Yu with Miao Miao Pet Shop. Then, Li Mengyao's gaze was drawn to the children playing on the slide not far away. Looking at the children's innocent smiles, her heart was filled with anticipation. Honey, my children will be able to play happily like them in the future, Li Mengyao said with a gentle smile, stroking her belly. Yes, we will, Lin Xian said gently, leading Li Mengyao forward. At this moment, a question suddenly arose in Li Mengyao's mind. If it weren't for the child, would Lin Xian still be her husband? The thought made her heart clench, as if an invisible force was tearing at her heart. She stopped, looked at Lin Xian, and asked softly, Husband, I have a question for you. Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xian sensed Li Mengyao's unusual behavior and asked gently. Li Mengyao took a deep breath, her eyes becoming unusually serious, even a little nervous, as she asked, If that night hadn't happened, And if we didn't have this child, would you still have fallen in love with me? Lin Xian's body trembled slightly upon hearing these words. However, Lin Xian quickly stepped forward and embraced Li Mengyao, gently stroking her hair. He said in a deep and firm voice, "Even without that night, you and I would have met again in the future, fallen in love, and you, my wife, would never escape my grasp." Lin Xian pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, his gentle breath brushing against her face like a spring breeze, making her feel incredibly safe. His words, like a gentle stream, nourished Li Mengyao's soul. She looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. She finally understood that, regardless of that night, their love was destined. Even if Lin Xian doesn't find her, she will take the initiative to come to him. Lin Xian was right. Even without that night, Lin Xian would definitely fall deeply in love with Li Mengyao if he met her in the future. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, gentle, kind, and charming pure school beauty? Even if fate changes course, their love will shine like the stars and never fade. Don't let your mind wander like that again, okay? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose and smiled indulgently. Li Mengyao nodded shyly, a happy smile spreading across her face. Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Li Mengyao's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly and said coquettishly, "I know, we're still outside." As she spoke, she tried to push Lin Xian away with her small hand. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then released Li Mengyao and continued to hold her hand as they strolled through the beautiful garden. After a while, Li Mengyao felt a little tired, so the two went home. Huang Shifeng had already gone back to her room to sleep, leaving only Lin Xian and Li Mengyao in the living room. They sat quietly on the solid wood sofa, playing on their phones. Lin Xian suddenly noticed a photo album under the table. He curiously reached out and took it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Mengyao quickly snatched it away from him. "Honey, don't look," Li Mengyao said in a panic. "Why?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "No reason why. You're just not allowed to look." Li Mengyao pouted. "Let your husband guess. Is this an ugly photo of you when you were little?" Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. "Since you said it's an ugly photo, then I definitely can't show it to you." Li Mengyao pouted, looking unhappy. After she finished speaking, she stood up with the photo album in her hand and hurriedly walked towards her room. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his face. There will be plenty of opportunities to see in the future. Chapter 113, When Has Your Husband Ever Lied to You? The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and felt a warm aura rushing towards him. He looked down and found Li Mengyao nestled in his arms, exuding a captivating fragrance. He couldn't resist kissing her fair forehead. Then Lin Xian remembered the photo album from last night, and a sense of curiosity and anticipation welled up in his heart. He carefully got out of bed, walked to the bedside, squatted down, and groped his way to the storage box that Li Mengyao had hidden under the bed. He gently opened the lid and, sure enough, found the photo album. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. After all, he and Li Mengyao had been living together for a long time, and he knew exactly where she hid her things. Lin Xian carried the photo album back to bed and gently turned each page, as if entering a time tunnel. The photos in the album caught Lin Xian's eye. They were all pictures of Li Mengyao when she was a child. Looking at those chubby, adorable photos, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Xian imagined his wife's childhood memories, flipping through the photo album while occasionally letting out a soft laugh. At this moment, the beauty in his arms trembled slightly, but Lin Xian, who was focused on admiring the photo album, did not notice that Li Mengyao beside him had gradually woken up. After a while, Li Mengyao finally opened her beautiful eyes. She rubbed her eyes and stretched. Then, she yawned and gradually came to her senses. When she turned her head and saw Lin Xian flipping through her childhood photo album, a shy expression instantly appeared on her face. Honey, you're awake." Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's movement and asked with a smile. "Ah, you naughty husband. Why are you peeking again?" Li Mengyao pouted cutely, her face full of shyness. I found it by accident, Lin Xian said with a grin. I don't believe you. Give it back to me. Li Mingyao stretched out a small hand, gesturing for Lin Xian to quickly return the photo album to her. My wife was quite cute when she was little. Lin Xian handed the photo album to Li Mingyao with a helpless expression. Really? Li Mingyao asked, somewhat doubtfully. Of course it's true. When has your husband ever lied to you? Lin Xian smiled gently. Don't you always try to trick me into kissing you? Li Mingyao said playfully. That's a way for couples to strengthen their relationship. How can you call it lying? Lin Xian said shamelessly. Snort. Li Mingyao gave a soft hum, but still gently rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, then flipped through the photo album page by page to show her husband, happily wiggling her little feet. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao finished reading, they walked out of the bedroom together and came to the living room. Huang Shifang had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast. Good morning, Mom, Lin Xian said with a smile. Good morning, are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, Huang Shifang said with a smile. So Lin Xian and Li Mingyao began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao took Huang Shifang to the boutique shops downstairs. Huang Shifang carefully examined the small shop, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Mom, what kind of shop are you planning to open in this shop? Li Mingyao asked with a smile. Let me think about it. How about opening a convenience store? That would make it convenient for nearby residents to shop, and we could also make some money, Huang Shifang said. That's fine. Mom's schedule will be more flexible then, and she can arrange things freely. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The three returned home and got busy with their own things. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The young couple continued to cuddle, admiring their surroundings while chatting about their future plans and dreams. Huang Shifang began preparing for the shop's renovation, carefully considering how to create a convenience store that would attract customers. As evening approached, the sun set and its afterglow faded. Li Mingyao sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hands, reading attentively and quietly. However, when she happened to look up, her gaze was drawn to the view outside the window. The sky was filled with a magnificent sunset, like a mysterious and spectacular painting unfolding before our eyes. She excitedly got up, walked lightly to the spacious balcony, and gazed into the distance. As the evening sun gradually sank in the west, it emitted a charming orange glow, like a soft veil gently covering the entire neighborhood. Sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, scattering across the lawn of the community like tiny pieces of gold, shimmering with a warm and dazzling glow. Honey, come and see. It's so beautiful. Li Mingyao excitedly turned her head and called Lin Xian to come and admire the beautiful scene together. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He strode into the bedroom and took out the Nikon Z7 II camera. Lin Xian walked onto the balcony and pointed the camera at Li Mingyao's profile. At this moment, the evening glow, like a dreamy veil, gently draped over her profile, painting her with a captivating blush that was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xian pressed the shutter and captured this stunning scene. Honey, shall we take some photos downstairs in the apartment complex? The scenery there will be even better, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with joy. She quickly turned around and went back to her bedroom, where she changed into a sweet outfit. A white Peter Pan collar t-shirt paired with a refreshing green maternity dress. This outfit showcases her elegance and grace while maintaining a youthful and energetic vibe. Honey, let's hurry, the sun will be setting soon, Li Mingyao said, pulling Lin Xian along as they walked outside. Slow down. Honey, no rush, Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mingyao, afraid that she would bump into something. Soon, Lin Xian brought Li Mingyao to the apartment building. The two searched for a suitable spot to take photos and finally found a clearing on the lawn. The light there was the brightest and just right. At this moment, the setting sun cast its last rays across the orange sky, a breathtaking sight. With her back to the evening glow, Li Mingyao gently tucked her hair behind her ear, a serene smile on her face. At that moment, Lin Xian's heart began to pound. He quickly took out his Nikon camera, carefully adjusted the angle and lighting, and then pressed the shutter button. With a click, a beautiful photograph was born. In the photo, Li Mingyao looks like a fairy descended from heaven, beautiful and captivating. Her smile is as radiant as the sunshine, warming hearts. Chapter 114 Wife, who can you keep in check like this? After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao happily went home. Back home, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Mingyao and her mother carefully examined the beautiful photos they had just taken with their Nikon Z7 II. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, Lin Xian called out. Lin Xian served 4 dishes and a soup. Li Mingyao is 5 months pregnant with twins, so she has a large appetite. Li Mingyao arrived at the restaurant happily, swallowed hard, and her eyes lit up because it was full of her favorite dishes. Lin Xian made them a braised beef dish, which was reddish in color and tender and juicy. The steamed sea bass was delicious and tender. The cumin squid was fragrant and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The tomato and eggplant stew was sweet and sour and had a bright and tempting color. And there was also a duck and winter melon soup, which was light and delicious. These dishes are not only nutritious, but also delicious and visually appealing. Wow, it smells so good. My husband is amazing, Li Mingyao said excitedly. She leaned close to Lin Xian, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the cheek, seemingly forgetting that her mother, Huang Shifang, was watching and chuckling to herself. Li Mingyao only realized it after kissing him, and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Then she quietly sat down and ate rice in small bites. Lin Xian was amused by her actions and burst into laughter. He quickly picked up a piece of fish and fed it to her. Li Mingyao opened her small mouth, put the fish meat into her mouth, chewed it carefully, and had a happy expression on her face. Seeing her enjoying her meal made Lin Xian feel especially happy. After finishing her meal, Li Mingyao let out a comfortable little burp. Seeing that his wife was quite full, Lin Xian smiled indulgently. Honey, let's rest for a bit, and then go for a walk, Lin Xian said with a gentle pat on her shoulder and a smile. Okay, let's go for a walk along the Jingshui River tonight, Li Mingyao nodded in agreement. So, after resting for a while, the two of them went out of the house together. Lin Xian drove a Bentley Continental and took Li Mingyao to the Jingshui River. When they arrived at the Jingshui River, Lin Xian parked the car and then took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled along the riverbank. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the round moon hangs high in the night sky, emitting a bright yet gentle light. The bright moonlight shone on the river, making it sparkle like a dream. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring Li Mengyao's hair and making it dance in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently tucked a strand of Li Mengyao's hair behind her ear, his eyes full of doting and care. The two walked forward hand in hand, step by step. They walked and chatted happily. However, just then, a person walked towards them from the front, catching Li Mengyao's attention. A look of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she greeted him happily. Teacher Wu. Lin Xian followed her gaze and saw a woman who looked to be middle-aged standing in front of him. The woman had piercing eyes and a serious expression, exuding a chilling aura. From her appearance, she seemed to be the kind of very strict female teacher who inspired awe. But when she saw who it was, her expression instantly changed completely, replaced by a warm smile. Oh my, isn't this Mingyao? When did you get back? Wu Qingling said with a smile. I just got back not long ago, Li Mingyao said with a smile. You're getting more and more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Wu Qingling praised. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. You still look so young and beautiful, Li Mingyao replied politely. Wu Qingling looked Li Mingyao up and down, then suddenly noticed her slightly protruding belly and asked in surprise, Mingyao, what's going on? Teacher, I'm married now and pregnant. Li Mingyao touched her belly and smiled happily. This is my husband, Lin Xian, Li Mingyao said, pulling Lin Xian over to introduce him to Wu Qingling. Hello, Teacher Wu, Lin Xian greeted with a smile. Hello, Lin Xian, you're quite handsome. Wu Qingling smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Mingyao. I can't believe you're going to be a mom-to-be. Time flies. Wu Qingling exclaimed. So Li Mingyao and her teacher Wu Qingling sat side by side on a bench by the river, reminiscing about the past, their laughter echoing in the air. Lin Xian leaned quietly against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Soon, Li Mingyao said goodbye to Teacher Wu. Then Li Mingyao walked to Lin Xian's side and gently patted his shoulder. "Honey, let's keep going." Lin Xian turned around, looked at his beautiful wife in front of him, and his face was filled with a happy smile. They walked hand in hand along the riverbank. Lin Xian asked curiously, "Was that your high school teacher?" Li Mingyao nodded, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Yes, she was very good to me in high school and always took good care of me." Lin Xian recalled meeting Teacher Wu earlier and couldn't help but sigh. "She seems rather strict from the outside." Li Mingyao explained with a smile. "Honey, don't be fooled by Teacher Wu's serious face. Actually, she's a very gentle person, but she has to show a strict side in order to help her students achieve better results." Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, then joked, "Will our teacher Li be like this in the future?" After giving birth to her baby, Li Mingyao plans to become a teacher. Li Mingyao paused for a moment, then gave a sweet smile. "Maybe, after all, teachers have to be strict with their students. However, I believe the children will like me. Honey, do you think I can keep elementary school kids in line like this?" Li Mingyao deliberately put on a fierce expression, put her hands on her hips, glared at Lin Xian fiercely, and her tone also became fierce. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. "Ha! Wife, who can you keep in check like this?" He laughed as he reached out and pinched her cheek, finding her incredibly adorable. Hearing this, Li Mingyao was a little discouraged, but still said defiantly, "Why can't you control me? I'm very fierce." As she spoke, she deliberately put on a stern face, trying to show her authority. However, Lin Xian didn't buy it at all and continued to laugh heartily. Seeing that he wasn't afraid of her at all, Li Mingyao couldn't help but feel a little angry and said coquettishly, "Don't laugh. Ha!" Chapter 115 Top Scorer in Liberal Arts. The two continued walking, and soon they found the old man who had sold candied hawthorns earlier. "Grandpa Candied Hawthorn, I'm here again." Li Mingyao excitedly ran forward and greeted Grandpa Candied Hawthorn. "Haha, little girl, you're here again. What flavor would you like to eat today?" Grandpa Candied Hawthorn asked with a kind smile. Li Mingyao stood in front of the candied hawthorn stall, her eyes dazzled by the colorful and translucent candied hawthorns, unsure which one to choose. "Grandpa, could you please get me a candied hawthorn berry?" After some hesitation, Li Mingyao finally made her decision and said to the candied hawthorn berry grandpa with a smile. "Okay." As he spoke, Grandpa Tongalu took a string of candied oranges from the shelf and handed it to Li Mingyao. Then Li Mingyao led Lin Xian as they walked and ate. "Wife, why did you only buy one candied hawthorn skewer? What about your husband's?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. My husband doesn't get any." Li Mingyao laughed triumphantly. The two walked to an exquisite pavilion by the river, surrounded by lush green trees and a pleasant view. "Honey, let's go sit in that pavilion over there for a while," Li Mingyao said, pointing to the pavilion with a bright smile on her face. Lin Xian nodded and pulled Li Mingyao into the pavilion. Li Mingyao found a seat and sat down. She patted her legs, looking somewhat tired. Lin Xian smiled and sat down next to her, gently stroking her hair and asking tenderly, "Would you like me to rub it for you?" "Okay." Li Mingyao nodded happily and stretched her foot out in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently massaged her calves, his movements soft and meticulous, as if afraid of hurting her. Li Mingyao enjoyed Lin Xian's massage while admiring the shimmering water and surrounding scenery. She relaxed, leaned against Lin Xian, and felt his warmth. Then I picked up the last candied hawthorn, put it in my mouth, and savored its sweet and sour taste. "Honey, do you still want to eat?" Li Mingyao suddenly looked up, a sweet smile on her face, and asked Lin Xian in a gentle voice. "Yes." Lin Xian swallowed hard, looking at the candied hawthorn in Li Mingyao's mouth. "Here you go." Li Mingyao looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. So she reached out her little hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, tilted her head back, and put her fragrant lips into Lin Xian's mouth. Afterwards, Li Mingyao pressed her little head against Lin Xian's chest and let out a light laugh. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the beauty in his arms. I have to say, sometimes wives can be really alluring. But at that moment, in a corner in the distance, a figure stared intently at the two of them. The figure's eyes revealed a hint of resentment and jealousy, as if it wanted to devour Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao discussed their plans for the day while having breakfast together. They decided to visit Ms. Wu today to thank her for taking care of Li Mengyao during high school. However, considering that Ms. Wu needed to teach during the day, Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling agreed to visit her in the evening. This way, they had enough time to prepare the gift and ensure that it wouldn't disturb Ms. Wu's work. As evening approached, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had nothing else to do, so they decided to visit Li Mengyao's former high school, Jingshui No. 1 High School. The two could take a tour of the campus, and Li Mengyao had been clamoring to eat at a fish head noodle soup restaurant near the school, after which they would visit Teacher Wu. So Lin Xian drove his Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. After parking the car, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and went to the school gate. As expected, I was stopped by the security guard. "Who are you?" the gatekeeper shouted. Li Mengyao walked up to the guardhouse and said with a smile to the guard, "Uncle, I am an alumna of Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. I would like to come back to visit my alma mater. May I come in for a visit?" "Oh, fellow alumni." The security guard looked them up and down, then asked in a serious tone, "What proof do you have?" "Yes." Li Mengyao took out her phone and showed him her high school graduation certificate. "You need the original document." The security guard looked at it and shook his head helplessly. "Excuse me, sir, we didn't bring the original certificate," Li Mengyao said awkwardly. Lin Xian stepped forward, smiling, and asked, "Is there any other way?" The security guard scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then replied, "There's another way. Find a teacher at the school to vouch for you." "Oh, I see." Li Mengyao's eyes lit up. She immediately called Wu Qingling and then handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the phone and, upon hearing that it was Mr. Wu, a well-known teacher at the school, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. "So you're Mr. Wu's student? Please come in." "Thanks." So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the school. As Lin Xian walked, he looked around at the school in front of him. The school is not large, but the several teaching buildings are arranged in a neat row. A tense atmosphere permeated the campus, which is probably true for most high schools. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. At this moment, Li Mengyao smiled and said softly, "Honey, come with me." The two then walked side by side to a display board showcasing their deeds. Li Mengyao pointed to the display board and said happily, "Look, honey, this is mine." Lin Xian followed her finger and saw that the honorary deeds board clearly stated. Li Mengyao achieved an astonishing score of 643 in 2020, becoming the top liberal arts student in Jingshui City and successfully gaining admission to Jinghai University. Lin Xian carefully examined the text and photos on the display board, which also included a photo of Li Mengyao from her high school days. She was wearing a blue summer school uniform, with her hair in a ponytail, smiling at the camera, looking fresh and beautiful. "Wow, it turns out my wife was also a top scholar." "Wife, so you were also a top scholar. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "You didn't ask either, did you?" "Ha ha." Li Mengyao's bright smile made everyone's heartstrings tremble. "Mengyao." Suddenly, a shout came from behind them. Chapter 116, Am I That Scary Looking? Wu Qingling walked over gracefully, carrying an exquisite handbag. "Mengyao, why did you suddenly come to school this afternoon?" Wu Qingling asked softly with a gentle smile, while also nodding to Lin Xian. "Well, I just suddenly wanted to come back and visit my alma mater, to reminisce about the past," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "Oh, I see. Have you finished eating?" Wu Qingling asked with concern. "Already eaten," Li Mengyao stammered, her voice clearly lacking confidence. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His wife really had no talent for lying. She was probably still thinking about that delicious fish head soup noodle shop near the school. "Lying. Why are you being so polite with your teacher? Come on, let's go to your teacher's house for dinner." Wu Qingling glanced at the two of them. As an experienced professional teacher, she saw through Li Mengyao's lie at a glance. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Teacher," Li Mengyao sighed helplessly. "Mengyao, from what you're saying, you don't want to go to your teacher's house for dinner?" Wu Qingling deliberately put on a stern face and looked at her. No, I really want to go. Li Mingyao quickly waved her hand, instantly putting on a very expectant expression. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Xian and Wu Qingling couldn't help but exchange a smile, and then burst into laughter. The three of them then went to the school parking lot. Mingyao, Lin Xian, get in the car. Wu Qingling unlocked the door of the BYD Han with her key and turned to say to the two of them. She figured the two young people must have come by taxi. After all, it's already quite an achievement for young people of this age to have a car at all, let alone a luxury car. However, when she saw that Li Mingyao and Lin Xian did not walk towards her car, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Teacher, we'll drive there ourselves, Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Qingling asked with some doubt, did you drive here? She remembered that Li Mengyao's family was not well off, but now she was driving a car, which surprised her greatly. Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. Okay then, just follow my car, or you can use the navigation I sent you. After saying that, she got into the car. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao then returned to the Bentley Continental and followed the BYD Han as it slowly drove to the school. Soon, the two cars stopped in a parking lot of a residential area. Looking in her rearview mirror, Wu Qingling saw a Bentley Continental sports car closely following her, and it even had a license plate from another city, which made her a little puzzled. But then I thought, maybe it's some wealthy person coming to this small fourth-tier city to experience the feeling of a secluded paradise. So she got out of the car, intending to call Li Mingyao to ask where they were. Hey Mingyao, where are you? Wu Qingling took out her phone and dialed. Teacher, we've arrived. Li Mingyao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wu Qingling glanced around in confusion, only to see Lin Xian and Li Mingyao step out of the Bentley Continental. She was instantly stunned. Mingyao, is this Bentley your car? Wu Qingling asked incredulously, her eyes wide. Yes, Lin Xian bought it. Li Mingyao nodded and answered with a smile. Lin Xian, I never knew you were so rich. Wu Qingling exclaimed. At this point, Wu Qingling had already labeled Lin Xian as a rich second generation. How could someone so young have so much money? Could his feelings for Mingyao be genuine? Thinking of this, Wu Qingling frowned, realizing she still needed to find an opportunity to have a proper talk with Mingyao. Teacher. Li Mingyao waved her small hand in front of Wu Qingling's eyes, interrupting her thoughts. Oh, sorry, I was just spacing out. Let's go upstairs. Wu Qingling smiled apologetically, then led Lin Xian and Li Mingyao to her home. As soon as the door opened, a cute little boy rushed into Wu Qingling's arms like a happy little bird. He blinked his big eyes and said with a big smile, Mom, you're finally back. Wu Qingling immediately shed her strict teacher image from school, her eyes revealing endless tenderness. She gently stroked the child's head and asked softly, Lele, were you a good girl at home today? The little boy nodded proudly and replied, I'm a very good boy, Mommy. Then, he stared curiously at Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, hiding behind Wu Qingling, pointing at them with his little finger and asked in confusion, Mommy, who are they? Wu Qingling explained with a smile, they were the teacher's former students, so you should call them older brothers and sisters. After hearing this, Lele nodded obediently and greeted Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Hello, older brother and sister. My name is Lele, and I am 8 years old this year. Li Mingyao happily patted Lele's little head and praised, Lele, you're so cute. Then, everyone went into the living room together. Lin Xian took out a carefully prepared gift box and handed it to Wu Qingling, saying gratefully, Teacher Wu, this is a gift we specially prepared for you to thank you for taking good care of Mingyao during high school. Oh dear, what are you doing? That's what a teacher should do. Take it back quickly. Wu Qingling hurriedly declined. Teacher Wu, please accept this. It's nothing expensive, just a small token of our appreciation, Lin Xian said with a smile, gently placing the gift box on the table. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Wu Qingling stopped refusing and nodded in gratitude. All right then, thank you. At this moment, Wu Qingling couldn't help but feel that Lin Xian was not only polite, but also very well-mannered, and her impression of him instantly improved. Lele, you play with your older brother and sister in the living room for a while Mom goes to make dinner. Wu Qingling said gently to her son. Okay. Lei nodded obediently. Then, Wu Qingling turned and went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. At this moment, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were sitting on the sofa in the living room, both smiling and looking at Lei with gentle eyes. Lei, holding a toy, stood far away, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, seemingly still somewhat wary. Lei, come play here with your big sister. Li Mingyao waved to Lei with a big smile. However, at this moment, Lei gently shook her head, her big eyes fixed on Lin Xian, revealing a trace of fear and apprehension. Honey, could you sit on the other side? I feel like Lei is a little afraid of you, Li Mingyao said softly to Lin Xian. Huh? Do I look scary? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao's disgusted expression, touched his own face, and asked with some confusion. He's clearly very handsome. Hey, why don't you sit across from me? Li Mingyao said, shoving Lin Xian to sit across from her. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and could only get up and walk to the seat opposite him. As soon as Lin Xian sat down, Li Mingyao called out to Lei again. Lei, come here to your sister, there's candy for you. As she spoke, she took a candy out of her bag and waved it in the air, trying to attract Lei's attention. Mom said I shouldn't eat candy from strangers. Although Lei said that, his big, round eyes were fixed on the tempting candy, and his little mouth was slightly open, as if he was about to drool. In the end, Lei's body betrayed her, and she walked over to Li Mingyao and sat down, reaching out her little hand to take the tempting milk candy. Chapter 117, He looks a bit like a bad uncle. Lei, didn't you say you wouldn't eat candy given by strangers? Li Mingyao was as happy as a child, smiling from ear to ear. My sister is the teacher's student, so she's not exactly a stranger. Lei answered innocently, then eagerly tore open the candy wrapper, put it in her mouth, and looked satisfied. And what about this brother? Li Mingyao asked with a smile, pointing at Lin Xian. Lei blinked, carefully examined Lin Xian, then frowned and said, he looks a bit like a bad uncle. Bad uncle? Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded when he heard this evaluation. Ha ha ha. Li Mingyao couldn't hold back any longer, her eyes crinkling with joy. Lei, you're so cute, Li Mingyao said with a smile, gently pinching Lei's cheek. After a while, Wu Qingling prepared a sumptuous dinner. Let's get ready to eat. So everyone sat down around the table and began to enjoy their dinner. Lin Xian, how did you and Mengyao meet? During the meal, Wu Qingling finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. We met in the university library, Lin Xian replied calmly. Are you also a student at Jinghai University? Wu Qingling asked, somewhat surprised. This surprised Wu Qingling. Jinghai University is one of the top universities in the country, so being able to get in means that Lin Xian is an exceptionally good student. Yes, Mengyao and I are in the same year, Lin Xian said. Teacher, you probably don't know, but Lin Xian was the top science student in Yunhai City's college entrance examination that year, Li Mingyao said with a smile. He's even the top science student. This rich kid is something else. You two are quite a good match, one a top science student and the other a top art student, Wu Qingling said with a smile. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to the living room to chat. Li Mingyao and Wu Qingling were reminiscing about their high school days, while Lin Xian listened quietly. Meanwhile, the adorable Lei was sitting in front of the TV, engrossed in watching his favorite cartoon. Just then, a delicious and tempting cake suddenly appeared in the cartoon. Lei's eyes lit up and her mouth watered. He turned to his mother and said, Mom, I really want to eat cake. We just finished eating not long ago, why would we want cake? Wu Qingling refused without hesitation. Mom, I just want to eat it, Lei said sweetly. Where can I get you a cake now? Wu Qingling asked. We can order takeout. Lei pointed to her mother's phone with her little finger. The takeout isn't clean. Wu Qingling refused again. Teacher, do you have flour, eggs, milk, baking soda, or anything else at home? Lin Xian saw that Lei really wanted to eat, so he decided to make a cake for him. Yes, Lin Xian, you can make cakes? Wu Qingling asked, somewhat surprised. I know a little bit. I can try making a small cake for Lei. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Then I'll trouble you. They're all in the kitchen. Wu Qingling was also fed up with her son, so she led Lin Xian into the kitchen to find the necessary ingredients. Lin Xian then began to busy himself in the kitchen. Seeing Lin Xian's skillful movements and focused expression, Wu Qingling couldn't help but be a little surprised. This young man didn't look like a spoiled rich kid. He seemed more like an experienced chef. Wu Qingling nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. At this moment, Li Mingyao asked curiously, "Teacher, isn't uncle here?" Wu Qingling replied, "He's working overtime tonight and won't be home for dinner." Then, she asked with concern, "Mingyao, your teacher is asking you, is Lin Xian good to you?" Li Mingyao was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. "Lin Xian is very good to me. Why do you ask that, teacher?" She felt a little confused. It seemed like everyone around her asked the same question. Wu Qingling explained earnestly, "Because many rich kids are fickle. They're only nice to you now because you're pretty, but they'll leave you once they get tired of you. I'm worried about you." "Teacher, Lin Xian isn't a rich kid. He started his own company." Li Mingyao smiled slightly after hearing this. Wu Qingling was pleasantly surprised to hear this. "Oh, I see. Then congratulations, teacher." At this moment, Wu Qingling also greatly admired Lin Xian. There really aren't many guys who love their wives, can cook, and have a successful career. About an hour later, Lin Xian brought out a beautiful chocolate cake. "Wow, brother is so amazing," Lei exclaimed happily, waving her arms and legs. "So am I still a bad uncle now?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "No, you're a handsome brother." Lei couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scoop out a bite of cake, and stuff it into her mouth, looking very satisfied. "This child is really clever and mischievous." Lin Xian patted Lei's little head. It was almost 9 p.m. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao said goodbye to Teacher Wu. "Come again next time you have time," Wu Qingling said with a slight smile. "Okay, goodbye, teacher," Li Mingyao said with a smile. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao then walked hand in hand to the parking lot and found the Bentley Continental parked there. Lin Xian opened the car door and let Li Mingyao get in first. Then he walked to the driver's seat and sat down himself. Just as he was about to start the car and go home, Li Mingyao suddenly called out to him, "Honey, I'm a little hungry." Lin Xian turned to look at her and saw Li Mingyao looking at him with adorable eyes. Lin Xian gently patted her head and comforted her. "Wife, let's go home quickly. I'll make you something delicious." However, Li Mingyao shook her head and said coquettishly, "But I want to eat fish head soup noodles. I haven't had it in so long." "I'll cook for you when we get home," Lin Xian coaxed softly. He still didn't want his wife to eat out. "There are no fish heads left at home. I'll just have a few bites, okay? You can have the rest," Li Mingyao pouted and insisted. Under Li Mingyao's persistent pleading and coaxing, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. Lin Xian drove to a fish head soup noodle shop near the No. 1 middle school in Jingshui City. Although this shop is small, it is very popular, and many people like to enjoy the delicious fish head soup noodles here. After parking the car, Lin Xian led Li Mingyao into the restaurant. They found an empty seat and waited for the waiter to serve their food. Soon after, a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles was placed in front of Li Mingyao. Her eyes lit up at the enticing aroma, and she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Lin Xian sat to the side, watching Li Mingyao eat with relish, and felt a sense of happiness in his heart. By the time he realized it, Li Mingyao had already eaten more than half of the fish head soup noodles. "Honey, didn't we agree to only eat a few bites?" Chapter 118 Fong Fong Convenience Store. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, signaling the start of a new day. Li Mingyao was still immersed in a sweet dream when she was awakened by an alluring fragrance. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed the fragrance out of the bedroom. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, she saw Lin Xian placing a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles on the table. In the milky white fish soup, the translucent rice noodles are faintly visible, the tender fish head is half hidden in it, and the bright green scallions and cilantro are scattered here and there. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Li Mingyao was stunned and even drooled. "Wife, look at your drool," Lin Xian said with a smile, and took out a tissue to gently wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Honey, I'm going to wash up now." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mingyao came to her senses and quickly went back to the bathroom to wash up. Before long, Li Mingyao couldn't wait to sit down at the table, ready to enjoy the delicious food. She picked up her chopsticks and gently stirred the fish head soup noodles, ensuring each noodle was coated with the delicious fish soup. Then she took a bite and savored it. So delicious. Honey, you're amazing. Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim, her face beaming with a happy smile. This is hundreds of times better than the one I ate yesterday. Would you like your husband to cook for you often from now on? Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. Yesterday, he snatched the fish head soup noodles that his wife had eaten most of, tasted it, and with his 5-star chef skills, he roughly knew how to make it. After breakfast, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand, and they went downstairs in the apartment complex. They were going to check on the progress of Huang Shifang's shop renovation. Upon arriving at the shop entrance, they found Huang Shifang diligently supervising the construction workers. Despite the hot weather, she didn't forget to care about the renovation workers' feelings. She not only brought a fan to cool them down, but also thoughtfully bought some cold drinks. In addition, she carefully guided the workers to ensure that the renovation work was completed according to her ideal vision. Mom, Li Mingyao called out softly with a happy smile on her face. Hey Yayao, what are you doing here? It's dusty everywhere. It's not good for your health. Go home quickly. Huang Shifang turned around and looked at her daughter with concern. It's okay. I'll just look from afar, Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Mom, what name are you planning to give this shop? Lin Xian asked curiously. Huang Shifang thought for a moment, then said, how about we call it Fong Fong Convenience Store? Lin Xian and Li Mingyao both nodded in agreement with the name. Then, Huang Shifang urged, if you have nothing else to do, go back and rest. You can leave this to me. Okay then, Mom. You should also take care and not overwork yourself, Li Mingyao reminded her. I understand, you can go back now. Huang Shifang waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao then returned the way they came. On their way back, a voice called out to them. Mingyao. The two turned around and looked. It turns out to be Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting. She stood not far away, looking at Li Mingyao with a look of surprise and delight. Mingyao, when did you get back? You didn't even say anything. Chen Tingting said happily, but her tone carried a hint of reproach. I just got back not long ago, Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Chen Tingting quickly stepped forward and carefully examined Li Mingyao. Oh my, Mingyao, your belly. You're pregnant? Her voice was filled with surprise. Li Mingyao gently touched her belly and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm already more than 5 months pregnant. Wow. Chen Tingting was so excited she almost jumped up. Congratulations. I can be a godmother now, huh? She happily took Li Mengyao's hand and said, by the way, come to my house tonight. Let's catch up. Li Mingyao readily agreed. Okay, see you tonight. Chen Tingting nodded happily, then greeted Lin Xian politely before turning and leaving. As night fell and the city lights gradually came on, Li Mingyao dressed simply and went to Chen Tingting's house in a cheerful mood. Chen Tingting also lived in Times Garden, so Li Mingyao arrived at her destination after a short walk in the community. She arrived at the door of apartment 3201, Building E, Times Garden, and gently pressed the doorbell. A cheerful reply came from inside. Coming. Coming. Then the door opened, revealing Chen Tingting's friendly smile. Mingyao, come quickly. Chen Tingting warmly invited Li Mingyao into the house and carefully helped her into the room. Tingting, do you live here all by yourself? Li Mingyao looked around curiously, a faint smile on her face. Chen Tingting nodded and replied, yes, I want to live independently and don't want to listen to my parents nagging all day long. As she spoke, she led Li Mingyao to the spacious and bright living room and made her sit comfortably on the soft sofa. Then, Chen Tingting walked to the refrigerator, took out a glass of chilled cola, and handed it to Li Mingyao. Tingting, I can't drink cola now that I'm pregnant, Li Mingyao said gently, shaking her head. Chen Tingting asked in surprise, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But all I have at home are these carbonated drinks. It's all right, just give me a cup of hot water, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Chen Tingting nodded and quickly turned around to pour Li Mingyao a steaming cup of water. Mingyao, you're pregnant already? That's incredibly fast, Chen Tingting exclaimed in surprise. I got pregnant by accident, Li Mingyao blushed. Chen Tingting asked curiously, is Lin Xian good to you? Has he taken good care of you and the baby? That's great. I feel like everyone around me asks that, Li Mingyao chuckled. Chen Tingting sighed and said enviously, Sigh, I really envy you for finding your own love. Unlike me, I'm still single. Then she started complaining. If I hadn't moved out, my family would be nagging me to go on blind dates every day. They'd always say, Tingting, you're not getting any younger. You should go find someone. It's so annoying. Working during the day is tiring enough, but coming home to listen to this nagging nonsense is unbearable. Chen Tingting launched into a rant. Li Mingyao sat quietly to the side, listening attentively, occasionally laughing out loud at the funny parts. After catching up, Li Mingyao prepared to go home. Mingyao, let me take you home. Chen Tingting looked at Li Mingyao with concern and said with some worry when she saw that she was heavily pregnant. It's all right. We live in the same neighborhood, very close by, Li Mingyao said with a smile, declining Chen Tingting's offer. Okay then, you must be careful, Chen Tingting instructed. Okay. Li Mingyao nodded and walked towards the door. She opened the door, left Chen Tingting's house, and walked downstairs. When Li Mingyao arrived at the community garden, the moonlight shone on her, warm and comforting. She strolled along the path in a cheerful mood, feeling the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. However, just as she was halfway there, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Alarm! There is a dangerous person ahead, master. Please be careful. The pink diamond tech watch on Li Mingyao's wrist emitted an alarm sound. Chapter 119, Because I knew my husband would come to save me. The figure slowly stepped forward, revealing his true face. Li Jia, what are you doing here? Li Mingyao stepped back slightly and looked at the man in front of her warily. Why can't it be me? He's just a spoiled rich kid. What's so great about him? Li Jia roared angrily. My husband isn't a spoiled rich kid. This has nothing to do with you, Li Mingyao said with a cold look and a firm tone. She would never allow anyone to speak ill of her husband. I'm the one who truly loves you, Mingyao. Don't you understand my feelings? Li Jia shouted emotionally. I've never had any other feelings for you. Not before, and not now, Li Mingyao retorted angrily. Fine if I can't have it. No one else can either. Li Jia suddenly saw Li Mingyao's protruding belly, and as if struck by lightning, his body trembled violently. Then, he said in a trembling voice. Then, he pulled out a sharp fruit knife from behind his back. Li Jia, calm down. Upon seeing this, Li Mingyao panicked, but she quickly calmed down and quietly reached into her bag. She knew that if she tried to run away now, she wouldn't be able to outrun Li Jia, especially since she was heavily pregnant. At the same time, Lin Xian also received an alert from the Black Diamond Technology Watch at home. Seeing his wife in danger, he looked anxious and worried. Without hesitation, he stood up from the sofa and rushed to the door. When Lin Xian opened the door, a strong sense of urgency welled up in his heart. He rushed to the elevator, pressing the buttons incessantly, but the elevator remained motionless, the display showing the third floor as the last floor. Time ticked by, and Lin Xian grew increasingly anxious. Unable to wait for the elevator, he decided to take the stairs instead. With the system's enhanced physique, he gripped the railing tightly and jumped off without hesitation. Each jump felt like a challenge to his limits. Lin Xian, like a hero in an action movie, rushed down the stairs at an astonishing speed. Finally, Lin Xian reached the bottom of the building and ran towards his wife. On the other side, Li Jia was slowly approaching Li Mingyao, his eyes flashing with ferocity and malice. Just then, Li Mingyao's hand, which was inside her bag, gripped something tightly, as if preparing for a final act of resistance. Suddenly, the pink diamond smartwatch on Li Mingyao's wrist flashed with light. This light instantly triggered a sudden gust of wind, which howled and swept in, causing leaves to dance in the air. Damn it! Where did that wind come from? Li Jia was caught off guard by the sudden strong wind, and his vision became blurred, making it impossible for him to see what was in front of him. He desperately covered his face with his hands, trying to withstand the powerful wind. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Mingyao quickly turned and ran away. Her steps were unsteady, but despite being heavily pregnant, she still ran with all her might. However, due to her pregnancy, her movements were significantly restricted, and she could not run very fast. Just as the automatic protection mechanism of the pink diamond technology watch failed, Li Jie finally came to his senses and began to frantically chase after Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao remained highly vigilant throughout. When Li Jie was about to catch up, she quickly took out pepper spray from her bag and pointed it at Li Jie. However, at that moment, Lin Xian suddenly darted out from the bushes beside him. Ah! A scream was heard. Lin Xian kicked Li Jie hard, then slammed him to the ground. Lin Xian rushed forward and pinned Li Jie to the ground. He grabbed Li Jie's collar tightly, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and punched Li Jie's face again and again. Li Mingyao was stunned for a moment, but when she saw it was her husband, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As she calmed down, she realized that she had to stop Lin Xian now, or things might get worse. "Husband, stop hitting him," Li Mingyao cried out anxiously. However, Lin Xian seemed not to hear her words and continued to swing his fists, relentlessly smashing them at Li Jie. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Li Jie was already beaten black and blue, as if he really wanted to beat him to death. This was the first time Li Mingyao had ever seen Lin Xian so fierce, as if he had transformed into a merciless Grim Reaper. "Husband," Li Mingyao called out again. This time, Lin Xian finally heard his wife's voice, and his fist, which had been hovering in mid-air, stopped. His eyes remained empty and lifeless, staring blankly at Li Mingyao, as if he had lost his soul. "Honey, stop hitting him. Let's call the police and let them handle this." Li Mingyao hugged Lin Xian tightly, trying to use her warmth to awaken his reason. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and the coldness in his eyes gradually faded. He took a deep breath, slowly loosened his fist, and gently embraced Li Mingyao. Lin Xian's voice was a little hoarse as he tried to calm himself down. He truly couldn't believe what his life would have been like if he had arrived a moment later and Li Mingyao had met with misfortune. Subsequently, the property management staff rushed to the scene and called the police. Finally, the police arrived at the scene and took Li Jie, Lin Xian, and Li Mingyao to the police station. After questioning and investigation, the police reviewed the relevant surveillance footage and, based on the evidence, determined that Li Jie's attempted attack with a knife was unsuccessful. Next, the police took detailed statements from Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, recording the entire incident and its details. After giving their statements, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to leave the police station. At this moment, a policeman walked over and said to Lin Xian, "Luckily, your wife stopped you in time. Otherwise you would have been in trouble for excessive self-defense." "I understand. Thank you," Lin Xian said. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao then returned home. As soon as she entered the door, Huang Shifeng anxiously stepped forward. Her eyes were full of concern, and her tone was slightly nervous. "Yao Yao, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let Mom take a look." Li Mingyao looked tired, but she still managed to smile and comforted her mother. "Mom, I'm fine. I was just a little frightened. Don't worry." Lin Xian quickly added, "Mom, it's all over now." He tried to tell Huang Shifeng in a calm voice that everything was over. It's all right. You should all go and rest." Huang Shifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted her chest. After taking a shower, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay down together on the comfortable and soft bed. At this moment, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao tightly in his arms, feeling her warmth and reassurance. Lin Xian lowered his head, his voice low and hoarse. "I'm sorry, wife." Li Mingyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian tenderly, and asked with a smile, "Husband, why are you apologizing to me?" Lin Xian's eyes revealed guilt and self-blame. "I didn't protect you well. If I had arrived a moment later." He dared not imagine the consequences, and his voice gradually lowered. At this moment, Li Mingyao clearly saw that Lin Xian's eyes were red. She reached out and stroked Lin Xian's face, comforting him. "Honey, don't think too much. I'm fine now, aren't I? We should be happy." Then, Li Mingyao continued, "Honey, I wasn't actually scared at the time." A determined light shone in her eyes. "Because I knew my husband would come to save me. I will protect you well after chapter 120. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's deep eyes widened instantly, his heart filled with emotion and surprise. "I never expected my wife to trust me so much. Besides, I still have pepper spray to use." Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly and said earnestly, "Wife, I will protect you well from now on, and there will be no more accidents like this." Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with affection. "Yes, I believe you." The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Lin Xian couldn't help but cup Li Mingyao's face in his hands, gently kissing her forehead, then her cheek, and finally resting his kiss on her alluring lips. For the next few days, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stayed at home and didn't go out much. Lin Xian stayed by Li Mingyao's side almost constantly, following her everywhere. Once, Li Mingyao suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, so she got up and went to the restroom. Lin Xian saw this and followed. "I need to use the restroom." Li Mingyao turned around and glared at her. "We need to be careful when going to the toilet. Let your husband go with you," Lin Xian said worriedly. "No," Li Mingyao said, walking into the bathroom and locking the door. Just as Li Mingyao sat down on the toilet, she heard a knock on the door. "Honey, do you really not need me to stay with you?" "Don't lock the door," Lin Xian asked. "No need," Li Mingyao replied. "Honey, I'll call your name every 10 seconds. You have to respond, or I'm breaking down the door," Lin Xian shouted. Li Mingyao sighed heavily. Was her husband beyond saving? "Honey, 10 seconds are up." "You're so annoying." Lin Xian stood outside the door, still feeling somewhat uneasy. He would occasionally press his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside, fearing that something might have happened to Li Mingyao. After a while, Li Mingyao finally came out of the toilet. "Honey, are you all right?" Lin Xian asked with concern. "What could possibly be wrong with me? I just need to use the restroom." Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at him. "That's good. From now on, you must tell your husband whatever you do," Lin Xian said. Okay, you nagging devil," Li Mingyao said with a smile. Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and a new day began. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got up early and prepared to go out. Li Mingyao is now 23 weeks pregnant and needs to return to Jinghai People's Hospital for another prenatal checkup. Huang Shifang was carrying a bulging bag and was trying to stuff it into the trunk of the car. "Mom, you don't need to bring so much stuff. We're only going for one day. We'll be back tomorrow," Li Mingyao said gently. Huang Shifang slapped her forehead. "Oh dear. Look at my memory. I completely forgot. Okay then, you guys must be careful on the road." After saying that, she went back into the house and brought out some fruit. "Okay, Mom, don't worry," Lin Xian answered with a smile, then took Li Mingyao's hand and walked downstairs to the Bentley Continental. He opened the car door and helped Li Mingyao into the car. Then he started the car and activated the top-of-the-line driving system. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley Continental slowly drove toward Jinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mingyao and said gently, "Wife, you can rest in the car for a while. By the time you wake up, we'll be almost at the hospital." Li Mingyao nodded, adjusted the angle of her seat, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Time passed slowly, and after a nearly 4-hour drive, the Bentley Continental slowly drove into the gate of Jinghai City People's Hospital. "Wife, we're here." Lin Xian gently woke the sleeping beauty in his arms. "Have we arrived yet?" Li Mingyao slowly woke up, her beautiful eyes slightly opening as she groggily woke up. Because Lin Xian had made thorough preparations beforehand and accurately timed his arrival at the hospital, Li Mingyao was seen only a few minutes later. For pregnant women who are more than 5 months pregnant, this prenatal checkup will still mainly consist of routine examinations, including ultrasound examinations and Down syndrome screening. In addition, during this stage, the fetal heartbeat can be listened to using professional equipment. A female doctor was seen carefully searching for the heartbeats of 2 tiny lives in Li Mingyao's abdomen with a Doppler fetal heart stethoscope. Finally, the female doctor found the faint but strong heartbeats of the 2 babies. "Doctor, can I listen to it?" Lin Xian couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course, no problem." The female doctor smiled and nodded in agreement. With the doctor's patient guidance, Lin Xian put his ear close to the stethoscope and finally heard the baby's heartbeats with his own ears. The rhythmic thumping of the water was like heavenly music, melting his heart. "Wife, come and listen." Lin Xian eagerly handed the stethoscope to Li Mingyao. Then Li Mingyao heard the baby's voice and smiled sweetly. After a series of examinations, The doctor told them that the baby's heartbeats, body structures, and other indicators were all normal, and the babies were developing very healthily. After the inspection, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to Jinwan Mansion, which was close to noon. So Lin Xian went into the kitchen to cook. After having a full meal, the two lay down on the soft, large bed. Li Mingyao gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek, while Lin Xian quietly gazed at his wife's beautiful face, his heart filled with love. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Xian's mind again. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the baby's 5th-month prenatal checkup. Considering the host's strong desire to protect Li Mingyao and the baby in the near future, the system will dispatch a futuristic female robot as Li Mingyao's personal bodyguard. She will hide in a secluded place and protect Li Mingyao at any time when Lin Xian is not around. Chapter 121 System. Are your family members aware that you're so easy to talk to? This system is amazing. With a female robot bodyguard, Lin Xian no longer needs to worry about his wife's safety as he used to. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xian's lips unconsciously curled up. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly came. Honey, what are you laughing at? You're ignoring me. Li Mingyao pouted and said coquettishly. Lin Xian then came to his senses and looked down at his wife in his arms. I'm thinking of something happy, Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. Oh, is it because your wife is about to give birth? Li Mingyao raised her eyebrows playfully and asked teasingly. Hearing his wife tease him like that, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't tolerate it. Then, Lin Xian leaned down and kissed those delicate red lips, their lips pressed tightly together. As afternoon approached, Lin Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Li Mingyao's beautiful face pressed against his, a sweet smile on her lips, looking completely satisfied. Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao up close. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, and her fair, oval face was delicate and smooth. Her appearance was flawless. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. His wife was just too beautiful. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. He couldn't help but lower his head and leave a gentle kiss on Li Mingyao's fair forehead. Then he carefully got up and left the bedroom. Lin Xian went to the living room, turned on the TV, and casually started watching videos. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Li Mingyao. After preparing dinner, Lin Xian returned to the living room, sat quietly on the sofa playing on his phone, and waited for his wife to get up. Some time has passed. Husband, a soft call came from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately stood up from the sofa and strode towards the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mingyao lying lazily on the bed, her beautiful big eyes gazing at him leisurely. Wife, are you awake? Lin Xian asked with concern. Li Mingyao slightly raised her head, her face showing a hint of fatigue and a coquettish expression. I'm a little thirsty, she said softly. Okay. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mingyao up, then lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. Then, he left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to pour water for Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao sat blankly on the bed, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. How did she get kissed again? A short while later, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom with a glass of water and handed it to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao took the water glass and started chugging it down. Wife, are you still tired? Lin Xian sat quietly by the bed, looking at her with a smile. Li Mingyao glared at Lin Xian sideways while drinking water. After drinking the water, Li Mingyao felt much better in her throat, but she was still a little sleepy. Lin Xian then led Li Mingyao to the restaurant to enjoy dinner. After dinner, as usual, they took a walk in the Jinwan Mansion community, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful evening. They strolled to the children's area, found a clean bench, and sat down to quietly enjoy the joyful scene of the children playing. The children's innocent laughter echoed in the air, bringing joy to everyone. Looking at these adorable children, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao couldn't help but think of their future baby, their hearts filled with anticipation. Just then, a crisp cell phone ring broke the silence. Li Mingyao took out her phone from her pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and unconsciously smiled. Hello, Mom. Yao Yao, what are you doing right now? Came the gentle voice of her mother, Huang Shifeng, from the other end of the phone. Lin Xian and I are taking a walk downstairs in the neighborhood, Li Mingyao said, giving Lin Xian a sweet smile. "Oh, it's like this. Your aunt invited us to her house for lunch tomorrow," Huang Shifang said casually. "Okay, then we'll go straight to Auntie's house tomorrow," Li Mingyao replied without hesitation. She then chatted with her mother for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Then she turned to Lin Xian, smiled, and said, "Honey, let's go straight to Auntie's house tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded with a smile in response. So, the two of them washed up and went to bed early that night. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao slowly woke up. After getting up, they ate a simple breakfast and then went downstairs together to the parking lot. This time, Lin Xian plans to drive his Maybach, which he hasn't used in a long time. Maybach's understated and composed appearance further accentuates his mature and confident demeanor. Lin Xian thought to himself, "This way, I won't be mistaken for a spoiled rich kid anymore." However, Li Mingyao, who was standing next to her, laughed mischievously. "Honey, Maybachs aren't cheap either. How can you call this being low-key? Ha ha. Okay, Lin Xian just wants to drive a Maybach. Of course, you should drive different luxury cars." The two then got into the Maybach, and Lin Xian started the car, the engine emitting a deep roar. Then, he gently pressed the accelerator, and the Maybach slowly drove out of the parking space, heading towards Jingshui City. As soon as Li Mingyao got into the car, she quickly fell asleep, just like always. Lin Xian, meanwhile, focused intently on driving, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized that his Xiaomi SU7 and Bentley Continental sports car both had top-of-the-line intelligent driving systems, but his Maybach didn't. It was so unfair. "System, are you there?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, host," the system's voice immediately replied. "System, can you also load a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with future technology into the Maybach?" Lin Xian asked expectantly. "Yes, please wait a moment, host," the system replied. Ding dong. The Maybach has successfully loaded a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with future technology. The host does not need to drive manually. The system notification sounded. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. It truly was a wonderful system. System, do your family members know you're so easy to talk to? Chapter 122, Is he capable of protecting you? Once the Maybach acquired the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system, it seemed to come alive and began to take control of the vehicle. During this process, Lin Xian can gradually loosen his grip on the steering wheel and relax his body. He placed his hands behind his head, leaned back comfortably in his seat, and enjoyed the moment of tranquility. His gaze swept across the car, and he saw his wife sleeping soundly beside him, a doting smile appearing on his face. Li Mingyao's face looked exceptionally beautiful and charming in the soft light. Her tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, as if she were having a sweet dream. P.S. This content is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it, fellow racing enthusiasts. For hours have passed in the blink of an eye. A long, black Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot downstairs from Huang Shizhen's apartment complex. Lin Xian opened the car door, took out a carefully wrapped gift box from the trunk, and then gently took Li Mingyao's soft little hand and walked up with her. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Aunt Huang Shizhen's house. Li Mingyao gently pressed the doorbell. However, it wasn't Luo Qingchuan and Huang Shifang who opened the door, but a young woman with neat short hair, a tall figure, and delicate features. "Sistery," Li Mingyao called out excitedly, her face beaming with joy. "Little sister, you're finally here. Come in quickly." Luo Jiai immediately showed a happy smile and warmly helped Li Mingyao into the house. Lin Xian followed them into the house. But he keenly noticed that Luo Jiai had only prepared slippers for Li Mingyao, but not for herself. This puzzled Lin Xian. This must be Huang Shizhen's daughter, but she seemed to harbor obvious hostility towards him. At that moment, Li Mingyao was being quickly helped into the house by Luo Jiai, so she did not notice these subtle details. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, then picked up a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, put them on, and went into the house. Just then, Huang Shifang also came out of the kitchen. "Auntie, these are some small gifts I brought back from Jinghai. I hope you like them." Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Huang Shifang. "Oh dear, you're here. Why did you bring anything?" Come sit in the living room for a while. Lunch will be ready soon. Huang Shizhen smiled warmly and quickly invited Lin Xian to sit down. Lin Xian followed Huang Shizhen into the living room and found Huang Shifeng and Luo Qingchuan already sitting there chatting, while Luo Jiai seemed to have directly led his wife into the bedroom. He greeted them politely. Mom, Uncle. Lin Xian, are you tired from driving? You must have had a long and tiring journey, Huang Shifeng asked with concern. Lin Xian, have a cup of tea. Luo Qingchuan smiled and poured a steaming cup of tea for Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the teacup, took a small sip, and savored the aroma of the tea. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is top-quality tea, Guanyin. Haha, I didn't expect you to know how to appreciate tea. It's rare to see young people like you who appreciate tea these days. You're really great. Luo Qingchuan was very happy to hear Lin Xian's words. I only know a little bit. I used to drink tea with my father often, so I know a little about tea, Lin Xian replied modestly. On the other side, Luo Jiai led Li Mengyao to her room and had Li Mengyao sit on the soft bed. Little sister, I went on a business trip to another province and haven't seen you for only a few months. How come you? Luo Jiai asked in surprise, looking at Li Mengyao's protruding belly. Li Mengyao lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and said shyly, It's just I'm pregnant. Luo Jiai frowned and pressed. What exactly happened? Tell me now. Li Mengyao shifted her gaze, avoiding Luo Jiai's eyes, and remained silent. She has never been good at lying since she was a child. The more she talks, the greater the chance of being exposed, so she simply stops talking. When Luo Jiai saw this, she knew something must have happened, and that Li Mengyao was unwilling to tell her. Since Li Mengyao's father passed away, Luo Jiai has always treated her like her own younger sister. Luo Jiai suddenly remembered Lin Xian and said angrily, Was it that Lin Xian outside who did this? Fine, I'm going to settle the score with him. She turned to leave. Li Mengyao quickly grabbed Luo Jiai and anxiously explained, Sister E, it's not my husband's fault. I couldn't help myself. Her face turned even redder, and her voice grew softer and softer. Li Mengyao still remembered that Luo Jiai was a black belt in Taekwondo and was very fierce when she fought. If she really angered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was a bully at school who tried to harass Li Mengyao, but Luo Jiai discovered it in time and, in a fit of anger, beat the bully until he was black and blue. The next morning, the school bully knelt before Li Mengyao, begging for forgiveness. This sudden scene terrified Li Mengyao. From then on, no one at school dared to bully her anymore. Sister-san, Luo Jiai sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. Sister E, my husband treats me very well. I really love Lin Xian. Li Mengyao looked at Luo Jiai with a determined gaze. Is he capable of protecting you? Luo Jiai asked. Luo Jiai learned from her parents that Lin Xian was very rich, but being rich doesn't necessarily mean you can protect the people around you. Being rich and being good at fighting are two different things. She is more inclined to admire martial arts. Yes. Li Mengyao answered without hesitation. Luo Jiai was speechless. After a while, Luo Jiai led Li Mengyao to the living room and sat down, where they saw Lin Xian and Luo Qingchuan happily discussing tea. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered that he still had a jar of fine Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea in the trunk of his Maybach. It was a gift from He Ziyuan when he accepted the honorary chairmanship of the Jinghai City Piano Association. Uncle, I suddenly remembered there's a can of good tea in the trunk of the car. I'll go get it for you to try, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked out of the room. Just then, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. Little sister, I forgot there's a package downstairs. I'll go get it, Luo Jiai said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded and continued to watch TV with a blank expression. Afterwards, Luo Jiai also left the room. Lin Xian arrived at the underground parking garage, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and found the jar of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea inside. However, at that moment, the black diamond technology watch on Lin Xian's wrist suddenly began to vibrate. Alarm! An attack on the host has been detected. Please take precautions. Chapter 123 Stop. Lin Xian was startled and quickly turned his head to look. He saw a fair and slender leg kicking towards his shoulder with a sharp gust of wind. Without a second thought, Lin Xian quickly raised his arms to block. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lin Xian was jolted back a few steps. You reacted pretty quickly. Luo Jiai's lips curled up slightly, forming a charming arc, before she launched another offensive. She moved with lightning speed, using both fists and feet, left hooks, right hooks, high kicks, low sweeps. All kinds of attacks came at Lin Xian like a storm. Lin Xian retreated repeatedly, only able to use his arms and body to defend himself, and said, Sister Yi, what do you mean by this? I don't think I've done anything to offend you, have I? Humph, you're pretty tough. But what's the use of just being defensive? How can you protect Yao Yao like this? Luo Jiai sneered, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. After saying that, she turned her body, causing her legs to spin rapidly, and then kicked out with a powerful whirlwind kick. Lin Xian dared not be careless and quickly put his hands in front of him to block the attack. Bang! Lin Xian was forced back several steps by the powerful force, and at the same time, he took the opportunity to push Luo Jiai away. The two put some distance between them. He's quite strong. Luo Jiai's face showed a hint of surprise, and she had a greater appreciation for Lin Xian's strength. Since Sister Yi wants to test me, then I should show my true skills. I'd better be careful from now on. Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. I couldn't be happier. A hint of excitement flashed in Luo Jiai's eyes, and she rushed forward again. The two began exchanging punches, their back-and-forth exchanges revealing Luo Jiai's fierce and rapid attacks, which Lin Xian skillfully countered with her own force. This surprised Luo Jiai greatly. You actually know Wing Chun? Lin Xian smiled slightly, struck a Wing Chun pose, and said, I know a little bit about it. Just as the two were preparing for a new round of fierce combat, a soft yet loud voice suddenly rang out. Stop! The two turned their heads at the same time and found that it was Li Mingyao. At this moment, Li Mingyao stood there, her chest heaving slightly, her brows furrowed, clearly very angry. Wife, what brings you here? Lin Xian immediately ran over, held Li Mingyao's small hand tightly, and asked with concern. Li Mingyao glanced at Lin Xian and said angrily, If I don't come, are you guys going to keep fighting? No, that's not true. Yi Jie and I were just sparring, right? Lin Xian quickly explained, then looked at Luo Jiai. Luo Jiai quickly added with a smile. Yes, sister, I saw that my brother-in-law's kung fu is so good, I just wanted to have a match with him, haha. Luo Jiai knows her younger sister very well. She knows that when Li Mingyao is obedient, she is like a cute little kitten, but once she gets angry, she will turn into a fierce lion. So when Li Mingyao angrily questioned them, Luo Jiai immediately realized that things were not going well. Do you guys think I'm a 3-year-old? Sister Yi, where's your package? Li Mingyao said angrily. Luo Jiai quickly explained, I just wanted to test Lin Xian, little sister. Don't be angry, I was wrong. After being exposed, she quickly admitted her mistake. Lin Xian quickly comforted Li Mingyao. Honey, look, we're both fine. Don't be angry, it's bad for the baby. Seeing that neither of them was injured, Li Mingyao sighed helplessly and said, Don't do that again. Let's go back. Li Mingyao, who was waiting in the living room, felt that her husband and sister Yi had been gone for a long time and had not returned. Worried that something might have happened, she went downstairs to check. To my surprise, I saw the two of them fighting. The three of them entered the elevator in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Xian and Luo Jiai felt Li Mingyao's cold gaze, and neither of them dared to speak again, because they could both see that Li Mingyao was still somewhat angry. Lin Xian was also speechless. He got beaten up and made his wife angry. Not long after, the three of them returned to the house and went into the living room together. As soon as he sat down, Huang Shizhen asked, Why did it take you so long to come back? Lin Xian laughed and replied, Haha, we've been looking for this for quite a while. Then, he handed the Weishan de Hong Pao in his hand to Luo Qingchuan. Uncle, this is Weishan de Hong Pao. Upon seeing this, Luo Qingchuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My goodness, this is precious Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea. A single jar can sell for hundreds of thousands of yuan on the market. But he immediately added, I dare not accept such a valuable gift. Please take it back with you. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand. No need to be polite. Uncle, please accept it. I have many more in Jinghai City. All right then, After lunch, we'll brew this pot of Wui Mountain Dahong Pao tea, and everyone can enjoy it together, Luo Qingchuan said happily. After he finished speaking, he invited everyone to the restaurant for lunch. The lunch was very sumptuous, and everyone enjoyed it very much. After lunch, everyone returned to the living room. Some sat on the sofa watching TV, while others gathered together to chat. Luo Qingchuan then began preparing tea, taking out the precious Wui Mountain Dahong Pao and carefully brewing it. Soon, the living room was filled with the aroma of tea, and everyone was savoring the rare Dahong Pao tea. Of course, Li Mingyao didn't drink it. Dahong Pao is a type of black tea, which contains a certain amount of caffeine and theophylline, which can have adverse effects on the baby. So she drank fruit juice instead. Time flies, and it's already afternoon. After saying goodbye to Li Mengyao's family and her aunt's family, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and went downstairs to the Maybach with Huang Shifang. Then they started the car and drove towards Times Garden. They arrived home safely very quickly. After arriving home, everyone went to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian was covered in sweat from sparring with Luo Jiai, so he went to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian saw Li Mingyao lying quietly on her side on the bed, staring at him with her bright, lively eyes. Lin Xian slowly walked to the bedside and asked softly, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" Li Mingyao shook her head slightly. Then, he climbed into bed, lay down next to Li Mingyao, and gently embraced her. "Honey, let me see your hands." As Li Mingyao spoke, she reached out her slender hand and gently stroked Lin Xian's reddened arm, her eyes filled with concern and heartache. "Sister E, really, you don't know what's important," Li Mingyao complained, her face full of worry. Lin Xian smiled slightly and comforted her, saying, "Sister Yi's intentions were good. She just wanted to test whether I was capable of protecting you." "You can't use so much force, it hurts me," Li Mingyao said gently, looking up. "It won't happen again next time." Lin Xian cupped Li Mengyao's small face and gently kissed her. Chapter 124 Wife, be gentle. Under Lin Xian's soft words and gentle comfort, Li Mingyao finally closed her eyes, nestled quietly in his warm embrace, and drifted into a sweet dream. However, Lin Xian couldn't fall asleep. His thoughts kept drifting back to the intense sparring he had just had with Luo Jiai. This woman is ruthless. She shows absolutely no mercy. If Lin Xian hadn't enhanced his physical attributes, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it long ago. As for Wing Chun, let's go back to when Luo Jiai used the whirlwind kick, and Lin Xian started asking the system for help in his mind. "System, you only enhanced my physical attributes, but you didn't give me any practical combat moves. If I encounter a real master, I'll only be able to get beaten up," Lin Xian cried out in his heart. Just then, the system's response rang out. "Good luck, host." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nearly collapsed. He continued to lament in his mind. "System, don't you have any combat-related rewards?" The system replied, "Yes, but the host has not yet triggered such a reward." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's hope was immediately rekindled, and he eagerly asked, "Then could I borrow it for a while, my system master?" After a moment's hesitation, the system said, "All right, then I'll temporarily reward you with the top fighting master skill, with a usage time limit of 10 minutes. 10 minutes is more than enough," Lin Xian said confidently, a slight smile playing on his lips. As he finished speaking, a mysterious power surged into his heart, and all sorts of top-notch fighting skills from around the world flooded into Lin Xian's mind. Every detail and every movement is clearly visible. This led to the scene where Lin Xian later used Wing Chun. "Sigh, I really want to experience what it's like to be a top-tier fighting master again. Which man wouldn't want to have this skill?" However, the system said that there would be a reward if it was triggered in the future, and it would be yours sooner or later. Lin Xian sighed softly, his gaze falling on Li Mingyao in his arms. She slept peacefully, her beautiful face radiating tranquility and gentleness. Lin Xian smiled slightly, carefully held her, and together they drifted into a sweet dream. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Wife, be gentle," Lin Xian couldn't help but frown and mutter. Li Mingyao stopped what she was doing and looked at him in confusion. "Does it hurt? I didn't use much force." At this moment, Li Mingyao was applying liniment to Lin Xian. Looking at her earnest expression, Lin Xian felt a warm feeling well up in his heart. Does it still hurt? Li Mingyao asked with concern, easing her pressure slightly. Lin Xian nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Yeah, much better. Honey, if you can't beat someone, just run away, okay? Don't always try to be brave. Li Mingyao gently instructed. Lin Xian turned her head, her eyes firm and stubborn. Does my husband look like someone who can't be beaten? Ouch! It hurts. Suddenly, Lin Xian let out a scream. Upon hearing his words, Li Mingyao unconsciously increased the pressure on her hand, causing Lin Xian's face to instantly become contorted and grotesque. Still being stubborn, Li Mingyao glared at him, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. She continued to gently wipe the red and swollen areas of Lin Xian with her warm little hands. I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xian finally relented, responding with a smile. After a while, Li Mingyao finally finished applying the medicine and carefully packed her things away. Thank you, my wife, Lin Xian said softly, a happy smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian lay lazily on the bed, fully enjoying this warmth and sweetness. As evening fell, Huang Shifang went downstairs to do square dancing, while Lin Xian and Li Mingyao also prepared to go out for a walk to enjoy the tranquility of the night. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting their plans. When Lin Xian opened the door, he saw Li Mingyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting, standing outside. She seemed a little nervous, glancing into the room every now and then. Hello, Lin Xian, is Mingyao here? Chen Tingting asked cautiously. Yes, Lin Xian replied. At this moment, Li Mingyao also came out of the bedroom after changing her clothes. Honey, who is it? Li Mingyao asked curiously. It's Chen Tingting, Lin Xian told her. Upon seeing Li Mingyao, Chen Tingting immediately said apologetically, Mingyao, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not taking you home. You almost had an accident. She bowed deeply to express her apology. It turned out that Chen Tingting was quite frightened when she heard that Li Mingyao had almost been attacked by Li Jie that day. Tingting, this isn't your fault. Li Mingyao quickly helped Chen Tingting up and comforted her. If I had taken you home that day, maybe this wouldn't have happened, Chen Tingting said remorsefully. It's okay, don't think too much about it, Li Mingyao comforted her. Come in and have a seat. With that, Li Mingyao pulled Chen Tingting into the house. Lin Xian wisely returned to the bedroom, leaving the two of them with their own space. Li Mingyao and Chen Tingting sat down in the living room. Mingyao, you're pregnant now, and you can't run fast if you encounter danger, so I should have taken you back, Chen Tingting said with a guilty look. Tingting, it's really okay. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Besides, even if you give me a ride once, Li Jie will still find a chance to attack me in the future. Besides, Li Jie is already in prison, so he has no chance to hurt me anymore. Li Mingyao comforted her. Really? Mingyao, will we still be good friends? Chen Tingting asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Tingting smiled brightly and chatted happily with Li Mingyao. The two chatted happily, seemingly forgetting the unpleasantness that had occurred earlier. Oh, Mingyao, your penthouse is amazing. It's spacious, has a great view, and the decor is so luxurious, Chen Tingting exclaimed. Then Chen Tingting began to complain about the bizarre things she encountered at work, while Li Mingyao listened with a smile, occasionally offering a response. After a while, Chen Tingting happily got up, said goodbye to Li Mingyao, and went home. Honey, let's go for a walk. Li Mingyao called out. You're here. Lin Xian came out of the bedroom and smiled. Then Lin Xian took Li Mingyao for a walk downstairs in the community. During their walk, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that his wife seemed to have something in her mouth. She chewed lightly from time to time, a satisfied smile on her face. Honey, what are you eating? Lin Xian asked curiously. Milk candy. Li Mingyao turned around and smiled. My husband wants one too. Lin Xian smiled slightly. I still have a few more in my bag, Li Mingyao said, reaching into her bag. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Li Mingyao's small hand, revealing his signature smile. Li Mingyao blushed slightly, then shook her head left and right to make sure no one was around. She tiptoed gently and fed the candy to Lin Xian mouth to mouth. Mommy, someone is kissing me. Just then, a child's voice came from behind. Chapter 125 Wife, I'm here for you from now on. Li Mingyao panicked instantly and quickly turned around to look. She saw a little boy who looked about 6 or 7 years old staring at them with big, curious eyes, as if he were studying something interesting. Just then, a woman in her 30s walked over. Seeing the scene before her, she immediately covered the little boy's eyes with her hands and said anxiously, "Don't look." Then he picked up the little boy, turned around, and walked away, muttering to himself, "Couldn't we go back and kiss again? Young people these days are really—" Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's face turned bright red, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She no longer cared about Lin Xian's joking face beside her and walked quickly forward with her head down. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly caught up and said with concern, "Wife, slow down. Don't rush. Be careful." His face still wore that cynical smile. It's all your fault," Li Mingyao muttered angrily, but her pace didn't slow down at all. The two continued walking forward and soon heard a burst of cheerful music. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart, keep you here." It turned out to be the sound of square dancing music. Li Mingyao held Lin Xian's hand and slowly walked towards the music. Soon they found a group of middle-aged women dancing. They danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, their faces beaming with joy and happiness. "Wife, what are you doing here? Do you want to jump too?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes in exasperation after hearing this. "Look who that is." She extended her slender index finger and pointed gently. Lin Xian looked in the direction she pointed and saw a familiar figure appear before him. "Mom?" he exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Huang Shifang was standing in the middle of the crowd, her face beaming with a happy smile, happily dancing to the rhythm of the music. "I haven't seen my mom dance so happily in a long time." Li Mingyao smiled gently, a hint of emotion in her eyes. "From now on, Mom can dance happily like this every day," Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao smiled brightly at Lin Xian. Then, she took out her phone from her pocket, pointed the camera at Huang Shifang, who was dancing with great enthusiasm, and pressed the shutter button to record this beautiful moment. After filming, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao quietly left. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring my Nikon Z7 II camera with me this time. I'll bring it next time to take a set of photos for my mom." The two went home after their walk. As night fell, Lin Xian lay on the soft bed, his hands constantly playing with Li Mingyao's smooth hair, feeling the delicate touch of it gliding through his fingertips. "Honey, stop playing." Li Mingyao put down her phone, looked up and pretended to be angry at him, but there was no intimidation in her eyes. Even when a kitten is angry, isn't it still a kitten? Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all and continued playing his own game. "Honey, can we go to the countryside tomorrow?" Li Mingyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and said in a somewhat sad tone. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Xian looked up, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Why the sudden trip to the countryside?" "Tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's death, and I want to go see him." Li Mingyao pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest and whispered, "Of course, I'm going to see my father-in-law too." Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tenderly and gently stroked her soft back. "We'll be right back after we finish watching," Li Mingyao continued. "Okay," Lin Xian said gently. Li Mingyao slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply at Lin Xian, filled with love and gratitude. She asked softly, "Honey, why do you never ask me about my father's relatives?" Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied gently, "If you don't want to say, I won't ask." Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyao felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her eyes welled up with tears. She gently bit her lip and continued, "Actually, my grandparents used to love me very much, but everything changed after my father passed away. My uncle's family had a baby boy, and my grandfather started to see us as a burden and gradually distanced himself from us." At this point, her voice became low, as if recalling those painful memories. Lin Xian listened quietly, and he could feel his wife's pain and helplessness. Lin Xian reached out and held her small hand tightly, giving her strength and support. Li Mingyao continued to tell her story. Grandpa believed that girls would eventually get married, so he treated his grandson like a treasure. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and had a fierce argument with my grandfather. She finally decided to sever ties with them and take me with her. From then on, my mother and I depended on each other for survival. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she wiped them away with a wronged expression. Wife, you don't need to pay attention to them anymore. I've got you covered. Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, gently cupped her cheeks, and comforted her tenderly. He carefully wiped away her tears, his eyes filled with determination. Li Mingyao nodded, touched, her eyes glistening with tears, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Lin Xian lowered his head, pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, and gently asked, "Are you still sad?" Li Mengyao blinked, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. "A little." Lin Xian smiled and continued, "Then what should we do?" Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes, smiled, and said, "I want a kiss." Looking at her adorable appearance, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently kissed Li Mengyao's lips. Chapter 126. Dad, I'm doing very well now too. The next morning arrived quickly. After having breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to set off. Li Mengyao's father, Li Qingyang, has been buried in his hometown since his death. His hometown is located in Lizuan, a remote village in Jingshui City, which is quite a distance from the city center and takes about 3 hours to drive there. Mom, aren't you coming with us? Li Mengyao asked her mother. I already went during the Qingming festival, so I don't need to go again this time. You two can go by yourselves, Huang Shifang replied. In fact, Huang Shifang also really wanted to go, but she hoped to leave Lin Xian and Li Mengyao some space to be alone so that they could better face Li Qingyang. All right then, honey, let's go. Li Mengyao nodded, then took Lin Xian's hand and walked out of the house together. The two arrived at the Maybach Park downstairs. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove out of the Times Garden community. They first bought some offerings along the way, and then headed straight for Li Village. Honey, won't you take a nap on the way? Lin Xian said gently, looking at Li Mengyao. Normally, Li Mengyao would fall asleep as soon as she got on the bus, but today she sat quietly in her seat with a blank look in her eyes, as if she had lost her vitality. Honey, I can't sleep, Li Mengyao said. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at his wife with heartache and comforted her. Then let's put on some music. Listening to songs might help us relax. As he spoke, he turned on the car stereo and selected a few light and cheerful songs. After hearing this, Li Mengyao gradually calmed down and started chatting with Lin Xian from time to time. Time passed slowly, and after a long 4-hour drive, a long, black Maybach slowly drove into Lizuan. The farmers were busy with their farm work when they suddenly saw this luxury car drive into the village. They stopped what they were doing in surprise and stared intently at the car's trajectory. They remembered that no one in the village seemed to drive such a luxury car, so they started gossiping about who it was. Whose car is this? It's so beautiful, a villager exclaimed. Yes, I've never seen such a nice car before, another villager chimed in. Just as everyone was discussing this, the Maybach stopped, the door opened, and Lin Xian led Li Mengyao out of the car. Wow, whose child is this? He's so good looking, a woman couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, that guy is so handsome. He looks like a movie star, another young girl chimed in. That woman looks a bit like Li Qingming's niece, someone recognized Li Mengyao. Since Li Qingyang's tombstone is not far from the village entrance, cars can only be parked on one road in the village, and the rest of the way has to be walked. Wife, be careful. Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao and slowly walked forward. Yes, I'm watching. Li Mengyao smiled gently at Lin Xian. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at Li Qingyang's tombstone. At this moment, the tombstone in front of me did not have much dust on it, only some fallen leaves, as if someone came to clean it regularly. The tombstone bears a photo of Li Qingyang in his youth. He has a handsome face, a resolute look in his eyes, and a slightly upturned mouth that reveals a confident smile. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes resemble her father's, clear and bright, revealing a determined gaze. Lin Xian took out his tools and began to carefully sweep the fallen leaves around the tombstone, while Li Mengyao gently arranged the offerings she had brought in front of the tombstone. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, Lin Xian specially took out a soft mat and laid it on the ground. Then, the two of them knelt down gently, their knees resting on the mat. facing Li Qingyang's tombstone. Dad, I've come to see you. How have you been lately? Someone as kind as you must be living a happy life in heaven, Li Mingyao said softly, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, I want to tell you that I'm doing very well now, Li Mingyao continued, her face beaming with happiness. I've graduated from university and gotten married. My husband loves me very much and takes good care of me and my mother. Li Mingyao gently stroked the photo on the tombstone. Also, Dad, you're going to be a grandfather soon, and a grandfather of 2 children at that. You'll definitely be very happy if you were here. As Li Mingyao spoke, her voice gradually choked up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Xian looked at his wife with heartache, and quickly took out a tissue to wipe away her tears. Dad, this is your son-in-law. What do you think? Isn't he as handsome as you were when you were young? Li Mingyao stopped crying and started laughing, pointing at Lin Xian as she introduced him to her father. He's not only handsome, but he also has his own career. He takes great care of me. Your daughter has good taste, doesn't she? She took Lin Xian's hand and held it tightly with her own. Dear father-in-law, I am Lin Xian, Li Mingyao's husband. He gazed at the name on the tombstone, a sense of respect welling up in his heart. Thank you so much for your love for Mingyao when she was little. Don't worry, Mingyao is in my care from now on. I will not let her get hurt in the slightest. Lin Xian said firmly. He knew this responsibility was immense, but he was willing to dedicate his life to protecting Li Mingyao and their family. The two knelt quietly, their grief gradually turning into tranquility. After a while, Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's hand and stood up. He bowed deeply to the tombstone, then turned to leave. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, carrying a cloud of dandelions that danced in the air like light snowflakes. These tiny dandelion seeds danced in the air, like a group of little elves playing happily. They fluttered and drifted towards the sky, creating a beautiful contrast with the blue sky and white clouds, as if bravely seeking the unknown distance, forming a magnificent picture. Li Mingyao leaned on Lin Xian's shoulder, quietly gazing at the beautiful scenery before her. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked back hand in hand. As they approached Maybach, they found the villagers already gathered there, discussing animatedly. They're back, a villager shouted. The other villagers all turned around and stared at Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao continued walking towards the Maybach with expressionless faces. As they approached, they found an elderly woman with white hair and a cane standing beside the car. Chapter 127. I will definitely take good care of Mingyao in this life. The old man's face was etched with the marks of time, but his eyes shone with a warm light. Yao Yao, is that you back? The old lady looked up and asked softly. Li Mingyao quickly stepped forward, took the old lady's arm, and gently replied, Grandma, it's me who's back. Although her grandfather and uncle's family regarded Li Mingyao as a burden and abandoned her ruthlessly, her grandmother had always treated her very well in the past. When the decision to sever ties was made, my grandmother strongly opposed it, but ultimately, she could not change the decision. Seeing you living such a happy life now, Grandma is at ease, Grandma said gently. Grandma, Mom and I are doing well, so you don't need to worry, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Grandma's blurry eyes carefully examined Li Mingyao, and suddenly noticed that her stomach seemed a little strange, so she reached out her old hand and gently stroked it. Oh dear, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Grandma asked in surprise. Yes, Grandma, you're going to be a great grandmother, and a double one at that. Li Mingyao excitedly told her grandma. This is good news, this is good news, Grandma said excitedly. However, she suddenly remembered that Li Mingyao had long severed ties with her family, and her joy vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sigh. Immediately afterwards, Grandma took a red envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Li Mingyao. I'm already very grateful that you still consider me your grandma. Keep this red envelope, it's for the 2 little ones, Grandma said with a smile. Li Mingyao knew that this was originally meant for her grandson. Grandma, I can't accept it, Li Mingyao said, declining. Grandma insisted, I've wronged you these past 10 years. If you still consider me your grandma, then take it. Grandma's eyes gradually welled up with tears, and her voice became firm. Left with no other choice, Li Mingyao had to accept the red envelope. At this moment, Grandma's gaze fell on Lin Xian, who was standing next to Li Mingyao. She smiled kindly and asked softly, "This must be my grandson-in-law, right? He's very handsome." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, Grandma. My name is Lin Xian." Grandma nodded and praised, "Lin Xian, what a good name." Then, Grandma suddenly became serious and looked at Lin Xian earnestly, saying, "Lin Xian, Grandma has a favor to ask of you. Please take good care of my granddaughter." "Grandma, I promise you, I will take good care of Meng Yao for the rest of my life," Lin Xian said firmly. "All right, I'm relieved to hear that. You two should go now. When the old man comes and sees how wealthy you are now, he'll probably start acting like a scoundrel again," Grandma said with a smile. "Grandma, we're going back now," Li Mingyao said reluctantly. "Yes, please give my regards to Shifeng, and also apologize to her on behalf of Grandma. It was our Li family's fault," Grandma said, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Xian then helped Li Mingyao into the car, returned to the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away amidst the envious gazes of many villagers. Just as they were leaving the village, they ran into Li Qingyang's younger brother, Li Qingmin. He gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, because he saw Li Mingyao, whom he had abandoned, now riding in a luxury car. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao didn't even glance at him. The long, black Maybach drove straight away from Li village. On the way back, Lin Xian noticed that his wife was looking out the window and seemed very depressed. "Honey, shall we sit in the back?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. "Why?" Li Mingyao turned her head and asked in a low voice. "The back is spacious. Let your husband hold you for a while," Lin Xian said gently. "Who's driving that car?" Li Mingyao asked with some concern. "Don't worry, let the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system handle it," Lin Xian explained with a smile. After saying that, Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road, opened the car door, and got out, leading Li Mingyao to the back seat. He gently opened the car door, carefully helped Li Mingyao sit down, and then sat down next to her himself. In the back row, Lin Xian gently held Li Mingyao in his arms, letting her feel his care and protection. Li Mengyao's long, fair legs gently rested on Lin Xian's thighs, her small head nestled against his chest, as if she had found a peaceful haven. "Xiaohei, activate the top-level intelligent driving mode," Lin Xian commanded the Maybach's intelligence system. "Okay," Maybach replied. As the vehicle slowly started, it drove smoothly forward. "Honey, it's okay to cry if you want to, but you can't cry anymore once we're home," Lin Xian said, gently stroking Li Mingyao's hair. He knew she must be harboring a lot of grievances and pain, and now was the time to release those emotions. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao finally couldn't hold back anymore. Her tears flowed like a burst dam, dripping onto Lin Xian's shirt. She hugged Lin Xian tightly and cried her heart out, releasing all her exhaustion and sorrow. Lin Xian held her quietly, feeling her every sob, his heart filled with heartache. All he could do was use a tissue to wipe away Li Mingyao's tears. Perhaps she was exhausted from crying. Li Mingyao leaned against Lin Xian and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xian gently helped her rest her head on the back seat and carefully fastened her seatbelt before cautiously returning to the driver's seat. He never dared to ask Li Mingyao about her father, Li Qingyang, for fear of touching on her deepest pain. It wasn't until later that he learned the truth from Huang Shifeng. It turned out that Jingshui City had been hit by several days of heavy rain, causing the river to overflow and cause disaster. On his way home from get-off work, Li Qingyang discovered a little girl being swept away by the raging river. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river and, thanks to his excellent swimming skills, quickly rescued the little girl and brought her back to the shore. However, at that moment, the river suddenly surged, and Li Qingyang, having exhausted his strength, was ultimately swept away by the merciless current. The little girl who was rescued by Li Qingyang disappeared without a trace afterward. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. His wife's childhood was truly unfortunate. Time ticked by, and finally, after nearly 4 hours of driving, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden residential complex. Lin Xian returned to the back seat and gently woke Li Mingyao. "Honey, we're home. Lin Xian said gently. Chapter 128, Are all female hooligans these days so self-righteous? Li Mingyao gently rubbed her beautiful eyes. Let your husband check if your eyes are swollen. Lin Xian cupped Li Mingyao's small face and examined it carefully. Her beautiful eyes, like two bright gems, blinked as she looked at him, as if telling of endless tenderness and love. Even when my wife cries, she's still beautiful. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her rosy cheek and whispered, Stop fooling around. Let's go home. Li Mingyao smiled shyly and offered her small hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and helped her out of the car, then walked towards the elevator. Soon, the two returned home. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden patches on the floor. Mom, I'm home, Li Mingyao called out cheerfully as she entered the house. At this moment, Huang Shifang had already calculated the time and was bringing out a large bowl of steaming noodles and a bowl of braised dishes from the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's call, a relieved smile appeared on her face. You're back? Let's have some noodles, Huang Shifang said gently. Mom, how did you know I was hungry? Li Mingyao asked in surprise. You never eat much when you visit your father, but you immediately complain of being hungry when you come back, Huang Shifang said with a smile. Hee hee. Honey, come and eat some braised noodles. My mom makes them so delicious. Li Mingyao couldn't wait to pull Lin Xian to sit down in the restaurant, her eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. She picked up a large bowl of noodles, then scooped on a big spoonful of fragrant braised seafood and skillfully stirred it with chopsticks. Then, she happily picked up her chopsticks and slurped up the noodles, her face beaming with a blissful smile. Lin Xian also tried a bite and had to admit that his mother's cooking skills were really good. Mom, the braised noodles are delicious, Lin Xian said with a smile. I'm glad you like it. Huang Shifang watched the two of them from the side and smiled happily. Since neither of them had eaten properly at noon, they quickly finished off a large bowl of noodles. After finishing her meal, Li Mingyao went back to her room to rest, while Huang Shifang went downstairs to check on the progress of the shop's renovation. Lin Xian quietly left home. He went to the parking lot downstairs, started his Maybach, and drove out of the Times Garden residential complex. Lin Xian first went to the largest traditional market in Jingshui City and selected 2 exquisite lotus lanterns. In ancient times, people would release lotus lanterns to express their grief and remembrance for their deceased relatives. After buying the lotus lantern, he drove to a well-known Martin guitar shop in Jingshui City. As soon as I entered the store, a friendly young male salesperson greeted me. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a guitar? The male salesman gave a professional smile. Yes. May I ask which Martin guitars you sell here? Lin Xian asked. Oh, we have Martin D28, Martin D41, Martin D45, etc. These are all very classic models, the male salesman introduced. At that moment, Lin Xian's gaze was drawn to a guitar. He walked up to the guitar without thinking and examined it closely. This guitar is absolutely stunning. Its elegant silhouette and delicate lines create an unparalleled charm that is truly captivating. Sir, you have excellent taste. Upon seeing this, the male salesman immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, This is our Martin D45 Modern Deluxe. It uses high-quality rosewood and spruce wood and has a rich, warm, and balanced sound quality. Whether you are playing an instrument or singing, it can show its unique charm. Moreover, it feels great to play. The comfortable neck design allows you to easily press the strings and play. This guitar looks really good, Lin Xian said with a smile. May I try it out? Of course, the male salesman readily agreed, and carefully took the Martin D45 Modern Deluxe off the shelf and gently handed it to Lin Xian. After taking the Martin D45 guitar, Lin Xian gently pressed a few strings, enjoying the beautiful sound it produced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned to the male salesman and asked, How much is this guitar? The male salesman smiled and replied, Because the materials used in this guitar are very rare, the price will be slightly higher, priced at 100,000 yuan. Okay, I'll buy it. Please wrap it up for me. Lin Xian handed the Martin D45 guitar back to the male salesman. The male salesman excitedly accepted it and said happily, Okay, thank you very much. Next, Lin Xian went to the front desk to pay and retrieve his shopping receipt. Just as he was about to leave, the male salesman came over again and asked, "Sir, would you like this guitar engraved?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, please engrave the words Xianming on it for me." The male salesman nodded to indicate that he understood and prepared to turn around to handle the engraving. "By the way, I have something to do later. Could you please deliver this guitar to this location around 8 p.m.? Lin Xian opened his phone and handed the address to the male salesperson for review. "Yes, that's possible. Since you've spent over 100,000 yuan at our store, we can accommodate some of your personalized requests. We guarantee on-time delivery," the male salesperson said with a smile. "Okay, thank you for your help." After saying that, Lin Xian left the Martin musical instrument store and drove his Maybach home. Soon, Lin Xian returned home, changed into comfortable pajamas, and quietly lay down next to Li Mingyao, falling asleep. Time quickly came to 7 p.m., and Lin Xian vaguely felt a pair of small hands touching his face. "Then I grabbed it." Lin Xian grasped Li Mengyao's small hand with his own, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at his playful wife in front of him. "Honey, you're awake." Li Mengyao blushed and said playfully, "Wife, when did you become so dishonest?" Lin Xian smiled and gently pinched her nose with his fingers. "No way." Li Mengyao pouted, lowered her head, and dared not meet his gaze, feeling a little guilty. "You still say no? Then what were you doing with your little hands just now?" Lin Xian said with a smile. He reached out a hand and gently turned Li Mingyao's cheek, forcing her to face his gaze. "I didn't do anything." Li Mingyao raised her face proudly, looking completely innocent. Are all female hooligans this brazen these days?" Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "Can this be called being a hooligan?" Li Mingyao stuck out her cute little tongue, blinked her big eyes, and looked pitiful. "In that case, I'll kiss my wife too." Chapter 129 Lotus Lantern. After their intimate moment, the two changed their clothes in the room and prepared to go downstairs for a walk. "Honey, let's go for a walk by the lake next to our neighborhood today," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled happily. Then Lin Xian led Li Mingyao to the lakeside next to Times Garden. This moon reflection lake is like a dazzling pearl, inlaid in this tranquil land. The lake water is as clear as a mirror, reflecting a bright moon and the lush green trees around it, creating a beautiful natural painting. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao strolled along the lake, enjoying the refreshing breeze and tranquil environment. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at an end of the road. Li Mingyao stood by the lake, gazing up at the full moon. Lin Xian could tell that his wife was still missing her father. So he took out 2 lotus lanterns that he had prepared beforehand from the bushes behind him. "I hid them here after buying them in the afternoon." "Wife, let's release lotus lanterns," Lin Xian said with a smile. "A lotus lantern?" Li Mingyao turned around curiously. Seeing the 2 exquisite lotus lanterns, each petal is carved with lifelike detail. The petals are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner, layer upon layer surrounding the central wick, just like a lotus flower in full bloom, exuding a tranquil and peaceful beauty. "Honey, when did you buy this?" A hint of joy flashed across Li Mingyao's face. "While you're taking a nap this afternoon," Lin Xian said with a smile, handing a lotus lantern to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao took the lotus lantern, examined it carefully, and smiled slightly. Lin Xian said softly, "Wife, lotus lanterns can be used to express our grief and remembrance for our loved ones." He paused for a moment, then continued, "We will place the lotus lanterns in this moon reflection lake, and I believe my Father in heaven will be able to see them." Li Mingyao nodded slightly, her eyes a little moist. "Yes, thank you, husband." She gently hugged Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently hugged her back, feeling her warmth. After a while, they let go of each other, and Lin Xian took out a lighter and lit the wick of the lotus lantern. Li Mingyao did as she was told, and then the two of them gently placed the lotus lantern on the lake. As a gentle breeze blows, the lotus lantern sways softly on the water's surface. Moonlight spills onto the lake, reflecting the lantern's shadows and making the whole scene exceptionally beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stood quietly by the lake, hand in hand, watching the lotus lanterns gradually disappear into the distance, their hearts filled with longing and blessings for their loved ones. Soon, the lotus head disappeared from their sight, and it was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. Just then, footsteps sounded behind them. The two turned around and saw a young man carrying a large guitar backpack coming towards them. It was that male salesman. "Sir, here is the Martin D. 45 Modern Deluxe you ordered this afternoon. Please check it." "Thank you." Lin Xian took the guitar bag, and then the male salesman left. Lin Xian opened the guitar bag, inside which was a beautiful Martin D. 45 Modern Deluxe guitar. "Honey, why did you buy another guitar? Don't we already have a piano at home?" Li Mingyao asked happily. "The guitar is more convenient. My husband can play songs for you anytime, anywhere, just like now," Lin Xian said with a smile. "What song will my husband play for me?" Li Mingyao felt warm and sweet inside, and couldn't help but show a happy smile. "Come this way." Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's small hand and led her to a delicate little pavilion by the lake. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat on the stone benches in the pavilion. The surrounding environment was quiet and pleasant. Li Mingyao gently rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, feeling his warm body temperature, and then slowly closed her beautiful eyes, quietly enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. Lin Xian picked up the guitar beside him, adjusted the strings, and plucked them with his fingers, producing beautiful music. The music he played was beautiful and melodious, flowing into Li Mengyao's ears like a gentle stream, immersing her completely. Lin Xian played the instrument while softly singing. "The smile of a super idol. None of them are as sweet as yours. The midday sun in August. None of them are as dazzling as you. You have no idea how adorable you are." After falling down, he'll stand up with a silly grin. "You never give up easily. My dedication to my dreams has never wavered. I feel at ease when you say that to me. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Let me do it. Dare to pursue your dreams." That resolute look. I dedicate a C's song, "Love You at 105 Degrees, to Li Mingyao. Wife, the past is the past. From now on, your husband will always be by your side." Lin Xian gently pressed his forehead against hers. "Yes, my husband is the best in the world." Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly, forming a beautiful crescent moon shape. She was truly stunning. They drew close to each other, their breaths mingling, gently caressing each other's skin. Slowly, their lips drew closer, as if drawn by an invisible force. From a distance, they looked like a guitar-playing boy and a stunningly beautiful woman embracing and kissing passionately in a pavilion, both immersed in this beautiful moment. The tranquil lake reflected the moonlight, as calm as a mirror. A bright full moon hung in the sky, illuminating their figures and bringing a mysterious and enchanting glow to the whole scene. It was late at night, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were lying on the soft bed. "Honey, I want to learn music too," Li Mingyao said sweetly, while gently stroking her husband's firm abs with her small hand, then looking up with a sweet smile. "Okay, I'll teach you from now on," Lin Xian said gently. "Honey, once I learn music, I'll sing for you too." Li Mingyao tucked her long hair behind her ears, revealing a gentle and serene smile. Chapter 130, Grandma's House. The next day, the morning light shone through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got up early and began packing their luggage. Today they will be going to Li Mengyao's maternal grandmother's house. Yunxi Village is a remote village located in a county under the jurisdiction of Jingshui City. The family plans to stay at the maternal grandmother's house for 2 days. It takes more than 3 hours to drive there from Jingshui City. "Honey, have you packed everything?" Lin Xian asked his wife with a smile as he unpacked his luggage. Her face was beaming with happiness. "I've brought everything," Li Mingyao replied happily, holding a small suitcase filled with gifts for her grandmother. Afterwards, the two walked out of the room and saw that Huang Shifeng had already packed her luggage and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The family sat around the dining table, their laughter filling the room. After breakfast, Lin Xian, Li Mingyao, and Huang Shifeng went to the parking lot downstairs in the residential complex and got into the luxurious Maybach. Lin Xian skillfully started the vehicle and selected the highest level of intelligent driving mode. The car started slowly, and the Maybachs smoothly drove out of the residential area, heading towards Yunchi village. They chatted and laughed all the way, and soon, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of Yunchi village. As the long, black Maybach slowly drove into Yunchi village, it aroused the curiosity and attracted the attention of a group of villagers. Everyone was discussing it. Who's back, driving such a nice car? Is it that Mr. Huang, the richest one? It doesn't seem like it. The villagers were all watching the luxury car pass by. They then watched as the luxury car smoothly came to a stop in front of a simple country house. The car door opened, and a handsome young man stepped out first, his eyes revealing confidence and determination. Immediately afterwards, he walked to the passenger seat and carefully helped a beautiful woman out of the car. Finally, a middle-aged woman got out of the back seat. The villagers were all amazed. This was Huang Shifang's family's property. After taking the luggage out of the trunk, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and walked towards the building. Li Mingyao's maternal grandmother's house is a simple rural house. Although it lacks luxurious decorations, it exudes a simple and unpretentious beauty. The house has a plain exterior, and the white walls are slightly mottled, bearing witness to the passage of time. However, it still exudes a warm atmosphere, making people feel comforted. Li Mingyao gently pushed open the door and excitedly called out, "Grandma, I'm back to see you." Grandma hurried out of the room, a kind smile on her face. Yao Yao is back. Grandma hurriedly came out of the house, a kind smile on her face. "Yes, Grandma, I missed you." Li Mingyao ran forward and gently hugged her grandmother. She felt her grandmother's warm embrace and felt exceptionally happy. "My child, Grandma misses you so much too." Grandma gently patted Li Mingyao's back, her eyes full of love. At this moment, Huang Shifang stepped forward and said gently, "Mom, we're back." Grandma turned around, took Huang Shifang's hand, and said with a smile, "It's good that you're all back." At this moment, she began to look at the young man standing behind her granddaughter with curiosity. "This must be my grandson-in-law," Grandma said with a smile. "Hello, Grandma. My name is Lin Xian, and I am Li Mingyao's husband," Lin Xian said with a smile. Good, 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 oh so good. He's so handsome. Come on in." Grandma smiled and led everyone into the house. After entering the house, Lin Xian looked around. Although this rural house couldn't compare to his family's luxurious villa, the furniture was neatly arranged and the house was very clean. It was clear that his grandmother really enjoyed living here. Lin Xian followed them into the living room. After sitting down, his grandmother warmly asked him, "Were you thirsty on the way?" Then she turned to Li Mingyao and said, "Grandma will pour you a glass of water." After saying that, she prepared to get up to pour the water. Li Mingyao quickly called out, "Grandma, I can do it myself." But Grandma smiled and waved her hand. "You're pregnant now, so Grandma will do it. Don't let her age fool you. Grandma is in great health." After saying that, she walked briskly to the kitchen and quickly brought out 3 glasses of warm water and placed them on the table. "Yao Yao, you're in for a treat today. Grandma's making your favorite braised fish," Grandma said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Mingyao smiled happily. Okay. When she was little, her favorite food was braised fish made by her grandmother. Soon, Grandma prepared a sumptuous lunch, and everyone sat around the table, happily enjoying the delicious food. "Honey, this is delicious." Li Mingyao picked up a piece of braised fish and put it into Lin Xian's bowl. Lin Xian took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, It's delicious." Huang Shifang also said with a smile, "Mom, Lin Xian's cooking is much better than ours." Upon hearing this, Grandma beamed with joy. "Really? I'd love to try it tonight, ha." Lin Xian nodded quickly. "No problem, I'll take care of it." After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for a nap. There was no air conditioning in my grandmother's house, only a small fan that was spinning hard. Although September marks the beginning of autumn, the weather is still quite hot. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were lying in bed. "Honey, are you not used to being here?" Li Mingyao looked up and asked with concern. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied gently, "It's all right, it's just a little hot." He reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Mingyao immediately showed a pained expression and said, "Then I'll fan you with a fan." After saying that, She took out a small and cute fan from behind her and gently fanned Lin Xian. When Li Mingyao was little, she couldn't sleep because of the heat, and her mother would gently fan her with this fan. Lin Xian quickly stopped her, saying, "No need, I can do it myself. Don't tire yourself out, honey." But Li Mingyao shook her head, insisted on fanning him, and said softly, "I'm not tired." After a while, Li Mingyao spoke up again. "Actually, it's quite cool here at night. By the way, why didn't Mom and Aunt bring Grandma to the city? It would be more convenient for them to live there." Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. "Of course we've taken her there, but my grandmother just doesn't like city life. She feels it's too unfamiliar and too lonely. Every time she goes, she only stays for a few days before she starts nagging to go back to the countryside. So we can't let her go back," Li Mingyao explained. Lin Xian said with emotion, "It seems that Grandma still prefers rural life." "Yes, Grandma said that here she has familiar neighbors, so she can chat and talk anytime, and visit each other." Li Mingyao nodded in agreement. "All right, honey, you're not hot anymore. Go to sleep now," Lin Xian said gently, taking the fan from Li Mingyao's hand. Li Mingyao then lay quietly, her body gradually relaxing, and soon she drifted into a sweet dream. After seeing that Li Mingyao had fallen asleep, Lin Xian picked up a fan and gently fanned his wife, his movements so soft that they were almost inaudible. A gentle breeze brushed against Li Mingyao's cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness, and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Xian stayed by her side the whole time, protecting her dreams. Chapter 131, Li Mingyao's maternal grandfather. As the afternoon drew to a close, Li Mingyao took Lin Xian's hand and strolled through Yunxi village. As the sun sets, it bathes the entire Yunxi village in a golden hue, as if draping the small village in a golden veil, making it exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. At this time, some hard-working farmers were still working in the fields, their figures appearing tall and upright in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Isn't this Mr. Huang's granddaughter?" A middle-aged woman looked up from the field, saw Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, and said with a smile, "Aunt Huang, it's me," Li Mingyao replied with a smile. "Oh my, I didn't expect the little girl to have grown so much. She's getting more and more beautiful. How is your mother?" Aunt Huang asked with concern. "Great, she came back too," Li Mingyao replied. "Aunt Huang, this is my husband, Lin Xian." Then, Li Mingyao introduced Lin Xian to Aunt Huang. "Your husband has such a refined air about him. He's a perfect match for that young lady," Aunt Huang said with a satisfied smile after carefully examining Lin Xian. "By the way, is that luxury car yours?" Aunt Huang suddenly pointed to the Maybach parked by the roadside and asked curiously. "Yes, Aunt Huang," Lin Xian nodded with a smile. "That's wonderful. The little girl's life is finally getting better. Auntie is so happy for you. Best wishes to you." Aunt Huang laughed happily. "Thank you, Aunt Huang." Li Mingyao smiled and thanked Aunt Huang. "Now that we have money, we can't forget Aunt Huang. She used to change your diapers when you were little," Aunt Huang said with a smile, recalling the past. "Let's not talk about the past. I won't forget Aunt Huang." Li Mingyao's face flushed slightly. "Ha ha ha." Lin Xian and Aunt Huang smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Li Mingyao then continued to lead Lin Xian forward, and soon they arrived at the only small shop in the village. The two entered the convenience store and saw a middle-aged man sitting leisurely inside, watching TV while enjoying the breeze from a fan. "Uncle Huang, I'm here to buy candy again," Li Mingyao said to Uncle Huang with a smile. "Isn't this the little girl? When did you get back?" Uncle Huang looked up and smiled at Li Mingyao. "I just got back this morning," Li Mingyao replied. "Would you like milk candy again?" Uncle Huang asked with a smile. Li Mingyao nodded happily. "Is this the little girl's boyfriend?" Uncle Huang asked curiously, scrutinizing Lin Xian. "No, he is my husband." Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Uncle Huang looked at Lin Xian in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Kid, you'd better treat the little girl well. She's the life of the village." After saying that, his expression turned serious. "Uncle Huang, I will," Lin Xian said firmly. Li Mingyao, who was standing nearby, quickly interjected, saying, "Uncle Huang, he treats me very well, so don't worry." Her face was filled with a happy smile. Uncle Huang nodded slightly to show his satisfaction, then smiled and said, "That's good. This box of white rabbit milk candy is a gift for you." After saying that, he handed the milk candy in his hand to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao quickly shook her head and declined, saying, "That won't do. Uncle Huang has it tough too." Then, she quickly took out her phone, ready to scan the code to pay. However, Lin Xian reacted quickly and completed the payment first. Upon seeing this, Uncle Huang burst into laughter. "You used to come here all the time to mooch candy, but you weren't this formal before, huh?" His laughter was hearty and friendly. Li Mingyao smiled slightly and said shyly, "I was just being immature before. Thank you, Uncle Huang, we're leaving now." Then, she took Lin Xian's hand and turned to leave. On the way back, Li Mingyao excitedly opened the candy wrapper, took one out, and put it in her mouth, savoring the sweet taste. "Honey, open your mouth." Li Mingyao turned to look at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian was taken aback. They were still on the way. Did his wife want to kiss him right now? How embarrassing. Lin Xian opened his mouth expectantly, waiting for Li Mengyao's fragrant lips. He was greeted with a piece of candy. "Honey, are you thinking something inappropriate?" Li Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xian's blank expression. Lin Xian said with some disappointment, "I thought my wife would feed me." "Oof, dream on. Now you have your own milk candy, so you're not allowed to eat mine anymore," Li Mingyao said haughtily. "We can switch," Lin Xian said with his signature smile. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. As night fell, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. He skillfully chopped, stir-fried, and stewed vegetables, and one delicious dish after another gradually appeared on the table. Stir-fried beef with green peppers exudes an enticing aroma, stewed mutton with carrots is rich and flavorful, steamed sea bass is tender and juicy, and mushroom and chicken soup is nutritious and nourishing. "Lin Xian, your cooking skills are amazing," Grandma exclaimed after tasting the food. "Mom, I told you, Lin Xian's cooking skills are much better than ours," Huang Shifang said with a happy smile. "If you like it, come back often to cook for Grandma," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Looks like I'm in for a treat, ha ha ha." Grandma laughed happily. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying this warm and cozy moment. After dinner, Li Mingyao took Lin Xian to a small pond. The two sat on stone benches, looking at the small pond and the rice paddies in the distance, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the rural night. The moonlight shone down, illuminating the water's surface and creating a silvery glow. A gentle breeze blows, and the rice ears in the paddy field sway gently, making a soft rustling sound. Lin Xian asked softly, "Wife, why did Aunt Huang say you were Mr. Huang's granddaughter this afternoon? Logically, shouldn't we just call out the specific name?" Li Mingyao sighed softly and explained, "Because my maternal grandfather used to be the village schoolteacher. In the past, all the children in the village were taught by my maternal grandfather, so everyone respected him and was used to calling him teacher." Her voice carried a faint sadness. Lin Xian asked softly, "Then your maternal grandfather?" He was about to ask further, but seeing a hint of sadness flash in Li Mingyao's eyes, he didn't press the matter. Chapter 132 Rice Fragrance. After a moment of silence, Li Mingyao slowly said, "My maternal grandfather, like my father, died young. He left behind 2 aunts and my mother, and then suddenly fell ill, leaving only 3 women to depend on each other." Her eyes revealed deep sorrow. Lin Xian silently took Li Mingyao's hand. Li Mingyao continued, "That's why our family and my aunt's family have a particularly deep bond." Lin Xian never imagined that his wife's family would be so tragic. "Wife, I will always be by your side from now on," Lin Xian said gently, embracing Li Mingyao tenderly. "Yes, my husband said it before. I've always believed in you," Li Mingyao replied with a slight smile. "Honey, would you like to listen to some music?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Li Mingyao's eyes lit up, and she happily smiled. "Yes." "Wait a moment, honey, I'll be right back." Lin Xian immediately got up and left the small pond. Soon, he returned with a Martin D45 guitar. Li Mingyao asked in surprise, "Honey, why did you bring a guitar?" Lin Xian explained with a smile, "The guitar is kept in the trunk of the Maybach, so it's convenient to play music for my wife anytime." This small gesture made Li Mingyao feel Lin Xian's thoughtfulness and care for her. What song is your husband going to sing? Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Xian didn't answer, but instead focused on playing the guitar. As his fingers plucked the strings, a beautiful guitar melody rang out, like heavenly music. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian began to sing. If you have too many complaints about the world, if you fall, you won't dare to keep going. Why are people so fragile and degenerate? Please turn on the TV and take a look. So many people are bravely striving to keep going for their lives. Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything, even if you don't possess it. Do you remember you saying home is the only castle? The river continues to flow with the fragrance of rice. I know the dreams you had as a child when you smiled slightly. Don't cry, let the fireflies take you away. The folk songs are our eternal refuge. Let's go home, back to the beauty of the beginning. The performance of Jay Chou's Rice Fragrance has ended. His voice is clear and infectious, and he expresses the emotions in the lyrics to the fullest. The entire pond was immersed in this beautiful music, as if time had stopped flowing. At this moment, Li Mingyao leaned quietly on Lin Xian's shoulder, gently closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself in the wonderful music. Her face was beaming with a happy smile, as if the whole world had become a better place. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he asked softly, "Wife, does it sound good?" Li Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with joy, and replied with a smile, "It sounds beautiful. Is there a reward?" Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao winked mischievously, looked around to make sure there was no one around, including any little kids, before she felt relieved. She reached into her pocket and took out 2 milk candies. Then, she gently reached into her pocket and took out 2 milk candies, carefully tore open the wrapper, handed one to Lin Xian, and then ate one herself. "Is this all the reward?" Lin Xian was a little disappointed. "Oh, and there's more." After saying that, she wrapped her small arms tightly around Lin Xian's neck, tilted her head back, and offered her soft, fragrant lips. Without realizing it, the two had exchanged their candies. Time flew by, and it was noon the next day. After having lunch at his grandmother's house, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to set off back to Jingshui City. "Mom, you really don't need to bring so much stuff." Huang Shifang quickly stopped her mother as she saw her mother about to start loading large and small bags into the car again. "These chickens, ducks, and geese are all raised at home, so it's safer to eat them. And these vegetables are all grown by me, absolutely no pollution. Take them back for Yao Yao to nourish her body," Grandma said as she handed the bag in her hand to her daughter. Huang Shifang reluctantly took the bag, somewhat amused and exasperated. "Okay, Mom, is this enough?" "Not enough, not enough, how can this be?" Grandma wouldn't listen to any advice and continued to stuff all sorts of agricultural products into the trunk of the Maybach. "All right, it's finally full." Grandma looked at the trunk, which was now packed to the brim, and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xian then helped Li Mingyao into the car, and Huang Shifang also sat in the back seat. "Have a safe journey," Grandma shouted from the doorway. "Okay, Mom, we're leaving," Huang Shifang replied, opening the car window. "Grandma, we'll come see you again next time." Li Mingyao smiled sweetly and waved to the window. "Grandma, we're leaving." Lin Xian smiled and said goodbye to his grandmother. "Okay, be careful on the road." Grandma waved her hand, her face full of a kind smile. As Lin Xian pressed the start button, the Maybach slowly drove out of Grandma's house and headed towards Jingshui City. In the days since returning home, Li Mingyao has bought a yoga mat and maternity yoga clothes online and has been learning yoga at home while watching videos. She felt her body was becoming increasingly cumbersome, so she decided to maintain her health through yoga. Now she's starting to gain weight, can clearly feel the baby moving, and often urinates. These are all common symptoms during pregnancy. Lin Xian took meticulous care of Li Mingyao at home, massaging her legs and waist every day to relieve her discomfort. He would also prepare a variety of nutritious foods for her to ensure that she and the babies received enough nutrition. Once, Lin Xian added a tiny bit of chili to his stir-fry, just the mildly spicy kind. After taking a bite, Li Mingyao exclaimed, "Ah!" Startled, Lin Xian hurriedly stood up. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, the baby just kicked me," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "Then wife, don't eat this plate of beef. I added a little bit of chili." Lin Xian quickly took the dish away, afraid that Li Mingyao would feel uncomfortable if she ate it. "It seems the baby doesn't like spicy food." Li Mingyao smiled and touched her belly. That night, before going to sleep, Lin Xian gently pressed his ear against Li Mingyao's belly and listened carefully, hoping to hear the baby's voice. Suddenly, a faint poof sound came from Li Mingyao's stomach. "Honey, did you hear that? The baby just moved," Li Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, her face beaming with happiness. "I heard it. I really heard it." Lin Xian laughed happily, like a child. Chapter 133, What name should we give our babies? Lin Xian continued to listen to Li Mingyao's stomach for a while, but this time he didn't hear any movement. However, this did not dampen his excitement. He happily lay back on the bed, holding Li Mingyao tightly with one arm, while casually placing the other hand behind his head. He stared at the ceiling and began to ponder. "It's about time to choose a nice name for the babies. What's a good name for my son? And for my daughter?" Lin Xian was deep in thought. "Honey, what names do you think we should give our babies?" Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair and asked tenderly. "Isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about this now?" Li Mingyao looked up and said gently, "It's getting late. We need to get ready in advance." Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao and smiled. "But I haven't decided yet. Maybe we should wait a little longer," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "Okay," Lin Xian said indulgently. The next day, Lin Xian went to the market to buy groceries and was surprised to see a stall selling ingredients from northeast China, which reminded him of the geese his grandmother had brought him. On a whim, he decided to buy some ingredients and cook a sumptuous northeastern feast for his wife himself. Lin Xian enthusiastically selected various northeastern specialties, such as vermicelli and hazel mushrooms, and then happily returned home with a bountiful harvest. At noon, as lunchtime approached, Li Mingyao was quietly reading on the balcony when she suddenly smelled an enticing aroma. She closed the book and followed the aroma to the restaurant. Just then, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen, carrying a large iron pot filled with food that emitted an enticing aroma. He placed the pot on the table, lifted the lid, and saw tender and juicy goose meat, along with diced potatoes, golden corn, fresh hazel mushrooms, and soft and chewy glass noodles. "Wow, it smells so good!" Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes fixed on the pot of stewed goose. "This is a northeastern specialty dish I specially made for you, stewed goose in an iron pot," Lin Xian said proudly. "Honey, can you cook northeastern Chinese food?" Li Mingyao asked in surprise. "Of course, your husband is omnipotent," Lin Xian replied confidently, then kissed her slightly parted lips. Li Mingyao grunted in response, then turned around in a panic, only to find Huang Shifang coming out of the room, smiling at them. She immediately felt extremely shy, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and she glared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian was soon met with a sharp pinch. Then Lin Xian brought out a plate of delicious-looking, fragrant, and flavorful stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, and a plate of richly flavored braised pork ribs from the kitchen. And so, a sumptuous northeastern feast was laid out on the table, and the family sat together to enjoy the food. "Honey, this is so delicious." Li Mingyao picked up a piece of goose meat soaked in broth and put it in her mouth. After chewing it carefully, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Lin Xian, have you ever been to northeast China before? The taste is very authentic." Huang Shifang also took a bite and praised it highly. "I've never been there before. I learned all this online. If it's delicious, eat more." After saying that, Lin Xian put a tempting piece of goose meat on Huang Shifang's and Li Mingyao's plates. "This braised pork ribs smells so good. This stir-fry of potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers is also very delicious." Li Mingyao couldn't stop eating. "Eat slowly." Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao and smiled. As night fell, countless stars were scattered across the tranquil surface of Yingwe Lake. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao on a leisurely stroll along the lake. Lin Xian listened to Li Mingyao's murmurs while admiring the beautiful night view of the lake. Under the moonlight, the two figures looked exceptionally warm and inviting. "Help! Someone, please save my grandson. Suddenly, a series of urgent cries for help echoed across the lake, shattering the tranquility. Chapter 134, I only hope you can always stay by my side. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao exchanged a glance and immediately walked quickly in the direction from which the sound came. They walked through the dense woods and came to a delicate little pavilion, where they saw an elegantly dressed old woman calling out anxiously. Her face was filled with terror, and her eyes revealed despair and helplessness. Grandpa, what happened? Lin Xian asked with concern. The old woman pointed with trembling hands to the lake beside the pavilion, her voice choked with emotion. My grandson fell into the lake, I can't swim. Lin Xian looked in the direction the old lady pointed and saw a small figure struggling desperately on the lake, not far away before sinking. By this time, a crowd had gathered. Some were calling the police, some were watching the commotion, and others were searching for lifebuoys, but no one was going to rescue him. Wife, I'll be right back. Lin Xian quickly took off his shirt and handed it to Li Mingyao. Husband, be careful. Before Li Mingyao could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already jumped into the lake. The lake water was icy cold, but he didn't care and swam with all his might towards the little boy's location. Li Mingyao stood anxiously by the lake, her hands clasped tightly together, her eyes fixed on the spot where Lin Xian dived into the lake, silently praying that everything would go smoothly. Time passed second by second, but Lin Xian still did not surface. 30 seconds passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mingyao frowned, starting to feel worried. A minute passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mingyao paced back and forth anxiously, her eyes fixed on the lake, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Xian. 2 minutes passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mingyao's face turned pale, her lips trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What if Lin Xian encountered some danger? What if he got tangled in the seaweed? What if? Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, another 30 seconds passed. A ripple suddenly appeared on the lake's surface, and Lin Xian's head emerged from the water, still tightly clutching the child in his arms. He paddled vigorously towards the shore. Li Mingyao waited anxiously on the shore, her eyes never leaving the lake. When she saw Lin Xian's surface, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but more than that, she was worried. Li Mingyao clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes again and sliding down her cheeks. Soon, Lin Xian successfully brought the little boy back to shore. At this point, the little boy was completely unconscious, his face deathly pale. Without hesitation, Lin Xian immediately began first aid for the child. Following his knowledge, he rhythmically pressed on the boy's chest and then performed CPR. Time and again, Lin Xian repeated this action, hoping to awaken this poor life. However, despite Lin Xian's best efforts, the little boy remained unresponsive. Junior, wake up! Don't scare Grandma. The old woman beside her was already sobbing uncontrollably, calling out her grandson's name in a trembling voice, hoping for a miracle. Lin Xian continued CPR, but the little boy still did not respond. Just when he was about to give up, a miracle happened. Cough, cough. A cough came from the little boy's mouth, and his body twitched slightly. Lin Xian was overjoyed and quickly continued the first aid. The little boy coughed and vomited a lot of lake water, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. At this time, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. The medical staff quickly got out of the car, immediately examined the little boy, and took him to the hospital for further treatment. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Li Mingyao ran over excitedly and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, tears streaming down her face. Wife, it's all right now. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair. But Li Mingyao just hugged Lin Xian tightly and didn't say anything. Afterwards, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and slowly left the scene. At Jingshui People's Hospital, a doctor in a white coat carefully examined the little boy and finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The child is out of danger and in relatively stable condition. Fortunately, the child received timely first aid after drowning. Otherwise, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Upon hearing the doctor's words, The elderly woman who had been standing by the doctor's side was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She gripped the doctor's hand tightly and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." However, at that moment, the old lady suddenly realized something. He had been so focused on rushing into the ambulance that he had completely forgotten about the young man who had saved his grandson's life. Now, he had vanished without a trace. When they got home that evening, Lin Xian pulled Li Mingyao into the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower. However, throughout the entire process, Li Mingyao remained silent, her eyes slightly red, seemingly still immersed in the thrilling incident she had just experienced and unable to let go of it. After taking a shower, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao changed into comfortable pajamas and lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mingyao into his arms and asked with concern, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" Li Mingyao responded softly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and worry. "I'm sorry, my wife. I shouldn't have worried you." Lin Xian lowered his head and gazed at Li Mingyao with deep affection, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. "Honey, I don't want you to become some kind of great hero, nor do I want you to become the savior in other people's eyes. I only wish that you can always stay by my side, safe and sound." Li Mingyao's voice trembled slightly, and tears slid down her fair cheeks, leaving behind crystal-clear tear tracks. Those 3 harrowing minutes had made her deeply aware of the fear of losing Lin Xian. "Honey, I grew up by the sea, so I'm a very good swimmer. I was confident I could save you in that situation. Even if you really reached your limit, I could get out unscathed." Lin Xian gently wiped away the tears from Li Mingyao's eyes while patiently explaining. In fact, Lin Xian was already an excellent swimmer, and after being enhanced by the system, his physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. Therefore, he can stay in the water for a long time, and even if he cannot successfully rescue someone, he is confident that he can retreat safely. "Then why didn't you tell me from the beginning?" Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian and said aggrievedly. "The situation was urgent just now, and I didn't have time to explain to you. But I will definitely let you know in advance if something similar happens in the future," Lin Xian replied gently. "I will only take action when I am confident. I will not take risks easily if I am not confident," Lin Xian said firmly. "Honey, am I a bad woman?" Li Mingyao lowered her head and asked softly. "How could that be? You're just worried about me. You're the best wife in the world." Lin Xian comforted her and gently kissed her forehead. "If you're absolutely certain you can succeed, I certainly hope you'll go and save the person. After all, saving lives is a noble thing." Li Mingyao tilted her head back and revealed a faint smile. Chapter 135. If you don't agree, I'll keep following you. The next day, the morning light shone through the curtains into the room, and Lin Xian slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that catches the eye is Li Mingyao's serene face, gently resting on his chest, a faint smile on her lips. A warm and happy feeling welled up in Lin Xian's heart. He couldn't help but lower his head and leave a gentle kiss on Li Mingyao's forehead. Then, he carefully prepared to get up, afraid of waking the beauty in his arms. However, just as he tried to remove Li Mingyao's small hand from his waist, Li Mingyao's brows furrowed slightly. Then, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and drowsiness in them. As soon as Li Mingyao opened her eyes, she saw Lin Xian preparing to leave. "Honey, where are you going?" Li Mingyao hurriedly grabbed Lin Xian's hand and asked in a soft, sweet voice. After last night's harrowing experience, she was afraid that Lin Xian would disappear from her sight again. "Honey, I just remembered to make you breakfast. You can sleep a little longer, sweetie." Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mingyao's cheek again and tenderly comforted her as she lay down again. Looking at Li Mingyao's captivating face, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. "My wife is just too beautiful. Honey, from now on, you must tell me before you do anything." Li Mingyao blinked her beautiful big eyes and said earnestly to Lin Xian. "Huh?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "If you don't agree, I'll just follow you everywhere you go," Li Mingyao pouted. "So, are you going to come with me when I take a shower?" Lin Xian asked with a mischievous grin, his eyes fixed on Li Mingyao. With Li Mingyao's delicate face flushed red as she whispered, "Rather than having my husband disappear from my sight, I'd rather sacrifice myself for now. Looking at his wife's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He bent down and gently cupped Li Mingyao's face, showering her cherry-red lips with kisses. I haven't washed up yet, Li Mingyao said indistinctly. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He raised his head and said with a smile, "My husband doesn't mind." After saying that, he prepared to kiss her again. Seeing this, Li Mingyao quickly covered her mouth and said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, hurry up and make breakfast. I'm hungry." "Okay." Lin Xian then got up and went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of fish head rice noodles were served on the table again. Huang Shifeng left early in the morning to supervise the construction, leaving only Lin Xian and Li Mingyao at home. "Wife, breakfast is ready." Lin Xian gently pushed open the bedroom door and called out softly. Coming, Li Mingyao had already gotten up, finished washing up, and was walking out of the sink. Her face was radiant with a fresh smile, and she looked absolutely charming. Afterwards, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand, and they went to the restaurant together. "Wow, it's my favorite rice noodles again," Li Mingyao exclaimed happily when she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. The two happily enjoyed a delicious breakfast, chatting and savoring the warm moment. After breakfast, they went to the living room, sat on the comfortable solid wood sofa, and each picked up their phone to play. Time passed by, and Lin Xian suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up, and prepared to leave. "Honey, have you forgotten what I just said?" Li Mingyao pouted slightly as Lin Xian was about to leave, and said with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Li Mingyao's words, Lin Xian suddenly realized, "Oh right, my husband went out to buy groceries." He turned around, gently pinched Li Mingyao's cheek, and said with a smile, "I want to go too." Li Mingyao raised her head, and looked at Lin Xian with a proud expression. Lin Xian smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's go change our clothes together." After saying that, he took Li Mingyao's hand, and they went back to the bedroom together. The two had already been completely honest with each other, so they no longer tried to hide anything when changing clothes. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao changed into comfortable clothes and walked out of the house hand in hand. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and a gentle breeze caresses the face, bringing a refreshing coolness. There is a dedicated farmer's market near Times Garden, which is bustling with activity and full of life. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao strolled hand in hand along the paths in the residential area, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful moment. Before long, the two arrived at the vegetable market. Lin Xian smiled and asked Li Mingyao, "Wife, would you like to eat northeastern food again today?" Li Mingyao looked at him with bright eyes, a sweet smile on her face, and nodded, saying, "Yes. Then today, your husband will make you something different." With that, he took Li Mingyao's hand and walked into the market. The market was bustling with activity, and various stalls were filled with fresh vegetables, fruits, meats, and seafood. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao through the various stalls, selecting the ingredients they needed. He carefully selected each item to ensure that they were the freshest and of the highest quality. Soon, Lin Xian had bought all the ingredients, and then he and Li Mingyao returned along the same route. Back home, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao continued to sit on the solid wood sofa in the living room and watch TV. The TV was playing the anime adaptation of Natsume's Book of Friends. The heartwarming scenes and touching story moved me deeply. Li Mingyao nestled quietly in Lin Xian's arms, intently watching the television program, her face beaming with a happy smile. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Xian and said, "Honey, seeing Teacher Miaomi makes me miss Yu." Lin Xian casually replied, "Yu probably doesn't want you." "Huh? No, what I meant was that Yu misses you too." Lin Xian quickly corrected himself. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, annoyed, and didn't say anything more. Time flies, and it was almost lunchtime. Lin Xian glanced at the clock on the wall, then stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. "Don't come into the kitchen. Be a good girl," Lin Xian said with a smile as he turned back to his wife, who was about to follow him. "Okay." Li Mingyao was a little reluctant, but she still agreed. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen and started working. After a while, Huang Shifeng returned. As soon as she entered the door, She smelled the aroma of the food, and her mood immediately brightened. Mom, you've worked so hard. Li Mingyao greeted her happily. What's so hard about this? It's much easier than working in a supermarket, Huang Shifeng replied with a smile. Just then, Lin Xian brought out plates of delicious-looking and fragrant dishes. Dinner's ready. There are tender and juicy chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms, soft and flavorful catfish stewed with eggplant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside braised pork slices, and tender and fall-off-the-bone pork ribs stewed with green beans. Each dish exudes a rich aroma. P.S. It seems like all the classic northeastern Chinese dishes are stewed, eyes closed face. Chapter 136 Simple Love. After a hearty lunch, the family members all went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao, after waking up, continued watching the Natsam's Book of Friends anime in the living room. After watching the second season, Li Mingyao suddenly looked up and said, "Honey, it seems like we haven't used the piano at home yet." Lin Xian smiled gently and replied, "Would you like to listen to some music, my wife?" Li Mingyao nodded with a happy smile on her face. "Then your husband will play the piano and sing for you." Lin Xian got up and turned off the TV, then took Li Mingyao's hand and walked to the piano, letting her sit down next to him. "What song is my husband going to sing for me this time?" Li Mingyao blinked her pure and bright eyes, like a fawn's, and stared at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll find out soon enough." After saying that, he gently kissed Li Mingyao's delicate red lips. Then, Lin Xian's fingers gracefully landed on the piano keys, like butterflies dancing in the air. The melodious sound of a piano filled the air, like a clear spring flowing through it. At the same time, he began to sing with deep emotion. "I can't explain why I've become so proactive. If you fall in love with someone, you'll do anything for them. I want to loudly proclaim how reluctant I am to part with you. Even my next-door neighbor can guess how I feel right now. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love always be pure and without sorrow? I want to take you cycling. I want to watch baseball with you. I want to be free of worries. Singing as we go? I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love be simple and without harm? You lean on my shoulder. You sleep on my chest. A life like this. I love you, do you love me? I want to love simply. I dedicate Jay Chow's Simple Love to Li Mingyao. Wife, does it sound good?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao tenderly. "It sounds beautiful." Li Mingyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with deep affection. Their eyes met, and their faces drew closer and closer until they collided. Lin Xian gently kissed her soft lips. As evening approached, the sun gradually sank in the west, and a magnificent sunset painted the sky. When Huang Shifeng returned from supervising the shop construction, she opened the door and saw her daughter, Li Mingyao, sitting on the sofa in the living room with rosy cheeks. "Yao Yao, I'm back," Huang Shifeng said with a smile. "Mom, welcome back," Li Mingyao said. "Yao Yao, why is your face so red?" Huang Shifeng asked. "And nothing, it's probably just the heat," Li Mingyao explained hastily. Oh, Huang Shifeng didn't think about it anymore. After all, the weather in Jingshui City was still quite hot, even though it was September and autumn had arrived. Just then, Lin Xian appeared out of the kitchen. "Dinner's ready." The family then happily enjoyed their dinner. In the evening, Lin Xian sat in the living room leisurely watching TV. At this moment, the phone screen lights up, displaying a new group message notification. He opened it and found it was a conversation in the 622 Rice Bucket group. Chun Jingming excitedly sent a message. "Kids, Daddy's back to full health. Can I log in tonight?" Zhou Quan replied. "Don't you have to be a mentor's slave anymore?" Chun Jingming warned sternly. "I'm warning you once. Don't mention the word mentor to me again." Zhong Zixing then asked, "Did your advisor approve of you playing games?" Chun Jingming warned again. "I'm warning you one more time. Don't mention the word mentor to me. If you say it too many times, I won't be able to sleep at night." Then he urged, "Hurry up and log on. Don't dawdle." Zhou Quan replied impatiently. "What's the rush? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is." Zhong Zixing stated, "I'm already logged in." Finally, Chun Jingming called out to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, we're one short for the three of us. You're the only one we need." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh after reading these messages. He turned to look at Li Mingyao beside him and said with a smile, "Honey, my college roommate asked me to play games." "Okay, go ahead." Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. Lin Xian happily replied to the group chat, "I'm here. Let Dad take you flying." Then, he quickly got up, went to the computer room, turned on his Dell Alienware Aurora R15 computer, opened Heroes Canyon, and prepared to dominate the canyon with his roommates. Lin Xian, "Oh my god, it's me. I came down from the mid-lane to provide support. Why are you zooming in on me like that?" Zhou Quan, "Ha ha ha. Sorry. I feel like using my ultimate whenever I see Yasuo." Lin Xian, "Time flies, and the Mid-Autumn Festival is here in the blink of an eye." On this bright and sunny morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got up early, dressed up carefully, and prepared to take Huang Shifang to Yunhai City to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The group arrived at the parking lot downstairs in Times Garden and got into the Maybach together. Lin Xian skillfully activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system, and the Maybach smoothly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards Yunhai City along the wide road. The car was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation throughout the journey. About an hour and a half later, the Maybach finally arrived at its destination, the parking lot of the Cloud House Villa. Huang Shifang stared in amazement at the luxurious villa before her, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Xian's family is so rich. "We've arrived," Lin Xian said with a smile. The three of them then got out of the car together and walked into the Yunhai home villa. At this moment, Zhang Shulan, Lin Zhenghua, and Lin Sisi were already waiting at the door. When she saw them appear, Zhang Shulan's face lit up with a joyful smile, and she hurriedly went forward to greet them. "Welcome, in-laws." Huang Shifang responded with a smile. "I'm sorry to bother you again." Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand. "Not at all. It's more lively with more people. Come on in." Lin Sisi's gaze fell on her older brother and sister-in-law, especially on the Maybach. She excitedly ran forward and asked curiously, "Dude, when did you buy a new car? It's so cool." Chapter 137. Wife, you're really something. "Your older brother's first car was this Maybach," Lin Xian said with a smile, patting Lin Sisi's head. "Oh, what about that Xiaomi SU7 from last time?" Lin Sisi asked in confusion. "That one is for your sister-in-law," Lin Xian explained. Oh, Lin Sisi nodded, but then realized something. "Wait a minute. You drive a luxury car worth millions, but your wife only drives one worth a few $100,000. As she spoke, Lin Sisi ran to Li Mingyao's side, took her arm, and said playfully, "Sister-in-law, this is not fair." Lin Xian was stunned. How could my little sister, whom I raised with such care, have turned against me in such a short time? "Sisi, you misunderstood. Lin Xian bought me a new sports car later too," Li Mingyao explained gently. Does that mean a Xiaomi SU7 has been freed up?" Lin Sisi's eyes lit up, and she was secretly delighted. "I'm currently a senior in high school and will be graduating soon to take my driver's license test. Once I get my driver's license, I can drive around and have fun." Thinking about this, Lin Sisi began to imagine herself driving around, and an expectant smile appeared on her face. "Little sister, what are you thinking about?" Lin Xian looked at Lin Sisi, who was lost in thought, and couldn't help but go over and pinch her fair cheek. Lin Sisi was suddenly interrupted from her thoughts and immediately came back to her senses. She turned to look at Lin Xian and asked, "Brother, is that Xiaomi SU7 still available? Can I drive it after I graduate?" "No," Lin Xian said decisively. My dear brother." Lin Sisi ran to Lin Xian again in an instant, grabbed his arm, and said coquettishly, "Weren't you just tattling to your sister-in-law?" Lin Xian questioned. "No, that's not true. I was just saying it casually." Lin Sisi scratched her head and quickly explained. "You're punished by having to prepare lunch with your older brother." Lin Xian gently pinched Lin Sisi's nose, then led Li Mingyao back into the villa. "Oh." Lin Sisi touched her nose, and although she was a little unwilling, she still nodded obediently. Back home, Zhang Shulan and her husband Lin Zhenghua chatted with Huang Shifang and Li Mingyao in the living room. Lin Xian and Lin Sisi were busy in the kitchen. They planned to have dumplings for lunch today. "Prepare another big meal tonight. Yao Yao, your belly is finally showing now. Are the babies doing well?" Zhang Shulan asked with concern, staring at Li Mengyao's slightly protruding belly. I just had a prenatal checkup recently, and the doctor said the babies are developing very well, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. She gently stroked her belly. That's good. You're already more than 5 months pregnant, so you'll have to take good care of yourself from now on, Zhang Shulan advised. Yes, I will be careful. Li Mengyao nodded, a happy smile on her face. Then Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang talked about the things Li Mengyao needed to prepare before giving birth. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Xian was processing minced meat. He skillfully cut the meat into small pieces and then chopped it finely with a knife. Lin Cece was rolling out dough on the side. Her movements were quick and light, and the dough quickly turned into thin dumpling wrappers in her hands. Little sister, roll the dumpling wrappers a little thinner, Lin Xian reminded her as she chopped the filling. Okay, you stinky bro. Lin Cece pouted and grumbled, but her hands didn't stop moving. Honey, I want to help too. Just then, Li Mengyao suddenly poked her cute little head out from the kitchen doorway and smiled at Lin Xian. Wife, what are you doing here? Let me do these things. Go back and rest. Lin Xian immediately put down what he was doing, came to the kitchen door, and said gently, I'm not tired. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, looking at Lin Xian with a firm gaze. There's a smell of cooking oil here. I'm worried you might have morning sickness. Lin Xian looked at her with concern, his brows slightly furrowed. No, I feel great right now. I can help you wrap the dumplings. I'll go back when you start steaming them, Li Mengyao said with a smile, her tone relaxed and natural. All right then. Lin Xian couldn't persuade Li Mengyao otherwise, so he could only nod helplessly, a hint of doting in his eyes. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went into the kitchen together. This was the first time Li Mengyao had stepped into the kitchen since her last bout of morning sickness, and everything around her felt somewhat unfamiliar. Cece, the dumpling wrappers you rolled out look really nice. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Cece, a slight smile playing on her lips, and softly praised her. Really? My brother was just complaining about the dough I rolled out. Lin Cece pouted and complained. Cece, you've actually done a great job. If you pay a little more attention to the details, you'll roll it out even better. With that, Li Mengyao took the rolling pin and skillfully rolled out a thin, evenly sized, and round dumpling wrapper. Wow, it really is. Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wife, you're really something. Lin Xian exclaimed in amazement after seeing it. Don't underestimate me. I used to be a regular in the kitchen. Li Mengyao proudly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with confidence. The three of them then busied themselves happily in the kitchen, making dumplings together. They chatted and laughed, enjoying this warm and cozy moment. Soon, it was noon, and Lin Xian brought out 3 large plates of dumplings. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was noon. Lin Xian brought 3 large plates of steaming dumplings to the table and placed them in front of everyone. These dumplings come in various flavors, shrimp and 3 delicacies, corn and pork, lamb and carrot, and more. Each filling exudes an enticing aroma that makes your mouth water. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, took a dumpling, dipped it lightly in a little vinegar and soy sauce, and then put it in their mouths to chew slowly. The delicious flavor of the dumplings spreads across the tongue, making one feel intoxicated. The family sat around the table, eating and chatting, their laughter echoing in the air. After lunch, Zhang Shulan tidied up Huang Shifang's room, and everyone returned to their own rooms for a nap. Honey, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. The dumplings you made are delicious. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and said tenderly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, a happy smile on her face. Of course, when my mother went out to work before, I always cooked for myself. After the baby is born, I'll really enjoy my wife's cooking. Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing an expectant expression. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with sweet light. However, she then playfully added, but it definitely won't taste as good as my husband's. What my wife makes is always the best. Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Li Mengyao's fair cheek, speaking gently. You're so sweet talking, Li Mengyao said coquettishly, blinking her beautiful eyes. Chapter 138, Mid-Autumn Festival. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze was blowing. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng went out shopping together. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were still lying in bed, embracing each other, leisurely watching the beautiful sea view outside the window. "Honey, I want to go to the game room," Li Mingyao said sweetly, pressing her face against Lin Xian's. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Li Mingyao's adorable appearance. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, asking with a smile, "Okay, what game do you want to play?" Li Mingyao blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to play a kitchen management game. Is that okay?" "Isn't that just playing house?" Lin Xian asked, startled. "I don't care. My husband has to play with me," Li Mingyao said coquettishly. Lin Xian nodded, took Li Mingyao's hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go. Your husband will play games with you." The two held hands and walked out of the room to the game room on the second basement floor of the villa. The game room was filled with all sorts of game machines and entertainment facilities, a dazzling array. After Lin Xian adjusted his seat, Li Mingyao happily walked over to Lin Xian, sat down next to him, picked up the game controller, and was eager to try it out. Lin Xian then opened a kitchen management game and started playing it happily with Li Mingyao. At the same time, Lin Cece walked out of the study looking exhausted, muttering, "I'm so tired. There's still so much homework to do during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday." She walked toward the villa's kitchen while complaining. After entering the kitchen, Lin Cece picked out a delicate little cake and happily took it back to the spacious and bright living room. She sat on the sofa, slowly savoring the delicious food in her hand. Just as Lin Cece was enjoying her meal, she suddenly realized that her parents might have gone out, and her brother Lin Xian and sister-in-law were probably still in their room, whispering sweet nothings to each other. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. If she could secretly play a game while no one was paying attention, she probably wouldn't be discovered, right? Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Lin Cece's lips. She quickly finished the small cake, wiped her hands, and then eagerly took the villa elevator to the game room on the second basement floor. However, when she pushed open the door to the game room, she unexpectedly bumped into Lin Xian, who was on his way to get a drink. Lin Xian looked at his sister and demanded, "Lin Cece, what are you doing here?" Lin Cece gave an awkward smile, scratching her head as she said, Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing here?" Lin Xian rolled her eyes at her, annoyed, and gently tapped her forehead. "Why can't I be here? If I'm not here, are you going to secretly play on the computer?" After saying that, he put his hands on his hips and seriously lectured Lin Cece. "You're already in your senior year of high school, and you still don't study properly. All you do is play games all day long." Lin Cece covered her head, standing aside with a wronged expression as she listened to Lin Xian's lecture. "Honey, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a rare day off, so let Cece come over and play with us." At this moment, Li Mingyao also walked over and smiled. "My sister-in-law is still the best to me." Lin Cece quickly hugged Li Mingyao's leg tightly. "Wife, just spoil her." Lin Xian sighed and agreed helplessly. Li Mingyao then pulled Lin Cece to sit down in the game room. "Cece, do you want that Xiaomi SU7? Li Mingyao asked Lin Cece gently. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly replied, "Yes." Li Mingyao said with a smile, "Then when you graduate, your sister-in-law will give you the car." Upon hearing this, Lin Cece was so happy she almost jumped for joy. She excitedly hugged Li Mingyao and exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. You're the best, sister-in-law." However, at that moment, Li Mingyao suddenly said, "But it's just for you to use temporarily." "Huh? Transition?" Lin Cece looked at Li Mingyao in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Li Mingyao smiled and explained, "Have you forgotten? Didn't your brother promise to buy you a new car? You can drive this Xiaomi SU7 for now, and we'll buy you a new car later when you're more familiar with it." Lin Cece nodded in sudden realization. Understanding dawned on her. She knew her brother and sister-in-law always had her best interests at heart. But the prerequisite is to achieve good results, Li Mingyao added. She hoped to motivate Lin Cece to study hard and achieve better results through this method. "Okay," Lin Cece answered without hesitation. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Although my grades aren't as good as my brother's, I'm still among the top students in my grade," Lin Cece said confidently. You still have some self-awareness. At this moment, Lin Xian had already placed 3 bottles of drinks and some snacks on the table. You stinky old man, Lin Cece muttered under her breath. Then, the 3 of them started playing games happily, enjoying a joyful family time. They laughed and played around, filling the game room with a joyful and warm atmosphere. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was evening. The sunset reflected on the sea, radiating a golden glow, as if draping the whole world in a golden coat. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng walked home happily, carrying a large bag of things in their hands. Then Lin Xian returned to the kitchen and started preparing the Mid-Autumn Festival feast with Lin Zhenghua. Before long, the restaurant was filled with a table full of delicious dishes, making everyone's mouths water. The table was laden with various delicacies, including steamed hairy crabs, braised lion's head meatballs, braised prawns, glutinous rice lotus root, and tomato stewed beef brisket. There was also a pot of fragrant mushroom and chicken soup. The family sat happily together, enjoying a delicious dinner. After dinner, everyone went to the viewing terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa. They sipped tea, savored mooncakes, and admired the bright, full moon that night. The moonlight shone down like water, illuminating the seaside and the entire viewing terrace. Chapter 139. What's wrong? Honey, let's go for a walk on the beach, Lin Xian said gently to Li Mingyao with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao nodded happily. Cece, are you going or not? Lin Xian turned to Lin Cece, who was eating mooncakes beside him, and asked. I'm not going. You're just trying to make me eat your dog food again, Lin Cece muttered while chewing on a mooncake. Under the cover of night, the seaside is exceptionally peaceful and beautiful. The stars are scattered across the deep sky, reflecting off the shimmering waters of the sea. The waves gently lapped against the beach, making a crisp and melodious sound, like a soothing nocturne. In the distance, a bright full moon hangs high on the sea, illuminating the entire surface of the ocean, creating a breathtaking scene. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and led her to the beach below the villa. They strolled along the beach, feeling the cool seawater beneath their feet. Suddenly, a gentle sea breeze blew by, carrying the scent and moisture of the ocean. Li Mingyao's hair fluttered in the wind, and a few strands gently fell onto Lin Xian's face. She turned her head, her gaze meeting Lin Xian's, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. He stared blankly at Li Mingyao, his eyes filled with deep affection. What's wrong, honey? Li Mingyao felt Lin Xian's intense gaze and couldn't help but smile shyly. She gently smoothed her hair and revealed a sweet smile. It's nothing. I just think you're so beautiful, my wife. Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mingyao into his arms and tenderly stroked her hair. Since I'm so beautiful, why did it take my husband so long to notice me? Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian and asked playfully. Lin Xian was speechless for a moment, unsure how to answer. Indeed, it was Li Mingyao who had fallen in love with him first. Honey, would you like to hear me sing? Lin Xian quickly changed the subject and said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao nodded happily. She especially loved listening to Lin Xian sing. Then please wait a moment, my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he dialed his sister Lin Cece's number. Cece, are the mooncakes delicious? Cece, are the mooncakes delicious? Lin Xian asked. Brother, just say what you want to say, Lin Cece replied without any politeness. Go to my room, find the key to the Maybach, then go down to the parking lot, open the trunk of the Maybach, and bring me the guitar inside, Lin Xian said with a smile. Huh? Can't you go get it yourself? I'm not going. Lin Cece refused decisively. Not going? Then let's have a good talk. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. This afternoon, someone tried to sneak onto the computer, but I caught them red-handed. If Mom finds out, I wonder if she'll get a spanking. Lin Xian continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece panicked and said with a wronged expression, Okay, I'll go, all right? You just wait, you jerk. When you buy me a car, I'll rip you off big time. Afterwards, Lin Cece reluctantly took the car keys to the parking lot, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and finally found the Martin D45 guitar. She carried her guitar and slowly walked towards her older brother. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, holding Li Mingyao, sat on a sturdy rock, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery around them. Hey bro. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind Lin Xian. He turned around and saw Lin Cece carrying a guitar on her back, walking quickly towards them. Little sister, you've worked hard. What do you want for a late-night snack? I'll make it for you. Lin Xian took the Martin D45 guitar from his sister, a gentle smile on his face. All you do is bully your cute little sister. At least you have some conscience, Lin Cece pouted, muttering with dissatisfaction. Nothing else. I'm going back now, Lin Cece said. Go back, Lin Xian said without turning his head. Watching her brother and sister-in-law interact sweetly on the beach, Lin Cece couldn't help but wonder when her brother had learned to play the guitar. As she slowly walked back, she pondered the question to herself, but at the same time, she didn't want to be subjected to public displays of affection in front of her older brother and sister-in-law, so she jogged all the way back to the villa. Back in her room, she quickly took out a pair of binoculars, then hid behind the window to secretly observe the situation on the beach. On the other side, Li Mingyao quietly nestled beside Lin Xian, feeling his warm presence. Lin Xian held a beautiful Martin D45 guitar and began to play with deep emotion. As the strings were plucked, the melodious tune echoed in the air like heavenly music, intertwining with the gentle sea breeze to create a beautiful scene. The sky really wants it to rain. I really want to live next door to you. Just standing there like an idiot downstairs. Raise your head and count the dark clouds. Summer is almost over. Please buy less ice cream. Don't wear short skirts after daybreak. Don't be so naughty anymore. Sing this song for you. It has no particular style. It merely represents. I want to bring you happiness. To thaw the glacier for you. I would be a moth drawn to the flame for you. Nothing is unworthy. I dedicate the song, What's Wrong, to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao listened to Lin Xian's song, and a happy and satisfied smile appeared on her face. When the song ended, she couldn't help but give Lin Xian a passionate kiss, and Lin Xian responded to her enthusiasm without hesitation. She was surprised when she saw Lin Xian playing the guitar. It turns out her older brother can actually play the guitar. However, when she saw Lin Xian and Li Mingyao kissing, her eyes widened and her face turned bright red. She immediately put down the binoculars, hurriedly ran back to the bedside, and tightly covered her body with the blanket. Half an hour later, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to the Yunhai House villa. Lin Xian went into the kitchen and started making a late-night snack for Lin Cece. Although he often teases his younger sister, he never goes back on his word. Lin Xian always kept his promises to his sister. This is why Lin Cece listens to her older brother so much. Soon, the sound of something frying came from the kitchen. Having prepared a late-night snack, Lin Xian gently knocked on Lin Cece's door. He said softly, "Little sister, come out for a late-night snack. I made your favorite fried chicken. Here I am." Upon hearing that her favorite fried chicken was available, Lin Cece immediately forgot about what had just happened and excitedly ran out of the room. Chapter 140 Cece, your homeroom teacher is looking for you. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huang Shifeng stayed in Yunhai City for a few days before preparing to return to Jingshui City. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao chose to stay in Yunhai City because they needed to go back to their hometown of Yunshan Town during the National Day holiday. Zhang Shulan originally wanted to stay a few more days, but Huang Shifeng said that the shops in Jingshui City were almost finished being renovated and she needed to go back to take a look. So this morning, Zhang Shulan carried a large bag of Yunhai City specialties and stuffed it into the trunk of the Maybach. In-law, that's enough. I can't eat this much by myself. Huang Shifeng quickly stopped her. She knew that these local specialties were carefully selected by Zhang Shulan, but she simply couldn't eat so many. Eat slowly, it's all right. Next time, I'll have Lin Xian bring you some local specialties from Yunshan Town, Zhang Shulan said. Once everything is ready. Zhang Shulan held Huang Shifeng's hand and said, "In-law, let's celebrate holidays together from now on." Now that Li Mingyao has married into their family, Huang Shifeng will be spending holidays alone, which will be so lonely. Okay, thank you, in-laws, Huang Shifeng said with a smile. She felt Zhang Shulan's sincerity and care and was deeply moved. Mom, honey, be careful on the road, Li Mingyao instructed. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian and Huang Shifeng then got into the Maybach, and Lin Xian started the car, slowly driving towards Jingshui City. So now Chef Lin is gone, and Lin Zhenghua has gone to work, leaving only Zhang Shulan and Li Mingyao at home. So the glorious and arduous task of making lunch fell to Zhang Shulan. She was busy in the kitchen early in the morning, carefully preparing lunch dishes. She tasted each dish herself to make sure it was palatable, for fear that it wouldn't suit her daughter-in-law's taste. Li Mingyao tried to help several times, but each time Zhang Shulan gently pushed her away, saying that her mother could handle it. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were on the table. "Mingyao, are you hungry? Come and try my cooking." "No need to wait for Lin Xian's dad," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Dad should be back soon. Let's wait a little longer," Li Mingyao replied with a smile. "He's probably already eaten at the company cafeteria." Just as Zhang Shulan finished speaking, Lin Zhenghua called. "Honey, I can't come home for lunch today. There's an urgent matter at work that I need to deal with," Lin Zhenghua said. "Okay, then you're out of luck. I'll cook for you myself today," Zhang Shulan said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhenghua noticed his wife cooking for him. While eating the cafeteria food, he suddenly realized it tasted better now. On the other side, Zhang Shulan served Li Mingyao a bowl of delicious fish soup. "Mingyao, try it," she said with anticipation. Li Mingyao carefully picked up the small bowl, gently blew on it, and then carefully took a small sip. "How is it?" Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. Li Mingyao smiled happily and replied softly, "Mom, it tastes pretty good." Hearing her daughter-in-law's praise, Zhang Shulan was as happy as a child, and excitedly said, "Really? That's great. I knew my cooking skills wouldn't be bad. Really, Mom, try some too." Then, Li Mingyao also served Zhang Shulan a bowl of fish soup. This is a fish soup that I carefully prepared. I really want that brat to try it too, and see if he dares to doubt my cooking skills again," Zhang Shulan said proudly. "Mom, it's really good." Li Mingyao picked up another piece of meat, took a bite, and smiled. "Then eat more. In the future, during holidays, we'll have Lin Xian bring your mother over so everyone can have a lively time together," Zhang Shulan said with anticipation. Li Mingyao looked up at Zhang Shulan, her eyes filled with emotion, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you, Mom." "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Zhang Shulan hurriedly picked up a tissue and gently wiped away Li Mingyao's tears. "I'm touched," Li Mingyao said with a smile. She felt truly blessed to have such a caring mother-in-law. After lunch, Li Mingyao and Zhang Shulan returned to their rooms to rest. Before we knew it, it was already around 2 p.m. Lin Xian returned home and quietly went to the master bedroom of the villa. He gently pushed open the door and immediately saw Li Mingyao lying quietly on the bed, like a sleeping angel. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up his clothes, and headed to the bathroom. After taking a shower, he gently climbed into bed and tenderly embraced Li Mingyao. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he noticed the beauty in his arms trembling slightly. Li Mingyao slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes blinking, sparkling with a gentle light. "Honey, you're back?" Li Mingyao said softly, her voice revealing a hint of surprise. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, I just got back." Li Mingyao nuzzled her face against Lin Xian's chest, like a docile kitten. She whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, honey." For the next period of time, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lived in Yunhai City. Li Mingyao wakes up every morning to a beautiful sea view, which makes her very happy. She also started practicing yoga every day to maintain her health and vitality. In the evenings, she would take walks on the beach with Lin Xian, enjoying the sea breeze and the sound of the waves, and appreciating the beauty of nature. Life is so pleasant. One day, Li Mingyao suggested bringing food to Lin Cici at school, since she was a senior in high school and needed extra nutrition. Lin Xian readily agreed. That afternoon, Lin Xian made a bento box that Cici liked to eat in the kitchen. Afterwards, he drove his Maybach to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School with Li Mingyao. When they arrived at the school, they first went to the office of Chiu Ruishue, Lin Xian's former high school teacher, to visit her and wait for Lin Cici to finish class. I learned from the chat that Lin Cici's current senior year homeroom teacher is Chiu Ruishue. Since the last period was a self-study period, Teacher Chiu arranged for someone to call Lin Cici over. Meanwhile, Lin Cici, who was in the classroom, had just finished a set of math practice problems. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt she should reward herself a little. However, Her phone had already been confiscated by Zhang Shulan, so she had to borrow a comic book from her deskmate and read it with great interest. Just then, a voice came from beside her ear. Cece, your homeroom teacher wants to see you. Oh. Chapter 141. Teacher, do you know me? Lin Cece was startled. Could it be that she had already been discovered after only opening the comic book for a short time? I heard that there are surveillance cameras installed in the school classrooms. This is bad. I'm definitely going to be invited for tea. Lin Cece hurriedly shoved the comic book back into her deskmate's hands, and then, with a heavy heart, walked out of the classroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xian was talking with Chiu Ruishua, Lin Cece's homeroom teacher. Teacher Chiu, how is Cece doing at school? Lin Xian asked with concern. She's always a bit mischievous in class, which is unlike you, but her grades are just like yours, consistently ranking in the top 10 of the grade. Chiu Ruishua replied with a smile. P.S. Why are there always people who don't study very hard, but still get excellent grades? It's so enviable. Just then, Lin Cece cautiously peeked out and looked towards the door of the teacher's office. She immediately spotted her older brother sitting there chatting happily with his homeroom teacher. No way, were their parents notified so quickly? Although this wasn't my first offense, I only read a comic book for a short while this time. No, I have to find a way to escape. Yes, now immediately. Just as Lin Cece was about to turn and run, she was gently patted on the back. Cece, what are you doing leaning against the wall? Do you need to see your teacher? A female teacher asked gently. Huh? No. Lin Cece stammered, unsure how to answer. Cece. Li Mingyao saw her immediately after hearing the voice. Then Lin Xian and Chiu Ruishua also looked towards the doorway, following the sound. Cece, come here for a moment, Chiu Ruishua said with a smile. Lin Cece walked up to them reluctantly, thinking to herself, this is it. I'm definitely going to get scolded. I can only take the initiative to admit my mistake and try to get a lighter punishment. Just as Ms. Chiu Ruishua was about to speak, Lin Cece suddenly interrupted. Teacher, I shouldn't have been sneaking a peek at comic books during class. I know I was wrong. Little sister, where did you get these comic books? You even dared to peek at them during class. Lin Xian asked in surprise. Huh? Did you come to me because of this? Lin Cece asked in confusion. Your brother came especially to bring you food and help you get some nutrition, Chiu Ruishua explained with a smile. However, you still need to explain to the teacher why you were secretly reading comic books in class, Chiu Ruishua continued. Lin Cece was completely speechless. She had essentially turned herself in. The school bell rang, and a clear and pleasant sound came over the school's public address system. Get out of class is over, teachers and students. Thank you for your hard work. In the schoolyard of Yanhai City, a lovely girl skipped and hopped ahead, her face beaming with a happy smile. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming to see me sooner? You made me walk right into your trap and got a severe scolding from the teacher. Lin Cece turned around and complained, pouting. How dare you say that? You actually dared to read comic books during class. You've got some nerve. Lin Xian walked up and gently tapped Lin Cece on the head. Then I'll watch it during breaks from get out of class from now on, Lin Cece said playfully, quickly moving away from Lin Xian and sticking out her tongue. Watching the two siblings playfully bickering, Li Mingyao couldn't help but laugh happily. Soon, the three of them arrived at the school cafeteria and found a quiet corner to sit down. Lin Cece couldn't wait to open her lunchbox. Her eyes lit up and her lips curled into a bright smile. The bento box was filled with a sumptuous feast, fragrant stir-fried beef with scallions, golden and crispy fried chicken drumsticks, aromatic pan-fried cod, tender and delicious stir-fried shrimp and broccoli, and a tempting soft-boiled egg. There was also some fresh fruit placed at the bottom of the bento box. These are all dishes that Lin Cece likes to eat, but there is only one thing she doesn't like, and that is broccoli. It's okay, I won't eat it. Lin Cece thought with a smile, and then happily started eating. She ate meat and rice with gusto, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao looked at her with smiles on their faces, their eyes full of affection. Brother, sister-in-law, why did you suddenly think of bringing me food? Lin Cece asked, her mouth full of food, her words muffled. Your sister-in-law said she wants to give you some extra nutrition, Lin Xian replied with a smile. My sister-in-law is still the best to me. Lin Cece smiled contentedly, looked at Lin Xian, and asked playfully, "And you? Am I your real sister?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "I made this bento box myself. Spit out what you just ate." After hearing this, Lin Cece playfully stuck out her tongue and continued to eat heartily. After they finished eating, Lin Cece escorted Lin Xian and Li Mingyao to the school gate. "Brother, sister-in-law, be careful on the road." Lin Cece waved goodbye. Just as the two turned to leave, a gentle female voice suddenly came from behind them. "Cece, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from behind. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao turned around and saw a young woman slowly walking forward. Her long hair flowed freely, as smooth as silk, gently brushing against her fair skin. Her face was fresh and refined, like a lotus emerging from the water, extremely beautiful. Her figure was graceful and her curves were beautiful. Every move she made exuded a captivating charm. "Teacher Shun, I've come to take my brother and sister-in-law home," Lin Cece replied with a smile. Shina is Lin Cece's Chinese teacher in her second year of high school, and she is also a newly recruited teacher. She has a gentle personality, is conscientious and responsible in her teaching, and is also very beautiful, so she is loved by her students. When Shina stepped forward and took a look, her heart skipped a beat. "Lin Xian." Shina couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "A teacher, do you know me?" Lin Xian asked, looking completely bewildered. At this moment, Shina stared blankly at Lin Xian, her thoughts involuntarily returning to her high school days. At that time, Lin Xian was a second-year high school student, while she was already a third-year senior. One day after school, she strolled around the campus with her books in her arms, her thoughts still lingering on what had been taught in class. Suddenly, a basketball flew like lightning, heading straight for her. "Watch out, classmate," someone shouted, but Shina was still lost in thought. By the time she came to her senses, the basketball was right in front of her, and she was so frightened that she closed her eyes tightly. However, at this critical moment, a strong and powerful hand quickly reached out and steadily blocked the basketball that was about to hit her. "Senior, be careful when you walk from now on," Lin Xian reminded her with a smile. Because the school uniforms for the first, second, and third years of high school are different, Lin Xian recognized the woman in front of him as a senior at a glance. At this moment, Lin Xian was tall and slender, with exquisite features as handsome as if they were sculpted. His face was like a summer breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable. His eyes were as deep as the sea, radiating a confident light. He was the spitting image of a campus heartthrob. Shina gazed at the handsome junior in front of her, her heart pounding wildly. Chapter 142, A Brilliant Idea. From then on, Shina fell deeply in love with Lin Xian, her girlish heart completely captivated. She started frequently running from the senior high school classroom to the junior high school building, just to sneak a peek at Lin Xian. Occasionally, she would have a chance encounter with Lin Xian in the cafeteria. However, Lin Xian, the bookworm, was completely oblivious to this. Time flies, and before they knew it, they had all graduated. Shina was admitted to a normal university. After graduation, she returned to Yunhai City and became a teacher at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Actually, Shina chose to return to work here because she had a small hope in her heart to see Lin Xian again. However, to her surprise, Lin Xian now has a woman with stunning beauty and elegant demeanor by his side. Although Li Mingyao was slightly rounder due to her pregnancy, it did not diminish her stunning beauty in the slightest. When Li Mingyao felt Shun Na's malicious gaze, she no longer cared that she was at school. She hurriedly reached out her little hand and tightly grasped Lin Xian's hand, interlocking their fingers. "Teacher Shun." Lin Cece waved to Shun Na. "Why is my teacher staring at my brother?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just spacing out." Shun Na came back to her senses and explained to Lin Cece with a smile. "Lin Xian, we're alumni. I'm a year ahead of you." Shun Na turned to Lin Xian and said with a smile, though the smile was tinged with bitterness. When her gaze fell on the woman with a slightly protruding belly next to Lin Xian, she immediately understood everything. "I don't think I've seen you much before," Lin Xian said, looking at Shun Na in front of him. "Yes, that's why I got to know you, because you were quite famous at school," Shun Na replied. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's lips curled into a smile. "Honey, It seems you're quite famous at school. However, behind that seemingly bright smile lies a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Lin Xian chuckled smugly. It's all right, ha. Before the laughter subsided, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Lin Xian's waist, and his face instantly contorted in pain. Lin Xian's face instantly contorted into a ferocious expression. He turned his head and stared at Li Mingyao with wide eyes, only to see her give a soft snort and turn her head to the side. Then we'll head back now. Cici, be good at school from now on, Lin Xian said, enduring the pain. Okay. Lin Cici nodded obediently. Then, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and slowly walked out of the gate of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Shen Na, standing behind them, kept gazing at their departing figures, seemingly trying to put an end to this unrequited love that had ended without fruition. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got back into the car, he started the Maybach and asked in confusion, Wife, why did you suddenly pinch me just now? Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at him and said, Can't you tell she likes you? Lin Xian looked bewildered, scratched his head, and said, Huh? No way. I've never even seen her before. Sigh, silly husband. Let's go home. I'm hungry. Li Mingyao sighed. The two then returned home. Lin Xian prepared another sumptuous dinner. Time flies, and it's already late at night. After taking a shower, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao lay on the soft bed. At this moment, Li Mingyao was lying lazily on the bed, holding her phone in her hand, her fingers gently swiping across the screen. Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes lingered on the words she typed in the search box. What should I do if my husband is too handsome and prone to having affairs? Many answers immediately popped up on the screen. For example, you could beat your husband up to teach him a lesson. Li Mingyao gently shook her head. This wouldn't do. It would break her heart. For example, you could dress your husband up to look ugly and wear the most unfashionable clothes when you go out. Li Mingyao sighed softly. This wouldn't work either. Her husband still had to be handsome. Another thing is to leave hickeys all over her husband's neck. When Li Mingyao saw it, her eyes lit up. This seems like a good idea. Just then, Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao from behind and asked softly, Wife, how did you know that teacher Shun likes me? Li Mingyao turned around, looked at Lin Xian leisurely, and replied, It's a woman's intuition, and I can feel the way she looks at you. But I don't like her. Why are you pinching me? It hurts. Lin Xian started to play the victim. Li Mingyao smiled and comforted her. It's better to be safe than sorry. But I've already come up with a brilliant idea. After saying that, a sly smile appeared on her lips. What method? Lin Xian asked with a puzzled look. I'm going to plant hickeys all over my husband's neck. Li Mingyao's lips curled up, revealing a mischievous smile. Wife, no. Soon, Li Mingyao planted 5 hickeys on Lin Xian, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 in the middle. These 5 strawberries are arranged very symmetrically, and they look very cute. Finally done, Li Mingyao looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and nodded. Lin Xian picked up his phone, looked in the mirror, and smiled. Wife, you seem to have forgotten something. Li Mingyao asked happily. What's up? Mom and Dad can see the strawberries too, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. Li Mingyao froze instantly, her pretty face turning bright red. Chapter 143, Getting on the Thief's Car. In the following days, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. Whenever someone curiously inquired about the marks on his neck, Lin Xian would always proudly point to Li Mingyao beside him and declare that it was the masterpiece of his wife. Li Mingyao blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. My husband is so shameless. So for the next few days, Li Mingyao forced Lin Xian to wear high-necked clothes, otherwise she wouldn't let him go out. In the blink of an eye, it's October, and the National Day holiday is here. That afternoon, Lin Xian drove a luxurious Maybach sedan, taking Li Mingyao with him to the school to pick up Lin Cici from school. Because Lin Cici is a senior in high school and has a heavy workload, she only has a short 3-day holiday, even during the National Day holiday. The Maybach drove smoothly on the road and finally came to a steady stop at the entrance of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. A luxury car will always be the center of attention, no matter where it is. Many parents and students turned their attention to the Maybach, which was worth millions of dollars, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Not long after, Lin Cece, carrying a small and cute school bag, ran happily out of the school and then climbed into the Maybach without hesitation. She sat in her seat, looking around the car, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this car is so spacious." Then, she asked Lin Xian curiously, "Brother, what kind of car is this? It's so cool." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "This is a Maybach." At this moment, Lin Xian turned around, smiled, and said to Lin Cece, "Little sister, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one would you like to hear first?" Upon hearing this, Lin Cece immediately became interested and excitedly replied, "Of course, I want to hear the good news first." So Lin Xian told her, "Your sister-in-law brought the phone you've been longing for." "Really? My sister-in-law is so good to me." Lin Cece jumped up with joy upon hearing this, eagerly taking the phone and saying happily. While fiddling with her phone, she continued to press, "And the bad news?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "The bad news is that my family needs to go back to our hometown for 3 days, which will take up your entire National Day holiday." "Huh? I finally got a holiday," Lin Cece complained. In rural towns, there's never the same happiness as in the city. At this moment, Lin Cece secretly thought to herself that she must find a place to hide after returning to the villa. However, Lin Xian quickly saw through her thoughts. "Little sister, don't try anything funny. This car is heading straight to our hometown. Mom and Dad have already left." Upon hearing this, Lin Cece was stunned. It took her a while to come to her senses and realize that she had gotten herself into trouble. "No, I have to find a way to open the door and escape right away." But when she tried to open the car door, she found that it had been firmly welded shut. Seeing this, Lin Xian burst into laughter. "Don't waste your energy, little sister. The car door has been welded shut for a long time." Lin Cece gritted her teeth in anger, glared fiercely at Lin Xian, and said viciously, "You brat, just you wait." So the Maybach slowly started and drove towards Yinshan town. An hour and a half later, the Maybach drove into the small villa in Yinshan town. At this moment, they saw that Lin Jinghua's BMW 8 Series was already parked there steadily, and next to it were an Audi A8 and a Wenji M9. Lin Xian then parked the Maybach to the side. Everyone got off the bus. Lin Cece asked curiously, "Brother, did Uncle come back this year too?" Lin Xian's uncle's family all do business in other places. "Yes, let's go in." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he took Li Mengyao's hand and walked into the villa with Lin Cece. "Grandpa and Grandma, we're back." Lin Xian called out happily as soon as he entered the door. "Xianer is back." Grandma heard the voice and immediately came to greet him. "And Cece and Mengyao, come in and sit down." Grandma greeted everyone warmly with a smile. After everyone sat down in the living room, Li Mengyao immediately spotted Lin Xian's uncle's family. Lin Xian's uncle's name is Lin Zhengyao, and his wife's name is Wang Jingyi. In addition, there was Lin Jingyao's son, Lin Ku, his wife, Zhang Yuelin, and a cute little girl. "Lin Xian, it's been a few months, and you've actually gotten married without your uncle's knowledge, ha ha," Lin Zhengyao said with a laugh. "Yes, it seems our Lin family is about to have a new member," Wang Jingyi said with a smile, looking at Li Mengyao's slightly protruding belly. "Brother, tell us about him quickly," Lin Ku urged, full of curiosity. "This is my wife, Li Mengyao," Lin Xian introduced to everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone." Li Mengyao greeted everyone with a smile, her face beaming with a gentle smile. "Your sister-in-law is so beautiful," Zhang Yuelin praised without reservation. "Thank you, sister. You're very beautiful too." Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Lin Ku, Lin Xian's cousin, is a few years older than Lin Xian. Both he and Zhang Yuelin are in their 30s, but they still look young and energetic. Lin Ku and Lin Xian bear some resemblance, while Zhang Yuelin is exceptionally beautiful. They also have a lovely daughter named Lin Ziki. Because there were too many people in the family, Grandpa invited the village chef to cook at home. The sumptuous dinner was enjoyed by everyone. After the meal, Zhang Yuelin took the initiative to find Li Mengyao. She was a very proactive and cheerful person, and in no time, the two were chatting enthusiastically. Zhang Yuelin also shared many experiences and suggestions with Li Mengyao regarding the later stages of pregnancy. At this moment, Lin Ziki opened her big, round eyes and stared curiously at Li Mengyao's stomach. Seeing this, Li Mengyao took out a milk candy from her pocket and handed it to Lin Ziki. Lin Ziki took the milk candy and smiled happily. Looking at the happy family in front of her, she smiled happily. I'm so happy. Chapter 144. It seems the baby doesn't like daddy's kisses. The next day, after the family finished breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao said they were going out for a while and then disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but Lin Ku and Lin Sisi also disappeared without a trace. She then sat quietly in the living room, feeling somewhat bored. Just then, Zhang Yuelin quietly walked to Li Mengyao's side and sat down gently. Sister-in-law, are you curious about where Lin Xian and the others went? Zhang Yuelin asked with a smile. Sister, do you know where they went? Li Mengyao asked expectantly. I know. They always go to the same place every time they come back, Zhang Yuelin said with a mysterious smile. What kind of place is that? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Let's go take a look now. As Zhang Yuelin spoke, she took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the door. The two chatted and laughed all the way, as if they were inseparable sisters. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an arcade in the town. Upon entering the arcade, Li Mengyao immediately spotted Lin Xian, Lin Ku, and Lin Sisi. Lin Xian and Lin Ku were standing together, with an excited Lin Sisi sandwiched between them, engrossed in playing an arcade game. Brother, your skill level has dropped a bit, Lin Ku said. It's been too long since I played. I'm a bit rusty, Lin Xian said. Hey, why didn't you guys wait for me? I almost died. Lin Sisi shouted. Li Mengyao smiled happily after seeing it. She quietly took a picture with her phone, then went back with Zhang Yuelin without disturbing her husband as he enjoyed his childhood. When Lin Xian and the others returned, they even bought Yunshan pastries to bring back with them. Night fell quickly. After washing up, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed, ready to drift off to sleep. Honey, I want to show you something. Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and handed a photo from her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian curiously took the phone and saw that it was a photo of him being secretly taken while he was playing games during the day. He couldn't help but smile slightly. When did my wife arrive? Lin and I came quietly, and we left quietly too. Li Mengyao winked mischievously. Seeing his wife's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but step forward and kiss her. Ah! Li Mengyao exclaimed coquettishly. What's wrong, honey? Lin Xian asked with concern. The baby just kicked me, Li Mengyao said with a look of surprise. She was nearly 6 months pregnant at this time, and the baby's movements became more and more frequent. It seems the baby doesn't like daddy's kisses, that's why he kicked. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. Nonsense, the baby must have been too happy to kick, Lin Xian retorted seriously, then couldn't resist leaning in to kiss Li Mengyao again. I won't give it to you. Li Mengyao smiled and turned her face away, playfully refusing him. Lin Xian's kiss missed, but he didn't give up. Instead, he continued to launch a sweet offensive against Li Mengyao. The two of them playfully wrestled on the bed, filling the room with warmth and happiness. 2 days later, because Lin Sisi still had to go to school, Lin Xian's family prepared to return to Yunhai City. Lin Sisi's trip was worthwhile. She received 2 generous red envelopes. One gift was a blessing from my uncle, and the other was a token of my cousin's goodwill. Everyone hopes that Lin Sisi will achieve good results in next year's college entrance examination. On his way home, Lin Xian drove his Maybach, feeling exceptionally happy. He turned to look at Lin Sisi sitting in the back row and teased, Little sister, how about sharing a red envelope with me? After all, I'm the one who brought you back. No, they're all mine. Lin Sisi pouted. Honey, you're such a grown man. Why are you still fighting with your sister for red envelopes? Li Mengyao said with a smile. That's right, sister-in-law. You don't know, my brother used to trick me out of my New Year's red envelopes all the time. Lin Sisi took the opportunity to complain. How much did your brother cheat you out of? Your sister-in-law will reimburse you, Li Mengyao said generously. Really? You're the best, sister-in-law, Lin Sisi said happily. After returning to Yunhai City, Lin Sisi went back to school for evening self-study that very evening. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao also returned to Jinghai City after the National Day holiday. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to Jinghai City, they prepared to go to Jinghai City People's Hospital for their 6th-month prenatal checkup the next morning. The two arrived at the hospital early to begin their examinations. At 6 months of pregnancy, the main examinations include ultrasound, complete blood count, urinalysis, glucose tolerance test, blood pressure monitoring, and fetal heart rate monitoring. Lin Xian accompanied Li Mingyao through each of the examinations, his heart filled with anticipation. After all the examinations were completed, the doctor smiled and told them, "The babies are developing very well and are very healthy. They are now 6 months old and will need to come to the hospital for checkups every 2 weeks from now on." At night, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao slept in each other's arms. Lin Xian gently patted her back and asked softly, "Wife, have you not been sleeping well lately?" Now, Li Mingyao's belly is getting bigger and bigger, making it difficult for her to turn over in her sleep, which seriously affects her sleep quality. My belly feels heavy right now, and it's not easy for me to turn over," Li Mingyao said. Lin Xian looked at his wife in his arms with heartache and comforted her. "You've worked so hard, honey. Things will be better once the baby is born." Just then, the system's voice came again. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the baby's 6th-month prenatal checkup." Immediately afterwards, the system announced a new reward. The ergonomically designed pregnancy pillow, a reward for future technology, will be delivered tomorrow. After using it, the new mother will be able to get a good night's sleep every day. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xian was in a good mood and immediately said to Li Mingyao, "Wife, I'll buy you a pregnancy pillow tomorrow, so you'll be much more comfortable sleeping." "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled slightly, leaned against Lin Xian's chest, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Xian looked at his lover in his arms, a happy smile on his face, and slowly closed his eyes, falling asleep together. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes, stretched, and then walked out of his room into the living room. When he first saw the large maternity pillow placed in the center of the living room, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He strode forward and carefully examined the futuristic design of the pregnancy pillow. It's like a warm embrace, with its rounded curves and layers of soft filling, giving you an immediate sense of comfort and peace of mind. Lin Xian first went forward to try it out. He carefully sat down, his body slowly sinking into it, feeling the unique comfort. He closed his eyes, enjoying the tranquility, and thought to himself, "This is wonderful." After a while, Lin Xian stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. He immediately picked up the pregnancy pillow and went back to the bedroom. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he gently woke Li Mingyao, who was still fast asleep, and said tenderly, "Wife, wake up quickly. Try this pregnancy pillow." Li Mingyao slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Xian with some drowsiness, not understanding why he was so excited. Lin Xian smiled and placed the pregnancy pillow on the bed, then carefully helped Li Mingyao lie down gently. Li Mingyao lay on the pregnancy pillow, closed her eyes slightly, and felt her body surrounded by soft filling, instantly feeling extremely comfortable. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh and said, "Wow, honey, this feels so good. It's like my belly doesn't feel heavy at all." "That's good. Honey, you can sleep a little longer. I'll go make breakfast," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Wait a minute, I'll reward you with a kiss." Li Mingyao suddenly reached out and grabbed him, wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gently kissed him on the lips. Chapter 145. My wife hasn't washed up yet. After kissing her, Li Mingyao fell asleep hugging the pregnancy pillow, a sweet smile still on her lips. Lin Xian sat quietly by the bed, gazing gently at her face, feeling her even breathing, his heart filled with warmth and love. His gaze gradually shifted to Li Mengyao's protruding belly. The babies would soon be born. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Xian's mind. It seems that he and his wife have never taken maternity photos. Lin Xian then quietly left the bedroom, went to the sofa in the living room, and took out his phone to search for nearby photography studios. Time flew by, and when the sunlight streamed into the room through the window, Li Mingyao finally woke up from her sweet dream. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched, and then slowly sat up. Hearing the noise, Lin Xian immediately went into the bedroom. Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance after waking up, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Wife, you're awake." Then, he walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently stroked her hair. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, a lazy smile on her face. Lin Xian looked at her and said softly, "Wife, let's go for a walk later." Li Mengyao blinked and asked curiously, Where are we going?" Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "Let's go check out the photography company." Li Mengyao looked up in surprise and asked, puzzled, "Huh? Why do we suddenly have to go to the photography company?" Lin Xian gently held her hand and explained earnestly, "I want to take maternity photos with you, my wife." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's eyes lit up instantly, and her face beamed with joy. "Honey, here's another kiss as a reward." With that, she happily hugged Lin Xian and gave him another kiss. "My wife hasn't washed up yet," Lin Xian teased deliberately. "It's okay, as long as you like it, honey." Li Mingyao rolled her eyes. Before, he liked to hug and kiss her even though he hadn't washed up in the morning. But now that it was her turn to kiss him, he said he hadn't washed up. Li Mingyao then slowly got out of bed and prepared to wash up. Lin Xian followed her into the bathroom and helped her tidy her clothes. A short while later, after washing up, they went to the restaurant to have breakfast. Lin Xian carefully peeled eggs and handed milk to Li Mingyao, who happily enjoyed the care. While taking small bites of food, Li Mingyao looked up and asked, "Honey, which photography company should we go to?" Lin Xian replied, "I have already chosen a reputable photography company called Xingxing Photography. It's very famous in Jinghai City. Many people have recommended it." After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to their bedroom and dressed up carefully. After they finished getting ready, Lin Xian drove Li Mingyao to Xingxing Photography Company. Soon, a black Maybach arrived in front of the most famous star photography company in Jinghai City. After parking the car, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and walked inside. Upon arriving at Xingxing Photography Company, the simple yet elegant decor creates a refreshing and comfortable atmosphere. The spacious and bright reception area, along with the artistically designed display windows showcasing outstanding photographic works. "Welcome, you two. Are you here to take maternity photos?" A young female salesperson greeted them warmly with a smile on her face. When she saw Li Mengyao's protruding pregnant belly, she immediately understood their purpose. "Yes," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Okay, please follow me, both of you," the saleswoman said, leading Lin Xian and Li Mengyao into the reception room. She took out a beautifully designed brochure introducing the company's maternity photography product packages and handed it to them. "You two can take a look at our packages first. They include a sample photo album, a clothing catalog, and scene layout diagrams," the saleswoman said. "Okay." Lin Xian took the brochure and began to read it with Li Mengyao. They looked carefully at each page, admiring the beautiful photos and the various styles of maternity wear. After some discussion, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finally settled on a relatively expensive package and selected several styles they liked. Next, they followed the saleswoman into the clothing room. This place is filled with all kinds of clothing, from traditional to modern, from elegant to fashionable, you name it. Moreover, these clothes are all brand new, from famous brands, and of superior quality. They can freely choose clothing styles that suit them according to their personal preferences and body size. These carefully selected outfits will be given to customers as souvenirs after the photo shoot. However, the cost of these garments is actually included in the package price. Li Mengyao carefully examined the displayed clothing, her brows furrowing slightly. "Honey, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lin Xian noticed the change in her expression and asked with concern. "Honey, can we prepare our own clothes instead of buying them here?" Li Mengyao said softly. "Why?" Lin Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because I think if I buy the clothes myself, the price of the package might be more affordable," Li Mengyao explained, gesturing with her small hands. "After all, this package costs a full 50,000 yuan. Hello, may I ask if the price of the package can be reduced if we bring our own clothes?" Lin Xian asked the saleswoman with a smile. "Yes, that's possible, but I still recommend you use the clothing we provide. The photos will turn out even better that way," the saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "No need, I trust my wife's judgment." Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. "All right then, if you don't choose our clothing, The original price of 50,000 yuan can be reduced to 30,000 yuan, the saleswoman said to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Li Mengyao was overjoyed. She thought that it wouldn't cost much to buy it online, and after giving birth, she wouldn't wear maternity clothes anymore, so it didn't seem like a good deal. She was secretly pleased, having saved her foolish husband another 20,000 yuan. Afterwards, the two continued to visit various sets built by the photography company. Each scene was exquisitely arranged, making people feel as if they were in different worlds. They were very satisfied with these real-life scenes. In the end, Li Mengyao happily paid the bill and then embarked on her journey home with Lin Xian. Li Mengyao was in a particularly good mood, humming a cheerful song as she took out her phone and started searching for clothes on Taobao. Ready to buy? Honey, what's making you so happy? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I saved my silly husband another 20,000 yuan. Of course I'm happy, Li Mengyao replied with a happy smile on her face. Lin Xian smiled after hearing this. Although he was no longer short of 20,000 yuan, he was happy as long as it made his wife happy. Chapter 146. My wife is so frugal and good at managing the household. Lin Xian and Xingxing Photography Company agreed on a shooting time a week later, so Li Mengyao bought a lot of clothes online in the past few days. Before long, the clothes were delivered. Honey, the clothes you ordered have all been delivered. Lin Xian carried a large pile of packages and staggered home. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly stepped forward to help tidy up. They moved all the packages to the walk-in closet in the master bedroom. Thank you, honey. Li Mengyao leaned forward and kissed Lin Xian affectionately, then sat on the ground and began to open the packages one by one. Lin Xian also sat down to help. Soon, all the packages were opened, and they contained all sorts of clothes in different styles. Then, the two began trying on the clothes. I have to say, my wife has really good taste. The clothes she chose were all very simple and stylish, and coupled with their outstanding looks, they looked just like models. It was late at night, and all was quiet. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed, ready to sleep. Honey, I noticed the clothes you bought me are much more expensive than yours, Lin Xian asked, puzzled. When he tried on clothes, he noticed that all his clothes were designer brands, while his wife's clothes were relatively inexpensive. Li Mengyao smiled slightly and explained, Yes, because the clothes I bought for my husband can be worn for a long time, and the good quality means they'll last longer. But I'm wearing maternity clothes now, and I probably won't wear them much after I give birth, so there's no need to buy anything too expensive. How come my wife is so thrifty and good at managing the household? Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed her delicate red lips, smiling slightly. There's nothing I can do. My husband always spends money extravagantly, so of course I have to be more frugal, Li Mengyao said cutely, pouting her lips. Honey, let me touch my belly and see how the baby is doing, Lin Xian said softly, a happy smile on his face. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded slightly, then slowly revealed her round, pregnant belly. She quietly closed her eyes, savoring the warmth and sweetness of the moment. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's belly, feeling the baby's movements. The day arrived for taking maternity photos. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Xingxing Photography Company with the clothes they had prepared. They first arrived at a rural-style photography studio. Lin Xian wore a light blue denim shirt paired with khaki casual pants, looking refreshing and handsome. Li Mengyao wore a light blue denim maternity dress with a white cotton top underneath, looking both fresh and cute. Against the backdrop of a country cottage, a gentle breeze blew as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stood in the middle of the garden. Then Lin Xian gently placed his hand on Li Mengyao's waist and stroked her swollen belly with his other hand, his eyes filled with love and anticipation. He gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead, while her hands rested on her pregnant belly, her face radiating a motherly tenderness, her smile as bright and beautiful as a flower blooming in a greenhouse. Next, they entered a photo studio with a retro atmosphere. Lin Xian wore a brown corduroy suit jacket, paired with dark brown trousers, and even tied a retro tie, making him look exceptionally handsome. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, wore a brown corduroy maternity dress with delicate white lace trim on the neckline and cuffs, exuding a unique charm. In this retro-style study, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat at the desk. Lin Xian picked up a heavy book and began to read it aloud to Li Mingyao in a soft voice. Li Mingyao leaned quietly on Lin Xian's shoulder, a happy smile on her face. Afterwards, they arrived at a photography studio with a Chinese-style home decor. Lin Xian changed into a deep red Chinese-style robe, embroidered with exquisite golden dragon patterns, which highlighted his nobility and majesty. Li Mingyao wore a red maternity cheongsam dress, with gold embroidery adding a touch of glamour and exuding an elegant temperament. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat on a traditional Chinese red solid wood sofa, leaning close together and giving each other sweet smiles to the camera. They then went to some beautiful real-life locations for filming, including the beach and forests. These locations added more natural and romantic elements to the photos. After a long day of shooting, the maternity photos are finally finished. A week later, Xingxing Photography Company delivered the finished photo album. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao flipped through a photo album at home, which was filled with their happy moments, and every photo was so beautiful. Both of them wore satisfied smiles. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby's mother to complete the maternity photo shoot. Reward, top-tier fighting master skill, please check. Chapter 147 Wife, I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Suddenly, it was as if a door to a new world had been opened, and countless world-class fighting techniques flooded into Lin Xian's mind like a tidal wave. Every movement and every technique was crystal clear, allowing Lin Xian to quickly master various top-level martial arts, as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had become a top-level fighter. Lin Xian had previously experienced 10 minutes of this top-level fighting master, and he was quite formidable. The amount of information brought by this system reward was so enormous that Lin Xian had to sit on the sofa seemingly in a daze, but in reality, he was doing his best to digest it. Honey, here's another carefully selected photo for the wall. Li Mingyao happily picked up the photo, her eyes sparkling with joy. The wall-hanging photo shows Lin Xian wearing a deep red Chinese-style robe, while Li Mingyao is wearing a bright red maternity cheongsam dress. They sat together in the living room, creating a warm and cozy Chinese-style home atmosphere. Husband, seeing that Lin Xian still seemed to be in a daze, Li Mingyao playfully leaned closer to him and gently left a kiss on his cheek. At this moment, Lin Xian finally came to his senses and smiled as he gazed at Li Mingyao. My wife actually stole a kiss from me. Lin Xian teased. How can kissing my own husband be considered stealing a kiss? Li Mingyao snorted and responded coquettishly. Then I'll kiss you back, Lin Xian said with a mischievous grin. After saying that, he reached out to hug Li Mingyao, but Li Mingyao had already anticipated his move and nimbly dodged, skillfully avoiding Lin Xian's embrace. She playfully stuck out her little tongue at Lin Xian and said coquettishly, "No way." Then, she picked up the wall photo and cheerfully walked into the master bedroom. A moment later, Li Mengyao's delicate voice came from the room. Honey, come help me hang up the photos. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a doting smile, and he replied, You're here. He strode into the master bedroom, took the wall-hanging photo from Li Mengyao's hand, and carefully hung it on the wall of the master bedroom. After hanging up the photo, Li Mengyao carefully looked it over from left to right and nodded in satisfaction. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian quietly hugged Li Mengyao from behind and kissed her passionately for a while. November has arrived. The weather is gradually getting cooler, the leaves are starting to turn yellow, and autumn is in full swing. Li Mengyao is 7 months pregnant. As the baby grows, her belly is getting bigger and bigger, and she is finding it increasingly difficult to move around. Nowadays, she often feels back pain, her lower limbs are severely swollen, and she even has some difficulty walking. Lin Xian saw it all and felt a pang of pain in his heart. To alleviate Li Mengyao's pain, he would often massage her waist and legs to make her feel more comfortable. Lin Xian would often accompany Li Mengyao for walks in the park downstairs to breathe fresh air. That morning, sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed, waking Li Mengyao. She slowly opened her eyes and found that her belly was bigger than ever before, like a small mountain. She tried to look down at her small feet, but no matter how hard she tried, she could no longer see her toes like before. Her mood plummeted, tears welled in her eyes, and her face was filled with grievance. Hearing the noise, Lin Xian quickly ran over from the kitchen and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or did the baby kick you?" As he spoke, he gently stroked Li Mingyao's belly. Li Mingyao raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked at Lin Xian pitifully, saying, "I used to be able to see my little feet when I looked down, but now I can't see them at all, and my belly is so heavy." Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tenderly and gently comforted her. "Wife, don't be sad. There are still 3 months left, it will pass quickly. Everything will be all right after the baby is born." Li Mingyao nodded, nestled in Lin Xian's arms, and felt his warm presence. That's how pregnant women are, especially in the later stages of pregnancy. They often experience some emotional changes as they observe the changes in their bodies. Just then, Lin Xian's phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly rang urgently. He picked up his phone and saw the words Lu Wendy displayed on the screen. Previously, Lin Xian's communication with Lu Wendy was mostly conducted online. Now that he received a call from Lu Wendy, he guessed that there might be an emergency. He answered the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu?" Lu Wendy replied, "Chairman Lin, is it convenient for us to talk on the phone now?" Lin Xian looked down and saw his wife in his arms, bringing her face close to his, openly eavesdropping on their conversation. He smiled and said to Lu Wendy, "It's convenient. Just say what you need." Lu Wendy explained, "It's like this. Our company is currently competing for a major project worth 200 million, but the other party has made it clear that the chairman must personally participate in the negotiations. So, Lin Xian immediately understood what he meant and asked, "Is it the Lu Group project in the capital?" Lin Xian had already learned about this when he reviewed the company documents. Lu Wendy replied, "Yes, so we need to go to the capital to negotiate with them." Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this. This is a crucial time in his wife's pregnancy, and he really doesn't want to leave her side for even a moment. This trip will definitely take at least 4 or 5 days. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Mingyao's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by a smile. She gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve, then looked up at him with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I'll get back to you later." Then he hung up the phone. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked Li Mingyao gently. "Honey, are you going on a business trip?" Li Mingyao gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek with her fair hand and asked in an extremely gentle tone. "Yes, but I don't want to go. I just want to stay home with you," Lin Xian said, holding Li Mingyao's hand. "Honey, you should go. The whole company is waiting for your good news. Besides, I'm not even close to my due date yet, so my mom can come and take care of me," Li Mingyao said with a smile. But Lin Xian still hesitated. "There's no buts," Li Mingyao interrupted Lin Xian. "Honey, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself and the baby. What do you do if your wife is too gentle and virtuous? Reward her with a kiss, of course." After an unknown amount of time, their lips finally parted. "Wife, I'll try to come back as soon as possible." Lin Xian looked into Li Mingyao's eyes, his gaze filled with determination. Li Mingyao smiled and nodded, then said softly, "Yes, honey, you can do it." Chapter 148. This luck is unbelievable. At noon, Lin Xian made Li Mingyao a delicious eel rice. Fresh eel, carefully grilled to release its enticing aroma, is paired with soft, sweet rice and served with Lin Xian's special secret sauce, making the dish even more flavorful and unforgettable. "Honey, I won't be able to eat properly after you go on your business trip." Li Mingyao scooped up a mouthful of rice with eel and stuffed it into her mouth, her face beaming with a happy smile. "My husband will be back soon." Lin Xian smiled gently, his eyes full of affection. Li Mingyao nodded happily and continued to enjoy her delicious lunch. "Wife, feed me a bite." Lin Xian opened his mouth slightly and said to Li Mingyao in a coquettish manner. "Don't you have one too?" Li Mingyao asked, looking at the unmoving eel rice in front of Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. "My wife's is even more fragrant," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Li Mingyao glanced at him speechlessly, but still obediently scooped a spoonful of eel rice and fed it to Lin Xian. "Delicious," Lin Xian said with satisfaction as he chewed. "Do you want your husband's?" "Yes." And so, The two of them finished their lunch, taking turns eating bites. The two then returned to their bedroom to prepare for a nap. Honey, when are you going? Li Mingyao asked sweetly, her small hand touching Lin Xian's abs. Tomorrow, Lin Xian said, pinching Li Mingyao's cheek. After saying that, Lin Xian buried his face in Li Mingyao's neck, inhaling the captivating fragrance emanating from her body. Honey, let Yusin come and keep you company this afternoon. I'll go pick up Mom, Lin Xian continued. A round trip from Jinghai City to Jingshui City takes about 8 hours, and he was really worried about Li Mingyao being home alone for so long. Li Mingyao, however, proudly raised her chin and said confidently, I can take good care of myself. Lin Xian smiled slightly and patiently explained, Sweetie, 8 hours is not a short time. You'll feel more at ease if someone is with you. Besides, it's the weekend, so she shouldn't have to go to work. 8 hours is indeed too long, especially since she and her best friend Lu Yusin haven't seen each other for a while, so she can take this opportunity to have a good chat. Okay, I'll ask her. Then Li Mingyao took out her phone and opened her chat with Lu Yusin. Xian, are you there? Soon, Lu Yusin replied. Yao Yao, you finally remembered me? Wah, I just got back from working overtime. Huh? Do we have to work overtime on weekends too? Li Mingyao asked in surprise. Yes, I've lost all will to live, Lu Yusin replied helplessly. Then Xian, you should get some rest, Li Mingyao said with concern. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Lu Yusin asked with concern. It's nothing. I was thinking you could come and keep me company this afternoon if you have time, Li Mingyao said. Yes. You wait here. I'll go ask for leave right away. Lu Yusin agreed without hesitation. Xian, you should probably forget about asking for leave. It might not leave a good impression on your boss, Li Mingyao said worriedly. What a damn leader. I've disliked him for a long time. My Yao Yao is number one. It's been so long since I've touched Yao Yao He. Lu Yusin said with a wicked smile. Stop talking, Li Mingyao said shyly and reproachfully. Yao Yao, wait for me. Lu Yusin happily hung up the phone and prepared to ask for leave. Li Mingyao thought to herself, this brat Xian, how old is she and she's still so improper? She should find a boyfriend to teach her a lesson. Wife, what did Yusin say? Lin Xian asked with concern. She took the afternoon off to come over, Li Mingyao replied gently. Are you taking leave? Do you have to work on the weekend too? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Yes, she said she often works overtime on weekends, Li Mingyao said. I'll talk to her about whether she wants to work at my company, Lin Xian said. Although his company, Jinwan Technology, occasionally requires overtime, it's not very frequent, and the benefits are quite good. Baby sleepy. Li Mingyao yawned, and then closed her beautiful eyes. She rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, feeling his warm embrace. Although there was a pregnancy pillow between them, it did not affect their intimacy. Lin Xian looked at his wife, who was gradually falling asleep in his arms, and his heart was filled with happiness and contentment. He gently patted Li Mingyao's back, hoping to help her sleep more peacefully. Finally, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep with Li Mingyao. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lin Xian was in the kitchen preparing dinner for Li Mingyao and Lu Yusin. He skillfully chopped and stir-fried vegetables, filling the kitchen with a delicious aroma. Li Mingyao, on the other hand, sat quietly on the sofa in the living room reading a book. At this moment, Yu came over and started meowing at Li Mingyao. It gently rubbed its body against Li Mingyao's leg, seemingly seeking attention. Yu, are you hungry? Li Mingyao put down her book and stroked Yu's head. Didn't we just have lunch? Kittens shouldn't be too greedy, or they'll turn into Nyanko-sensei, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Yu was picked up from the pet store the day after they returned to Jinghai City. Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply. Li Mingyao happily got up and went to the door. After checking the security camera and confirming that it was her best friend Lu Yusin, she opened the door. Xian, you're here, Li Mingyao exclaimed happily. My goodness, Yao Yao, your belly is so big. Lu Yusin originally planned to give Li Mingyao a warm hug as usual, but when she noticed Li Mingyao's big belly, she immediately stopped. I'm pregnant with twins, Li Mingyao said with a smile, gently pulling Lu Yusin into the house. 2. Goodness, that's incredible luck. Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, her eyes wide with surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Li Mingyao playfully tapped Lu Yusin's head. What luck? Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang out as he walked out of the kitchen. It's nothing, Li Mingyao blushed. Chef Lin, I'm here to freeload again. What's good to eat tonight? Lu Yusin asked with a smile. I've already prepared dinner. You can just heat it up and eat. I'll trouble you to take care of Mingyao for a while, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yusin patted her chest and assured them. No problem. I've got it covered. However, Li Mingyao suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but chuckle. Xian, have you forgotten how you blew up the electric cooker back in college? Chapter 149, Let's plant some strawberries before we leave. These words sent a shiver down Lin Xian's spine. I hope Lu Yusin doesn't blow up my kitchen. That was really just an accident. Who knew it would explode for no reason? Lu Yusin explained, blushing. Yusin, why don't you go back now? I'm afraid you'll blow up the kitchen, Lin Xian said worriedly. The kitchen exploding is a minor issue, but injuring your wife is a major one. No way, Lu Yusin said firmly. Honey, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Li Mingyao can do just heating up food. All right then, but you must be careful, Lin Xian said with concern. Okay, honey, go ahead and be careful on the road, Li Mingyao gently reminded him. By the way, what's for dinner tonight? Lu Yusin asked expectantly, smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian hurriedly went out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Li Mingyao a sweet kiss at the door for a while. Aren't you tired? You've been kissing for so long. Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, smiling as she watched Li Mingyao return from the doorway. Not tired, Li Mingyao replied shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin couldn't help but feel a little regretful, realizing that she had made a fool of herself and been forced to witness their public display of affection. Then, Li Mingyao and Lu Yusin sat in the living room, leisurely drinking juice and chatting happily. Yao, you have no idea. Our leader is simply a devil. They make us work overtime every day, even on weekends, and they're constantly using psychological manipulation and empty promises. I get yelled at for not doing a good job. I've really had enough of this lousy class. Lu Yusin began to complain incessantly, pouring out all her tragic experiences. Li Mingyao listened with great interest. After all, she had never worked before. Until the very end, she smiled and said to Lu Yusin, Xian, if you really can't stand it here, you can consider coming to my husband's company. However, Lu Yusin sighed helplessly and replied, Sigh. I really want to come, but my dad doesn't agree. She had wanted to work at Jinwan Technology Company, Limited before, but her father was the general manager there and absolutely refused, saying that he wanted to avoid suspicion, otherwise the employees would gossip. It's okay, my husband even said at noon that he wanted you to come work at his company, Li Mingyao said. Really? I love you so much, Yao. Lu Yusin happily rushed towards Li Mingyao and gently hugged her. It was 11 p.m., and the night was quiet. Li Mingyao and Lu Yusin were watching a movie on the sofa. Suddenly, Lu Yusin excitedly nudged Li Mingyao next to her. Yao, look. The most exciting part is coming. Okay, I understand, Li Mingyao replied, shifting her gaze from the watch screen to the television. However, after only a glance, she looked down again, focusing on the pink diamond tech watch shimmering in her hand. Judging from the location, my husband should be back soon. 10 minutes later, Li Mingyao keenly caught a familiar sound coming from her front door, the sound of the door lock being unlocked. She immediately stood up and slowly walked towards the door. The door opened, and Lin Xian smiled and said softly, I'm back. He immediately spotted his wife standing at the door to greet him, a happy smile spreading across his face. Welcome home, Li Mingyao greeted her gently. Mom, why are you carrying so much stuff again? Li Mingyao couldn't help but complain as she looked at her mother, Huang Shifeng, carrying large and small bags. Not much. These are all for you to get more nutrition. Huang Shifeng walked in with a big smile. At the same time, her gaze began to sweep around the house. This is yet another large, single-level apartment of 200 square meters, and it's located in Jinghai City, where land is incredibly valuable. Hello, Auntie. Just then, Lu Yusin stood up and greeted Huang Shifeng with a smile. Hello, you must be Yusin? Huang Shifang replied gently. Lu Yusin nodded gently. I often heard Mingyao mention you before, saying that she was very grateful for your care during college, Huang Shifang said with a smile. Haha, Mingyao and I are best friends. We've always taken care of each other, Lu Yusin replied with a smile. Here, this is a local specialty that Auntie brought from Jingshui City. Take a taste. With that, Huang Shifang took out a plate of Jingshui roast chicken and handed it to Lu Yusin. Wow, thank you, Auntie. Lu Yusin happily accepted the gift. It's getting late, and Lin Xian is back. I should go back now, Lu Yusin said, glancing at the time. Okay, do you want Lin Xian to take you home? Huang Shifang asked with concern. No need. I drove here, Lu Yusin replied with a smile. Yeah, let's play again next time. After saying that, Lu Yusin waved to everyone and turned to leave. After watching Lu Yusin leave, Lin Xian prepared a guest room for Huang Shifang. It was getting late, so everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, Li Mingyao whispered, Honey, what time is our flight tomorrow? Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and said softly, 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Mingyao hugged Lin Xian tightly and said coquettishly, I can't bear to part with you even though we haven't separated yet. I'll resolve it as soon as possible, Lin Xian said with a smile, trying to comfort him. Li Mingyao raised her face and said coquettishly, I heard there are many beautiful young ladies in the capital. Honey, you can't just get involved with any girls. Don't you trust your husband? You need to punish him. Lin Xian chuckled mischievously, cupped Li Mingyao's cheeks in his hands, and then kissed her lips. Of course I trust my husband, Li Mingyao stammered. Then why did you say it? Lin Xian released Li Mingyao's lips, a faint smile on his lips. I just don't trust them. Li Mingyao pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. With a husband this handsome, there must be many women who have designs on him. Then what should we do? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Let's plant some strawberries before you go. Li Mingyao blinked her bright eyes and stared straight at him. Chapter 150 Lifesaver. The next morning at 7:30, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stood at the door, embracing each other, their eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance to part. Go for it, honey, Li Mingyao said softly, her voice filled with tenderness. Okay. Lin Xian smiled slightly. The two kissed for a while before separating. Then Lin Xian turned and left. Honey, if any other woman tries to chat you up, just show her the hickeys I planted and tell her you're married, Li Mingyao suddenly shouted. She remembered the faint hickeys she had left on Lin Xian last night, but because she was attending a formal occasion, they weren't very noticeable. Okay, honey. Lin Xian smiled and turned around, waving to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao kept watching Lin Xian until he turned the street corner and disappeared from her sight. Only then did she slowly return home and gently close the door. Then she went to the balcony and quietly watched Lin Xian's figure gradually disappear into the distance. After leaving Jinwan Prefecture, Lin Xian hailed a taxi and drove to the airport in Jinghai City, where he met up with Lu Wendy and Zhong Zixing. The three of them will travel together in first class to the capital city, Beijing. During the flight, Lin Xian took a beautiful photo of the blue sky and white clouds through the window and sent it to Li Mingyao. So beautiful. I want to fly on an airplane after my baby is born. Okay, honey, let me show you where you're sitting. The plane flew smoothly through the blue sky and white clouds, and after about 2 hours, it finally landed safely at Beijing Airport. After the three of them got off the plane, they went to a hotel near the Lu Group. Chairman Lin, our meeting with the Lu Group is scheduled for 3 p.m., Lu Wendy reminded him. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian nodded in response. Zixing, you need to carefully check the technical aspects and see if there are any loopholes, Lin Xian said to Zhong Zixing. Okay, no problem, Zhong Zixing replied. Immediately afterwards, the three of them went to their respective pre-booked hotel rooms to rest. Lin Xian had just lain down when his phone, which was placed beside the bed, suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a video call from his wife. Haha, honey, you're checking up on me so soon? Lin Xian laughed as he clicked the answer button, and a stunningly beautiful face immediately appeared on the screen. No, I just missed you, Li Mingyao said with a smile, her voice soft and gentle. I miss my wife too. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Honey, did you just get back to the hotel? Li Mingyao asked. Has my wife been eating well? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Yes, I had delicious meat buns this morning, and I'm planning to have them for lunch. And so Lin Xian and Li Mingyao started chatting on their phones. It didn't end until after lunch when I was ready to take a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, Lu Wendy, and Zhong Zixing went to Lu's group together. When they arrived at the Lu group building, the sight before them amazed them. This skyscraper is magnificent, with its exterior walls inlaid with gleaming glass curtain walls that reflect dazzling light under the sun, making it mesmerizing. As expected of a major conglomerate in Beijing, it is quite luxurious. As the three entered the group company's gate, they immediately felt a strong business atmosphere. The spacious and bright hall was bustling with people, their busy figures moving about. They were then led to a conference room to discuss project matters. The person in charge of negotiating with them was a man in his 40s, Lu Qiming, the general manager of the Lu Group. Because this project is of paramount importance, the general manager personally led a professional team to participate in the negotiations. Lin Xian, Lu Wendy, and Zhong Zixing sat down in the meeting room. Mr. Lu, we are very honored to be here at Lu's Group. This is our company's project proposal for this project. Please take a look, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Wendy then handed the proposal to General Manager Lu. Mr. Lu smiled as he accepted the proposal, and then he and his team carefully reviewed it. Chairman Lin, I'm glad you've submitted your bid for our project, but several large companies have already submitted bids, said General Manager Lu. Yes, Mr. Lu, but I believe our proposal will definitely satisfy you, Lin Xian replied confidently. Yes, your proposal is indeed very innovative, and it's clear that you've done a lot of research. However, your company is relatively small. For a large enterprise like ours, choosing a cooperation method requires comprehensive consideration of various factors. Therefore, we need to understand your strengths and capabilities more deeply, Lu Qiming said with a smile. Mr. Lu, although our company is relatively small, our technical team is absolutely top-notch. They are all industry elites with rich experience and professional knowledge. Moreover, as can be seen from this project proposal, our company is fully capable of undertaking your company's project, Lin Xian explained patiently. We need to further assess the situation from all aspects, and we will continue to discuss with other companies. So let's think about it some more, Lu Qiming said. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian, Lu Wendy, and Zhong Zixing stayed at the Lu Group to have in-depth discussions and exchanges with their team. However, although the Lu Group recognized the capabilities of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, it still decided to hand over the project to a large state-owned enterprise due to the company's relatively small size. After the final round of discussions, the three reluctantly prepared to leave the meeting room. Just then, a clear child's voice broke the silence of the conference room. Dad! Everyone turned to look at the door, where a cute little boy burst into the meeting room. Junior, what brings you here? Dad is at work. Lu Qiming smiled and hurriedly went to greet the little boy, hugging him tightly. Lin Xian turned around after hearing the shout, and when he saw the little boy's face, he was shocked and stunned. Isn't that the little boy I rescued by the lake in Jingshui City? The little boy was unconscious at the time, so he did not recognize Lin Xian. But at this moment, he stared intently at Lin Xian, his eyes revealing an indescribable sense of intimacy. Junior, how many times have I told you not to run around? Your father has to work. A kind voice came from outside the conference room again. An elderly woman dressed in rich clothes came to the door of the conference room. She was shocked when she saw Lin Xian preparing to leave the meeting room. It's you? The old lady exclaimed excitedly. Mom, do you know him? Lu Qiming asked. Of course I know him. He's Junior's savior. The old lady stepped forward and tightly grasped Lin Xian's hand, saying excitedly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with surprised expressions. Last time Junior was drowning by the lake in our hometown of Jingshui City, you saved him. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, the old lady said with a smile. Chapter 151 Lin Xian wants to eat candy. My savior? Mom, are you sure it's him? Lu Qiming asked in shock. They were indeed searching for the nameless hero who had saved their son. They posted missing person notices online and invested heavily in television and advertising in hopes of finding Lin Xian. Lin Xian had actually seen it while surfing the internet, but he chose to remain silent. Yes, how could I be wrong? Young man, are you also from Jingshui? The old lady asked with concern. I'm not, Lin Xian replied. Mom, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Lu Qiming asked again. No, I absolutely won't mistake him. It's him, the old lady said firmly. Although I'm not from Jingshui, my wife is. That day, we were taking a walk by Yingshui Lake, Lin Xian explained. It really is you. Thank you so much, you saved my son's life. Lu Qiming walked excitedly to Lin Xian and tightly grasped Lin Xian's other hand. Don't say that. I just happened to be passing by and saw someone drowning, so I didn't think too much and went to rescue them, Lin Xian said modestly. At this moment, the two people were awkwardly holding their own hands, one with their left hand and the other with their right. Come on, let's sit in my office, Lu Qiming said, pulling Lin Xian to leave the conference room, while turning back to speak to their subordinates. You and Chairman Lin's people continue to discuss the details of the project cooperation. The subordinate was also taken aback. Project cooperation details? Didn't they just say they wouldn't cooperate? Lin Xian then turned around and gave Lu Wendy and Zhong Zixing a look. The two of them immediately understood, realizing that the project was a sure thing. Lu Qiming then led Lin Xian to the general manager's office. As expected of the general manager's office of the Lu Group, it is spacious and bright, with luxurious and exquisite decoration, showcasing a high-end and sophisticated quality. The office also has a private room for people to rest, which is fully equipped. Lin Xian couldn't help but look around at the luxurious office, secretly calculating in his mind. Yeah, I'll get one for myself someday. Just then, Mr. Lu's secretary walked in carrying 2 cups of coffee that emitted an enticing aroma. Chairman Lin, I only have one son. If you hadn't saved his life that day, I really don't know what I would have done, Lu Qiming said with deep emotion. No, I just did what I was supposed to do, Lin Xian replied humbly. I've changed my mind about this project and have decided to entrust it to your company, Lu Qiming said earnestly. At the same time, on behalf of the Lu family, I will give you a gift. Is there anything you particularly want? He continued to ask. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu, for your trust and support of our company. Lin Xian said excitedly. You entrusting this important project to our company is an invaluable gift in itself. Our company will do its utmost to ensure the project's successful completion, so please rest assured. Lu Qiming looked at the young yet composed Lin Xian and nodded in satisfaction. Later, Lin Xian received a warm invitation from Lu Qiming to visit his home. At the dinner, Lin Xian enjoyed a sumptuous meal and chatted and laughed with the Lu family. It wasn't until nightfall that Lin Xian returned to the hotel, slightly tipsy. He lay on the soft bed, his face rosy and looking slightly tired. Socializing is really unpleasant. Lin Xian is good at everything, except drinking. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked up his phone and started a video call. Honey, why is your face so red? Li Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. I had a few drinks tonight, Lin Xian mumbled, a drunken smile on his face. I'll make you some hangover soup. Honey, you need to rest early after you drink it, otherwise you'll have a headache tomorrow morning. Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with heartache, then used her phone to order him a hangover soup and asked it to be delivered to his hotel. Looking at Li Mingyao on the screen, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Wife, have you missed me? I think about it every day, Li Mingyao replied gently. Just every day? Why not every second? Lin Xian, under the influence of alcohol, began to coax Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao was slightly taken aback when she heard Lin Xian's words. She had never seen her husband so adorable before, and she couldn't help but smile happily. I'm thinking of you every second. Lin Xian muttered, That's more like it. Husband. Li Mingyao narrowed her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian looked at her with some confusion. In the capital, have any beautiful women tried to chat you up? Li Mingyao asked, seizing the opportunity. Of course, your husband is so handsome. Lin Xian changed her position, lying lazily on the bed, with a slight smile on her lips. Huh. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's eyes instantly turned cold, and she stared intently at Lin Xian. There were several, but I can't remember them all now, Lin Xian said, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. And then, Li Mingyao's voice became low and serious. And then I showed them the strawberries you planted for me, and the ring on my hand, and said that I was already married. Some of them left because they knew what was going on, but some of them were still persistent. I just ignored them and turned around and left. Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his speech was somewhat slow due to his drunkenness. My husband did a good job. Li Mingyao smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. Is there a reward? Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a hint of anticipation and longing. What kind of reward do you want? Li Mingyao couldn't help but feel overjoyed as she watched Lin Xian act coquettishly towards her. I want some candy. Lin Xian smiled, gazing at Li Mingyao with dreamy eyes. I'll reward you when you get back. A blush crept onto Li Mingyao's delicate face. My husband just wanted a kiss, but he kept saying he wanted candy. My husband works so hard. I should reward him when he gets back. Just then, the hangover soup arrived. Lin Xian drank it and fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 152 Wife, I'm back. The next day, Lin Xian was woken up early by a knock on the door. He groggily got out of bed and opened the door. Brother Xian, you're amazing. You landed this 100 million yuan project right away. Our company is going to be rich. Haha. Zhong Zixing exclaimed excitedly. You're making such a racket. Don't you want your dad to get any sleep? Lin Xian said impatiently. Then he went back to his room and collapsed onto the bed. Dad, no. Brother Xian, what did you do last night? You seem so listless. Could it be? Zhong Zixing grinned mischievously. Lin Xian picked up the pillow next to him and threw it at him. I went to Mr. Lu's house for dinner yesterday and had some drinks, Lin Xian said. Zhong Zixing quickly caught the pillow, laughing awkwardly, and said, No wonder. As his roommate for 4 years in college, he naturally knew that Lin Xian couldn't hold his liquor. Any progress with the Lu group? Lin Xian asked. So far, everything is going smoothly. In the next few days, our company will be working with them to finalize the details of the cooperation, Zhong Zixing replied earnestly. Sigh, it'll be a few more days before I see my wife. By the way, Brother Xian, they also arranged a 5-star hotel for us. I heard it has a swimming pool, sauna, massage, and other services. Zhong Zixing continued. Such a good thing. Let's go. Lin Xian got excited when he heard this and immediately got up to head to the hotel. He couldn't wait to experience the sauna and massage services to relieve his fatigue. The three then packed their luggage and moved together to a 5-star hotel owned by the Lu Group. Lin Xian walked into the room, and the sight before him made him exclaim. As expected, the rooms in a 5-star hotel are truly different. The room is spacious and cozy, with every detail showcasing high-quality design and decoration. From the magnificent chandeliers to the exquisite wallpaper, from the comfortable sofas to the luxurious bathtubs, everything exudes an ultimate sense of enjoyment. Wait, a bathtub? Lin Xian then remembered that he hadn't taken a shower since he got drunk yesterday. So he quickly filled the bathtub with hot water, then took off his clothes and gently lay down in the warm water. The warm water enveloped his body, bringing him an unparalleled sense of comfort. So comfortable. He closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the moment. It was as if all the pressure and fatigue were gradually leaving him. Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang again. He quickly picked up his phone, tapped the screen gently, and his wife's beautiful face appeared before his eyes once again. Honey, why are you video chatting while you're taking a shower? Li Mingyao covered her face shyly with her hands, but couldn't help but peek at Lin Xian through her fingers. If you miss your wife, just answer the phone. Lin Xian laughed heartily. If you say that again, I'll hang up the video. Li Mingyao said angrily, pretending to be angry. No, I won't say anymore. Lin Xian quickly begged for mercy when he saw this. Seeing that Lin Xian had become a little more serious, Li Mingyao asked with concern, Honey, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? I'm fully recovered, Lin Xian replied confidently. Li Mingyao smiled with relief and gently instructed, That's good, but you still need to remember to get plenty of rest and eat on time, okay? Don't worry, my dear wife, Lin Xian nodded in response. Then, Lin Xian remembered something and said, By the way, I might need to delay my return for a few days. Huh? What? A hint of disappointment appeared on Li Mingyao's face, thinking to herself that she would have to wait a few more days before she could sleep with her husband. The project has been approved. We'll be discussing the details of the collaboration with them over the next few days, Lin Xian explained. All right then, I knew my husband could do it. Li Mingyao smiled charmingly. Her eyes were full of trust and support, which made Lin Xian feel incredibly warm. However, Lin Xian still keenly noticed a hint of disappointment in his wife's eyes. Honey, I'll finish as soon as possible, and I'll give you a little gift then, Lin Xian said with a smile. I don't want any gifts, just that you're back safe and sound. Li Mingyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled serenely. Just then, Huang Shifang's voice came through the video. Yao Yao, are you awake? Get up and have breakfast. Li Mingyao responded. I'm here. Then she turned to Lin Xian and said with a smile. Honey, baby's hungry. I'm going to have breakfast. Yes, I'm going to work too, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao nodded slightly. Her husband looked even more handsome when he was serious. Over the next few days, Lin Xian and his two companions discussed the details of their cooperation with the Lu Group. Li Mingyao, on the other hand, was accompanied by her mother Huang Shifang and her best friend Lu Yusin. When Lu Yusin heard that Lin Xian had asked her to work at Jinwan Technology Company, she was so happy that she immediately quit her job and went to Li Mingyao's place every day to chat and complain about the gossip of her former company. What do you mean? So-and-so is having an affair with so-and-so. Who is more scheming? This leader and that leader don't get along. Another leader and that leader even got into a fight. As Li Mingyao listened, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Time flies, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning of the second day. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Li Mingyao groggily opened her beautiful eyes, her small hand involuntarily reaching out to touch her husband's warm body. However, all she received in response was a soft pregnancy pillow, which made her feel a little disappointed. Last night, Li Mingyao had an incredibly sweet dream in which her husband returned home early, making her extremely happy. Some people have said that things in dreams will become reality in the future. Li Mingyao doesn't know if this statement is true or not, but she sincerely hopes that this beautiful dream can come true. Slowly sitting up, Li Mingyao picked up her phone and eagerly sent a message to Lin Xian. Honey, what are you doing right now? Then, Li Mingyao lay on the bed in a daze for a few minutes. Looking at my phone again, apart from junk notifications, it remained completely silent. My husband is probably still busy. She then got out of bed and went to the sink to wash up. When she finished washing up and picked up her phone again, she finally received Lin Xian's reply. Lin Xian, honey, I was busy just now. The little gift I bought for you has been delivered to the door. Remember to pick it up. My husband actually bought a small gift, but no gift is as good as my husband. Li Mingyao happily replied. Okay, thank you. Honey kisses. Then, she walked to the door and gently opened it. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly appeared at the door, holding a bouquet of pink carnations in his arms. He smiled gently and said, Honey, I'm home. Chapter 153. Do you like this kind of liar? Fraud. A wave of emotion washed over Li Mingyao's face. Her eyes welled up with tears glistening at the corners. She slowly walked forward and gently hugged Lin Xian. Do you like this kind of conman? Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, his fingers softly running through the strands, feeling the silky smooth texture. I like it, Li Mingyao murmured softly, her voice full of tenderness and dependence. Why did you suddenly come back? Li Mingyao then raised her pretty head and asked. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's delicate face and said tenderly, I'll leave the finishing touches to them, so I came back early. Honey, let me see if the hickey is still there, Li Mingyao said softly, her tone playful. He shouldn't be here anymore. It's been so long. Lin Xian obediently tilted his head back, exposing his neck so that Li Mingyao could observe him closely. However, at that moment, Li Mingyao suddenly stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips to Lin Xian's neck. After a while, Li Mingyao finally released her lips. She looked at the newly appeared hickey on Lin Xian's neck with satisfaction, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. Lin Xian touched his neck and smiled happily. Humph, who told you to lie to me, you bad person? Li Mingyao pouted mischievously. Lin Xian is back. Just then, Huang Shifang came out of the kitchen carrying a steaming plate of breakfast. Even though her mother had witnessed this, Li Mingyao still clung tightly to Lin Xian, refusing to let go. "Mom, I'm back," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It's good to be back. How's work going?" Huang Shifang asked gently. "It went quite smoothly," Lin Xian replied. "That's good. Let's get ready for breakfast." After saying that, Huang Shifang turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue her work. Afterwards, the family sat around the dining table and happily enjoyed a delicious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian opened the luggage he had brought back from the capital. "Mom, I bought you a cashmere coat. The weather is getting cooler lately, so you can wear this to keep warm." As Lin Xian spoke, he handed Huang Shifang a beautifully wrapped gift. Huang Shifang opened the gift box, took out the cashmere coat inside, and took a close look. It was a designer brand and quite expensive. "Mom, hurry up and try it on to see if it fits," Li Mingyao urged. Huang Shifang then tried it on and found it to be a perfect fit. The clothes were very soft and of excellent quality. At this moment, Lin Xian handed another package to Li Mingyao. "Honey, this is a maternity down jacket I bought for you. Try it on." Li Mingyao happily accepted the gift box, and upon opening it, she discovered that the down jacket inside was exactly the style she liked, which made her beam with joy. Then the three of them sat on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and chatting happily. After lunch, Huang Shifang prepared to return to Jingshui City. Li Mingyao asked with some reluctance, "Mom, can't we stay a few more days?" Huang Shifang replied, "The neighbor across the street is from Jingshui. He's going back to Jingshui City this afternoon, so I can hitch a ride with him." Then she added, "Lin Xian is back, and I'm relieved to see you two together." "All right then." Li Mingyao nodded. Not long after, Huang Shifang returned home. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, it was afternoon. Li Mingyao sat lazily on the soft sofa, holding a cat toy in her hand, playing with Yu. The little kitten, Yu, is very lively and cute. She stares intently at the cat toy and keeps chasing it. After playing for a while, Yu lay down on the ground, opened her mouth, and panted heavily. When they got tired of playing, they would lie on the ground and pant. Li Mingyao couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Yu's expression. She then went to the kitchen doorway. "Honey, what are you doing?" Li Mingyao asked, noticing that Lin Xian had already gone into the kitchen. "Honey, I'll make you a dish from Beijing. I'm sure you'll love it," Lin Xian said. Because the preparation of Peking duck in Beijing is extremely complicated and requires thorough preparation in advance, Lin Xian went into the kitchen early to begin his meticulous cooking. Finally, it was time for dinner. Lin Xian carefully served the Peking duck to the table. The roast duck has a plump and round shape, and its skin is golden yellow, like a layer of crispy golden armor, emitting an enticing aroma that makes people's mouths water. "Wow, it smells so good." Li Mingyao's eyes lit up as she looked at the roast duck in front of her, and she almost drooled. Lin Xian said gently, "Here are pancakes, shredded scallions, cucumber strips, and my special sauce. You can roll them up and dip them in the sauce." Then, he skillfully rolled up a roast duck roll and gently brought it to Li Mingyao's lips. "It's delicious." Li Mingyao took a small bite and smiled happily. The two then happily enjoyed the meal. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went for a walk in the neighborhood downstairs, as usual. They strolled hand in hand along the paths of the residential area, chatting about the interesting things that happened during Lin Xian's business trip. After returning from their walk, Li Mingyao leaned on Lin Xian's shoulder and watched a movie in the living room. The movie footage flickered on the television screen, and the music and plot intertwined to create a romantic atmosphere. "Honey, didn't you say in the video that you'd reward me with candy?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Is that so?" Li Mingyao knew her husband's little scheme, but pretended not to know. "Huh? My wife wants to renege on her promise." Lin Xian smiled slightly. "It was the previous Li Mingyao who promised you that. What does it have to do with the current Li Mingyao?" Li Mingyao chuckled. She raised her pretty eyebrows and tilted her head back haughtily. "Then I'll have to teach this untrustworthy Li Mingyao a lesson." After saying that, Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mingyao's chin and tenderly kissed her luscious lips. Chapter 154. It's time to name the babies. Time flies like an arrow, and December has arrived in the blink of an eye. As night falls, Jinghai City has already stepped into the threshold of winter, and the whole city is filled with a chilly atmosphere. The biting cold wind relentlessly swept through the skyscrapers, as if trying to freeze everything. The bare branches trembled in the cold wind, and the fallen leaves on the ground were blown about by the wind, swirling and eventually settling in the distance. The neon lights flickered with a lonely glow in the night sky, like solitary stars. However, inside room 1601 of Building A in Jinwan Mansion, Jinghai City, there was a warm and cozy scene. The lights were on, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat side by side on a soft sofa, watching a wonderful movie together. "Honey, come here. Let your husband warm your hands." Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's small hand, placed it lightly in his palm, and then held it tightly. His large hand enveloped her small hand. "It's not cold, there's heating in the room." Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. From childhood to adulthood, she has always had a constitution that is prone to coldness, and she is more afraid of the cold than the heat. But the heating is on inside, and both of them are still wearing short sleeves. Warming hands was just an excuse for Lin Xian to want to touch his own little hands. "Honey, when will the babies come out?" Li Mingyao gently stroked her protruding belly, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. "It'll be here soon. Baby, no more than 2 months." Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's small hand, lightly kissed the back of her hand, and looked at her with loving eyes. "It's time to name the babies." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, a happy smile on her face, and said softly, "How about this? I'll choose a boy's name, and you choose a girl's name, okay?" Lin Xian suggested. "How can you be so sure it's a man and a woman?" Li Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. For some time now, she's been hearing her husband say that she's pregnant with twins, but who would be so lucky? "I named my son Lin Shui. Shu represents wisdom, and Yi represents elegance." After careful consideration, Lin Xian said the name he had in mind. "Then I'll name my daughter Lin Shurqin. Shur represents elegance, and Qin represents art and literature." Li Mingyao was not to be outdone. She carefully came up with a poetic name. "My wife is amazing, here's a kiss as a reward," Lin Xian said, then quickly leaned close to Li Mingyao and kissed her lips passionately. "Why are you kissing me again? Didn't we just kiss before the movie?" Li Mingyao said coquettishly, trying to reach out and cover Lin Xian's lips. However, Lin Xian held her hand tightly, preventing her from moving. Immediately afterwards, a burst of cheerful, playful noises came from inside the house. During this period, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao mostly stayed at home, enjoying their time together. They would occasionally go downstairs for a walk and get some fresh air. However, as Li Mingyao's belly grew larger and she became less mobile, she could only walk around the neighborhood at a time. On a cold winter morning, Li Mingyao slowly opened her eyes and woke up from her warm bed. She blinked and immediately saw the light snow falling outside the window. The delicate snowflakes drifted down like fairies, draping the world in a dreamy white veil. "Husband," Li Mingyao exclaimed excitedly. "What's wrong, honey?" Lin Xian rushed over from the kitchen after hearing the voice. "Honey, it's snowing." Li Mingyao pointed to the beautiful snow scene outside the window, a bright smile on her face. "Yes, it's snowing." Lin Xian walked to the bedside and sat down, gently embracing Li Mingyao, and together they admired the beautiful scenery outside the window. "Let's go downstairs in the apartment complex to see the snow later," Li Mingyao said with anticipation. Lin Xian looked at her tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. "Wife, do you really like snow?" Li Mingyao nodded vigorously, a happy smile on her face. "Yes, I think the snow is very beautiful." Lin Xian smiled and patted her head, saying softly, "Then let's go for a walk after breakfast." Li Mingyao happily replied, "Okay." Today, Lin Xian made red date porridge and steamed egg custard, along with some fresh fruit. The two happily enjoyed the delicious breakfast, then went back to the bedroom to change their clothes and couldn't wait to go downstairs. Indoors, the heating kept the temperature at a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius, but when they stepped outside, they were hit by a blast of cold air. It was already 10 degrees Celsius outside. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao put on thick down jackets, hats, and gloves to keep warm before arriving at their apartment building. They strolled hand in hand along the streets of the neighborhood. Snowflakes fluttered down, like a group of fairies dancing in the air. The community garden was covered in snow, turning into a silver-clad world, like a fairyland from a fairy tale. The roads in the community are also covered with a layer of white velvet, which makes a crunching sound when you step on them, as if playing a winter symphony. Every building and every tree is draped in pristine white, resembling exquisite works of art. Li Mingyao took photos of the surrounding snow scene with her Nikon camera. Then, turning around, Li Mingyao took several photos of Lin Xian smiling in the snow. Lin Xian looked very warm in the pictures. December 21st marks the winter solstice. In this chilly season, nothing beats enjoying a delicious hot pot at home. That evening, Lin Xian busied himself preparing various ingredients. Fragrant tomato hot pot broth, tender and juicy beef and mutton, plump prawns, fresh fish slices, and all sorts of vegetables and bean curd sheets. "Honey, come and eat hot pot," Lin Xian called out enthusiastically. "It's here, it smells so good." Li Mingyao walked quickly to the restaurant with great joy. Lin Xian carefully placed all the meticulously prepared ingredients on the table, and then gently lifted the hot pot lid. In an instant, a rich tomato aroma wafted over, making one's mouth water. Then he skillfully picked up a piece of tender beef, put it into the boiling pot, and after it was fully cooked, he gently blew away the heat and carefully fed it to Li Mingyao's cherry-like mouth. Li Mingyao happily enjoyed the food. Then she picked up a bright red shrimp, gently peeled off the shell, and gently fed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian savored the deliciousness of the shrimp meat while gazing tenderly at Li Mingyao in front of him. "Honey, I want another one. Feed me mouth to mouth. Open your mouth." Chapter 155, so that my husband can see me the moment he gets home. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's December 31st, the last day of 2024. In the morning, Lin Xian woke up in bed as usual. He turned his head and looked to the side, only to find that his wife was still fast asleep. Generally speaking, when pregnant women are almost 9 months pregnant, they often experience poor sleep due to physical changes and fetal activity. However, since Li Mingyao used the futuristic pregnancy pillow that the system rewarded her with, her sleep quality has improved significantly. Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao quietly. Her face was as delicate and beautiful as a flower. He gently kissed her cheek, then carefully got up to go to the kitchen to make breakfast for the two of them. Lin Xian went to the kitchen and made sesame pancakes while looking out the window. It's still snowing lightly in Jinghai City today, and the whole city is covered in white snow, like a fairy tale world. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. He took a look and was somewhat surprised. It was Lu Qiming's phone call. "Hello, Mr. Lu," Lin Xian greeted politely. "Chairman Lin, I hope I didn't disturb you this early in the morning?" "Ha ha," Lu Qiming said with a smile. No. Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Lu?" Lin Xian asked. "Oh, it's like this. I sent you a gift. It's already been delivered to Jinghai City," Lu Qiming said. "Mr. Lu, you're too kind. There's really no need to do this," Lin Xian declined. "Lin Xian, please accept it. Our project is progressing far beyond our expectations these days. I admire you for managing the company so well at such a young age, and I genuinely want to be friends with you," Lu Qiming said. "Your company won this project through its own strength, and this gift is a special thank you for saving my son," Lu Qiming continued to explain. Lin Xian wanted to refuse again, but Lu Qiming spoke up before he could, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This gift isn't expensive, and it's very suitable for you right now." Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept the gift. "Then thank you, Mr. Lu." After the two ended their call, Lin Xian received an address from Lu Qiming. "Jinghai City Toyota, 4S store? Why is it a car again?" Lin Xian was a little confused. "I don't need a car myself. There are already 3 cars parked in the parking lot downstairs. But since they've already delivered it, I might as well go check it out and buy some groceries while I'm at it." After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian prepared sesame pancakes, milk, and eggs for Li Mingyao. He then returned to the bedroom, told Li Mingyao, and left. He drove his Bentley Continental to the Toyota 4S store in Jinghai City. After parking his car, Lin Xian leisurely walked towards the entrance of the 4S store. As soon as I entered, a young and beautiful saleswoman greeted me warmly. "Hello, Welcome. Are you here to buy a car? The saleswoman immediately noticed that Lin Xian was getting out of a luxury car and secretly guessed that he must be a wealthy man. However, Lin Xian calmly replied, "No." "Oh, and you are?" The saleswoman thought to herself, "Are you here to show off in a luxury car instead of to buy a car? Did Mr. Liu of the Liu Group leave a gift here?" Lin Xian asked softly with a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, you must be Mr. Lin." During the morning meeting this morning, her boss repeatedly emphasized that the Liu Group in Beijing had left a gift for Lin Xian here, and that they should treat him with VIP treatment and not show him any disrespect. She never expected to meet the person in charge so soon. "Yes, that's me." Lin Xian nodded. "Then please follow me." The young female saleswoman then verified Lin Xian's identity and immediately led him to a car covered by a black cloth. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw the car covered by a black cloth. Judging from its appearance, this vehicle looks like a minivan, but it is longer than a regular minivan. Lin Xian walked forward curiously, reached out, and gently lifted the black cloth, and his eyes were immediately lit up. A brand new Toyota Alphard minivan came into view, its black body with smooth and elegant lines, like flowing water ripples, reflecting a charming luster under the light. Lin Xian was stunned. It was actually a minivan, and it was the kind that could seat 7 people, with a very spacious interior. That way, after the babies are born, he can take them and his family on trips. "This is the latest top-of-the-line Toyota Alphard, a gift from Mr. Liu to you," the young saleswoman said with a smile. "This van costs a whopping 1 million, but it's not expensive for Liu Qiming, nor is it expensive for Lin Xian." Lin Xian was surprised by the unexpected gift and immediately called Liu Qiming to express his gratitude. Afterwards, he drove his Bentley Continental to the market to buy groceries, while the Toyota Alphard was driven to the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion by staff from the 4S store. When Lin Xian returned home with a bag full of groceries, Li Mengyao had already gotten up and was sitting in the dining room eating delicious sesame pancakes. Hearing the sound of the door unlocking, she hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the door to greet Lin Xian. "Honey, welcome home," Li Mengyao said with a happy smile on her face, still chewing on a pancake. "Why did you come over while you were eating breakfast?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Because I want my husband to see me the first thing when he comes home," Li Mengyao replied playfully, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Looking at his lovely wife, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth and happiness in his heart. On a winter afternoon, sunlight streamed through the clouds. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao woke up from their sleep and decided to go downstairs for a walk. Hand in hand, they strolled through the snow below their apartment building, leaving behind a trail of happy footprints. "Honey, I want to go out for dinner," Li Mengyao said coquettishly. "Isn't the food my husband makes good?" Lin Xian asked. "No, I've been eating at home a lot lately. I just wanted to get some fresh air and try something different." Li Mengyao pointed towards the food street in the distance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xian understood her thoughts perfectly well. She was just craving something from a roadside stall. "All right then, your husband will take you later." Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao was overjoyed. Next, they went to the underground parking lot and walked towards a brand new Toyota Alphard. "Honey, is this the car that Mr. Liu gave us?" Li Mengyao asked curiously, looking at the luxurious vehicle in front of her. "Yes, let's drive this car today," Lin Xian said, carefully helping Li Mengyao into the car. After Li Mengyao was settled, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat, gently started the engine, and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the food street. "The back is so spacious," Li Mengyao said with a smile, quietly looking out the car window. However, when Li Mengyao saw the car drive to the nearby food street, she thought Lin Xian would stop, but he drove off directly and circled around to Jinwan Square. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao directly to Xianming Restaurant. Chapter 156 New Year's Eve. "Honey, didn't we say we were going to eat at the food street?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking at Lin Xian with a wronged expression. "I did promise to go out to eat, but I didn't say it was to a food street." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud and gently pinched her nose. Lin Xian didn't take Li Mengyao to the food street, but instead took her directly to his restaurant, which would definitely ensure hygiene. "Humph, Li Mingyao pouted, her expression instantly falling, and she even started to struggle, not wanting to let Lin Xian hold her hand anymore. Honey, listen to me, okay? The baby is about to arrive. It's a crucial time, and I'm really worried about the food street outside. Lin Xian explained patiently, his tone full of tenderness and love. Okay, Li Mingyao said softly, no longer throwing a tantrum. Let's go in quickly, Lin Xian said with a smile. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and now both office workers and students are on holiday. Jinwan Square was bustling with people, a lively scene with a constant flow of people coming and going. Xianming Restaurant is now the most popular restaurant in Jinwan Plaza, and there are always long queues outside. Meanwhile, a long queue had formed outside the Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly as they walked into Xianming Restaurant together. At that moment, Xiaoli, the receptionist, recognized Lin Xian immediately. She flashed a warm smile and said, "Welcome, boss." Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Xiaoli, are there any private rooms available?" Xiaoli nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, Manager Zhou specifically instructed us to reserve a VIP room for the boss and his wife." After saying that, she turned to another waiter and called out, "Xiaoling, quickly take the boss and his wife to the VIP room." Afterwards, a waiter led Lin Xian and Li Mingyao to the VIP room. "Wife, what would you like to eat?" Lin Xian handed the menu to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao looked at the menu carefully, pointed to one of the dishes and said, "This casserole fish head looks delicious, and let's also have a serving of braised crucian carp with scallions." Lin Xian smiled and nodded, then he ordered some main dishes and snacks. Before long, a variety of delicious dishes were served, their aromas filling the air. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao began to enjoy the meal. Just as they were enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard a soft knock on the door of the private room. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Quan's voice came from outside. "Brother Xian, may I come in?" Lin Xian put down his chopsticks and replied with a smile, "Come in." Zhou Quan pushed open the door and walked in with a grin. He walked straight to Lin Xian's side, plopped down, and his face was beaming with joy. "Brother Xian, what brings you here to inspect the restaurant today?" Zhou Quan asked with a smile. Lin Xian glanced around and showed a satisfied expression. "Not bad. Quaner, I didn't expect you to make Xianming Restaurant so well run." Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Zhou Quan's smile grew even brighter. "Brother Xian, I was just about to discuss this with you. Should we open a branch? Every day, many customers complain about not having seats. The restaurant is just too popular." After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, when I have time, we can discuss opening a branch store in more detail." During this time, he just wanted to spend quality time with Li Mingyao and wait until the babies were born. At this moment, Li Mingyao picked up another piece of fish and put it in her mouth. After savoring it carefully, she exclaimed with admiration, This casserole fish head is really delicious." Zhou Quan smiled smugly. "Of course, sister-in-law, this is a new product that my cousin recently developed. Using wild big-head carp heads, top-quality shark fins, and black truffles, each ingredient is top-notch. How could it not be delicious?" Then Zhou Quan began to praise him. Of course, he added at the end that it would be even more delicious if Brother Xian made it. That's some flattery. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned home and lay on the sofa to watch the New Year's Eve gala. This New Year's Day, Huang Shifeng and Huang Shizhen will be going back to their hometown to be with their grandmother. Because Lin Cici's time was tight during her senior year of high school, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhengwa stayed in Yunhai City. Li Mingyao is 9 months pregnant and has difficulty moving around, so she should not travel far. So Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stayed in Jinghai City for New Year's Day. At this moment, Li Mingyao was leisurely leaning back on the sofa, watching TV with great interest while happily eating snacks. She would feed Lin Xian a piece every now and then eat a piece herself, creating a very heartwarming scene. However, Lin Xian kept fiddling with his phone, as if he was directing something important. "Honey, why are you always looking at your phone?" Li Mingyao curiously leaned closer, wanting to find out. "It's nothing." Lin Xian quickly turned off his phone screen and gave a mysterious smile. "You're definitely hiding something from me." Li Mingyao pouted, her beautiful big eyes blinking with suspicion. You'll find out at 12 o'clock. Lin Xian gently pinched her cute cheek and comforted her with a smile. Fine, don't tell me then. Li Mingyao turned her head away angrily. As the hour and minute hands slowly turned, the time finally came to 11:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes left until the new year arrived. Honey, let's go to the balcony and look at the night view of the river. Lin Xian's lips curled into a gentle smile. Huh? Aren't you going to watch the gala? I wanted to hear the countdown, Li Mingyao said. After all, this was her first time spending New Year's Eve with Lin Xian, and she was filled with anticipation and excitement. It's okay, just turn up the TV volume, so you can hear the countdown even from the balcony. Lin Xian comforted her and gently took her hand, leading her to the spacious balcony. The two sat side by side on comfortable beanbag chairs, with Li Mingyao nestled close to Lin Xian's arms, their gazes fixed on the shimmering river in the distance. The night sky is dotted with stars. Honey, what did you usually do during New Year's Eve? Li Mingyao tilted her head slightly. Me? I'm mostly playing games with my roommates, Lin Xian said with a smile. And what about you, my wife? Lin Xian followed up with another question. I used to spend most of my time at home alone waiting for my mom to come home from get off work, Li Mingyao replied softly. Because supermarkets usually require employees to work overtime during holidays. From now on, your husband will be with you to celebrate the new year every year. Lin Xian tenderly stroked Li Mingyao's cheek and kissed her deeply. No, there's also a baby. Li Mingyao gently stroked her belly, a happy smile on her face. The baby is due in January next year. Just then, the countdown began on the television. Let's welcome the new year. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao tenderly and said, Wife, look at the river. As the New Year's bell rang, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from the river in front of Jinwan Mansion. With a loud bang, fireworks burst into a dazzling display of color in the night sky, red like fire, pink like the sunset, and purple like a dream, illuminating the entire river surface in a dreamlike way. It also illuminated the happy faces of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Chapter 157, It Was All Worth It. January 2025, a morning with light snow falling. Lin Xian and his family were preparing to go to Jinghai People's Hospital to take Li Mingyao for a prenatal checkup. Li Mingyao is now more than 9 months pregnant, and the babies could be born at any time. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang also came to Jinghai City to take care of Li Mingyao together with Lin Xian. The four arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian drove his brand new Toyota Alphard smoothly toward Jinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Xian was cautious throughout the journey, fearing any mishap. Soon after, they arrived at the hospital parking lot. After parking the car, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mingyao into the hospital to begin her prenatal checkup. At the hospital, Lin Xian accompanied Li Mingyao through all the necessary examinations. After a long wait, it was finally their turn to see a doctor. The doctor in charge of the examination was a kind and approachable middle-aged woman. She carefully reviewed all the test reports and patiently inquired about Li Mingyao's health condition. Finally, she smiled and told everyone, the babies are developing well, in the correct position, and all indicators show they are healthy. However, given the high probability that twins will be delivered prematurely, I suggest you stay in the hospital for observation for the next few days to ensure the safety of both the mother and the fetuses. Upon hearing this good news, Lin Xian and his family felt relieved, and their faces beamed with joy. Thank you, doctor, Lin Xian said gratefully. You're welcome. Please go ahead and complete the admission procedures, the middle-aged female doctor said with a smile. Mom, you two sit here for a while and take care of Mingyao. I'm going downstairs to pay the bill, Lin Xian instructed his mother and mother-in-law. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Shulan nodded in response. Then she looked at Li Mingyao with loving eyes, her eyes full of expectation and joy. The babies are finally coming out, Zhang Shulan said excitedly. Yes, in-laws. It's all thanks to Lin Xian for taking such good care of us, Huang Shifang said happily. Oh, it's all thanks to Mingyao's willingness to marry Lin Xian. Otherwise I would never have become a grandmother. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mingyao gratefully. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Ah, Li Mingyao suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Shulan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Yao Yao, are you all right? Huang Shifang asked anxiously. It's nothing. Maybe the two little babies were just being naughty inside, like they were fighting. I can't feel anything now, Li Mingyao said with a smile, gently stroking her round belly. She felt a movement on one side, and then a kick on the other, as if they were pushing and shoving each other. The two mothers breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The babies seemed to be very lively, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang both smiled happily. On the other side, Lin Xian took the elevator to the first floor of the hospital and just finished paying the fees. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the 9th month of pregnancy checkup. A deluxe king-size bedroom at the hospital will be awarded to Li Mingyao, along with a top-tier female doctor from across the country to serve her. Huh, there's such treatment. As expected of a system. Lin Xian's face lit up with surprise. Lin Xian then happily returned upstairs and immediately saw a nurse in front of Li Mingyao, seemingly saying something. Honey, you're back. Li Mingyao smiled when she saw Lin Xian return and slowly walked to his side. Honey, this nurse said she's going to take us to a large hospital room, Li Mingyao continued. I just had the hospital prepare it, honey. Let's go now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao was shocked. She never imagined her husband could even get his hands on a double bed in a hospital. Then the family followed the nurse to a private double room, which was very spacious and had 2 large beds, one for the pregnant woman and the other for the caregiver, as well as a large TV. After settling in, Lin Xian stayed to keep Li Mingyao company, while Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang went back to prepare lunch. Over the next few days, the 3 of them planned to take turns caring for Li Mingyao. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the birth of the baby. In contrast, Li Mingyao acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual. She was definitely nervous inside, but she didn't want to show it, as that would only make everyone's mood heavier. On the first night in the hospital, Huang Shifang left the room after delivering dinner, leaving Lin Xian and Li Mingyao alone in the double room. Because Li Mengyao's belly was already very big, Lin Xian didn't dare to sleep next to her and could only lie down on the cot next to her. Honey, the bed at home is still the most comfortable. Li Mingyao turned to the side and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. I feel the bed here is very soft, almost like the one at home, Lin Xian replied. In fact, all the equipment the system provided for Li Mingyao was top of the line, including this large bed. That's not the reason. Li Mingyao shook her head gently, a smile still on her face. Why is that? Honey, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Lin Xian hurriedly went to Li Mengyao's bedside and asked with concern. I felt uncomfortable because I wasn't able to hold you while I slept, Li Mingyao replied with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Lin Xian was once again charmed by his wife. Looking at the gentle girl in front of him, his heart softened completely. Honey, come up here and get some sleep. Li Mingyao moved aside, making room for him, and patted the empty space with her small hand. Seeing this, Lin Xian carefully lay down on the bed and gently pulled Li Mingyao into his arms. You won't have to work so hard after the baby is born, Lin Xian said tenderly, stroking Li Mengyao's belly. In fact, he had already realized that Li Mingyao was not feeling well, but she was just putting on a brave face. Li Mingyao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. Yes, it was all worth it. She gently stroked her belly, feeling the pulse of the little life inside. Maybe, if my husband kisses me for a while, I won't feel so bad. Li Mingyao suddenly raised her head and revealed a charming smile. Lin Xian was deeply moved upon hearing this. He gently cupped Li Mengyao's face in his hands and then lightly kissed her. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Yao Yao, your besties have come to see you. Chapter 158. It seems like she's about to give birth. Lu Yusin walked in first, carrying a bag of fruit, followed closely by Yang Lin and Chen Manman. However, when Lu Yusin saw Lin Xian and Li Mingyao kissing, her face instantly turned red, and she immediately turned around and left. Excuse me, please continue, please continue. As Lu Yusin spoke, she tightly grabbed Yang Lin and Chen Manman, who hadn't yet entered the room, and hurriedly pulled them outside. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were coming to see Yao Yao? Yang Lin asked, puzzled. Yeah, why are you pushing us? Chen Man asked, puzzled. Let's go in later, now's not the time, Lu Yusin said in a low voice. Oh, Yang Lin and Chen Man exchanged a glance, a sly smile on their faces. At this moment, Li Mingyao buried her head deeply in Lin Xian's arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's all your fault. My roommate saw us. Li Mingyao said coquettishly. What's there to be afraid of? We're an old married couple. Lin Xian smiled. You're the old one. Li Mingyao pouted and retorted, raising her small hand to gently punch Lin Xian's chest. A few minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door. Yao Yao, are you ready yet? Can we go in now? Chen Man asked playfully. At this moment, Li Mingyao was too ashamed to face anyone. She buried her head deep into the quilt, but her hands were still gently kneading Lin Xian's waist. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it. He smiled and said to everyone, Please come in. Chen Man spoke first. Lin Xian, congratulations. You're going to be a father soon. Yang Lin quickly added, Yes, Chef Lin. Don't forget to treat us to a meal after the baby is born. Lin Xian laughed and said, No problem. I can treat you to a late-night snack right now. I'll go home and make it. Really? Then we won't be polite. Let's order. Chen Man exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. I want boneless chicken feet, Yang Lin continued. I want fried chicken wings and scallion pancakes. Chen Man quickly agreed. Me too. I want takoyaki, Lu Yusin added. Lin Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll go home first. You guys stay here and keep Mingyao company. Chen Man patted her chest and assured them. Don't worry, I have my good sisters here for you. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and left the hospital, returning home to prepare a late-night snack for Li Mingyao, and also to bring some for her roommates. Yao Yao, come out quickly, stop hiding, Chen Man said with a smile. Why are you all here? Li Mingyao peeked out from under the covers and asked softly. What? Can't we sisters come? Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. My Yao Yao is still in the hospital, Lu Yusin teased, a slight smile playing on her lips. Stop talking. Li Mingyao blushed and protested softly. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Yao Yao, how are you feeling now? Lu Yusin put away her smile and asked with concern. My stomach feels so heavy, it's inconvenient to do anything, Li Mingyao said with a frown. Let us see your big belly, Yang Lin said impatiently. So Li Mingyao carefully lifted her shirt and showed it to them. Wow, it's so big, Yang Lin exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape and her eyes wide open. Of course, they're twins, Lu Yusin explained with a smile. No way. Such good luck, Chen Man exclaimed. Previously, Yang Lin and Chen Man only knew that Li Mingyao was pregnant, but they didn't know it was twins. Don't say that. Twins have it tough too, Lu Yusin said. I feel sorry for you, Yao Yao. Would you like some fruit? I'll peel an apple for you, Yang Lin asked with concern. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled. Afterwards, the four girls in the dormitory started chatting happily. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian returned to the hospital with a late-night snack. He gently pushed open the door, smiled, and walked in, saying, Come and have some late-night snacks. Thank you, Chef Lin, Yang Lin said gratefully as she accepted the late-night snack. Afterwards, the three of them happily shared their late-night snack. However, Li Mingyao could only watch them eat longingly because she was in her late pregnancy and couldn't eat anything too oily or spicy. Hey, whose is this mushroom and lean pork congee? Chen Man asked curiously. I made this for Mingyao. Lin Xian smiled as he accepted the mushroom and lean pork porridge and walked to Li Mingyao's bedside. Honey, why don't you have some late-night snack? Lin Xian said gently. Li Mingyao nodded happily. Afterwards, Lin Xian carefully fed Li Mingyao spoonful by spoonful of porridge, each spoonful filled with love. Li Mingyao ate in small bites, occasionally glancing with her beautiful eyes at the late-night snacks in Lu Yusin and the others' hands. Although my husband's mushroom and lean pork congee is already delicious, theirs must be even better. As she thought about it, drool unconsciously trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xian noticed Li Mingyao's gaze and smiled slightly. Wife, after you give birth to the baby, and finish your postpartum confinement. I'll make whatever you want to eat." Hearing this, Li Mingyao was overjoyed. Her big, crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with happiness as she nodded happily. "Okay. Hey, can we come to your house for meals from now on? Chef Lin's cooking is so delicious." Chen Manman said. "You're welcome anytime," Lin Xian said with a smile. After Lu Yusin, Chen Manman, and Yang Lin finished their meal, they realized it was getting late and got up to say goodbye and leave. Lin Xian lay back down on the bed and gently embraced Li Mingyao. The two of them drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, Zhang Shulan arrived early with breakfast to take over Lin Xian's shift. So Lin Xian went back, and today he was in charge of cooking and delivering the meals. Before going to bed that night, Zhang Shulan lay on the cot and whispered to Li Mingyao, "Mingyao, if you feel unwell or want to do anything, be sure to wake me up, okay?" Li Mingyao nodded gently and replied with a smile, "I understand, Mom." Afterwards, Zhang Shulan lay down to prepare for sleep. But Li Mingyao couldn't fall asleep no matter what, because she didn't have her husband's hug. On the third day of hospitalization, it was Huang Shifang's turn to take over, while Lin Xian continued to cook and deliver meals. When Lin Xian came to deliver dinner as usual, Li Mingyao whispered to him, "Honey, I can't sleep without you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian instantly understood his wife's intentions. Afterwards, he found Huang Shifang and said with a smile, "Mom, you go back first. I'll take care of Mingyao here from now on." Huang Shifang asked with some concern, "Lin Xian, aren't you tired doing this?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "I'm not tired. I can sleep with Mingyao, so if she feels unwell, I can notice it immediately." "All right then, remember to call us anytime if anything happens." Huang Shifang understood her daughter's thoughts and nodded in agreement. And so, that night, Li Mingyao was able to happily hold Lin Xian and fall asleep again. On the third day of his hospitalization, Lin Xian felt something trembling before he was fully awake. He hurriedly opened his eyes and found that Li Mingyao in his arms was as pale as paper, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her lips were trembling slightly, as if she was enduring great pain. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. "Honey, my stomach hurts. It looks like she's about to give birth." Chapter 159. Li Mingyao was taken to the delivery room. Li Mingyao managed to squeeze out a few words, her hands tightly clutching her stomach, her body curled up in a ball, trying to relieve the pain, but it was clearly to no avail. Lin Xian's heart sank, and he immediately realized that the situation might be bad. He quickly sat up, gently stroking Li Mengyao's hair, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, wife, we'll call the doctor right away." As he spoke, he pressed the call bell by the bedside and gently lifted Li Mengyao onto the hospital bed. "Your husband is here. If it hurts, just bite my arm." Lin Xin spoke gently, extending his strong arm to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao shook her head weakly, tears welling in her eyes, her voice faint and pained. "I can't bear to." Lin Xian felt as if his heart was being torn apart, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was hold his wife's hand tightly, offering her strength and support. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a small amount of blood on the hospital bed. Soon after, the doctor and nurses rushed to the ward. This doctor was the top female obstetrician and gynecologist in the country who had previously been awarded by the system. They inquired carefully about Li Mengyao's symptoms and conducted a series of examinations. Seeing Li Mengyao's pained expression, Lin Xian was extremely anxious. After a thorough examination, the female doctor said to Lin Xian with a serious expression, "Mr. Lin, based on the current examination results, Ms. Li's abdominal pain is very likely a sign of premature labor." The female doctor understood his concerns and patiently explained, "Twins are most likely premature, but rest assured, we will do our best to ensure the safety of both mother and baby." "What should we do now?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. "She's only dilated to 1 centimeter now, not yet ready to give birth. The most important thing right now is to keep the pregnant woman calm and try to avoid stress," the female doctor said seriously. "You can help the pregnant woman get out of bed and walk around. This will help with dilation and facilitate the labor process. We will prepare the delivery room first. If you are dilated to more than 3 centimeters, please notify us immediately, the female doctor continued. After hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He held Li Mengyao's hand and gently comforted her. Wife, don't be afraid. All of this will pass soon. Let's get out of bed and walk around together. Li Mengyao nodded weakly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Then she slowly got out of bed, tightly gripping Lin Xian's hand as if it were her only support. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao walk slowly back and forth in the room. However, with each step she took, Li Mengyao's face showed a pained expression, her body trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Wife, if you feel a lot of pain, let's go back to bed and rest. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao and felt heartbroken. No need, I can hold on a little longer. Li Mengyao bit her lip, enduring the pain. She knew that only in this way could she see her baby sooner. While supporting Li Mengyao, Lin Xian took out his phone to call Zhang Shulan. Mom, Mengyao is about to give birth. Come quickly, and bring some hawthorn slices. They walked back and forth like this for half an hour before a nurse came to check and found that he was already 2 centimeters dilated. Honey, it'll be soon. Just hang in there a little longer, and you'll be in the delivery room. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly, trying to give her strength and comfort. Li Mengyao's face was pale, her forehead was soaked with sweat, and she gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Just then, Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng rushed over, carrying a large bag of things. Daughter-in-law, how are you feeling? Zhang Shulan asked with concern. It hurts so much, Li Mengyao replied weakly. Yao, hang in there a little longer. Everything will be all right after today. Huang Shifeng stroked Li Mengyao's hair tenderly, encouraging her. Daughter-in-law, come, have some hawthorn slices. They'll help with childbirth. Zhang Shulan took out a bag of hawthorns, opened it, and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the hawthorn slices and carefully fed them to Li Mengyao one by one. Although Li Mengyao had no appetite at the moment, she still tried her best to swallow. Honey, let's walk a little further, Li Mengyao said, panting heavily as she gripped Lin Xian's hand tightly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and carefully helped Li Mengyao continue to walk slowly back and forth in the room. Time ticked by, and finally half an hour passed. Honey, it looks like you're 4 centimeters dilated. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao showed a relieved smile, but the pain prevented her from responding much. Lin Xian immediately pressed the call button on the bedside table. Soon, a nurse rushed into the ward. After quickly checking the situation, she said, You are indeed dilated to 4 centimeters. Get ready to be taken to the delivery room immediately. After saying that, the nurse turned and left the ward to notify the other medical staff. Honey, if it hurts too much, how about a C-section? That would lessen your pain, Lin Xian asked softly, looking at Li Mengyao with concern. Li Mengyao shook her head weakly and said with difficulty, No, a C-section might affect the baby. I still want to try for a natural birth. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly and moved. He gently placed her hand on his cheek. A moment later, several nurses rushed over and gently placed Li Mengyao on the delivery bed. Then, they worked together to push the delivery bed slowly toward the delivery room. Lin Xian, Zhang Shulan, and Huang Shifeng followed closely behind, all feeling very nervous. Nurse, please take these items into the delivery room. We might need them later. At that moment, Zhang Shulan quickly stuffed several bottles of energy drinks and several packets of chocolate into the hands of a nurse. Honey, if you really find it unbearable, you must tell the doctor to choose a C-section. Don't force yourself, understand. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly and instructed her with concern. Yes, I know. Just before they were about to enter the delivery room, the two slowly let go of each other's hands. Lin Xian watched helplessly as his wife entered the delivery room. As Li Mengyao went inside, she suddenly forced a smile and looked at Lin Xian. And so, at around 10 a.m. on January 14, 2025, Li Mengyao was taken to the delivery room and officially began giving birth. Chapter 160. This is our child. Lin Zhenghua, far away in Yunhai City, was holding a meeting with his subordinates in the conference room. But his phone kept vibrating. Halfway through the meeting, Lin Zhenghua picked up his phone and saw that his wife, Zhang Shulan, had called 5 or 6 times. He hurriedly dialed back. Wife, what's wrong? Is something urgent? Lin Zhengwei asked. Why don't you answer your phone? Your daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Come over quickly. Zhang Shulan said angrily. Oh, okay. I'll be right there, Lin Zhengwei said. The meeting was cancelled. He left only one sentence. The meeting is cancelled. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Lin Zhengwei rushed to the building downstairs and drove his BMW 8 Series straight to Jinghai People's Hospital. He was a steady driver, but he drove faster than usual. On the other side, 2 hours had passed, and there was still no movement inside. Lin Xian paced back and forth in front of the delivery room, feeling anxious and uneasy. This was the longest time of his life, as if every second was stretched out infinitely. He could almost hear Li Mengyao screaming in pain inside, a sound that tore at his heart. Even though he knew that it usually takes more than 10 hours for a pregnant woman to give birth to twins naturally, he still couldn't calm down and kept muttering, "Why is it taking so long?" Just then, Huang Shifang returned from the hospital cafeteria with several packed lunches. She walked over to Lin Xian and Zhang Shulan and said softly, "Lin Xian, in-laws, please have something to eat." Lin Xian shook his head and replied with a pale face, "Mom, I can't eat right now." Zhang Shulan echoed, "I can't eat anything right now either." Their gaze remained fixed on the entrance to the delivery room, their hearts filled with worry for Li Mengyao and the children. "You should eat something. Yao Yao doesn't want you to go hungry outside," Huang Shifang said softly, her eyes full of tenderness and concern. "Although my daughter looks delicate and frail, she is very strong at heart, and I'm sure she will get through this." Huang Shifang continued to comfort her. Even though she herself was filled with worry, she tried her best to remain calm. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhang Shulan finally slowly opened their lunchboxes and began to eat. The food at the hospital was actually quite good, but at this moment, Lin Xian felt that his mouth was tasteless, like chewing wax. "Lin Xian, how is Yao Yao?" Just then, a familiar voice came. It was Lu Yusin who rushed over. "She's been in the delivery room for over 2 hours, Lin Xian said softly. "It's okay. Yao Yao is the best. She'll definitely pull through." Lu Yusin quickly comforted her. "Yes, thank you." Lin Xian nodded. A little while later, Lin Zhengwei rushed over, his face full of anxiety and tension. "Wife, son, I'm here. How's your daughter-in-law?" Lin Zhengwei asked, panting heavily. "We've been inside for almost 3 hours, Zhang Shulan replied softly. "Don't worry. With today's advanced medical technology, everything will be fine," Lin Zhengwei said, hugging Zhang Shulan tightly and gently comforting her. So, the 5 people waited anxiously outside the delivery room. The time required for vaginal delivery depends on many factors. Some pregnant women can deliver in just 6 hours, while others need 10 hours, and some may even need more than 20 hours. They stayed by their side at the hospital from morning till night. After dinner, Lu Yusin noticed that everyone was still very nervous. "Lin Xian, I skipped work today. Are you going to deduct my salary?" Lu Yusin tried to ease the tension. At this time, Lu Yusin had already joined Jinwan Technology Company, Limited as the Human Resources Manager. "This should be handled by your father. He's in charge of managing you all," Lin Xian said with a smile. "No way, Lin Xian, you don't know how strict my dad is with me. Every time I help him organize documents, if there are even a few typos, he will criticize me severely. My colleagues at the company all joke about whether I am his biological child." Then Lu Yusin started to complain, and her humorous words made everyone present chuckle, which greatly eased the tense atmosphere. "That's more like it. Now that the babies are about to be born, everyone should be happy," Lu Yusin said with a smile. Time passed slowly, and finally, around 8 p.m., the door to the delivery room was slowly opened. 2 nurses came out, each carrying a baby. One of the nurses asked softly, "Are you Li Mingyao's family members?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly crowded around. Lin Xian hurriedly replied, "Yes, we are." After carefully verifying the family information, the nurse smiled and said, "Congratulations. It's twins, a boy and a girl. The one I'm holding is the older sister, who weighed 4.7 pounds and was born at 8:08 p.m. Then, another nurse smiled and said, "I'm holding a baby boy, weighing 4 pounds and 5 ounces. He was born at 8:28 p.m. Look, The babies all have basic features. People stepped forward, carefully looking at the baby dressed in soft cotton baby clothes, their eyes filled with love and joy. However, Lin Xian seemed extremely anxious. He asked impatiently, "Nurse, where is my wife? Ms. Li is doing well and will be out soon, so please don't worry," the nurse reassured her. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then turned his attention to the newborn child. The little guy's skin was red and wrinkled, not very pretty, but it exuded a unique vitality. The younger brother's mouth was especially wide open. Lin Xian smiled slightly upon seeing this. Two nurses then carefully picked up the baby and took him to a special room for a physical examination and cleaning. After some time, the delivery room door opened again, and Li Mingyao was finally wheeled out. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes revealed extreme exhaustion and relief. Sweat soaked her temples. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she still managed to force a faint smile. "Wife, you've worked so hard." Lin Xian felt sorry for her and quickly ran forward to hold her sweaty little hand tightly. "Honey, I'm fine." Li Mingyao's voice was a little weak. Afterwards, everyone returned to the hospital's large ward. Li Mingyao lay on the comfortable hospital bed and soon fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Lin Xian sat quietly by the bed, gazing at her with tenderness and concern in his eyes. Time passed slowly, and about an hour later, the two nurses reappeared in the ward, carrying two babies in their arms, and carefully pushed open the door and walked in. The two walked to the bedside and gently placed the child beside Li Mingyao, one on each side, neatly arranged. One of the nurses said softly, "These two little ones are in good health and have just been cleaned up. The baby will cry when she wakes up, and then you can let the mother breastfeed her," another nurse added. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xian said gratefully. As she spoke, Li Mingyao seemed to sense the presence of the children beside her. She slowly opened her eyes, looked wearily at the children on either side of her, and a satisfied and happy smile appeared on her face. She turned her head slightly to look at Lin Xian and said weakly but firmly, "Husband, give me your hand." Lin Xian looked at his wife with heartache and gently advised, "Wife, you need to rest now." However, Li Mingyao did not listen to him. She gently reached out and took Lin Xian's hand, then placed the two children's hands on Lin Xian's hand, and the four hands were tightly clasped together. Immediately afterwards, a happy smile curved Li Mingyao's lips, and she murmured softly, "This is our child." Chapter 161 Rewards for the Baby's Successful Birth. At this moment, Lin Xian felt as if his heart was being gently held by three tender hands. His inner defenses were completely destroyed by this profound emotion, and a surge of emotion welled up in his heart. He leaned forward, longing to kiss Li Mingyao. However, Li Mingyao keenly sensed her husband's intention and tried to stop him, saying, "Don't kiss me, everyone's here." But she felt weak all over and couldn't resist Lin Xian's advances. Lin Xian didn't mind at all. He gently kissed Li Mingyao's forehead and said with emotion, "Wife, thank you." "No need to thank me, don't say that now." Li Mingyao's face, which was originally pale and bloodless, gradually flushed, making her look exceptionally charming. "With so many people watching, my husband was still kissing me and saying such mushy things." Lin Xian turned around and saw that everyone around him was wearing maternal smiles, which made him feel a little embarrassed. "Are you done being intimate? Shall we go outside for a bit?" Lu Yusin asked jokingly. "We're done being intimate." Lin Xian smiled slightly. At this moment, Zhang Shulan reminded him, "Son, it's time to name the child." "I've already discussed this with Mingyao," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "What's the name?" Lin Zhenghua asked anxiously. If Lin Xian dared to give his child a name like Lin San or Lin Si, he would definitely drag Lin Xian out and beat him up without hesitation. "My daughter's name is Lin Shiqin, and my son's name is Lin Shuyi," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Shiqin and Shuyi, these two names are so beautiful," Huang Shifang said happily. Just then, a clear sound suddenly rang in Lin Xian's mind. "Ding dong, congratulations on the successful birth of your baby." The rewards this time are very generous. A cash reward of 5 million yuan has been given, along with a 10x critical hit probability, for a total cash reward of 50 million yuan. This reward has been transferred to the host's bank card through legitimate means. Please check your account. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with one lottery chance. The current prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. A Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. 3. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. A reward of 50 million yuan immediately after the baby was born? That's too amazing. And the lucky draw finally appeared. Lin Xian had almost forgotten about it. Lottery. The system then emitted a spinning wheel sound, initiating the lottery draw. At this moment, Lin Xian was thinking that drawing the first two items would be a huge win, worth tens of millions. But if he drew the last one, thank you for your patronage. Who knew when the next lottery would be? System, please wait a moment. Lin Xian suddenly called out. What's up? Can I use the additional conditions like last time? Yes, but not under the same conditions. I'd be willing to pay my roommate Zhou Quan's guaranteed minimum in every game of Honkai Impact 3rd to get a top 2 finish. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity to help Quaner break his internet addiction. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition. It is parked in the Jinwan Mansion parking lot. Please check it. Lin Xian was full of praise. The Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition is worth 25 million yuan. The result of this lottery is the Lamborghini Lightning. Once the conditions have been used, the host cannot take them back. Lin Xian. Quaner, I'm doing this all for your own good. Zhou Quan. And one more thing, the system continued. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for naming your babies. A comprehensive guide to postpartum knowledge for pregnant women. Then, a lot of strange and unusual knowledge suddenly flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This knowledge flooded into his brain like a tidal wave, and before he knew it, he had become a top-notch, gold medal postpartum nanny in the country. He not only understands how to care for babies, but also knows how to handle various baby care issues, including feeding, changing diapers, and soothing a crying baby. Lin Xian happily stepped forward and kissed Li Mingyao again, this time on the lips. Husband, why are you still kissing me? Li Mingyao said coquettishly, her cheeks turning even redder. Honey, you rest for a bit. I'll go back and make you something to eat, Lin Xian said with a grin, gently stroking Li Mingyao's hair. Mom and Dad, you stay here with Mingyao for now. I'll go back and make some postpartum meals to bring over, Lin Xian then said to everyone. Okay, go ahead, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Son, do you need any help? Lin Zhengwei asked. No need, I'll be back soon, Lin Xian said, then turned and left the hospital. He then left the hospital, drove back to Jinwan Mansion, and began to get busy. At this moment, everyone in the hospital was gathered around the bed, watching the two babies sleeping soundly. Although they weren't very pretty when they were first born, their tiny size was really heartwarming. They watched quietly, their faces beaming with warm and happy smiles. An hour later, Lin Xian returned to the hospital with a steamed egg custard and lean meat porridge. When he returned to the hospital, he found that Lu Yusin had already gone back, leaving only Zhang Shulan, Lin Zhenghua, and Huang Shifang. Mom and Dad, you should go back first. We've already prepared a late-night snack and left it in the kitchen. I'll stay with Mingyao tonight. As Lin Xian gently placed the carefully prepared postpartum meal on the table, she smiled and said to her parents, Son, are you sure you can handle it? Will you be able to handle it if the baby cries? Zhang Shulan asked with some concern. After all, taking care of newborns is no easy task, let alone two. Don't worry, Mom. I did my homework beforehand, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Besides, if I really can't figure it out, I'll call you. All right then, daughter-in-law, you should get some rest first, Zhang Shulan said to Li Mingyao, her tone full of concern. Okay, Mom and Dad, you can go back now. Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. So Zhang Shulan, Lin Zhenghua, and Huang Shifang all got up and prepared to leave the hospital. They instructed Lin Xian to take good care of Li Mingyao and said they would come to take over the shift early the next morning. After the three left, Lin Xian came to the bedside, gently took Li Mingyao's hand, and asked softly, Wife, are you hungry? His eyes were full of love, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. I'm hungry, Li Mingyao replied with a smile, her voice soft and sweet. Come on, wife, open your mouth. Lin Xian held the bowl, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then handed it to Li Mengyao's mouth. Li Mingyao smiled, opened her mouth, and swallowed the porridge. Delicious, she mumbled, a happy smile spreading across her face. Looking at his wife's satisfied expression, Lin Xian felt a great sense of accomplishment. He scooped up another spoonful of porridge and continued to carefully feed Li Mengyao. My husband's postpartum meals are also very delicious, Li Mengyao exclaimed. Haha, of course, your husband can do everything. Lin Xian laughed smugly. Narcissist, Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, but the smile in her eyes grew even stronger. Chapter 162 Personally participating in every moment of the baby's growth. Honey, I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao yawned lazily, her eyelids becoming heavy. Okay, do you want your husband to hold you while you sleep? Lin Xian gently placed a Bao and Xiao Bao in the stroller, turned to look at Li Mengyao, and had a gentle smile on his lips. No, Li Mengyao shook her head firmly. Huh? What? Lin Xian was puzzled. His wife used to always like him to hold her while she slept, so why did she suddenly refuse today? Because I haven't showered, I feel smelly. Li Mengyao lowered her head and smelled her clothes, her brows furrowing slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. I just gave birth and I'm covered in sweat. How could that be? My wife always smells wonderful. Lin Xian walked to the bedside, leaned down and pressed his face close to Li Mengyao's, taking a deep breath of her unique scent. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, he secretly kissed her lips. Ugh, I am getting angry. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, putting on an angry look, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. All right, honey, don't be angry. I'll go sleep on the cot right now. Seeing that Li Mengyao was really angry, Lin Xian quickly got up, turned off the light, and then obediently lay down on the cot. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, Li Mengyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. So her husband was really afraid of making her angry. She turned her head and, in the dim moonlight, gazed quietly at her two adorable babies, her eyes filled with maternal love and happiness. So cute. A while later, husband, Li Mengyao suddenly called out. Wife, you've changed your mind. Lin Xian looked up and smiled. No, I need to go to the toilet. Li Mengyao said angrily. My husband's here. Lin Xian quickly got out of bed, turned on the light, and carefully helped Li Mengyao into the bathroom. The two then returned to their room and laid down on the bed again. However, they hadn't been asleep for long. About an hour later, Da Bao suddenly started crying, and then Xiao Bao started crying too. Wah! The sound of crying instantly broke the tranquility of the night, waking Lin Xian and Li Mengyao up immediately. Da Bao and Xiao Bao must be hungry. Lin Xian reacted quickly, holding one child in each hand and hurriedly putting them into Li Mengyao's arms. Honey, I don't think I'm producing much milk. Li Mengyao looked down at her chest, her face full of anxiety, as she listened to the children crying. Both babies tried their best to suckle, but no milk came out, and they continued to cry loudly. Don't worry, honey, I have a solution, Lin Xian said reassuringly. What method? Li Mengyao asked. Finally, after Lin Xian's efforts, Li Mengyao has finally started producing milk. There is a food bag on each side of Da Bao and Xiao Bao. Although Li Mengyao was in a bit of pain, she still looked at Da Bao and Xiao Bao with a smile on her face, her eyes full of maternal love. After eating and drinking their fill, the two little ones fell asleep again. That night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up and fed him 3 or 4 times. I barely slept all night. The next day, Li Mengyao and Lin Xian were both exhausted and asleep. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the hospital room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan, Lin Zhenghua, and Huang Shifeng had already prepared postpartum meals and arrived at the hospital. Zhang Shulan gently pushed open the door and saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao fast asleep. She frowned with heartache. Son, go back to sleep. We'll take care of you here, Zhang Shulan said softly. Okay, then I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. I didn't sleep much last night, Lin Xian said, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Lin Xian then went to the hospital parking lot. Because he was so tired, he got into his Maybach, turned on the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system, and fell asleep right there in the car. After arriving in Jinwan Prefecture, Lin Xian was still sleeping like a log. If it weren't for the top-notch intelligent driving system reminding him, he probably would have stayed asleep in the car forever. Lin Xian went straight to sleep when he got home and slept until noon. After waking up, Lin Xian did not rest, but went straight to the kitchen and started to busy herself preparing the postpartum meal for lunch. He skillfully cleaned the fresh crucian carp, placed it in a steamer, added some scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, and steamed it to create a delicious and flavorful dish. At the same time, he also cooked a bowl of soft noodles. After everything was ready, Lin Xian drove to the hospital. When he arrived at the room, he saw Li Mengyao lying quietly on the bed. Lin Xian gently sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a spoon, and fed her food spoonful by spoonful. Li Mengyao chewed slowly, a sweet smile on her face. During this period, Li Mengyao did nothing but sleep and eat, and often breastfed her two babies. Sometimes Li Mengyao was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open, and the babies were crying for milk. So Lin Xian skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes and put Dabao and Xiaobao on them. The babies seemed to have a keen sense of smell and immediately recognized the familiar scent. Under the influence of her subconscious, Li Mengyao naturally hugged the two adorable little ones. On the third day postpartum, Li Mengyao's body had almost recovered, and she was able to get out of bed and walk around a little. That noon, when Lin Xian brought lunch to the ward, Li Mengyao was sitting by the bed, holding her eldest child in one arm and her youngest child in the other, her face beaming with a happy smile. When she saw Lin Xian come in, she looked up, her eyes filled with love. Lin Xian placed the lunchbox on the table, walked to the bedside, sat down gently, and looked tenderly at the babies. "Honey, there's a well-known postpartum care center near our house. Would you like to go?" Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mengyao shook her head slightly and said firmly, "No, I want to go home to recuperate after childbirth. I want to be personally involved in every moment of the baby's growth." After saying that, she looked down at the two little ones in her arms, her eyes filled with maternal love and happiness. Chapter 163 Discharge from the Hospital. "Dabao and Xiaobao, you must grow up healthy and strong," Lin Xian said gently. At this moment, Dabao and Xiaobao were sleeping peacefully, their small bodies looking very endearing. They were born recently and spent most of their time sleeping. They did nothing but sleep and eat. Just then, a soft knock came from outside the door. "Honey, go see who's here," Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian as she turned to him. Lin Xian responded, then gently kissed Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. "Lin Xian, I've come to see Yao Yao and the babies." Standing at the door was Lu Yusin, with a bright smile on her face and a bag of fresh fruit in her hand. "Come in quickly." Lin Xian smiled and stepped aside to let Lu Yusin into the room. Then, Lu Yusin sat down by Li Mengyao's bedside and asked with concern, "Yao Yao, how are you feeling right now?" "Much better, but still a little weak," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. "That's good. You'll be completely free once you're out of confinement," Lu Yusin comforted her. "Even after my confinement period, I still have to take care of the baby. There's still a long way to go," Li Mengyao said with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yusin's attention was drawn to the two little ones, and she couldn't help but ask, "Can I hold the children?" "Of course you can," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "But I've never held a newborn baby before. How do I hold one?" Lu Yusin asked. She heard that newborn babies' bones are still quite soft, so she was very afraid of hurting the baby because of her holding posture. "I'll teach you." At this moment, Lin Xian stepped forward and carefully took Dabao from Li Mengyao's arms. He supported the baby's head and neck with one hand and her back and buttocks with the other, and carried her horizontally, moving as gently as possible. Then Lu Yusin followed Lin Xian's example and took Xiaobao from Li Mengyao's arms, gently holding him. At this moment, Xiaobao was still sleeping quietly, his little mouth slightly open, and he kept making sucking motions. "Little Bao, let your godmother give you a hug," Lu Yusin coaxed softly. However, at that moment, Xiaobao suddenly burst into tears, his voice loud and clear, which startled Lu Yusin so much that she didn't know what to do. "Why did you start crying as soon as I hugged you?" Lu Yusin asked anxiously. "Don't rush, let me see." Lin Xian quickly put the bao back into Li Mengyao's arms, and then swiftly took Xiao Bao from Lu Yusin's hands. Because of the top-tier postpartum knowledge guide that the system had previously rewarded him with, Lin Xian knew immediately that Xiao Bao had pooped just by touching him. Little Bao pooped. Then Lin Xian skillfully untied the diaper and threw it away, his movements gentle and quick. Then, he picked up a pack of wet wipes and gently wiped Xiao Bao's bottom, making sure every part was clean. Then, he took a clean towel and carefully patted the moisture off the baby's bottom to keep the skin dry and comfortable. Finally, he put on a clean diaper, carefully fastened it, and made sure it wouldn't come loose or slip off. After doing all this, Lin Xian carefully held Xiao Bao in his arms and gently, slowly rocked him. Soon, Xiao Bao fell asleep in his father's warm arms. "Lin Xian, you're so skilled." Lu Yusin looked at Lin Xian in surprise. It was the 4th day postpartum, and sunlight streamed through the window onto the large hospital bed. Early in the morning, the family gathered in this cozy room, their faces beaming with joy and anticipation. Today is the day Li Mengyao was discharged from the hospital. The female doctor walked in and said gently to them, "Pay more attention to rest after childbirth, avoid overexertion, supplement your nutrition, and remember to come for a checkup 42 days after delivery." So the whole family went home in a grand procession. Because of the cold weather and the light snow falling outside, Lin Xian was worried that Li Mengyao would catch a cold, so he specially wrapped her up in clothes inside and out. Li Mengyao's body was wrapped up tightly, with only her small and delicate face showing. She looks like a fat woman now. On the way, many other pregnant women saw the 2 babies and cast envious glances at them. Some exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they're twins." Some exclaimed, "We're so lucky." Some people speculated, "These 2 babies look very different. They must be twins, a boy and a girl." Lin Xian drove the car to the hospital entrance. After Li Mengyao and Huang Shifeng were seated in the back, he returned to the driver's seat of the Toyota Alphard, started the car, and drove home. At this moment, Li Mengyao and Huang Shifeng are each holding a baby. Zhang Shulan sat in Lin Jinghua's BMW 8 Series, and followed closely behind him home. A short while later, Lin Xian parked the car steadily in the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. After getting out of the car, Li Mengyao immediately spotted a brand-new, ultra-dull, green Lamborghini Lightning parked next to her. Nestled between the Bentley Continental and the Maybach, it resembles a green phantom. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, its sharp lines outline an untamed soul, and every inch of its body exudes a captivating charm. Li Mengyao looked up and glanced at Lin Xian, and she roughly understood what was going on. "My husband is wasting money again. There are so many rich people in Jinghai City. Look at this sports car, it's so cool." Lin Zhenghua stood next to the car and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Let's go up quickly," Lin Xian urged with a smile. "If my mom finds out now that it's my car, I'm sure I'll get a beating when I get home. Spending over 20 million yuan on a car that can only seat 2 people? Are you out of your mind?" The family finally returned home. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao carried the 2 children into the master bedroom and carefully placed the 2 babies in the pre-prepared stroller. Li Mengyao then immediately turned and walked towards the bathroom. "Wife, what are you doing?" Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao and asked softly. "I need to take a shower. I feel like I stink." Li Mengyao frowned and pouted. She hasn't showered for 4 days. Chapter 164. Finally, I can snuggle up with my husband. After taking a shower, the 2 gently laid down on the soft, large bed. Before Lin Xian could even hug her, Li Mengyao eagerly stepped forward, hugged him tightly, and rubbed her charming little face against his. "Finally, I can snuggle up with my husband," she said with a smile, her beautiful eyes crinkling. Li Mengyao was heavily pregnant before, and even in the later stages of her pregnancy, she was unable to hug Lin Xian tightly. Lin Xian also hugged Li Mengyao tightly. "Wife," Lin Xian called softly. Li Mengyao raised her head, looking at him with her beautiful big eyes. "I want a kiss." Lin Xian smiled. The next second, Li Mengyao's alluring red lips were offered to her. After their lips parted, Lin Xian stared at his wife, who who seemed to be in a daze. So he gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair and asked tenderly, "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mingyao slowly raised her beautiful head, narrowed her eyes slightly, and stared at Lin Xian, asking, "Husband, are you hiding something from me again?" Feeling a little guilty under Li Mingyao's gaze, Lin Xian scratched his head and replied doubtfully, "No. It seems like I haven't been hiding anything from my wife lately." However, at that moment, Li Mingyao suddenly bit Lin Xian's shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. "Ouch," he said helplessly. "Wife, why did you bite me again?" He looked down and saw a cute tooth mark on his shoulder. Li Mingyao puffed out her cheeks and angrily continued to question Lin Xian. "What's going on with the Lamborghini downstairs?" "That one, it's mine, ha ha ha," Lin Xian laughed. He actually forgot about the sports car. Li Mingyao pressed on. "How much did you buy it for?" Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed honestly. "More than 20 million. It's too expensive. I know you're very rich now, honey, but please buy less of these things next time, okay?" Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian and spoke gently, a faint smile on her face. She always felt that it was important to be thrifty and manage the household well. After all, we now have two money-devouring beasts. "I'll listen to my wife," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Take me for a drive after I finish my postpartum confinement." Li Mingyao poked Lin Xian's chest, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "My wife has such double standards." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud, teasingly remarking, "Oomph, we've already bought it, can't we enjoy it?" Li Mingyao pouted and said mischievously, "Okay, I'll take you for a drive later. Now go to sleep." Lin Xian gently patted his wife's shoulder, then gently embraced her, letting her fall asleep peacefully. Li Mingyao let out a satisfied sigh, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, who had just woken up, suddenly heard the system notification sound again. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host, on successfully accompanying the baby's mother home from the hospital. A high-tech baby crib is being awarded. It will be delivered tomorrow. Please check your mail." The technology-enabled crib has the following functions. 1. Real-time monitoring function. Detects the baby's breathing, heart rate, and sleep status, and will issue an alarm in time if there is any abnormality. 2. Automatic adjustment function. Adjusts the temperature, humidity, and light of the crib to the most suitable level according to the baby's condition. 3. Soothing function. It can help babies fall asleep faster and ensure sleep quality. 4. Isolation function. It isolates all external interference, but the baby's voice can still be heard from the crib. This high-tech baby crib is simply a lifesaver for soothing babies. When the time comes, you can just put the baby in there, and they won't cry or fuss at all. That's great. At this moment, Li Mingyao was still sleeping peacefully in Lin Xian's arms, her breathing steady and deep, with a satisfied and happy smile on her face. Pregnant women are very weak in the first week after childbirth and usually have to rest in bed. Lin Xian then carefully got off the bed, went to the crib, and looked down at the two adorable babies. They were still sleeping soundly, like two little pigs. Lin Xian gently touched their diapers to make sure they hadn't pooped, then left the room with peace of mind. He stepped out of his room and immediately saw his father, Lin Zhenghua, packing his luggage in the living room. "Dad, are we going back so early?" Lin Xian asked. "Something really came up at work, so I have to go back. Your mother will stay here to take care of your daughter-in-law," Lin Zhenghua said to Lin Xian while packing his luggage. "All right then, we'll spend the new year here this year." "Dad, you can bring Cece over then," Lin Xian said. "There are less than 2 weeks left until the Spring Festival." "Okay," Lin Zhenghua replied, and after packing his things, he was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned back to look at Lin Xian. "Son, let me see my grandchildren again," Lin Zhenghua said, his eyes filled with anticipation. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but he was afraid of waking Li Mingyao, who was sleeping. Lin Xian nodded, then tiptoed back to the master bedroom, gently took Da Bao and Xiao Bao out of the cradle, and carefully handed them to his father. Lin Zhenghua happily took the two children, carefully examining their lovely faces, his eyes filled with love and happiness. "Grandpa has gone back to work now. He'll come to see you again in a few days. Lin Zheng was smiled kindly. He then carefully handed De Bao and Xiao Bao to Lin Xian before turning and leaving. After a while, Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang returned from outside. It turned out they went out to buy New Year's goods, because the New Year is just around the corner, and they need to make good preparations. As night fell, Li Mingyao breastfed her babies in bed. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, she started playing on her phone. Lin Xian glanced at the clock on the wall every now and then. After 15 minutes, he decisively snatched the phone from Li Mingyao's hand. "Honey, don't watch for too long," Lin Xian gently reminded her. Li Mingyao was somewhat dissatisfied, but she still pouted and didn't say anything, just lay quietly on the bed. "Honey, I'm so bored," Li Mingyao suddenly said. "How about your husband sings for you?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Okay." Li Mingyao immediately flashed a bright smile, looking very happy. Seeing this, Lin Xian climbed onto the bed, hugged Li Mingyao tightly, and hummed a beautiful song. Chapter 165. I was just kidding. Sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and a new day began. Lin Xian was awakened by a loud cry. He struggled to get out of bed and staggered to the stroller. He picked up one child in each arm and carefully walked towards Li Mingyao. Last night, he had already gotten up 3 times to feed the baby. Now, Li Mingyao was exhausted and could barely open her eyes. "Husband," Li Mingyao called softly. "I'm here." Lin Xian stepped forward and gently stroked Li Mingyao's cheek. "Baby's hungry, and I'm hungry too." Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with a mischievous smile on her face. "Honey, I'll make you breakfast right away." Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Li Mingyao's forehead, then turned and left the master bedroom. He had just arrived in the living room and was about to go to the kitchen to start cooking when he saw that Huang Shifang had already brought out breakfast. A bowl of black rice porridge, a small serving of wontons, and a large bowl of pea and minced meat noodles. "Lin Xian, this is Yao Yao's postpartum breakfast." "This bowl of pea and minced meat noodles is your breakfast," Huang Shifang said with a smile. "Thank you, Mom," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You didn't sleep much last night, did you?" Huang Shifang asked with concern. "Yes, I got up several times during the night to feed De Bao and Xiao Bao." Lin Xian smiled wearily. "Newborn babies are like this. It will get much better after a while," Huang Shifang gently comforted her. "When I gave birth to you, you kept me awake every night." At this moment, Zhang Shulan also came to the living room. "Go and serve it to your daughter-in-law quickly," Zhang Shulan urged. "Okay," Lin Xian replied, then carefully carried the black rice porridge and wontons to the master bedroom. "Wife, breakfast is ready," Lin Xian called softly. "Shoo." Li Mingyao put one hand to her mouth, making a shushing gesture. "The babies have just fallen asleep, so don't wake them," she said softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. At this moment, De Bao and Xiao Bao had eaten and drunk their fill and were lying quietly asleep in Li Mingyao's arms. Their tiny bodies were curled up together, like 2 adorable little angels. Lin Xian carefully placed the breakfast on the bedside table, afraid of making the slightest sound. Then, he gently carried De Bao and Xiao Bao back to the stroller. "Honey, let's have breakfast." Lin Xian returned to the bedside, picked up the black rice porridge, and gently blew on it, trying to cool it down. "I can eat it myself," Li Mingyao said softly. "Wife, you're very tired. Let me feed you," Lin Xian said gently. Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. Lin Xian scooped up a little black rice porridge with a spoon and brought it to Li Mingyao's lips. "Ah," he coaxed softly. Li Mingyao slightly opened her mouth, enjoying this warm moment. Lin Xian picked up another wonton and carefully fed it to her. Every time he fed her, it was with love. Li Mingyao's face was beaming with a happy smile. After finishing breakfast, Li Mingyao yawned and went back to sleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Xian felt a surge of gratitude and happiness. He gently covered her with the blanket and then left the bedroom. Lin Xian then went to the living room, sat at the dining table, and began to enjoy his breakfast. He picked up his chopsticks and stirred the pea and minced meat noodles in the bowl. The aroma was irresistible. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, your pea and minced meat noodles are delicious." "Really? That's great. This is my first time trying it too. If you like it, you can have another serving," Huang Shifang said with a smile. No need. One serving is enough for me, Lin Xian quickly replied. Lin Xian then began to slurp up the noodles, quickly finishing them off. Just as Lin Xian was about to put down his chopsticks, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly took out his phone to check, and the screen displayed the delivery information for the food. Hello, Lin Xian said politely as he answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Lin Xian replied. A package has been delivered to the door of apartment 1601, Building A, Jinwan Mansion. Please check it, the man continued. Okay, thank you, Lin Xian replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian quickly tidied up the dishes and went to the front door, gently opening it. When he saw what was placed outside the door, his eyes widened in surprise. A large crib came into view. This crib was like a dreamlike nest, exuding a warm and sweet atmosphere. Its curves are soft and smooth, its carving is exquisite and unique, and its pink hue is like the blooming flowers in spring, giving people a warm and beautiful feeling. Is this the tech-enabled baby crib that the system rewarded us with? Lin Xian was secretly puzzled. It doesn't look high-tech at all. It's more like a regular baby crib you buy on the market now. Lin Xian had thought it would be like a space capsule. However, he still has great faith in the system. So Lin Xian quickly moved the crib into the house. Son, don't we have a crib at home? Zhang Shulan asked curiously. The babies might not be sleeping comfortably in the old crib at home, so I bought a new one, Lin Xian explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan was alarmed, as her grandchildren's sleep was of utmost importance. She quickly said, Mom will help you. The two worked together to move the high-tech crib to the front of the master bedroom door. In order not to disturb Li Mengyao's sleep, Lin Xian decided to wait until his wife woke up before moving in to change to a crib. Afterwards, Lin Xian went to the sofa in the living room, took out his laptop, and began to check the latest project progress of Jinwan Technology Company. Ding dong. A message came through Lin Xian's phone. Wife, honey, I'm awake. Come to the room. I have something to show you. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian immediately closed his laptop, got up, and went to the master bedroom. At this moment, Li Mengyao was sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, staring at him with her bright, doe-like eyes. Is my wife awake? Would you like something to eat? Lin Xian asked gently. I'm not hungry. Li Mengyao gently shook her head. What does my wife have to show me? Lin Xian asked curiously. Here it is. Li Mengyao pretended to be holding something in her hand, and Lin Xian also lowered his head to check. Suddenly, Li Mengyao wrapped her arms around Lin Xian, kissed him on the lips, and then smiled and said, Just kidding. Chapter 166 Bro, just wait, and you'll buy me a new car. Wife, you're flirting with me again. Lin Xian smiled slightly, reached out, and gently pinched Li Mengyao's pink cheek, and said gently, I'm flirting with you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She's still in her postpartum period, so her husband definitely can't do anything to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel smug, believing that she had caught Lin Xian red-handed. Li Mengyao tried to be clever. Really? Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. This smile made Li Mengyao's heart tighten. She knew that whenever Lin Xian showed such a smile, it meant that he was about to start teasing her. Li Mengyao had a bad feeling and quickly pulled the blanket down to her neck, trying to cover her body. She hurriedly said, Honey, I'm still in my postpartum period. Please don't do anything reckless. Lin Xian, of course, wouldn't listen to his wife. He nimbly climbed onto the bed and slowly approached Li Mengyao. Wasn't my wife flirting with me just now? Why are you chickening out now? Lin Xian teased. Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. Li Mengyao's heart started pounding. Looking at his wife's adorable and innocent face, Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. He gently embraced Li Mengyao, held her tightly in his arms, and kissed her forehead tenderly. Lin Xian said with a smile, What are you thinking? I was just teasing you. Then, Lin Xian suddenly remembered something and said to Li Mengyao with a smile, By the way, honey, let's get this crib replaced with a new one. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression and asked, Why do you want to change it? I think it's working fine as it is now. Lin Xian explained with a smile, The new crib is more comfortable and safer, and it's also good for the baby's development. I'll bring it in right away. After saying that, Lin Xian carefully and gently placed a Bao and Xiao Bao into Li Mingyao's arms, and then quickly moved the old crib out of the room and replaced it with a brand new high-tech crib. Honey, this crib can monitor the baby's health at any time, and it also has a soothing function that can help the babies fall asleep faster, Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, honey, Li Mingyao said with a smile. Then Lin Xian gently placed a Bao and Xiao Bao back into the crib. With the help of the high-tech crib, the two babies fell asleep peacefully, as if they were having sweet dreams. As night slowly fell, Li Mingyao nestled into Lin Xian's arms. Honey, I feel like I've gained so much weight. Li Mingyao suddenly spoke softly, her tone tinged with grievance. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. That's not true. I weighed myself this afternoon after getting out of bed, and I've gained 10 pounds, Li Mingyao continued, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Lin Xian quickly comforted her. It's okay, honey. Your body needs to recover after giving birth, so it's normal to be a little chubby. You'll lose weight gradually in a few months. Really? Li Mingyao asked, half believing and half doubting. Of course it's true. I'll help you lose weight, and I guarantee I'll get you back to your original figure, Lin Xian said confidently. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mingyao finally felt relieved, and a happy smile bloomed on her face. Time flies, and it's already the second week postpartum. Li Mingyao's physical condition is gradually improving, and her mental state is getting better and better. That morning, she got up a little earlier than usual, picked up her two babies, and began the first feeding of the day. Looking at the two little ones in her arms, Li Mingyao felt a surge of happiness and contentment. She lowered her head and gently stroked their little faces, feeling their softness and warmth. At this moment, Lin Xian also woke up, walked to the bedside, and carefully examined the children with his wife. The two little ones have gradually developed their features, and their outlines are becoming clearer. Both the Bao and Xiao Bao have perfectly inherited the excellent genes of Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Xiao Bao's determined little eyes and straight nose are exactly like Lin Xian's. De Bao's gentle gaze and sweet face are just like Li Mingyao's. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mingyao couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it's true that daughters resemble their mothers and sons resemble their fathers. She gently touched De Bao's face, her eyes full of love. However, I think they were a little ugly when they were first born, Lin Xian suddenly blurted out. You're not allowed to talk about the child like that. Li Mingyao immediately glared at Lin Xian. What biological father would say his own child is ugly? A few days later, as the spring festival approached, although light snow was still falling, every street in Jinghai City was full of life and vitality. The bustling crowds and the dazzling array of festive New Year's goods made the New Year's atmosphere even stronger. At this moment, Lin Cece was already sitting in her father Lin Jinghua's BMW 8 Series. Through the car window, she curiously looked at the city scene in front of her. Wow, this is the provincial capital. It's really something else, Lin Cece exclaimed. Then work harder to get into Jinghai University, Lin Jinghua said with a smile as he drove. I know my grades are still very good, okay? Lin Cece replied confidently. In the recent mock exam, she achieved a breakthrough, ranking first in the entire grade for the first time. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he'll definitely get into Shanghai University. Don't be arrogant. The college entrance exam is the final battle, Lin Jinghua reminded him, and then began to nag. Lin Cece rested her chin on her hands, admiring the beautiful city view outside the window. You jerk, just wait and see. You'll buy me a new car. Chapter 167 Is childbirth very painful? As Lin Jinghua slowly drove the car into Jinwan Mansion, Lin Cece exclaimed in surprise, wow. Although she now lives in a seaside villa in Yunhai City, she still can't help but marvel at the skyscrapers of the big city. Immediately afterwards, the father and daughter got out of the car, entered the elevator, and went straight to room 1601 in Building A. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lin Xian heard the sound in the living room, immediately stood up, walked to the door, and gently opened it. Hee bro, I'm here, Lin Cece said happily. At this moment, Lin Cece was wearing a loose white knitted sweater with cute cartoon embroidery. She wore a short pink down jacket over her clothes and snow boots. She was dragging a small, exquisite suitcase, her face beaming with a bright smile, looking full of youthful energy and vitality. "How did your school exams go, little sister?" Lin Xian took his sister's suitcase and asked with concern. "Oh, why are you asking about someone's grades right away? Let me tell you, I got first place in the whole grade in this mock exam." Lin Cece pouted and replied, somewhat dissatisfied. As she spoke, she walked briskly into the house, looking around curiously at her brother's home. "Brother, this house seems a bit small," Lin Cece muttered softly. "It's good enough to have a house like this in a big city. Do you think you're still in your hometown?" Lin Xian said to Lin Cece with a smile. "Brother, let me see my nephew and niece." Lin Cece said expectantly. "What's the rush? They should still be sleeping right now." Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Just then, Li Mingyao came out of the master bedroom with a gentle smile on her face. "Is Cece here? Sister-in-law, it's been so long since I've seen you." Lin Cece excitedly ran to Li Mingyao's side and took her arm. Li Mingyao smiled and said, "Honey, go and bring Dabao and Xiaobao over so Cece can see them." "Okay," Lin Xian replied, turning and walking towards the master bedroom. Li Mingyao then pulled Lin Cece to sit on the sofa in the living room, and the two started chatting. "Sister-in-law, I have a question for you," Lin Cece suddenly asked mysteriously. "What is it?" Li Mingyao asked curiously. "Is childbirth very painful?" Lin Cece asked cautiously. She had heard from others that childbirth is extremely painful, even excruciating. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Wouldn't she end up like that in the future? "I don't even dare to have a child anymore. It hurts a lot. But once I see the baby, it will all be worth it." Li Mingyao smiled slightly, but her eyes shone with maternal love. Just then, Lin Xian carried Dabao and Xiaobao into the living room. "Wow, the baby is so cute," Lin Cece exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Dabao was squinting his eyes. His little mouth was still moving slightly, as if he was having a sweet dream. Xiaobao, on the other hand, was much quieter, sleeping peacefully the whole time, occasionally making soft breathing sounds. "Brother, can I have a hug?" Lin Cece asked expectantly. "Little sister, be careful." Lin Xian handed Xiaobao to Lin Cece, reminding her to be careful with her posture and the force she used. Lin Cece took the baby. It was very light and soft, and had a faint milky scent. "Sweetie, let Auntie give you a hug," Lin Cece said softly, her heart filled with joy. She never imagined that she would become an aunt to 2 children before even graduating from high school. However, at this moment, Xiaobao seemed to sense the presence of a stranger and burst into tears. "Brother, why is my nephew crying?" Lin Cece was immediately panicked and didn't know what to do. "Let me do it." Li Mingyao hurriedly took Xiaobao from Lin Cece's hands and gently rocked him. "Don't cry, Xiaobao, mommy's here." Li Mingyao gently coaxed Xiaobao, and Xiaobao seemed to smell his mother's scent and quickly stopped crying. "Xiaobao is a bit shy and doesn't know you well yet," Li Mingyao said to Lin Cece. "You can hug Dabao. She's more lively and active." Upon hearing this, Lin Cece carefully reached out and gently hugged Dabao. As it turned out, Dabao really didn't cry. "Really?" Lin Cece exclaimed happily. Just then, Huang Shifang came out of the kitchen and called out, "Dinner's ready." Lin Xian and Li Mingyao quickly carried Dabao and Xiaobao back to their room, and the family happily enjoyed lunch in the dining room. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao share a room. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan share a room. The younger sister shares a room. Huang Shifang shares a room, and later, when Dabao and Xiaobao grow up, they will each have their own room. Now Lin Xian truly realized that this 5-bedroom apartment in Jinwan Mansion seemed a bit too small. After Li Mingyao finished feeding Dabao and Xiaobao, she held Lin Xian and lay down on the soft bed. "Honey, I feel like we need to buy a bigger house after the new year." Lin Xian held Li Mingyao in his arms, feeling her body temperature and softness, and said softly, "Huh? What?" Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with confusion. "Because we're almost out of rooms," Lin Xian explained with a smile. "It does seem a bit insufficient." Li Mingyao silently counted in her mind and nodded in agreement. "So we can buy a bigger house then," Lin Xian said gently, stroking Li Mingyao's face. "What size do you want, husband?" Li Mingyao asked, looking up with an expectant smile. How about we just buy another villa? Lin Xian suggested with a slight smile. Where did my husband get so much money? Li Mingyao asked in surprise. After all, his previous Lamborghini was worth over 20 million yuan, and now he's going to buy a villa in Jinghai City. My husband's wallet is truly unfathomable. Once the project in Beijing is settled, I should be able to get around 50 million, Lin Xian replied with a smile. My husband is amazing. Li Mingyao happily hugged Lin Xian's neck and gave him a sweet kiss. Wife, do you still want to be a teacher? Lin Xian asked softly. Of course I want to. Although I know you're very rich, I can't just stay at home doing nothing all the time. I have to find something to do. Li Mingyao gently tidied her slightly disheveled hair, a serene and gentle smile appearing on her face. Yes, I support you, honey, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, it's time to get ready for bed. After saying that, Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly, and they drifted off to sleep together. Chapter 168. What my brother can do, I can do too. In the afternoon, De Bao, who was lying quietly in her crib, suddenly burst into tears. As if the crying was contagious, Xiao Bao also started crying loudly after hearing his sister's cry. Lin Xian, who was sleeping, was startled awake and quickly got up to check on the children. He checked the diaper and found that the baby hadn't pooped, so there was only one possibility. The baby was hungry. So he quickly picked up De Bao and Xiao Bao, walked over to Li Mingyao, and gently placed the two little ones beside her. Li Mingyao skillfully took the children, gently held them in her arms, and began to breastfeed them. Lin Xian returned to bed and quietly looked at his wife and children, a happy smile on his face. At this moment, Li Mingyao spoke up. Honey, Cici told me this morning that she got first place in her grade in the exam. Lin Xian smiled and said, yes, maybe his little brain suddenly clicked. It's worth noting that although Lin Cici's academic performance has always been good, consistently ranking in the top 10 of her grade, she has never been in the top 3, let alone first place. Lin Xian himself was a top student who consistently ranked first in his grade back then, so he wasn't particularly surprised by his sister's performance this time. Li Mingyao said with a smile, I feel that Cici might be the top scorer, just like you. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. That would be the best way. He naturally hoped that Lin Cici could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination like himself and be admitted to Jinghai University, so that he could take care of his younger sister in Jinghai City in the future. I'll take Cici to Jinghai University later and show her around the campus, Lin Xian said gently to his wife, Li Mingyao. The winter scenery at Jinghai University is so beautiful. I want to go too. Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with envy, her eyes sparkling with longing. My dear wife, you're still in your postpartum period and shouldn't move around too much. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's cheek and comforted her with a smile. After you finish your postpartum period, we'll go to Jinghai University together to enjoy the beautiful snow scenery. Okay. Li Mingyao nodded. After a while, seeing that De Bao and Xiao Bao had finished eating, Lin Xian carefully carried them back to the high-tech crib, and the two little ones quickly fell asleep. Next, Lin Xian went back to his room to change into clean and tidy clothes, and then went to Lin Cici's door and gently knocked on it. Cici, Lin Xian called softly. However, there was no response from inside the room. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed open the door and found his younger sister fast asleep on the bed, her cute little face flushed. Cici, get up quickly, your brother will take you somewhere. Lin Xian walked to the bedside and gently shook Lin Cici's shoulder with his hand, his voice soft and warm. No way, it's bound to be bad, Lin Cici muttered, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, unwilling to get up. Not going? Then you won't get your New Year's red envelope this year, Lin Xian said. Ugh, you annoying old man. Lin Cici had no choice but to get out of her warm bed, muttering to herself. She endured it for the sake of the big red envelope. A single Chinese New Year red envelope can buy so many raw stones. Afterwards, Lin Xian led his reluctant younger sister to the parking lot downstairs. He looked at the 5 luxury cars in front of him, feeling conflicted, unsure which one to choose. However, Lin Xian ultimately decided to choose the Bentley Continental. Although he really wanted to drive a Lamborghini, he thought it would be too flashy to drive such a luxury car into the school, so it was better to keep a low profile. Sitting in the car, Lin Cece looked around excitedly. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious sports car, and she was extremely excited. Before long, they arrived at Jinghai University. The winter snow fell heavily, enveloping the campus of Jinghai University in a tranquil and pristine white world. Snowflakes gently landed on the branches, as beautiful as pear blossoms in full bloom. It landed on the lawn, like a layer of silver frost covering the earth. The well-arranged teaching buildings, set against the backdrop of white snow, appeared even more solemn and elegant. Lin Xian and Lin Cece carefully stepped through the snow, strolling along the campus path. The snow crunched under their feet, the sound echoing in the air with each step. The surrounding scenery is picturesque and enchanting. Because it's close to the Lunar New Year, there are basically no people left on campus. As Lin Xian walked, he introduced every scene and building on campus to his younger sister. Lin Cece listened attentively while admiring the beauty of Jinghai University. When they arrived at the Jinghai Library, Lin Cece was shocked by what she saw. The library has a magnificent and imposing exterior, giving it a solemn and dignified feel. The layered architectural structure resembles a stack of thick books, exuding a strong academic atmosphere. "Brother, is this where you met your wife?" Lin Cece asked. "Yes," Lin Xian replied without changing his expression. In fact, Lin Xian didn't go to the library much during his university years. "You can study just as well in the dorm. Especially during finals, when I was tired from studying, I would just lie down in bed and sleep." Lin Cece stood in front of the library, looking up at the magnificent building, her eyes shining with determination. She actually knew why her older brother brought her to Jinghai University. He hoped that the intense second semester of her senior year would motivate her to study hard, not be arrogant, solidify her existing grades, and successfully gain admission to Jinghai University. Snowflakes fluttered down, landing on Lin Cece's shoulders and hair. She looked up at the clear white sky above Jinghai University, a confident smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely get into Jinghai University," she said softly, as if making a promise to Lin Xian. "What you can do, I can do too." Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction as he looked at Lin Cece's serious expression. After visiting Jinghai University, the two returned to their car, started the engine, and prepared to leave. Lin Xian suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Lin Cece, "Little sister, have you bought your new clothes for the new year?" Lin Cece shook her head and said, "Not yet. I came to Jinghai City in my dad's car as soon as my vacation started." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Let's go then. I'll take you to buy it now." Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Really? That's great." She smiled happily, her face beaming with a lovely smile. Chapter 169, even their speech is so similar. Lin Xian drove his Bentley Continental to Jinwan Plaza. The two got out of the car together. "This is what a supermarket in a big city looks like," Lin Cece exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Jinwan Plaza. "It's definitely different from where we live." "All right, stop sighing. Hurry up and go buy some new clothes. I have to go back to visit your sister-in-law later," Lin Xian urged. "Huh? Then why aren't you with your sister? Aren't I your own sister?" Lin Cece pouted, looking dissatisfied. "You're a foolish sister," Lin Xian retorted mercilessly. "You're the stupid one." Lin Cece stomped her foot angrily, then swung her cute little ponytail and followed closely behind Lin Xian. Afterwards, Lin Xian led Lin Cece to the second floor of Jinwan Plaza, where many well-known clothing brand stores are located. Lin Cece browsed through each shop with great interest, picking out a few clothes in one shop, and then running to another shop to pick out a few more. In the end, she actually bought 7 or 8 pieces of clothing from several stores. "Hey sis, have you bought enough?" Lin Xian asked with a wry smile, carrying a bunch of shopping bags. "Ha ha ha, my foolish brother." Lin Cece laughed triumphantly. "It's not over yet. I also need to buy new clothes for my sister-in-law and my parents." After saying that, Lin Cece walked into a clothing store. Every time Lin Xian and Lin Cece entered a store, the staff would immediately recognize that the two were siblings. Every time, they would say, "Are you siblings? You look so alike." Lin Xian thought to himself, "My sister looks so silly and cute. How is she like me at all?" Lin Cece thought to herself. My brother looks like a blockhead. How is he like me at all? Finally, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask at a store, how did you know we look alike? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Cece with a look of disgust. Lin Cece also looked at Lin Xian with disdain. The shop assistant said, you two have the exact same look in your eyes. Finally, Lin Xian walked out of Jinwan Plaza carrying more than a dozen shopping bags. Lin Cece walked briskly ahead, holding a steaming cup of taro and rice ball milk tea, sipping it while urging her older brother on. Hey bro, hurry up. Hey little sis, come here, I'll share half with you, Lin Xian said. No way. Lin Cece playfully stuck out her tongue, her face beaming with a happy smile. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Brother Xian? Bringing a girl along. Lin Xian subconsciously turned around and saw Zhou Quan standing not far away. Quaner, come here for a moment. There's something I need to tell you. It's very important. Lin Xian called out to Zhou Quan in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan immediately walked quickly to Lin Xian's side and asked curiously, what's going on? Why so mysterious? Lin Xian didn't answer, but instead stuffed the shopping bag in his hand into Zhou Quan's arms. Zhou Quan was a little out of breath from the sudden weight, but he still managed to catch it. You called me over just to help you with your shopping bags? Zhou Quan complained as he struggled to lift the shopping bags. Yes. Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. Brother, who is this? Lin Cece asked Zhou Quan curiously. This is my college roommate, Zhou Quan. He's now the manager of a restaurant here, Lin Xian introduced. Hello, Cece. Zhou Quan greeted Lin Cece in a friendly manner. He knew during his university years that Lin Xian had a younger sister named Lin Cece. Hello, Brother Quan. Lin Cece replied politely. Zhou Quan carefully examined the brother and sister in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, you two really do look alike. Not at all, Lin Xian and Lin Cece said in unison. Look, even their way of speaking is so similar. After Lin Xian and Zhou Quan moved the shopping bags to the trunk of the Bentley Continental, Lin Xian invited Zhou Quan to his home for dinner. But Zhou Quan said that it was close to the Chinese New Year and he was going home for dinner, so the restaurant was closed for the holidays. He also told Lin Cece that if she got into Jinghai University, she could come to Xianming Restaurant and eat for free. Lin Cece was overjoyed. Anyway, the restaurant owner is your brother. The two then drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian returned home carrying more than a dozen shopping bags. Why did you buy so many clothes? When Zhang Shulan saw the shopping bags in Lin Xian's hands, she quickly stepped forward to help take a few from him, saying something as she did so. Cece bought them all, Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. Cece, we already have enough clothes at home. Why buy so many more? Zhang Shulan looked at Lin Cece with some reproach and said, Hee, I still bought some of yours. Lin Cece said with a smile, and then started to open the shopping bags one by one. This is a shirt for Dad, a down jacket for Mom, a sweater for Aunt Fong, and a skirt for my sister-in-law. Lin Cece picked out each item one by one, introducing them incessantly, while Zhang Shulan watched from the side, her face beaming with a happy smile, her heart filled with warmth. Lin Xian then took Li Mengyao's clothes and went to the master bedroom. Honey, I bought you some clothes, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Li Mengyao was holding DeBeo and coaxing her to sleep. Cece bought it, right? Li Mengyao turned around and saw her husband, smiling slightly. How did you know, wife? Lin Xian asked. Cece just asked me on WeChat what clothes I wanted. I said I didn't need any, so she took pictures of them and let me pick them out one by one. Li Mengyao placed DeBeo in the high-tech crib and came to Lin Xian's side. Then wife, try it on and see if it fits, Lin Xian said gently. Li Mengyao took the clothes and smiled. She then began trying on the clothes one by one, each one making her look exceptionally charming. Although her body was still a little round after giving birth, it did not detract from her beauty. On the contrary, it added a unique charm. As night fell, Lin Xian began preparing dinner. Because Li Mengyao is still in her postpartum period, he decided to cook a clear broth mutton hot pot for his family. Tender lamb paired with a piping hot pot. A perfect meal for a family to enjoy together on a cold night. Chapter 170 Bedtime Stories. After dinner, the family went to the living room, turned on the TV, and enjoyed some leisure time. Li Mingyao nestled close to Lin Xian, her face beaming with a happy smile. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came from the master bedroom, and De Bao and Xiao Bao started crying. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao quickly stood up and rushed to the bedroom. Don't cry, mommy's here. Li Mingyao tenderly comforted the children, picking up De Bao and Xiao Bao and gently rocking them. Then, she walked to the bedside and sat down, preparing to breastfeed the babies. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, watching all of this. Suddenly, Xiao Bao vomited up the milk while drinking it. Honey, why is the baby spitting up? Is he feeling unwell? Li Mingyao asked anxiously. After seeing this, Lin Xian quickly explained. No, this means that Xiao Bao is already full and can't drink anymore. Then, he carefully carried the baby back to the crib, leaving the older child still happily drinking milk. Seeing De Bao's satisfied expression, Li Mingyao couldn't help but laugh. It seems our De Bao has a big appetite. Soon, De Bao finished drinking, and Lin Xian put her back in her crib. After the two little ones had drunk their fill, they fell asleep peacefully, their faces beaming with happy smiles. After breastfeeding, Li Mingyao felt a little sticky, so she got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xian then went to the crib to play with the baby. He gently touched De Bao's little face and flicked Xiao Bao's little bottom, having a great time. I completely forgot about the time. Honey, stop playing, the kids need to sleep. Lin Xian turned around instinctively after hearing the voice. Li Mingyao slowly walked out of the bathroom, wearing a loose nightgown that couldn't hide her graceful figure. Her face was flawless, as exquisite as a work of art. Li Mingyao has gradually recovered her energy and looks more and more radiant. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly stepped forward, pulled Li Mingyao into a tight embrace, and then gently kissed her delicate cheek. Wife, you are so beautiful. Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded. You're such a chatterbox. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian's face. Suddenly, she noticed that Lin Xian's lips seemed a little dry. Honey, your lips look a little dry. Really? Let me kiss you and feel it. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile, and then he lowered his head and kissed Li Mingyao's cherry lips. However, Li Mingyao could clearly feel that his lips were a little dry. Honey, you need to put on some lip balm, Li Mingyao said softly, gently pushing Lin Xian away. I won't apply it. Lin Xian said stubbornly, like a child. No, honey, wait a minute. After saying that, Li Mingyao gently broke free from Lin Xian's warm embrace and walked lightly to the bedside cabinet. She opened the drawer, took out a bottle of lipstick, and then went to Lin Xian's side to apply the lipstick to him. But Lin Xian continued to resist. Having no other choice, Li Mingyao applied the ointment to her lips first, and then kissed Lin Xian's lips. Honey, you've covered both sides of my face with lipstick. Lin Xian pointed to his cheek, a doting smile on his face. It's because you don't want to apply lip balm yourself. The weather is dry in winter, and your lips will crack if you don't apply lip balm, Li Mingyao said softly. Lin Xian nodded, took Li Mingyao's hand, and they walked to the bedside and sat down together. Honey, would you like some late-night snacks tonight? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Yes, I want to eat papaya stewed in milk today. Okay, wife, just wait. Lin Xian said gently. He then left the master bedroom and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Papaya stewed in milk has beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Lin Xian skillfully peeled and chopped the papaya, then added milk and rock sugar, and put it in a pot to simmer. Soon, a rich aroma of milk and papaya filled the air. Lin Xian carefully ladled out the stewed milk papaya and carried it back to her room. Come on, let your husband feed you. Lin Xian picked up the spoon, blew on it gently, and then brought it to Li Mingyao's lips. Li Mingyao slightly opened her mouth to accept her husband's feeding. She savored the delicious dessert, a happy smile on her face. My husband makes delicious desserts too, Li Mingyao said happily, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Soon, after Li Mingyao finished eating, Lin Xian took the bowl back to the kitchen. He then returned to the room, climbed onto the bed, and lay down next to Li Mingyao. Because Li Mingyao is currently in postpartum confinement and cannot look at her phone for extended periods. So Lin Xian gently held her and told her a bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain was a temple, and in the temple lived an old monk and a young monk. Stop. Honey, you're trying to coax a 3-year-old. Try something more interesting. Li Mingyao covered Lin Xian's mouth with her small hand and said coquettishly, All right, once upon a time, there was a mountain. Lin Xian gently removed Li Mengyao's small hand and continued telling the story with a smile. Li Mengyao. Chapter 171 My husband smells so good. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, and Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms. His left hand rested on Li Mengyao's neck, while his right hand tightly embraced her waist, pulling her whole body into his arms. Because Li Mengyao fell asleep first last night, she woke up first this morning. Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and the first thing she saw was her husband's firm chest. If someone asks Li Mengyao what makes her happiest right now, of course, it's about seeing my beloved husband the moment I open my eyes every day. Thinking of this, a happy and sweet smile spread across her face. Then, she started to play pranks, raising her slender fingers to lightly trace across Lin Xian's face, a mischievous smile on her face, while muttering to herself, Watch me turn you into a big tabby cat. Just as Li Mengyao was getting tired of playing and preparing to get up, Lin Xian gently pulled her back. Li Mengyao was caught off guard and fell directly onto Lin Xian. Honey, you had a lot of fun just now. Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. Let me go first, I want to. However, Lin Xian didn't give his wife a chance to continue. Li Mengyao stopped struggling and obediently opened her mouth to enjoy Lin Xian's kiss. Wife, what were you trying to say just now? Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao with a smile. I need to use the restroom. Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up from Lin Xian and then quickly walked towards the bathroom. The passionate kiss she had just received made her forget about needing to use the restroom. After entering the bathroom, Li Mengyao carefully examined herself in the mirror. She gently touched her slightly swollen lips, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. A moment later, Li Mengyao stormed out of the bathroom, pointing to her slightly swollen lips with her little finger, and said coquettishly to Lin Xian, You naughty husband, look what you've done. Lin Xian lay on the bed, his hands casually behind his head, a sly smile on his face. Li Mengyao was still a little angry. She climbed back onto the bed, lay on top of Lin Xian, and gently tickled him with her small hands, wanting to get revenge. Lin Xian was amused and burst into laughter, repeatedly begging for mercy. Finally, Lin Xian got up and started packing his clothes. Li Mengyao lay on her side on the bed, supporting herself with one hand, and asked in confusion, Honey, where are you going? I forgot to tell you yesterday. Jinwan Technology Company is holding its annual summary meeting today, and I have to attend. As Lin Xian spoke, she picked out clothes from the wardrobe. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately jumped out of bed and ran to Lin Xian's side, smiling as she said, Then let me help you get dressed. As she spoke, she opened the wardrobe, found a suit she had bought for Lin Xian before, and began to help Lin Xian put it on. Considering the cold weather outside, she put another coat on Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in front of the mirror, looking at his clothes with satisfaction. Then, Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian to sit in front of the dressing table and carefully styled his hair. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed his wife's care. After a while, Li Mengyao put down the comb in her hand and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now you look very handsome. Wow, with my skill, the frog instantly turned into a prince. Li Mengyao said with a smug smile on her face. Huh, honey, I am a prince, okay? Lin Xian turned around, hugged Li Mengyao tightly, and had a slight smile on his lips. Oof, what a narcissist. Li Mengyao laughed even harder. Finally, Li Mengyao tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Xian's cheek, instructing him. Honey, remember to come back early. Okay, baby. Lin Xian responded by kissing Li Mengyao's forehead, then walked to the crib, carefully picked up Dabao and Xiaobao, and gently kissed their little faces. Daddy's going to work now. Be a good boy and behave well at home, Lin Xian said softly to the two little ones. However, Dabao and Xiaobao still kept their eyes half closed, continuing to be immersed in their sweet dreams. Lin Xian then put Dabao and Xiaobao back into their cribs, turned around and left the room, walking out of the house and down to the parking lot. He glanced at the cool Lamborghini Lightning and decided to save it for when he and his wife drive it. Then, Lin Xian got into the Maybach, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 172. You've worked hard. Keep it up. Not long after, a black, long-bodied Maybach slowly drove into the gate of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Coincidentally, the security guard on duty today was the same one who had previously stopped Lin Xian from entering the door. The security guard had noticed Lin Xian's car early on, raised the barrier in advance, and saluted Lin Xian respectfully. "Good morning, Chairman Lin," the security guard shouted. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his lips in response. After parking the vehicle, Lin Xian, dressed in a well-tailored and high-quality suit, strode confidently into the lobby of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." The receptionist, a pretty young woman, bowed her head and greeted him softly. "Good morning," Lin Xian replied with a smile, then continued walking towards the elevator. After Lin Xian walked away, the receptionist quickly took out her phone from her pocket and started typing rapidly. The gossip group for Jinwan Technology instantly became lively. "Oh my God, I saw Chairman Lin at work today. Ah, he's so handsome." "Really? Where is it? Tell me quickly." "I just got in the elevator. He's even more handsome in person than in the photos, young and promising. What are we waiting for? Let's go take the elevator and check it out." Lin Xian doesn't come to the company often, but there's a long-standing rumor in the company that the chairman is a young and handsome guy. The new female employees who joined the company later were filled with curiosity about this mysterious chairman. Lin Xian stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. However, at each floor, some young female employees would enter the elevator and greet Lin Xian with smiles. "Good morning, Chairman Lin." Lin Xian smiled and replied to each of them, "Good morning." Because of Lin Xian's tall stature, he even caught a glimpse of several female employees chatting on WeChat. "He's so handsome." "Yes, it's a pity I heard she's already married." "Oh no, I've already broken up before I've even been in a relationship." When the elevator reached the 5th floor, the female employees all got off, leaving only Lin Xian with an awkward smile on his face. Afterwards, Lin Xian went to the chairman's office on the 6th floor. He gently pushed open the door and saw that everything inside was neatly arranged, clean and tidy. He nodded with great satisfaction. He went to the boss's office chair, and just as he sat down, he heard a knock on the door. "Please come in." The door opened, and Zhou Siua walked in, dressed in an elegant business suit. She was tall and slender, and her clothing cleverly accentuated her graceful curves. "Chairman Lin, these are the summary materials for the annual review meeting later. Please take a look." Zhou Siua placed a stack of documents in front of Lin Xian. "Okay, thank you. You've all worked hard these past few days," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It's not hard work. What's truly hard work is securing a big project for the company." Zhou Siua smiled and answered, then gracefully turned around, walked to the side, brewed a cup of hot tea for Lin Xian, and gently placed it on the table. Lin Xian nodded to express his gratitude, then picked up his teacup and slowly savored the aroma of the tea while intently reading the materials in his hand. "Chairman Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll go prepare the annual meeting room now," Zhou Siua said softly. "Okay, thank you for your help," Lin Xian replied gently. After some time, Lin Xian still hadn't finished reading when Zhou Siua returned to the office and reported to him. "Chairman Lin, the meeting room is ready." "Okay, let's go." Lin Xian stood up and went to the main conference room with Zhou Siua. They entered the conference room, which was spacious, bright, and well organized. Lu Wendy waited for Lin Xian to arrive at the door. Then Lin Xian and Lu Wendy walked together to the front of the stage and sat down. "The annual meeting for 2025 is now beginning," Lu Wendy announced. The entire conference room fell silent, everyone eagerly anticipating this important meeting. Under the leadership of Lin Xian and Lu Wendy, Jinwan Technology Company exceeded its annual revenue target this year and successfully secured a large-scale project in the capital. As a result, the entire company received a generous year-end bonus, with even newly hired employees receiving over 100,000 yuan. In addition, Employees' performance-based pay has increased again by 10%. Today, Lin Xian and Lu Wendy have become the most respected leaders in the hearts of all employees. When Zhou Siyue introduced Chairman Lin Xian to everyone, thunderous applause immediately erupted from the audience. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian and Lu Wendy began to listen to the work summaries and achievement presentations from various departments. Meanwhile, Lu Yusin took on the role of photographer, capturing the important meeting from 4 different angles. After the photo shoot, she also shared these precious photos with Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao couldn't help but smile as she watched her husband holding a notebook, looking focused and serious. I wonder what he's writing down in his notebook. Is it something like a huh or yes? After the reports from each department were completed, Lu Wendy, as the company's general manager, stepped onto the podium and began to elaborate on the company's future development plan and strategic layout. During lunchtime, Lin Xian did not choose to go home for lunch, but instead went to the company cafeteria with Lu Wendy. As the company's chairman, he has never eaten a meal in the company cafeteria. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy arrived at the canteen and saw a variety of delicious foods neatly displayed in the window, a dazzling array that made their mouths water. This place not only has traditional Chinese restaurants, offering authentic Chinese dishes. There are also elegant Western restaurants serving a variety of Western cuisine. In addition, there are dessert, beverage, and fruit sections to meet employees' different taste preferences. The entire canteen adopts a self-service dining model, allowing employees to freely choose their favorite food. After lunch, Lin Xian rested in his office for a while before continuing the annual summary meeting. The first item on the agenda in the afternoon was the awards ceremony. Zhou Siyue announced, "The awards ceremony is now officially beginning. Chairman Lin Xian will personally come to the stage to present the awards to the winners." The atmosphere was lively, and everyone had been eagerly anticipating it. As the host's voice faded, Lin Xian stood up and walked steadily onto the stage. The first award has been announced. The winner of the 2024 Best Department Award is the RD Department. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the RD team members cheered excitedly. At that moment, a familiar figure stood up from his seat and walked to the podium with a smile. This person is Zhong Zixing, the current manager of the RD Department, who was also promoted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and reached out to hold Zhong Zixing's hand tightly, saying gently, "You've worked hard. Keep up the good work." Then, the two posed for a photo together in front of the camera. If they were outside, no one would ever guess that these two were college roommates. The second award has been announced. The winner of the 2024 Best Employee Award is Zhong Zixing. As the manager of the RD department and the company's technical leader, it is only natural that he received this Best Employee Award. So Zhong Zixing stood up from his seat, a slight smile playing on his lips, and walked toward the podium. Lin Xian maintained her smile, gently took his hand, and said softly, "You've worked hard. Keep up the good work." The third award has been announced. The winner of the 2024 Best Newcomer Award is Zhong Zixing. Zhong Zixing stood up from his seat again, walked to the podium with a bright smile on his face, and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Lin Xian, "Oh my God, it's you again." Zhong Zixing, "You didn't expect that, did you, Brother Xian? It's me again." Chapter 173 Chairman Lin, give us one. Lin Xian maintained her smile, gently took his hand, and said softly, "You're quite shameless, aren't you? You won 3 awards by yourself." Zhong Zixing smiled proudly and said, Hee, I meet all the requirements, okay?" After all the awards were presented, the company dinner followed. Lu Wendy had booked the banquet hall of the Kylie Grand Hotel well in advance. Kylie Grand Hotel is a well-known high-end hotel in Jinghai City, with an elegant environment, attentive service, and very expensive prices. This year's annual party banquet is actually being held at the famous Kylie Grand Hotel. An employee exclaimed excitedly. Another employee added, "I remember last year's annual dinner was held in the company cafeteria. This year, we got a new chairman, and things have improved all of a sudden." Someone else chimed in, "I've never dined at such a high-class hotel before." The employees praised the new chairman's generosity and magnanimity, and were also full of expectations for the future. The dinner was served buffet style, offering a variety of culinary options, including both Chinese and Western dishes. The restaurant is divided into several areas, such as a cold dish area, a hot dish area, a seafood area, a barbecue area, and a dessert area. The dishes are plentiful and diverse, making one's mouth water. For example, steamed grouper has tender and juicy flesh. Grilled salmon exudes an enticing aroma. Wellington steak is tender and smooth, paired with a crispy crust. Alaskan king crab has delicious meat and a rich flavor, and Boston lobster is simply irresistible. The employees enjoyed the delicious food and the sumptuous dinner. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy sat together at a dining table. Lin Xian smiled and said, "President Lu, the company's smooth operation this year is all thanks to your excellent management." He raised his glass to Lu Wendy to express his respect. Lu Wendy responded modestly, "This is all thanks to the major project that Chairman Lin successfully negotiated in the capital, which enabled us to achieve such results." Lin Xian said with emotion, "Actually, without the company's strong backing, it would have been difficult for me to secure this project. Let's work together in the future." After saying that, he raised his glass to Lu Wendy. Lu Wendy quickly raised his glass to clink with Lin Xian's and drank it down in one gulp. Lin Xian then took out his phone and sent a message to his wife, Li Mingyao. "Honey, I might not be back so soon tonight. You should go to sleep first." "Oh, okay then, honey, don't come home too late." Li Mingyao replied understandingly, though she was a little disappointed. "I'll try to do it as soon as possible," Lin Xian promised. After reporting the news, Lin Xian continued eating dinner. "Chairman Lin, our company is thriving right now. Don't you think we should consider expanding? That way we can increase the company's scale and further expand our market share," Lu Wendy suggested enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's a good idea. But let's wait until after the new year. Then we can discuss the specific plan in detail." Indeed, as the company's business continues to expand, the existing facilities can no longer meet the demand. Expansion not only provides more office space, but also enhances the company's image and competitiveness, thereby further expanding its market share. After the dinner, the much-anticipated lucky draw followed. The company has prepared very generous prizes this time. The most eye-catching prize is the grand prize, a Mercedes-Benz sedan worth approximately 500,000 yuan. The first prize is Apple's latest family bucket, with 5 winners, totaling approximately 250,000 new Taiwan dollars. The second prize is a Dyson high-end home appliance package, with 10 winners, and a total value of approximately 200,000 yuan. The third prize is a Leica Q2 camera, with 15 winners, totaling approximately 150,000 yuan. In addition, there is a special award set up by the company, and the winner will receive a voucher for 30 days of paid leave. Each employee had a chance to win a prize, which undoubtedly excited everyone. However, Lin Xian and Lu Wendy, as members of management, did not participate in the lively lucky draw, but instead left the opportunity to their employees. They hoped to express their gratitude and encouragement to their employees for their hard work in this way. Next, the employees excitedly began the lucky draw, each with a beaming smile of anticipation. Every employee who won a prize had a happy and joyful smile on their face. The grand prize, the last one, was drawn by a young male employee. He was so excited that he almost jumped for joy. At the same time, Lu Yusin was also lucky enough to win a special prize from the company, a voucher for 30 days of paid leave. She was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling and immediately shared it with Li Mingyao. Lu Yusin excitedly said to Li Mingyao, "Yao Yao, look what I drew. 30 days of paid leave." Li Mingyao replied with a smile, "That's great. They can come and help me take care of the baby, huh?" Lu Yusin asked in surprise, "Oh, why don't we go on a trip together? Lin Xian can take care of the baby." Li Mingyao joked, "Is this how you act as a godmother?" Lu Yusin, "Ha ha ha." After the lucky draw, the next activity was the employee talent show. First came the wonderful song performances, the very first song being a rap song called "I'm Not Going to Work Tomorrow." The song instantly ignited the atmosphere, eliciting bursts of laughter and applause from the employees in the audience. The singer performed with great passion, and the humor and self-deprecation in the lyrics made everyone feel very close to the singer, as if the song expressed everyone's desire to release work pressure and their longing for freedom. Immediately afterwards, a dance extravaganza unfolded on stage. There are elegant folk dances, with dancers dressed in gorgeous traditional costumes, dancing gracefully and showing their unique charm. There was also hot street dance, where dancers captivated the audience with their superb skills and passionate movements, winning enthusiastic cheers. After the dance performance, a skit performance took place. This time, the skit, Not Short of Money, was performed by Zhong Zixing. He played the role of Xin Yang, and his imitation was not just similar, it was practically identical. His exaggerated expressions and humorous language made the audience burst into laughter, bringing the entire event to a climax. After Zhong Zixing's performance ended, Lin Xian noticed that he hadn't left the stage and was somewhat puzzled. Zhong Zixing picked up the microphone, a bright smile on his face, and said, "Thank you very much for your love for our skit." Just then, Zhong Zixing's tone changed, becoming excited. But the real climax is yet to come. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked at Zhong Zixing and found that the other man's gaze was fixed on him, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. What is this rebellious son planning to do? Zhong Zixing continued. I've heard that our beloved Chairman Lin not only sings exceptionally well, but also plays the piano superbly. Would you all like to hear Chairman Lin sing? Zhong Zixing shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers and applause erupted at the banquet. The crowd shouted in unison, yes. The sudden shout instantly ignited the entire banquet hall, and everyone's expectant gaze focused on Lin Xian. The employees of Jinwan Technology Company started to cheer. Chairman Lin, let's have one. Chairman Lin, let's have one. Chairman Lin, let's have one. Chapter 174, I Believe So Much. Lin Xian saw that the atmosphere in front of him had been pushed to the extreme, and he really couldn't refuse. So he resolutely stood up and walked onto the stage with firm steps. First, he shook hands warmly with Zhong Zixing, his eyes sparkling with smiles. As they shook hands, Lin Xian whispered, "You bastard, you actually tricked me." Zhong Zixing laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, Brother Xian, I've seen your previous Douyin videos. Why don't you play a song for our company's employees to boost their morale?" Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said, "I'll settle the score with you later." Then he tightly grasped Zhong Zixing's hand. After letting go, Zhong Zixing felt a sharp pain in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Xian, you're really strong." Then Lin Xian took the microphone and smiled as he said to everyone, "Since everyone is so eager to hear it, then I'll make a fool of myself. Next, I'm going to sing a classic song by Jay Chou, I Believe So." After speaking, he gracefully walked to the piano that had been prepared, slowly sat down, and adjusted himself into a comfortable position. At that moment, soft stage lights cascaded down, gently caressing his figure like moonlight and illuminating his handsome face. The young female employees in the audience were mesmerized, and even Lu Yusin couldn't help but take a few more glances. No wonder her best friend was completely smitten with Lin Xian. He is indeed very handsome, but what's even more attractive is the aura he exudes, which makes people feel very comfortable. However, Lu Yusin tried her best to stay calm, constantly telling herself, "I'm just here to help Yao Yao record, don't think too much." Then she patted her face, trying to stay awake. She then took out her phone and started recording Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian's fingers lightly touched the piano keys, and beautiful notes flowed out from the piano, as if a fairy was leaping. Then, his soulful voice joined in, as if transporting people into a romantic world. The perfect combination of singing and piano music evoked an indescribable emotion in the audience. The flock of birds left the forest. The whole sky is disheartened. The butterflies are no longer attracted. The roses bloomed quietly. The only thing that can be destroyed in a story is the scenery. No one can destroy our dreams. Meteorites travel in the vast universe. A sky full of crystals in the dazzling night sky. My prayers have finally been answered. I believe it so. You're the one supporting me from behind, always walking alongside me, looking up and waiting for the sun to rise. I heard the birds returning. The one who waited for me was you. It gave me unwavering confidence. Playing the dawn with both hands. Love sounds so beautiful. After finishing his performance, Lin Xian slowly stood up, then turned around to face the audience with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the entire venue was completely silent. Everyone was completely absorbed in Lin Xian's performance and singing, unable to tear themselves away. Their eyes were filled with amazement and emotion, as if they had been captivated by Lin Xian's music. A full minute passed before someone finally came to their senses and started clapping. The applause was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, triggering a chain reaction. Immediately afterwards, more people began to applaud, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. "Wow, Chairman Lin's singing is absolutely wonderful," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "It's just like a concert," another person chimed in. "This is completely at the level of the top singers in the country," someone exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yusin was also deeply shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Xian to be such a talented musician. Lin Xian raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to stop clapping. But the crowd remained enthusiastic and continued to applaud, seemingly wanting to convey their excitement and admiration to him through their applause. After a while, the applause gradually subsided. Lin Xian picked up the microphone again, his voice clear and firm. "This song, I believe so, is actually dedicated to my wife." His gaze gently drifted into the distance, as if he were seeing the person he deeply loved. "Huh!" A surprised exclamation came from the audience. Everyone was unexpectedly subjected to a wave of PDA. Then Lin Xian continued. "In fact, none of us are isolated individuals. Behind each of us is our family silently supporting us. They believe in us so much. This trust and support is the most precious source of motivation on our way forward. I have a wife who has always silently supported me. She has always been by my side and given me unwavering confidence. I am grateful for her belief in me. This song is also dedicated to everyone. I hope you can trust the company as much as we do, work together, and contribute to its development so that it can continue to prosper and create even more brilliant achievements." Lin Xian spoke with great passion, his voice echoing throughout the venue and resonating strongly with the audience. Then, thunderous applause erupted from the audience once again, lasting for a long time. Night falls, and the clock strikes midnight. Lin Xian, who had just finished the company's annual meeting, quietly pushed open the door to his home. However, as soon as he entered the room, a petite body snuggled into his arms, and the familiar warmth and alluring fragrance made his heart flutter. "Honey, you've worked hard. Welcome home." Li Mingyao raised her head, a sweet smile on her lips. "Didn't you tell me to go to sleep first? I smell of alcohol all over me. I don't want to bother you." Lin Xian looked at the petite woman in front of him with heartache and reached out to gently push her away. However, Li Mingyao held Lin Xian tightly and refused to let go. "No, I like the smell of my husband." She blinked her big eyes and said earnestly, "Even with the smell of alcohol on it, I still like it. I love everything about my husband." Li Mingyao smiled, her eyes radiating a gentle light. Lin Xian felt a warm feeling in his heart, as if he were surrounded by a warm current. He hugged Li Mingyao tightly, his face beaming with happiness. Chapter 175. You stinky husband. Who are you calling a ghost? "Honey, I've prepared some honey water for you to help you sober up," Li Mingyao said softly, her voice gentle and sweet. Then, Li Mingyao gently left Lin Xian's embrace, took his hand, and led him towards the restaurant. The two sat at the dining table, and Lin Xian quietly watched Li Mingyao walk into the kitchen. Shortly after, Li Mingyao came out of the kitchen, holding a steaming cup of honey water. She carefully placed the cup on the table, then gently said to Lin Xian, "Drink up." Lin Xian took the cup, feeling its warmth in his hand. He took a sip of the honey water and immediately felt a sweet taste spread in his mouth. The sweet taste flowed down his throat into his stomach, giving him a feeling of comfort and relief. "It's delicious. Did you make it yourself, my wife?" Lin Xian asked with a smile, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "What else?" Li Mingyao put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest and cheeks, looking extremely cute. "My wife is amazing," Lin Xian praised, then continued chugging his drink. It was finished in no time. "Honey, look at this number." Li Mingyao gently shook Lin Xian's arm and asked in a coquettish tone. She raised a small, slender, white hand and slowly held up one finger in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He answered slowly, 1. However, just as Lin Xian opened his mouth to speak, Li Mingyao's small hand suddenly changed. She quickly changed her fingers from 1 to 2 and winked mischievously. TSK TSK TSK. Looks like my husband's pretty drunk. Li Mingyao smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with slyness. Haha, the way my husband looks when he's drunk and I'm teasing him is so funny. Looking at Li Mingyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian felt a surge of affection. It was clearly you who suddenly changed your finger, Lin Xian said with a smile. Nonsense, would you like another drink? Li Mingyao asked gently. No need, I don't drink much, Lin Xian said with a smile. No, I worked so hard to make this, my husband has to finish it, Li Mingyao said firmly, her tone resolute. After saying that, Li Mingyao turned and went into the kitchen. A moment later, she brought out a large glass of honey water that smelled sweet. How could I possibly drink this much? Lin Xian said helplessly, looking at the large glass of honey water in front of him. Let's go to the sofa in the living room and have a drink slowly. It'll give you time to cool off before you take a shower later, Li Mingyao said softly. After saying that, she held Lin Xian's hand tightly and they walked together to the sofa in the living room. The two lay on the comfortable sofa, with Li Mingyao leaning on Lin Xian's shoulder like a lazy kitten, happily scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. Aren't you sleepy, honey? Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mingyao forced a smile through her sleepy eyes and said, I'm not sleepy. In fact, she could no longer keep her eyes open, but she didn't want Lin Xian to know how tired she was. Seeing Li Mingyao's forced composure, Lin Xian said with heartache, Go to sleep first. I'll come over and keep you company after I take a shower. I'm okay then, come early. Li Mingyao yawned softly, then got up and slowly walked towards the bedroom. Lin Xian sat quietly in the living room for about an hour, and only after the effects of the alcohol had worn off did he cautiously enter the room. He saw Li Mingyao lying quietly on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. Then, Lin Xian turned around, walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and began to take a shower. The water droplets fell to the ground, making a dripping sound that reached Li Mingyao's ears. Actually, Li Mingyao hadn't really fallen asleep. She was waiting for Lin Xian's embrace. After all, it's more pleasant to sleep when your husband is holding you. However, she wanted to surprise Lin Xian, so she chose to continue pretending to be asleep in bed. Finally, the sound of the shower water stopped. Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom, dried himself off, put on his pajamas, and then tiptoed to the bedside, looking down at Li Mingyao. Although Lin Xian longed to hold his wife as they fell asleep, he still smelled of alcohol and worried that it might make her uncomfortable. Therefore, he simply left a gentle kiss on Li Mingyao's forehead, then turned and left the master bedroom to go to the study to sleep. At this point, Li Mingyao thought her husband had gone to the living room to get something, but after waiting for a long time, he still hadn't returned. She quickly sat up and looked around. Where's my husband? Then, she quickly got out of bed and walked out of the room. It was pitch black, with only a faint moonlight shining into the room. After Li Mingyao turned on the living room light, she quickly noticed that the study door was closed. Normally, this door is almost never closed, and no one should sleep in the study. So, Li Mingyao tiptoed to the study door and carefully opened it. With the help of the light, she was surprised to find her husband fast asleep on the small bed in the study. Li Mingyao was furious. Her little head seemed to be steaming. She strode to the bedside and gave Lin Xian's buttocks a hard slap without any hesitation. Holy crap, it's a ghost. Lin Xian suddenly felt someone slap his butt. Since the room was dark, he could only see a dark figure standing by the bed, which startled him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. You naughty husband, who are you calling a ghost? Li Mingyao said coquettishly. At that moment, Lin Xian recognized the figure by the light from the outside lamp. It seemed to be his wife. Wife, weren't you already asleep? Lin Xian said, reaching out to touch Li Mingyao's face. Humph, then why don't you come back to sleep? Li Mingyao pouted and bit Lin Xian's shoulder. Ouch, honey, that hurts. Lin Xian couldn't help but cry out. It's confirmed, it's my wife. Why do you sleep in the study? Li Mingyao asked, still fuming and full of dissatisfaction. I still smell of alcohol on me, and I'm afraid it might make you uncomfortable, Lin Xian explained. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Li Mingyao remained silent. Then she raised her two little hands and started scratching Lin Xian's waist frantically. Lin Xian laughed heartily as he was tickled, completely powerless to fight back. He could only beg for mercy, saying, "Ha! Wife, stop messing around. I surrender, ha!" Suddenly, the study lights came on. "Hey, can you guys keep it down? Don't you guys let single people get any sleep?" Lin Cece appeared at the door of the study wearing an adorable cartoon animal pajama set. Chapter 176. Mom, am I really your biological child? Because Cece's room is right next to the study, the noise from Lin Xian and Li Mingyao playing around in the study woke her up. "I'm sorry, Cece, I disturbed your sleep." Actually, Li Mingyao said apologetically. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to explain, I understand." Lin Cece raised her small hand to stop Li Mingyao from continuing, and then looked at the two of them. "It's all my brother's fault," Lin Cece said earnestly. Lin Xian looked at his sister in surprise. "What was going on?" "It must be my older brother who bullied you," Lin Cece continued. "Brother, you're not allowed to bully your wife, or I'll tell Mom tomorrow." Lin Cece waved her little pink fist at Lin Xian and threatened him. "Cece, Lin Xian was about to explain, but before he could finish, Lin Cece ran back to her room. Lin Xian watched his sister's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. When did my own sister start siding with outsiders? At the same time, Li Mingyao turned around, looked at Lin Xian fiercely, and said in a slightly commanding tone, "Husband, go back to sleep." "Okay." Lin Xian quickly got up from the bed in the study, took Li Mingyao's small hand, and obediently followed her back to his room like a child who had done something wrong. The two had barely lain down when Li Mingyao eagerly snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, a blissful smile on her face, and whispered, "It's still more comfortable to sleep while holding my husband." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a doting smile. He gently put his arm around Li Mingyao's slender waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. "Honey, it's getting late. Go to sleep," Lin Xian said gently. Li Mingyao responded and nestled in Lin Xian's arms, closing her eyes. Soon, their breathing gradually calmed down, and they drifted off into a sweet dream together. The next day has arrived. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve, which is also the last day of the lunar calendar. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were awakened by the familiar crying sound. Wow! Wenda Bao cried. Xiao Bao cried too. The two little ones were very in sync. Lin Xian hurriedly got up, walked quickly to the crib, picked up the two babies, and handed them to Li Mingyao to breastfeed. "Don't cry, baby, drink milk." Li Mingyao lifted her clothes and gently coaxed the two babies. Lin Xian sat to the side, watching the adorable sight of Dabao and Xiao Bao drinking milk, and a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. At this moment, Li Mingyao suddenly looked up and asked Lin Xian curiously, "Honey, is our child a dragon baby or a snake baby?" Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Of course it's a dragon baby. The year of the snake doesn't start until after tomorrow." After feeding them, Lin Xian carefully put Dabao and Xiao Bao back into their warm cribs. Then, the two of them got up and started washing up. After breakfast, Lin Xian prepared to put up couplets on his front door. Suddenly, he realized that someone was missing. Lin Cece. Lin Xian walked quickly towards Cece's room, gently pushed open the door, and saw that his little sister was still fast asleep. Lin Cece was fast asleep, nestled in a soft blanket, clutching a cute pillow to her chest. "Cece, get up." Lin Xian stood by the bed and shouted loudly, "Hey bro, don't wake me up." Lin Cece reached out and wrapped herself completely in the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. Her eyes were still closed as she mumbled, "I want to sleep. Don't disturb me. If you keep sleeping, you won't get a New Year's red envelope," Lin Xian threatened. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece immediately opened her eyes and retorted, "My sister-in-law will give it to me." After saying that, she closed her eyes again, preparing to go back to sleep. "That's why your elbow is sticking outwards." Lin Xian didn't tolerate it. He placed his hand on the blanket and pulled it forcefully to the side. Then Lin Xian pulled Lin Cece out of bed and forcibly turned on the computer. "Hurry up and brush your teeth, wash your face, eat breakfast, and then help my brother put up the Spring Festival couplets." So Lin Cece reluctantly got out of bed. After Lin Cece finished breakfast, Lin Xian skillfully laid the Spring Festival couplets flat on the ground and then evenly applied paste around them. He was in charge of putting up the top banner, while Lin Cece was in charge of putting up the couplets on the left and right sides. At this moment, Li Mingyao smiled and said to Lin Xian, "Honey, I also want to help put up the couplets." "Wife, you're in your postpartum period now, so you should rest well," Lin Xian quickly replied. However, Li Mingyao insisted on participating, saying, "It's okay, I can put it up with Cece. She can put up the first line, and I can put up the second line. Wouldn't it be more meaningful for the three of us to put it up together?" Lin Xian had no choice but to agree, so the three of them began to put up the couplets. First, Lin Xian climbed up the small ladder and carefully pasted the top banner. Next, Lin Cece pasted the first line of the couplet on the right, while Li Mingyao pasted the second line on the left. After some effort, the Spring Festival couplets for Apartment 1601 in Building A of Jinwan Mansion were finally put up. The first line reads, "Snow dances, bringing a bountiful year. The poetic charm is beautiful." The second line reads, "Plum blossoms bloom in the new year, a beautiful picture in the painting." The banner read, "Dragon and Phoenix bring auspiciousness." In particular, the dragon and phoenix symbolize the arrival of twins, that is, the birth of a baby boy and a baby girl, bringing good fortune to the family. Lin Xian, Li Mingyao, and Lin Cece stood at the door, admiring the Spring Festival couplets they had just put up. The red and black colors on the Spring Festival couplets complement each other, making them look especially festive. At this moment, Zhang Shulan came out of her house and carefully checked whether the Spring Festival couplets were pasted firmly and neatly. It's pasted very well." Zhang Shulan nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian smiled smugly. "Of course, I put up the banner at the top myself. Cece put up the first line on the right, and Mingyao put up the second line on the left." However, he was greeted with a slap on the shoulder from Zhang Shulan. "You brat, Mingyao is still in her postpartum period. How can you make her do chores?" Zhang Shulan scolded. Li Mingyao quickly explained, "Mom, you've misunderstood. I volunteered to join in putting up the Spring Festival couplets." Zhang Shulan smiled and said to Li Mingyao, "Oh, I see. A little exercise is fine." Lin Xian was completely stunned. "Mom, am I really your biological child? You were picked up from a garbage dump." Chapter 177, He actually just likes cooking. For the next few hours, Lin Xian kept pressing Zhang Shulan for answers. "Mom, which garbage dump did you find me in? Mom, aren't there any other children around? Mom, why did you choose me of all people? Is it because I'm prettier? Where's Cece? Were they picked up together? Are you ever going to stop, you brat?" Zhang Shulan said impatiently. She glared at him angrily, and Lin Xian immediately became obedient. Li Mingyao, who was standing nearby, giggled when she saw this. Around noon, the family sat around the table, ready to enjoy a delicious dumpling feast. However, this lunch was not a formal meal, but rather a prelude to the New Year's Eve dinner. Nevertheless, the dumplings Lin Xian made still exuded an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to enjoy a moment of peace and rest. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to their room and began taking care of their two adorable babies. After feeding, the baby fell asleep immediately, quietly, and without making a fuss. Xiaobao squinted his eyes. At this time, the baby could not fully open his eyes, only revealing a small slit, as if he was still trying to adapt to this new world. His little mouth opened and closed slightly, occasionally letting out soft murmurs, and his two little hands flapped in front of him, making him extremely cute. "It seems Dabao is more lively," Lin Xian said softly, his eyes full of tenderness. "Then he must look just like you, right, Shirqin?" Li Mingyao gently rocked Dabao, her voice filled with the warmth of maternal love. Just then, Dabao suddenly opened his mouth slightly, as if he had heard his own name, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Look, Dabao is smiling. Dabao is smiling." Lin Xian was overjoyed to receive the baby and held him tightly in her arms. "Come on, smile at Daddy's smile," Lin Xian said jokingly. Li Mingyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle and reminded him, "Honey, you have to call Dabao by his name first." "Shirqin," Lin Xian called softly to Dabao. "Yeah." Dabao's mouth opened slightly again, seemingly revealing a smile, and he made a faint sound before stopping. Lin Xian's heart almost melted when he looked at Dabao's adorable appearance. Then, Dabao slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Lin Xian carefully carried Dabao back to the crib, and then lay down on the soft bed with Li Mingyao. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's slender waist tightly with one hand, while his other hand kept fiddling with her small hand. He loved to play with Li Mengyao's little hands, as if her fingers were interesting toys. He liked to knead and pinch them, and would occasionally put them to his lips and kiss them. While playing on her phone, Li Mengyao tried several times to pull her hand back, but Lin Xian held it tightly each time. "Stop playing around." Li Mengyao gently raised her head and gave Lin Xian a coquettish glare. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of Li Mengyao's gentle kitten threat and continued to play with her fingers. Li Mengyao really couldn't understand what was so interesting about her hands. Oh well, let him be. So, Li Mengyao put down her phone, hugged Lin Xian, and prepared to go to sleep. Seeing that his wife was about to sleep, Lin Xian stopped playing and hugged her as they drifted off to sleep together. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Chef Lin stretched and loosened up before starting to prepare for tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. He went into the kitchen early, tied on an apron, put on gloves, and started cooking with the prepared ingredients. Of course, his good younger sister Lin Cece would be there to help out. Li Mengyao also wanted to help, but her family firmly disagreed. Zhang Shulan pulled her directly to the living room and sat her down, not letting her go into the kitchen. "Mengyao, you're in your postpartum period now, so you need to rest more. Mengyao, you're in your postpartum period now, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You need to rest well," Zhang Shulan said gently. "But I want to help out," Li Mengyao said, watching her husband's busy figure. "Don't feel sorry for that brat. He just really enjoys cooking," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Lin Xian. Soon, after several hours of careful preparation and cooking, a variety of delicious dishes were served on the table. The dishes include stir-fried mutton with scallions, braised sea bass, stewed duck with tea tree mushrooms, fish head in a casserole, steamed crucian carp, braised pork with preserved mustard greens, poached chicken, and seafood hot pot. The family sat together, their laughter filling the air. As the head of the family, Zhang Shulan held Huang Shifang's hand tightly and said to everyone, "I am so happy this year. I am able to become in-laws with Shifang, and I also want to thank Meng Yao for marrying my son and bringing a pair of lovely twins to our family. In the new year, I hope my whole family will be healthy, happy, and blessed with good fortune." After speaking, Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang raised their glasses together, and the others followed suit, raising their glasses high as well. Everyone shouted in unison, "Cheers!" The clinking of glasses was crisp and pleasant, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. After clinking glasses, everyone began to enjoy the sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. "Honey, you've worked so hard." Li Mengyao gently picked up a piece of fragrant mutton and placed it into Lin Xian's bowl. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Thank you, wife, but you should eat more too." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of tender fish, but instead of placing it directly into Li Mengyao's bowl, he brought it to her lips. "Honey, everyone's here," Li Mengyao said shyly, her face flushed, looking incredibly cute. Lin Xian, however, seemed unconcerned and replied with a smile, "It's all right. We're an old married couple. What's there to be afraid of?" Faced with her husband's shamelessness, Li Mengyao had no choice but to blush slightly, open her mouth gently, put the chopsticks Lin Xian handed her into her mouth, and eat the piece of fish. Seeing this, everyone wore smiles like those of an ant. Just then, Huang Shifang took a bite of braised pork with preserved mustard greens and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Xian's cooking is absolutely delicious." "Yes, from now on, as long as he's around, let him do it," Zhang Shulan chimed in. Hearing this, Lin Xian pursed his lips, but continued to feed his wife. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "Actually, there's an important reason why I cook so well." Lin Xian had a sly smile on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Shulan. Looking at her son's strange gaze, Zhang Shulan had a bad feeling. "It's all thanks to my mom's good teaching when I was little that I can cook so well now," Lin Xian said. Zhang Shulan was stunned after hearing this. Lin Sisi laughed so hard, she almost spat out her food. Lin Zhengguo was also secretly smiling. Meanwhile, Huang Shifeng, sitting opposite Zhang Shulan, looked at her with delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In-law, I didn't expect you to cook so well. Could you teach me sometime? Okay, maybe next time. Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian and replied awkwardly. Chapter 178, I'm applying lipstick for you. After the family finished their New Year's Eve dinner, they all sat down in the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Li Mingyao leaned against Lin Xian, a happy smile on her face. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was typing away on his phone, seemingly chatting with someone. Li Mingyao looked up and curiously leaned forward to take a look. A chat window appeared on Lin Xian's WeChat. Foolish little sister. Silly sister. Ha! Brother, you actually dared to embarrass mom in public. I admire you. Lin Xian, little sister, do you think you can escape? Silly sister, what did I do? I didn't do anything to mom. Lin Xian, you're the only one laughing so hard. Do you think your mom will let you off the hook? Foolish sister, this has nothing to do with me. Every time you make mom angry, you try to drag me down with you. Lin Xian, ha, my silly little sister. Silly little sister. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to take a shower and change into new clothes. Li Mingyao chuckled after seeing the chat history. She felt that her husband and Cece had such a wonderful relationship that it was truly enviable. She smiled and said to Lin Xian, Honey, let's go take a shower and change into new clothes, then go outside and have a look around. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Mom, Mingyao and I are going out for a bit later. Debao and Xiaobao, please keep an eye on them, Lin Xian said to Zhang Shulan. Okay, I'll go get the children right away, Zhang Shulan said. She then went into the room and brought the two little ones out. After taking a shower, Lin Xian changed into a white hooded parka-down jacket over a knitted cardigan, paired with corduroy pants, looking elegant and handsome. These are the new clothes Li Mingyao bought for him a few days ago for the Chinese New Year. Li Mingyao wore a white down jacket over a soft pink sweater, paired with a light white tulle skirt and cute little gloves, making her look extremely pure and adorable. Then, the two held hands and walked out of their home together to the top floor of Building A in Jinwan Mansion. Standing on the top floor, they were awestruck by the beautiful view before them. The night sky over Jinwan Mansion was like a huge black curtain. Snowflakes fell softly under the gentle caress of the moonlight, like countless tiny diamonds scattered in the darkness, shining with a cool and charming brilliance. All of this filled the night sky with a tranquil and pure beauty. The night sky is so beautiful tonight. Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim, leaning on the rooftop railing and overlooking the beautiful night view of the entire Jinwan Mansion. Yes, but looking at all the pictures, my wife is still the most beautiful. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao from behind, a faint smile on his lips. With such a sweet tongue, do you often use this to coax young girls? Li Mingyao turned to look at Lin Xian and teased him with a smile. Lin Xian chuckled softly. I've only said this to you, my wife. After saying that, he gently hugged Li Mingyao. I'll believe you for now. Li Mingyao reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, tilting her head slightly and smiling sweetly. Their breaths mingled in the air, gently brushing against each other's faces. After gazing deeply into each other's eyes, Li Mingyao gently pressed her lips to hers, applying a lip balm with a hint of mint. They kissed passionately in the snow, as if the whole world consisted only of each other. Snowflakes fell gently, landing on their bodies and hair. At that moment, the snow became a testament to their love. Although the weather in Jinghai City was cold, the two of them did not feel the chill at all. Instead, they felt a surge of heat within their bodies. I'm applying lipstick for you, Li Mingyao said softly, her voice tinged with shyness and tenderness. I know, Lin Xian replied with a smile, his eyes filled with doting affection. At this moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze from Li Mingyao's face. Downstairs, a group of people were happily playing with sparklers, sparks flying everywhere, creating a dazzling display. Honey, do you want to play with the sparkler? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She nodded gently and replied, Okay. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and called his foolish sister. Hey bro, what's up now? Lin Cece's annoyed voice came from the other end of the phone. Cece, let's go up to the rooftop and play with fireworks, Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph, you just want me to run errands, don't you? Lin Cece saw through her immediately. Answer correctly, and you'll get a prize. The reward is for sending a sparkler over to your brother. It's under the bed in the study. Lin Xian continued to tease Lin Cece. Okay, I know, Lin Cece replied helplessly. Oh, and bring up the Nikon camera on the table as well, Lin Xian added. Okay, stop nagging, Lin Cece muttered as she hung up the phone. A short while later, Lin Cece appeared at the doorway on the rooftop, carrying a box of fireworks. She was wearing a light blue down jacket, over which she wore a yellow knit sweater and a white tutu skirt, paired with white tights and pink cotton shoes, making her look very fresh and cute. A Nikon camera was hanging around her neck, and she wore an adorable cat ear hat, which added to her playful charm. Thank you for your hard work, little sister. Lin Xian took the fireworks and camera and smiled. Li Mingyao walked to Lin Cece's side, took her hand, and said gently, Cece, let's play with sparklers together. Lin Cece nodded happily and replied, Okay. Lin Xian took out 2 fairy wands from the box and handed them to Li Mingyao and Lin Cece respectively. Lin Cece took the sparkler and said to Lin Xian impatiently, Brother, light it for me quickly. As she spoke, she handed the sparkler to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out a lighter and lit the sparkler in Lin Cece's hand. Instantly, the sparkler emitted dazzling sparks, illuminating the surrounding night sky. Honey, here's mine too. Li Mingyao handed over the fairy wand as well. Lin Xian took out a lighter again and lit it. In an instant, the sparkler emitted a dazzling array of colors. Holding a sparkler, Li Mingyao's beautiful face was illuminated by dazzling sparks, as if adding a layer of mystery to her appearance. She tilted her head slightly, smiling as she looked at Lin Xian like a fairy in the snow. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, admiring the beautiful scenery before him. He took out his Nikon camera, adjusted the focus, pressed the shutter, and captured this stunning scene. Chapter 179 Husband, I really love you. Hey bro, take a picture of me too. Lin Cece's sweet voice rang out as she held a fairy wand in one hand and made a cute peace sign with the other. My sister has so many things to do. Although he was joking in his mind, Lin Xian still pressed the shutter seriously to capture Cece's adorable moment. Cece, let's take a group photo together, Li Mingyao suggested with a smile. Okay. Lin Cece nodded happily. Lin Xian raised his camera again and pressed the shutter to take a picture of the 2 girls in front of the lens. In the photos, their smiles are so radiant. Their happiness seems to melt the whole world, a truly breathtaking sight. After playing on the rooftop, the 3 felt a bit tired and decided to go home to rest. As soon as Lin Xian and Li Mingyao stepped into the house, they saw Zhang Shulan gently holding Dabao on the sofa in the living room, while Lin Zhenghua was trying his best to amuse Xiaobao. Lin Zhenghua covered his face with both hands, then suddenly opened them, revealing an exaggerated smile to Xiaobao. Xiaobao stared wide-eyed at his grandfather, seemingly trying to understand the strange action before him. However, a few seconds later, Xiaobao suddenly burst into tears, catching everyone off guard. Old Lin, why are you scaring Xiaobao for no reason? Looking at the baby crying loudly in her arms, Zhang Shulan felt a pang of heartache. She glared at Lin Zhenghua with a mixture of anger and frustration and punched him hard. Lin Zhenghua, however, sat there innocently, thinking to himself, it's just teasing Xiaobao. Oh little Bao, don't cry, mommy's here. Hearing the sound, Li Mingyao quickly stepped forward, took Xiaobao from Zhang Shulan's arms, gently patted his back, and soothed him tenderly. He's probably hungry. Honey, why don't you take Xiaobao back to the room? Lin Xian said softly when he saw that Xiaobao was still crying. At this moment, Dabao was sleeping soundly in Huang Shifeng's arms. Lin Xian took Dabao from Huang Shifeng's arms, held him carefully, and prepared to put him back in the crib. He walked into the master bedroom and saw Li Mingyao breastfeeding the baby. Honey, is Dabao hungry too? Li Mingyao asked with a smile. No, he's sleeping like a little pig, Lin Xian replied with a smile, then gently placed Dabao in the crib and covered him with a blanket. Honey, go watch the Spring Festival Gala with everyone. I'll come over after I finish feeding the baby, Li Mingyao said to Lin Xian with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Lin Xian leaned in and kissed Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, then quietly walked out of the master bedroom and back to the living room. After a while, once Xiao Bao had eaten and drunk his fill, he gradually drifted off to sleep under the gentle rocking of his mother, Li Mingyao. After carefully placing him back in the crib, Li Mingyao was about to go to the living room when suddenly her phone, which was on the bedside table, started ringing with urgent message notifications. Li Mingyao picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from her college roommates group chat, the rich women's group of 4. Chen Manman spoke first. Sisters, what are you all doing on New Year's Eve? Yang Lin replied, what else can I do but stay in my hometown and watch over those naughty little brats? At this moment, Yang Lin was in her rural hometown, surrounded by a group of chattering children, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Yusin continued, I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala. Chun Man teased, Xian, how come you have the body of a 20-something-year-old but the mentality of a 40-year-old? Who among the young people still watches the Spring Festival Gala these days? Lu Yusin retorted defiantly, if you're so capable, don't even glance at me, or I'll give you a 50-meter sword warning. I'll let you run 49 meters first. Chen Man laughed and replied, haha, actually I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala too. At this moment, Yang Lin asked curiously, by the way, where's Yao Yao? Lu Yusin said, she's probably taking care of a child. Chen Man said excitedly, I haven't seen Yao Yao's baby yet. Please send me a picture and tag Yao Yao. Li Mingyao. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Li Mingyao posted several adorable pictures of her 2 children, De Bao and Xiao Bao. Yang Lin replied, wow, so cute. Chen Man smiled and said, De Bao looks like Yao Yao, and Xiao Bao looks like Lin Xian. Lu Yusin was somewhat surprised. You can tell it's so small? Lu Yusin continued, oh, right, I have a good video for you to watch. She then posted a video she had taken at the Jinwan Technology Company's annual meeting. Li Mingyao curiously clicked on the video and was instantly speechless with surprise. She was deeply moved when she saw Lin Xian sing, I believe so much, for her, and the confession that followed. In the video, Lin Xian is singing, I believe so much, to her with deep emotion. His voice is melodious and beautiful, as if it is filled with endless tenderness and love. After the song ended, Lin Xian delivered another deeply moving confession to the camera. Yang Lin exclaimed excitedly, my goodness, Lin Xian plays the piano so well. And he sings so beautifully too. Chen Man joked, I mean, do you really have to feed us dog food on New Year's Eve? Yao Yao, you're so lucky. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle softly, and then sent 3 shy emojis in succession. Afterwards, she walked out of the bedroom in a cheerful mood, went to the living room, sat down next to Lin Xian, and watched the Spring Festival Gala with her family. The entire living room was filled with a joyful and warm atmosphere, and everyone was immersed in the festive joy. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was 11:59 p.m. At this moment, the TV host, smiling and holding a microphone, excitedly shouted, let's count down together, 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 0. As he spoke, the bells rang melodiously, and the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers echoed from afar, announcing the arrival of 12 o'clock. People cheered and jumped for joy, enthusiastically welcoming the new year, the year of the snake. The familiar and touching melody of Unforgettable Tonight immediately began to play on the television. Every year at this time, this song would appear as scheduled. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, the family members returned to their respective rooms, ready to drift off into sweet dreams. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were no exception. They lay quietly on the warm bed. Happy New Year, my love, Li Mingyao murmured softly, nestled in Lin Xian's arms. Happy New Year, my wife. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Honey, I saw the video of you singing at the company's annual party. Li Mingyao gently raised her head and smiled slightly. Who sent it to you? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Xian sent it to me, Li Mingyao replied. Oh, I see. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Does it sound nice? Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's face, his eyes filled with love. It sounds great. Li Mingyao answered without hesitation, her eyes revealing her deep affection for Lin Xian. Honey, I really love you. Chapter 180 Amateurish and Playful. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao tightly in his arms and whispered, It's very late today, go to sleep. Lin Xian's voice was full of doting and love, which warmed the hearts of listeners. Li Mingyao snuggled against Lin Xian's chest, nodding obediently like a cute little kitten. She responded softly, then slowly closed her beautiful eyes, a sweet smile still lingering on her lips. Looking at Li Mingyao sleeping peacefully, Lin Xian felt a surge of happiness and contentment. Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending a happy new year with the baby and the baby's mother. A bottle of postpartum recovery medicine has been automatically taken as a reward. After taking it, you will gradually regain your pre-pregnancy figure during your postpartum period. Lin Xian was overjoyed, because this meant his wife wouldn't have to go through the hardship of dieting. He then happily embraced Li Mingyao, and they drifted off to sleep. The next day has arrived. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao heard the crackling sound of firecrackers. The lively sound seemed to announce the arrival of the new year, immersing the entire city in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Then came the cries of Dabao and Xiaobao. Lin Xian quickly got up and went to the crib. Holding the two little ones, he carefully walked to Li Mengyao's side and gently handed the babies to her so that she could feed them. Then, Lin Xian turned around and walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and took out two large red envelopes that he had prepared beforehand. After Li Mingyao finished feeding the baby, the two little ones did not fall asleep as usual. Instead, they opened their bright eyes and looked around curiously. The Bao and Xiaobao, these are red envelopes from your parents. Lin Xian smiled and placed two large red envelopes beside them. The two little ones blinked their beautiful big eyes, their little mouths slightly open and closed, seemingly very curious. Mom doesn't need you to achieve great things in the future, as long as you can grow up healthy, happy, and safe. Li Mingyao gazed affectionately at Dabao and Xiaobao, and said softly, Yes, being healthy is the most important thing, Lin Xian agreed. After saying that, he and Li Mingyao carried Dabao and Xiaobao out of the room. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua immediately came to greet them with smiles on their faces. Come and see what's inside. It's a big red envelope that Grandpa has carefully prepared for you. Lin Zhenghua's face was beaming with happiness as he waved two bright red envelopes in front of them before gently placing them on the baby's clothes. And for Grandma, wishing our little darlings a healthy and happy growth. Zhang Shulan looked at the two children tenderly and took out two red envelopes from her pocket, carefully placing them on the baby clothes. Grandma's here too. Huang Shifang smiled and stepped forward, also taking out two red envelopes and placing them on the baby clothes. And so, 3 thick red envelopes appeared on each of Dabao's and Xiaobao's baby clothes, each containing a hefty 10,000 yuan. At this moment, the two little ones are still clueless and have no idea that they have become little millionaires, whose wealth has surpassed that of many adults. Mom and Dad, where's my red envelope? Lin Sisi, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask. Oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Shulan quickly took out two more red envelopes from her pocket and handed them to Lin Sisi. Sisi, you must continue to work hard in the new year, Zhang Shulan said earnestly. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Sisi accepted the red envelope with a happy heart, knowing from touching it that it must contain a lot of money. Wishing Sisi the best of luck in the college entrance examination in the new year. Huang Shifang also handed a large red envelope to Lin Sisi, saying gently, Thank you, Aunt Huang. Lin Sisi happily accepted it and subconsciously touched it, finding that it was no less than her parents. Dude, you know what I mean. Lin Sisi called out to Lin Xian while extending a small hand and making a take-it gesture. What do I know? Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, turned around, and went back to his room. He quickly took out a set of mock college entrance exam papers and placed them in Lin Sisi's hands. He said with a serious expression, I specially went to the bookstore to buy this. It will be of great help to your college entrance exam this year. It's priceless. Only an older brother would care so much about his younger sister. Who wants your test paper? Lin Cece pouted, threw the test paper back to Lin Xian, and said angrily, Honey, stop teasing Cece. At this moment, Li Mingyao smiled and took out 2 large red envelopes from her bosom, handing them to Lin Cece. She said gently, Cece, Happy New Year. This is a New Year's red envelope from Lin Xian and me for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cece was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. She accepted the red envelope with both hands, her smile radiant. Chapter 181 We agreed not to feed each other dog food. No need to thank me, bro, Lin Xian said, gently rubbing Lin Cece's little head. What does it have to do with you, brother, that my sister-in-law gave me a red envelope? Lin Cece pouted and retorted. After saying that, she slapped Lin Xian's hand away, ran back to her room, turned on her computer, and opened her primordial spirit. Then, a burst of excited laughter came from the living room. Haha, I won. It wasn't a bad draw. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. After waking up from her afternoon nap, Li Mingyao sat by the window and saw children playing with firecrackers downstairs. With a smile on her lips, she turned to look at Lin Xian and said softly, Honey, I want to go downstairs for a walk. Why did you suddenly decide to go out? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I've been staying at home for quite a while now. I only went to the rooftop for some fresh air yesterday, New Year's Eve. I haven't gone downstairs for a walk yet, Li Mingyao explained. Since giving birth to her first and second children, she has basically never left the house. Lin Xian calculated the time and realized that his wife had been postpartum for more than 2 weeks, so it was time for her to go out for a walk. So he nodded and said gently, Okay, honey, I'll take you for a walk. Mom, please look after Dabao and Xiaobao. Meng Yao and I are going for a walk downstairs in the community, Lin Xian said to Zhang Shulan, who was watching TV in the living room, as he walked out of the room. Okay, you guys go ahead. Shifang and I will stay here. After saying that, Zhang Shulan went to the room and carried Dabao and Xiaobao to the living room. After entrusting their 2 children to their family members, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao began to get dressed and prepare to go out. Just then, Lin Cece came out sleepily and saw them packing up. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother, sister-in-law, where are you going? Lin Xian smiled and replied, We plan to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Li Mingyao gently invited, Cece, why don't you come with us? Lin Cece winked mischievously and said with a smile, You 2 aren't going to suddenly kiss while you're walking and then feed me dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, are you? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's face instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her head shyly. Little sister, what are you thinking about all day? It's just a simple trip downstairs. Are you going or not? Lin Xian asked. Lin Cece answered without hesitation. Yes. Of course I'll go. Actually, she was also thinking of going downstairs for a stroll. So the 3 of them went out of their home together and came to the residential area downstairs in Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly as they strolled leisurely through the neighborhood. Lin Cece followed closely beside Li Mingyao. The 3 people are arranged from right to left, with their height decreasing sequentially, and they look very harmonious. At this time, the afternoon sun was warm and pleasant, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and it stopped snowing. The 3 of them walked along, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the neighborhood after the snow, and were in a particularly pleasant mood. Before long, they arrived at a place where a group of kids were playing with firecrackers. The firecrackers exploded with a series of loud crackling sounds, and the children were having a wonderful time. At this moment, Lin Cece excitedly pointed to the group of children with her little finger and said to Lin Xian with a face full of anticipation, Brother, I really want to play with firecrackers. However, Lin Xian rejected her without hesitation. What are you playing around with? You're such a grown-up. Why are you still acting like a child? Hearing this, Lin Cece pouted and retorted, Who said only children can play with firecrackers? Seeing the longing look in Lin Cece's eyes, Li Mingyao whispered to Lin Xian, Honey, actually I kinda want to play too. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately smiled and agreed. All right then, Let's go to the convenience store and buy some firecrackers together. Lin Cece. She stood there, stunned, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The older brother got a wife and forgot about his sister. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao bought several boxes of firecrackers from the convenience store and chose an open space. Seeing this, Lin Cece couldn't wait to pick up a firecracker, quickly light it, and throw it far away. Then she ran away, covering her ears tightly. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, the firecracker exploded in the air. Because of the distance, the explosion sounded somewhat muffled, but it still made Lin Cece feel excited. Honey, you try it too. Light it on the ground. Then we'll all hide far away. Lin Xian handed Li Mingyao a firecracker and gently patted her head. Li Mingyao took the firecrackers and nodded. She took a deep breath, slowly squatted down, and carefully placed the firecrackers on the ground. However, due to the cold weather and her nervousness, her fingers were a little stiff, and she failed to light the firecrackers after several attempts. Seeing this, Lin Xian walked over to Li Mingyao, took her hand, and encouraged her. Don't be nervous, take it slow. With Lin Xian's help, Li Mingyao finally managed to light the firecrackers. Just as the firecracker was about to explode, Li Mingyao quickly stood up, wanting to get away from the danger zone. But perhaps because she was too nervous, she slipped when she turned around, lost her balance, and fell forward. Lin Xian reacted quickly, grabbing Li Mingyao and trying to steady her. However, inertia caused them both to fall into the snow. As the firecrackers were about to explode, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to wrap his body tightly around Li Mingyao, cover her ears with his hands, and bury her little head deep into his chest. At the same time, Li Mingyao tightly closed her beautiful eyes and covered Lin Xian's ears with her small hands, afraid that the sound of the explosion would hurt him. And so, the two embraced tightly, protecting each other's ears. With a loud bang, the sound of firecrackers rang out, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao opened their eyes. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Why is my wife so clumsy? Li Mingyao blushed and retorted, I'm not stupid. This was an accident. The two looked at each other for a moment, then laughed again. At this moment, Lin Cece, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes as she watched the two of them being so affectionate. Should I just go back? You promised not to feed it dog food. Chapter 182. We are destined to be together. It's the second day of the Lunar New Year, a day for welcoming the god of wealth and visiting one's maternal home. But Lin Xian doesn't need to go back to her parents' home at all, since her family is already here. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. After gently feeding the babies, Li Mingyao said tenderly to Lin Xian, Honey, let's give the babies a bath later. Her keen nose detected a slight odor emanating from Dabao and Xiaobao. Okay, since you just finished feeding, it's best to wait about 2 hours before washing, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Time flies, and 2 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian skillfully prepared a clean bathtub and carefully poured in an appropriate amount of warm water. Next, he took out a thermometer and measured the water temperature to ensure it was around a comfortable 38 degrees Celsius. Li Mingyao prepared soft towels and clean clothes. With everything ready, the two began to bathe their 2 children. Lin Xian looked at the adorable Dabao and Xiaobao and asked with a smile, Babies, who wants to wash first? Dabao stared at his parents curiously, seemingly not quite understanding what was about to happen. Xiaobao, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide and looked around, as if he didn't want to take a bath. Lin Xian looked at Xiaobao and said with a smile, Xiaobao, I've decided on you. Xiaobao looked puzzled. Lin Xian gently unbuttoned Xiaobao's clothes and diaper, carefully supporting his head and buttocks with her hands, and slowly and steadily placed him into the warm bathtub. However, Xiaobao seemed a little uneasy about this unfamiliar environment, and burst into tears as soon as he touched the water. Oh, little Bao, don't cry, Daddy's washing your bottom. You'll smell nice afterward. Lin Xian gently coaxed little Bao, trying to calm him down. Soon, Lin Xian skillfully cleaned Xiaobao, and then gently handed him to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao took Xiaobao and gently wiped his body with a soft towel, making sure every inch of his skin was dry. After washing the baby dry, wrap him tightly in clothes to give him warmth and a sense of security. Afterwards, Lin Xian put Dabao into the bathtub and started bathing him. Unlike Xiao Bao, Dabao appeared very calm and content in the water, without crying or resisting. Look, honey, Dabao doesn't cry when he takes a bath. Lin Xian smiled as he showed Li Mingyao Dabao's well-behaved behavior. It seems Xiao Bao is just like you. He loves to cry. Li Mingyao replied with a smile, her eyes full of love. In no time, Dabao was also washed clean, and his whole body exuded a faint fragrance. Yes, now she's a sweet baby, Li Mingyao said gently, her face beaming with a happy smile. Finally, Lin Xian put Dabao and Xiao Bao back into their cribs, and the little ones quickly fell asleep under the comfort of the high-tech cribs. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao felt a deep sense of happiness watching them sleep peacefully. As evening fell, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to go for a walk. Lin Cece absolutely refuses to go this time. She doesn't want to be a third wheel. Every time she goes out with them, she gets bombarded with their PDA. So the two went for a walk downstairs in the apartment complex. On the evening of the second day of the Lunar New Year, light snow began to fall again in the night sky of Jinghai City, the fluttering snowflakes seeming to weave a pure white dream. Red lanterns are everywhere in the Jinwan Mansion residential area. They shimmered in the snow like twinkling stars in the night sky, or like flames of hope burning in the new year, illuminating the entire neighborhood with a warm and festive glow. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly as they strolled leisurely through the quiet streets of the residential area. Their steps were light and slow, each step leaving a deep mark on the pristine snow. Looking from behind, a series of clearly visible footprints resemble a beautiful necklace, stringing together their happy moments. Li Mengyao walked ahead, skipping lightly like a joyful little deer. Her face was beaming with a radiant smile, as if the whole world was infected by her joy. Lin Xian watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with warmth and joy. Honey, you seem so happy. Is something special? Lin Xian asked with a gentle smile. Is it that obvious? Li Mingyao turned around and smiled. Of course. Your smile is practically reaching for the sky, Lin Xian joked. I just feel especially happy during this year's spring festival, Li Mingyao said softly, her voice tinged with sweetness. What did your wife do during the Chinese New Year? Lin Xian asked curiously. In the past, I would usually go back to the countryside with my mother to spend the new year with my grandmother, Li Mingyao said softly. What about you, honey? Li Mingyao then asked Lin Xian. Sometimes I'm in Yinhai City, and sometimes I go back to my hometown to visit my grandparents, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao gazed quietly at the brilliant stars in the night sky, as if deep in thought. A moment later, she turned around and gazed at Lin Xian with deep affection, her eyes filled with love. Honey, let me ask you, if you hadn't met me, what kind of life would we have had? Li Mingyao asked softly. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao and said with a smile, Wife, you're here again. There's no if about it. Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder, do all girls dwell on this question? I mean if. Li Mingyao raised her pretty head and looked at Lin Xian mischievously. She asked the question before because she didn't feel secure enough, but now she just wants to tease her husband. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and said softly, If I hadn't met you back then, I would have searched to the ends of the earth until I found you. Because we were destined to be together. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination and tenderness, making Li Mengyao feel incredibly happy. Are you satisfied with this answer? He asked with a smile. Satisfied, satisfied. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Then, she gently tiptoed and wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, their lips meeting. The next morning arrived. It was the third day of the Lunar New Year. According to traditional customs, we don't need to go out today. So Lin Xian and his family all stayed at home. While taking a nap at noon, Lin Xian saw Li Mingyao watching a video of a delicious cake on Douyin. Honey, do you want some cake? Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao from behind and asked gently. Li Mingyao turned her head, smiled and nodded. Yes, I want to. She hadn't eaten cake in a long time. The last time was on her birthday. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead and said, Then I'll make you one this afternoon. What kind of cake is your husband planning to make? Li Mengyao asked excitedly, her eyes lighting up. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. So secretive. Li Mingyao grumbled unhappily, but her face was beaming with a happy smile. So, starting from when he woke up in the afternoon, Lin Xian began to busy himself in the kitchen, not letting anyone in. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The family sat around in the living room, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed fruit, while a rerun of the Spring Festival Gala played on the television screen. Suddenly, the kitchen door was pushed open with a slight creak, and everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian carefully carried a beautiful 3-pound Black Forest cake in both hands and walked into the living room, gently placing it on the living room table. The cake's appearance is like a work of art, leaving people in awe. Its surface is coated with a rich, creamy chocolate, shimmering with an enticing glint. Fresh, juicy cherries are scattered across the surface, resembling red agate, exuding a captivating fruity aroma. The edge of the cake is decorated with a delicate chocolate frilly design, dotted with tiny chocolate shavings. Upon closer inspection, the cream on the cake is pure white and delicate, forming a striking contrast with the deep chocolate, yet they complement each other perfectly. Brother, you can actually make cakes? Lin Cece stared at the cake in front of her, her mouth agape in surprise. Son, why did you suddenly start making cakes? Zhang Shulan asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled and said, This cake is to celebrate our family reunion this year. After he finished speaking, he looked tenderly at Li Mingyao beside him. That's great. Come on, let's cut the cake and eat. Zhang Shulan said happily. Mom, wait a minute. Li Mingyao suddenly called out to stop her. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong? Zhang Shulan asked, puzzled. Let's take a family photo in front of this cake, Li Mingyao suggested with a smile. Yes, my daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Zhang Shulan nodded in agreement. Then, she asked Lin Xian to get the camera. Lin Xian took out his Nikon camera, skillfully set up the tripod, and set the timer shooting function. After everything was ready, Lin Xian quickly returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down in the middle with Li Mingyao. Everyone smiled, made their hand gestures, and looked at the camera with happy expressions. Eggplant. With a cheerful shout, the Nikon camera captured this heartwarming and beautiful moment with a click. Everyone in the photo has a happy smile on their face. Chapter 183 This year has been the happiest year of my life. After taking a group photo, everyone started preparing to cut the cake. Lin Xian, you cut it, Zhang Shulan said to Lin Xian. Good. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, then picked up a knife and cut the cake horizontally and vertically, and then made 2 diagonal cuts. And so, the 3-pound Black Forest cake was divided into 8 pieces. Lin Xian carefully distributed the cake to everyone, leaving 2 extra. Afterwards, the family sat together and began to enjoy the delicious Black Forest cake. Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, and your cakes are top-notch too. Huang Shifang exclaimed after taking a bite. Brother, why haven't you ever made me a cake at home? It's so delicious, Lin Cece said indistinctly while eating heartily. I'm glad everyone likes it. Lin Xian smiled happily. At this moment, Huang Shifang suddenly turned to Zhang Shulan and asked, Shulan, did you teach me how to make cakes? At this moment, Zhang Shulan was focused on eating her cake, thinking to herself that this brat always made cakes taste so good, completely unaware that Huang Shifang would suddenly ask her a question. Upon hearing this, she froze instantly, the fork she had raised still in mid-air. No, he's self-taught, Zhang Shulan quickly explained, regaining her composure. Ha ha ha. Lin Cece chuckled again after hearing this, but Zhang Shulan glared at her, and she immediately shut up, then continued to eat her cake in small bites. Looking at the exquisite Black Forest cake in front of her, Li Mingyao couldn't bear to eat it, but she still picked up her fork, took a bite, and put it in her mouth. Her taste buds were instantly overwhelmed, and Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Honey, is the cake delicious? Lin Xian asked, his heart filled with happiness as he looked at Li Mengyao's happy expression. Delicious, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Honey, haven't you eaten yet? Li Mengyao asked with concern, noticing that Lin Xian hadn't touched the cake in his hand. Wife, you know what I mean. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao with a mischievous grin. Li Mengyao understood perfectly well what her husband meant. He simply wanted her to feed him herself. "You're such a busybody," Li Mingyao said coquettishly. She picked up a fork, forked a small piece of cake, and fed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian ate it in one bite, enjoying the sweet taste. When that bite of black forest cake slides between your lips and teeth, it's as if your taste buds are dancing wildly at a grand ball. The richness of chocolate, the sweet and sour taste of cherries, and the delicacy of cream intertwine. The three flavors blend perfectly together to create a wonderfully intoxicating taste. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with the cake he had made. How about opening another cake shop? After all, making cakes is quite tiring. Lin Xian then began to enjoy her own cake. The family sat around the television, watching an exciting program and enjoying a delicious black forest cake. Lin Xian ate with relish and quickly finished off the cake in his hand. He turned his head and was surprised to find Li Mingyao still eating the cake in small bites, as if she was reluctant to finish it all at once. Moreover, she had a little cream on the corner of her mouth, which made her look especially cute. Lin Xian looked around again and found that everyone was focused on the TV screen and no one noticed what was happening on their side. So, he came up with a plan. He quickly lowered his head and, when Li Mingyao wasn't paying attention, gently ate the remaining cream from the corner of her mouth. Li Mingyao was startled by this sudden action. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Xian was already watching her with a grin. She blushed, glared at Lin Xian, and then raised her small hand to pinch the soft flesh on his waist without any mercy. After twisting for a while, I found that it had no effect. Li Mingyao puffed out her cheeks in anger and sullenly moved to the left side of the sofa, trying to get away from her perverted husband. My family is still here, and my husband really has no shame at all. Just then, Yu slowly walked out of the cat house, her cat-like steps making her feel leisurely. It walked straight to Lin Cici's side, rubbed against her legs, and made meow sounds. Meow? Yu, do you want to eat too? Lin Cici smiled and reached out her little hand to pat Yu's head. Yu seemed to understand her words. She put her front foot on Lin Cici's leg, stood up, and looked curiously at the cake in her hand. As soon as Lin Cici arrived at her brother's house, she noticed the adorable silver-shaded kitten. She loves kittens the most. So Lin Cici often set the kitten on her lap and stroked it vigorously with her little hands during this period. Several cat hairs on Yu's little head were rubbed off. Yo-yo, this is so hard for me. Brother, can Yu eat cake? Lin Cici turned her head and asked Lin Xian. Of course not. This chocolate is poisonous to cats, Lin Xian replied. Oh well. Lin Cici was a little disappointed. She put the unfinished cake on the table, picked up the kitten, and said, Yu, you can't eat cake. Are you hungry? I'll take you to get a snack. She then carried Yu back to the cat house, took out a cat treat, and began feeding her. At night, when all is quiet, after gently feeding Da Bao and Xiao Bao, Li Mingyao slowly lay down on the soft bed. However, unlike usual, she did not immediately throw herself into Lin Xian's warm embrace, as she always did. Instead, she turned around and faced away from him. This puzzled Lin Xian. Wife, Lin Xian called softly. What? Li Mingyao's voice seemed to carry a hint of resentment. Honey, what's wrong? Are you angry? Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mingyao from behind, trying to pull her back to his side, but she stubbornly refused to turn around. I'm angry, Li Mingyao replied in a muffled voice, secretly determined to teach her husband a lesson this time. Wife, I was wrong. Lin Xian coaxed her softly, gently stroking Li Mingyao's hair. What did you do wrong? I don't think you even know you're wrong. Li Mingyao turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Her little hands kept kneading Lin Xian's chest, while she muttered something under her breath. He always says the wrong thing, and he just won't change it no matter what. I made a point of looking around before I kissed him. My family was all engrossed in watching TV, and nobody noticed us, Lin Xian explained with a smile. So you mean you're right? Li Mingyao said irritably. No, the wife is always right. Lin Xian quickly put one arm around Li Mingyao's waist and the other around her back, holding her tightly. As she held him, Li Mingyao felt her husband's unique presence and gradually calmed down. She leaned against Lin Xian's chest, feeling his body temperature and heartbeat, as if the whole world had become beautiful. Husband, Li Mingyao whispered, her face pressed against Lin Xian's chest. "I'm here," Lin Xian replied gently. "This year has been the happiest year of my life." Li Mingyao raised her head and revealed a charming smile. Chapter 184 Honey, I've lost weight. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. That afternoon, after Lin Xian woke up, Lin Zhenghua and Lin Sisi decided to return to Yunhai City ahead of time, because Lin Sisi's senior year holiday was short. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang will continue to stay in Jinghai City to help take care of Debao and Xiaobao. Be careful on the road, drive slowly in the snow, Zhang Shulan instructed Lin Zhenghua. Okay, I understand, Lin Zhenghua replied. Sisi, it's the 2nd semester of your senior year. You need to study hard and stop being so naughty, Zhang Shulan said to her daughter, Lin Sisi. Okay, Lin Sisi replied. Sisi, relax, your sister-in-law believes in you, Li Mingyao said encouragingly. Don't worry, I'm definitely no worse than you, brother, Lin Sisi replied confidently. Then, Lin Sisi and Lin Zhenghua carried their luggage and left the house. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly shouted at Lin Sisi. Sis, I've changed all the passwords for your game accounts, and I've also changed the SMS verification code to my phone number. You should just focus on your studies. Soon, a shout came from the corridor outside the door. You jerk, I'm not done with you yet. 3 days later, Li Mingyao was already in her 3rd week postpartum. Now, besides taking care of her 2 children every day, she spends her time at home studying for her teacher's civil service exam. However, my body had not fully recovered during my postpartum period, so each study session was not very long. I would study for a while, and then rest for a while. That afternoon, Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang went out shopping together, leaving Lin Xian and Li Mingyao at home. At this moment, Li Mingyao was in the study, sitting upright and elegantly at her desk, watching a tutorial video for a pen on her tablet. She stared intently at the screen, taking careful notes as she watched. Wife, it's time to rest. Lin Xian gently walked behind Li Mingyao, then stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. His voice was deep and gentle, with a hint of doting. She checked the time. Exactly 45 minutes had passed. It was time to give her eyes a rest. She smiled gently. Her husband was really punctual. Honey, would you like something to eat this afternoon? Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, a smile playing on his lips. I wonder what delicious food my husband is going to make this time. Li Mingyao turned around, casually put her arm around Lin Xian's neck, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and happiness as she looked at him affectionately. I'll make you some sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup today, Lin Xian replied gently, a doting smile on his face. I want to eat, Li Mingyao smiled brightly, her crescent-shaped eyes crinkling, and said coquettishly. Honey, wait a moment, be good, okay? Don't look at the tablet anymore, Lin Xian gently instructed. Okay, Li Mingyao nodded obediently. Then, Lin Xian kissed her alluring lips and turned to walk into the kitchen. At this moment, Li Mingyao couldn't do anything and was a little bored. After resting with her eyes closed in the study for a while, something suddenly occurred to her. So, Li Mingyao quickly got up, walked back to the master bedroom, found the electronic scale, and carefully stepped on it. At the same time, Lin Xian served a bowl of fragrant fermented rice and egg drop soup to the table. The intoxicating aroma wafted gently, making one's mouth water. Wife, the sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup is ready, Lin Xian shouted. Husband. Hearing Lin Xian's call, Li Mingyao happily ran out of the master bedroom and rushed into Lin Xian's arms like a joyful little bird. Honey, what's making you so happy? Lin Xian asked gently. Honey, I've lost weight. I've lost 5 pounds. Li Mingyao was as happy as a child. She stretched out her little hand and made a 5-point gesture. She looked incredibly cute. Seeing his wife so happy, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that all of this was because the postpartum recovery medicine that the system had rewarded him with had taken effect. Otherwise, it generally takes at least 3-6 months for women to gradually regain their figure after giving birth, plus various postpartum exercises. So many. Lin Xian feigned surprise, but his eyes were full of doting affection. Yes, I thought I would continue to gain weight since I'm in postpartum confinement and eating and drinking every day, but I actually lost weight, Li Mingyao said excitedly. If I lose another 10 pounds, I can get back to my pre-pregnancy weight, she said expectantly. Honey, you'll definitely lose weight again after your postpartum period, Lin Xian said with a gentle kiss on her forehead. How did you know, honey? Li Mingyao asked curiously. Your husband knows your body very well, Lin Xian replied confidently. Humph, you rascal husband. Li Mingyao gave him a playful glare, but her eyes were full of love. Lin Xian then led Li Mingyao to the restaurant and sat her down, where he had her sit on his lap. Li Mingyao picked up the bowl of sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup on the table and ate it spoonful by spoonful. This egg drop soup exudes a rich aroma. Every bite is like a dance on the tip of your tongue, bringing endless sweetness. Honey, this sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup is so delicious. Li Mingyao smiled contentedly, feeling exceptionally happy. Is there any reward for my husband? Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao expectantly. Of course, Li Mingyao replied softly, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Now that there was no one else at home, Li Mingyao became bolder. She gently placed her hands on Lin Xian's shoulders, lowered her head slightly, and kissed Lin Xian's lips. Chapter 185 Honey, let's go build a snowman. Half an hour later, Lin Xian gently put her back in her original position. At this moment, Li Mingyao's face was as red as a ripe cherry tomato. She raised her beautiful eyes, glared fiercely at Lin Xian, and then turned to look at the unfinished bowl of fermented rice and egg drop soup on the table. However, Lin Xian quickly took the bowl away. Honey, what are you doing? Can't I keep eating? Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with a mixture of grievance and anger. No, it's already cold. Let me reheat it for you, Lin Xian said softly. Lin Xian comforted Li Mingyao, then picked up the sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup and headed to the kitchen to reheat it. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifeng walked in carrying shopping bags. Mom, you're back. Li Mingyao quickly stood up and greeted them with a smile. Yao, why does your face look so red? Huang Shifeng asked. Yes, did that brat Lin Xian bully you? Zhang Shulan quickly put down her shopping bag and stepped forward to ask. Li Mingyao was about to say that there was no such thing, but then she suddenly thought that this was a good opportunity to get revenge on her husband. So she pretended to be aggrieved and pitifully said to Zhang Shulan, Mom, Lin Xian, he stole my food. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Lin Xian in the kitchen, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, that brat. Then he turned to comfort Li Mingyao. Don't worry, daughter-in-law, I'll take care of him for you later. At this moment, Lin Xian came out carrying a bowl of sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup, and said to Li Mingyao with a smile, Wife, your sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup is ready. However, when he saw Zhang Shulan glaring at him with fierce eyes, he swallowed the words, it's heated up, back down. You brat, have you been bullying my daughter-in-law? Zhang Shulan angrily questioned Lin Xian. I didn't. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't admit it and quickly shook his head in denial. Then what are you holding in your hand? Zhang Shulan pointed to the bowl in Lin Xian's hand and continued to ask. Lin Xian glanced down and replied somewhat bewilderedly. There's still half of the fermented rice and egg drop soup left. My daughter-in-law said you stole her food, Zhang Shulan said angrily. Wife, you Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao, who was covering her mouth and laughing. You brat, see how I deal with you. Zhang Shulan put her hands on her hips and walked aggressively toward Lin Xian, determined to grab him. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly put the sweet fermented rice and egg drop soup on the table, turned around and ran, nimbly bypassing the table, and started a chase with his mother. Zhang Shulan followed closely behind him, calling out as she chased after him. The two ran from the dining room to the living room and started circling around the table. You brat, stop right there. Mom, please let me explain. Meanwhile, Li Mingyao picked up the warm bowl of fermented rice and egg drop soup and ate it with relish. She smiled and watched with great interest as her husband was chased by his mother, secretly pleased with herself. As night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to go to bed. Before going to bed, Lin Xian carefully walked to the two children's beds and carefully checked whether Da Bao and Xiao Bao were fast asleep. After making sure the children were all asleep, Lin Xian returned to bed and gently climbed up. At this moment, Li Mingyao felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Instead, she turned her back to him and focused on playing on her phone. Wife. Lin Xian propped himself up with one hand, turned to look at Li Mingyao and called softly. I'm busy right now, Li Mingyao said coquettishly, without turning her head, and continued to play with her phone. Honey, my ears still hurt a little, Lin Xian said, shifting his body slightly toward Li Mingyao. Just rub it yourself, and it'll be fine. Li Mingyao couldn't help but laugh as she recalled the scene of her mother-in-law twisting Lin Xian's ear that afternoon. This was the first time she had ever seen her husband in such a disheveled state. Honey, could you rub it for me? Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao pitifully. I really can't stand you. Li Mingyao's heart softened instantly. She slowly turned around, her gaze gentle as water, and gently stroked Lin Xian's ear with her small hand. Wife, don't you want to explain? Lin Xian asked with a sly smile. Explain what? I have nothing to explain. Li Mingyao blinked her big eyes, looking completely clueless. Wife, why are you being so stubborn? Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, his face full of doting affection. My lips are definitely soft, okay? Li Mingyao pouted and responded coquettishly. Really? Then let me try it and see if it's true. Lin Xian said with a wicked smile, and then casually put his arm around Li Mingyao's slender waist. At this moment, Li Mingyao realized that the situation was not good, but before she could react, Lin Xian quickly captured her lips with his. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, and Li Mingyao woke up slowly. As usual, she gently picked up the Bao and Xiao Bao and began to breastfeed them. The little ones lay quietly in their mother's arms, sucking on the sweet treat. Li Mingyao gazed tenderly at the babies while glancing absent-mindedly out the window. At this time, Jinghai City had been covered in snow for some time. Downstairs in the Jin Wanfu residential area, the snow has accumulated to a certain extent, like a layer of white velvet carpet covering the ground. Looking at the snow-covered world, Li Mingyao felt a surge of joy. After feeding them, Lin Xian carefully put the Bao and Xiao Bao back into the crib. At this moment, Li Mingyao suddenly turned around, smiled, and said to Lin Xian, Honey, let's go build a snowman. Lin Xian glanced at the weather outside the window, and then checked the weather forecast on his phone. He found that the weather this morning was slightly warmer than the previous few days, and there was no wind, making it perfect for outdoor activities. So he smiled and replied, Okay, we'll go after we finish breakfast. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's face broke into a bright smile. Afterwards, the two went to a restaurant together to enjoy a delicious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to their room and changed into clothes suitable for going out. Li Mingyao opened her wardrobe and selected a dark brown long trench coat, paired with a turtleneck sweater. The trench coat was just above her knees, showing off her long, slender legs. She paired it with a beige winter midi skirt. The skirt's material was soft and warm, and the hem swayed gently with her movements. She wore a pair of dark brown knee-high boots, the height of which was just above the knee, and paired with sheer tights, which not only added a sense of style, but also protected her legs from the cold. Finally, she wrapped a beige scarf around her neck, adding a touch of warmth and elegance to the overall look. Chapter 186. You're using this to test your cadres? What are you looking at? Honey, hurry up and change your clothes, Li Mingyao said coquettishly. Wife, you are so beautiful. Lin Xian looked at Li Mingyao with infatuation, his eyes full of love. He couldn't help but walk to Li Mingyao's side, gently stroking her hair and feeling its soft touch. At this time, Li Mingyao was in her third week postpartum, and under Lin Xian's careful care, her body was recovering very well. With the addition of postpartum recovery potions from the system, her figure has gradually returned to its pre-pregnancy level, with a shapely figure that exudes the charm of a mature woman. You're such a chatterbox. Li Mingyao smiled slightly, her face beaming with happiness. She gently slapped Lin Xian's hand away, then turned and walked to the wardrobe to start picking out clothes for him. Li Mingyao took a dark gray long trench coat out of the closet and handed it to Lin Xian. When Lin Xian put it on, the smooth lines accentuated his tall and straight figure, and the black slim-fit trousers he wore made him look even more slender and powerful. Finally, Li Mingyao gently wrapped a black scarf around his neck exuding a cool and charming aura. The two finally changed their clothes, picked up their tools, and left the house. Once downstairs, Lin Xian chose a spacious spot with plenty of snow and prepared to start building a snowman. He picked up a shovel and scooped up a pile of snow, piling it into a large snowball to serve as the base of the snowman. Next, he rolled a smaller snowball and placed it on top of the larger snowball to serve as the snowman's head. Li Mingyao helped out, using pebbles to make the snowman's eyes, nose, and mouth, and twigs to make the snowman's arms. Finally, they also made a warm scarf for the little snowman out of a scarf, making it look even cuter. And so, a lifelike and adorable snowman was born. "Honey, let's take a picture with the snowman quickly, or it will melt soon," Li Mingyao said with some worry. "Good," Lin Xian responded, then took out a Nikon camera from his backpack, placed it on the tripod, and adjusted the shooting angle and time settings. Then, he walked to Li Mengyao's side and gently put his arm around her shoulder. The two smiled at the camera together, with Li Mengyao's face beaming with happiness. After the photo shoot, Li Mingyao suddenly pointed to the snowman's nose and said, "Honey, look, its nose seems a little crooked." After hearing this, Lin Xian lowered his head slightly and carefully examined the little snowman's nose. "Wife, your nose isn't crooked," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Just then, a snap sounded. Lin Xian felt a small, cold snowball hit his back. He turned around and looked at Li Mingyao, who was pretending to look up at the sky, with a smile. "Wife, was it you who threw a snowball at me just now?" Lin Xian asked. "It wasn't me," Li Mingyao replied seriously. Seeing this, Lin Xian pretended to turn his back to his body, while carefully listening to the sounds behind him. Sure enough, not long after, he faintly heard a soft sound of kneading a snowball, but the sound quickly disappeared. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly turned around. Li Mingyao held a small snowball high in the air with one hand, and it was suspended in mid-air with a surprised expression on her face. "Wife, you still say it wasn't you," Lin Xian said with a slight smile. Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Li Mingyao smiled, gently tossed the small snowball in her hand, and then turned and ran. Lin Xian nimbly dodged the thrown snowball, then quickly caught up with Li Mingyao and grabbed her. "Honey, I'm still in my postpartum period, so you can't throw snowballs at me," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "Who said I was going to throw snowballs at you? Honey, don't run around. You haven't fully recovered yet." Lin Xian's tone was full of tenderness and care. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Xian tightly, burying her face in Lin Xian's clothes and enjoying the warmth he brought. Lin Xian also gently hugged Li Mingyao back, and the two were immersed in this warm moment. The next morning, Lin Xian got up early. Today is the first day of work after the Spring Festival for Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As the chairman, he is required to personally go to the company to give employees red envelopes to start the work week. So, after finishing breakfast, Lin Xian went downstairs and drove his Maybach to the company. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the company building. He parked the car smoothly, then walked through the company gate and headed straight for his office. After entering the office, Lin Xian first brewed himself a steaming cup of tea and savored its aroma. "Chairman Lin, the opening bonuses that will be distributed later are ready. President Liu is all ready and is waiting for you outside." Just then, Secretary Zhou Siyue walked in gracefully and said softly. Lin Xian smiled slightly, took out a red envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Zhou Siyue. "Happy New Year. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Zhou Siyue gently shook her head and smiled. "No need, Chairman Lin. My start of work bonus is already in this gift box." Lin Xian insisted. "It's all right. This is an extra token of the chairman's appreciation for you. Please accept it." "Thank you, Chairman Lin," Zhou Siyue said happily. Afterwards, Lin Xian went outside and, together with Lu Wendy, tied on bright red ties. They then began visiting each department, distributing start of work red envelopes, and extending their sincere blessings to the employees. New year, new beginnings. This is a New Year's red envelope for everyone. I wish us all the best in the new year, and that we can work together to create even greater achievements. In each department he visited, Lin Xian would personally hand out red envelopes to the employees, shake hands with them with a smile, thanked them for their hard work in the past year, and encouraged them to continue to work hard in the new year. The employees received the red envelopes with joyful smiles, expressing their gratitude and pledging to do their utmost to contribute to the company's development. 2 hours have passed. After promising everyone a rosy picture, Lin Xian returned to his chairman's office. He sat in his comfortable office chair, flipping through the documents in his hands. Just then, a soft knock on the door broke the silence of the office. "Please come in," Lin Xian said softly, putting down the documents in his hand. With a crisp sound of the door opening, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "Brother Xian, Happy New Year." Zhong Zixing walked into the office with a smile, carrying a bag in his hand. "Zixing, what are you doing?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "Brother Xian, this is a local specialty I brought from my hometown. I brought it especially for you to try." As Zhong Zixing spoke, he gently placed the bag on the table. Lin Xian glanced at the bag and said in a serious tone, "You're using this to test your cadres?" Chapter 187 Haitian Escape. "Huh? No, you don't like my family's specialty." Zhong Zixing looked bewildered. "Which cadre couldn't withstand a test like yours?" Lin Xian said, suppressing a laugh. At this moment, Zhong Zixing realized that Lin Xian was teasing him. Take it or leave it. After saying that, he reached out to take back his local specialty and turned to leave. Yes, 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 Lin Xian quickly stopped him upon seeing this, and said with a smile. Zhong Zixing then stopped, glanced back at Lin Xian, placed the bag on the table, opened it, and began to explain in detail. "Brother Xian, there are some tonics here that you can give to your wife. And this, it's good for you to replenish your energy." An hour passed, and Lin Xian saw that there was nothing else of importance. So he drove his Maybach home. As soon as the door opened, Li Mingyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, just like always. "My husband is back," Li Mingyao said happily. Lin Xian smiled indulgently, gently stroking her soft cheek, and replied, "Yes, I'm back." Hearing the sound, Huang Shifeng brought out a steaming bowl of food from the kitchen and said gently to Lin Xian, "Lin Xian is back? Let's get ready to eat." Lin Xian smiled and nodded, then took Li Mingyao's hand and walked into the restaurant together. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying a warm lunch. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. After comforting De Bao and Xiao Bao, Lin Xian returned to bed, reached out and hugged Li Mingyao's slender waist, buried his head in the crook of her neck, and whispered, "Honey, I'm planning to look at houses these next few days. What kind should we buy?" As Lin Xian spoke, he gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, feeling its silky smooth texture. "You can decide which husband you want," Li Mingyao said gently with a slight smile. Then Lin Xian kissed Li Mingyao on the forehead and held her as they fell asleep. In the following days, Lin Xian spent his time selecting villas throughout Jinghai City. But after several days, he still hadn't found anything that satisfied him. Some villas are located in very remote areas, making life inconvenient. Some, however, appear too ordinary and lack distinctive features. Some houses, though in pleasant environments, are old and require extensive repairs and renovations. Just then, Zhou Quan learned that Lin Xian had bought a villa and suggested that he go and take a look at the Haitian district. According to Zhou Quan, Haitian district is a newly developed area in Jinghai City in recent years. It is located by the sea and has beautiful scenery. Although this place was relatively quiet a few years ago, it has gradually developed into a thriving community over time. So today, Lin Xian decided to go to Haitian district to take a look. When Lin Xian arrived at the parking lot downstairs, he heard that a brand new villa was for sale there. This villa was not only in a prime location, but also very expensive, which made Lin Xian feel a sense of anticipation. To avoid losing face in such a high-class place, Lin Xian decided to drive his Lamborghini Lightning there. He pulled out his unique Lamborghini car key from his pocket and walked toward the Lamborghini Lightning parked to the side. When he unlocked the car door, the Lamborghini Lightning seemed to awaken a long-dormant beast, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Xian slowly got into the driver's seat and started the engine. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of his heartbeat and the roar of the engine intertwined. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini Lightning slowly drove out of the Jinwan Mansion residential area, speeding towards the Haitian district. Along the way, Lin Xian drove the Lamborghini Lightning, attracting the attention of countless people. Every time a vehicle drove through a street, it would cause a gasp and a commotion. People took out their phones to take pictures of the Lamborghini Lightning, their eyes sparkling with envy and admiration. "Wow, that's a Lamborghini. That's so cool," someone exclaimed excitedly. "This car looks like it's worth tens of millions. I wonder who the owner is," another person guessed curiously. "When will I have the chance to ride in such a luxury car?" someone exclaimed enviously. However, Lin Xian paid no attention to these praises. He silently put on his sunglasses and continued to focus on driving the Lamborghini Lightning towards his destination. 40 minutes later, Lin Xian finally arrived at Haitian district in Jinghai City. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. A few years ago, when he was still in college, this place was a barren wasteland that had not yet been fully developed. Today, skyscrapers are springing up like mushrooms after rain, and brand new streets, complete facilities, and beautiful seaside scenery create a prosperous scene. Following the navigation, Lin Xian drove to the busiest place in Haitian district, the sales office of Haitian Xingyao. He slowly drove the cool Lamborghini Lightning into the sales office parking lot. Before he had even come to a complete stop, a young and beautiful saleswoman quickly came to greet him. "Hello, sir, welcome. Are you here to view the apartment?" The saleswoman, named in Yueshi, asked with a professional smile and enthusiasm. She was beautiful, with a graceful figure and long, flowing hair. In particular, her smile seemed to exude a captivating charm that emanated from within. And Yueshi noticed that Lin Xian arrived in an expensive Lamborghini and secretly guessed that this customer must be very rich. Lin Xian calmly got out of the car, elegantly took off his sunglasses, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I came here to see if there are any suitable houses." And Yueshi was first stunned by Lin Xian's stunningly handsome appearance. The man in front of me was not only exceptionally handsome, but also exuded a unique charisma. She had met countless people, but a man as handsome and charismatic as Lin Xian was truly rare. "Our Haitian Xingyao has both apartment buildings and villas. Which type are you planning to buy, sir?" And Yueshi continued to ask. "Just take me to see the villa area," Lin Xian replied casually. Afterwards, Yueshi took Lin Xian on a tour of the villa area in Haitian Xingyao, showing him several villas of different styles. However, Lin Xian felt that these villas were somewhat unsatisfactory and lacked uniqueness. "Do you have any special villas, the kind that's one of a kind?" Lin Xian asked, frowning. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yueshi quickly replied, "Of course. We have a limited edition luxury residence in Haitian Xingyao called Haitian Yijing, which is the most expensive house here. Could you take me to see it?" Lin Xian asked softly with a faint smile. Yueshi first carefully looked Lin Xian up and down, then nodded gently and replied with a smile, "Yes, please come with me." As she spoke, Yueshi invited Lin Xian to get on her tour bus. The tour bus slowly started moving and traveled along the winding roads of the villa area. Lin Xian sat in the car, gazing out the window at the beautiful scenery around him. The weather in Jinghai City was exceptionally pleasant today. Instead of continuing to snow, warm sunshine appeared. The sunlight shone on the snow, reflecting a dazzling light that was refreshing and invigorating. After driving for nearly 20 minutes, we finally arrived at our destination. On this enchanting seaside, a luxurious villa in a modern European style stands proudly. Chapter 188. Hello, can I pay in installments? Lin Xian got out of the car, his face full of surprise. He gazed at the magnificent villa before him, a sense of awe welling up within him. The exterior of this villa is like a work of art. The milky white walls contrast beautifully with the azure sky and sea, giving a refreshing and ethereal feel. The tall spires and elegant arched windows are arranged in a staggered manner, outlining a beautiful European-style picture. The size of the villa was beyond Lin Xian's estimation. It stands like a small palace on the seashore, becoming the most dazzling pearl of this coastline, exuding timeless charm. This is our Hai Tian Yijing, which is located at the best view of the seaside and covers an area of 6,000 square meters. The villas are decorated in a modern European style, with the main building covering an area of about 2,000 square meters, and a front and back garden of 1,500 square meters each. In addition, a 1,000 square meter dock is also included. As Inyueshi gave a detailed introduction, she drove the car into Heishinijing. After the car came to a stop, Inyueshi went to the gate, entered the password, and led Lin Xian inside. Heishinijing has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. We'll start by going to the first floor above ground. Anshi Yu took out plastic shoes, and the two of them changed into them before starting to tour the villa. Upon entering the villa, one is greeted by a magnificent entrance hall, with imported marble paving the floor, each piece shimmering with a natural luster. Next, they walked into the living room, where the spacious and bright space was a pleasant surprise. The living room has a 6-meter-high ceiling, with a large crystal chandelier hanging above it, dazzling and illuminating the entire space. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows are like mirrors, reflecting the blue sea, sky, and golden sand. Sunlight shines on the glass, refracting into a dazzling array of colors, like a dream. For the next hour or so, Inyueshi enthusiastically led Lin Xian on a tour of every corner of Heishinijing. From the spacious and bright living room to the warm and comfortable bedroom, and then to the fully equipped kitchen and bathroom, everything exudes endless luxury and comfort. Finally, they arrived at the rooftop, where they could overlook the entire beautiful seaside scenery. Because it had just snowed, the entire beach was covered in white snow, presenting a scene of silver-clad beauty. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, reflecting a dazzling light onto the snow, creating the illusion of being in a dreamlike fairyland. Lin Xian was completely captivated by it, becoming increasingly satisfied with this sea and sky paradise set. How much does this sea and sky paradise cost? Lin Xian turned to Inyueshi and asked. This Heishinijing is the top-of-the-line project of our Heishin Xingyao Bay. Both the design and the materials are extremely exquisite, so the price is relatively high. But since it's the start of the new year, we have some special offers. Inyueshi explained with a smile. The current price is exactly 200 million yuan. How much? Lin Xian was so surprised he almost jumped up, asking in shock. 2 small goals, which is 200 million. Inyueshi repeated the price again, still wearing a professional smile. At this moment, Lin Xian silently calculated his assets in his mind, and he only had about 100 million yuan in funds at hand. Even if you sold yourself, you still wouldn't be able to raise 200 million. So he stood there for a long time, then said something. Hello, is installment payment possible? Half an hour later, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Lightning, started the car, and drove home. As Lin Xian drove, he recalled the questioning look on Inyueshi's face. She probably already thinks Lin Xian is some penniless guy who rented a Lamborghini to look after the villa. Other villas can be purchased in installments, but Haitian Yijing is the only one that can't. How about we look at some others? Inyueshi's words echoed in Lin Xian's ears, making him feel extremely embarrassed. How embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Before leaving, Inyueshi politely handed over her business card, saying that she could come back to see her again if she raised enough funds in the future. This improved Lin Xian's impression of her considerably. Lin Xian shook his head. Oh well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Maybe the system will give you money again in a few days? Let's see, there's no rush. As a result, Lin Xian's mood became cheerful again. A few days later, the door to Jinwan Mansion was gently pushed open. Dad, you're here. Lin Xian came out of the living room when he heard the noise and greeted the visitor with a smile. Lin Zhengguo walked in, ignoring Lin Xian, and walked straight past him towards the living room, muttering to himself. My dear granddaughters, let Grandpa see you. Dad, is your son really that invisible? Lin Xian stared speechlessly at Lin Zhengguo's retreating figure, sighed helplessly, and said, You're already tired of seeing this. Lin Zhengguo said without turning his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. Lin Zhengguo strode into the living room and immediately saw Da Bao and Xiao Bao lying on the sofa. At this moment, they were staring wide-eyed, curiously looking around. Haha, my dear granddaughter, Grandpa's back? Did you miss Grandpa? Lin Zhengguo, with a broad smile, strode towards the sofa. Old Lin, I'm warning you, don't scare the children. At this moment, Zhang Shulan, who was sitting next to the sofa, suddenly spoke up. Okay. Lin Zhenghua answered with a smile, but his eyes revealed his love and anticipation for his grandchildren. Zhang Shulan sighed softly, then gently said to the babies in the crib, "Babies, you're going to have your full month photos taken later, so don't cry." She coaxed them in a soft voice, as if she were talking to them. The babies seemed to understand their grandmother's words, blinking and smiling slightly, as if responding to her love. Lin Zhenghua traveled all the way from Yunhai City to accompany the babies for their 1-month-old photos and celebration. "Honey, I'm ready, let's go." Li Mingyao came out of the room with a smile. "Okay, let's go." Lin Xian nodded. Afterwards, the group went to the parking lot downstairs, where Lin Xian drove his Toyota Alphard, and the whole family headed to Xingxing Photography Studio to take full-month photos of the babies. Chapter 189. The baby is 1 month old. They finally arrived at the Stars Photography Studio. After Lin Xian parked the car, the family went into the studio. The photographer warmly greeted them and led them into a meticulously arranged scene. In the warm bedroom, the pale pink curtains fluttered gently. Dabao lay on the soft bed, covered with a thin blanket embroidered with little rabbits, blinking curiously as if exploring this new and wonderful world. In the corner of the living room, there was a huge plush teddy bear. Xiao Bao leaned against the bear, surrounded by colorful building blocks. His eyes, now a full moon old, were filled with longing for the unknown. There's also a photo of Dabao and Xiao Bao together. In a fairy tale-themed scene, in a mysterious forest castle, Dabao and Xiao Bao lie on a bed covered with rose petals, surrounded by quirky little elf dolls. Under the full moon, they are like a little prince and princess in the forest. The photographer began capturing every adorable moment, recording the baby's innocent expressions and movements. "Wow, the baby smiled," Zhang Shulan exclaimed excitedly. "So cute," Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xian felt a surge of happiness and contentment. "Wow, what an adorable pair of twins," the photographer exclaimed in amazement. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at the two little ones before picking up her camera again to take pictures of them. "Thank you," Li Mingyao said gratefully to the photographer. She felt that the photographer was not only technically skilled, but also very friendly. "You're welcome," the photographer replied with a smile. "Would you like to take a group photo as a family? That way, we can capture this wonderful moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately turned to look at Li Mingyao, his eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, wife, let's take a picture together." Li Mingyao nodded happily. The family then stood in front of a warm home scene. Lin Xian was holding their eldest child. Li Mingyao was holding their youngest child. Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stood on one side of Lin Xian, and Huang Shifang stood on the other side of Li Mingyao. Everyone was smiling and looking at the camera. The photographer pressed the shutter and captured this heartwarming family photo. Because Lin Xian's relatives lived too far away from Jinghai City, they sent red envelopes as blessings and did not come in person. So, that evening, Lin Xian decided not to hold the full moon banquet at a restaurant, but instead cooked a sumptuous meal with Lin Zhenghua. After all, no restaurant outside can cook as well as Lin Xian. "Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready." Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua brought out dishes from the kitchen one after another. The dishes include tempting crispy roast duck, fragrant Longjing shrimp, delicious steamed chicken in a clay pot, tender black pepper beef tenderloin, soft and sweet glutinous rice steamed ribs, fresh and delicious steamed turbot, and 3 delicacy fish maw. And finally, a dish called Golden Jade Abundance, which is colorful and has auspicious meaning. Each dish is meticulously prepared and makes your mouth water. The family then sat around the table and happily enjoyed the sumptuous meal. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food while chatting and laughing, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. On this special day, they celebrated the arrival of a new life together, feeling the warmth and happiness of family. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Bao, dressed in the patchwork clothes that Lin Zhenghua brought from Yunhai City, stared at everyone with their round eyes, looking adorably bewildered. Night fell, and all was quiet. After gently coaxing the babies to sleep, Lin Xian returned to bed and gently hugged Li Mingyao. "Honey, how's the house you found?" Li Mingyao asked softly, looking up slightly. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, Not good. I can't afford the expensive ones, and I don't like the cheap ones. Li Mingyao reached out and gently stroked Lin Xian's hair, saying softly, "How about we just forget about it? I think the Jinwan mansion we're staying in now is quite nice." Lin Xian looked up and replied with a smile, "No, I still need to look for it some more." Li Mingyao smiled. "Okay, let's give each other a good night kiss as usual, and then we'll go to sleep." After saying that, Lin Xian lowered his head again and kissed Li Mengyao's delicate lips. Lin Xian was holding his wife as they prepared to fall asleep. Suddenly, at that moment, the system's voice rang in my ears again. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the baby's full moon photos and full moon banquet. You are rewarded with a 50% discount coupon for purchasing a house in Jinghai City. It will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning. Please check it. This voucher can be used to purchase any residential property in Jinghai City at a 50% discount." Lin Xian was overjoyed. If the sea and sky paradise was discounted by 50%, he could acquire it for 100 million. Thinking of this, Lin Xian excitedly hugged Li Mingyao and drifted into a sweet dream. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and found his wife sitting gently by the bed. Her gaze was as gentle as water, and she held a piece of glittering gold paper in her hand. "Wife, why are you up so early today?" Lin Xian stretched and asked softly with a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, Li Mingyao turned around and saw her husband wake up, and a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. Without hesitation, she leaned her petite body against Lin Xian and gazed at him with a smile. "Honey, do you know what day it is today?" Li Mingyao blinked, her voice sweet and melodious. "It's Valentine's Day today. How could my husband forget?" Chapter 190, This is my Valentine's Day gift to you. "Honey, what about my Valentine's Day present?" Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian with her big, watery eyes and pouted as she asked. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said, feigning grievance, "Oh dear, wife, I forgot to prepare." Hearing this, Li Mingyao frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. But she knew Lin Xian had been quite busy lately, so she wasn't angry. She just gave a coquettish hum. Then, Li Mingyao went to the wardrobe and started rummaging through things. Lin Xian asked nervously, "Wife, what are you doing? Are you going back to your parents' house?" "No." Li Mingyao turned around, chuckled, and said gently, "What are you thinking? Why would I go back to my parents' home?" After saying that, she continued searching. Lin Xian asked, puzzled, "Then what exactly is my wife looking for?" Li Mingyao took a brand new black scarf out of the closet and happily said to Lin Xian, "Look, this is the Valentine's Day gift I prepared for you." As she spoke, she handed the scarf to Lin Xian, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian took the scarf, touched it, and asked curiously, "Did your wife knit this by hand?" Li Mingyao nodded with a smile. "Why haven't I seen you knitting scarves before?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "I knit these secretly when my husband isn't home," Li Mingyao said with a playful smile. Lin Xian was deeply moved. He stepped forward, hugged Li Mingyao tightly, and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife. It's not hard work for me. It's my husband who's working harder." Li Mingyao touched Lin Xian's face tenderly, then reached out her small hands to wrap around Lin Xian's waist and hug him. After spending some more time being intimate in the room, the two went to the sink to brush their teeth and wash up. After washing up, the two went to the restaurant. At this time, Li Mingyao was already in her 4th week postpartum and needed to take good care of her body and mind, and eat more foods that replenished qi and blood. So Lin Xian went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a black rice and white fungus porridge and a red date soup for Li Mingyao. When Lin Xian served the fragrant breakfast, Li Mengyao's eyes lit up and she showed a delighted expression. Lin Xian gently sat down next to Li Mingyao, picked up a spoon, and fed Li Mingyao breakfast spoonful by spoonful. Despite Li Mingyao repeatedly saying that she could eat, Lin Xian insisted on feeding her himself. "This is my Valentine's Day gift to my wife." Lin Xian smiled indulgently, his eyes filled with deep affection for Li Mingyao. Hearing this, Li Mingyao felt a sweet warmth in her heart, as if she had eaten honey. She happily accepted Lin Xian's feeding, feeling his care and affection. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian took the shiny gold 50% off voucher and said he was going out to look at more houses. When Lin Xian returned at noon, the corners of his mouth hadn't turned down. In the afternoon, Li Mingyao had just woken up from a sweet dream when she saw Lin Xian smiling at her. "Honey, let's go for a walk later." Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile, and he spoke softly. Why do you suddenly want to go for a walk?" Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt and curiosity. "Let's go out for some fresh air," Lin Xian replied casually, gently stroking Li Mingyao's hair. "Okay." Li Mingyao's face lit up with a bright smile, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she nodded happily. After all, she had been staying at home for several days and really needed to go out and get some fresh air. So the two returned to their room, changed their clothes, and Li Mingyao even wrapped a scarf she had knitted around Lin Xian's neck. After getting dressed, Lin Xian carefully instructed Zhang Shulan to help look after the babies. Then, he held Li Mingyao's hand tightly and strolled down to the parking lot. "Honey, didn't we say we were just going for a walk? Why did we come to the parking lot?" Li Mingyao tilted her head, looked at Lin Xian, and asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with gentle light. "Let's go somewhere a little further away. A few days ago, when I was looking at houses, I discovered a very beautiful view, and I'd like to take you there to admire it today." Then, Lin Xian took out the Lamborghini car key from his pocket and skillfully pressed the unlock button. With a crisp sound, the car door slowly rose. He carefully took Li Mingyao's hand and helped her sit comfortably in the passenger seat. Finally, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat, started the Lamborghini, and drove out of the parking lot. "Honey, this sports car is so cool," Li Mingyao exclaimed, bobbing her head from side to side. She never dreamed she would be able to ride in a sports car worth 20 million. "Do you like it? Honey, when you become a teacher, you can drive it to work every day," Lin Xian said to Li Mingyao with a smile as he started the car. "No way, that's too ostentatious." Li Mingyao smiled and gently shook her head. "I'll drive my Xiaomi SU7 to work then," Li Mingyao continued. "My wife can drive whatever car she wants," Lin Xian replied with a smile. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company and the warm atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at Haitian District, Jinghai City. Lin Xian drove his Lamborghini along the enchanting seaside. The afternoon sun shone on the sea, making it sparkle and shimmer, a truly beautiful sight. The snow on the beach began to melt, revealing the wet sand and clear seawater. "Wow, this place is so beautiful," Li Mingyao exclaimed as she looked at the beautiful scenery before her. She was overwhelmed by the magnificence of nature and felt joyful and peaceful. "There are even more beautiful ones," Lin Xian said with a smile, a mysterious glint in his eyes. He continued driving the Lamborghini toward the luxurious villa, Seaview Resort. As the car slowly approached, a magnificent villa came into view. This villa is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, in a beautiful environment, as if one were in a fairyland. A short while later, a luxurious villa in a modern European style came into Li Mingyao's view. Lin Xian drove the Lamborghini to the gate of the villa's front garden. As the car approached, the gate seemed to automatically recognize its owner's arrival and slowly opened. "Welcome home," a pleasant voice rang out. The sudden sound left Li Mingyao speechless with surprise. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini slowly drove into the Seaview Resort. As the vehicle moved forward, they arrived at the front garden of Haitian Ijing, where the beautiful scenery before them was intoxicating. The front garden is designed with a romantic European flair, featuring an elegant fountain in the center where water splashes and sparkles. The fountain is surrounded by a variety of rare flowers, which are colorful and fragrant. Beautifully shaped shrubs to the landscape, adding a touch of life and vitality. The winding brick path beside it leads to the entrance of the villa, giving people a sense of secluded tranquility. Sitting in the car, Li Mingyao would stare blankly at her husband for a moment, then look in astonishment at the magnificent scenery outside the window, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welling up inside her. Soon, the Lamborghini came to a smooth stop in front of the entrance gate of Haitian Ijing. Lin Xian got out of the car with a flourish, then walked to the other side, gentlemanly opened the car door, took Li Mingyao's small hand, and said gently, "Honey, this is my Valentine's Day gift to you." Chapter 191, A little over 2 billion. Li Mingyao stared blankly at the magnificent European-style modern villa in front of her. She stared wide-eyed at the magnificent building, as if she were in a fairy tale world. After a long while, she slowly came to her senses, raised her head, and turned her gaze to Lin Xian. "Honey, how much did you pay for this villa?" Li Mingyao asked expressionlessly. Lin Xian gently embraced Li Mingyao, a warm smile playing on his lips. "A little over 2 billion. 2 billion? Li Mingyao's eyes widened even more, her face filled with surprise. She couldn't help but ask again, trying to make sure she hadn't misheard. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. "It's 2 billion, but there's a little more after the decimal point. Actually, it's only 200 million. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, speechless. He even had to tease her like this. However, she had long since grown accustomed to and fond of Lin Xian's humorous personality. However, she still couldn't calm down when she realized that Lin Xian had spent such a huge sum of money to buy the villa. After all, such a number is astronomical for ordinary people. "Honey, don't you like this gift?" Lin Xian noticed that Li Mingyao didn't look happy as usual, so he asked with concern. "No." Li Mingyao lowered her head and shook her little head. "Why is that?" Lin Xian pressed. "My husband gave me such an expensive gift, but I only gave you a scarf. And this scarf is probably only worth a few dozen yuan on the market. Compared to your gift, it's really cheap," Li Mingyao said softly. Lin Xian then realized that it might be because his wife felt inferior in comparison to the villa he had bought. He quickly and gently lifted Li Mingyao's pretty head and said tenderly, "Wife, there's no distinction between expensive and cheap gifts between husband and wife. The scarf you knitted by hand is just as precious to me." "Really?" Li Mingyao reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, tilting her head back with a sweet smile. "Of course it's true," Lin Xian replied with a smile, taking the opportunity to lower his head and give Li Mingyao's alluring cherry lips a big kiss. "Would my husband be willing to spend 200 million to buy the scarf I knitted by hand?" Li Mingyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and asked playfully with her eyes wide open. Well, Lin Xian was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. "Humph, that stinky husband of mine just said they were equally precious." Li Mingyao pouted and raised her little hand to twist towards Lin Xian's stomach. "Haha, honey, I was wrong." After the two playfully wrestled in front of the villa for a while, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly, and they walked into the villa together. Although Li Mingyao had prepared herself mentally, she was still stunned by the magnificent sight before her when she stepped into the villa. The spacious living room is incredibly comfortable, with imported high-end solid wood flooring that has a warm and smooth texture, giving it a noble and elegant feel. A huge Swarovski crystal chandelier hangs overhead, its dazzling light illuminating the entire space, making it feel like a dream world. The living room features a set of luxurious European-style sofas, whose soft leather upholstery and exquisite carvings showcase quality and taste. The spiral European-style staircase adds a touch of romance and elegance, as if transporting people into the life of European nobility. In addition, a series of huge floor-to-ceiling windows are arranged in a staggered manner on the building's surface, through which one can enjoy endless sea views and a vast sky. These beautiful views complement the interior decor, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Seeing Li Mingyao's surprised expression, Lin Xian smiled and asked softly, "Wife, how are you feeling?" "It's so luxurious," Li Mingyao said in a daze. Looking at her adorable appearance, Lin Xian smiled slightly and said softly, "Let's go upstairs and take a look." He gently took Li Mingyao's hand and led her to the elevator. As the elevator slowly ascended, they arrived at the second floor. "This is mainly a family room, with 4 rooms and a large library," Lin Xian explained to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao nodded excitedly and curiously visited each room one by one. She was amazed when she stepped into the first bedroom. This bedroom is a full 100 square meters in size and features a modern European style with exquisite furnishings. The plush bed, the magnificent chandelier, and the exquisite furniture all exude luxury and comfort. What surprised her even more was that each room had a private balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing her to fully enjoy the beautiful sea view. Wow! Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim. Then, she couldn't wait to go into the other 3 bedrooms, and was equally captivated by their beauty. Finally, she returned to Lin Xian's side, looked up at him with anticipation in her eyes, and asked, "What about our room?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Let's continue upstairs." After saying that, he took Li Mingyao's hand and slowly walked up the spiral staircase. As Li Mingyao walked, she looked back down at the entire villa, which radiated a magnificent golden light that was dazzling to the eye. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor. There's a master bedroom, 2 children's rooms, a study, and a piano room on the 3 floors above ground, as well as a spacious viewing terrace outside, Lin Xian continued. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao went to check out her child's room. When she got closer, she found that it was even larger than the family room downstairs, with each room being over 100 square meters and decorated in a very warm and lovely style. "Are all the children's rooms this big?" Li Mingyao asked in surprise. "Yes, the children will grow up," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Has your husband considered that the children might be scared sleeping in such a big room?" Li Mingyao asked with a smile. Lin Xian really didn't expect this. Chapter 192. Perhaps the children prefer their mothers. After visiting the children's rooms, Li Mingyao went to the leisure study. Upon entering the room, a strong scholarly atmosphere immediately greets you. The study is also very spacious, and the decoration style is European, giving people a noble and elegant feeling. The room is furnished with a comfortable large bed and several exquisite desks. The bookshelves behind them are filled with various books and stationery, making one feel as if they are in an ocean of knowledge. The study has large windows, and sunlight streams in, making the whole room exceptionally bright. You can imagine that reading, studying, or working here would be a very pleasant experience. Next, Li Mingyao went to the piano room. The room was filled with all sorts of musical instruments, including violins, guitars, flutes, a dazzling array of everything imaginable. A black Steinway piano sits in the center of the room, its lid open to reveal black and white keys. This piano was clearly carefully selected. Both its appearance and sound quality are top-notch. Upon seeing this, Li Mingyao's eyes lit up. She happily walked over, sat on the piano, and gently pressed a few keys with her little hands. The crisp piano music echoed in the air. "Honey, did I play well?" Li Mingyao smiled mischievously. Lin Xian smiled indulgently after reading it, then sat down next to Li Mingyao, gently kissed her smiling cheek, and whispered, "It sounds nice." Perfunctory. Li Mingyao gave a coquettish hum, rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, and enjoyed this sweet moment. She imagined the beautiful scene of Lin Xian playing the piano for her in the piano room in the future. She also imagined the children learning piano here, her face beaming with a happy smile. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly reached out and gently grasped Li Mingyao's small hand. He gently guided her to play on the piano, and every note was filled with love and warmth. With a light touch of their fingers, the piano produced a crisp and beautiful sound, like heavenly music. Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian with a happy expression, like a little child. After leaving the piano room, Li Mingyao went to her own room, the master bedroom. As soon as she pushed open the door, Li Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." The master bedroom looks just as big as the one they're currently living in at Jinwan Mansion. It's about 200 square meters. Upon entering the room, the first thing that catches the eye is an oversized, comfortable, and luxurious bed, which looks very inviting. Above the bed, a high-definition projector is suspended, providing an ultimate viewing experience. In addition, there is a comfortable work area, a spacious walk-in closet, an elegant dressing table, and several separate large balconies where sunlight streams in through the windows, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Each balcony offers excellent views overlooking the entire garden and the sea. The entire room features a modern European style, with walls painted a light off-white, and ceiling adorned with exquisite relief carvings that are delicate and lifelike, leaving one in awe of the superb craftsmanship. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, and walking on it felt as comfortable and pleasant as walking on clouds. "Is this our room?" Li Mingyao exclaimed with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. "It's incredible. It's even more spacious and beautiful than I imagined." Seeing Li Mengyao's happy expression, Lin Xin couldn't help but smile. Of course, as the master bedroom, it naturally needs to be luxurious and grand enough. The two then went to the outdoor viewing terrace. The terrace is furnished with several exquisite chairs and tables, surrounded by lush flowers, trees, and shrubs, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Standing here, you can overlook the entire front garden of the villa and the vast coastline in the distance, a truly breathtaking view. Li Mingyao was captivated by the beautiful scenery before her and felt exceptionally relaxed. At this moment, Lin Xian walked up from behind, gently put his arm around her, and asked with concern, "Wife, do you like it here?" Li Mingyao nodded slightly, a happy smile on her face, and replied, "I like it." Lin Xian smiled too, and said gently, "This is our new home." Li Mingyao turned around and hugged the man who looked at her with deep love. The two continued exploring the villa in Heishanijing, and because it was so large, they didn't finish until evening. Lin Xian led Li Mingyao back to the Lamborghini, started the car, and slowly drove away from Heishanijing, returning together to their home in Jinwan Mansion. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Xian eagerly announced to Zhang Shulan, who was in the living room taking care of their two children and watching television. "Mom, we're moving tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan asked in surprise, "Moving again? Where are you moving to?" Lin Xian smiled and replied, "You'll find out tomorrow." "That brat won't tell us where he is," Zhang Shulan pressed. "Is there anything that she, as the head of the family, cannot know?" Forced by his position in the family, Lin Xian had no choice but to say that he had bought a new house in Heishan District, Jinghai City. As night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao each held their two babies, Dabao and Xiaobao, gently rocking them and singing lullabies, trying to lull them to sleep. Soon after, Xiaobao closed his eyes and drifted into a sweet dream. However, Dabao still stared at Lin Xian with wide, blinking eyes, as if curiously observing something. "Why isn't Dabao asleep yet?" Lin Xian asked. At this moment, Li Mingyao said with a smile, "Honey, let me try." After gently placing the baby back in the crib, she reached out and took the older baby into her arms. In Li Mengyao's gentle embrace, Dabao quickly calmed down, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Dabao had finally fallen asleep, Li Mingyao carefully put him back in his crib. "Wife, why can't I soothe them?" Lin Xian sighed helplessly as he looked at the sleeping little ones. "Maybe the children prefer their mothers," Li Mingyao said happily. "Nonsense, Dad likes it just as much," Lin Xian retorted, unconvinced. "The babies have been in my belly for almost 10 months, so they definitely feel closer to their mom," Li Mingyao said proudly, raising her head. Chapter 193 My son is still the best. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, and Lin Xian's family got up and began to get busy. They need to pack their bags and prepare to move. Although you only need to bring some personal items and clothes, you still need to pack carefully. The Lin family acted quickly and packed the necessary items neatly. After everything was ready, Lin Xian contacted a professional moving company. Staff arrived quickly, loaded all the luggage onto the vehicle, and transported it to the villa in Heishanijing. Lin Xian personally drove his Toyota Alphard, taking his family along. By mid-February, Jinghai City had bid farewell to snowfall, and the snow was gradually melting, revealing a beautiful coastal landscape. Lin Xian drove along the coastline, the sea breeze gently caressing his face, bringing a refreshing scent. After a pleasant drive, a Toyota Alphard came to a smooth stop in front of the villas at Heishanijing. After Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang got out of the car, their eyes were immediately drawn to the luxurious and magnificent villa in front of them. They stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. "This is too big," Zhang Shulan exclaimed. "It looks like a place where royalty lives," Huang Shifang chimed in. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Mom, this is our new home." After Zhang Shulan recovered from her shock, she hurriedly pulled Lin Xian forward a short distance, whispering to him with a worried expression on her face, "Son, Let me ask you, how did you get so much money? Although she wasn't very familiar with housing prices in Jinghai City, seeing this 6,000 square meter sea view villa, she knew in her heart that its value must be astronomical. Mom, didn't my company land a big project before? It was a huge success, and the company made a lot of profit. That's why we had enough funds to buy this villa, Lin Xian explained. Hearing this, Zhang Shulan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but press further. So how much did this villa actually cost you? Lin Xian smiled and answered without hesitation, 100 million. This number made Zhang Shulan's eyes widen, and she stood there stunned. After a while, she came to her senses, her eyes sparkling with pride. She excitedly patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said, "You little rascal, you're really good. My son is the best, ha ha ha." Lin Xian glanced at his mother speechlessly. Afterwards, Zhang Shulan and Lin Xian returned to the front of the villa together. With a broad smile, she said to Shifeng in a cheerful mood, "Shifeng, let's go inside and take a look." Then, everyone went into the villa together. Lin Xian looked at the two children tenderly and said softly, "Dabao, Xiaobao, this is your new home." The two little ones were still looking around with their eyes open. As the moving company's vehicles slowly drove into the villa, the workers began to move Lin Xian's family's belongings into the villa. They were busy but orderly moving furniture, clothes, and various daily necessities. After everything was settled, Lin Xian stretched and prepared to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients for lunch. Just as Lin Xian was putting on his shoes at the door, preparing to leave, Li Mengyao suddenly stepped forward and hugged him, whispering, "Honey, I want to go too." Lin Xian looked down at her and said gently, "Okay, let's go together then." After saying that, he changed his shoes and went out with Li Mengyao. They drove to Haitian Square in Haitian District, a large square that is in no way inferior to Jinwan Square. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked into the mall together. The two went upstairs to Walmart, where Lin Xian pushed a shopping cart and picked out ingredients with Li Mengyao. "Honey, would you like some steak?" Lin Xian asked, picking out a fine piece of steak. However, no response was received. Lin Xian turned his head in confusion, only to find that his wife was nowhere to be seen. "Where's my wife?" Lin Xian was startled and quickly looked around for a solution. Just then, Li Mengyao darted out from the snack section, carrying a huge pile of snacks in her arms. She quickly went to the shopping cart and stuffed them all in at once. Lin Xian smiled helplessly and said softly, "Wife, why did you buy so many snacks? You can't eat these things while you're in postpartum confinement. You still have 2 weeks before you're out of confinement." "But I want to eat." Li Mengyao lowered her eyes, pouted, and said with a wronged expression. Lin Xian sighed helplessly, feeling utterly at a loss with his quirky and stubborn wife. "All right then, we'll buy some and keep it at home until you're out of confinement." Lin Xian finally compromised. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately broke into a bright smile. She happily hugged Lin Xian's arm and said sweetly, "My husband is so good." Then they continued shopping, enjoying their happy time. Chapter 194. My Yaoer is the richest. The two left the supermarket and returned home. As soon as Lin Xian entered the door, he went into the kitchen and got busy. In no time, a sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. The family sat together, enjoying a delicious lunch. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then went to their luxurious master bedroom and lay down on the soft bed. "Honey, this bed is big enough for 4 people to sleep in," Li Mengyao said, snuggling into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Don't you like it?" Li Mengyao shook her head and said, "I like it, but I think this place is too big, and it will be hard to clean it in the future." "Silly girl, of course we should hire a cleaning lady to clean such a big villa regularly," Lin Xian said with a gentle stroke of Li Mengyao's hair. "Who are you calling a little fool?" Li Mengyao raised her head and pretended to glare fiercely at Lin Xian. Her big, watery eyes were full of threat at that moment. Her small hand was skillfully placed on Lin Xian's waist, as if she would pinch him without hesitation if he said another wrong word. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly smiled apologetically. "Yes, yes. That's more like it." Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Li Mingyao nodded in satisfaction, then continued to press her face against Lin Xian's chest. After a while, Li Mingyao suddenly asked again, "Wouldn't it cost a lot of money to maintain this villa?" Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Do you think your husband is short of that little bit of money?" Li Mingyao remained silent after hearing this. "I do seem a bit clumsy in front of my husband sometimes." The two lay there quietly for a while, feeling each other's breathing and heartbeat. Suddenly, Li Mingyao whispered, "Honey, your heart is pounding." "Nonsense, is it still silent?" The afternoon was peaceful and beautiful, and Lin Xian slowly woke up from a pleasant nap. He stretched lazily, then looked around, and was surprised to find the bed next to him empty. "Why did my wife get up so early today?" So he quickly got up, put on his loose pajamas, and went out of the room to search for her all over the house. When Lin Xian gently pushed open the study door, the scene before him brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Li Mingyao, creating a soft and warm ray of light that seemed to drape her in a faint golden glow. She was engrossed in reading the book in her hands, her eyes revealing a kind of persistence and determination. Lin Xian gazed at her silently, his heart filled with emotion. Afterwards, he tiptoed out of the study, went downstairs to the kitchen, and prepared a delicious afternoon tea for Li Mingyao. After a flurry of activity, Lin Xian returned to the study doorway carrying a steaming bowl of longan and red date soup and a carefully arranged fruit platter. He gently pushed open the door and carefully placed the food on the desk, trying not to make any noise. "Honey, you're awake." Only then did Li Mingyao notice Lin Xian's arrival, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She put down the book in her hand and looked at Lin Xian tenderly. "Yes, my wife, you've worked hard. Take a rest and have something to eat." Lin Xian replied with a smile, his eyes full of concern. "Okay," Li Mingyao smiled sweetly. Lin Xian picked up the longan and red date soup and spooned it into Li Mingyao's mouth. This longan and red date soup has special benefits for women who have just given birth, as it can replenish their qi and blood. Li Mingyao happily enjoyed this warmth and care. "Honey, this soup is delicious," Li Mingyao said with a smile. "Wife, why are you up so early reading?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "I saw online that there's a teacher recruitment exam in Jinghai City in April. It's already February, so I need to start preparing right away," Li Mingyao explained. "Go for it, honey," Lin Xian encouraged. "Honey, you should eat too." Li Mingyao picked up a piece of cantaloupe and held it to Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian readily accepted, opened her mouth, and ate the sweet cantaloupe in one bite. As night fell, Lin Xian, holding Li Mingyao's hand, strolled leisurely in the back garden of Haitian Yijing after dinner. This back garden is like a dream world, captivating all who visit it. In the center of the back garden stands a magnificent European-style garden pavilion, designed with a moonlight garden theme, exuding a romantic and elegant atmosphere. The pavilion is surrounded by a clear pool of water, its surface shimmering and reflecting the moonlight like a mysterious mirror. Not far away, there is an outdoor children's playground specially designed for children. On the other side was a vast basketball court. The entire back garden is covered with a large lawn, as soft as velvet, making you want to run barefoot on it. Precious trees dot the landscape like green gems, adding vitality and tranquility to this fairyland. The magnificent crystal chandelier-style streetlights shone brightly in the back garden, transforming the entire garden into a dazzling fairyland. After strolling around for a while, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao sat down in the garden pavilion and quietly admired the beautiful scenery before them. "Honey, I feel like I'm a little rich woman now." Li Mingyao sat on Lin Xian's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently pinched her nose, and said, "Yes, my Yaoer is the richest." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 195 More delicious food today. For the next few days, Li Mingyao devoted herself wholeheartedly to taking care of her child and preparing for her exams in the villa in Heishanijing. She meticulously planned and filled every minute of her schedule. She gets up early in the morning to take care of her baby's daily needs, gently breastfeeding them, changing their diapers, and patiently playing with them. Once the babies are sound asleep, I seize every precious moment of free time to bury myself in my studies. Time quickly passed to an afternoon in late February. Lin Xian slowly woke up, still feeling drowsy from his afternoon nap. But when he reached out and found his arms empty, he knew his wife had already gotten up. So he slowly sat up from the comfortable bed, stretched his slightly lazy body, and comfortably stretched out his arms, while also letting out a big yawn. Her previously hazy eyes gradually cleared, and she slowly got out of bed. Lin Xian first moved to the crib and looked down at Bao and Xiaobao. The two little children were still immersed in sweet dreams, their mouths slightly open as if they were having a wonderful dream, before gently closing them again, looking incredibly adorable. After pausing briefly, Lin Xian stepped out of the master bedroom and into the adjacent study. In the study, bright and warm sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating the entire room. Lin Xian immediately saw Li Mengyao sitting upright at her desk, her eyes focused and deep. Her beautiful face was focused on the teaching video on the tablet, and her fair hands were constantly taking notes. Looking at everything before him, Lin Xian felt a surge of happiness and contentment, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, he walked briskly to the kitchen as usual, preparing to make afternoon tea for Li Mengyao. Before long, Lin Xian returned to the study carrying a plate of exquisite walnut cheese and a bowl of tempting fruit pudding. When Lin Xian reached the desk, he gently placed the food beside Li Mengyao. "You've worked hard, honey. Take a rest," Lin Xian said softly, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. "Wow, there's delicious food again today," Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, a bright smile spreading across her face. She happily put down the pen she was holding, stretched her arms, and gave a big, contented yawn. "When is there no good food?" Lin Xian sat down next to Li Mengyao, reached out his right hand, and affectionately pinched her delicate nose, his eyes full of doting affection. "Thank you, honey." Li Mengyao smiled coquettishly. Then, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to pick up the spoon next to her and begin to savor the sweet and delicious walnut cheese and the fresh and juicy fruit pudding. With each spoonful she put into her mouth, she would let out a satisfied exclamation. Time passed quietly, night gradually fell, and the sea breeze gently caressed my cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness. As the sun sets, its afterglow spills onto the shimmering sea, turning it a golden hue. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao strolled leisurely along the beach, hand in hand. They were bathed in the beautiful sunset, enjoying the tranquility and romance of the moment. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian gently raised his arm, his slender fingers pointing towards the wide and tranquil dock in front of the villa. "Honey, this dock also belongs to us. We can take our yacht out to sea for fun in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao looked in the direction Lin Xian pointed with her beautiful and charming eyes. What comes into view is a vast and magnificent dock. Immediately afterwards, Li Mengyao playfully blinked her big, bright eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "Honey, are you thinking of buying another yacht?" "How did my wife find out?" Lin Xian scratched his head and chuckled twice. Li Mengyao winked mischievously and said, "Humph, do you think I don't know your little schemes?" As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled, then continued their stroll on the beach. As night deepened, countless stars twinkled like jewels in the vast night sky. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the sea, creating layers of silver ripples, a scene as dreamlike as a dream. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked back to the villa hand in hand, leaving behind a series of deep and shallow footprints, like eternal and beautiful marks of love. Chapter 196. I remember everything about my wife. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere at night, and Lin Xian was enjoying a comfortable bath in the master bathroom. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat gracefully on the bed, holding a book in her hands, completely absorbed in it. After taking a shower, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom, and the two lay on the soft bed. "Wife," Lin Xian called out gently. "Huh?" Li Mengyao blinked, looking at him with confusion. "Let's hold the wedding here after you finish your postpartum confinement," Lin Xian said with deep emotion, his eyes shining with determination. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a warm current surge in her heart. She pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest and revealed a sweet smile. I'll listen to my husband. It was late February, a bright and sunny morning, with the air filled with the scent of spring. Li Mingyao slowly woke up from her sweet dream. When she gently raised her head, the first thing she saw was her husband's handsome and charming face. Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. She cautiously leaned forward and gently kissed Lin Xian's lips like a light butterfly, then turned to get up. However, just as she removed Lin Xian's hand from her waist and tried to sit up, suddenly, she felt a powerful force pulling her tightly back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. "Honey, are you awake?" Li Mingyao asked softly. Lin Xian slightly opened his deep eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. I was woken up by a kiss." "Oh, I need to get up and read." Li Mingyao rolled her eyes, speechless. "My husband was clearly faking being asleep. Today is the day my wife finishes her postpartum confinement. She also needs to go to the hospital for a checkup later, so let's rest today, okay?" Lin Xian gently persuaded. "How do you remember so clearly?" Li Mingyao asked, her heart warming with emotion. Lin Xian smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness, and softly replied, "I know everything about my wife." At this moment, Li Mingyao felt a warm feeling in her heart, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. The next morning arrived. After the two woke up, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Let's have breakfast first before heading to the hospital." As he spoke, he got up, gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, and then they got out of bed together. After washing up, the two walked out of the room hand in hand. The two then went to the ground floor of the villa. Huang Shifeng had already prepared a delicious breakfast, especially the bowls of fragrant mixed noodles, which emitted an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. "You're awake? Come and try my breakfast, see if it suits your taste," Huang Shifeng said with a gentle smile. "Wow, it smells so good." Li Mingyao happily pulled Lin Xian to the dining table and sat down, eagerly picking up her chopsticks to start tasting the delicious noodles. While eating, she excitedly told Lin Xian about her recent interesting experiences. Lin Xian listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with a few warm words. After breakfast, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to the underground parking garage and drove the long, black Maybach towards Jinghai People's Hospital. Before long, they arrived at their destination, and the car came to a smooth stop in the hospital parking lot. Afterwards, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and walked into the hospital, beginning the tedious registration and examination process. After a long wait and a series of examinations, Lin Xian finally received all the test reports and handed them to the female doctor who had delivered Li Mingyao's baby. The female doctor carefully reviewed the report, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. "Yes, judging from this report, Ms. Li's recovery is very good." Upon hearing the news, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao both breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged a glance, and smiled happily. Then, the female doctor added, "Ms. Li's physical condition has basically recovered to the level before pregnancy, but since she is still breastfeeding, she should pay attention to her diet and try to avoid eating spicy and irritating foods." Chapter 197 Luxury Riva 88 Yacht. Li Mingyao nodded obediently, indicating that she would keep the doctor's instructions in mind. Finally, she thanked the doctor. "Okay, thank you, doctor." After leaving the consultation room, Lin Xian gently took Li Mingyao's hand and whispered, "Wife, let's go home." Li Mingyao nodded slightly, gently changed the hand holding to interlocking fingers, and then left Jinghai People's Hospital with Lin Xian. The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a happy silhouette. Lin Xian was driving home in a good mood when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding dong, congratulations host for completing the baby's mother's postpartum checkup. A cash reward of 5 million yuan has been awarded, along with a 4x critical hit probability, for a total cash reward of 20 million yuan. This reward has been transferred to the host's bank account through legitimate means. Please check your account." Immediately afterwards, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism. You are rewarded with 1 lottery chance. The current prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Let's have a lottery," Lin Xian said. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have won a large luxury Riva 88 yacht. It will be delivered to the dock in front of the Seaview Villa tomorrow. Please check. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had thought he would probably only receive a thank you for his patronage, but he never expected to win the large luxury Riva 88 yacht. This is a luxury item worth 60 million. As the weather warmed up, Lin Xian seemed to see himself and his family sailing on the shimmering blue sea in the future. They will enjoy the sunny days, feel the refreshing sea breeze, admire the endless sea views, and spend wonderful time together. Night falls, all is quiet, and the moonlight shines like water into the room. Lin Xian gently embraced Li Mengyao, feeling her warm body temperature, his gaze fixed on his beautiful wife, who was sleeping soundly. His thoughts began to wander, imagining how he would fully enjoy the pleasant time that the luxurious Riva 88 yacht would bring. This yacht is said to have numerous stunning luxury areas. First is that incredibly comfortable relaxation area, as if you were floating on a cloud. The spacious and bright living room area exudes grandeur and prestige. The most eye-catching area is undoubtedly the extremely luxurious bedroom area, where every detail exudes the ultimate taste and romantic atmosphere. Lin Xian secretly thought that when he brought his two children, Dabao and Xiaobao, onto this yacht in the future, the children would be so excited that they would dance with joy. Here, they can play and frolic to their heart's content, creating wonderful childhood memories. Moreover, if Lin Cece were to see such a spectacular scene, she would probably be speechless with amazement. However, just as Lin Xian was immersed in his dreams of a bright future, a small question arose in his mind. The prize pool previously provided by the system has been emptied, but why hasn't a new prize pool appeared yet? Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind. The system is currently updating. Please wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed, and all his doubts vanished instantly. He knew that if he waited a little longer, more surprises would follow. Overjoyed, he slowly closed his eyes and, together with Li Mengyao beside him, drifted into a sweet dream. Chapter 198. I forgot to tell you, I moved. The next afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian looking at her tenderly. After a while, Li Mengyao slowly said, I'm thirsty. Honey, get it for you. Seeing that Li Mengyao's lips were a little dry, Lin Xian quickly climbed off the bed, gently poured her a glass of water, and carefully fed it to her. I'm hungry. After finishing her water, Li Mengyao licked her lips, looked at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression, and muttered softly, I'll make you afternoon tea. What would you like to eat? Lin Xian affectionately touched Li Mengyao's cheek, his tone incredibly gentle. I want to eat mango pancakes and fruit smoothies. Li Mengyao thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. Okay, honey, just wait a moment. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, then stepped forward and kissed her moist red lips before turning and leaving the master bedroom. He quickly walked to the kitchen to start preparing the food. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, like a lazy kitten, slowly got up from the soft and comfortable bed and gently sat on the edge of the bed. Her beautiful and captivating eyes were now gently fixed on the exquisite and adorable crib beside her. The two little ones were peacefully and quietly immersed in sweet dreams. Their little faces were rosy, as adorable as ripe apples. Her small mouth was slightly open, as if she were having a sweet dream, making one want to kiss her. Looking at this heartwarming scene, a bright and happy smile involuntarily appeared on Li Mengyao's face. Time passed by, and about half an hour later, the door was gently pushed open, and Lin Xian walked in with light steps. He carefully carried a tray with a carefully prepared mango crepe and a tempting, fragrant fresh fruit smoothie on it. After entering the room, Lin Xian walked straight to the bedside, stopped, and placed the tray in his hand steadily on the bedside table. Then, he smiled warmly and charmingly, and said softly to Li Mengyao, Wife, come and have something to eat. Hearing Lin Xian's caring and loving words, Li Mengyao nodded happily and replied, Thank you for your hard work, my husband. After saying that, she reached out her little hand and took the delicious-looking mango pancake and the fruit smoothie from the tray, and then began to enjoy them. Lin Xian sat quietly on the edge of the bed, staring intently at his wife who was enjoying a delicious meal and their two babies who were fast asleep in the crib. His deep, pool-like eyes were brimming with endless tenderness and affection, as if they were about to overflow. The entire room was filled with a warm, family-like atmosphere, making people feel incredibly cozy and sweet. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, a white BMW 5 Series slowly pulled up in front of the Jinwan mansion. Inside the car sat three beautiful women, Lu Yusin, Yang Lin, and Chen Manman. Do you think our sudden visit will bring Yao Yao a huge surprise? Chen Manman asked with a smile. Of course. Today is Yao Yao's big day as she finishes her postpartum confinement. We pretended to be busy with work and forgot about this special moment. Our sudden appearance will definitely surprise her, Yang Lin replied happily. All right, stop dawdling, we've arrived. Let's get out of the car, grab our things, and go upstairs. Lu Yusin urged everyone to get moving after parking the car. So, the three of them quickly got out of the car, carrying bulging bags full of various gifts, their faces beaming with joy, and walked briskly towards apartment 1601, Building A, Jinwan Mansion. Along the way, they excitedly discussed what it would be like to meet Yao Yao and imagined her possible reactions. Finally, they arrived at Yao Yao's house. Lu Yusin gently extended her finger, pressed the doorbell, and then stood quietly, patiently waiting for a response from inside. However, as time passed, the surroundings remained quiet and there was no sound. Lu Yusin pressed the doorbell again. Unfortunately, there was still no response this time. Why isn't anyone answering the door? Is Yao Yao not home? Yang Lin asked, puzzled. Lu Yusin shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the reason either. After a moment's thought, she decisively took out her phone and skillfully dialed Li Mingyao's number. Beep, beep, beep. The monotonous and slightly urgent telephone ring echoed in the air. After a long wait, the moment Li Mingyao finally answered the phone finally arrived. Hey, Xine, why did you suddenly think of me? Li Mingyao's voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a hint of laziness and pleasure. At this moment, Li Mingyao was nestled comfortably in Lin Xian's warm and generous embrace in the tranquil and peaceful back garden of the villa, gazing up at the vast and beautiful starry sky above. Yao Yao, where are you now? Lu Yusin asked anxiously. I'm at home, Li Mingyao replied. At home? Then why didn't anyone answer the door when I rang the doorbell? Lu Yusin said anxiously. Li Mingyao then realized the problem and said with a smile. Xine, I forgot to tell you, I moved. You moved? Chapter 199, you guys just know how to make fun of me. Yao Yao, where did you move to? Lu Yusin continued to ask. I've moved to Haitian Yijing Villa in Haitian District. Are you in Jinwan Mansion now? Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Wow, you're already living in a villa after just 1 year? Chen Man exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Yes, Yao Yao, we're right at the entrance of Jinwan Mansion right now, Yang Lin said excitedly. Why did you suddenly come? Li Mingyao was a little surprised, but she was very happy. Isn't this just a little surprise for you? Yang Lin said with a smile. Okay, Yao Yao, we're driving to your place now. Take a shower and wait for us. Lu Yusin said jokingly, then hung up the phone. Afterwards, the three returned to the parking lot downstairs and drove their BMW 5 Series towards the Haitian Yijing Villa. They chatted and laughed all the way, looking forward to seeing Li Mingyao and her new home. 40 minutes later, on the charming seaside of the Haitian district, a luxurious villa in a modern European style came into view. Surrounded by green trees and a beautiful little park, the villa exudes tranquility and elegance. The BMW 5 Series drove along the winding road toward the villa and finally stopped in front of the outer gate of Haitian Yijing. Wow, this is so luxurious, Yang Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide as she carefully observed the magnificent building. Yes, it's spectacular, Chen Man couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Man, get out of the car and ring the doorbell, Lu Yusin said to Chen Man with a smile. Chen Man nodded, then opened the car door and got out. She went to the gate and gently pressed the doorbell. Hello, came Li Mingyao's gentle voice from the doorbell. Yao Yao, we're here. Chen Man shouted excitedly at the doorbell. Okay, Li Mingyao saw Chen Man standing outside the door through the monitor. A happy smile appeared on her face, and then she pressed the door open button. As the outer gate of Haitian Yijing slowly opened, Lu Yusin started the vehicle and carefully drove into the villa area. Wow! Yang Lin exclaimed again as the car passed a beautiful front garden. She saw that the garden was full of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, with colorful flowers blooming and emitting a charming fragrance. So beautiful, Chen Man couldn't help but exclaim. I feel like I've stepped into a fairy tale world, Yang Lin murmured to herself. When the car arrived at the entrance of Haitian Yijing, Li Mingyao was already waiting impatiently at the door. She wore a beige knitted cardigan paired with a floral long skirt, her long hair flowing, looking like a fairy descended from heaven. Yao, I missed you so much. Lu Yusin quickly stepped forward and hugged Li Mingyao tightly. Xin, I miss you too. Li Mingyao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a warm smile. Wow, Yao, you live in such a big villa now. Chen Man exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. Yes, I just moved in recently too, Li Mingyao replied with a smile. Oh my, our Yao can no longer be called a little rich girl. She should be a big rich girl. Ha ha. Yang Lin couldn't help but tease. Stop laughing at me. Please come in and sit down, Li Mingyao said somewhat shyly. Afterwards, the four best friends walked into the villa in Haitian Yijing, arrived at the spacious and luxurious living room, and sat on the soft sofa. Li Mingyao turned and went into the kitchen. A moment later, she brought out 4 cups of warm taro bubble tea and placed them on the coffee table. Come on, try the milk tea Lin Xian made, Li Mingyao said with a smile. However, at that moment, the 3 best friends did not go to get the milk tea, but instead carefully looked at Li Mingyao. Why are you all staring at me? Li Mingyao was a little flustered by their stares. She subconsciously touched her fair face and asked nervously, Is there something on my face? Yao, everyone says you'll gain weight after giving birth, but you seem to be getting slimmer and slimmer. Chen Man couldn't help but say. You guys just know how to make fun of me. Li Mingyao smiled shyly, a blush rising on her face. Afterwards, the best friends chatted happily in the living room, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. After a while, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of snacks he had made himself. He said with a smile, Come and try some snacks. Thank you, Chef Lin. Chen Man happily accepted the plate. Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to have bought such a big villa. Lu Yusin exclaimed. Just lucky, I bought it at a low price, Lin Xian said with a modest smile. By the way, Yao, where's the baby? Chen Man asked curiously. The babies are upstairs. Li Mingyao turned her head, looked at Lin Xian tenderly, and said softly, Honey, go and bring the babies down to show everyone. Okay. Lin Xian nodded with a smile, then turned and walked towards the elevator in the villa, going upstairs. Just then, Yu emerged from her cat house and walked briskly to the center of the living room, seemingly wanting to get some water. Huh, there's such an adorable kitten here. Yang Lin happily walked over and picked up Yu. Meow. Yu looked at her with a confused expression. So cute. Yang Lin hugged Yu tightly in her arms, feeling its soft fur and warm body temperature. This is my cat. Her name is Yu, Li Mingyao introduced with a smile. Yu, come with me, Yang Lin said to Yu. Meow. Yu seemed to understand her words and began to struggle, indicating that she did not want to leave. Stop struggling. Since you don't want to go home with me, then stay here with me. Yang Lin smiled, then picked up Yu and walked to the sofa to sit down. She gently placed Yu on her lap and began to gently stroke its head and back, enjoying the pleasure of petting the cat. After a while, Lin Xian carried Dabao and Xiao Bao to the living room, where the 2 little ones were still sleeping. At this moment, the 2 little ones are still fast asleep, their tiny bodies curled up in a ball, looking incredibly adorable. Oh, Godmother, give me a hug. It's been a month. Lu Yusin gently picked up Dabao, her eyes full of affection. He's so cute. Chen Man couldn't help but pick up Xiao Bao and carefully examine his adorable appearance. The babies do nothing but eat and sleep now. Li Mingyao looked at her 2 children with a happy smile on her face. Chapter 200 Honey, you bought a yacht? After the sisters had eaten and drunk their fill, seeing that the clock was almost pointing to 11 o'clock, they all got up prepared to say goodbye to Li Mingyao and head home. Yao Yao, Chef Lin, thank you for your hospitality today. We're going home now. Yang Lin stood up and said to Li Mingyao with a smile. Okay, come visit again next time you have time. Li Mingyao replied with a smile, standing up as well. After saying that, they walked out of the living room together. Lu Yusin drove the car slowly out of the Haitian Yijing villa. After seeing them off, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao turned around and went back into the villa. The two returned to their spacious and bright master bedroom. As soon as Lin Xian entered the room, he found that Dabao and Xiao Bao had already woken up and were crying loudly. The babies might be hungry. Li Mingyao looked at the two children with heartache and quickly picked up the older and younger ones. She gently lifted her clothes and began to breastfeed the children. Lin Xian sat quietly to the side, watching the heartwarming scene before him. Honey, why don't you go take a shower first? Li Mingyao said gently. Okay. Lin Xian grabbed his pajamas and went into the bathroom. When Lin Xian came out of the bathroom, Li Mingyao had just finished breastfeeding and was holding her two babies, Dabao and Xiao Bao, and trying to lull them to sleep. Honey, you should go take a shower too, Lin Xian said gently to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao nodded, carefully put Dabao and Xiao Bao back into the crib, and then went into the bathroom. Lin Xian walked to the bedside, looking at the two adorable babies, his heart filled with joy. A short while later, Li Mingyao came out after taking a shower, wearing a loose nightgown, her hair still wet and emitting a faint fragrance. After drying her hair, she gently climbed into bed and lay down next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and put his arm around Li Mengyao's shoulder, holding her tightly in his arms. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up early because the luxurious Riva 88 yacht, a reward from the system, had been delivered to the villa's dock. He opened his eyes, kissed Li Mingyao, who was still fast asleep, and then got up and went to the crib to check on the babies. The little ones were sleeping soundly, their little mouths slightly open, as if they were having sweet dreams. Then, he went to the washroom to wash up. After washing up, Lin Xian changed into casual clothes and prepared to go out to check out his new yacht. He walked through the front garden to the charming seaside, where a pier belonging to the Seaview Resort was located. A white Riva 88 yacht appeared before him like a floating palace, its sharp bow and elegant stern gleaming on the sea. Lin Xian was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. After a while, he came to his senses and a smile appeared on his lips. Then, he turned and left without looking back, his steps becoming lighter. Lin Xian quickly retraced his steps, passing through the garden and paths, and returned to the villa in Haitian Yijing. He returned to the master bedroom and saw Li Mingyao sitting on the bed. She had just woken up and was holding her two babies, breastfeeding them. Her eyes were gentle and focused, radiating the glow of maternal love. Honey, where did you go so early in the morning? Li Mingyao looked up at Lin Xian, a hint of doubt in her eyes. I took a walk around the villa this morning and found something interesting, Lin Xian replied with a smile. What's fun? Li Mingyao asked curiously. She gently put the two babies back into their cribs. I'll take you to see it later. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously, took Li Mingyao's hand, and walked to the bedside to sit down. So mysterious. Li Mingyao pouted and lightly tapped Lin Xian's arm, but her face was filled with a happy smile. Next, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast. After having breakfast, the two walked out of the villa hand in hand and headed forward. Along the way, Lin Xian didn't tell Li Mingyao what he was going to show her. He just smiled and held her hand until they reached the dock in front of the villa. Honey, what's so fun about it? Li Mingyao couldn't help but ask again, her heart filled with anticipation. Look, my wife. Lin Xian smiled slightly, took Li Mingyao's hand, and pointed to the sea not far away. Following the direction Lin Xian pointed, Li Mingyao's gaze fell on a luxurious white yacht. The yacht was quietly moored at the dock, its white hull gleaming brightly, like a dazzling pearl. Li Mingyao's mouth dropped open in surprise. She had never seen such a beautiful yacht before. Honey, you bought a yacht? Li Mingyao asked with a look of surprise. Yes, do you like it? Lin Xian replied with a smile. I like it, Li Mingyao nodded happily. Let's go up and take a look, Lin Xian said gently. Okay, Li Mingyao smiled. Then Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and they walked together toward the Riva 88 yacht. When they boarded the yacht, it was as if they had entered a luxurious sea wonderland, where every detail was meticulously crafted, exuding nobility and elegance. The two first entered the living room, where the spaciousness was refreshing. High-end leather sofas and exquisite carpets complement each other perfectly, while sophisticated entertainment systems and artistic decorations add a touch of luxury and comfort. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows are like a flowing painting, taking in the vast sea view. The restaurant's decor exudes solemnity and elegance, with crystal chandeliers casting their light on the dining tables, along with top-notch kitchenware and ample storage space. The two then moved to the bedroom area. The master suite was incredibly spacious, with a soft, cloud-like bed and a separate bathroom equipped with a luxurious bathtub and shower. The VIP cabin and twin cabin are equally distinctive, with every detail meticulously crafted. Finally, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the carefully laid teak deck. The soft morning sunlight shone down, illuminating the entire deck and their figures. The sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing scent. Lin Xian gently put his arm around Li Mengyao's shoulder, making her feel incredibly warm and at ease. Li Mengyao turned her head slightly and leaned on Lin Xian's shoulder, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he said softly, "From now on, we can drive this yacht and roam freely on this vast sea." Chapter 2, A One No Need to Hire a Nanny. I Can Handle It.